Chapter 1. Rebirth After a Century. Yi Ming, there is no escape for you. Surrender willingly. Daozhou, the cliff of indifference. Yi Ming stood pale at the edge of the precipice. Before him loomed hundreds of figures suspended in midair, exuding an overwhelming aura, their intentions lethal. At this moment, he was already battered and bruised, his body marred by several deep wounds, exposing flesh and bone. Crimson blood dripped incessantly from his form, quickly staining the ground in a vivid hue of red. The sky was overcast with a light drizzle, and the chilling wind howled around him. Withered leaves danced in the breeze, as if bidding a final farewell to the world. Is it finally coming to an end? Gazing into the abyss of the cliff of indifference behind him, Yi Ming let out a sigh. He never imagined that his life would meet its conclusion here. Reflecting on his past, a wave of melancholy washed over him. A century ago, he was merely a novice monk at the Bodhi Temple. Each day was spent chanting scriptures and ringing bells, leading a life that was tranquil and uneventful. Until she arrived. Little monk, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mu Qingxue. Little monk, will you tell me a story? Little monk, my father no longer wants me. Could you hold me? Little monk, when we grow up, will you marry me? Little monk, I must leave. I will miss you dearly. Scenes from the past replayed in Yi Ming's mind as vividly as if they had occurred just yesterday. Then she departed, and years later, she returned, yet the once lively and adorable girl had transformed into a mere shell of her former self. Little monk, do you believe there is an afterlife? If there is an afterlife, I do not wish to be apart from you. Little monk, may I have one last embrace? Just like when we were children, she died, perishing in his arms, and it was not until many years later that Yi Ming learned of the torment she had endured during their years apart. On that fateful day, when she sought him out, she had already ingested poison. From that moment onward, the gentle and refined little monk vanished, replaced by the demon monk consumed by love's madness. For a century, Yi Ming has taken countless lives. All those who had wronged her were ruthlessly annihilated. In his quest to resurrect her, Yi Ming was willing to sacrifice himself to the demons, seeking to obliterate all existence. Yet, the decree of fate is irreversible. The departed remain eternally lost, never to be reunited. And now, due to the multitude he has slain, he finds himself cornered, leading him to the brink of this cliff of indifference. Indifference, severing all emotions. But how could one extinguish the yearning in his heart? Shui, I'm sorry. Tears streamed down his face, cascading to the depths of the cliff of indifference. 100 years of waiting, ultimately culminating in the inability to see his beloved once more. That why Yi Ming then shifted his gaze to the crowd before him, his expression calm and composed. Yi Ming, surrender. You have no path left to retreat. Why waste words on him? This great demon is cruel and unjust, a scourge upon the world, and unworthy of mercy, betraying his master, falling into darkness. May he never find redemption. How could you, born into the Buddhist realm, commit such an egregious act? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Let us slay him together and restore clarity to the world. The chorus of shouts erupted from the crowd, filling the sky with a resounding roar, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. Ha ha ha! At that moment, Yi Ming suddenly burst into a maniacal laughter, a sound that reverberated through the heavens. Traitor to teacher and leader, brutal and unprincipled, endangering the lives of the many, born into the Buddhist realm? And so what? If the Buddha were to save her, how could I become a demon? If the Buddha does not save her, what becoming a demon? In a world devoid of her, what significance does destruction hold? Yi Ming's voice soared to the skies, echoing through the 9 heavens. He feared not death, rather. It was a sense of regret that plagued his heart. If only he had not let her go. If only he had known of her plight sooner. If only he had expressed his feelings to her in time. But alas, this world knows no if only. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from him, and a towering shadow of a demon manifested behind him. The heavens shattered, and the fabric of space unraveled. Come forth, let them come. He has gone mad. Kill him, slay him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous clashes filled the air, transforming the realm into a battlefield of slaughter. Countless streams of blood gushed forth, and bones lay shattered. This battle raged on for 3 days and nights, leaving the entire heartless cliff in ruins. Finally, On the evening of the fourth day, Yi Ming, pale and weary, emerged from the sea of blood. Around him lay a field of corpses, blood converging into a river, painting the world in a crimson hue. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon his countenance, for he too was reaching the end of his strength. The setting sun cast a waning red glow, and the biting wind howled mercilessly. The cold gusts rustled his tattered armor and bloodied hair, enveloping the realm in an air of desolation. Yet, he felt nothing. In his heart, there was but one person, the one he could never forget. As time passed, Yi Ming felt his eyelids growing heavier, aware that his life was drawing to a close. Shwe, I have come to find you. Do you know? I miss you dearly. If only I'd been bolder back then, you would not have. If there's a next life, I hope. The cold winds howled, and the withered leaves fell. Beep, detecting that the host is nearing death. Initiating system binding. Beep, binding successful. Rebirth system, at your service. Just as Yi Ming's eyes were about to close, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. System, hearing this voice, Yi Ming could not help but curse. I'm about to die, and you only show up now. Indeed, Yi Ming is a time traveler. A century ago, he traversed into this realm, becoming a humble monk at the Bodhi monastery. He initially believed he would, like many other transgressors, acquire a system and ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, after waiting for so many years without the arrival of such a system, he encountered Mu Qingxue, and the subsequent events drove him to the brink of madness, leading to this very day. To his astonishment, just as he was on the verge of death, a system appeared before him. Ding. Do not panic, host. This system is known as the rebirth system, designed to grant you the opportunity to live your life anew. Rebirth? What does that entail? You may select any moment in time for your reincarnation, however. This opportunity is singular, and I urge you to deliberate carefully. Rebirth. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but reminisce about the moment he first met Mu Qingxue a century prior. It was the most unforgettable time of his existence. Is rebirth truly possible? Indeed it is. Simply stipulate the time, and it shall be done. Then let it be the 8th of March, 100 years ago. This date was etched in his memory, for it was on this day that he encountered Mu Qingxue, forever altering the course of his life. Ding. Setting successful. The time-space portal is now open. Activation successful. Buzz. As the system's voices resonated around him, Yi Ming felt himself enveloped in a resplendent light, and then he lost consciousness. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. When Yi Ming finally opened his eyes, the scene before him was no longer the blood-red sunset of the heartless cliff, nor was he surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Instead, he beheld quaint, ancient houses. The air was thick with the familiar scent of incense, and the distant sound of bells echoed in his ears. Is this truly rebirth? Yi Ming's heart swelled with joy. The sights before him were eternally etched in his memory. This was indeed the place of his upbringing, the Bodhi monastery. Hello, little monk. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mu Qingxue. Chapter 2. Farewell, my beloved. Boom. Upon hearing that sound, Yi Ming's entire being trembled involuntarily, and the heart that had lain dormant for a century began to stir once more. Tears streamed down his face, flowing gently. It was a sound he had longed for over the past 100 years. Slowly turning around, he beheld a girl of about 15 or 16, gazing at him with an expression of curiosity. She was stunningly beautiful, clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an ethereal charm. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing in the breeze. Her sparkling eyes and long eyelashes. Every detail was etched deeply into Yi Ming's heart. A century of guilt erupted in that moment. At that instant, Yi Ming's lips parted slightly, filled with countless words he yearned to express to this person before him. Yet when the moment came, he found himself at a loss for how to begin. Little monk, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Mu Qingxue asked, slightly taken aback. She was completely unaware of why this person appeared so moved at the sight of her. And nothing. Yi Ming composed himself, wiping away his tears, and then managed a faint smile as he spoke again. Hello, my name is Yi Ming. It is a pleasure to meet you. As he uttered these words, a silent resolution formed within him. In this lifetime, he would surely protect this person before him, even if it meant becoming a demon or opposing the entire world. He owed her this from his previous life, and this time, he was determined to make amends. Yi Ming, what a lovely name. Can we be friends? Mu Qingxue said with a gentle smile. Her smile was enchanting, akin to a flower in full bloom, utterly captivating. It was that very smile. Gazing at Mu Qingxue, Yi Ming felt an even deeper pang of guilt. In his past life, she had always been so vivacious and charming, yet after their parting, he never saw her smile again. In his previous existence, due to their differing statuses, he ultimately chose to let go. It was only when she died in his arms that he truly awakened to his feelings. But by then, it was far too late. Rest assured, in this life, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Not a soul, Yi Ming silently vowed. Little monk, little monk? Oh, my apologies, I got a bit lost in thought. Yi Ming snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, Of course, we can be friends. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxue's face lit up with joy. Yay, I finally have a friend. Her exuberance was reminiscent of a lively little rabbit, utterly adorable. Friends? Yi Ming murmured softly, his heart aching. In his past life, Mu Qingxue had confided in him that she had been closely monitored by her family since childhood, forced to learn various etiquettes and customs, leaving her with no friends. She despised those lessons but felt utterly powerless. At that time, Yi Ming had been unaware of her true identity. It was only later that he discovered Mu Qingxue was, in fact, a princess of the Great Chu Kingdom. Subsequently, the Great Chu engaged in a war with a nation known as the Great Tang. The Great Chu faced defeat, and to quell the wrath of the Great Tang, she was offered to its sovereign. From that moment on, she endured unending humiliation. Ultimately, after 3 years, she managed to escape and return to this place. It was during that time that she perished in her own embrace, bringing her life to a close. Little monk, do you know? My father was exceedingly strict since my childhood, to the point where no one dared to befriend me. You are my very first friend, Mu Qingxue said, her face radiant with joy as she spoke to Yi Ming, sighing inwardly upon hearing her words. Yi Ming reflected on how he had heard similar sentiments in his previous life, though he had paid them little mind back then, even finding her somewhat bothersome. Now, however, he felt differently. I'm sorry, Yi Ming ventured. Mu Qingxue paused, looking at Yi Ming in confusion, uncertain of why he would apologize. It's nothing. From now on, I shall be your friend, your lifelong friend. Moreover, you can do whatever you wish. No one can compel you to engage in actions you abhor, Yi Ming reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. Do whatever I wish? Mu Qingxue murmured softly, her smile blossoming even more, though it quickly faded. Being born into a royal family means one is never truly free. How could one possibly do as they please? Thank you, but my status is somewhat peculiar, so. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, comprehending her meaning but choosing not to elaborate further. He had already discerned that his former cultivation had completely vanished, leaving him as nothing more than a frail novice monk. With his current capabilities, any aspirations he had were mere fantasies. However, he was not disheartened. In his previous life, Mu Qingxue had remained here for a year before departing. This indicated he had a full year to work with. Armed with the memories of his past life and the system at his disposal, he was confident he could elevate his cultivation to a level capable of safeguarding Mu Qingxue within that time. Let us speak of something else. Little monk, could you show me around? It is my first time here. Certainly. Yi Ming nodded, and together they ventured forth. Observing the familiar yet slightly alien surroundings, he was filled with myriad emotions. In his previous life, because of his actions, the Bodhi Temple had been utterly destroyed, and his master had. Truthfully, he felt a profound sense of guilt toward his master. Yet, at that time, he had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance for Mu Qingxue. Hatred had clouded all judgment. Now, reborn, he vowed to alter the course of events. As they ambled along, savoring the delightful moments, both were filled with joy. In that moment, they resembled lovers, astonishing the surrounding monks beyond measure. However, Yi Ming remained utterly indifferent to their gazes, though such behavior might invite idle gossip. His purpose in this life was solely for Mu Qingxue. For her sake, he would relinquish everything. After an entire hour of wandering through the temple grounds, the two had finally arrived at the entrance. Thank you, little monk. I must return now. Will I be able to visit you again? Mu Qingxue said, her face reflecting reluctance. Today had been the happiest day of her life, and she yearned for it to last forever. Yet, she understood the impossibility of such a wish. Yes, of course. As long as you wish to come, you may do so at any time. Really? Will it not trouble you? They seem. It matters not. For as long as it is you who comes, I shall wait for you eternally. Then it's settled. Let us make a promise, a pinky swear, binding for 100 years. Mu Qingxue said with a gentle smile. Her smile was exquisite, truly enchanting. With their pinky swear sealed, the sun dipped low, casting a lingering red glow as their small hands intertwined tightly. This moment became eternal. Chapter 3: A Distinct Choice. As Mu Qingxue departed, the warmth enveloping Yi Ming's heart grew as he gazed at her retreating silhouette. After a century of yearning, this moment had finally materialized. Ding! A system notification chimed, indicating that he had a daily opportunity to check in. Signing in at various locations would yield diverse rewards. Would he like to check in now? Just then, the system's voice resonated once more, leaving Yi Ming astounded. A check-in system, indeed. Being a transmigrator, he was well aware of its workings, having perused numerous novels back on Blue Star. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. You have obtained the Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramita. The Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramita? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's heart rejoiced. This sutra is one of the most formidable teachings of Buddhism. To acquire such a powerful method on his very first check-in was beyond his expectations. However, a sense of inner conflict arose within him. In his previous life, ever since Mu Qingxue had perished in his embrace, he had descended into darkness, predominantly cultivating demonic arts. Historically, Buddhism and demonhood have never coexisted harmoniously. If he were to practice this Buddhist teaching, what would become of him henceforth? Yet, why dwell on such thoughts? As long as his cultivation was sufficiently potent, did anything else truly matter? Yi Ming shook his head. Be it Buddha or demon. In this lifetime, he lived to protect Mu Qingxue. Jie Kong. Just then, an anxious voice pierced the air, as a monk of similar stature rushed over with an urgent expression. Jie Ming. Upon seeing this individual, Yi Ming felt a surge of joy. This was Jie Ming, a comrade he had grown up with. However, in his previous life, he had succumbed to darkness for love, abandoning the Bodhi Temple, and they had never crossed paths again. Ultimately, he learned of Jie Ming's demise at the hands of the Daichu royal family. In truth, his death was significantly intertwined with Yi Ming's own actions. In pursuit of vengeance for Mu Qingxue, Yi Ming had unleashed havoc upon the Daichu royal family, causing them great losses. In retaliation, the royal family shifted their enmity towards the Bodhi Temple, leading to its utter destruction. Jie Kong, this is dire. What happened? The matter between you and that female benefactor has reached Master's ears. He is summoning you now. The Buddhist order is steeped in strict discipline. Disciples are expected to maintain purity of mind, distancing themselves from worldly affairs, and delve into Buddhist teachings to attain enlightenment in the Western paradise. Is that so? Yi Ming nodded, fully aware that such occurrences were inevitable. In his past life, his reluctance to retain Mu Qingxue stemmed not only from their disparate statuses, but also from this very reason. However, in this lifetime, Jie Kong, Master is quite angry. Please do not provoke him further, or you may find yourself without a meal today. Understood. I will heed your words. Yi Ming nodded slightly. Possessing a profound understanding of his master, a man who devoted his entire life to the Buddhist path. In his previous life, he had similarly dedicated himself, but eventually, after taking a few steps, Yi Ming suddenly halted, turning to Jie Ming and inquired, "What do you believe we devote our lives to?" Jie Ming was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Yi Ming's intent. He scratched his head and replied, "To diligently study Buddhist teachings and ascend to the Western paradise at the earliest opportunity." To ascend to the Western paradise, you say? Yi Ming shook his head. At the beginning of his previous life, he had harbored the same aspirations. Yet, in the end, upon truly encountering the Western paradise, he discovered that the revered place everyone yearned for was merely a gathering of hypocritical moralists. They were not exalted deities, but rather mere mortals, masquerading as virtuous beings under the guise of paradise. In his previous life, he had knelt in the Western Pure Land for 30 years, beseeching the Buddha to save Mu Qingxue and grant her rebirth. However, in the end, the Buddha did not save her. What Buddha saves sentient beings? What Buddha saves those with affinity? It was all merely a pretext. If one day you discover that the Buddha in your heart is not as you envisioned, and that the Western paradise is not the pure land you imagined, what then? Yi Ming posed the question once more. I have never contemplated such matters, Jie Ming admitted, shaking his head. From a young age, He had been exposed to the belief that the Dharma is boundless and that the Western paradise is the most serene land in existence. He had never harbored doubts about these notions. Yet now, Ming refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that even if he did, Ming would not believe him. Everything must be discerned through personal judgment. Very well, I shall proceed. With that, Ming advanced into the interior, leaving Ming to ponder, scratching his shiny little head in confusion. What had changed in him? In the Bodhi courtyard, within a meditation chamber, Ming gently entered, and before him stood a venerable monk in his 50s, his master, Jingxian. Gazing at his master, Ming's heart was a tempest of emotions. He felt respect, guilt, and a tinge of resentment. In his previous life, when he was pursued by the royal family of Dechu, his master had chosen the greater good over his own safety. Master, Jiekong, you have arrived, Jingxian replied, turning to face Ming, his expression a mixture of disappointment and resignation. Do you know why I summoned you today? It concerns Miss Mu, Ming replied candidly, knowing that this matter could not be concealed and that he would eventually have to. Alas, Jingxian sighed, then continued, Jiekong, how long have you been in my Bodhi courtyard? 16 years, Ming answered. Since his arrival in this world, he has remained here. It can be said that he has grown up within this Bodhi Temple. Indeed, 16 years have swiftly passed. How time flies. You have matured, and I have aged as well. Jingxian glanced out of the window and continued. Are you aware of the precepts of our Buddhist teachings? Of course, came the reply. Well, in that case, I shall not elaborate further. You and that Miss Mu belong to different realms. It would be wise to sever ties with her and devote yourself to the study of Buddhist doctrine, striving for an early ascent to the Western paradise. Is it still the same as in the previous life? Upon hearing this, Ming quietly murmured to himself, in his past life, his master had conversed with him in a similar manner. In that existence, he obeyed his master's counsel, which ultimately led to. However, this time, Master, I believe your perspective may be flawed. Oh, Jingxian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Ming before asking, in what way? Master, you have consistently taught that we must forsake small affections to cultivate great compassion for all beings. Hence, I wish to inquire, if one lacks even small affection, how can one ever attain great compassion for all? Chapter 4 In this lifetime, I am willing to transform into a demon for you. Fool, Jingxian exclaimed, fully aware of Ming's intentions. The great love for all beings is the lifelong pursuit of those who cultivate Buddhism. Only through this can one ascend to the Western paradise. Yet you, Master, the Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. If equality is the essence, why then must we distinguish between great love and small love? In that moment, Jingxian found himself at a loss for words. The beliefs instilled in him since childhood led him to believe that this was the correct path. As for why it was so, he neither knew nor desired to know. Jiekong, I can understand your feelings. I once stood where you do now, but you must remember, you are one who cultivates for the great love of all beings. Do not let the pursuit of small love lead to your own ruin. Is that so? Ming murmured inwardly. In his past life, he had heeded his master's words and chosen the path of great love. Yet, what was the outcome? He had knelt outside the Western paradise for 30 years, hoping the Buddha in his heart would guide her, only to be met with the words, she is fated to have no connection with the Buddha. What use was such great love? They say that those who cultivate Buddhism should save all beings. Yet, how ironic it is that one cannot even save the one they cherish. In this lifetime, he vowed never to repeat such folly. Master, forgive my impudence, but this time I cannot follow your wishes. Fury surged within Jingxian, and he raised his hand as if to strike, but halted when his palm was a mere 10 centimeters from Ming's face. Sigh, very well. If that is your decision, I shall not compel you. Depart now, and from this moment on, the Bodhi Institute shall have no further ties with you. Ming was taken aback by these words. He had not anticipated that his master would wish to expel him. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Thud. At that moment, Ming knelt upon the ground, bowing thrice before Jingxian, and spoke. Jiekong has been nurtured by the Bodhi Institute since childhood. It was you who raised me. It was wrong of me to anger you today. I beseech you, allow me to remain here for another year to serve you. His request stemmed from genuine desire to honor his master, for in his heart, Jingxian was akin to a father. Moreover, Mu Qingxue would be here for a year, and if he left, seeing her again would be exceedingly difficult. Lastly, his current strength was still lacking, and he needed a year to fortify himself. Very well. Return for now. However, do not set foot in the Great Bear Hall again. Jing Xian sighed once more, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you, master. Yi Ming nodded, slowly retreating. As he watched Yi Ming's departing figure, Jing Xian felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and gazed out the window towards the sky. What does personal love amount to when compared to the great love for all beings? Foolish child, foolish child. Here it comes, here it comes. As Yi Ming stepped out of the room, he was immediately surrounded by a group of young monks, all of whom, like him, were novice monks at the Bodhi Monastery, ringing the bell and reciting scriptures. Jiekong, what happened? Is master very angry? Jiekong, did master punish you by not allowing you to have dinner? Don't worry. I've hidden 2 buns for you. Jiekong, what is going on between you and Miss Mo? Are you two? The young monks clamored with their questions. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, Yi Ming felt a warmth in his heart. These individuals were his true friends, genuinely concerned for his well-being. It's nothing. Master said I should focus on my cultivation, he replied, before departing, leaving the group of young monks in a state of perplexity. When did Master become so easy to talk to? Have you all noticed that Jiekong seems a bit different now? What is different? I'm not sure. Could it be because of that Miss Mu? I've heard that the women down the mountain are like tigers. Jiekong must have been frightened by that tigress. Hence his change. After leaving, Yi Ming returned to his room. Observing the scene before him, he couldn't help but sigh once more. He then opened the system panel and discovered the Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramita, which he had obtained from today's sign-in. Cultivate. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Ming clicked to commence his cultivation. To protect Mu Qingxue and avert the tragedy of the Bodhi Monastery from his past life, he required formidable strength, and he had at most 1 year to achieve it. Thus, within this year, he must expedite his advancement in cultivation. Only then could he safeguard what he wished to protect. Boom. As he cultivated the Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramita, the room was instantly illuminated with radiant light. A Buddha statue, towering over 3 meters high, materialized behind him. The surrounding spiritual energy continuously surged into his body, and his cultivation level steadily ascended. First level of spirit entry. Third level of spirit entry. 9th level of spirit entry. It was only after reaching the 9th level of spirit entry that his progress gradually came to a halt, and the Buddha shadow behind him slowly dissipated. 9th level of spirit entry? Feeling the power within him, Yi Ming nodded in satisfaction. Achieving 9 levels in a single night was something he could never have accomplished in his past life. This world reveres the strong. Cultivation is generally divided into 9 realms: spirit entry, spirit transformation, mortal breaking, soul merging, infant transformation, body unification, divine concealment, great ascension, and ascendance. Each realm is further subdivided into 9 levels. In his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of divine concealment. In the brief span of a century, he has achieved a remarkable status, a talent seldom encountered in a millennium. Regrettably, due to his cultivation of demonic arts and the overwhelming vengeance instigated by Mu Qingxue, he ultimately found himself pursued to the edge of the heartless cliff. Fortunately, in his final moments, a system manifested, granting him the opportunity to relive his life. Having been reborn, he vowed to never again tread the path of his former self, determined to prevent the recurrence of past tragedies. Moreover, he aspired to transcend to higher realms. The Great Ascension, the flight to immortality. These were the stages he yearned to breach in his previous life, yet found himself unable to do so. This struggle was not his alone. Many in this world faced formidable challenges in their quests for advancement. In his past existence, he had never encountered individuals who had reached these 2 realms. The reasons for this eluded him. It was merely a sensation he experienced during his attempts at breakthrough, a mysterious force thwarting his progress at every turn. After his cultivation, Yi Ming gradually rose to his feet, the night enveloping him. He opened the door and stepped outside, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky. Xiaoxua, wait for me. In this life, I am willing to transform into a demon for you. Chapter 5, For I Have My Reasons. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, sunlight bathed the earth. The resonant chimes echoed throughout the Bodhi Temple. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, the palm of Tathagata. The mere mention of the palm of Tathagata filled Yi Ming's heart with elation, for it is the pinnacle of Buddhist martial arts. Not only within this modest Bodhi Temple, but even in grander Buddhist monasteries, such a technique is seldom found. Who would have imagined that today he would acquire such a formidable skill? Yet, a pang of nostalgia washed over him. Had his past self possessed a system, how different things might have been. Never mind. Ming shook his head and promptly clicked to learn. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. It was not until after 8 in the morning that he emerged from his room. Instead of heading to the temple's dining hall, he made his way to the entrance. For he knew that Mu Qingxue would come today. Sure enough, as he arrived at the doorway, he caught sight of Mu Qingxue. However, today her countenance bore a hint of sorrow, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Ming understood that it must pertain to her family's troubles. "Little monk, you are here too," Mu Qingxue said, brushing away her tears and managing a faint smile upon seeing Ming. Yet, that smile pierced Ming's heart with profound sadness. "Yes, I was just sweeping here." "You arrived quite early," Ming replied, nodding as he picked up a broom and began to clear the fallen leaves from the ground. In truth, he longed to say, "I was waiting here specifically for you." However, he refrained from uttering those words. As Mu Qingxue remained unaware of his rebirth from a century hence. I am feeling down today, so." "Is that so? Would you like to talk about it?" Perhaps it's best if I don't. It's just some family matters." Mu Qingxue shook her head. Her situation was intricate, and Ming was merely a little monk. What could he possibly do? "Very well, then let me tell you a story," Ming offered, not pressing further. In truth, he was well aware of Mu Qingxue's circumstances. Whether he spoke of them or not was inconsequential. All he desired was for her to live happily. Everything else paled in comparison. "All right, I love stories," she replied eagerly. "Then let me tell you the tale of the Calabash brothers battling Ultraman." The day unfolded with Ming and Mu Qingxue together, sharing laughter and stories. Observing her smile brought immense joy to his heart. As dusk approached, they reluctantly parted ways. "Little monk, thank you. I had a wonderful time today." "It was nothing. Your happiness is all that matters. Whenever you feel down, come to me, and I shall share more stories." "Okay, I will return tomorrow." "Good." As night fell, Ming approached his master, attending to his side. The two remained silent, occasionally letting out sighs of quiet contemplation, which made Ming aware of his master's disappointment in his decision. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. It was a path he felt compelled to take. He could only hope that his master might one day understand his choices. For 3 consecutive days, Mu Qingxue visited the temple to listen to Ming's stories, deepening the bond between them. After 3 days of diligent practice, Ming's abilities steadily improved. "Little monk, I may not be able to visit for a while," my father Mu Qingxue said at the temple gate, her expression tinged with reluctance. She cherished the moments spent with Ming, "But it's all right. No matter when you return, I will be here waiting for you," Ming replied, understanding that her father, Mu Yuan, had come to take her away. Under his watchful eye, Mu Qingxue was unable to leave. However, after a week, Mu Yuan would depart. And in the following month, he would not return, which would allow their relationship to further flourish. In his previous life, Ming had been indifferent, or perhaps too fearful to embrace such feelings. Consequently, Mu Qingxue's visits dwindled, until, after a year, she departed from this place. "If only I were not born into that family," she lamented. "Foolish girl, everyone has their own destiny. Rest assured, I promise you, no matter what the future holds, I will never leave you. I will always be by your side, ensuring your happiness," Ming declared with unwavering conviction. At these words, Mu Qingxue's cheeks flushed. Being born into a royal family, she understood much, and thus grasped the implications of Ming's sentiments. Surprised by his declaration, she reflected on the joy she found in their time together. If such a reality were possible, it would be a delightful occurrence. Yet, the thought of her family cast a shadow over her expression. "I must go now, but I will come to find you when I have the time," she said, playfully sticking out her tongue before skipping down the mountain. Watching her, Ming's face broke into a joyful smile. "Do not worry, that day will not be far off." As night enveloped the temple once again, Ming continued his service to his master. Suddenly, Jing Xian spoke. "Ming, do you truly harbor feelings for Miss Mu?" Yes." Ming nodded, albeit puzzled by his master's inquiry. Jing Xian sighed once more before continuing. "Do you know of her background?" "Her background?" Ming questioned. Ming murmured softly, fully aware that his rebirth was intrinsically linked to her. Yet, he chose not to vocalize this truth, instead replying, "I do not know." Her origins were indeed complex. She and he belonged to different realms. Heeding his master's counsel, he advised, "Let her go. It would be for the best, for both of you. Otherwise, let go." Ming shook his head resolutely. In his previous life, it was his choice to relinquish her that culminated in tragedy. Thus, in this lifetime, he was determined to hold on, come what may. "Master, I appreciate your good intentions, but I shall not let go. Rest assured, I will depart from the Bodhi monastery in a year's time, and my affairs will not entangle the temple. Why can't you comprehend? Is delving into the Dharma not a worthy pursuit? Why do you? Because I have compelling reasons to act as I do." Ming's tone was unwavering. In his past existence, Mu Qingxue suffered greatly due to him, ultimately choosing to perish in his embrace. How could he possibly let go of such a woman? Chapter 6. Will you wait for that coward? Do you wish to infuriate me, master? I. Jing Xian expressed his exasperation, taken aback by the unexpected defiance of his once docile disciple, who now repeatedly challenged him for the sake of a woman. "Master, I harbor no intention of angering you. I merely earnestly hope you can grant my wish." You. Sigh. "Very well, you need not return here. Go to the Demo cave." With that, Jing Xian dismissed him with a flick of his sleeve and departed. The mention of the Demo cave warmed Ming's heart. The Demo cave was the sacred ground of cultivation within the Bodhi Institute, a place rich with the insights of many esteemed predecessors. His master's directive to go there was, after all, a desire for him to cultivate diligently. Though his master was vexed, he still cared for him deeply. "Thank you, master," Ming murmured, watching Jing Xian's retreating figure, and resolutely vowed to repay his master's kindness in the future. For the ensuing week, Ming devoted himself entirely to the Demo cave. During his stay, he acquired numerous profound techniques, including the 6-character true words of Buddhism. Through 7 days of dedicated practice, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of spirit transformation. Yet, he found it insufficient. With a sigh, Ming acknowledged that despite his progress being faster than a rocket, it was still not enough to protect Mu Qingxue and others. The Great Chu dynasty and the Great Tang dynasty were formidable existences, rife with powerful beings, including those at the Soul Fusion realm, and even those at the nascent Soul realm within the Great Tang. To confront them with his current strength would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. "Well, I shall take my time," he contemplated, recognizing he still had ample time before the year's end. Even if he failed to reach the nascent Soul realm by then, other avenues remained available to him. He then exited the Demo cave, recalling that Mu Qingxue was expected to arrive today. As dawn broke, Ming stood at the entrance of the temple, patiently awaiting her arrival. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the temple, 2 elderly monks sat across from one another. "Brother Jing Xian, do you truly intend to let this child plunge into an endless abyss? He is the most gifted among this cohort," remarked a frail old monk named Jing Yuan, the abbot of the Bodhi Institute. "Alas, what can I do if he is unwilling?" Jing Xian sighed. Truth be told, he did not wish for this outcome, as he held Ming in high regard as the most talented individual in the Bodhi Institute. However, their previous conversations had made it clear that Ming's resolve was unyielding, thus rendering any attempts at persuasion futile. Does he not understand the implications of Miss Mu's status? How could he? Since ancient times, those with deep affections are often left with nothing but regret. With a soft sigh, Jing Yuan chose not to elaborate further. As time trickled by, at precisely 10:10 in the morning, Mu Qingxue slowly approached. This time, however, her countenance appeared even more troubled. "Little monk, what do you believe is the purpose of life?" Mu Qingxue spoke, her expression dimmed. It was evident that the past few days had not been kind to her. Everyone has their own mission. Perhaps living is merely about fulfilling that mission. "Mission?" Mu Qingxue sighed, then turned her gaze toward Ming. "What about you? What is your mission?" "My mission?" Ming murmured inwardly. "Naturally, it is for you." Yet, he refrained from voicing this sentiment, and instead replied, "To protect those I wish to safeguard." "To protect those you wish to safeguard?" Mu Qingxue paused, slightly taken aback, then inquired again. "Who is it that you wish to protect? What do you think?" Ming smiled as he looked at her. How would I know?" Mu Qingxue's cheeks flushed as she responded, her heart a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty, predominantly engulfed in confusion. She was utterly unaware of what the future held for her. All right, let us set that aside for now. What do you wish to do in the future? As for me, I don't know. Mu Qingxue shook her head in bewilderment. She had once envisioned a life she desired, yet she understood the impracticality of such dreams. From childhood to adulthood, her life had been orchestrated by others. She followed their directives without the slightest semblance of choice. Sighing at the sight of Mu Qingxue, Yiming could not help but lament. In her past life, she had also walked in accordance with her family's wishes, only to finally choose her own path at the last moment, fleeing the Tang Empire to arrive here. Alas, by then, it was far too late. Rest assured, you will surely find happiness in the future. No one will harm you again. Perhaps, let us not dwell on that. Could you share another story with me? Mu Qingxue sighed and then spoke. Of course. Yiming nodded and began to recount the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Captivated, Mu Qingxue listened intently, ultimately moved to tears. Little monk, if it were you, would you, like the cowherd, go to great lengths to find your weaver girl? I would not. Why not? Do you mean to say they? Mu Qingxue asked, somewhat disappointed. Because I would not allow anyone to take my weaver girl away, no one at all. At this response, Mu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced her lips. But what if you cannot defeat them? Then let them tread over my corpse. Yi Ming replied with unwavering conviction. Though the love shared between the cowherd and the weaver girl moved many, it was not the kind of love he yearned for. In a year, one can only experience happiness for a single day, while the remaining 364 days are spent in a realm apart. Yet, I find myself utterly powerless. The young monk, Mu Qingxue, gazed vacantly at him, her heart shaken. She had not anticipated that Yi Ming would respond in such a manner. What is it? Oh, nothing. I'm merely a tad envious of your weaver girl. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to assume that role in the future? Envious? Yi Ming shook his head, filled with remorse. Had he entertained such thoughts in a past life, Mu Qingxue would not, and he certainly could not have. Yet, all of that is now behind him. In this life, he vows to fiercely protect the weaver girl of his dreams. And you? Are you willing to await that cowherd, even if it means relinquishing your identity as a celestial being? I am willing, Mu Qingxue replied, nodding resolutely. However, she understood that this was merely a tale, and she was not the weaver girl, while the cowherd in her heart. I believe. Chapter 7, The First Descent. Time flows like a river, the years weave swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, a month has elapsed. This month has been the happiest for Yi Ming. Each day, Mu Qingxue would visit, and he would regale her with tales. The bond between them has deepened profoundly, yet they refrained from crossing that final threshold. Mu Qingxue harbored concerns for her family and Yi Ming's safety, while Yi Ming wished to spare her from any burden. Nevertheless, he had resolutely decided to safeguard her smile, vowing never to allow her to suffer as in his past life. Little monk, my father has returned. I may not be able to visit you frequently henceforth. As the evening sun painted the sky in hues of crimson, the entire monastery was bathed in an exquisite glow. At the entrance, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue stood side by side, both faces laden with reluctance. Yes, I understand. Yi Ming nodded. He was acutely aware that with Mu Yuan's return, the most joyful days for Mu Qingxue had drawn to a close. Moreover, the war between the Great Tang and the Great Chu had fully erupted. A year later, Mu Yuan would perish in battle, leaving Mu Qingxue bereft of her last support, destined to be bestowed upon the Tang Empire as a token of alliance. Little monk, I do not worry. I will come to find you whenever I can. Just as Mu Qingxue was about to express herself, Yi Ming suddenly reached out and gently caressed her forehead. Really? Of course. We have made a promise. How could I deceive you? With a soft laugh, Mu Qingxue responded. That was merely a childish jest. I am serious. Thank you. Silly girl, why thank me? This is what I ought to do. Rest well. I will handle everything. Yes, I believe in you. Mu Qingxue nodded earnestly, her once troubled heart now considerably eased, and she skipped away cheerfully. There are only a few months left. I must seize the time. Watching her recede into the distance, Yi Ming contemplated. Although he had already transcended the mortal realm in his cultivation, it was still insufficient. His greatest concern was the potential for unforeseen changes. In his previous life, Mu Qingxue had remained for a year before departing, yet in this life, his rebirth had altered many circumstances. Thus, he could not afford to be complacent. After all, this was of utmost importance to him. He could not tolerate even the slightest issue. Time flows like shifting sands, slipping away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 2 more months had passed. During this time, Yi Ming's life had been extraordinarily fulfilling. Each day, aside from the routine of signing in, he devoted himself to rigorous training. Any elixirs or spiritual stones acquired through his attendance that could enhance his cultivation were eagerly consumed without hesitation. After 2 months of relentless practice, he finally reached the 5th level of soul melding. However, during this time, Mu Qingxue had only visited once, and that was during the evening. Shortly after an hour, she departed in haste, leaving Yi Ming with a sense of unease. In his previous life, her visits during this period were infrequent, yet she had at least come 3 or 4 times. It was time to descend the mountain and investigate. Now that he had attained the 5th level of soul melding, he possessed the preliminary strength to protect Mu Qingxue. In his past life, he learned that until the moment of Mu Yuan's demise, his cultivation had merely reached the 9th star of Yuan melding. With his current abilities, along with the techniques gained from recent sign-ins, he believed he could at least ensure his own safety, even if he could not defeat any adversaries. At noon, after exchanging a few words with a monk from the monastery, Yi Ming made his way down the mountain. He navigated the path with ease, having previously descended in search of Mu Qingxue when she left, knowing well her residence. However, at that time, she had already departed, leaving him to return to the monastery alone. Thus, they were separated, living in different realms until they would reunite 3 years later. As he walked through the streets, observing the bustling crowd, Yi Ming felt a wave of nostalgia. In his past life, he had primarily focused on his cultivation within the monastery and had seldom ventured down the mountain. Even when he eventually left, his thoughts were consumed by revenge for Mu Qingxue, leaving no room to appreciate the beauty around him. Reflecting on it now, he felt a deep sense of regret. Suddenly, urgent voices pierced the air, and figures clad in soldier uniforms rushed towards him. The crowd parted in haste, fearful of inciting the soldiers' wrath. Unlike the protagonists of novels who would step forward to confront injustice, Yi Ming prioritized finding Mu Qingxue. Everything else was of little consequence to him. Following the familiar route from his memory, he pressed on and arrived, 10 minutes later, at an opulent residence. Above the entrance, 3 ancient characters were inscribed: Qingfeng Residence. This is it, Yi Ming thought, recalling his previous visit when the place had been deserted. Now, it was brimming with soldiers. Truly, the royal family was formidable. Even the guards possessed the cultivation of spirit transformation. Sensing their presence, Yi Ming was undeterred. With a swift movement, he vanished from sight. The swiftness was such that the soldiers of merely the transformation level had no opportunity to react. The Heavenly Dragon 9 Steps truly lives up to its reputation as the pinnacle of martial arts within the Buddhist sect. Indeed remarkable. In a secluded corner of the loft, Yi Ming came to a halt. The Heavenly Dragon 9 Steps was precisely the skill he had acquired through his sign-in over the past 2 months. Suddenly, a melodious sound emanated, resonating in the air. The music was prolonged, yet it bore a hint of melancholy and a subtle longing. It was Xiaoshui. Yi Ming was intimately familiar with this melody, having taught it to Mu Qingxue just a month prior. Of course, this was not a result of his sign-in. Rather, it was a tune he had chanced upon during a previous journey to a sacred place in search of a method for resurrection, which he subsequently learned. Sighing at the emotions woven within the music, Yi Ming felt a profound desire to whisk Mu Qingxue away from this place, to a realm where no one knew them. However, he ultimately restrained himself. He understood the depth of her feelings for her father. While it was possible she might leave with him, she would undoubtedly not find joy in it. Chapter 8. The 7 Steps of the Reversed Dragon. Treading cautiously, after approximately 3 minutes, Yi Ming arrived at a courtyard. There, he beheld the long-missed Mu Qingxue. At that moment, she was delicately plucking the strings of a guzheng, her face shadowed with melancholy, occasionally sighing softly. "Little monk, what are you doing now? Do you know how much I long for you? Yet, I cannot leave. Do you think of me? Or have you forgotten me altogether?" Mu Qingxue gazed skyward, her mind a whirl of Yi Ming's visage. How could that be? Even if I were to forget the whole world, I would never forget you. At that instant, a gentle voice resonated from behind her, startling Mu Qingxue into a swift turn. She found Yi Ming, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Little monk, I'm sorry for arriving late." Yi Ming spoke, recalling the promise he made 2 months prior to visit her whenever possible. Yet, that promise had taken 2 long months to fulfill. Though they had seen each other once during that span, it was but for a fleeting hour. You, how could you? I would never forget you, never. Before Mu Qingxue could finish her words, Yiming stepped forward, enveloping her in an embrace. The suddenness of the gesture left her momentarily stunned. However, she quickly found her bearings, leaning gently into Yiming's warmth, a smile gracing her lips, a smile she had not worn in ages. The sky was radiant, unmarred by clouds. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling their hair and stirring their hearts. In that moment, the world felt exquisite. After several minutes, Yiming finally spoke. I'm so sorry, no, it's nothing. How did you come to be here? How did you know I resided here? Mu Qingxue inquired, her cheeks flushed. Truth be told, she felt a surge of joy at that moment. Little monk, you must leave quickly. It would be troublesome if you were discovered. Just as Yiming was about to respond, Mu Qingxue urgently urged him, pulling him toward the exit. Yet, he halted her with a gentle hand. Little monk, rest assured, it's fine, no one will discover me. Yiming replied with a reassuring smile. With his current cultivation, only if Mu Yuan were to come personally could he be detected. No one else would find him easily. All right, it's fine. But you've lost weight during this time apart. Looking at Yiming before her, Mu Qingxue momentarily froze, then resolved silently to herself. What is it? No, it is nothing. Thank you for coming to see me. Did I not mention that you need not thank me? It is simply my duty. Little monk, you are truly kind. Is that so? Yiming shook his head. He had never considered himself a good person in either this life or the last. Well, let us not dwell on that. I have recently learned a piece of music, and I shall teach it to you. Very well. I shall begin now. The afternoon swiftly passed amidst their laughter and joy, allowing them to relish this splendid day. It was not until the evening that Yiming reluctantly took his leave. Little monk. As she watched his departing figure, Mu Qingxue murmured softly, a beautiful smile gracing her face. It is rare to see you so joyful. Just then, a commanding voice resonated through the air. A middle-aged man, around 40, approached from the distance. He was none other than Mu Yuan, the sovereign of the Chu kingdom. His countenance was icy, emanating a subtle yet oppressive aura that enveloped the entire courtyard. Father. Upon hearing this voice, Mu Qingxue's expression changed drastically, her body trembling uncontrollably. What brings you here? Humph, if I did not come, my daughter would be abducted by someone. Who is he? Thud. At this declaration, Mu Qingxue fell to her knees. Her face pale as she pleaded, Father, it is all my fault. Please do not harm him. This is the first time you have spoken to me in such a manner. Who would have thought that for a man, you would behave so? It is an utter disgrace to the Chu kingdom. Father, Enough. Do not speak further. Come back with me at once. And that young man, how dare he lay a hand on my daughter? He is courting death. Mu Yuan bellowed, his murderous intent surging in his eyes. A dignified princess of a nation, entangled with a mere monk. If this were to spread, where would our dignity lie? No, please, I implore you not to harm him. I shall return with you, I beg of you. Mu Qingxue's face was a portrait of panic. She was all too aware of her father's temperament. Enough. Previously, I believed you were merely young and foolish, which is why I did not intervene. Look at you now, what have you become? Clang. At that moment, Mu Qingxue suddenly drew a long sword, placing it against her neck. What are you doing? This matter has nothing to do with him. It is all my fault. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Should you harm him, I shall end my life before you. Tears streamed down Mu Qingxue's cheeks. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. The father she had always revered cared only for his own face, never truly considering his daughter's feelings. Indeed, it seems that a woman of stature cannot be retained. She dares to threaten me. In 3 days, return with me to the capital. If you dare to see him again, I shall ensure that he meets a fate devoid of burial. With a cold snort, Mu Yuan strode out. Clang. The sword fell to the ground, and Mu Qingxue collapsed helplessly, tears streaming down her face. Little monk, I am so sorry, so very sorry. Unbeknownst to this scene, Yiming had already returned to the Bodhi courtyard. Observing his surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Only a few months remained before the year came to a close, and it was likely that he would never return here again. He resolved to cherish each of these final days, every fleeting moment. Before he knew it, another month had slipped by. Inside his room at the Bodhi courtyard, Yiming opened his eyes, a surge of overwhelming energy erupting from him. enveloping the entire chamber. At last, I have reached the infant transformation stage, Yi Ming exclaimed joyfully, for he now possessed the strength to protect Mu Qingxue. Thinking of her, he felt a pang of longing. It had been a month since they last met, and he wondered how she was faring. Did she think of him? System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, Dragon's Reverse 7 Steps. Dragon's Reverse 7 Steps? The mere mention of it sent ripples of excitement through Yi Ming. This technique was one of the most formidable martial arts in Buddhism. It was said that with each step taken, one's power would surge. With all 7 steps executed, one's combat prowess could potentially triple. With his current cultivation level, combined with this formidable skill, he felt confident that he could contend even against formidable opponents at the integration stage. Chapter 9. A change has occurred. It is time to seek out Xiaoxue. After mastering the dragon's reverse 7 steps, Yi Ming proceeded down the mountain. However, upon arriving at the street, he found the atmosphere had transformed into one of utter chaos compared to his last visit. Countless soldiers were scurrying about, and the tension in the air was palpable. What is happening? Yi Ming pondered, momentarily taken aback. According to his memories from his previous life, the great Chu dynasty was not supposed to fall for another 5 months. What could have transpired to summon such a multitude of soldiers? He seized a young man to inquire. Please don't grab me. Don't grab me, the young man cried out in sheer terror, his face pale with fright. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I merely seek to understand the situation, Yi Ming reassured him. Really? You swear it? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, the young man managed to calm himself somewhat and replied. You must not be from this city, are you? I just arrived not long ago. I see. Alas, you are unaware that our great Chu dynasty has suffered defeat. Even the emperor has perished in battle. Now, the Tang dynasty's forces stand at our gates, preparing to invade our homeland. They are here to conscript able-bodied men for the front lines. What? Yi Ming was utterly shocked. Defeated? The emperor is dead? How could this be? In his previous life, such events unfolded months later. Why has everything accelerated so drastically? Could it be that his reincarnation has altered the course of events? The emperor's demise? What of Xiaoxue? With this thought, Yi Ming's expression shifted, and he vanished from sight in an instant. Wait, young man, do not venture out. If they spot you, huh? Where did he go? The young man was left bewildered, having just seen him moments before. However, he quickly dismissed the matter, for his priority was to flee. Otherwise, he would be conscripted to resist the Tang dynasty, which would only lead to certain death. Upon returning to Qingfeng residence, the atmosphere here appeared significantly calmer than the street, though it was still fraught with severity. Xiaoxue, Yi Ming murmured, and with a flash, he darted inside. His speed was so swift that no one could perceive his passage. Yet upon reaching Mu Qingxue's courtyard, he found no sign of her. The layer of dust on the stone table suggested it had been some time since anyone had inhabited the space. What is going on? How could she have vanished? In that moment, Yi Ming's heart raced. Since his rebirth, he had been plagued by this very concern, which had kept him vigilant. He was determined to prevent the tragedies of his past life from recurring. However, at this moment, boom, a tempestuous aura erupted from Yi Ming, and in an instant, the entire courtyard was reduced to ruins by this terrifying presence. The departure of Mu Qingxue had completely disrupted his plans. Having reincarnated, he had exerted tremendous effort, and if the outcome were to mirror that of his previous life, he could scarcely bear to contemplate it. Who is it? At that moment, a powerful voice rang out, and several armored figures swiftly descended from the sky. Upon their sighting of Yi Ming, their expressions hardened. They intended to strike. Yet, at that instant, Yi Ming clapped his hand, and a colossal palm, spanning 100 feet, manifested in the heavens above. It was the martial technique he had previously signed for, the Buddha's palm. Boom! As the palm descended, the very heavens and earth trembled. Alas, these individuals, the strongest among them barely reaching the transcendence realm, were utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. In an instant, they were all struck to the ground, blood gushing forth like a torrential downpour. However, Yi Ming did not slay them. He spared their lives. Who are you? Crack! With a firm grasp, Yi Ming seized a middle-aged man, rendering his body powerless to resist. You have one chance. Tell me where Mu Qingxue is. Yi Ming's tone was frigid as the depths of the netherworld, causing the middle-aged man to tremble uncontrollably. Who on earth is this person? How can he possess such a terrifying aura? Gazing at Yi Ming, the man was filled with trepidation. Over the years, he had encountered numerous formidable warriors in battle. Yet he had never encountered anyone like Ming before. It felt as if this man were a demon from the underworld. Yet, judging by Ming's appearance, he should be a monk. How could a monk exude such a fearsome? 3. 2. The princess returned to the capital a month ago. The man could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and hastily spoke. The capital, Ming murmured, feeling an involuntary sense of relief. Although the timing was significantly earlier than in his previous life, it was fortunate that no unforeseen events had transpired. When did Mu Yuan die? Ming inquired once more. Your Majesty perished in battle 2 days ago. 2 days ago? Upon hearing this, Ming felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. In his previous life, Mu Qingxue had been forcibly sent to the Tang Empire 2 months after Mu Yuan's demise. Now that Mu Yuan had only just died 2 days ago, even with the altered timeline, she should not have yet departed for the Tang Empire. Of course, this was merely his speculation. The true circumstances remained unclear. Yet there was still hope. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It was fortunate that he had ventured out this time. Otherwise, had he remained in seclusion for a month or 2, the consequences would have been dire. If I discover that you have deceived me, your demise will be most unpleasant, Ming remarked with a cold snort, before casually waving his hand, casting the man aside, who then vanished in an instant. On his way back, Ming observed numerous able-bodied men being apprehended by fully armed soldiers. The fate that awaited these individuals was all too predictable. However, he harbored no intention of rescuing them. When a nation faces ruin, every citizen bears a responsibility. Even if they chose to flee, they could not escape such a fate when the Great Chu was extinguished. Before long, Ming returned to the Bodhi Temple. He had anticipated spending a year in this haven, yet here he was, departing so soon. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, he let out a sigh. He then proceeded to enter. A few minutes later, within the Zen hall of the Bodhi Temple, Master, Ming called out to Jing Xian, who was meditating and reciting scriptures. Oh, upon seeing Ming's figure, Jing Xian sighed and spoke. Are you about to leave? I regret to hear this. Well, this is the path you have chosen, and I do not wish to impose upon you. However, as your master, I must ask, are you truly certain of this choice? Chapter 10 Departure. Determined, Ming exhibited not a trace of hesitation, though he felt a pang of reluctance. He understood that for Mu Qingxue, he had to take this course of action. He was unwilling to relive the tragedies of his past life. Indeed, upon hearing Ming's words, Jing Xian nodded in acknowledgement, finding no surprise in Ming's response. Yet, a sigh escaped his heart. After all, Ming had grown up before his eyes. His affection for him was akin to that of a father for his son. Now, once you depart, you shall have no further ties to the Bodhi courtyard. Regardless of your future endeavors, I shall not intervene. I hope you comprehend this. Yes, thank you, Master, for your nurturing over the years. I shall repay your immense kindness in the future. Very well, take care of yourself. You may leave. Jing Xian shook his head and closed his eyes, beginning to chant scriptures. Bang, bang, bang. Ming knelt before him, bowing 3 times with great reverence. Master, take care. He then rose and walked toward the exit. Alas, foolish child. Observing Ming's departing figure, Jing Xian sighed once more, his expression filled with reluctance. An hour later, at the entrance of the Bodhi courtyard, Ming stood quietly, gazing at the scene behind him, his heart heavy with sorrow. Whether in his past life or this one, this place had always been his home. Now, take care, Master, Ming murmured softly within, before taking a step toward the mountainside. Roar! Just as he stepped out, a colossal divine dragon appeared behind him, followed by the manifestation of a Buddha towering 1,000 feet high. In my previous life, I chose the path of Buddha, yet met with such a dire fate. In this life, boom, as the words left his lips, the once resplendent Buddha and the mighty dragon in the heavens began to transform, gradually enveloped in darkness. A thought can manifest as either demon or Buddha. The Buddha, who saves all beings. If I do not enter hell, who will? The demon, with no concern for the world, who dares to harm her, I shall annihilate everything. This truth Ming had already grasped in his past life, albeit too late. Having been granted a second chance, he would not repeat those mistakes. Boom. In an instant, Ming's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Within the inner courtyard of the Bodhi courtyard, a congregation of elders gathered, their faces etched with astonishment. What transpired? What was that terrifying aura just now? Why does this presence feel strangely familiar? Is it the aura of a demon? How could such a fearsome demonic energy manifest within our courtyard? Alas, chaos is upon us. And now, unbeknownst to them, Ming was soaring towards the capital of the Great Chu Kingdom at an extraordinarily terrifying speed. In the capital of the Great Chu Kingdom, within a secluded courtyard of the palace, Qingxue sat in white attire, her complexion as pale as her garments. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air, and a young palace maid, her face awash with panic, rushed in. "Xiao Yao, what news do you bring? Have you heard from my father?" Qingxue inquired anxiously. Ever since her return to the palace a month ago, she had been placed under house arrest by Mu Yuan. Initially, though she felt a surge of anger, her father would occasionally visit her, and she clung to the hope that, being his daughter, he would eventually forgive her. However, it had been over half a month since he last appeared, and she sensed a significant shift in the demeanor of those around her. "Princess, His Majesty, he..." The maid stammered, her voice trembling. "What has happened to my father? His Majesty has fallen in battle. The third prince has ascended the throne, and the formidable forces of the Tang dynasty are at our gates. In an effort to quell their wrath, they... The young maid's face was contorted with fury, tears streaming down her cheeks. Having grown up alongside Qingxue, she held deep affection for the princess, who was not only beautiful but also extraordinarily kind. They shared a bond akin to that of sisters. But now, upon hearing the news, Qingxue's gaze turned vacant, her body trembling as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. "Fallen in battle? My father." Drops of tears cascaded down her cheeks, and her mind flooded with memories of the moments she shared with her father over the years. Although he had been strict with her, and there were times she resented him, he was still her father. She understood that his sternness was a manifestation of his love and concern for her well-being. "Princess, are you all right?" Just then, a heavy thudding of footsteps resonated through the courtyard. A troop of fully armed soldiers marched in, led by a young man in his late 20s. Clad in a golden robe, exuding an air of authority, he was Mu Gu, the third prince of the Great Chu dynasty and Qingxue's half-brother. Third brother. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Gu abruptly struck Xiao Yao across the face, sending the young maid sprawling backward, blood spewing from her mouth. The sight caused Qingxue's expression to shift dramatically. "What are you doing? Why would you harm her? How dare a mere servant pry into matters beyond her station?" "Seeking death," he retorted, drawing his sword with a swift motion, poised to strike. "Stop! Stand back!" Qingxue shouted, her eyes filled with a fierce determination. Yet, despite the murderous intent in Mu Ji's gaze, he hesitated, refraining from delivering the blow while facing her. It is not that he genuinely cares for the bond between siblings, but rather that Qingxue still holds some value to him. "Mu Gu, what do you mean? What are you implying?" The old man Mu Yuan has provoked the wrath of the Tang Empire, and now he finds himself besieged. All of this is his doing. "Mu Gu." Qingxue gazed at Mu Gu in astonishment. She had never anticipated that her previously composed third brother would. "Qingxue, do you think I am oblivious? Mu Yuan has never regarded me with any esteem. He has always nurtured you as the heir to the royal family. On what grounds? What? Stop pretending. Throughout our lives, he has always thought of you when it comes to anything of value, while I, his son, have been left with nothing. Do you think I have feigned my demeanor for no reason? This day was my ultimate goal. I want everyone to recognize that I am the true heir to the throne, while you..." Mu Ji's voice was frenzied, and the resentment that had been buried for years erupted in that moment. The intensity of his outburst left Qingxue utterly astounded. Chapter 11. Apologies for my tardiness. "Mu Gu, how could you say that? Father, enough. Do not speak of him," Mu Gu exclaimed, her voice sharp before she calmed herself and continued. "Now he has passed away. Further words serve no purpose, and you..." She cast a glance at Qingxue and, with a decisive gesture, summoned the soldiers surrounding them. "Mu Gu, what do you mean by this?" Qingxue's complexion turned ashen. Siblings turning against one another? It was a notion she had never contemplated. "What do you mean? The state of Dechu is perilous. I have forged an agreement with the Tang dynasty. They will withdraw their troops only if you are surrendered. Thus, for the sake of Dechu's future, I must impose this upon you. For power, for kin, for friends? What do they matter? You, don't even think of resisting. I know you possess a kind heart. Should you choose to defy me, not only will you perish, but all those connected to you will also face death. I recall you had a close relationship with a young monk outside. If you wish for him to remain unharmed, you had best comply. Mu Ge spoke with a chilling demeanor. To threaten Mu Qingxue, Mu Ge had meticulously investigated every detail. Yi Ming. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxue recalled Yi Ming's figure, and her heart sank into turmoil. Death did not frighten her. However, Mu Ge, you beast, even in death, I will not spare you. Mu Qingxue's tone was filled with righteous indignation. She had never envisioned such a day would come. Is that so? Unfortunately, you shall not have that opportunity. Prepare yourself. In 2 days, you are to obediently journey to the Tang Empire. You must know well how to choose. And I strongly advise against any foolish actions, lest. With that, Mu Ge departed, leaving only Mu Qingxue and Xiao Yao in the courtyard. Thud. Watching Mu Ji's retreating figure, Mu Qingxue collapsed to the ground. The death of her father and the threat to her loved ones left her. Princess, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with us. I was born a princess, and should I die, I shall die as a princess's ghost. Flee. Where could I possibly escape to? Mu Qingxue sighed. She understood the power of the royal family. With her own strength, where could she hope to run? Moreover, even if she did escape, what of those left behind? Yi Ming. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days soon elapsed. Outside the capital of Dechu, Mu Qingxue, adorned in a crimson robe, stood at the city gates. Her complexion was pale, and beside her, hundreds of armored soldiers stood in formation. Before them stood a middle-aged man, around 30 years of age. The man named Zhang Quan was a general of the Tang Empire, his countenance filled with delight. Upon hearing of the 5th princess, renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Great Chu, he mused that indeed, the reality often surpasses mere hearsay. However, alas, this remark did not warrant a response from Mu Qingxue, who gazed longingly at the capital receding behind her, a singular figure surfacing in her mind. Yi Ming, I am sorry. I must depart without the opportunity to bid you farewell. I hope that one day, you will remember that there once existed a girl who cherished you. The autumn winds howled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As she embarked on this journey, uncertainty loomed over her. Yet she was acutely aware that she might never encounter the one who resided in her heart again. Let us go. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Mu Qingxue sighed and turned towards the carriage. However, at that moment, Zhang Quan unexpectedly obstructed her path. What do you mean? Xiao Ning exclaimed in indignation. With a resounding slap, Zhang Quan sent her sprawling to the ground. You, 5th princess, remember, you are no longer the esteemed princess of Great Chu, but rather a slave of the Tang Empire, Zhang Quan sneered, brandishing a set of scandalously revealing garments. Behind them, a furry tail trailed. 5th princess, do don this attire. He taunted, as the Tang soldiers behind him jeered at her. You go too far. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ning's fury intensified, and she scrambled to her feet, only to be knocked down once more by Zhang Quan's hand. Impudent wretch, who do you think you are to speak here? If you seek death, I shall oblige. Zhang Quan spat, advancing towards her with his sword poised at Xiao Ning's throat. 5th princess, must I slay her for you to comply? Frustration, rage, and helplessness washed over Mu Qingxue, her complexion as pale as a sheet. She understood all too well the implications of his words. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ning, who, Princess, no, please don't. Xiao Ning cried out in despair, unwilling to allow Mu Qingxue to endure such humiliation. She turned to the soldiers of Great Chu behind her. She is our princess. Will you merely stand by and witness her degradation? Xiao Ning's voice was laden with fury, yet the soldiers stood frozen, as if deaf to her pleas. With a forceful kick, Zhang Quan sent Xiao Ning reeling, blood spilling from her lips, her face ashen. You wretched creature, if you wish for death, I shall grant it. With that, he raised his sword for a decisive strike. Enough. At that moment, Mu Qingxue's voice rang out, filled with an overwhelming sense of despair. I will wear it. Do not, my princess, no. Ha ha ha, is this truly the case? Today, I shall spare your life, but should there be a next time? Zhang Quan laughed heartily, and the soldiers of the Great Tang behind him joined in. Alas, just as Mu Qingxue tremulously accepted the garment, a sudden sigh resonated from the heavens. This caused Zhang Quan's expression to shift dramatically. Who goes there? Boom. As his words fell, a terrifying aura descended from above, and an imposing figure abruptly materialized before him, a strikingly handsome young man. This was Yi Ming. Crack! With a swift motion, Yi Ming grasped with his right hand, causing Zhang Quan to be uncontrollably propelled toward him, where he was seized by the throat. Why you? Who are you? How dare you? Zhang Quan's complexion paled, unable to fathom the unfolding events. The soldiers of the Great Tang glared fiercely, drawing their weapons in unison, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. However, Yi Ming paid them no heed, his unwavering gaze fixed intently on Mu Qingxue. I apologize for my tardiness. Chapter 12. The Demon Lord? Boom. Upon hearing those words, Mu Qingxue could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Her tears fell like pearls, cascading down her cheeks. Yi Ming. Alas. As he gazed upon the tear-streaked face of the woman before him, Yi Ming's heart swelled with profound grief and indignation. Although he was aware of the humiliations Mu Qingxue had suffered during this period in his past life, witnessing it firsthand was entirely different. I am sorry. Yi Ming's figure flickered and instantly appeared before her, gently enveloping Mu Qingxue in his embrace. This heartfelt apology was a debt he owed her from his previous life. Release me, you wretch. If you dare offend me, you shall surely meet your demise. Zhang Quan bellowed, struggling futilely against Yi Ming's grasp, which was as unyielding as iron pincers. The humiliation of being subdued by another, despite being a dignified general, was unbearable. Is that so? Yi Ming sneered, then tightened his grip. In an instant, Zhang Quan's neck was crushed, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle that was utterly terrifying. You actually dared to kill Lord Zhang Quan. You are doomed. The soldiers of the Great Tang cried out in furious outrage. Even Mu Qingxue looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom Yi Ming's sudden appearance and his overwhelming power. I told you, I will always protect you, and I shall not allow anyone to harm you, Yi Ming said softly, disregarding the threats from the Tang soldiers as he gazed tenderly at Mu Qingxue. Yi Ming. As she looked into his eyes, warmth spread through Mu Qingxue's heart. The recent days had been filled with despair due to her father's death, the coercion from her family, and the humiliation she endured. Yet, Yi Ming's arrival was like a beacon of hope in the depths of her sorrowful sea. Release the princess, or you will become our enemy. A commanding voice rang out, and the previously silent soldiers of the Great Chu surged forward, encircling Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue. The soldiers of the Great Tang were already prepared for battle. Ha! Witnessing this scene, Yi Ming suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh that echoed through the heavens, shaking the very earth. Was he heartbroken? Anguished? He felt none of that. He had long understood this truth in his past life, and from the very beginning, he never aspired to become a savior of the world or to redeem the masses. Instead, he chose to embody the demon, for these people were unworthy of salvation. Yi Ming, you must leave now. Just seeing you brings me great joy. If there is a next life, Mu Qingxue spoke resolutely, her gaze fixed upon Yi Ming as she brandished a dagger that had materialized in her hand. Although Yi Ming's strength took her by surprise, she understood that neither the power of the Great Tang nor that of the Great Chu could be underestimated. Just as she contemplated slashing at her own neck, Yi Ming swiftly confiscated the dagger from her grasp. Foolish girl, I cannot permit you to act in such a manner. Fear not. They are merely a horde of insignificant rabble. Yi Ming shook his head and, with a swift motion, pulled the unconscious Xiao Ning towards him, shielding both her and Mu Qingxue behind him. It is often said that the Buddha saves the world, yet today, I shall transform into a demon. With a thunderous roar, a violent aura erupted from Yi Ming's being. Suddenly, a black Buddha appeared in the heavens above. Kill him. Avenge the general. Kill. The air was filled with furious cries as soldiers from both the Great Chu and the Great Tang surged forward, their numbers a terrifying tide. Then, in an instant, Yi Ming acted. With a powerful slap of his right hand, the black Buddha above mirrored his motion, its palm descending with resounding force. The impact shook the very fabric of the universe. An overwhelming force, akin to that of an ancient demonic deity, descended upon the battlefield, causing the bodies of the soldiers to explode, showering the area with blood. The ground itself could not withstand such power and began to collapse under the strain. What is this power? Why is it so terrifying? No, I don't want to die. The cries of despair, rage, and terror filled the air, transforming the region into a hellish battlefield. Yet Yi Ming remained unperturbed, his hand continuing its relentless descent. In the wake of a sound that echoed across the skies, the once vibrant area fell into an eerie silence. Before them lay a colossal hand, 100 feet in size, amidst a scene of dismembered corpses. The crimson blood pooled into a vast, red lake. "Demon, you are a demon," a surviving soldier screamed in terror. One strike, merely one strike, had claimed so many lives. The other soldiers, equally horrified, fled in panic as if they had seen a ghost. "Demon?" Yi Ming mused, shaking his head. "What of the Buddha? And what of the demon? If I cannot protect my beloved, then what does it matter if I become a Buddha? For the one I cherish, I would embrace the essence of a demon without hesitation. If the Buddha refuses to guide her, let the demon take her under its wing." With that declaration, Yi Ming's right hand grasped the air, and those fleeing in disarray were instantly obliterated, none escaping his wrath. From that moment forth, the vast expanse was left with only him, Mu Qingxue, and Xiao Ning. As they beheld the scene before them, Mu Qingxue and Xiao Ning were utterly astonished. Though raised in the imperial palace and having encountered numerous masters, they had never witnessed someone like Yi Ming, whose single strike bore such divine power. Yi Ming," Mu Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, unable to fathom that the gentle monk she had always known could possess such might. "What's the matter? Are you frightened?" Yi Ming turned around, a slight smile gracing his lips. Silly girl, do you still remember what I told you? From now on, you may do as you wish. No one can compel you. I will always be here for you." Upon hearing these 4 words, Mu Qingxue felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. There were no ornate phrases or grand oaths, yet those 4 words resonated deeply within her heart. "Thank you. We need not speak of such things between us." Yi Ming gently stroked her forehead, reflecting on how his past weakness had led to Mu Qingxue's tragic fate. In this life, however, he then waved his right hand, revealing a green pill that materialized in his palm. "Thank you for protecting Qingxue. Take this. It will expedite your recovery from your injuries." As he handed the pill to Xiao Ning, she gazed at Yi Ming with astonishment before hastily accepting it. "All right, let us go. I shall avenge you." Chapter 13, Rebellion. In the grand palace of Dechu, Mu Gu sat leisurely upon the dragon throne, surrounded by 7 or 8 young and beautiful maidens clad in delicate attire, gently fanning themselves. "Old fool, do you think that by denying me the title of emperor, I am rendered powerless?" Mu Gu scoffed, his heart brimming with joy. Since childhood, he had longed for this day, and now it had finally come to fruition. With Mu Yuan slain and Mu Qingxue sent to the Tang Empire, no one could threaten his position any longer. The entire Dechu would henceforth be at his command. This feeling was truly exquisite. He then pulled one of the maidens into his embrace, indulging in a moment of carnal pleasure. Suddenly, a panicked voice broke through. "Oh no! Oh no!" An elderly man with a pale face rushed into the room in great haste. Mu Ji's expression turned furious. "Damn it, can't you see I am, your majesty? It's urgent, it's urgent," the old man exclaimed in a fluster, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he fell into a stupor. "Rascal!" Mu Gu cursed, pushing the maiden away and demanding, "What is so urgent?" "Oh, your majesty, it's the 5th princess, she. Mu Qingxue." At the mention of her name, Mu Ji's brow furrowed slightly, and he stood up abruptly. What has happened to her? Mu Qingxue was his means of pacifying the Tang Empire's wrath. Should anything go awry, the Empire's fury could cost him the throne. "Your Majesty." As the 5th princess was about to depart, a person suddenly appeared. Not only Tang soldiers, but even our own Dechu soldiers were. "What?" Mu Ji's countenance darkened, his expression grim. "Who dares?" "I do not know. They have vanished now. Your Majesty, if this news reaches the Tang Empire, investigate. I demand an inquiry. We must uncover the truth, no matter who it is that dares to." Bang! Before Mu Gu could finish his sentence, a tremendous crash echoed from outside the palace. A middle-aged man clad in armor flew in like a cannonball, crashing through the grand entrance. Immediately afterward, 3 figures followed suit: Yi Ming, Mu Qingxue, and Xiao Ning. "Mu Qingxue you, Mu Gu." Yi Ming's voice was icy as he regarded the visibly distressed Mu Gu. In the previous life, it was this very man who not only caused Mu Qingxue to meet such a fate, but also led to the destruction of the Bodhi Institute. Although he had ultimately dealt with this man in the end, the scars of the past lingered. However, at this moment, "Who are you?" "Humph." Yi Ming offered no answer, merely emitting a cold snort. With a swift motion, he seized Mu Gu, pulling him effortlessly towards him. And with a firm stamp of his right foot, Mu Gu found himself forcefully pressed into the floor. Let me go? Let me go? Mu Ji's complexion changed dramatically as he struggled futilely, but with his cultivation at merely the third layer of soul fusion, how could he hope to escape Yi Ming's grasp? Release the Emperor. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed as several armored men rushed in from outside, accompanied by hundreds of fully armed soldiers. Instantly, the atmosphere in the grand hall became unbearably oppressive. Mu Qingxue, do you dare to rebel? Seeing these reinforcements, Mu Ji's courage swelled slightly, and he shouted at Mu Qingxue, Rebel? You dare to speak of such things? Yi Ming scoffed coldly, and with a decisive stamp of his foot, he crushed Mu Gu's third leg beneath him. Blood splattered, and a heart-wrenching scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from his lips, a sound of utter despair. You dare? Yi Ming's voice was chillingly cold. An overwhelming and ferocious aura erupted from him, sweeping across the palace. The soldiers felt as though they were burdened by an insurmountable weight, collapsing to their knees in submission. Who are you, and what do you intend to do? An elderly man shouted, his expression dark and foreboding. As a guard of the great Chu imperial palace, witnessing the emperor being held captive while feeling utterly powerless was an unbearable sight. Who? Yi Ming disdainfully shook his head, then turned to Mu Qingxue. Qingxue, perhaps you are unaware. The reason the late emperor met his demise in battle was precisely due to this man's collusion with the Tang Empire. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxue's face turned pale with shock, her gaze fixated on Mu Gu, her murderous intent surging uncontrollably. It is you. So it was you? Nonsense. How could I possibly commit such an act? You are lying. Mu Gu's complexion shifted dramatically as he protested vehemently. Even the soldiers were taken aback, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Is that so? Yi Ming let out a cold snort, then cast Mu Gu aside with disdain. Did you truly believe your schemes were foolproof, that no one would uncover your deeds? I don't know what you're talking about. Someone kill him. Kill him. Mu Gu shouted in panic. Yet, no one moved. Firstly, Yi Ming's power was overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving them without a shred of confidence. Secondly, with Mu Gu currently at Yi Ming's mercy, should he unleash his fury and crush Mu Gu beneath his foot, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, the veracity of Yi Ming's claims remained shrouded in uncertainty. If this is true, then Mu Gu can indeed be deemed as a traitor to his own masters. Although they are the great protectors of the Dechu, their primary duty is to safeguard the entire royal family, not Mu Gu himself. Kill him, eliminate him at once. What are you waiting for? Are you afraid now? If you have not committed any wrongdoing, why the panic? Yi Ming let out a cold laugh, and with a wave of his hand, several figures materialized out of thin air. In his previous life, he had conducted a thorough investigation to avenge Mu Qingxue, only to uncover that everything was a sinister plot orchestrated by Mu Gu. In his quest for the throne, not only had he revealed Mu Yuan's whereabouts and vulnerabilities to the Tang Empire, but he had also embedded traitors beside Mu Yuan, which led to the latter's demise in battle. From the moment he departed from the Bodhi courtyard to this place, he had already begun to devise this plan, all to expose Mu Gu. Of course, his motives were not born out of fear of the Dechu royal family, but rather out of loyalty to Mu Qingxue. Regardless of the circumstances, Mu Qingxue remains a member of the Dechu royal family. Should he simply slay Mu Gu, he would undoubtedly find himself hunted by the royal family. Even if he were to eradicate all those who opposed him with his formidable power, the entire royal family would. Chapter 14. The Dominant Yi Ming. It is General Liu and General Mo. Were they not stationed in the barracks? How could they? Upon witnessing the figures of these individuals, a wave of confusion swept over the crowd as they exchanged bewildered glances. Even Mu Qingxue was taken aback, equally perplexed by Yi Ming's circumstances and the reasons behind them. Did you speak of this, or did I? Paying no heed to their bewilderment, Yi Ming addressed the individuals sprawled on the ground. As his voice resonated, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They had personally experienced the terror of Yi Ming. He was not merely human, but a veritable demon. I confess. It was all him. He orchestrated our actions, compelling us to divulge the whereabouts of the old emperor to the Tang Empire. Furthermore, during the Great Battle, it was he who instructed us to launch a surprise attack on the old emperor. Boom. The moment those words escaped, A wave of shock engulfed the entire hall, particularly Mu Qingxue, whose aura of murderous intent erupted uncontrollably. Her own father had. Preposterous. You speak nonsense. I have done no such thing. How could I? Mu Gu panicked, fully aware of the dire consequences he would face should this matter come to light, a burden far beyond his capacity to bear. One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin, Yi Ming scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. He then addressed the assembly, stating, Mu Gu has betrayed Dechu, colluded with enemy forces, and conspired against the emperor. According to the laws of Dechu, what penalty does he deserve? At that, the assembly found themselves exchanging glances. Rendered speechless. After all, Mu Gu was currently the emperor of Dechu, and Yi Ming's words were. Sighing at their expressions, Yi Ming lamented. He had long realized that relying on these individuals was an unrealistic endeavor. After all, he was merely an obscure figure, even with irrefutable evidence. None would dare to execute Mu Gu. Such had been the case in his past life. At that time, when he had gathered evidence against Mu Gu, he had hoped to expose him and avenge Mu Qingxue. Yet, what had he gained instead? He became a wanted criminal throughout Dechu, and the Bodhi Temple was utterly annihilated because of him. Justice? Fairness? Merely empty words. Only power reigns supreme. However, in this life, boom, Yi Ming's figure flickered, and in an instant, he stood before Mu Gu, raising his right hand forcefully. Instantly, an unparalleled ferocity erupted from his palm. No, don't. Stop. Just as Mu Gu was on the brink of meeting his end at Yi Ming's hands, an aged voice resonated, and an elderly man with a head of white hair appeared before him, intercepting Yi Ming's strike. Have you finally decided to reveal yourself? Observing the elderly figure, Yi Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. From the very beginning, he had sensed this man's aura. And the reason he had released Mu Gu only to seek his demise now was to draw this individual out. Not for any other reason. For this man was none other than the ancestral spirit of the Dechu royal family, Mu Kuang, a true master orchestrating the entire royal lineage. A superlative being at the transformation stage. Ancestral spirit, save me. Upon witnessing the elder's arrival, Mu Ji's expression brightened as he cried out in joy. Ancestral. Mu Qingxue also paid her respects, acknowledging the esteemed lineage of this ancestral figure. Sighing softly, Mu Kuang glanced at Mu Gu, then at Mu Qingxue, before turning his gaze to Yi Ming. May I inquire as to your name, esteemed friend? Yi Ming. Yi Ming? Mu Kuang's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered, realizing he had never heard of such a name. However, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Compared to you, I truly feel aged. Ancestral. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji's countenance changed dramatically, bewildered as to why the ancestral spirit would. Is that so? Yi Ming nodded slightly and continued. I am determined to kill him today. You cannot stop me. You. At these words, Mu Kuang's face flushed with anger. Yet he understood the truth in Yi Ming's statement. From their earlier encounter, he had discerned that Yi Ming's cultivation was not inferior to his own. If Yi Ming truly wished to eliminate Mu Gu, he would indeed be powerless to intervene, and the entire palace would be laid to ruin. After all, he comprehended the destructive capacity of a transformation stage expert. What do you desire? Quite simple. First, I shall eliminate all who have harmed Qingxue. Second, I wish for Qingxue to ascend as the sovereign of Dechu. Astonishment enveloped the air, an unprecedented shock. Even Mu Qingxue was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that Yi Ming desired to elevate her to little monk. Mu Qingxue softly called out. I have stated before. You may pursue whatever path you wish, unencumbered by coercion, Yi Ming replied with a gentle smile. In his previous life, he had wronged Mu Qingxue. In this existence, he was determined to ensure her carefree existence. Only in this manner could he assuage the regrets in his heart. Gazing at Yi Ming before her, Mu Qingxue felt deeply moved. Elevating Qingxue to the throne of Dechu posed no issue. However, the first demand. Mu Kuang's expression darkened as he spoke. To speak candidly, he felt quite stifled. As the most formidable being of Dechu, to find himself threatened in such a manner was an unsettling sensation. Remember, I am not here to negotiate. I am merely informing you, Yi Ming stated coolly. Do you truly believe Dechu fears you? Whether or not I instill fear, you must contemplate the outcome. I am but 18 years of age, standing at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, with further potential for advancement. 18. Mu Kuang was utterly astonished. Although he could discern from Yi Ming's appearance that he was quite young, he was taken aback to learn that he was merely 18 years old. An 18-year-old prodigy. What did this signify? It signified that he was an unparalleled genius. If such an individual were to mature, then in the future, not just the small realm of Dechu, but even the entirety of Dao Prefecture, the eastern wilderness, and perhaps the whole continent. Alas, ultimately, Mu Kuang sighed within himself and then turned his gaze toward Mu Gu. Ancestor, please do not. May you be reborn as a good person in your next life. With a resounding slap, Mu Kuang struck Mu Gu atop his crown, causing him to slowly collapse. The breath of life gradually faded. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, everyone within the grand hall could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Mu Kuang would actually kill Mu Gu. Even Yi Ming could not help but glance at Mu Kuang. Though it was true that the outcome would have been the same regardless of Mu Kuang's intervention, the fact that he acted with such decisive resolve proved him to be a person of remarkable decisiveness. Such individuals are the most terrifying. However, he remained untroubled. As he had previously stated, he was only 18, endowed with the memories of a past life and the assistance of a system. In the future, he would undoubtedly surpass Mu Kuang by leaps and bounds. Chapter 15. The Secret of Mu Qingxue. Mu Ji's treachery knows no bounds. He conspired against the late emperor, committing heinous crimes that warranted the abolition of his throne as a cautionary measure. Lu Kuan and Mo Sang colluded with foreign enemies. Their demise is of little lament. This time, Qingxue has made significant contributions to eliminating traitors for the Great Chu, and from this moment forth, she shall be the new sovereign. A series of proclamations erupted from Mu Kuang's lips, shaking the entire grand hall. Those present were no ordinary individuals. They understood the implications of Mu Kuang's words. A transformation was imminent for the Great Chu. Ancestor I. Mu Qingxue expressed, her expression a tapestry of complexity, for she had never envisioned herself in such a position. Qingxue, the future of the Great Chu rests upon your shoulders. Mu Kuang gestured dismissively, then cast a glance at Yi Ming before vanishing from sight in an instant. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Shortly after Mu Kuang's departure, Xiao Ning was the first to kneel, her voice resonating through the hall. Her heart surged with exhilaration. Regardless of the circumstances, this outcome was the best for her. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. At her words, the soldiers followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Thus, only Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue remained standing. Mu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events, unsure of how to react, her gaze seeking assistance from Yi Ming. In response, Yi Ming offered a gentle smile. Everyone rise. From this day forth, the fate of the Great Chu relies on all of you. The sovereign is feeling a bit fatigued today. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. With that, he took Mu Qingxue's hand and led her away from the grand hall. The others began to mobilize, for the passing of the old emperor and the ascension of the new sovereign involved countless matters that required preparation, with Xiao Ning being the most proactive among them. Yi Ming, however, remained unfazed by the commotion. At this moment, he and Mu Qingxue arrived at a secluded courtyard, the very place she had previously resided. The two sat quietly on a bench, gazing at one another. A gentle breeze swept through, flowers danced in the air, and a delicate fragrance permeated the courtyard. Do you have many questions for me? Yi Ming softly inquired, gently taking Mu Qingxue's small hand in his. Aye. Mu Qingxue's cheeks flushed, yet she did not withdraw. Although she harbored numerous inquiries, such as why Yi Ming had suddenly appeared, the source of his formidable strength, and how he knew her father had fallen to Mu Gu, she refrained from voicing them. She sensed that no matter who Yi Ming was, he would never harm her. That was her intuition, her trust in him. Foolish girl. Yi Ming shook his head slightly as he gazed at her, then, with a swift motion, pulled her into his embrace. Ah! Startled by the suddenness of it, Mu Qingxue gasped, but she quickly regained her composure. Once again, there was no struggle. Instead, she quietly leaned against Yi Ming's chest, savoring the warmth radiating from him. Little monk, thank you. If it weren't for you, I fear. Fool. You needn't say such things. It is my duty. From now on, allow me to protect you. These days have been hard on you. So let me tell you a story. All right. Thus, the two embraced tightly, relishing this beautiful moment as their hearts gradually intertwined. In this manner, the day swiftly passed, and as night fell, they reluctantly parted ways. Nighttime. Yi Ming sat serenely on the rooftop, gazing at the star-studded sky, his emotions tangled. Although he had altered Mu Qingshue's fate from his past life, this was merely the beginning. Both the unfolding of time and the emergence of Mu Kuang were different from his previous life, which filled him with apprehension. In his former existence, he had only heard about Mu Kuang but never truly understood him, let alone realized that he was a formidable being of the transformation stage. Furthermore, there was the Tang Empire. It was certain that the Tang would not let this matter rest easily. Even though in his past life, he ultimately annihilated the entire Tang, their strongest were merely at the transformation stage. However, that was 50 years later. Would his rebirth alter the course of events? He remained uncertain, thus he must exercise caution. Sigh. Contemplating these matters, Yi Ming could not help but exhale deeply. The developments had already surpassed his expectations. Nevertheless, regardless of what the future held, his original intentions would remain unchanged. Anyone who sought to harm Mu Qingxue would meet with certain demise. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, and a figure appeared before him. It was Mu Kuang. Dressed in a flowing black robe, a faint pressure emanated from him. Ah, Taoist Yi, you possess such elegance. Mu Kuang remarked with a slight smile, resembling a conversation between old friends, devoid of the fury he displayed earlier in the day. And you too. Yi Ming waved his hand, having sensed this person's arrival well in advance. Truly a prodigy, I find myself lacking in this regard. Speak plainly. He was well aware that Mu Kuang's visit was not merely a coincidence. To be honest, were it not for Mu Qingxue, he would prefer not to engage with someone of this caliber. Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you. I have come today to discuss a matter with you. Oh, what is it? I presume you have feelings for Qingxue. Indeed, Yi Ming did not deny his affection for Mu Qingxue. It was a well-known fact among all. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Qingxue to have someone like you cherish her. Alas, what a pity. What do you mean by that? Surely, you are unaware of the secret that resides within Qingxue. A secret? At these words, Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by the implications of this so-called Mu Kuang. Does Qingxue harbor a secret? Indeed. Have you never pondered why I agreed to send Qingxue to the Great Tang Empire? And why the Great Tang Empire would willingly abandon their offensive against our Great Chu for her sake? What does that imply? Yi Ming's expression shifted, as this was a notion he had never contemplated. In both his past and present lives, such matters had never crossed his mind. Yet, judging by the tone of this individual, it seemed. Sighing deeply, Mu Kuang continued, have you ever heard of the Nine Sacred Body? What? Upon hearing those 4 words, Yi Ming's countenance changed dramatically. The Nine Sacred Body was indeed a term he was familiar with. It was an extraordinarily fearsome constitution. Legends say this physique is among the 10 most formidable of ancient times. However, this constitution bears a grievous flaw. If one does not discover the corresponding cultivation method before the age of 30, the Nine energy within will retaliate, leading to certain death. Chapter 16. The Imperial Clan. Are you asserting that Qingxue is the Nine Sacred Body? Yi Ming inquired, his expression grave. Indeed. Mu Kuang nodded, casting a glance at Yi Ming before continuing. Although I am not a virtuous individual, Qingxue is undeniably my descendant. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, I would never consent to relinquishing her to the Great Tang Empire. What do you mean by the Great Tang Empire? Yi Ming asked, puzzled. The Nine Sacred Body is one of the 10 most formidable physiques of ancient times, possessing tremendous power. However, it harbors a fatal flaw. If one fails to acquire the corresponding cultivation technique before the age of 30, the Nine energy within will retaliate, with dire consequences. As you can surely surmise, are you implying that the Great Tang Empire possesses such a cultivation technique? Not at all. Then what? Let me ask you, are you aware of the origins of the Great Tang Empire? Mu Kuang's eyes glimmered with fervor as he spoke. Origins? Yi Ming hesitated, genuinely unaware of the Great Tang Empire's history. Upon his return in his previous life, he had already attained the divine realm and had paid little heed to such matters, directly obliterating the Great Tang Empire. The rulers of the Great Tang Empire have all borne the surname Xianyuan. You should grasp the significance of that. Xianyuan? Are you referring to the Xianyuan imperial clan? In this realm, the most formidable powers are not nations, sects, or sacred lands, but rather the imperial clans. They are supremely prestigious families that have been inherited since ancient times. Legends speak of invincible beings who have ascended beyond the mortal realm arising from these families. However, such clans are not known to the average person. Yi Ming was aware of this only because, in his past life, he had encountered someone from another imperial clan, which ultimately facilitated his attainment of such formidable prowess. Yet, Mu Kuang was merely a denizen of a small nation. How could he? Who exactly are you? Yi Ming's tone turned serious. Me? I am merely a discarded pawn. Mu Kuang forced a wry smile before revealing, to be candid. Our De Chu dynasty did not originally bear the surname Mu. We were once known as Chu. Chu, are you a descendant of the Chu imperial clan? Yi Ming exclaimed in astonishment, never having imagined that members of the De Chu royal family were descendants of the Chu clan. Indeed, but that was a long time ago. In the past, our ancestor made a grave error, leading to our expulsion from the imperial clan and the forfeiture of the surname Chu. We later settled here and established the De Chu Empire. I see. Yi Ming nodded, finally understanding why this individual possessed knowledge of the Xianyuan imperial clan. He had no doubts about Mu Kuang's sincerity, as there was no apparent reason for him to deceive him. Perhaps the Great Tang Empire is not so different from your lineage. Indeed, they are the forsaken progeny of the Xianyuan clan, yet there exists a singular distinction between us. Oh, what do you mean? A certain individual has emerged within the Tang Empire. An individual? Xianyuan Chongkong. Xianyuan Chongkong? Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback. This name was entirely unfamiliar to him. Could he also be from the Tang Empire? Indeed, Xianyuan Chongkong is a being of prodigious talent, whose existence has forged an enduring connection between the Tang Empire and the Xianyuan clan, a bond that our great Chu cannot hope to rival. Are you implying that you sent Qing Xue to the Tang Empire in hopes of leveraging their connection to acquire a cultivation method suitable for the Nining Sacred Body? Precisely. Though the chances are exceedingly slim, it is the sole strategy one can conceive. Is that so? Yi Ming murmured to himself, comprehending Mu Kuang's intentions. However, in his past life, events did not unfold as he envisioned. Ultimately, Mu Qingxue fled from the Tang, returning to the Bodhi Institute, and chose to conclude her life in his embrace. You did not come here merely to discuss this with me, did you? Yi Ming inquired once more. Given this person's disposition, he was certain that there was more to the visit than idle conversation. Indeed, I initially intended for Qingxue to journey to the Tang Empire to seize the opportunity for a cultivation method, but now, that is evidently impossible. Furthermore, due to prior events, the Tang Empire will not let this matter rest easily. So what then? Thus, I require your assistance. Assistance? Indeed. While the Tang Empire lacks a cultivation method suitable for the Nining Sacred Body, they possess the Nine Yang Stone. As long as we have the Nine Yang Stone, even when the Nining energy surges, it can be suppressed for a time. Qingxue is nearly 17 years old. In 1 year, she will turn 18. The very moment her Nining energy is set to erupt. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming finally grasped Mu Kuang's true intentions. He seeks my aid in confronting the Tang Empire. This could be deemed a bold stratagem. Given my feelings for Qingxue, I could never stand idly by as her Nining energy threatens to overwhelm her, aside from locating the appropriate cultivation method. The Nine Yang Stone is the only viable path. However, considering the rarity of the Nine Yang Stone, the Tang Empire is unlikely to relinquish it without a fierce battle. You are indeed quite the strategist, Yi Ming remarked. I have no other choice. With the current strength of Great Chu, opposing the Tang is utterly unfeasible. Thus Mu Kuang did not deny it. I understand. I will deliberate on this matter. Yi Ming nodded, resolute that he could not allow Mu Qingxue to suffer the torment of the Nining energy. Nevertheless, he remained uncertain whether Mu Qingxue truly possessed the Nining body. Further investigation on his part was imperative. Moreover, since the Tang Empire has become entwined with the Xianyuan imperial clan, any attempt to engage with them necessitates meticulous planning. After all, he is no longer the person he once was. In his past life, he could disregard everything in pursuit of vengeance. However, in this life, he must tread carefully, for Mu Qingxue is still alive, and that weighs heavily on his mind. There is no rush. The Tang Empire's ambition to engulf our great Chu will not be easily realized. A month hence, an auction will be held at the Yuanyang Palace, where Xianyuan Hao is expected to attend. This will be our opportunity. After speaking, Mu Kuang departed. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Ming's expression turned grave. Moments later, he vanished from sight. 1 minute later, within Mu Qingshua's chamber. Yi Ming, what brings you here? Upon seeing Yi Ming's silhouette, Mu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated his presence at such a late hour. Could it be that he intends to? At that instant, her cheeks flushed a delightful shade of crimson, rendering her irresistibly charming. Come to bed with me. Chapter 17. The Body of the Celestial Demonhood? Upon hearing those words, Mu Qingxue let out a sharp cry, her face flushing as red as a ripe fruit. Go to the bed? Does he? Oh dear. Should I refuse or oppose this? As Mu Qingxue pondered in her mind, Yi Ming directly took her to the bedside. The pink sheets, the soft bedding, and the alluring beauty before him. However, Yi Ming was not in the mood to contemplate such things. His primary concern was whether Mu Qingxue truly possessed the nine sacred body, as previously stated by Mu Kuang. Take off your clothes, Yi Ming urged anxiously. Oh, Yi Ming, are we? Mu Qingshue's heart raced uncontrollably. Although she harbored feelings for Yi Ming, she was not yet prepared for such intimacy, especially at the tender age of 17. Yet, upon seeing the urgency in Yi Ming's expression, she gritted her teeth and began to shed her garments. Soon, her fair skin was exposed to Yi Ming's gaze. However, she did not stop there. She continued. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback, and after glancing at Mu Qingshue's face, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly halted her movements. It was not that he was some paragon of virtue, but rather, he was concerned for Mu Qingxue. If she truly was the nine sacred body, then without the appropriate techniques, they could not unite. For if that were to happen, Mu Qingshue's life would be irrevocably ruined, even facing the risk of being devoured by the dark energy within her. Yi Ming? Mu Qingxue looked at him with confusion. Ahem, please don't misunderstand. Yi Ming responded awkwardly. He could be indifferent to others, but when it came to Mu Qingxue, Yi Ming, I understand. I am willing. Silly girl, it's my fault. I should have explained clearly. The reason I asked you to undress was to examine you. Examine? Yes. There are matters I am unsure how to articulate to you just yet, but trust me, I would never harm you. Yi Ming nodded firmly. He had no intention of revealing the truth about the nine sacred body to Mu Qingxue, primarily to spare her from worry. He would handle everything else himself. I trust you. But if you desire, I can also. Yi Ming was speechless. When did he appear so desperate? Yet, warmth spread through his heart. A woman willing to give her first time to him was more than enough to demonstrate her affection. Silly girl, you are still young. Wait until you grow a bit more. There is no rush. I am not that young. Look, I am even older than Xiao Ning. Observing the adorable visage of Mu Qingxue, Yi Ming could not help but break into a hearty laugh. To be honest, this delightful side of her was a sight he had never encountered before. She was indeed charming. You're still laughing. All right, let us get down to business. Yi Ming waved his hand, retrieving his smile, and then instructed Mu Qingxue to sit cross-legged on the bed, while he himself assumed a meditative posture. Instantly, radiant beams of light materialized at his fingertips. Subsequently, he pointed his right hand directly at Mu Qingshue's dantian. With a hum, as the luminous energy flowed from his fingers into Mu Qingshue's body, his divine presence began to seep in as well. Boom. Not long after, a terrifying aura erupted from within Mu Qingxue. This frigid energy was akin to that from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers coursing through Yi Ming's entire being. Mu Qingshue's complexion paled instantly, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The nine energy. Feeling this chilling aura, Yi Ming's expression darkened considerably. He could ascertain that this was indeed the nine energy. This confirmed that Mu Kuang had not deceived him. Mu Qingxue was truly a nine sacred body. Observing the fluctuations of the energy, it seemed that an explosive outburst was imminent. Sealing. Yi Ming's hands shifted into another formation, and in an instant, the dazzling white light coalesced into an extraordinary rune. As the rune flickered, the bone-chilling aura slowly retreated back into Mu Qingshue's body. Gradually, she began to recover. Finally, after 3 minutes, Yi Ming withdrew his right hand. Yi Ming, what just happened? It's nothing, merely a technique I practice. It will benefit your body, so rest assured, Yi Ming replied. Mu Qingxue was an intelligent individual. Should he divulge the truth about the nine sacred body, she would undoubtedly comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yi Ming did not wish to burden her with worry. Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Mu Qingxue felt a tinge of confusion but chose not to press further. She trusted him. Well then, it's getting late. You should rest early. I'll take my leave now. With that, Yi Ming made his way towards the exit. Yi Ming. At that moment, Mu Qingxue suddenly called out to him. What is it? Thank you. Silly girl. Didn't I say there's no need for such words? Just rest easy. I'll handle everything. Mu Qingxue nodded and then laid down beneath the covers, while Yi Ming ensured the door was securely closed before departing slowly. Shortly after he left, Mu Kuang's figure materialized above the dwelling. Watching Yi Ming's retreating silhouette, he could not help but sigh inwardly. I hope you do not let me down. A night passed in silence, and the following morning dawned. The weather today is dreary, with a shroud of misty rain enveloping the sky. The entire Great Chu Imperial Palace is steeped in an unusual aura of oppressive power. Within the chamber, Yi Ming slowly opens his eyes. System, sign in. A chime resonates, confirming his successful check-in and granting him the body of the celestial demon. The body of the celestial demon? This revelation momentarily stuns Yi Ming. This technique is a supreme method of physical cultivation within the demonic path, one he had never encountered even in his past life. Moreover, after months of experience, he has come to grasp the rules of the sign-in process. Different locations yield varying rewards, all tied to the essence of those places. For instance, the rewards obtained from signing in at the Bodhi Institute were all related to Buddhism. Yet, how could he acquire the body of the celestial demon here? It seems the great Chu royal family harbors secrets of its own. Yi Ming muses quietly, realizing that obtaining such a gift here signifies a connection to the demonic path, a truth unknown to him in his previous existence. In this second life, his initial desire was merely to protect Mu Qingxue. However, now, regardless of the circumstances, no one shall harm her. Yi Ming declares with unwavering resolve, be it the Buddha, the demons, or any other force. He then rises, gazing towards the distant palace, a terrifying aura erupting from within him. Instantly, the previously gentle drizzle transforms into a torrential downpour. Chapter 18. Who supports? Who opposes? Within the grand palace of Dechu, a multitude of figures had gathered. Among them were generals clad in resplendent golden armor, scholars bearing long swords, and an array of individuals from diverse backgrounds. Each one exuded an extraordinary aura, for they were the elite of Dechu, wielding immense power over the kingdom. One elder, pale and beardless, let out a disdainful snort, expressing his bewilderment over the old emperor's decisions. How could he allow that rogue to roam free, and even crown that girl, Mu Qingxue, as our new sovereign? What does a mere child know of governance? Another voice echoed in agreement. Indeed, a nameless upstart dares to slaughter so many of our soldiers, and has even slain our emperor. Allowing him to live is a disgrace to Dechu. No matter what, I shall never acknowledge Mu Qingxue as the new ruler. We must avenge Emperor Mu Ge. Angry murmurs erupted among the crowd, comprised predominantly of those who had previously supported Emperor Mu Ge. With his demise, the declaration of Mu Qingxue as the new sovereign by Mu Kuang struck them like a thunderbolt. Yet, there were also many who supported Mu Qingxue, as well as those who remained impartial, merely drawn to the spectacle. Regardless, the ceremony to crown the new emperor promised to be anything but straightforward. The emperor has arrived. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated, and several figures entered through the doors, none other than Yi Ming, Mu Qingxue, and their entourage. Today, Mu Qingxue adorned a phoenix crown and draped herself in a flowing gown resembling the hues of dawn, radiating an aura befitting an empress. With graceful steps, she approached the dragon throne. Kneel and pay your respects, Xiao Ning proclaimed loudly. However, aside from a few from the previous day, none complied, creating an awkward atmosphere. Boldly defiant, how dare you stand before the sovereign without kneeling? Xiao Ning shouted. Ha! Sovereign? What sovereign? An elder laughed boisterously, stepping forward. How could one who conspired against her brother and slaughtered our generals claim the right to be the new emperor of Dechu? You, how dare you speak so brazenly? Xiao Ning's expression darkened with fury. And who are you to address us in such a manner? In my heart, the true sovereign will always be Mu Ge. What is Mu Qingxue to me? Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted the elder's tirade. Yi Ming, who had been standing beside Mu Qingxue, instantly appeared before him and struck with a powerful palm. The elder's body erupted in a shower of blood and flesh. As a subject, Daring to rebel in the presence of the sovereign? This is your fate. Yi Ming's voice was icy, having anticipated the tumultuous nature of the day. Although Mu Qingxue had ascended the throne with Mu Kuang's endorsement, the intricate web of interests at play made the situation far from simple. The supporters of Mu Gu would never meekly accept Mu Qingxue's rule. As the scene unfolded, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated Yi Ming's sudden decisiveness. Qingxue was personally appointed as the new emperor by the ancestral figure. To defy her was to show disrespect towards the Great Chu. According to the laws of the Great Chu, those who dare to rebel shall face execution without mercy. In this world where strength reigns supreme, reasoning holds no weight. Only the might of one's fist prevails. How audacious! You dare to kill openly. Do you wish to make an enemy of all Great Chu? A golden-armored warrior bellowed at Yi Ming. Despite his trepidation regarding Yi Ming's prowess, he was a general renowned throughout Great Chu, with a status that was far from ordinary. Who are you? Yi Ming inquired. I am Mu Hong, commander of the Dragon Shadow Legion of Great Chu. Oh, is that so? Yi Ming nodded. Then with a swift motion, he grasped Mu Hong as if he were a mere chick, effortlessly lifting him into the air. You dare? Why should I hesitate? With a forceful grip, Yi Ming crushed Mu Hong, reducing him to a spray of blood and flesh that rained down upon the ground. Such audacity. You actually dared to kill General Mu Hong. Everyone, attack him. Kill him. Yi Ming's actions incited the ire of Mu Hong's supporters, prompting 7 or 8 individuals to step forward. Yet, many were paralyzed by fear and did not dare to act. Is this all you've got? Yi Ming scoffed, then declared, those seeking vengeance for Mu Hong may step forward. I will deal with you all at once. If you remain hidden and try to undermine me later, your demise will be but the beginning. In dire circumstances, one must resort to drastic measures. If Mu Qingxue wished to establish her authority within Great Chu and compel obedience, she must demonstrate formidable strength. Otherwise, her orders would be disregarded, leading to chaos. Hence, Yi Ming resolved to resolve this matter decisively. Arrogant. Let us all attack. I refuse to believe he can single-handedly thwart us. Indeed, once we eliminate him, the ancestor will not blame us. Kill. A chorus of shouts erupted as the group launched their assault simultaneously. It must be noted that their combined strength was formidable, with each individual possessing at least a mastery of the 5th layer of the soul fusion realm. Their united front caused the entire hall to tremble violently, prompting others to retreat in haste, fearing the fallout. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue's face was etched with concern. Yi Ming, be careful. Merely a rabble of insignificant fools. Yi Ming retorted coldly. With a decisive gesture, he formed a series of hand seals, causing a radiant golden light to envelop him. And 6 golden characters appeared in the sky. Wem, Mani Padme Hum. These were the sacred 6-character mantra he had previously acquired at the Bodhi Institute. Boom, boom, boom. 6 golden characters shot forth like cannonballs, directly targeting a few individuals. At that moment, a terrifying force erupted in full force, causing these individuals to be violently propelled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, the others within the palace collectively inhaled sharply. Although they had heard of Yi Ming's formidable strength, they had not anticipated it to be so overwhelming. One person's might against so many, resulting in instant annihilation. What kind of power was this? They finally understood why the ancestor had personally intervened to eliminate Mu Gu. This was nothing short of monstrous. Yumph. Yi Ming coldly snorted once more, his figure vanishing in an instant, reappearing before those individuals. He then struck down with his palm, already gravely injured. They stood no chance against this blow, being instantly reduced to mere fragments. The breath of life gradually faded away. Mu Qingxue ascends as the new emperor of Dechu. Who supports this? Who opposes? Chapter 19, Xianyuan Chongkong. Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, the crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Even those who had previously declared their opposition to Mu Qingxue were now engulfed in a profound sense of trepidation. Is there no one? Yi Ming scoffed at the silence. Since there are no objections, I trust you all understand the next course of action. Yes. The crowd hastily nodded in agreement, then knelt before Mu Qingxue, chanting, Long live the Empress. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Although many harbored dissent in their hearts, they dared not voice it. After all, They had witnessed the fate of those who opposed her, and they had no desire to meet a similar end. Hearing this, Yiming nodded at Mu Qingxue, who responded with a smile and said, "Everyone, please rise." The subsequent arrangements were considerably more straightforward. Under Mu Qingxue's direction, the positions of the deceased were filled by individuals she had previously deemed suitable, those who were her supporters. After all, a new ruler necessitates new ministers. Appointing her own people would facilitate future endeavors, and there were no objections to this. Soon, the appointments were finalized, and after discussing various other matters, everything was settled after 5 hours, allowing the crowd to disperse. In Mu Qingxue's courtyard, Yiming gazed at her with a broad smile. He was immensely satisfied with her earlier performance, which radiated the aura of an unparalleled empress. "How does it feel to be the empress on your first day?" "I'm utterly exhausted. You have no idea how taxing this is," Mu Qingxue lamented, resembling a wronged young bride. At that moment, Yiming approached her from behind, gently massaging her shoulders. "It's normal to feel overwhelmed at first. You will adjust and find it less tiring." "Indeed," she nodded, understanding the truth in his words. "But what troubles you?" Yiming inquired, noticing her contemplative expression. "Little monk, why are you so kind to me?" Silly girl. It's because I care for you," Yiming replied with a gentle smile. Yet, within, he felt a pang of emotion. "In my past life, I did not protect you as I should have. Thus, in this life, I am determined to offer you the very best. Do you like it?" Mu Qingxue murmured, her face beaming with joy. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such feelings, and now, she leaned gently against Yiming's chest, savoring the warmth emanating from him. It felt sublime. In the imperial palace of the Great Tang Empire, incompetence, a bunch of useless fools. Bang! A middle-aged man, his countenance twisted in anger, bellowed fiercely before shattering the chair beneath him with a single strike. This man was none other than Xianyuan Hao, the current royal of the Great Tang Empire. Moments ago, he had received the distressing news that the soldiers dispatched to escort Mu Qingxue had all perished. While he was indifferent to the loss of these men, he was deeply concerned about Mu Qingxue herself. She was an exceptional furnace, and possessing her would elevate his cultivation to new heights. Yet now, "Your Majesty, how dare Dechu openly violate the treaty? They clearly hold our Great Tang in contempt. I propose we mobilize our forces and annihilate Dechu," declared a towering man over 2 meters tall, his voice brimming with wrath. "Those who dare to slay the soldiers of our Great Tang must be punished. However, before we act, we must ascertain who was truly responsible." Xianyuan Hao replied coldly. The soldiers sent to retrieve her had been personally selected by him, and their strength was undeniable. The fact that they had not even had the chance to flee indicated that a formidable opponent, at least of the transformation stage, had intervened. According to his knowledge, in all of Dechu, there was only one individual capable of such prowess, Mu Kuang. But given Mu Kuang's temperament, it was unlikely he would act. This meant that, beyond Mu Kuang, Dechu harbored another expert of the transformation stage, and it was plausible that this individual was not even from Dechu, but from elsewhere. This realization heightened his caution. After all, while the Great Tang Empire held its own here, it was insignificant on the broader continent. Inviting the ire of powerful beings could lead to dire consequences. "What is your command, Your Majesty?" "Dispatch orders to mobilize the army towards Dechu. Simultaneously, send envoys to the imperial capital of Dechu to uncover the identity of the perpetrator," he commanded. Yes, with Xianyuan Hao's words, the assembly dispersed, swiftly preparing for battle. The grand hall was left in solitude, with only him remaining. Whoever dares to snatch what is mine shall meet their demise without question. Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled through the air. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the void, a venerable elder clad in simple robes. Xianyuan Hao was taken aback. "Who are you?" The elder did not respond to his inquiry, but instead surveyed the surroundings with a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. After several moments, he finally turned his gaze towards Xianyuan Hao. "What is your name?" Are you the ancestor?" Xianyuan Hao's heart raced as he recognized the elder's likeness. A perfect match to the legendary ancestor of the Tang royal lineage, Xianyuan Chongkong. But didn't the ancestor venture to the Xianyuan imperial clan? It has been nearly a millennium. Why now? "Oh, you recognize me? I am Xianyuan Hao, the 38th sovereign of the Great Tang Empire. Paying my respects to the ancestor," he proclaimed, hurriedly kneeling, his voice trembling with excitement. Ancestor, you are the very founder of the great Tang Empire. Have we truly reached the 38th generation? Xianyuan Changkong sighed, then nodded. You may rise. Indeed, the territory of the great Tang dynasty has expanded nearly tenfold compared to my time. It appears that you have all made remarkable progress over the years. All thanks to our ancestors' contributions. Now, let us set aside this topic for the moment, as I have significant matters requiring your investigation. Significant matters? Indeed. I sensed a disturbance in the river of time. It seems that a formidable being has traversed the temporal currents from the future to the present. Have you noticed any peculiar occurrences or individuals? The river of time? Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Hao's expression turned one of profound astonishment. Time has always been an enigma. The notion that someone could traverse the river of time is unfathomable. Furthermore, the fact that our ancestor could sense such a phenomenon is astonishing. Alas, I have not discovered anything, Xianyuan Hao replied, shaking his head. Oh, perhaps I misperceived it. Xianyuan Changkong did not question Xianyuan Hao's words, for he was well aware that none of the descendants of the great Tang Empire would dare deceive him. Moreover, he had harbored suspicions of his own. A being capable of traversing the river of time must undoubtedly be an unparalleled entity. Yet, this sect exists in a remote region of the continent. How could such a figure possibly emerge from such a place? Chapter 20. Dare to strike at her and still wish to depart? Reaching the 5th layer of the transformation realm at your age is quite commendable. Devote yourself to diligent cultivation, and once you ascend to the divine concealment realm, I shall usher you into the Xianyuan Imperial clan. Thank you, Ancestor. Very well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xianyuan Changkong nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, a violet talisman materialized within his grasp. This is a divine inscription capable of unleashing a strike comparable to the full power of a practitioner in the divine concealment realm. However, it may only be utilized once. So exercise caution in its use. Do you understand? Thank you, Ancestor, Xianyuan Hao exclaimed with uncontainable joy. The divine concealment realm. This was the pinnacle he had always aspired to achieve. Indeed, cultivate diligently, and you shall soon realize that the so-called divine concealment realm is but a trifling matter. With that, Xianyuan Changkong's figure flickered and vanished once more into the void. As time flowed, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, Ming remained by Mu Qingshue's side. Following the recent events, no one in the entire Great Chu dynasty dared to openly defy Mu Qingxue any longer. The situation in Great Chu gradually stabilized. Nonetheless, numerous events unfolded during these 5 days, the most significant being the resurgence of the Tang Empire. The once retreated Tang army once again laid siege, instilling widespread trepidation throughout Great Chu. Fortunately, Mu Kuang intervened, which alleviated the tension for a time. However, everyone understood that this matter could not be resolved so easily. It was merely the calm before the impending storm. Ming paid little heed to such turmoil. He was seated in his chamber, surrounded by an array of ancient texts. Over the past few days, he had been in search of information regarding the Nine sacred body. Yet, the results were far from satisfactory. Could it be that there was truly only one path to tread? Closing the tomes, Ming let out a sigh. To be candid, had he not been left with no other choice, he would have preferred not to collaborate with Mu Kuang. The more he learned about the royal family of Great Chu, the more he perceived the complexities of Mu Kuang. Furthermore, the Tang Empire had ties to the Xianyuan Imperial clan. To take action against them could yield dire consequences. In his past life, Ming had been fearless for 2 reasons. Firstly, he had been consumed by the flames of vengeance, unconcerned with the repercussions. Yet, the present was different. He lacked the strength to confront the Xianyuan Imperial clan directly, and while his own safety was of little concern, he was apprehensive for Mu Qingxue. Should she encounter any unforeseen peril as a result, However, it appeared that refraining from action was no longer an option. Without the 9 Yang stone, if Mu Qingshue's 9 sacred body were to erupt a year hence, the outcome would be a scenario he dreaded to envision. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a series of faint sounds suddenly echoed, causing Ming's expression to tighten momentarily. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, in a concealed corner outside Mu Qingshue's courtyard, several shadowy figures cloaked in black emerged stealthily. Before them lay the courtyard where Mu Qingxue resided. This time, they were determined to capture her, no matter the cost. Be cautious, one voice cautioned. Although Chu may seem lacking, it still harbors many strong warriors. We must not alert them. What is there to fear? With Mu Kuang at the front lines, the entire palace is merely filled with ineptitude, another responded confidently. Indeed, we've infiltrated for so long without detection, which only attests to their incompetence. Once we bring Mu Qingxue back, we shall achieve great merit and enjoy boundless wealth. Still, let us exercise caution. Something feels amiss, another voice interjected. Eldest brother, I believe you are simply growing old and timid. It's just Chu, without Mu Kuang. What is there to fear? I shall go and capture Mu Qingxue. With that, one of the black-clad figures swiftly darted forward. However, within mere seconds, he returned, much to the bewilderment of the others. Third brother, why have you returned so quickly? Because he is on the brink of death. A cold voice resonated, and suddenly, Yi Ming appeared before them. What? Upon seeing Yi Ming, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Who are you and how did you? What do you think? Yi Ming scoffed, then waved his right hand, causing all of them to collapse to the ground. Your cultivation level is merely at the soul melding stage? How dare you come here? Yi Ming remarked disdainfully. You are a transformation stage expert. How is that possible? Is it so surprising? Yi Ming chuckled lightly. I shall grant you 3 seconds to tell me who sent you. Humph, in your dreams. One black-clad figure retorted, vanishing in a cloud of smoke as the others followed suit, employing their escape techniques. Is that all? Yi Ming shook his head dismissively. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, causing the smoke to dissipate instantly, revealing the figures once more before him. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. With another decisive grasp, Yi Ming exploded one of the black-clad figures, blood splattering as no trace remained. Speak, or your fate will not be so simple. Who exactly are you? The remaining figures were filled with dread, genuinely terrified by Yi Ming's presence. Crack. Once more a grasp, and another cloaked figure was crushed by Yi Ming. He had never shown mercy to those who sought to harm Mu Qingxue. You have 3 seconds to reconsider. 3, 2. I beg you, please don't kill me. At the brink of Yi Ming reaching one of the dark-clad men could no longer bear the tension and cried out desperately. Oh, speak. It is the great Tang dynasty. They have issued a bounty at the bloodthirsty pavilion. Whoever can bring Mu Qingxue back to the Tang will receive a generous reward. We, bloodthirsty pavilion. Upon hearing this name, Yi Ming's expression turned icy. He was well aware of this place. It was an underground organization with immense power, notorious for such bounties. In his past life, he had ventured there in pursuit of strength. It could be said that it was an organization willing to do anything for resources. I've told you everything. Can you let us go? We will never dare to. Bang. Before he could finish his plea, Yi Ming struck down with a single palm, instantly slaying all the cloaked men. How dare they lay a hand on Qingxue and still hope to escape? Chapter 21. A Forceful Strike. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Exclamations echoed as soldiers, fully armed, swiftly approached. The prior battle had certainly drawn their attention. Lord Yi Ming? Upon seeing Yi Ming, the soldiers were momentarily taken aback, but as they surveyed the gruesome scene of bloodied corpses surrounding them, a collective gasp escaped their lips. They had sensed the energy fluctuations earlier and were astounded that such a formidable presence had fallen to Yi Ming. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through the tension. Mu Qingxue and Xiao Ning rushed over. Yi Ming, are you all right? Mu Qingxue inquired with concern etched on her face. I'm fine. Yi Ming waved his hand dismissively. The soldiers were not particularly strong, yet the real trouble lay with the bloodthirsty pavilion. While others may be oblivious, he knew the formidable power that lurked behind it. Even at his peak in a past life, he had been reluctant to cross them. However, their audacity to accept a bounty from the Tang Empire to target Mu Qingxue was utterly unforgivable. Thank goodness you're all right. Who are they? Mu Qingxue gently patted her chest as she asked. Just a few petty thieves, nothing to worry about. Yi Ming chose not to divulge the gravity of the bloodthirsty pavilion to Mu Qingxue. Given her current strength, such knowledge would only serve to burden her. He wished to shield her from worry. Oh, Mu Qingxue nodded lightly, refraining from pressing further. Let South leave this place for now, Yi Ming suggested with a faint smile, taking her hand as they walked away, while the soldiers began to clear the area. A few minutes later, in Mu Qingxue's courtyard, Xiao Ning stood calmly at the entrance as Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue settled down inside. Yi Ming, what's wrong? Am I too inadequate? I rely on you for everything, yet I feel powerless. She was not foolish. She understood that Yi Ming's silence was an attempt to spare her from worry. But she yearned to assist him, not wanting him to bear the burden alone. Foolish girl, what are you saying? In my eyes, you are the most capable person in this world. But silly child, I have vowed to protect you throughout this life. Your role is to be the sovereign of Dechu. The entire realm depends on you, something I could never achieve myself. Enough, it's all right. Rest assured, I will handle everything. No one will harm you, not a single soul. Yi Ming's tone was resolute, unyielding against the threats posed by the Tang Empire, the bloodthirsty pavilion, the Xinyuan imperial clan, or anyone else. From the moment of his rebirth, he had sworn an oath. In this lifetime, I would rather transform into a demon than fail to protect Mu Qingxue for eternity. Hearing these words, Mu Qingxue felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, gently leaning into Yi Ming's embrace. With a lover like this, what more could one desire? Yi Ming, too, displayed a subtle smile, tenderly caressing Mu Qingxue's exquisite long hair, savoring the softness of her presence. Thus, they remained quietly entwined for a full hour before reluctantly parting ways. Yi Ming, I must attend to some matters, she said. Oh, go ahead. Do not worry about me. I shall be fine. With that, Mu Qingxue departed, leaving Yi Ming to retreat to his chamber. However, the warm smile that once graced his face had transformed into an expression of chilling resolve. The bloodthirsty pavilion and the great Tang Empire. It appears the time has come to take action. With a decisive gesture, a bottle of golden elixir materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he poured the contents into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of golden light enveloped him, as pure spiritual energy rushed into his being at an alarming pace. Under the dual influence of the elixir's potency and the external spiritual essence, his cultivation soared to new heights. Originally, he had not intended to advance so swiftly, as his previous progress had already been rapid, raising concerns about stability. Yet now, he immersed himself in this cultivation for 3 days. During this time, aside from his daily rituals, his life revolved around intense training. Through relentless effort, he ascended another level, reaching the 4th layer of the transformation realm. Buzz! Yi Ming opened his eyes, and a radiant golden light erupted from them, obliterating the nearby rock formations into a shower of debris that rained down upon the ground. 4th layer of transformation. It is indeed commendable. Sensing the power coursing through him, Yi Ming nodded in satisfaction. He recalled that in his previous life, it had taken him 50 years to reach this stage, while now, whoosh! At that moment, a streak of light pierced the heavens, arriving directly before him. It was a golden talisman, inscribed with an array of intricate symbols. Seizing the talisman, Yi Ming pressed it to his forehead, and a torrent of information flooded his mind. Soon, the talisman crumbled to ashes, dissipating into the air. Yi Ming's expression grew cold. Truly, greed leads to peril. With that thought, he vanished from his location in an instant. A few seconds later, he found himself on the bustling streets of the imperial capital. The sun hung high in the afternoon sky, illuminating the throngs of people and shops lining the streets. Yet, around him, the temperature plummeted rapidly, causing those nearby to shiver in discomfort. Boom! As the few individuals sought to discern the situation, Yi Ming sprang into action. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear beside a stall selling antiques, where an elderly man clad in farmer's attire was negotiating prices with the proprietor. A resounding crack echoed through the air, and before the old man could comprehend the unfolding events, he collapsed to the ground, his life force extinguished. The first one. Observing the lifeless body at his feet, Yi Ming let out a cold snort before his figure disappeared once more. Subsequently, the second, third, and fourth followed suit. A total of 18 souls met their demise within a mere 30 seconds, plunging the entire street into chaos as people fled in all directions. Yet, Yi Ming stood calmly upon the ground, gazing into the void ahead, an aura of murderous intent emanating fiercely from him. Do you still wish for me to summon you? Ha ha. I have long heard tales of a powerful nascent soul realm expert stationed within the grand palace of the Great Chu, but I never expected it to be a mere young monk. A booming laughter resonated as a man clad in a black robe and adorned with a silver mask emerged from the void. Chapter 22. The Array of Celestial Deities. A silver-ranked assassin? Upon catching sight of the man's silhouette, Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly. While others may remain oblivious, he, having lived 2 lifetimes, understood that the bloodthirsty pavilion was not merely a platform for posting bounties. It was, in fact, a fearsome assassin organization. Within this organization, assassins were classified by rank: bronze, silver, gold, and the elite diamond level, corresponding to the realms of soul fusion, infant transformation, body integration, and divine concealment. In his past life, he had been a top-tier diamond assassin. To his astonishment, a silver assassin had appeared this time. "Oh, you are familiar with this?" The man was utterly astonished by Yi Ming's words. The ranks of bloodthirsty Pavilion's assassins were known only to insiders, and he never expected this individual would possess such knowledge. "I never anticipated that even the bloodthirsty Pavilion would take action. It seems the Tang Empire is truly investing heavily this time. You appear to be quite well informed. It is a pity, however, that you have merely just stepped into the realm of infant transformation. You are no match for me," the man said with a light chuckle. He regarded the small nation of Dechu with disdain. Were it not for the rewards offered by the Tang Empire that included something he desired, he would not have come here at all. "Is that so?" Yi Ming sneered coldly. With a firm stamp of his right foot, a golden dragon silhouette manifested beneath him. Step by step, he advanced, executing 9 steps in succession. 9 dragon images emerged, and at that moment, Yi Ming's speed reached an astonishing level. The 9 steps of the celestial dragon. "You actually possess such a technique?" The middle-aged man's tone was filled with utter astonishment. The 9 steps of the celestial dragon was one of Buddhism's most formidable secrets. He could hardly believe that a mere small nation like Dechu would. "Is that so surprising?" With a resounding clap of his right hand, a colossal Buddha appeared in the sky. Its immense palm, measuring 100 feet in size, came crashing down. "The palm of the Tathagata? Who on earth are you?" The man was profoundly shaken. If one extraordinary technique could be attributed to luck, the sudden appearance of two was indeed remarkable. "You speak too much." With a thunderous impact, even as the man exerted every effort to resist, he found himself utterly powerless, instantaneously reduced to a mere pulp. "Too weak." Yi Ming shook his head as he gazed down at the lifeless body. Although this man had attained the 4th level of infant transformation, his combat prowess could not compare to that of other formidable warriors at the same level, let alone Yi Ming, who wielded the palm of the Tathagata. Subsequently, Yi Ming struck again. After a full 3 hours, he had eliminated hundreds of assassins who had infiltrated the capital of Dechu. Since the battle 3 days prior, Yi Ming had instructed his subordinates to keep a vigilant eye on unfamiliar faces, leading to the current scene. After completing all of this, Yi Ming's figure flickered and instantly vanished from the spot. In the grand palace of Dechu, he walked through the void, surrounded by a myriad of spirit stones and rare materials, all of which he had procured from the royal treasury. With swift gestures of his hands, extraordinary light screens emerged from his palms, radiating toward various corners of the palace. Simultaneously, the surrounding spirit stones and materials began to dissipate alongside the light screens. Again and again, he performed the incantation, tirelessly executing it hundreds of times until every last spirit stone and material was exhausted, at which point Yi Ming gradually came to a halt. At that moment, a terrifying light screen enveloped the entire palace, within which resonated ethereal sounds. The celestial Buddha formation, albeit a simplified version, was insurmountable even for cultivators of the fusion realm in a short span of time. Gazing at the light screen beneath him, Yi Ming murmured softly to himself, recognizing that this formation was acquired during his previous signing at the Bodhi Institute. Due to constraints in strength and materials, he could not deploy the complete version, thus opting for a rudimentary one. The purpose of this formation was his impending departure. Subsequently, Yi Ming returned to the palace and made his way to Mu Qingshua's courtyard, where she was engrossed in reviewing official documents. "Yi Ming, you have arrived." Upon noticing his presence, Mu Qingxue smiled and rose to greet him. Today, she wore a delightful pink gown, exuding youthful vitality, and paired with her sweet smile, she appeared exquisitely beautiful. Even Yi Ming found himself momentarily entranced. Yi Ming? Yi Ming? Why are you staring at me?" Mu Qingxue asked, her cheeks flushed. "Because you are simply too beautiful," Yi Ming replied with a gentle smile, taking her delicate hand in his as they walked forward. How could I be? In my eyes, you are the most beautiful person in the world." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingshue's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Yet warmth spread through her heart. Oh, by the way, I came to tell you something important. I will be leaving for a while. You must take good care of yourself, understand? Leaving? Indeed, there are matters I need to attend to. But fret not, I shall return swiftly. During my absence, remain in the palace and do not venture outside. Await my return. Where are you going? Is it dangerous? Mu Qingxue expressed her concern. The world is quite unstable these days. What if? Rest assured, there is no cause for alarm. Do you not know my strength? Yiming reassured her, ruffling her hair. Ah, then please be careful. I will await your return. Mu Qingxue nodded earnestly. Though she was deeply concerned, she understood that once Yiming had made a decision, it was imperative to follow through. In her current state of strength, she felt powerless to assist him and could only await his return. If boredom set in, she would invite Xiao Ning to keep her company. She must not overexert herself and should rest well while leaving the rest in his capable hands. Yiming, you used to tell me stories. It has been ages since I last heard one from you. I wish. All right. The two embraced as Yiming began to narrate a tale of a gored hero who valiantly battled Ultraman to rescue a princess. Through Yiming's vivid storytelling, Mu Qingxue was utterly captivated, her emotions stirred. How fortunate that princess is to have a gored hero so devoted to her protection, Mu Qingxue remarked, warmth flooding her heart as she glanced at Yiming. Am I not the same? The day swiftly passed, and that evening, Yiming chose not to return to his room, but remained by Mu Qingxue's side, sharing stories with her. As dawn broke, casting its first golden rays upon the earth, Yiming rose, gazing into the distance. I must take my leave now. Remember to behave, don't tire yourself too much, and rest well. When I return, if I find you have lost weight, I shall be quite displeased. Yiming, just as he turned to depart, Mu Qingxue stood and called out to him. What is it? A soft sensation brushed against Yiming's lips as Mu Qingxue leaned in and kissed him. However, she quickly pulled away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yiming, take care. I will be here waiting for your return. Yiming nodded, and in an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 23. The City of Chaos, Bloodthirsty Pavilion. In the Dao State, within the Tianqian domain, lies the City of Chaos. This locale serves as a confluence for the three great empires, the Dechu Empire, the Detang Empire, and the Dazhou Empire, rendering it a place of unparalleled complexity. Due to the hostilities among these empires, this area falls outside the jurisdiction of any singular authority, existing as a lawless expanse. Each year, notorious fugitives from the three empires converge here. At this moment, within a modest tavern in the Chaos domain, a young man approached. He was strikingly handsome, clad in a flowing black robe that accentuated his tall frame. Curiously, he was completely bald. This individual was Yiming. After departing from the Daichu Empire and traversing for 2 days, he had finally arrived at this destination. His purpose for coming was to locate the branch of the Bloodthirsty Pavilion, a formidable faction with a legacy spanning thousands of years. Its branches scattered across the eastern wilderness and rumored to extend even to the distant central continent. Even in his past life, Yiming had been uncertain of the veracity of these claims. The audacity of the Bloodthirsty Pavilion to target Mu Qingxue compelled him to seek their obliteration. Is that a mere child of a monk? Upon Yiming's entrance, the patrons of the tavern cast curious glances in his direction. His youthful appearance, akin to that of a child, was striking in such an establishment. It was a rarity to encounter someone of his nature here, igniting their intrigue. Waiter, bring forth the wine. Unperturbed by the gazes upon him, Yiming chose a seat and spoke confidently. Oh, another flower monk, chimed a sultry voice as a woman in her 30s sashayed over. Her eyes gleamed with avarice. Alas, this little monk is doomed. He has caught the attention of Lady Wang, who is known for preying on such souls. I still recall the last unfortunate lad. His fate was grim. The crowd murmured as they observed the unfolding scene. Little monk, how about sharing a drink with your sister? The middle-aged woman proposed eagerly, her eyes alight with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. 3 seconds. If you do not leave, you shall die? Yiming retorted coldly, dismissing her with disdain. Why, little monk? You are quite fearsome. You frighten me. Do ensure you keep me company tonight. With a resounding crash, as the woman's words hung in the air, Yiming shot her a glance. Instantly, her entire form erupted into a shower of blood and flesh, raining down upon the ground. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically at this gruesome spectacle. Is it true that Lady Wang has perished? What transpired? Was it his doing? Did a mere glance annihilate her? What sort of prowess is this? My. Waiter, bring the wine, Yi Ming remarked with an unruffled demeanor. Coming right up, esteemed guest. The waiter, visibly shaken, hurried over. In this establishment, he had encountered many formidable individuals, yet none were as ruthless as Yi Ming. Good sir, your strength is impressive. May I inquire your name? As Yi Ming sipped his drink, a burly middle-aged man approached, flanked by several menacing companions. It was evident to any observer that he intended to confront Yi Ming. In this lawless city, might reigned supreme, rendering acts of robbery and murder commonplace. The Lone Wolf brothers, how did they arrive here? Someone wondered. What else could it be? That young man dispatched Lady Wang with a mere glance. And his cultivation is merely at the Broken Realm. He must possess a treasure of great worth. Broken Realm? Upon hearing this, the crowd paused momentarily, then began to sense Yi Ming's aura, confirming it was indeed at the Broken Realm. Instantly, avarice flickered across the faces of those in the tavern. Unbeknownst to them that Yi Ming had suppressed his cultivation to conceal his identity. 3 seconds. If you do not depart, you shall perish. Yi Ming reiterated his warning. Is that so? You must possess a treasure, then. Surrender it, and I may grant you a chance at survival, otherwise. The middle-aged man dropped his pretense, speaking directly, although he felt trepidation towards Yi Ming. The prospect of a treasure capable of enabling a Broken Realm cultivator to slay a soul-melding realm expert was a risk he deemed worthy of taking. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Ming cast a glance in his direction, and he met the same fate as Lady Wang, exploding into nothingness. This time, however, the others were not deterred. Rather, their greed intensified. You dare unleash chaos in this domain. Today, you shall surely die. Let us all strike together. We will divide the treasure. In a frenzy, they could no longer contain themselves and surged forward. For the sake of the so-called treasure, they disregarded all caution. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Yi Ming shook his head, then downed a fiery shot of liquor, unleashing a torrent of savage energy from his being. Instantly, those who charged at him erupted like fireworks, leaving nothing but obliterated remains. The waiter was left utterly astounded. What sort of strength was this? It was utterly terrifying. The annihilation strike of the demonic path is truly formidable. Observing the lifeless bodies surrounding him, Yi Ming pondered within. In reality, he possessed no so-called treasures. The power he wielded was derived solely from the annihilation strike he had executed. This ability was obtained from his previous sign-in at the Great Chu Imperial Palace. At that moment, a mental energy-based demonic technique surged forth, marking the first time he had unleashed it since his sign-in, and its potency surpassed his wildest imagination. Even in his past life, having cultivated numerous demonic arts, he considered none could rival this one. Another jug of wine, my good innkeeper, Yi Ming remarked nonchalantly. Yes, stammered the innkeeper, hastening over with trepidation, fearing that any misstep might incur Yi Ming's wrath, potentially leading to his own demise, a truly harrowing thought. Nevertheless, Yi Ming felt no inclination towards him, choosing instead to savor his exquisite wine in silence. At last, after consuming 3 jugs of wine, Yi Ming rose to his feet, his gaze directed towards the distance where the bloodthirsty pavilion resided. Sated and nourished, he was reminded of his past habits. Before embarking on any act of violence, he would always seek a place to indulge in strong spirits. Chapter 24. The 7 Steps of the Reversed Dragon. In the City of Chaos, at the Bloodthirsty Pavilion, the atmosphere was as bustling as ever. Those issuing bounties, accepting missions, or simply seeking to broaden their horizons flowed in and out incessantly. At that moment, within a lavish chamber of the Bloodthirsty Pavilion, several high-ranking officials gathered together. Who would have thought that 10 years have passed since we last parted? An elder exclaimed. Indeed, time flies. Yet, witnessing the growing strength of our bloodthirsty pavilion fills my heart with joy, another responded. Absolutely, in the entire Dao prefecture. Who would dare to slight our bloodthirsty pavilion? Who would be foolish enough to oppose us? That would be courting death. Suddenly, amidst their jovial conversation, a thunderous noise erupted from outside, causing the entire room to tremble violently. The expressions of the gathered officials shifted as they realized the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, they had boasted about their unassailable power, and now how audacious. Who dares to attack the bloodthirsty pavilion? They seek death, the elder bellowed, his figure flickering before vanishing from the chamber, with the others following suit, soaring into the air. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Yi Ming strode forward. Colossal dragons swirling beneath his feet. With each step, buildings crumbled to ruin. Who dares to assail the bloodthirsty pavilion? A booming voice echoed, as hundreds of powerful warriors surged forth from within. Die? Yi Ming scoffed, his eyes flashing as he unleashed a devastating strike. Instantly, the warriors erupted in midair, showering the surroundings in a crimson deluge. What? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers below paled, hastily retreating into the distance. Yi Ming paid them no heed, continuing his advance. With another thunderous step, the ground within hundreds of feet disintegrated into ruins, countless members of the bloodthirsty pavilion perishing beneath the debris. How bold! An enraged voice called out as several figures soared toward him, including the elder from before. Who are you, and why do you assault the bloodthirsty pavilion? The elder demanded, his face contorted with fury. Since the establishment of their branch here, it was the first time they had been confronted in such a manner, an utter disgrace. Why? Yi Ming sneered, responding, some individuals are beyond your reach. Those who dare to provoke them shall meet their demise. The name Mu Qingxue represented a forbidden line for him. The bloodthirsty pavilion had the audacity to accept a bounty on her, and thus, it must be obliterated. The others, bewildered, exchanged glances, completely unaware of whom they had offended. However, upon witnessing the devastation around them, their fury ignited. Regardless of your identity, anyone bold enough to attack the bloodthirsty pavilion shall undoubtedly meet their end today. The elder let out a thunderous roar, and with a swift motion of his hand, a magnificent blade radiating a verdant glow materialized in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged directly at Yi Ming. One must acknowledge that the elder's prowess was indeed formidable. With a single stroke, the air was rent asunder, the sheer force generating a resounding shockwave that was quite impressive. Fifth level of transformation, Yi Ming mused, shaking his head at the advancing elder. He then stepped forward once more, and a colossal silver dragon emerged. At that moment, the elder felt as though his heart had been mercilessly struck by a hammer, an agonizing sensation gripping him. Reverse dragon 7 steps, you. A pale-faced, middle-aged man interjected, his complexion wan. Reverse dragon 7 steps, an unparalleled secret technique of the Buddhist sect. Unlike the heavenly dragon 9 steps, this is an offensive secret art. It is said that with each step taken, the practitioner's strength doubles, and after 7 steps, even gods and demons are obliterated. But has this secret art not been lost to time? Why has it resurfaced? Who exactly are you? The one who will slay you. With another forceful step, the elder could no longer endure the terrifying pressure and plummeted from the sky, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Altogether, we cannot allow him to take 7 steps. Otherwise, we shall surely perish today, bellowed a burly man as he charged forth. The others, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation, unleashed their full power. The combined might of 5 transformation realm experts was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, Yi Ming's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward once more. Boom! An even more potent aura erupted from him, trembling the very heavens and earth at that moment. We must strike with all our might. He must be slain. The 5 men, no longer daring to hold back, unleashed a barrage of fearsome techniques, intent on extinguishing Yi Ming's life. However, Yi Ming stepped forward yet again. Roar! A 4th silver dragon manifested beneath his feet, and as thunder rumbled through the skies, the surrounding area, spanning thousands of meters, was reduced to ruin beneath this step. A significant portion of the bloodthirsty pavilion lay in utter destruction. With a series of sickening sounds, the 4 combatants involuntarily spat forth blood, their faces reflecting sheer panic. This is terrifying. Reverse dragon 7 steps. Each step transcends the last. At this moment, Yi Ming's aura had reached an extraordinarily fearsome level. What are you waiting for? Unleash every means at your disposal. Otherwise, we shall truly meet our end here. A powerful shout erupted from the elder's lips as he summoned a colossal bell behind him. The bell radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping the entire world in its luminous glow. Excellent. The others nodded in agreement, each unleashing their most formidable techniques. Bloodlight spread across 30,000 miles. A single sword swept across 90,000 states. With my blood, I summoned my true deity. Waves of unmatched ferocity erupted from these individuals, driven by the instinct for survival. Instantly, the entire chaotic city began to tremble violently, as if even the void itself could scarcely endure such terrifying power, on the brink of collapse. Kill! They roared in unison, charging towards Yi Ming with all their might. This fearsome aura sent shockwaves through the millions of beings within the chaotic city, filling them with profound dread. Who could possibly compel the bloodthirsty pavilion to unleash such a terrifying onslaught? How formidable! Could this truly be the strength displayed by those at the infant transformation stage? Before them, I felt no different from an insignificant ant. Terror, screams, roars, and exhilaration painted the faces of the crowd. Is this truly all the strength they possess? Chapter 25. Annihilation, Forces in Turmoil. Is this all the power you possess? Then you may meet your demise. With a thunderous step, the earth trembled. Beneath Yi Ming's feet, a radiant constellation appeared, and at that moment, he embodied the essence of an exalted celestial being, instilling fear in all present. Boom, boom, boom. As Yi Ming's aura surged once more, the powerful beings at the transformation stage could no longer withstand the pressure. Like kites severed from their strings, they plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Gasp! Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd in the chaotic city collectively inhaled sharply. Defeated? The bloodthirsty pavilion has actually been vanquished? How could this be? The bloodthirsty pavilion had long been the sovereign of the chaotic city. Since its inception, no one had ever managed to conquer them, yet now. Who are you? We, from the bloodthirsty pavilion, hold no enmity with you. What? No enmity? Yi Ming scoffed coldly. Indeed, the bloodthirsty pavilion had no grievances against him, but they had made a grave mistake by issuing a bounty for Mu Qingxue. Anyone who dares to harm her shall undoubtedly meet their end. He was no longer the humble monk wishing to save all sentient beings from his past life. Now, he was merely a demon intent on safeguarding the one he cherished. Let destruction reign. With a mighty roar, Yi Ming took his sixth step, causing the void to tremble and the sun and moon to sway. 6 colossal silver dragon shadows coalesced beneath him, and the star-like formation enveloped the entire bloodthirsty pavilion. With another step, the remaining transformation stage experts were reduced to ashes, along with the bloodthirsty pavilion branch that had stood for a millennium. Cough, cough, cough. Above in the sky, sounds of coughing erupted from Yi Ming's lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The reverse dragon's 7 steps were unparalleled in ferocity, but their execution required an equally formidable physique. Otherwise, a mere attempt at the first step could lead to one's body shattering. Even though Yi Ming had cultivated the celestial demon body, he could only achieve 6 steps. At his current strength, attempting the 7th step would likely overwhelm him. However, it seemed he no longer needed to take that final step. With a whoosh, Yi Ming swallowed a golden elixir, then waved his hand, summoning from the ruins of the bloodthirsty pavilion an array of spirit stones, talismans, weapons, and treasures. These were the resources amassed by the bloodthirsty pavilion over the years. Now, they rightfully belonged to Yi Ming. Though others eyed these riches with envy, none dared to seize them. For who would challenge someone capable of toppling the bloodthirsty pavilion? That would be tantamount to courting death. For a full half-hour, Yi Ming meticulously gathered all his belongings, and then, with a flicker of his figure, he vanished from the spot. Shortly after his departure, hundreds of figures surged into the vicinity. The bloodthirsty pavilion's branch had been utterly annihilated. The heavens themselves seemed on the verge of collapse. It was unfathomable what calamities would unfold next. Outside the chaotic city, amidst a mountain range, Yi Ming sat quietly in a meditative posture, surrounded by countless shards of spiritual stones. Waves of dense spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. This state persisted for nearly an hour before he gradually came to a halt. The 7 steps of the reverse dragon truly deserved its reputation as a supreme secret technique. Yet the toll it exacted was immense. Yi Ming murmured softly. Although he had employed only 6 steps and appeared unscathed externally, his inner self bore numerous injuries. Fortunately, after an hour of recuperation, he finally regained his composure. Rising to his feet, Yi Ming's gaze turned icy. Though he had managed to eradicate the bloodthirsty pavilion's branch, he understood that the most critical phase lay ahead. Moreover, There was the formidable Tang Empire to contend with. He had received intelligence indicating that the Tang Empire had dispatched a considerable number of experts to the front lines. Even with the presence of the formidable Mu Kuang on the side of the Great Chu, he realized that their defeat was merely a matter of time. Once the front collapsed, the consequences would be dire. With a sigh, Yi Ming reflected on his rapid growth and cultivation during this lifetime, far surpassing that of his previous existence. However, he lamented the brevity of his time. If only he possessed the cultivation of his past life now, or if he were granted 3 more years. Alas, this world offers no such if-onlys. It was time to venture to the front lines. With that thought, Yi Ming's figure flickered once more, and he disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, atop the lofty peak of Wangguan Daizhou, a towering palace loomed into the clouds. Those familiar with the region would recognize it as the headquarters of the bloodthirsty pavilion in Daizhou. At this moment, within the grand hall of the palace, several figures donned in golden masks were seated in sequence, exuding an aura of terror. The branch in the southeastern region has been destroyed, an ancient voice echoed, emanating from a figure clad in tattered robes. Who dares to oppose the bloodthirsty pavilion? Came a chilling voice next, belonging to a woman clad in red. Whosoever dares to obliterate our branch shall undoubtedly meet their demise. Indeed, in all the years since our establishment, this is the first occurrence of such an affront. We must impose severe punishment. Otherwise, where lies the dignity of the bloodthirsty pavilion? Shuiyun, this task falls to you. Ensure that the perpetrator is eliminated. Understood. A robust man nodded. Then, with a flash, he vanished from the hall. In the capital of the Tang Empire, Xian Yuanhao sat gravely in his chamber. A furrow of concern etched upon his brow. Before him, an elderly man clad in black knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, the bloodthirsty sect's branch has been annihilated. They will undoubtedly seek retribution. Should they? The power of the bloodthirsty sect is well known to me. If they drag the Tang Empire into this, do you know who was responsible? A young monk. A monk? The old man affirmed. Indeed, witnesses confirm it was a monk, and he possesses the supreme Buddhist secret technique. The reverse dragon's 7 steps. The reverse dragon's 7 steps. At the mention of this name, Xian Yuanhao's countenance shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of the significance of such a technique. His brows knitted in deep contemplation. The reverse dragon's 7 steps is an unparalleled secret of Buddhism. The individual wielding such a technique is likely not from Daosho, yet why would he target the bloodthirsty sect? This conundrum eluded his understanding. It is worth noting that he was not entirely at fault. After all, Daosho is but a speck upon the vast continent. While Buddhism does exist here, its influence is minimal, rendering it improbable that they would possess such a secret technique unbeknownst to him. Chapter 26. The Border Crisis. Let us set that aside for now. How are matters in the Great Chu? Xian Yuanhao inquired once more. At present, the paramount concern remained Mu Qingxue. The knowledge of her possessing the 9 sacred body was confined solely to him and those of the Great Chu. This represented his golden opportunity. Should this information leak, the entire continent might tremble, rendering his aspirations unattainable. This was precisely why he had initiated warfare once more at the earliest opportunity. Although Mu Kuang had made his move in the Great Chu, under our vigorous assault, we should be able to breach their defenses within 2 days. However, what is it? It appears that our envoys dispatched to the Great Chu have not returned with any news. It seems their fate is dire. In his quest to secure Mu Qingxue, Xian Yuanhao had prepared for contingencies from the outset. A large-scale offensive against the Great Chu and the issuance of a bounty. Both measures taken as a precaution. It seems there truly exists another cultivator of the transformation realm in the Great Chu. Xian Yuanhao murmured, having previously speculated but lacking confirmation. Now, with Mu Kuang on the front lines, it could not be him, leaving only one possibility. Your Majesty, should we continue to send personnel? No. The foremost priority is the war at the front. Once we seize the Great Chu, their cooperation will be of little concern. Xian Yuanhao shook his head and continued. Maintain close surveillance on the bloodthirsty pavilion. Report any changes immediately. Additionally, expedite the offensive on the front lines. We must breach their defenses swiftly. If necessary, employ special tactics. Understood. The elder then departed, leaving Xian Yuanhao alone in the chamber. With a flick of his hand, a golden talisman appeared in his grasp. The one Xian Yuan Changkong had previously bestowed upon him, capable of unleashing an attack comparable to that of a peak divine concealment realm expert. Observing the talisman, a cruel smile crept upon Xian Yuanhao's lips. The 19 sacred body must belong to me. At the border of the Great Chu, in Wanhua City, Mu Kuang stood upon the city wall, his countenance grim as he gazed ahead. There, a throng of soldiers from the Great Tang stood arrayed. Beside him were several grievously wounded warriors of the Great Chu. Ancestor, if this continues, we will have no means to withstand the Great Tang Empire's assault. What shall we do? A middle-aged man clad in armor spoke, his expression equally grim. The disparity in strength filled him with profound apprehension. Despite Mu Kuang's steadfast presence over these many days, the situation remained dire. Sighing deeply, Mu Kuang responded, "To be honest, at this juncture, I find myself devoid of options. In such circumstances, there are but two courses of action. First, to resist with all our might, though the likelihood of failure is exceedingly high. Second, to send Mu Qingshui away." However, such words would undoubtedly offend Yi Ming, and at that moment, "Yi Ming, I hope my gamble is correct," thought Mu Kuang. Just then, a deep and resonant sound of a horn echoed through the air as the soldiers of the Great Tang moved steadily towards them. The imposing aura suggested they were unwilling to delay any longer. The densely packed army darkened his expression further. "Dispatch the orders. Prepare for battle." With Mu Kuang's command, the soldiers of the Great Chu sprang into action. Yet, compared to the fierce and aggressive troops of the Great Tang, their efforts seemed paltry. Boom, boom, boom. Following the horn, the thunderous sound of war drums rolled in. A multitude of figures, serving as the vanguard, soared through the sky, transforming the once clear heavens into a tumultuous sea of dark clouds. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the entire Moonwatch city. The ominous clouds threatened to crush the city. Kill. The Great Tang showed no signs of hesitation. In the instant their army approached, they charged towards Moonwatch City without mercy. Mu Kuang uttered no pleas for mercy. In a flash, he dashed forward. The clash of the two armies sent shockwaves through the heavens and the earth. Kill. Annihilate this wretched horde. Breach the city with all your might. Let them all perish. Roars of fury erupted, and in an instant, the area transformed into a battlefield of carnage, with shadows falling into pools of blood every passing second. Both Great Chu and Great Tang soldiers met their fates. In that moment, all were blinded by bloodlust. Within mere minutes, the ground was heaped with corpses, and the crimson blood flowed like a river. Above, Mu Kuang wielded his sword in his right hand and struck down a nearby opponent, cleaving him in two. Yet, no trace of joy graced his countenance, for dozens more foes rushed towards him. The war raged on, blood continued to spill, and lives were extinguished. Time trickled by, and after a grueling half-hour, the soldiers of Great Chu found themselves retreating. Even Mu Kuang in the sky was battered and bloodied. Though he held the highest cultivation here, the saying rings true, a hero cannot withstand the multitude. For every foe he dispatched, 2 more appeared, and for every 2, 10 more followed. Was heaven truly intent on extinguishing Great Chu? Observing the crumbling soldiers of his faction, Mu Kuang's heart sank. Though he had anticipated such an outcome, the realization weighed heavily upon him. "Ha ha, perish." A sinister laugh echoed as yet another group of formidable warriors charged forth. Just then, a thunderous roar resounded through the skies. Behold, a dragon's silhouette, stretching hundreds of feet in length, emerged in the heavens. Above the dragon, a young man descended gracefully through the air, none other than Yi Ming. Yi Ming. Upon catching sight of Yi Ming, Mu Kuang momentarily paused, his expression swiftly transforming into one of exuberant joy. However, in stark contrast, the individuals from the Tang Empire grew increasingly grave. The aura emanating from Yi Ming was utterly terrifying, surpassing even that of Mu Kuang. If one Mu Kuang had already inflicted such losses upon them, what havoc might another unleash? They resolved to vanquish him with all their might. Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of figures abandoned their pursuit of Mu Kuang and charged towards Yi Ming. Humph! Observing these oncoming foes, Yi Ming let out a cold chuckle, raising his right hand. A colossal silhouette of a Buddha materialized in the sky. Bang! With a single strike of the Tathagata palm, the very heavens and earth reverberated with a thunderous roar. In that fleeting moment, the multitude of figures burst apart like fireworks. What? Witnessing this spectacle, the assembly from the Tang Empire was struck with sheer terror. Had he truly just annihilated dozens of soul fusion realm experts with a mere palm strike? What kind of power was this? Ha ha ha, splendid. In contrast to the dismay of the Tang Empire's forces, Mu Kuang felt a surge of elation. Though he too was perplexed by the substantial increase in Yi Ming's strength since their last encounter. Yet, this was not the time for such reflections. The stronger Yi Ming became, the more intense the battle today would be. Subsequently, he too unleashed his full power, charging towards the forces of the Tang Empire with unwavering resolve. Let us strike with all our might and eliminate him. Chapter 27. Suppression of the entire field. So weak. As Yi Ming observed the multitude charging towards him, he shook his head. In the next moment, he moved with a singular step. Boom. As his foot struck the ground, it shattered beneath him. A formidable aura emanated from his being, expanding outward in all directions. In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 feet, all those beneath the sixth layer were reduced to mere fragments. Without pause, Yi Ming took a second step. Boom. With this step, all those below the transformation realm perished. He continued with a third, fourth, and fifth step, executing the 7 steps of the reverse dragon. In total, Yi Ming unleashed 5 steps. Suddenly, the once vibrant battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The ground was now littered with countless corpses. Devil, demon, you are a demon. The soldiers of the great Tang Empire trembled in fear as they beheld the mountain of bodies before them. Though they had seen much in their lives, they had never encountered such a terrifying figure. Those 5 simple steps had wrought unimaginable devastation. Yi Ming paid no heed to their terror. Instead, he flickered and charged towards the soldiers of the great Tang Empire. Under his overwhelming assault, the soldiers of the great Chu, who had been on the verge of defeat, found their fortunes reversed. The great Tang Empire was utterly routed, their ranks collapsing in disarray. Half an hour later, the battle concluded. Yi Ming. In the sky, Mu Kuang rushed over, his face alight with excitement. Had it not been for your timely arrival, I cannot fathom the consequences. Are you unharmed? Yi Ming inquired, nodding slightly. And no, I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I'll recover with some time. But how did you end up here? Qing Shui is in the palace. I have made preparations. She is safe. That is good, that is good. Hearing this, Mu Kuang nodded. He understood that Yi Ming's intervention was not for himself or the Great Chu, but for Mu Qing Shui. As long as she remained in Great Chu, Yi Ming would continue to aid them. Conversely, should anything befall her, let us not dwell on that. I will eliminate them all. This area is yours to manage. With that, Yi Ming vanished in an instant. Watching his departing figure, Mu Kuang felt a surge of emotions. In such a short span, his strength had grown immensely. What manner of person are you? With fervent speed, bolstered by the supreme technique of the 9 steps of the celestial dragon, Yi Ming's velocity reached an astonishing level. He quickly caught up with the fleeing soldiers of the great Tang Empire. Without a word, he struck with lethal precision. These soldiers, already devoid of morale, stood no chance against Yi Ming. Within a mere 2 hours, he had slaughtered them all. Many have indeed met their demise at the hands of Yi Ming. However, he paid them no heed. In his previous life, he might have spared them, but in this existence, these individuals arrived with intentions against Mu Qingxue, and thus, they could not be forgiven. To show them mercy would be an act of cruelty towards himself. Time passes swiftly, and soon nightfall enveloped the land. Yi Ming returned to Wangyue City. At that moment, within a loft in Wangyue City, Yi Ming sat quietly, with Mu Kuang beside him, albeit appearing somewhat apprehensive. Such is the nature of this world, where strength commands respect. Yi Ming's power now far surpassed his own, and naturally, Yi Ming, I am profoundly grateful to you. Without your intervention, I fear for the fate of our great Chu. No need for such sentiments. Yi Ming waved dismissively. His actions were solely for Mu Qingshue's sake. Indeed, after this battle, it seems the great Tang will think twice before waging war again. This is fortuitous news for us. I intend to journey to the great Tang Empire. Yi Ming declared. To the great Tang Empire? Indeed, I must acquire the Jiang Stone, Mu Kuang replied. Yi Ming nodded. Although there remained a year until Mu Qingshue's Jiuyin physique would erupt, he was unwilling to take chances. Just as before, Mu Qingxue was originally supposed to stay at the Bodhi Temple for a year, yet circumstances had shifted within mere months, and he feared an early awakening. Should that occur without the Jiang Stone, Mu Qingxue would suffer greatly. While it would not be fatal, he wished to spare her from such anguish. From the moment of his rebirth, He resolved that in this life, he would not allow Mu Qingxue to endure even the slightest harm. The Great Tang Empire is formidable, far beyond the capabilities of our Great Chu. Though you possess great strength, we could simply wait for the auction at that point. I cannot wait that long. Yiming shook his head. He understood that waiting for the auction's commencement would be the safest course, yet for Mu Qingxue, he was unwilling to delay. Moreover, having obliterated the bloodthirsty pavilion, powerful adversaries could appear at any moment. What if an unforeseen event arose? Then I shall accompany you, Mu Kuang said, hesitantly. No, your presence is needed here. I shall go alone. With that, Yiming handed Mu Kuang a jade talisman. I previously set up a formation in the palace. This is the key to activate it. Should I fail to return in time and the palace is attacked, I hope you can protect Qingxue. He understood better than Mu Kuang the true strength of the Great Tang Empire. After all, he had experienced it firsthand in his past life. Given his current abilities, he harbored little confidence. Thus, this visit was of utmost importance. With the formidable Mu Kuang presiding, the celestial magic array could be activated, allowing even the most powerful beings at the fusion realm to be momentarily halted. This would afford ample time for preparation. Mu Kuang paused for a moment, then accepted the jade talisman, his heart brimming with emotion. Setting aside other matters, the depth of Yiming's feelings for Mu Qingxue was profoundly moving. To go to such lengths for someone. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that Qingxue remains unharmed. Indeed, Yiming nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Holding the jade talisman, Mu Kuang gazed skyward, sighing softly. Qingxue, how fortunate you are to have such a companion by your side. He then tucked the talisman away and exited the chamber. The night swiftly passed. On the following morning, in the chaotic city, a golden light split the heavens, revealing a man adorned with a golden mask at the location of the bloodthirsty pavilion. This individual was none other than the golden assassin, Blood Cloud, from the bloodthirsty pavilion. Chapter 28, The Apocalypse. A Buddhist warrior? Observing the dilapidated surroundings, Blood Cloud murmured softly. Yet at that moment, his brow furrowed slightly as his gaze turned towards the void on his right. Come forth. Indeed, as a golden tier assassin of the bloodthirsty pavilion, I never anticipated that my deep concealment would be discovered by you. A resonant voice echoed, and from the void emerged a bald man clad in a monk's robe. The man appeared to be around 30 years of age, though not conventionally handsome. An air of nobility enveloped him, with faintly resonating Buddhist chants emanating from behind. It is you. Blood Cloud's brow slightly knitted at the sight of this individual. Oh, you recognize me? The bald man inquired with surprise. How could I not know Dao Ming, the foremost prodigy of Tianming Temple? Blood Cloud replied, though astonishment swelled within him. Tianming Temple ranks among the most formidable forces in the Eastern continent, rivaling even the bloodthirsty pavilion, and this man is an unparalleled genius of the temple, possessing formidable strength. Oh, it seems you are not from the Dao province? Dao Ming remarked with a faint smile. Others might harbor fear towards the bloodthirsty pavilion, yet he exhibited no trace of trepidation. Humph, this is a branch of the bloodthirsty pavilion. Are you here to instigate a conflict? Blood Cloud retorted coldly. The bloodthirsty pavilion and Tianming Temple have historically been at odds, and the presence of this individual here was certainly provocative. Conflict? No, I have no such interest. Dao Ming replied, shaking his head. He then surveyed the surroundings once more and continued. Like you, I have come for that person. That person? You are after his reverse dragon 7-step secret technique, aren't you? The reverse dragon 7 steps is indeed an extraordinary skill of my Buddhist sect, now lost to the outside world. As a member of the Buddhist order, it is my duty to reclaim it. Is that so? To covet another's possession while speaking so brazenly. Your Buddhist kin are merely a bunch of hypocrites, Blood Cloud scoffed. Hypocrites? Perhaps. But what of it? Dao Ming remained unfazed by Blood Cloud's derision. With a grand gesture, he produced a golden relic in his hand. As he formed a hand seal, radiant light burst forth. A vision materialized in the void, depicting Yiming executing the reverse dragon 7 steps and annihilating the members of the bloodthirsty pavilion. Time rewind. You actually. No. This is not my ability. It is the power of this relic, Dao Ming clarified, shaking his head, his eyes fixed intently on the vision, his expression brimming with excitement. It truly is the reverse dragon 7 steps. He formed another seal, causing the vision to vanish, replaced by a strange wave of energy that pointed towards the distance. So it's here. Dao Ming smiled slightly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Naturally, Blood Cloud was not one to lag behind, and he swiftly followed suit. This scene, of course, was unknown to Yi Ming. At this moment, he had arrived in the capital of the Tang dynasty. Observing the bustling streets around him, Yi Ming felt a profound sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had come here over 50 years later, and the essence of this place remained largely unchanged. Now, returning once more, although he found himself in the same location, his mindset was markedly different. In his past existence, he sought vengeance for Mu Qingxue. This time, his quest was for the Nine Suns Stone. The tragedies of his previous life were now behind him, and in this lifetime, no one would be able to wrest Qingxue from his grasp. System, sign in. A chime echoed in his mind, confirming the successful completion of his sign-in, granting him the Doomsday Spear. The name struck Yi Ming with surprise. A weapon, perhaps? He promptly opened the system interface and discovered a blood-red spear residing in his inventory. Doomsday Spear, celestial-grade demon artifact. Astounded, Yi Ming realized he had previously signed in for demonic martial arts at the Great Chu Imperial Palace, and now he had acquired a demonic artifact here. The ability to obtain such items indicated a connection between the Tang dynasty and the demonic realm. In other words, this land had once been home to the demon race. The demon race, an exceedingly terrifying lineage. He had initially believed that the Great Chu Empire was the sole bearer of demonic cultivators, but it now seemed that this land itself harbored deeper secrets. Yi Ming murmured softly, yet he did not dwell overly on this revelation. Whether it was the demon race or the human race mattered little to him. His singular desire was to protect Mu Qingxue. Everything else was of no consequence. The most pressing issue at hand was acquiring the Nine Suns Stone. Just then, a series of urgent shouts broke the air as a fully armed contingent of soldiers rushed from the distance. Their anxious expressions suggested that something significant had transpired. Clearly, news from the front lines had just arrived. The sudden annihilation of so many troops was more than the Tang Empire could bear. In a flash, Yi Ming vanished from sight. Minutes later, he found himself at an inn, intending to rest before taking action later that night. Within the confines of his room, Yi Ming sat cross-legged on the floor. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of spirit stones materialized beside him. He then uttered a command, causing all the spirit stones to explode, releasing rich spiritual energy that surged into his body. Simultaneously, dark radiance emanated from around him. As the influx of energy continued, the brilliance surrounding him intensified, ultimately enveloping the entire room in a shroud of black light. This phenomenon persisted for nearly 3 hours. With a powerful shout, he declared, "Break." Instantly, his aura began to surge dramatically. He had reached the 5th layer of the transformation stage. Sensing the power coursing through his veins, Yi Ming nodded in satisfaction. Although he was still far from the pinnacle of his past life, this represented a commendable beginning. Truth be told, he felt immensely grateful for having survived to attain the heavenly demon body during his time in the Great Chu dynasty, which had significantly enhanced his physical constitution. Otherwise, advancing his cultivation in such a tumultuous manner would have proven exceedingly challenging. However, as he continued his training, 2 streaks of light pierced the heavens above, landing nearby, none other than Blood Cloud and Dao Ming. Observing the inn below, Dao Ming smiled faintly before delivering a powerful strike. Boom! The force of his palm was terrifyingly immense. In an instant, the entire inn was obliterated, countless innocent civilians perishing beneath the weight of his blow. Yi Ming, his expression grave, soared out from within the inn. "So it is you." Upon seeing Yi Ming's emergence, both figures turned their gazes towards him. Yet their eyes shimmered with contrasting emotions. Blood Cloud radiated fury, while Dao Ming exuded excitement. Chapter 29, The Outbreak of War. Upon seeing the 2 individuals, Yi Ming's brows furrowed slightly. The aura emanating from them was formidable. From his past experiences, Yi Ming recognized that they were both formidable beings in the integration realm. "Do you have business here?" Shui Yun let out a cold snort before speaking. "You dare to obliterate my bloodthirsty pavilion, and you ask me if I have business?" With that, he raised his hand and struck directly at Yi Ming. The power of the integration realm was terrifying. Even Yi Ming felt as if he were being engulfed by a tempest. However, just as Yi Ming contemplated countering, Dao Ming made his move. with his palms pressed together. A colossal golden hand manifested, blocking Shui Yun's attack. What do you mean by this? Shui Yun's face twisted with fury. As a member of the Buddhist order, it is my duty to intervene, Dao Ming replied with a faint smile, stepping forward to stand before Yi Ming. Indeed, you possess great potential. Follow me, and with your talent, attaining the status of arhat should pose no challenge. His tone was calm, yet imbued with a subtle pressure. Dao Ming, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. He is a person of my bloodthirsty pavilion. Do you wish to make an enemy of us? Upon hearing the name Dao Ming, Yi Ming's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had heard of this name before. In his previous life, he had sought the aid of Tianming Temple for 30 years, hoping they would assist him in redeeming Mu Qingxue, but to no avail. This Dao Ming was the most gifted warrior of Tianming Temple, yet he had heard that this individual was ultimately slain by a malevolent force. He never anticipated that he would encounter him here. What of it? Dao Ming replied with a cold snort. Had it been anyone else, I might have refrained from intervening. But Yi Ming has mastered the reverse dragon 7 steps. Such a unique skill must be acquired, even at the cost of enmity with the bloodthirsty pavilion. Then prepare to meet your end. Shui Yun bellowed, flipping his hand to reveal a blood-red warblade, charging directly at Dao Ming. In that instant, Dao Ming also made his move. Buddhism illuminates all. The two integration realm powerhouses clashed recklessly, leaving Yi Ming momentarily sidelined, which left him feeling somewhat bemused. Did they truly disregard my presence? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. The commotion here would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Great Tang Empire, presenting an opportunity for him. Indeed, not long after the two began their fierce battle, dozens of figures rushed in from the skies, led by a middle-aged man adorned with a dragon crown. This man was none other than Xianyuan Hao, the sovereign of the Great Tang Empire. Integration realm powerhouses. Xianyuan Hao's expression grew grave upon witnessing the two combatants. He had not anticipated the presence of such formidable beings engaged in battle here. If it were elsewhere, he would undoubtedly leave without a second thought. But this was the imperial capital of the Great Tang. Halt! Xianyuan Hao bellowed. Yet Blood Cloud and his companion paid him no heed, engaging in a fierce battle once more. At that moment, Yi Ming moved. With a single step, the sound of a dragon's roar erupted, and he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the ether, his destination being the imperial palace of the Great Tang. What? Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. The 9 steps of the heavenly dragon. I never anticipated you possessed such a remarkable skill. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Dao Ming laughed heartily. Then, disregarding Blood Cloud, he pursued Yi Ming, as did Blood Cloud without exception. As for Xianyuan Hao, his expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware that Yi Ming was headed towards the palace. Convey my orders. Implement a full lockdown. No one must escape. With that, he charged forth. Yi Ming's speed was astonishing. In a mere 3 minutes, he arrived above the Great Tang Imperial Palace. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck down with his palm. Time was of the essence, and searching for the 9 yang stone meticulously was unrealistic. Thus, he resolved to obliterate this place, forcing the 9 yang stone to reveal itself. Boom! With a resounding crash, the heavens trembled. A transparent barrier above the palace shattered under his strike, followed by the collapse of numerous buildings. With many lives extinguished beneath his blow, the Buddha's palm, Dao Ming's face was etched with shock. From the initial reverse dragon 7 steps, to the heavenly dragon 9 steps. And now the Buddha's palm, Yi Ming had unleashed 3 supreme techniques. If possessing 1 was mere fortune, 2 was a stroke of extraordinary luck. Then to wield 3 at once. Who exactly are you? Yet Yi Ming paid him no mind. He clapped his hands together, and a massive palm imprint descended once more. In his quest to seize the 9 yang stone, he could no longer afford to conceal his intentions. You seek death. Xianyuan Hao's face blazed with fury, his murderous intent surging uncontrollably. He had never anticipated this individual to be so decisive, brazenly slapping the face of the Great Tang Empire. Warriors of the Great Tang Empire, heed my command. Exert all your strength to eliminate him. Swish, swish, swish. As his voice echoed, hundreds of figures soared into the air surrounding the palace, charging towards Yi Ming. Simultaneously, Blood Cloud and Dao Ming hastened their pursuit of Yi Ming. Humph! Observing these adversaries, Yi Ming snorted coldly, and his eyes gleamed with dark light, unleashing waves of deadly slashes. Whether they were from the Great Tang Empire or Dao Ming and Blood Cloud. They were all his foes. Thus, he felt no reservations. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sky above resembled a dazzling display of fireworks, as in mere seconds. Dozens of individuals were transformed into a crimson mist. A psychic assault, a sorceress technique. This revelation caused both Dao Ming and Shuiyun to change countenance dramatically. Simultaneously, they exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Let us unite. Whoosh. In an instant, the two charged towards Yi Ming from opposing directions, with Xianyuan Hao following suit. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the other two. His singular intent was to eliminate Yi Ming. Yet, Yi Ming remained unfazed by these developments. Once again, he invoked the 9 steps of the dragon, propelling his speed to an extraordinarily terrifying level, akin to teleportation, as he appeared in every corner of the Great Tang Palace. Bang! Another strike landed, causing a structure to collapse. No. He swiftly changed position and struck again. Still no. Bang, bang, bang. With each downward blow, within a mere 2 minutes, the entire Great Tang Empire was reduced to a desolate ruin. This left Xianyuan Hao seething with rage, his lungs nearly bursting with fury. How could the palace, standing for thousands of years, meet such a fate today? With a swift motion, he produced a golden talisman, declaring, "Enough." Chapter 30. Do you wish to kill me? Not yet. Buzz. With a resonant declaration from Xianyuan Hao, an unparalleled tempestuous aura erupted violently from his being. This aura was so formidable that it resembled that of ancient deities and demons. Even Dao Ming and Shui Yun were visibly shaken. The presence of a god concealment level was inconceivable. Die! Xianyuan Hao bellowed in a fit of rage, his right hand wielding a sword as he swung it toward the 3 adversaries with lethal intent. Boom! The might of the god concealment surged forth. And as the sword descended, the heavens trembled and the earth roared. This is bad. Sensing the impending doom, Yi Ming and his companions cried out, hastily halting their movements to muster their full defenses. The speed of the strike was astounding, even with Yi Ming's mastery of the heavenly dragon's 9 steps. Evasion was futile due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Die! Xianyuan Hao screamed with unrestrained fury. He had not intended to unleash this power, but now he found himself bereft of alternatives. Buzz! At that moment, Yi Ming clasped his hands together, summoning a resplendent golden bell before him. The bell radiated brilliant light, resonating with celestial chants. Immovable underworld king's bell. Similarly, Dao Ming manifested a golden shield in his grasp, while Shui Yun, exhibiting an unusual response, transformed into a wisp of blood mist, dispersing into the skies. Boom! The sword's radiance surged forth, turning the world askew. Violent detonations erupted, causing the very foundations of the imperial capital to shudder. Countless structures crumbled, and the toll of innocent lives lost beneath that singular strike was immeasurable. Silence reigned, an unparalleled stillness enveloping the scene. Under the weight of that sword, the world fell mute. The entire palace lay in a deathly hush. Tick-tock. In that moment, the sound of dripping blood echoed. Above, Yi Ming's visage turned ashen, a grievous wound gaping in his right hand, exposing bone beneath. Crimson blood flowed incessantly from the injury. In stark contrast, Dao Ming was in a more dire state. His garments lay in tatters, revealing a magnificent physique marred by countless wounds, blood streaming profusely from his body, rendering him a figure of carnage. Though Shui Yun appeared unscathed, the pallor of his face betrayed the immense toll he had endured. I will kill you, Dao Ming suddenly roared, seizing a golden staff that materialized in his grasp. The gentle demeanor he once possessed vanished, replaced by an expression of pure fury. Thud! With a powerful stomp, he charged toward Xianyuan Hao, exuding a terrifying aura that transformed Xianyuan Hao's expression. Amidst this chaos, Yi Ming remained undeterred, his gaze fixated intently on the depths of the northwestern region. There, he sensed waves of searing energy. Nanyang Stone. Yi Ming's expression was filled with intense excitement as he soared directly towards that area. Meanwhile, Shui Yun remained still, taking out 2 pills and swallowing them to begin his recovery. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from Dao Ming were terrifying, with each strike of his staff. The very fabric of space trembled. It was evident that the earlier events had completely enraged Xianyuan Hao. Protect the emperor. Resounding shouts echoed as the powerful figures of the Tang Empire surged forward, providing Xianyuan Hao with the necessary support to avoid immediate defeat. However, it was clear to the discerning that their efforts were ultimately futile. The difference between the heat integration stage and the transformation stage, though only a single realm apart, was akin to heaven and earth in disparity. Such a gap could not be bridged merely by numbers. Yi Ming was indifferent to Xianyuan Hao's fate. At that moment, he had arrived in the northwestern region, where he clenched his right hand, causing the ground to shatter, revealing 5 radiant stones glowing with intense heat. These were the Juyang stones. So this is the Juyang stone? Yi Ming smiled slightly as he gazed at the stone in his palm, then promptly stored it in his ring. Casting a glance at Dao Ming, who was still engaged in battle above, he swiftly took flight towards the palace's exterior. It was not that he was unwilling to eliminate his adversaries. Rather, the energy within him had been significantly depleted from enduring the previous onslaught. Moreover, powerful figures from the Tang Empire were converging from all directions. If he were to be surrounded, it would spell trouble. His sole objective for this expedition was the Juyang stone. Everything else was of no concern. Dao Ming, Shui Yun, the Tang Empire, given time. They were merely ants in his eyes. This was his confidence, a confidence born of possessing a system and being a reborn individual. Yet, while he wished to depart, others were intent on preventing his escape. Just as he took to the air, a figure appeared before him. It was Shui Yun. I never expected a transformation stage to withstand such formidable attacks. No wonder you dare to oppose my bloodthirsty pavilion, Shui Yun remarked coldly. To be candid, Yi Ming's prowess had exceeded his expectations. Had Yi Ming not destroyed his bloodthirsty pavilion branch, he would have considered recruiting him. However, the present circumstances were different. Is that so? Yi Ming replied with a cold smirk, glancing at Shui Yun and saying, Do you wish to make a move? Humph. Anyone who dares to oppose my bloodthirsty pavilion must perish. With that, Shui Yun wielded a blood-red blade and slashed towards Yi Ming. Boom. The blade cleaved the heavens. Bloodlight enveloped the area. In an instant, within a 1,000-foot radius, a shroud of crimson mist enveloped everything, causing Yi Ming to feel as if he had sunk into a quagmire, overwhelmed with discomfort. Die! Shui Yun shouted, propelling himself forward alongside the blade's aura. You wish to kill me? You're not nearly enough. Boom. Yi Ming let out a thunderous roar, and a ferocious aura erupted from his being. Behind him, a colossal demonic figure, towering over 100 feet, materialized. With a resounding crash, the appearance of this figure sent shockwaves through the heavens and the earth. In that moment, everyone felt as if they were confronting an ancient god or demon, a profound terror surging from the depths of their hearts. This dread transcended mere cultivation. It seemed to resonate with the very essence of their bloodlines. Demon, you are a demon cultivator, Blood Cloud exclaimed, his face etched with fear. Demon cultivator? Yi Ming scoffed with disdain. What of Buddha, what of demons? If I wish to become a Buddha, then there shall be no demons in the world. If I choose to embrace the path of demons, what can the Buddha do to me? The gods and Buddhas are but a thought away from me. Boom. Just as the terrifying blade aura was a mere 3 meters away from Yi Ming, he sprang into action. With a swift motion of his right hand, the immense demonic figure behind him mirrored his gesture, reaching forward. In an astonishing display of power, that formidable blade aura was seized directly by him. Is this the extent of your strength? Chapter 31. For you, everything is worth it crack. A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens and the earth, as the astonishing blade of light was crushed beneath a colossal demonic hand. What? Witnessing this scene, Blood Cloud's expression dramatically shifted. As a formidable being in the fusion realm, to have his full force attack shattered by a mere nascent soul cultivator's hand, how could this be possible? Even Dao Ming and Xianyuan Hao, embroiled in their fierce battle, were similarly astonished by Yi Ming's prowess. I had no intention of taking your life, but since you seek your own demise, do not blame me, Yi Ming declared, gazing down at Blood Cloud from the skies above. With a powerful stamp of his right foot, the massive demonic form behind him surged forward, launching a crushing blow towards Blood Cloud. Boom. The force of this strike was terrifying, reminiscent of an ancient titan. Its overwhelming might made Blood Cloud feel as though his very being was on the verge of collapse. The celestial demon body. You possess the celestial demon body. Who on earth are you? Blood Cloud cried out, his complexion pale with shock. His heart raced with disbelief at the kind of opponent he had encountered. Not only was he endowed with the supreme Buddhist techniques, But he also bore the legendary celestial demon body. Was it truly possible for a mere mortal to possess such power? Unified Buddha and demon? How could this be? Who am I? The one who will take your life. Yi Ming scoffed, stepping forward once more. As he took that step, Blood Cloud's countenance transformed. The sound of his bones cracking echoed through the air. Crimson blood erupted from his body as if it were flowing freely, yet he managed to endure the onslaught. Not dead yet. Yi Ming furrowed his brow at this sight. In his past life, he had slain many beings of the fusion realm, but none had withstood his attacks like this one. Truly, a bloodthirsty golden tier assassin indeed. Very well, let us try again. Boom. Another foot struck down, causing the entire Tang Dynasty palace to crumble, deep chasms forming under the weight of this terrifying force. The overwhelming aura compelled Dao Ming and Xianyuan Hao, who were fiercely battling, to cease their conflict and flee in a panic, fearful of being caught in the fallout. At that moment, Blood Cloud found himself pinned beneath this overwhelming power, his body creaking under the strain. Blood had long since stained his entire form. If you wish to kill me, then let us die together. Blood Cloud bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged from his being, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Self-detonation. Yi Ming's brow furrowed slightly, and in a flash, he vanished from his position. The self-detonation of a fusion realm cultivator was not to be underestimated. Though he might not necessarily perish, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. The consequences of being grievously injured here were all too clear to him, even with his eyes closed. Yet, at the very moment of his departure, the blood clouds, which had reached their zenith, suddenly deflated like a punctured ball, gradually vanishing into thin air. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he transformed once more into a mist of crimson, dissipating into the vast expanse of the world. Blood escape. Yi Ming's expression was one of utter dismay. He had been deceived by this individual. However, despite the frustration brewing within him, he felt no concern, for his objective in the Great Tang Empire had been accomplished. Furthermore, defeating this blood cloud would be a trivial matter in the future. He then recalled the demonic form behind him and executed the heavenly dragon 9 steps, disappearing from his original location in an instant. With their departure, Dao Ming lost the will to continue the battle. He waved his right hand, summoning a golden relic. As he formed hand seals, the radiant light of the relic surged forth, enveloping him completely. Amitabha. With the reverberation of this sacred chant, he too vanished amidst the luminous aura. Thus, only Xianyuan Hao and the remaining members of the Great Tang Empire, along with the scattered debris, were left behind. The insult was unbearable. Xianyuan Hao's countenance darkened ominously. The Great Tang had suffered a tremendous humiliation. Not only had the palace been destroyed, but countless strong warriors had perished. And he had even exhausted the talismans left by his ancestor, yet none remained. A disgrace, an indelible disgrace. Your Majesty, what shall we do? An elderly man inquired, his face pale with concern. What can we do? Xianyuan Hao exclaimed in frustration before vanishing from sight. This left the elder speechless. Why was he being scolded? If only he could eliminate them. But it was not he who had wrought this destruction. Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced. He dared not express them, especially with Xianyuan Hao in such a volatile state. Soon after, he descended to rally the members to clear the scene. As time flowed, another day had swiftly passed. At this moment, Yi Ming had returned to the realm of the Great Chu. It seemed imperative to elevate his strength post-haste. Gazing at the land beneath him, Yi Ming pondered. The current circumstances had undergone a radical transformation compared to his previous life. Planning based on past experiences was no longer viable. Moreover, it was not merely the bloodthirsty pavilion that posed a threat. Even the Tianming Temple had emerged. This was a force he had greatly feared even during his peak in the previous life. Should that monk named Dao Ming relay his information, the Tianming Temple would undoubtedly pursue vengeance. After all, he was acutely aware of Buddhism's profound disdain for demonic paths. Furthermore, as a practitioner of demonic arts himself, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to extinguish him. Moreover, regarding the Great Tang Empire, how could they possibly swallow their indignation after witnessing the devastation of the imperial palace? From the paper talisman previously wielded by Xianyuan Hao, it was evident that he too had formidable powers backing him. If he were to intervene. Alas, strength. The essence of strength. Yi Ming sighed deeply, and then, with a flicker of his figure, he soared toward the location of the Great Chu Imperial Palace. 3 hours later, Yi Ming arrived at the palace. Upon observing that everything remained as it was when he departed, the weight on his heart finally lifted. His greatest fear had been that an unforeseen calamity would strike during his absence. Although he entrusted the jade talisman that controlled the grand formation to Mu Kuang, a tinge of worry still lingered within him. Yi Ming. Shortly after his arrival, several figures flew towards him from the distance, among them Mu Kuang and others, including Mu Qingxue. Upon spotting Yi Ming, she rushed towards him without hesitation. During his absence, she had been immensely anxious, particularly after learning from Mu Kuang that he had ventured into the Tang Empire. Thankfully, he had returned safely at last. All is well now, let us return, Yi Ming said with a gentle smile, feeling the warmth radiating from Mu Qingxue. At that moment, his heart brimmed with countless emotions. For you, all of this is worth it. Chapter 32, Cooperation? In the Grand Palace of Dechu, within Yi Ming's courtyard, Yi Ming, Mu Kuang, and Mu Qingxue sat in a similar manner. Yi Ming, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Qingxue was extremely worried about your safety earlier, Mu Kuang remarked with a faint smile. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, subsequently taking Mu Qingxue's delicate hand. I apologize for causing you concern. Mu Qingxue's face flushed crimson. With the elder present, she felt it inappropriate to say much. Ha! This scene erupted into laughter from both Mu Kuang and Yi Ming. By the way, how did your journey to the Great Tang Empire fare? I hope nothing untoward occurred. There was a minor incident, but it has all been resolved, and everything is splendid. Yi Ming replied. Oh. Upon hearing this, Mu Kuang's expression brightened. He understood well what Yi Ming meant by splendid. It signified that Yi Ming had indeed acquired the Juyang stone. Thank you for your assistance during this time. Ah, what are you saying? It is my duty, Mu Kuang said, and with that, he gracefully took his leave, leaving only Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue in the room. Yi Ming, without hesitation, pulled Mu Qingxue into his embrace, holding her quietly. Yi Ming, what is it? Why are you so foolish? You know that during these days, from now on, you must not act this way. Mu Qingxue spoke, her cheeks still tinged with red. She was well aware that Yi Ming ventured to the Great Tang Empire for her sake. Yet, all right, I will heed your words from now on. Yi Ming nodded in agreement. Of course, this was merely for Mu Qingxue's peace of mind. Many matters were not simply avoidable at his discretion. For Mu Qingxue, he must undertake those responsibilities. Indeed, you are truly wonderful. Is that so? Yi Ming shook his head. No amount of goodness could mend the regrets of his past life. The two nestled together, exchanging sweet nothings, with Yi Ming recounting tales from his previous life, captivating Mu Qingxue completely. Yi Ming, after an entire hour, Mu Qingxue suddenly called out, her face aflame. What is it? You want me, don't you? Yi Ming was taken aback, never expecting such words from Mu Qingxue. I know I am unworthy of you, but this is the only thing I can offer, Mu Qingxue said, her countenance dimming. For so long, it had been Yi Ming aiding her, yet she felt. Silly girl, what are you saying? In my heart, you are the finest woman in this world. No one compares to you. It is I who am unworthy of you. But, why? Foolish child. I have said it. You are still young, and such thoughts could cause you great harm, so do not dwell on them. Had it been in the past, Yi Ming might have unhesitatingly agreed. However, Mu Qingxue possesses the nine sacred body. Engaging in a relationship with her before acquiring a suitable cultivation technique would be catastrophic for her. Well, let us set that aside for now, and allow me to share a tale. In the capital of Daozhou, the headquarters of the bloodthirsty sect, Shui Yun returned here, looking disheveled. Within the palace, a gathering of formidable members of the bloodthirsty sect assembled, their expressions grave. Shui Yun, is what you say true? An elder inquired, his brow furrowed. The enigmatic powerhouse, the fusion of Buddha and demon, Dao Ming of Tianming Temple, and the mysterious talismans of the Great Tang Empire, all of these filled him with profound concern. Indeed, the one who annihilated our branch not only possesses supreme Buddhist teachings, but also wields the heavenly demon body. Furthermore, Dao Ming of Tianming Temple has now embroiled the Great Tang Empire in this matter, Shui Yun affirmed with a nod. What I initially thought to be a simple task has spiraled into such a predicament. How do you all perceive this? The elder addressed the assembly. Historically, Tianming Temple has been our adversary, yet it is unlikely they will act against us immediately. The Great Tang Empire's formidable backing implies the presence of unparalleled powerhouses behind them. However, Shui Yun did not engage them directly. Even if he were to act, he would not seek us out first. The primary concern remains that individual. The convergence of Buddha and demon, coupled with such an extensive array of profound techniques, suggests that his identity is anything but ordinary. It is improbable that he hails from Daozhou. He may even originate from beyond the eastern continent. Beyond the eastern continent? Could he be from the fabled Central Land? If that is the case, we are in grave trouble. At the mention of the Central Land, a heavy silence fell over the assembly. The Central Land is renowned as the most powerful region of the entire continent, rumored to be home to countless strong individuals, including those at the Great Ascension and Transcendence realms. Shall we allow our bloodthirsty sect's branch to be eradicated without recourse? How will we maintain our foothold here in the future? But, at that moment, the elder bellowed, then turned to Shui Yun, saying, "You previously mentioned that this individual went to the Great Tang Empire in search of something. Do you know what he seeks? It seems to be the Nine-Yang Stone." "The Nine-Yang Stone? Are you certain?" "It should be accurate. Before departing, he seized several stones, which must be the Nine-Yang Stones." "The Nine-Yang Stone. Could it be?" The elder murmured, then stated, "Let us temporarily halt this matter. I will journey to the eastern continent. Upon my return, we shall make a decision." "The eastern continent? My lord, do you intend to?" "This issue pertains to the reputation of our bloodthirsty sect. I must report it. Regardless of who he is, the annihilation of our branch will not go unchallenged." With that, the elder departed. The others soon followed suit, leaving only Shui Yun and a graceful woman within the palace. "Elder Blood Cloud, are you truly going to swallow your anger so easily?" the woman teased. "What do you mean? Do you not desire vengeance?" Blood Cloud replied, his demeanor darkening. He held no fondness for this woman. "I can assist you in locating him. What do you say to a collaboration?" "Oh, are you genuinely so benevolent?" She chuckled. "After all, we are of the same sect. That brat who dared to offend our bloodthirst pavilion must be taught a lesson. Is that so? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You covet his heavenly demon body, do you not? If I recall correctly, you also practice demonic arts." Indeed, she acknowledged without reservation. "However, this poses no detriment to you. Are you not aware of the purpose of the Nine-Yang Stone?" "The Nine-Yang Stone? It is a celestial entity of utmost yang, sought after only by those who cultivate yang techniques. Yet, from your description, it is evident that he does not fit this criterion. Thus, it serves only one purpose. A nine-yin body. You imply that he covets the Nine-Yang Stone for the sake of a nine-yin body?" Blood Cloud exclaimed, astonished. "One could say that. He is likely accompanied by a woman possessing a nine-yin body. The advantages of such a body are well known, and should you acquire it. Furthermore, did you notice the old man's gaze? He has certainly recognized this matter. If you allow him to act first, do you believe you will still have a chance?" This. Blood Cloud furrowed his brow, genuinely taken aback, yet he found her reasoning compelling. "What say you? Shall we collaborate? Once we succeed, the heavenly demon body will be mine, and the nine-yin body will belong to you." Agreed. Chapter 33, The Alliance of Four Nations. Ding. Sign-in successful. Acquired the heavenly demon stone. Inside the grand palace of the Dechu, Ming sat quietly upon a bench. In his hand lay a stone, roughly the size of a fist. The stone was entirely black, emanating waves of a fierce and terrifying aura. The heavenly demon stone. As he gazed at the stone, Ming's brow furrowed slightly. He had heard of this stone in his previous life. It was a treasure of the demonic path, capable of refining a demonic body. However, this stone harbored potent negative emotions, and a moment's carelessness could lead one to succumb to madness, ultimately becoming a creature of slaughter. It seemed this region was indeed connected to the demonic realm. Ming murmured to himself, noting that both here and in the capital of the Great Tang, the items he acquired were all related to demons. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded. Suddenly, Mu Kuang burst in from outside, his expression gravely serious. "What is the matter? What has happened?" "Oh, it's a major event." "A major event?" "Indeed. I have just received word that the Great Tang Empire has now allied with the Great Shang, Great Ming, and Great Zhou to launch an offensive against our Dechu." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ming's face turned solemn. Just the Great Tang alone was enough to trouble Dechu. And now they had formed an alliance with 3 other nations? What on earth was happening? How could the other 3 kingdoms possibly agree? Their relations with the Great Tang were far from amicable. How could this be? It is because of the Tian Yuan secret realm. The Tian Yuan secret realm? Upon hearing this name, Yi Ming's brow tightened. He was aware of this secret realm, an ancient one said to conceal supreme secrets. It was rumored that the rise of Xianyuan Chongkong was due to his venture into this realm. For ages, this secret realm had remained under the control of the Great Tang Empire. No one else knew its whereabouts. This time, Xianyuan Hao is willing to offer 6 slots in order to unite the 3 nations against us. De Chu. Mu Kuang's expression was exceedingly grim. It was clear that Xianyuan Hao aimed to obliterate De Chu entirely. Our De Chu is in grave danger. Mu Kuang sighed. Given De Chu's current strength, it could barely withstand a single nation, but facing 4? The outcome would be dire. Xianyuan Hao seems truly mad. Yi Ming nodded. He understood that Xianyuan Hao's actions were motivated by his desire for Qing Shui. To be honest, he regretted not having dealt with that man back when he was in the Great Tang Empire. Yi Ming, you must take Qing Shui and leave, Mu Kuang urged. Leave? Indeed, given the might of our Great Chu, it is inconceivable that we could be their adversaries. I am confident in your abilities. Safeguarding Qing Shui should pose no difficulty for you. Thus, you must depart swiftly while they remain inactive, as far away as possible. If we leave, what will become of you? What of Great Chu? This is a calamity that befalls my Great Chu, and as its venerable ancestor, I must share its fate. Mu Kuang's tone was resolute. He had grown up here, and this was his home. Should his home be destroyed, life would lose its meaning. Furthermore, he had faith in Yi Ming. As long as he and Qing Shui survived, Great Chu would not perish. Sooner or later, Great Chu would rise again, and at that moment. Do you believe Qing Shui would consent? Yi Ming inquired. It is no longer a matter of her consent. Rather, enough. At that moment, Yi Ming rose, gesturing dismissively as he declared, rest assured, with me here, Qing Shui shall be unharmed, and Great Chu will not fall. But, there is no but. Since they dare to come, we shall eliminate them all. Yi Ming's tone was unwavering. Anyone who dared to harm Qing Shui would face his wrath, be it the bloodthirsty pavilion, the Tang Empire, or others resolutely. Witnessing Yi Ming before him, Mu Kuang was struck with sheer astonishment. At that moment, Yi Ming appeared monumental, akin to a divine being. Senior, do you not trust me? I. Rest easy. Leave this matter to me. Very well, but should circumstances become dire, I hope you will take Qing Shui and flee. With your talents, you will surely reach the pinnacle one day. Indeed, I shall. Subsequently, Mu Kuang departed, for the 4-nation alliance was poised to trample Great Chu, and as its venerable ancestor, he had many responsibilities to fulfill. As he watched Mu Kuang's retreating figure, Yi Ming's gaze grew cold. The 4-nation alliance, you say? Meanwhile, within a certain inn in the city of chaos, a bald man bore a grave expression as he gazed ahead. This man was Dao Ming, whom Yi Ming had encountered previously. Buddha and demon are one. Regardless of who you are, you belong to me. With that, he waved his right hand, and a golden relic materialized in his grasp. Instantly, waves of peculiar energy emanated from the relic. These energies soon coalesced in the air, forming an image of a grand palace. Is this the royal palace of Great Chu? You are actually there? Dao Ming murmured in astonishment, then vanished from his location in an instant. Simultaneously, in the headquarters of the bloodthirsty pavilion, within a concealed underground palace, 2 figures stood in likeness, Shui Yun and a woman known as Lai Hu. Beneath their feet lay a vast magical formation. The array was exceedingly enigmatic, its runes resembling vengeful spirits, evoking a disquieting sensation in the heart. Surrounding the array were 8 ragged humans bound in place. Could this truly lead to his whereabouts? Blood Cloud furrowed his brow slightly as he surveyed the array. Indeed, this formation is known as the 100 Ghosts Pursuit Array, conceived by a powerful necromancer in ancient times, specifically designed for tracking adversaries. The fierce fox nodded, a cruel smile playing at the corners of her lips. The 100 Ghosts Pursuit Array? Blood Cloud murmured, his expression darkening. Though unfamiliar with the array itself, the name alone signified something malevolent. Yet, for the sake of slaying Yi Ming and seizing the Nining sacred body, he refrained from voicing further protest. What must be done? Simply place the objects the target has touched within the array, then offer blood as a sacrificial tribute. Objects he has touched? Blood Cloud pondered for a moment before revealing a blood-red battle knife in his right hand. This was the only item that had come into contact with Yi Ming during their previous confrontation. He then placed it directly into the array. I shall begin. The fierce fox nodded, then formed hand seals, releasing tendrils of black smoke that erupted from her figure and spread toward the 8 humans. As the smoke enveloped them, the 8 emitted piercing screams, a sound that even made Blood Cloud's heart race. Such brutality! Sacrifice! The fierce fox shouted, and immediately, streams of crimson blood poured from the 8, converging toward the array. As the blood accumulated, the array exuded an ominous black light. The black light coalesced, extending toward the blood-red battle knife. In an instant, an image materialized, a tall figure, unmistakably Yi Ming. Is it he? The fierce fox licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Boom! Once again forming hand seals, the screams of the 8 intensified, and the image above grew increasingly vivid. This is the Great Chu Imperial Palace? Blood Cloud was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated Yi Ming's presence here. Previously, he had believed Yi Ming to be from a different region, yet now. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of explosions erupted as the 8 could no longer endure and shattered into pieces, causing the image in the sky to dissipate. Useless. The fierce fox cursed in dissatisfaction, then turned to Blood Cloud. He is currently within the Great Chu Imperial Palace. We must act swiftly and depart. With that, she vanished in an instant. Blood Cloud cast a glance at the shattered remains of the bodies, his expression hardening as he followed suit. Such a scene was also occurring within the Great Tang Empire. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Great Tang Imperial Palace, dozens of figures took their seats in succession, with the foremost being Xianyuan Hao. At this moment, he bore no trace of his earlier anger, instead greeting everyone with a beaming smile as he spoke. This time, I rely on all of you. The Emperor of Xianyuan, you are too modest. This time, as our 4 nations unite against the formidable Great Chu, it shall be an effortless endeavor. The speaker was an elder in a blue robe, around 50 years of age, who was none other than Yi Cheng, the sovereign of the Deshang Empire. Chapter 30 For the arrival of a formidable foe. Indeed, that reckless Mu Kuang dares to offend Brother Xianyuan. Such a fate is not undeserved. Rest assured, Brother Xianyuan, I shall ensure the entire Great Chu is leveled in your honor. Indeed. However, we must also extend our gratitude to Mu Kuang. Without him, how could Brother Xianyuan have granted us 6 coveted spots? Voices echoed among the group, their faces alight with joy. The Tianyuan secret realm, a legendary existence. Previously, it was merely rumored that the Great Tang held dominion over this realm, and it was the very reason Xianyuan Chong Kong emerged as a legendary figure. But now, thank you all. Once this matter is concluded, I shall promptly unlock the Tianyuan secret realm, and I assure you, I will not go back on my word regarding the promised spots. Xianyuan Hao laughed heartily, yet a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Naturally, after a few more exchanges, the group dispersed. However, the moment they departed, the smiles on their faces vanished in an instant. Those who had reached this level were far from foolish. They understood that Xianyuan Hao would rather relinquish spots in the Tianyuan secret realm to unite with them in extinguishing the Great Chu. This was enough to indicate that within Great Chu lay treasures more precious than the Tianyuan secret realm itself. They, too, sought to capitalize on the chaos. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Within the Great Chu Palace, Yi Ming sat quietly in his chamber, diligently cultivating. These past 3 days, apart from spending time with Mu Qingxue, he had remained in solitude, living a life of abundance. In contrast, Mu Kuang was overwhelmed, juggling the threats from 4 nations and forced to exercise utmost caution. Not only he, but the entire Great Chu was in a state of disarray. Even Mu Qingxue was so busy that she was rarely seen. Buzz. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Ming. It appeared and vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Yi Ming opened his eyes, feeling the energy within him, a smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. He had reached the 7th layer of transformation. Excellent. Through relentless cultivation, his prowess had escalated by yet another layer in just 3 short days. Coupled with the array of techniques he had mastered, he felt confident that anyone below the 5th layer of harmonization posed no threat. If he fought with all his might, even an 8th layer harmonization opponent would not be insurmountable. Rising to his feet, he stepped outside. As he opened the door, a graceful figure appeared before him. It was Mu Qingxue, though her expression bore a hint of gravity. Qingxue, what brings you here? Yi Ming, what is it? Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He cared little for anything else. His sole concern was for Mu Qingxue. Ming, you must leave at once. Depart from Great Chu. Mu Qingxue urged. In recent days, she has come to understand the dire circumstances faced by the Great Chu, a situation that can only be described as hopeless. Departing? Ming, I am profoundly grateful for everything you have done for me. In this life, I have no means to repay you, but if there is a next life, I will surely. Yet, before Mu Qingxue could finish her words, Ming swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Ming, you silly girl, what are you saying? Ming smiled faintly, though guilt weighed heavily on his heart. In a previous life, after Mu Qingxue uttered those very words, she perished in his arms. That scene, even to this day, remains etched in his memory. In this lifetime, his relentless pursuit of strength was driven by the desire to prevent such a tragic event from recurring. Ming, you should leave. I don't want you to risk everything for me. Just as Mu Qingxue attempted to articulate her thoughts, Ming kissed her, savoring the softness of her lips. His expression resolute. After a full minute, he drew back, gently caressing her hair that flowed like the Milky Way, and tenderly declared, I will not go anywhere. I wish to remain by your side, to protect you, for all eternity. Hearing this, Mu Qingxue felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, tears cascading down her cheeks like precious pearls. Enough. Do not speak in such a manner. I have vowed to protect you. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. But, rest assured, everything will be fine. Leave it all to me. Mu Qingxue nodded. Although she wished for Ming not to put himself in danger for her sake, she understood that he would never abandon her. Perhaps this was her destiny. To die alongside him could be considered. Meanwhile, outside the capital of Great Chu, the sound of piercing air resonated as dozens of figures streaked through the sky, led by Xianyuan Hao and his companions. This time, rather than attacking the borders of Great Chu as before, they made their way directly to the palace. Who dares? A soldier's words were abruptly cut short as a deafening explosion obliterated him, scattering him into fragments upon the ground. Instantly, the soldiers of Great Chu wore grave expressions. However, Xianyuan Hao paid them no heed, his gaze fixed intently on the palace of Great Chu. Mu Kuang, come forth and meet your end. Just then, within the royal city, the sound of rushing air echoed as hundreds of figures soared into view. Powerful warriors of Great Chu, led unmistakably by Mu Kuang. Xianyuan Hao, you have gone too far. Mu Kuang's face was wrought with fury. Gone too far. Xianyuan Hao let out a cold snort and replied icily, what of it? You, madman, recognize your fate and take your own life. I am in a generous mood and may spare a path for your Great Chu. Otherwise, today, not a single creature shall remain within the imperial city. The principle of the survival of the fittest is an unchanging truth. The strong can act with impunity, while the weak are deprived of even the hope of existence. Xianyuan Hao, even if it leads to my demise, I shall not allow you to escape. The expression on the madman's face was resolute. Xianyuan, why do you waste words on him? Eliminate him and trample the entire Great Chu into submission. Indeed, he is but a mere waste. To dare offend Xianyuan, this is the price you must pay. Very well, if it must be so, then. Whoosh. Just as Xianyuan Hao prepared to strike down the madman, suddenly, two piercing sounds sliced through the air, revealing two figures soaring rapidly from above. It was none other than Blood Cloud and Fierce Fox, daring to approach from the bloodthirsty pavilion. Boom. The aura of the two was overwhelmingly terrifying, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble upon their arrival. It is you. Chapter 35, Crisis. Oh, it is you worthless fool. Blood Cloud sneered, completely dismissing Xianyuan Hao. What empires or dynasties may appear formidable to others, but to him, they held no significance whatsoever. A harmonization realm powerhouse. Upon seeing the two, Mu Kuang's expression grew increasingly grim. He struggled to contend with Xianyuan Hao and his companions, and now with the arrival of two more harmonization realm experts, the situation became even direr. He was not foolish. The expressions of these two indicated they were not there to assist him. Who are you? I hope that in consideration of the esteemed ancestor Xianyuan Chongkong, you might extend a favor. I will surely repay your kindness in the future, Xianyuan Hao spoke, though he was seething inside. Yet, for the sake of the Nine sacred body, he had no other recourse. He could only hope that the name of the ancestor would hold sway over them. Otherwise, should these two intervene, acquiring Mu Qingxue would be nearly impossible. Xianyuan Chongkong? Upon hearing this name, Blood Cloud and Lai Hu both frowned slightly, but quickly regained their composure. What are you to speak to me? You. Xianyuan Hao was enraged, fantasizing about cleaving Blood Cloud into 18 pieces. Previously, he had destroyed the entire Tang Imperial Palace, and now he. Of course, this was merely a thought, for he lacked the ancestral talisman at present. If a conflict arose, he would stand no chance against these two. Meanwhile, the expressions of the other three Imperial Dynasty members were equally grave. Harmonization realm powerhouses were not ones they could afford to offend. Blood Cloud paid no heed to their inner turmoil, instead fixating on Mu Kuang. Are you the monarch of the Great Chu? Indeed, I am. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Boom. Before Mu Kuang could finish his sentence, Blood Cloud struck him with a palm, sending him hurtling backward. A mouthful of blood spewing forth, his complexion as pale as paper. The other great Chu experts plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. Do ants have the right to speak to me? Following this, Blood Cloud and Lai Hu swiftly moved towards the palace. Xianyuan Hao and his companions wore expressions of utter despair. Xianyuan, why did you not inform us that harmonization realm powerhouses would appear? Now, an elder spoke. To be honest, had it not been for the allure of the Tianyuan secret realm and his curiosity about the hidden secrets of the Great Chu, he would have turned and left long ago. Indeed, we placed our trust in you, yet you have led us into this predicament. What is your true intent? Enough. Xianyuan Hao bellowed, then continued, I was unaware of their arrival, and at this juncture, further discussion is futile. I can tell you directly that I came here for the 9-yin sacred body. The 9-yin sacred body. Are you implying that such an entity exists within the Great Chu dynasty? The crowd was utterly astonished. As they finally comprehended why Xianyuan Hao was willing to sacrifice a spot in the Tianyuan secret realm to annihilate the Great Chu, they were acutely aware of the immense value of the 9-yin sacred body. Indeed, you may depart, and I shall not impede you. However, I must inform you that they have already laid eyes upon you. Do you truly believe they will allow you to live? Xianyuan Hao's countenance was grim. Given his capabilities, the notion of acquiring the 9-yin sacred body from two formidable beings in the harmonization realm was, in essence, an unrealistic endeavor. Their sole glimmer of hope lay in uniting. Only through such collaboration could there be a sliver of possibility. He had awaited this moment for far too long, and to abandon it now would be insufferable. In that instant, the group exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions darkening. They understood Xianyuan Hao's concerns. Had they been in his position, they too would not permit such information to circulate. The only viable resolution was to silence them. Brother Xianyuan, what do you propose? With matters having escalated to this point, further discussion seemed futile. The only recourse was their alliance, for therein lay the faintest hope. Very well, if that is the case, we shall heed your counsel, but henceforth, our great Shang requires 3 spots. Agreed. Let us take this chance. I too yearn to behold the 9-yin sacred body. The group nodded in unison, their resolve directing them towards the Great Chu Imperial Palace. Could it be that heaven seeks to obliterate our Great Chu? Observing this scene from below, Mu Kuang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. At the Great Chu Imperial Palace, Blood Cloud and Fierce Fox stood calmly in the sky, with Xianyuan Hao and the others swiftly approaching from behind. Shall we eliminate them first? Fierce Fox inquired with a frosty tone. No need. Blood Cloud shook his head and then addressed the void to his left. Come forth. With his words, a golden light erupted, revealing a middle-aged man emerging from the emptiness. It was Ming. He had arrived long ago. So, you have indeed come, Blood Cloud remarked with a cold snort. Where you can go, I can certainly follow, Ming replied with a light chuckle, then turned to Fierce Fox. I did not anticipate that your bloodthirsty pavilion would dispatch 2 harmonization realm warriors. It is unfortunate that this one is even more inept than you. You insolent monk. What did you say? What? Is it not the truth? You seek death. Fierce Fox bellowed, ready to strike Ming down, but was halted by Blood Cloud. What do you mean by that? Enough. You are not his match. Ignoring Fierce Fox's fury, Blood Cloud's gaze remained fixed on the palace ahead. I did not foresee such formidable protections surrounding this place. Indeed, the might of this grand formation is formidable. Even I have no assurance of breaching it. Ming remarked with a nod. As our objectives align, Let us set aside past grievances and unite to dismantle the formation. Thereafter, we shall rely on our own abilities. Agreed. Both individuals readily concurred, their spirits in perfect harmony. Subsequently, they struck simultaneously, launching a powerful assault upon the grand formation. Boom! The combined force of two powerful beings resonated with unimaginable terror, causing every inhabitant of the great Chu imperial city to feel as though the heavens were about to descend. Buzz. However, at the moment their attacks materialized, a colossal phantom of a Buddha manifested above the palace. With a swift motion of its immense hand, the assaults of the two were effortlessly thwarted. The overwhelming power reverberated throughout the entire palace, causing it to tremble. Witnessing this scene, both individuals wore expressions of dismay. Their united effort had failed to breach the formation. This. Chapter 36. Today, you shall all perish. Boom, boom, boom. Blood Cloud and Dao Ming continued to unleash their attacks, yet the grand formation remained steadfast, inciting great fury in both of their faces. United in their efforts, Blood Cloud proclaimed with a thunderous voice, casting a glance at the nearby fierce fox and the others behind him. Very well. Naturally, none of them opposed. They eagerly joined the fray. As previously stated by Blood Cloud, their objectives were aligned. If they could not shatter this formation, their journey today would be in vain. A conclusion they could not abide. Boom. With the addition of these individuals, the cacophony intensified, and the grand formation began to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, within the great Chu imperial palace, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue gazed skyward. This simplified version of the heavenly extermination divine Buddha formation is still insufficient, Yi Ming murmured. Although the formation was an ancient marvel, due to his own cultivation level and material limitations, he could not unleash its full potential. One at the harmonization realm was manageable, but three simultaneously were an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, Yi Ming remained unfazed. From the outset, he had not anticipated using this formation to withstand their assault. Yi Ming, Mu Qingxue's pallid face turned towards him with concern. Rest assured, all will be well, Yi Ming replied with a gentle smile, grasping her hand as they entered the courtyard. Stay here. I shall return shortly. With that, Yi Ming soared into the sky. Watching his departing figure, Mu Qingxue's anxiety deepened. She flipped her right hand, revealing a sharp dagger that materialized in her grasp. She had long since resolved that should any misfortune befall Yi Ming, she would not survive alone. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the palace, the assailants continued their relentless assault on the grand formation, their terrifying might reducing the land within 1,000 miles to ruins. Fortunately, Mu Kuang had preemptively evacuated the citizens of Great Chu. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. Buzz. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as a figure descended from the heavens, revealing Yi Ming. His expression was icy, and the murderous intent in his eyes surged uncontrollably. It's you. Upon seeing Yi Ming, Xian Yuan Hao's rage erupted. This was the very individual responsible for the destruction of the Great Tang Palace. He had not anticipated encountering Yi Ming here. Blood Cloud, Dao Ming, and the others, however, harbored no surprise. They had come specifically for Yi Ming. At last, you dare to show yourself? Blood Cloud scoffed, his murderous intent swelling. He had nearly been slain by Yi Ming previously, which filled him with unbridled fury. What a striking young man. I wonder how he tastes. Fierce Fox licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with greed. Ba. Dao Ming narrowed his eyes, uttering a phrase of reverence. Today, you shall all perish. Gazing at the multitude before him, Yi Ming uttered coldly. For the mere fact that these individuals had caused Mu Qingxue distress, Yi Ming had already decreed their demise. Arrogance. A resounding shout echoed. As a middle-aged man erupted in fury, how could a mere seventh layer of transformation cultivator claim that they were to perish? Did he not see that we have three formidable beings of the integration realm on our side? Crack. No sooner had the middle-aged man's words escaped his lips than Yi Ming, akin to a flash of light, appeared before him. With a swift motion of his right hand, he seized the man effortlessly. You shall be the first to fall. Bang. With a forceful grip, the middle-aged man emitted no cry of anguish, his very being disintegrating into fragments that fell lifelessly to the ground. What? Witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Even Dao Ming and others wore grave visages. They had not anticipated the sheer terror of Yi Ming's power, obliterating a foe in the blink of an eye. This, is intriguing. Precisely the kind of person I sought. The flamed fox chuckled softly, the first to take action, charging towards Yi Ming. Is that so? Yi Ming scoffed disdainfully. Then with a flourish of his hand, a blood-red spear materialized, the apocalypse spear he had previously acquired. Boom. As the apocalypse spear emerged, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yi Ming, enveloping the arena. A demonic artifact? Splendid, splendid. I did not expect you to possess such a treasure. But now it belongs to me. The flamed fox laughed heartily. Then with a slap of her right hand, a pitch-black palm imprint manifested in the sky, descending towards Yi Ming. One must admit, the flamed fox's strength is commendable. As the palm struck, anguished screams reverberated through the air, causing even a figure like Xianyuan Hao to retreat repeatedly. Demonic arts, are they? Observing the colossal palm imprint, Yi Ming murmured, then brandishing the apocalypse spear. He retaliated with a forceful thrust. Bang! A thunderous explosion resonated in the heavens, as the immense palm imprint shattered upon contact with the spear, disintegrating like spring snow. What? You? The flamed fox's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Yi Ming's terrifying prowess. Though this strike was not her full strength, it was unfathomable for a mere transformation realm cultivator to withstand it. And now, truly worthy of the celestial demon physique, this power. You speak too much. Boom. Yi Ming's right foot struck down, and a dragon's roar resounded, propelling him instantaneously before her, whereupon he swung fiercely. Crack! With an unmatched force, the apocalypse spear pierced through her chest. Impossible. How could this be? You. Is it truly impossible? Yi Ming scoffed dismissively, casually casting the doomsday halberd with a flick of his right hand, embedding it alongside the fierce fox into the city wall of the imperial capital. This caused the fierce fox's expression to change dramatically. Yet, no matter how she struggled, the doomsday halberd seemed to have taken root, rendering her incapable of escape. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the faces of the onlookers shifted in alarm, particularly those of the transformation of the infant realm, such as Xianyuan Hao, who were filled with trepidation. With a single move, a cultivator at the combined body realm had been incapacitated. Was such a feat truly achievable by a transformation of the infant realm? Though disbelief coursed through them, the evidence lay starkly before their eyes. What could disbelief accomplish? Who are you? Blood Cloud inquired gravely. Who am I? You come to kill me, yet question my identity? I had no intention of slaying you. But since you seek death, then perish. With the finality of Yi Ming's words, he stepped forth once more, and beneath his feet, a silver dragon of immense proportions, spanning 100 feet, materialized. Concurrently, his aura surged explosively. Reverse Dragon 7 steps. This is bad. Let's strike together. Chapter 37. Unmatched Dominance. Daring to confront us head-on, they seek their own demise. As Yi Ming made his move, the expression on Blood Cloud's face was filled with immense fury. Previously, during their encounter in the capital of the Great Tang, he had suffered a complete defeat in a one-on-one confrontation. To be frank, Yi Ming had instilled a sense of dread within him. However, now that Yi Ming was intending to take on so many of them, his confidence surged anew. Kill! Blood Cloud bellowed, and with a swift motion, a blood-red warblade manifested in his grasp. He rapidly formed intricate hand seals, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. In that moment, the entire world transformed into a crimson haze. For the annihilation of my bloodthirsty pavilion's branch, perish. With a single strike, the realm fell into silence. Simultaneously, Dao Ming was not idle. He clasped his hands together, chanting verses of sacred language. Behind him, an enormous Buddha figure, towering hundreds of feet high, emerged. I had no intention of taking your life, yet you have descended into darkness. Today, I shall cleanse the world of your malevolence. Boom. As his voice faded, Dao Ming struck forth with his right hand, causing the Buddha figure to follow suit and strike towards Yi Ming. A similar scene unfolded for Xianyuan Hao and the others. Regardless of whether it was for the Great Chu, the Nine Sacred Body, or other motives, their shared objective remained, to eliminate Yi Ming. Ha! Just as the multitude unleashed their assaults, Yi Ming suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice resonating across the heavens, soaring into the skies. A gathering of self-righteous individuals seeking to slay me, yet pulling forth such grandiloquent justifications? Are you not weary? From the very beginning, Yi Ming had not provoked these individuals, yet they sought to confront him, shamelessly placing themselves upon a pedestal of morality. In truth, this was not the first time he had encountered such a scene. In his past life, it was much the same. If the Buddha seeks to slay me, and demons aim to extinguish me, then I shall slay the Buddha and annihilate the demons. Boom. As Yi Ming's declaration echoed, he stepped forward with determination. An awe-inspiring aura erupted from him, sweeping across the battlefield. Puff. As he took his second step, the expressions of the transformation realm experts, including Xianyuan Hao, turned ghastly pale as they realized how terrifying Yi Ming had become. He exuded an essence akin to that of a celestial deity, provoking an instinctual urge to kneel in reverence. Was this truly the power that a transformation realm expert could possess? Die? At that moment, the collective assault finally reached Yi Ming. Yi Ming, witnessing this scene, Mu Qingxue in the palace turned ashen, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. She felt an intense hatred, loathing her own helplessness. As Yi Ming faced the onslaught of so many, she could do nothing but watch in despair. Ha ha, come forth. At this pivotal moment, Yi Ming erupted into a hearty laugh. Behind him loomed a colossal demonic figure, towering hundreds of feet high, his celestial demon body. With a resonating hum, the mere presence of the celestial demon body sent the entire space into violent tremors, as if the very fabric of reality could scarcely withstand the overwhelming pressure and was on the brink of collapse. Boom. Yi Ming clenched his right fist and unleashed a devastating punch forward. In an instant, the heavens thundered and the void quivered. All within 1,000 miles was reduced to ruins. Ah, no, no. Run. Run for your lives. Someone help me. As the terrifying shockwaves expanded outward, the denizens of the imperial city fled in a frenzy. Yet the waves spread with such rapidity that, despite the assistance of formidable warriors like Mu Kuang, many still perished amidst the chaos. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping blood echoed as Yi Ming stood tall in the void above. A horrific wound marred his right hand, blood gushing forth and cascading toward the ground. Injured? He murmured, glancing at the gash on his arm. He then raised his hand and lightly licked the blood. The taste of blood. As he savored the flavor on his tongue, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, exuding a chilling and ominous aura. In that moment, he became the supreme demon. You may now perish. Boom. As he took a third step, his aura surged once more, causing Xianyuan Hao and the others to feel as though they were bearing the weight of an ancient divine mountain. What? Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. The combined assault of so many had merely inflicted a slight wound on him. How could this be? Attack together, or we shall all surely die today. At this juncture, Dao Ming bellowed, the refined demeanor he once possessed replaced by sheer terror. He waved his hand, summoning a golden staff that appeared in his grasp, and without hesitation, charged directly at Yi Ming. The others followed suit, propelled by a shared resolve. Is this all you have? Yi Ming sneered at the approaching figures. With a fourth step, his aura surged yet again. His gaze shifted to an elderly man, and with a mere look, the old man erupted in midair, disintegrating into a shower of blood and flesh that rained down below. But that was not the end. Yi Ming swiftly formed hand seals, and 6 golden characters materialized around him. Oem, Ma, and I Padme Hum. As the 6 sacred words of the Buddhist mantra resonated, the entire realm was enveloped in a radiant golden light. He merely pointed with his right hand, and a golden character surged forth towards Xianyuan Hao with astonishing speed. The velocity was so overwhelming that Xianyuan Hao could not react in time, and he was sent hurtling backwards, spitting a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, Yi Ming gestured with his right hand again. 6 characters, akin to 6 nuclear warheads, relentlessly flew towards the crowd. In the span of mere seconds, apart from Blood Cloud and Dao Ming, every other individual was bombarded and sent reeling, some even meeting their demise. Gasp. Witnessing this scene, everyone involuntarily inhaled sharply. The terror was palpable. Yet, indifferent to their astonishment, Yi Ming stepped forward for the 5th time. Boom. As his foot struck the ground, the heavens trembled. A sea of stars erupted beneath him, and at that moment, Yi Ming appeared as the sovereign of this void, exuding unparalleled might. Crack! With the impact of his foot, a sound of shattering bones echoed from Blood Cloud's body, and astonishingly, his right arm disintegrated into fragments, dissipating into the ether. Ah! With his arm destroyed, Blood Cloud let out a chilling wail, and his formidable assault dissipated as well. No, this is impossible. How could you be so powerful? Impossible, is it? Yi Ming scoffed disdainfully, then clapped his right hand. Instantly, a colossal Buddha apparition materialized beside his demonic form. The Buddha and the demon manifested in the air, each radiating their brilliance in a celestial clash. Chapter 38. The Key. No, do not, do not. As he gazed upon the immense visage of the Buddha, Blood Cloud's expression shifted dramatically. No longer did he harbor thoughts of attacking Yi Ming, but instead, he vanished into the distance. Leaving? Is that truly possible? Yi Ming scoffed, then struck downwards. Buzz. With a single blow, Blood Cloud was sent plummeting into the earth, as insignificant as an ant, utterly unable to escape. What? Witnessing this scene, Dao Ming's countenance morphed into one of profound dismay. Yi Ming's prowess far exceeded his expectations, and truthfully, he felt a twinge of regret. He halted, fixing his gaze upon Yi Ming, and declared, "Your strength has earned my acknowledgement. Let this matter conclude here." Conclude? Do you truly believe that is feasible? To feel weak, to act impulsively, and now, upon realizing your own strength, you wish to retreat? Is there such ease in this world? Indeed, I was at fault earlier. I am willing to make amends. Go to hell. Yi Ming roared, then took a sixth step, causing Dao Ming to be crushed from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. You. Dao Ming's face flushed with rage. He had intended to withdraw, yet this man continued his assault. I have declared, today you shall all perish. Boom. As Yi Ming's words fell, Dao Ming was once again driven into the depths of the earth, his garments shredding, blood spilling forth, transforming him into a figure of crimson. You dare to kill me? I am of Tianming Temple. If you slay me, they will not let you go. Is that so? Yi Ming shook his head, then with a mighty grasp, he yanked Dao Ming from the ground. What is Tianming Temple to me? Crack. With a forceful squeeze of his right hand, Dao Ming's arm was shattered. Yi Ming had long understood the true nature of Tianming Temple. From the moment they uttered that they were unrelated to the Buddha, Yi Ming had nurtured a deep-seated resentment towards them, kneeling before the Buddha for 30 years, only to receive this. All are to be saved, yet in the end, only the fated few are granted passage. Is fate determined solely by their words? No, no, do not kill me. Do not kill you. If it were I who faced defeat today, would you show me mercy? Boom. With another crushing grip, Dao Ming was obliterated, his scarlet blood splattering across the heavens. Silence, an unprecedented stillness. In that moment, all were rendered speechless. He is dead. A being of the fusion realm has perished. As for the shock among the onlookers, Yi Ming paid it no heed, his figure moving swiftly to stand before Blood Cloud. You need not utter any more threats. The bloodthirsty sect will not spare me, and I shall not show them mercy either. You may die now. With a resounding crash, the Blood Cloud dissipated into a fog of crimson, utterly lifeless. The demise of two formidable beings in the harmonization realm did not stir a flicker of emotion within Yi Ming. In his past life, he had slain countless individuals of their ilk. To others, the harmonization realm seemed formidable, yet to him, it was trivial. Even those of the divine concealment realm, the ascension realm, or even the transcendence realm, anyone daring to harm Mu Qingxue would undoubtedly face death. This had been a vow etched in his heart since the moment of his rebirth. With a flick of his right hand, the doomsday spear, which had been affixed to the city wall, soared back into his grasp, accompanied by the flame fox. At this moment, the creature bore no trace of its former greed, only a visage filled with terror. No, please don't kill me. If you spare my life, I will serve you as my master, doing whatever you command. I beg you. Boom. Before the flame fox could finish its plea, Yi Ming unleashed a force that shattered it into fragments. Thus, the three harmonization realm powerhouses met their end. Sighing as he surveyed the carnage, Yi Ming flickered away, appearing before Xianyuan Hao and the others in an instant. No, please don't kill us, they pleaded. It was him, all him. He brought us here. I don't want to die. Please spare us, and I will offer the entirety of the great Shang Empire to you. The desperate cries echoed around him. At that moment, they resembled anything but the sovereigns of a nation. Only the fervent pleas for their lives remained. Although Xianyuan Hao did not kneel, his pallid complexion betrayed his trepidation. Spare you? Yi Ming scoffed, shaking his head dismissively, then swiftly dealt with them one by one. Soon, only Xianyuan Hao remained. Do you know why I have spared your life? Why? You are an astute individual, So I shall be forthright. I desire the Tianyuan secret realm, Yi Ming declared. He understood the immense value of the Tianyuan secret realm. Not only had he offended the bloodthirsty sect, but also the Tianming Temple and several other empires. The threats looming ahead would only escalate. Although his cultivation was progressing satisfactorily, it was still insufficient. I tell you, will you let me go? Xianyuan Hao stammered, his voice laced with fear. Unlikely. I have stated that you are all destined to die today. However, if you surrender the Tianyuan secret realm to me, I can promise to spare the Great Tang Empire, allowing your royal lineage to survive. You have 5 seconds to contemplate this. Make your choice. Hearing this, Xianyuan Hao's expression darkened further. To relinquish the Tianyuan secret realm meant his own demise, yet the Great Tang Empire would be spared. Refusal to submit leads to inevitable demise, and the empire shall face obliteration. With the prowess demonstrated by Yi Ming, he harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of this statement. Alas, ultimately, Xianyuan Hao sighed, revealing a transparent token in his palm as he turned his right hand. The token bore the ancient characters Tianyuan. I hope you will adhere to your terms, he declared, before striking his palm against the crown of his head. Gradually, he succumbed to the ground. Thus, the crisis that loomed over him and the Great Chu was temporarily averted. Is this the key to the Tianyuan secret realm? Yi Ming murmured, gazing at the token in his hand, before sweeping his hand to disperse the celestial array that enveloped the palace. In the instant it vanished. A striking figure soared forth. It was Mu Qingxue. Yi Ming, she called, disregarding the blood upon him, and rushed into his embrace, her face awash with tears, revealing the depth of her prior concern. It is all over. Yi Ming gently patted her back, speaking softly. Soon, Mu Kuang also approached, his expression brimming with excitement. He too had not anticipated that Yi Ming's strength had ascended to such heights, capable of effortlessly eradicating even those of the fusion realm. What then lies ahead for the Great Chu? Chapter 39, just annihilate them. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a day has passed. Within the grand palace of Dechu, Yi Ming lies serenely in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Beside him, Mu Qingxue wears a bright smile as she prepares tea for him. The sun shines brilliantly, and with a gentle companion by his side, this moment feels exquisite. Suddenly, a figure darts through the air. It is Mu Kuang. Ancestor. Indeed, Mu Kuang nods, then turns his gaze towards Yi Ming. How is your injury? No worries. With a few days of rest, I shall fully recover. I am truly grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, Dechu would have. Such is my duty, Yi Ming replies, waving his hand dismissively. As long as Mu Qingxue remains in Dechu, he shall protect it without fail. However, at that moment, Mu Kuang lets out a deep sigh, his expression shifting to one of gravity. What troubles you, ancestor? Mu Qingxue inquires, puzzled. Although we have emerged victorious, the losses we have endured are grievous. Moreover, we have now offended the bloodthirsty pavilion and the Tianming Temple. The future may prove perilous. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, lacking power renders one helpless. It is ironic that they initiated the conflict, yet we must now bear the burden of potential retaliation. What do you plan to do? Yi Ming asks. While he can protect a few individuals, safeguarding the entirety of Dechu is, to be frank, beyond his capacity. I intend to evacuate our kin. Even if unforeseen calamities arise, this will ensure the preservation of our bloodline. Is that so? Yi Ming nods, recognizing this as the sole viable option. Truthfully, if it comes to that, he intends to leave with Mu Qingxue. There is no choice. His time is too limited. With his current strength, it is unrealistic to confront the bloodthirsty pavilion and the Tianming Temple head-on. After their conversation, Mu Kuang departs, as the affairs of Dechu demand his attention. Not long after, Mu Qingxue also takes her leave, for as the reigning monarch of Dechu, her responsibilities are considerable. Once they have gone, Yi Ming waves his right hand, and a token materializes. It is the token of the Tianyuan secret realm. How does one activate this? Although Xianyuan Hao entrusted him with the token, he did not provide instructions for its activation. After a day of contemplation, he has seen no results. Alas, it seems I must devote myself to further cultivation. After toying with the token for a while, Yi Ming stows it away and resumes his training. Meanwhile, far from the Dechu Empire, atop a distant mountain peak, stands a grand temple. At the entrance, 3 ancient characters are inscribed, Tianming Temple. Inside the temple's main hall, An elderly man sits quietly on a meditation cushion, reciting Buddhist scriptures. Not good, not good. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed through the hall as a young novice, no more than 15 or 16 years of age, rushed in. What is the cause of such haste? The elder inquired with a grim expression. Master, it is terrible news. Dao Ming's senior brother, what has happened to him? Dao Ming's senior brother is dead. What? Upon hearing this, the elder shouted in shock and quickly pressed for details. Master, just moments ago, Dao Ming's senior brother's life tablet shattered, and the soul energy contained within it has completely dissipated. Boom. In an instant, an aura of unimaginable terror erupted from the elder, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Who dares to take the life of my disciple? And master, according to our secret methods, we discovered that the last opponent Dao Ming's senior brother encountered was from Daozhou. Daozhou. The elder's brow furrowed slightly. Daozhou was merely the weakest of the 8 regions in the eastern domain. How could someone of Dao Ming's caliber meet his end there? Investigate. No matter who it is that dares to kill a member of my Ming Temple, I shall send them to the Western Paradise. Yes. A similar scene unfolded at the headquarters of the bloodthirsty sect. The powerful figures of the sect had gathered together. To think that 2 of our strong members were slain in quick succession, this is a blatant disregard for our sect, a man in black said coldly. Historically, it has only been the bloodthirsty sect that slaughters others. When have we ever experienced such a thing? Our branch was annihilated, our powerful members killed. This is a severe slap in the face. Have we determined who was responsible for their deaths? An elder in a green robe asked, his face etched with fury. His anger stemmed not only from the deaths of Xu Yun and Liahu, but also from the audacity of those 2 in acting without his knowledge. Their movements were shrouded in secrecy. No one knew where they had gone. Humph. The elder scoffed, then commanded, utilize all resources to investigate, particularly concerning that young powerhouse who appeared in the Great Tang Empire. I want every detail regarding him. The young powerhouse? My lord, do you mean him? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Now go. Yes. With that, everyone hurriedly departed, leaving the elder alone in the grand hall. Incompetent fools, you have brought this upon yourselves. To dare to touch the 9 sacred body, you have no idea of the consequences. At that moment, a chilling laugh resonated, and a shadowy figure materialized, a young man of an unusual appearance. Is it you? The elder's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing him. What? Am I not welcome, old friend? Old friend? The elder scoffed with disdain and replied, the headquarters actually sent you? Those old fools truly are making a mountain out of a molehill. A mountain out of a molehill? You truly believe this is merely about the trivial 9 sacred body? What do you mean? The high priest, having consulted the oracle, foresaw that an arch-enemy of our bloodthirst pavilion would emerge in this Dao prefecture, and that we would be obliterated by this individual. Do you still think this is insignificant? What? Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance was one of utter astonishment. He was well aware of the might of the bloodthirst pavilion, not only in this Dao prefecture, but even across the entirety of the eastern continent. We rank among the most formidable. Could someone truly extinguish the bloodthirst pavilion? Is that even conceivable? Yet, he could not dismiss the prophecy of the high priest, for after all, the high priest belongs to that clan. Who could that person possibly be? Who knows? But does it even matter? The enigmatic man remarked nonchalantly. What do you mean? What I mean is simple. Since the high priest declared that this individual is in the Dao prefecture, he must indeed be here. If we annihilate the entire Dao prefecture, we shall surely find him. What? You what? Are you feeling reluctant? They are but a swarm of ants, in comparison to our bloodthirst pavilion. What do they truly amount to? Chapter 40. The Murderer. Annihilating the entire Dao province. The elder's countenance was exceedingly grim, although, to him, the beings of Dao province were no more significant than mere insects. He could hardly fathom that one once known as the butcher could show compassion. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I shall take care of it, the sinister man remarked with a derisive sneer. Humph. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for your actions? Divine retribution? Do you truly believe in such nonsense? Even if it exists, what of it? I have no desire to perish, and the heavens would struggle to claim me. Madman. The elder scolded vehemently before continuing. If you intend to eradicate them, I shall not impede you. However, before proceeding, you must first locate the 9 sacred body. Should you mistakenly slay the sacred body, the high priest will not forgive you. Is that so? I shall grant you a month. If you have not found it within that time, you will have proven yourself utterly worthless. When the high priest turns his ire upon you, it will be your own doing. Humph. Enough of this chatter. It is truly unfortunate to find myself in this desolate place. I shall commence with a few murders to lighten the mood. With that, the sinister man vanished in an instant. As the elder watched his retreating figure, a grave expression settled upon his face. Could it be that the arch-nemesis of the bloodthirsty pavilion would indeed manifest here? Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. During this week, Yi Ming's life was remarkably fulfilling. By day, he accompanied Mu Qingxue in managing various affairs, and by night, he devoted himself to cultivation in his chamber. As a result of this week-long recuperation, the once ruined imperial city of Dechu gradually began to heal. Yet, neither the bloodthirsty pavilion nor Ming Temple, nor any other factions, had made any moves, leaving Yi Ming somewhat perplexed. After all, based on his understanding of the bloodthirsty pavilion, the death of two powerful cultivators at the fusion stage would not likely be overlooked. However, the current silence was telling. Nonetheless, a troubling development had transpired. A murderer had emerged in Dao province. Within the span of merely a week, 5 empires had been entirely obliterated by this killer, leaving no survivors. This incited widespread panic among the other empires in Dao province. Who could guarantee that they would not be the next target of this murderer? On this particular day, Yi Ming continued his cultivation in his room. At last, I have reached the 8th layer of the transformation stage, drawing ever closer to the fusion realm, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with joy. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more time it requires. This time it took a full week to advance a single layer, largely due to his abstention from using medicinal pills for enhancement. The rewards from his recent sign-ins had primarily been pills, ones for cultivating, healing, and even some toxins. However, he had not acquired any demonic techniques or weapons previously. This has left him somewhat disheartened. It seems that he will need to find a new location for his sign-in. Yi Ming pondered, recalling that he had indeed heard the system mention that the initial rewards at each sign-in location are relatively generous, but they gradually diminish over time. Having signed in at the Great Chu Imperial Palace for over a month now, he mused on the implications. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, and 2 figures entered, Mu Kuang and Mu Qingxue. Their expressions were far from pleasant, particularly Mu Kuang, whose countenance was decidedly grim. What has happened? Yi Ming inquired, puzzled. We have just received news that yet another empire has been obliterated, leaving no survivors, much like the previous ones, Mu Kuang replied. The transition of dynasties is a commonplace occurrence, a cycle of rise and fall. The Great Chu had similarly ascended in such a manner. However, the complete annihilation of an entire empire, along with the extinction of all its inhabitants, is unprecedented. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's expression turned serious. Even during his past life, when besieged by demonic energies and having taken countless lives, he had never resorted to such extremes. Such actions defy the natural order. Even the most malevolent cultivators would refrain from such atrocities. Yet now, is there still no news? He asked. No, that murderous fiend leaves no survivors in any empire he visits. What about the other empires? Yi Ming pressed. Daozhou is immensely vast, by rough estimates. There are at least 100 empires like the Great Chu. With such occurrences, it is impossible for any empire to remain idle. What more can be said? There are no leads, and even if one wished to take action, it would be exceedingly difficult, Mu Kuang sighed. As a venerable elder of a nation, he harbored deep concerns about the day that murderous fiend might arrive at the Great Chu. Although Yi Ming is stationed there, the capabilities of that individual are formidable. News has just arrived that the Great Qian Empire in the northwest and the Chonghui Empire in the southeast are considering forming an imperial alliance. An alliance? Mu Qingxue interjected. Indeed, no one wishes to follow in the footsteps of those empires. However, for many years, the empires of Daozhou have been self-serving, each refusing to yield to the others. Establishing an alliance is far from simple. To form an alliance, a leader must be chosen to guide the collective. Otherwise, it would be akin to a scattered bunch of sand, rendering numbers meaningless. That said, to ascend as the leader requires not only strength, but also status and a plethora of other factors. Currently, it appears no one fulfills such criteria. If Xianyuan Chongkong of the Great Tang Empire were still around, it would indeed be feasible, as he is a legend throughout Daozhou. Yet, he has been missing for many years. Moreover, considering the relationship between Dechu and Detang, should he truly make an appearance, what are your thoughts? Yi Ming inquired. Although Dechu possesses the greatest strength among us, I do not intend to interfere in its affairs. Thus, decisions are generally made by Mukwang. Forming an alliance is imperative. Otherwise, should that merciless killer reemerge, none would be able to withstand it. However, given our current capabilities, it is exceedingly challenging for Dechu to secure a significant position within the alliance. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, acknowledging that Dechu's strength remains somewhat lacking, particularly since it has been established for a relatively brief period, lacking the profound heritage of empires that have endured for millennia. Once all the empires unite, resources will inevitably require redistribution. This is indisputable, as no one is foolish. I am powerful, while you are not. Why should you share equally with me? Yi Ming, you are well aware of Dechu's predicament. I am unable to leave, and thus I wish for you to represent me at this alliance conference. Chapter 41. Journey to the Great Qian Empire. Will we attend the alliance conference? Upon hearing Mukwang's words, Yi Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the current circumstances, forming an alliance appears to be the most favorable outcome. After all, the power capable of annihilating an entire empire should not be underestimated. Even his present self might not stand as a formidable opponent. Moreover, considering the precarious situation of the Great Chu, with the bloodthirsty pavilion, the Tianming Temple, and potential future adversaries, it is rather impractical to rely solely on oneself, as individual strength remains insufficient. Then I shall accompany Qingxue on this journey, Yi Ming declared. Previously, due to various matters, Mu Qingxue had remained within the palace, and although she had not voiced her discontent, Yi Ming could discern that she was not fond of such a life. This opportunity to take her out for a leisurely outing would surely provide a refreshing change and uplift her spirits. Very well, then I must trouble you with this. Mukwang replied with a smile, fully aware of Yi Ming's capabilities. Even if they could not secure the position of alliance leader, at the very least, they could ensure a commendable ranking for the Great Chu, thereby vying for greater resources. However, the primary motive remained his desire to foster a deeper bond between Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue. Only in this way could Yi Ming be deterred from leaving the Great Chu, thus instilling hope within their realm. Subsequently, Mukwang briefed them on the matters concerning the alliance before departing with Mu Qingxue, while Yi Ming resumed his cultivation. Time was of the essence. He needed to seize every fleeting moment. 3 days swiftly passed. In the grand square of the Great Chu Palace, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue stood serenely upon the ground, flanked by Mukwang and several other formidable figures from the Great Chu. Yi Ming, are you truly not taking them along? Mukwang inquired. His intention was for Yi Ming to bring along some of the Great Chu's strong warriors to assist should any complications arise, yet Yi Ming declined. There is no need. This alliance conference is not a battle, and having too many individuals present serves no purpose. Furthermore, I have an inexplicable feeling that this gathering will not proceed smoothly. Unforeseen events may arise, making it difficult to depart if we are too numerous. Sigh, if that is your decision, then I shall respect it, but do ensure your safety. Even if the alliance does not materialize, it matters not. Rest assured I shall. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Ming summoned a colossal warship that materialized in the sky. This was the Great Chu's flying battleship. The venue for this alliance conference was located in the northwestern region of the Qian Empire, a considerable distance from the Great Chu, rendering flight a cumbersome endeavor. Old ancestor, we are ready to depart. On board the warship, Mu Qingxue beamed with joy, her spirits markedly elevated. With that, the warship ascended, vanishing in an instant. Oh, do ensure your safe return. Mukwang sighed, wishing fervently that circumstances had not compelled him to allow Yi Ming to take such a risk. The warship soared into the sky, ascending through the clouds. Watching the retreating clouds, Mu Qingxue joyously exclaimed, "Oh, how beautiful the clouds are! Yi Ming, come and see. They are simply exquisite." Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt within. Although he had vowed to ensure that Mu Qingxue would not suffer even a moment of harm in this life, and to let her pursue her desires freely, he had faltered during this time. Yi Ming, come. At that moment, Mu Qingxue grasped his hand and led him towards the deck of the warship. Gazing at the breathtaking scenery below, she radiated the innocence and joy of a child, utterly enchanting. Do you know, Yi Ming? Since childhood, I have longed for a day like this, to wander freely and appreciate the beauty of the world. It's just that my father—" As she spoke, her expression suddenly darkened. Previously, she had been like a little bird yearning for the outside world, trapped in a cage. Yet now, she missed her father, lamenting the loss. "Rest assured, your father watches over you from above and would find peace in seeing you like this." Ming nodded and gently embraced Mu Qingxue. In truth, was this not the life he had yearned for? In his past life, he had dreamt of such a day, soaring through the skies with the one he loved, yet had never been afforded the opportunity. Thus, in this life, Ming, what's wrong? You are so wonderful, Mu Qingxue softly declared, leaning in to kiss him. Feeling the softness of her lips, warmth spread through Ming's heart, and he reciprocated. They shared a passionate kiss. Under the blue sky and bright sunlight, their hearts intertwined, creating a moment as beautiful as a picturesque painting. Meanwhile, in a small nation called the Qinghong Empire in Daozhou, an oddly sinister man stood in the void, excitement etched on his face. Beneath him lay a sea of corpses, blood pooling into a crimson river, an utterly terrifying sight. They wished to form an alliance against me? How intriguing. The sinister man let out a cruel laugh. Then, with a flicker, vanished from sight. Shortly after his departure, a burst of golden light erupted in the void, revealing a monk of around 30 years who stepped forth. The aura of evil. Observing the scene around him, the monk furrowed his brow. Could it be that my fellow disciple Dao Ming was slain by this man? With that, he too vanished in an instant. Unbeknownst to Ming, this was all unfolding. After nearly a day of flight, he and Mu Qingxue finally arrived at the location of the Daqian Empire. Is this truly the Daqian Empire? Ming murmured as he took in the bustling surroundings. In a previous life, I had never set foot in this place. I must admit that the Great Qian Empire far surpasses the Great Chu in many aspects. Just along this bustling street, the presence of many who have attained the soul fusion realm is evident, an aspect that neither the Great Chu nor the Great Tang can rival. Although the Great Tang is the foremost power in the southeastern region, it still pales in comparison to this place. Ming, look, there are candied hawthorns. Shall we go and have some? Mu Qingxue exclaimed with delight, tugging at Ming. Indeed, let us. Ming readily acquiesced to Mu Qingxue's request. In truth, he understood that this carefree and joyful state of Mu Qingxue was what he cherished most. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret. He should not have allowed Qingxue to become the ruler of Great Chu. She is but 17 years old and should not bear such burdens. Upon their return, he would need to discuss this matter with Mu Kuang. The two continued to frolic along the street, indulging in delightful treats and amusing diversions, with Ming purchasing everything that brought a smile to Mu Qingxue's face. Her happiness was all that mattered to him. Chapter 42. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Time flows swiftly, and as dusk falls, the skies darken. The night in the grand capital of Daqian is ablaze with lights, bustling with life. Citizens sing and dance, creating a scene reminiscent of a prosperous era. Amidst the throng, Ming and Mu Qingxue follow in the footsteps of the jubilant crowd, wandering through every corner of the streets. Ming, look at this. It's so much fun. How beautiful. Shall we buy one? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. This would suit you perfectly. Come on, let me see it. Wow, it's so handsome. It is often said that women can be quite formidable when shopping. Ming had previously held some doubts about this notion. However, today he found himself taken aback by the surprisingly fierce side of the usually gentle Mu Qingxue. Yet, seeing her sweet smile brought warmth to his heart. No matter how exhausting the day, her happiness was all that mattered to him. Perhaps this is what love truly is. As the night deepened, they finally paused, arriving at the vicinity of the Daqian Imperial Palace. Who dares to trespass upon the sacred grounds of the palace? A thunderous voice echoed, and a wild-looking middle-aged man approached them with an imposing demeanor. We are representatives of the Daqiu Empire, here to attend the Alliance Conference. Mu Qingxue declared boldly. Daqiu? That pathetic empire? The man scoffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the two. You. Mu Qingxue's face flushed with anger. As the sovereign of Daqiu, she could hardly tolerate such blatant disrespect. Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Oh, you still have some spirit? The man sneered, his gaze appraising Mu Qingxue with a hint of greed. To enter the palace, you must submit to an inspection. With that, he brazenly reached out his hands towards her. If I were you, I wouldn't be so eager to court death. Just as the man's hands were a mere meter from Mu Qingxue, a chilling voice interrupted. Yi Ming tightened his grip, and in an instant, the man found his throat ensnared in Yi Ming's grasp. What do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am? You dare. Boom. Before he could finish his words, Yi Ming exerted force, and the man's arms exploded in a shower of blood and flesh. Ah, you dare to cripple my hands. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the man's lips. The commotion attracted attention, and soon, a crowd encircled Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue. Such audacity! How dare you harm Lord Lu? You're courting death. The man shouted furiously. They are spies. Seize them, seize them. What began as a plan to exploit his territory ended in disaster, as he found himself grievously injured, now unable to even attend to his most basic needs. This is absurd. As his voice fell, the surrounding crowd surged forward, their fierce demeanor akin to a pack intent on tearing Yi Ming and his companion to shreds. In response, Yi Ming merely scoffed. Is this the hospitality of the Deqian Empire? With a resounding stomp of his right foot, an unparalleled aura erupted from him, sweeping across the venue. In an instant, the soldiers were sent flying by this terrifying presence, crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming forth as if it were of no consequence. Is this all the strength you possess? Yi Ming disdainfully shook his head, then with a swift motion, he seized the middle-aged man by the throat. What do you intend to do? The man gasped, panic evident in his voice. What do you think? Yi Ming retorted, tightening his grip, eliciting a scream of agony from the man that echoed like a slaughtered pig. Stop! At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, and an elderly man adorned with a crown emerged. The man, robust and imposing, was none other than Ouyang Hong, the emperor of the Deqian Empire. Your Majesty, save me, please. The middle-aged man cried out upon seeing Ouyang Hong's arrival. However, Yi Ming paid him no mind, exerting more force until the man was utterly crushed. Crimson blood spilled onto the ground, and the man's life force dissipated. Mu Qingxue was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to harm her would surely meet their demise. You have the audacity to kill a subject of the Deqian Empire? Ouyang Hong bellowed, preparing to retaliate against Yi Ming. If you wish to bring about the downfall of the Deqian Empire, feel free to make your move. Yi Ming replied with a derisive smile. He had no desire to slay these individuals, but if they chose to provoke him, he would not hesitate to respond. Such arrogance. Let me witness your attempt to annihilate the Deqian Empire. Ouyang Hong shouted, launching a powerful punch towards Yi Ming. It must be said, Ouyang Hong's strength was commendable. The force of his blow conjured a howling wind, causing the entire palace to tremble, exuding an impressive might. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation realm, Yi Ming mused, shaking his head. Then, with a swift motion of his hand, a more terrifying aura than Ouyang Hong's erupted forth, sending Ouyang Hong hurtling backwards. A mouthful of blood spewing forth, his face a mask of disbelief. How could you? Impossible? Yi Ming retorted, there is nothing impossible. In a flash, he and Mu Qingxue appeared at Ouyang Hong's side, his speed akin to teleportation. With a swift kick, he planted his foot upon Ouyang Hong. I had no intention of opposing the Deqian Empire. My earlier actions were merely in defense of my woman. If you seek vengeance for him, feel free to strike. But no, it will not be as simple as you presume. With that, Yi Ming took Mu Qingxue by the hand and strode into the depths of the palace. This left the members of the great Qian Empire with exceedingly grim expressions. Your Majesty, what exactly is happening? Ouyang Hong exclaimed, genuinely shaken by Yi Ming. Despite the intense fury seething within him, he dared not take action. Being at such a high level of cultivation, he understood well that Yi Ming's strength vastly surpassed his own, if matters escalated into open conflict, save for the reclusive ancestor currently in seclusion. No one would stand a chance against him. The faces of the crowd were all exceedingly pale. They certainly did not dare to disclose the events that had transpired earlier, for doing so would undoubtedly seal their fates. Speak. Why, yes, they are individuals from the Great Chu Empire here to attend the Alliance Conference. Earlier, Lord Lu sought to search that woman, hence. What? Ouyang Hong's face flushed with rage, and with a swift motion, he struck down several soldiers with a single blow. He felt no remorse for their deaths. Instead, a flicker of horror flashed in his eyes. The Great Chu Empire? When did such formidable figures emerge? Chapter 43. Come quickly, I am about to undress. Within the grand palace of the Deqian dynasty, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue entered slowly, drawing the gaze of every individual present in the hall. Who is this person causing a stir here? How dare he enter? I don't know, but if even Ouyang Hong is no match for him, he must have reached the stage of integration. This woman is stunning. Is it possible for someone to be so beautiful in this world? And this man is quite handsome as well. They appear to be a perfect match. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. They had all witnessed the recent battle and were immensely curious about Yi Ming and his companion. Unfazed by the attention, Yi Ming led Mu Qingxue to the elevated platform and seated himself directly. "This is my spot," an elderly man exclaimed, his face twisted in frustration. "It is mine now. Do you have a problem with that?" The elder fell silent, having encountered arrogance before, but never to this extent. Yet, he merely voiced his thoughts internally. The idea of confronting Yi Ming was out of the question. "Yi Ming." At that moment, Mu Qingxue suddenly called out, her face turning pale. After all, she was merely a 17-year-old girl, unaccustomed to such scenes, surrounded by individuals far more powerful than she. "Don't worry." Yi Ming gently patted her small hand, offering words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxue nodded, her expression softening considerably. She had faith in Yi Ming, convinced that as long as he was present, all would be well. Before long, Ouyang Hong also made his entrance. He cast a brief glance at Yi Ming, but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he stepped to the center of the hall and proclaimed, "I trust you all understand the purpose of our gathering today. For the safety of our entire dojo, we must exert every effort to uncover information regarding that murderous fiend and completely eradicate him, restoring peace to our land. Indeed, such a monster is utterly depraved and must be eliminated. We shall kill him and reclaim peace for dojo." As Ouyang Hong's words resonated, the assembly erupted in fervent agreement. Yi Ming remained silent, lost in contemplation. In his previous life, he too had been pursued and condemned by all of dojo, with many present now having been among those who hunted him down. Truth be told, Yi Ming often felt a pang of discomfort regarding this. In his past existence, his numerous killings stemmed from discovering a secret method within an ancient relic, sacrificing 990 million lives to reshape existence and resurrect Mu Qingxue. Ultimately, he found that the method bore no fruit. At that time, despair had consumed him, leaving no room for other thoughts. Yet now, it seemed as though he had been ensnared in a grand scheme. "It appears that once I have strengthened my abilities, I must seek an opportunity to revisit that enigmatic realm," thought Yi Ming to himself. The fervent discourse continued, and the atmosphere among the crowd grew increasingly fervent. The sensation was so intense that they yearned to confront the murderer at that very moment, to engage in a desperate struggle. After a full 3 hours, Ouyang Hong finally concluded his oration, and by then, the ambience within the grand hall had reached its zenith. Even Mu Qingxue felt her blood surging with excitement. Yet, Yi Ming remained as composed as ever. To be candid, he understood all too well that with the capabilities of these individuals, attempting to vanquish the murderer was an impractical endeavor. Although he was uncertain of the murderer's cultivation level, it was at least conceivable that it surpassed the 7th level of the harmonization stage, perhaps even reaching the divine concealment tier. To rely on these individuals to defeat him, it would be exceedingly difficult. His participation in this alliance was primarily to unite these individuals for future utility, laying a foundation for what was to come. Given that they all shared a common objective, this alliance was effectively established. However, as the saying goes, a nation cannot exist without a leader for even a day. The same applies to alliances. To unleash the full potential of the alliance, a formidable leader must be chosen to guide them. At that moment, Ouyang Hong spoke again, glancing at Yi Ming with subtle intent. "Ouyang is indeed correct. This individual must not only possess exceptional strength, but also command respect through their status and character. Otherwise, I would be the first to dissent. I believe Ouyang would be an excellent choice for the position of leader to lead us in eliminating the murderer. Indeed, based on both strength and other attributes, Ouyang is most deserving." A chorus of voices arose, bringing great delight to Ouyang Hao. These individuals had been meticulously arranged by him for this very purpose, the position of leader. His concern was not whether they could eliminate the murderer. Rather, he was focused on the resources that would flow to the Daqian Empire upon securing the leadership position, which was his true objective. In response, Yi Ming could not help but let out a cold laugh. Such tricks would only deceive the unwary. Anyone with a modicum of experience would recognize the underlying schemes. As anticipated, someone soon stood up. While Ouyang's strength is commendable, the other brothers are also formidable. Thus, I believe we must approach the selection of a leader with utmost caution. Indeed, this matter pertains to the safety of our entire Dao province. We must not be hasty. Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Hong's expression darkened momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure, donning a smile as he replied, "My esteemed friends are correct. This matter requires careful consideration. Therefore, I have established a challenge platform. Each empire may dispatch 3 participants, and whoever emerges victorious will become the leader." A challenge platform? At this announcement, astonishment swept across the faces of the crowd. To his astonishment, Ouyang Hong had indeed employed such a tactic. On the surface, it appeared to be exceedingly fair to each empire, yet beneath it lay a multitude of complexities. Moreover, this was the territory of the great Qin Empire. Even if they wished to act, others would find it difficult to voice their objections. A challenge platform? It seemed he was genuinely vying for the position of leader. Ming murmured quietly to himself. As for the notion of leadership, he held little interest. However, well, it was getting late, and everyone should rest. The challenge competition commences tomorrow, so let us not forget. After delivering his final words, Ouyang Hong departed without delay. Witnessing his exit, the others refrained from further conversation and likewise left the grand hall. Ming and Mu Qingxue followed suit. Half an hour later, the two arrived in an opulent chamber. Initially, Ming intended to secure 2 rooms, but out of concern for Mu Qingxue's safety, he opted for just one. Upon seeing the large circular bed at the center of the room, Mu Qingxue's complexion suddenly flushed a deep crimson. Before Ming could fully comprehend the situation, she dashed to the bed and burrowed beneath the covers. Then she uttered a phrase that rendered Ming's face aflame. "Ming, come quickly. I am about to undress." Chapter 44. Why do some people constantly flirt with danger? Listening to Mu Qingxue's words, Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips. This girl truly played with fire. It seemed imperative to swiftly find a cultivation method suitable for the 9 sacred body. Otherwise, he would inevitably be ensnared by this little lady's charm. With that thought, he approached her directly and pressed Mu Qingxue down onto the bed. "Ah!" Mu Qingxue gazed at Ming in panic, yet there was a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Little girl, do you realize you are toying with danger? Then why not yield to me now?" "Ah!" Ming was slightly stunned, then helped Mu Qingxue to sit up, saying, "You've traveled a long way today. You must be weary. It would be wise to rest early." In an instant, Mu Qingxue's expression suddenly darkened. Tears shimmered in her eyes. "Qingxue, you." Seeing her tear-streaked face, Ming felt an overwhelming sense of disarray. He feared nothing but her tears. That sensation was more agonizing than being stabbed 100 times. He quickly enveloped Mu Qingxue in his arms, gently murmuring, "All right, do not cry. It is my fault. I know you are hiding something from me. And so is the ancestor. I understand you both mean well, but I do not wish for you to assist me every time trouble arises while I remain powerless. I do not want this." Sigh. Upon hearing her words, Ming could not help but let out a sigh. He had concealed matters from Mu Qingxue to spare her worry, but had overlooked her feelings. "Silly girl, what are you saying? Your role is irreplaceable. But why do you conceal things from me? Is it that I am ill and on the verge of death? I cannot bear to lose you." Ah! Ming was bewildered. He had not anticipated Mu Qingxue would think such a thing. He smiled gently. "How could that be? Your health is perfectly fine. How could you be ill? Then why? Well, since you wish to know, I shall tell you." Ming sighed once more, and then disclosed the information regarding the 9 sacred body to Mu Qingxue. The 9 sacred body? Indeed. You possess this exceedingly rare constitution. If you engage in relations before acquiring a suitable cultivation method, you will be devoured. In the lightest case, you will lose your cultivation. And in the gravest, you will perish utterly. Does that mean I won't be able to? I still want to bear your children. Ha ha. Ming laughed heartily, realizing just how endearing Mu Qingxue truly was. His heart swelled with emotion. Aware of her identity as the 9 sacred body, she remains unconcerned about her future or her own mortality, yet harbors a deep-seated fear of being unable to bear children. "Oh, foolish girl, what are you saying? Do not worry. I shall certainly find a suitable cultivation method for you," he reassures her. "But Discovering a technique compatible with the nine sacred body is exceedingly difficult. What if She trails off, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. No matter how challenging it may be, I will find it, even if it requires traversing the entire continent, Ming declares with unwavering resolve. He is determined to prevent the tragic fate of his past life from recurring. This is something he cannot allow. Mu Qingxue nods, her expression tinged with vulnerability. All right, it is getting late. You should rest early. With that, Ming gently places her on the bed and covers her with a blanket. Will you hold me tonight? She asks timidly. Of course. The night swiftly passes. The following morning, the sky is overcast, heavy clouds shrouding the atmosphere, casting a sense of oppression over the hearts of the people. Ming, too, wears a troubled expression. Holding a beautiful woman in his arms is pleasant, yet his body betrays him. Sighing, he rises from the bed. Not long after, Mu Qingxue awakens as well. After a brief wash, they depart the room. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrive at a grand plaza, the venue for today's competition. By the time they arrive, the area is already teeming with people. This event is pivotal concerning the position of the alliance leader, and everyone is invested in it. However, in stark contrast to the bustling crowd from other empires, Ming and his companions stand in relative silence. After all, they are the only representatives from the great Chu Empire. In an instant, all eyes turn toward them. Mu Qingxue, feeling bashful under the scrutiny, displays a hint of fluster, while Ming remains remarkably composed. Ha ha ha, is there no one from the great Chu? Only 2 young ones have come. A mocking voice rings out. It seems the great Chu has truly fallen. An empire like this should have been disbanded long ago. Those who had not witnessed Ming's prowess the previous day begin to voice their derision, casting scornful glances. In contrast, those who had seen his capabilities remained silent. Some even regarding the mockers with pity. The great Chu Empire? What a pathetic nation. How could they send just you two? At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s strides forward, his demeanor replete with arrogance. Sighing at the comment, Ming responds, Ha ha ha, so you are aware of the great Chu's insignificance? No matter. As long as you offer the woman beside you to me, I can facilitate your admission into my Tianmin Empire, where you will enjoy endless riches and glory. The middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter. In his eyes, Ming was undoubtedly intimidated, succumbing to his own prowess. The Tianmin Empire? Ming slightly shook his head, then rose to his feet, gazing at the man and stating, My sigh stems from my bewilderment at the sheer number of individuals in this world who seem intent on courting death. What did you say? Crack. As the words left his lips, Ming's right hand seized the man by the throat. Perhaps he had exerted too much force. Or perhaps it was the tension of the moment. The man's face turned crimson. You dare to attack me? Kill him, kill him. Thunderous roars erupted as the crowd from the Tianmin Empire rushed forward. Ming, however, paid them no heed and effortlessly crushed the man's throat. You! How dare you slay the sovereign of the Tianmin Empire? We shall not let you go unpunished. Is that so? Boom. With a forceful stomp of his right foot, a formidable aura erupted from his being, sending the members of the Tianmin Empire hurtling backwards. Ming refrained from slaughtering these individuals, instead turning his attention to the others surrounding him. I had no intention of spilling excessive blood, but should any of you prove to be truly foolish, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Chapter 45. Let us act together. Arrogance. Utterly outrageous. How can this be tolerated? As Ming's words resonated, the expressions of those present turned to sheer fury. Several hot-tempered individuals were on the verge of taking action. After all, who among them was not of a transcendent status? To be threatened by a mere boy was simply unacceptable. Nevertheless, they ultimately refrained from striking, primarily due to the formidable prowess Ming had previously demonstrated. Although the emperor of the Tianmin Empire was not the strongest among them, possessing a 6th-tier transformation, he had been effortlessly defeated by Ming with a single blow, a feat they could not replicate. Moreover, the primary focus at this moment was the contention for the position of the alliance leader. Any act of aggression now would be ill-advised. Let us all temper our tempers. What remains paramount is to elect a leader who can unite us against that murderous fiend and ensure the safety of our Tao state. Ouyang Hong interjected with a hearty laugh. Despite his own displeasure towards Ming, he understood that the alliance leader was the priority. Upon hearing his words, the crowd found a pathway to ease their anger. As for Ming, he remained silent, His purpose here was not to slay these individuals. With Ouyang Hong's lengthy discourse, the competition formally commenced. The rules were straightforward. Each dynasty could dispatch 3 individuals to battle. The last standing representative would determine the alliance leader. Initially, Ouyang Hong had not intended to send 3 fighters, but after being vanquished by Yi Ming's single strike the day prior, he changed his strategy to prevent Yi Ming from seizing the leader's position. Currently, the Dechu Empire had only 2 contenders, and Mu Qingshue's strength was negligible. Thus, he could not believe that Yi Ming, no matter how formidable, could prevail against 3 opponents. Soon, a man soared into the arena. According to his introduction, he hailed from an empire known as Wuming and sought to test the skills of the others. Of course, this was merely his pretext. In reality, he was a pawn sent by Ouyang Hong to provoke others into combat, aiming to seize the leader's position himself. Yi Ming paid no heed to such machinations and had no aspirations of becoming the alliance leader. Before long, another challenger ascended, and upon their encounter, the battle commenced. After 30 exchanges, the man emerged victorious. Shortly thereafter, yet another contestant took to the arena. Thus, the morning swiftly passed, with several rounds of fighters taking the stage. Initially, Mu Qingxue watched the battles with keen interest, but soon her attention waned, and she began to converse quietly with Yi Ming, who was more than willing to engage. The Tianyan Empire has triumphed. Is there anyone else wishing to challenge? The referee's voice rang out. Given the enthusiasm of everyone present, I shall also join the fray. Ouyang Hong let out a hearty laugh before soaring onto the battle platform, accompanied by 2 imposing men, presumably the chosen champions of the great Qian Empire. As he took his place, the crowd's attention shifted entirely towards him. Brother Ho, I look forward to your guidance, Ouyang Hong stated, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards the man before him. Yet, despite his humble words, his demeanor betrayed a desire for more than mere sparring. True to his intentions, the moment the battle commenced, Ouyang Hong launched a ferocious assault. The unfortunate man barely had time to react before he was sent sprawling to the ground, his right arm shattered in the process. Brother Ho concedes, Ouyang Hong declared with a cheerful grin, as if addressing a dear friend. However, those around understood that Ouyang Hong intended to use this spectacle as a warning to others. Subsequently, numerous challengers approached the arena, yet one by one, they were all swiftly dispatched by Ouyang Hong, with one nearly meeting a dire fate. In the end, no one dared to step forward again. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? The referee's voice rang out once more. This time, however, the crowd exchanged glances, hesitating to advance, much to Ouyang Hong's delight. In that case, the position of leader shall belong to. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, and Yi Ming rose slowly from his seat. Allow me to experience the prowess of the Ouyang sovereign. While he held little interest in the position of leader, he would not permit Ouyang Hong to ascend unchallenged. Given their past grievances, he was wary of how Ouyang Hong might target the great Chu Empire should he succeed. Ouyang Hong's expression darkened with fury upon seeing Yi Ming. What? Are you afraid? Yi Ming retorted, afraid? The great Qian Empire fears nothing. However, you alone from the great Chu Empire must defeat us 3 to claim the leadership. Then let the 3 of you come at me together, Yi Ming declared, his form flickering as he took to the battle platform, addressing Ouyang Hong directly. What did you say? Surprised by your lack of strength. I see your hearing is also deficient. Bring all 3 of you at once. Ouyang Hong's face flushed with anger. He had not anticipated Yi Ming's audacity to challenge him in such a manner. Yet, considering Yi Ming's prowess, he clenched his jaw and replied, since you are so presumptuous, do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers. Overwhelming? Have you not always done so? Yi Ming shot back. Enough of this banter. Let us proceed. I still have plans to accompany my lady for shopping. Ouyang Hong felt as if his lungs were on the verge of bursting. He had encountered insults before, yet none as egregious as this. Accompanying women on shopping expeditions? Did they perceive him and his companions as mere ants, easily crushed? With a swift motion of his hand, the other 2 leaped onto the arena. Without exchanging superfluous words, the trio launched their assault without delay. It must be noted that their prowess was formidable. The weakest among them was at the 8th level of the transformation stage, while Ouyang Hong himself stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Moreover, with their combined strength, even formidable beings at the integration stage would find them a worthy challenge. However, their opponent was Yi Ming. Previously, even at the 7th level of transformation, He had dispatched 3 integration stage experts, and now, having ascended to the 8th level, he was a force to be reckoned with. As he planted his right foot firmly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, instantaneously sending Ouyang Hong and his companions hurtling backward, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of his presence. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? It appears that your ambitions of becoming the leader of the Dakian will soon be dashed. Chapter 46. Did I just acquire a leader? With the finality of Yi Ming's words, he stepped forward once more. In an instant, he appeared above the 3 individuals. And then, with a powerful stomp, he descended. This footfall unleashed an overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of ancient deities, causing Ouyang Hong and his companions to cry out in agony. Yet, despite their torment, they found themselves utterly powerless, as Yi Ming's foot drove them into the ground. Hiss! A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd, all eyes fixated on the scene unfolding on the combat platform. While they were aware of Yi Ming's formidable prowess, none had anticipated such an extraordinary display. With a single step, he had vanquished 3 formidable opponents? What manner of strength was this? All right, the results are in, Yi Ming declared with an air of indifference. With his current capabilities, defeating several practitioners at the transformation stage posed no challenge. Thus, he felt no exhilaration in overcoming these 3 adversaries. Thus, the Great Chu Empire emerges victorious. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? The referee's expression was one of discomfort. He had originally prepared to congratulate the Great Qian Empire, yet now. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain whether to step forward. Would they truly allow Yi Ming to claim the position of leader so easily? Frankly, they felt a sense of reluctance. However, considering Yi Ming's evident strength, why does everyone lack the courage? Yi Ming thought, exasperated. He had no desire to assume the mantle of leader. His intervention was solely to thwart Ouyang Hong. You, the one in green. Yes, you dog of a man, come up here and face me. Yi Ming called out to a man clad in green, inciting his fury. The green-clad man seethed with indignation. How dare you, a mere youth, refer to me, a dignified sovereign, as a dog? Yet, recalling Yi Ming's earlier display of strength, he felt a twinge of apprehension. How can he not come up after such provocation? Yi Ming inwardly cursed, then continued, Are you even a man? No wonder your wife has strayed. It seems you lack any semblance of courage. I doubt your son is even yours. Damn you! The green-clad man shouted, disregarding the warnings of those around him, and launched himself toward the platform. However, upon his arrival, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Good heavens, my anger has clouded my judgment. If this escalates, then, I concede. Just as the green-clad man was about to utter some conciliatory words, hoping for leniency from Yi Ming, the latter abruptly turned and left the stage without a backward glance. This left the green-clad man utterly bewildered. What just happened? What is going on? In stark contrast, Ouyang Hong was seething with fury, his heart ready to explode. How could he not perceive that Yi Ming's actions were unequivocally directed at him? This is utterly infuriating. However, Yi Ming remained indifferent to his ire. At that moment, he had already approached Mu Qingxue, grasping her delicate hand, and began narrating the tale of Iron Man battling the 7 dwarfs for the sake of Snow White. Ouyang Hong and the members of the Great Qian Empire were seething with frustration, yet according to the rules of the contest, the defeated could not challenge again. Otherwise, the battles would be endless. He truly wished to slap himself. Why on earth had he agreed to such regulations? Subsequently, many others stepped forward to challenge, but they were all vanquished by the man in green attire. In truth, Yi Ming had intentionally chosen him. All the formidable empires had already participated, and he was undoubtedly the strongest remaining. Moreover, throughout the contest, this individual had not once ridiculed the Great Chu. Appointing him as the alliance leader seemed a prudent decision. With no one else willing to challenge, the position of alliance leader was thus awarded to Ma Yao of the Qingshan Empire. Ultimately, the referee reluctantly announced the result, which elicited unrestrained joy from the man in green. By heaven, he had unexpectedly attained leadership. He then cast a grateful glance towards Yi Ming, acknowledging the latter's pivotal role in this development. Yi Ming merely nodded in acknowledgement. His strength had been demonstrated, and now that this individual had become the leader, it would be advantageous in dealing with the murderous demon. The favor he had extended would certainly ensure that the Great Chu would not face undue hardship. A win-win situation. Let us depart. Yi Ming said, taking Mu Qingshue's hand as they prepared to leave. With the leader established, the next order of business would be strategizing, a matter in which he held little interest. Regardless of the discussions, he was acutely aware that it would be impossible to eliminate that man. Suddenly, an ominous laughter echoed from the heavens, disrupting the moment. Concurrently, the previously clear sky darkened, and an eerily handsome young man emerged from the void. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the great Qian imperial palace? Seeking death, are we? Ouyang Hong shouted defiantly. The sinister figure smirked disdainfully. With a swift motion of his right hand, a colossal hand materialized from the void, seizing Ouyang Hong's body with terrifying force. A swarm of ants. And you wish to confront me? Utterly oblivious to your own demise. With the finality of his words, Ouyang Hong was crushed, his body exploding in a shower of blood that stained the sky, a scene of utter horror. What? You are the murderous demon? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the presence of this infamous figure here, and to their astonishment, his power was extraordinary, at least at the 6th level of integration. Yi Ming murmured to himself, sensing the aura emanating from this man. It was evident he had reached the 6th level, though it remained uncertain if he possessed further concealed strength. This is quite troublesome. Subsequently, Yi Ming directly pulled Mu Qingxue behind him. Yi Ming, Mu Qingxue said with a pale face. It wasn't that she was afraid. Rather, the aura of this person was overwhelmingly powerful, and her cultivation was merely at the breaking ordinary stage. Without Yi Ming's protection, she would be utterly defenseless. Do not worry. Everything will be fine, Yi Ming reassured her, gently squeezing her small hand. The audacious demon actually dares to show himself. With so many of us here today, death is inescapable for you, an elder remarked. Inescapable death? Do you truly believe that your pitiful group of ants can achieve that? The sinister man scoffed, and with a wave of his hand, 4 pitch-black flags emerged, soaring towards the 4 cardinal directions of the great Qian imperial palace. In an instant, an ominous dark barrier enveloped the entirety of the ancient city. Isolation array. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. The isolation array, as the name implies, is a formation that seals off an area. Judging by its design, this individual intends to annihilate everyone present. What is this? Chapter 47. A Century of Cultivation. The aura of the demon clan. Gazing at the 4 banners, Yi Ming's expression was one of profound astonishment. The aura emanating from them was remarkably familiar. It was the very essence of the cultivation technique he had practiced in his previous life, indicating that these banners and the technique he once mastered originated from the same source. In truth, he had not comprehended much about the cultivation method in his past existence. He only knew it was derived from the demon clan. The cultivation speed was exceedingly rapid, and its power immensely formidable, yet it could easily corrupt one's psyche. However, in his former life, consumed by the desire for vengeance against Mu Qingxue, he had paid little heed to such concerns. Now, reflecting upon it, could it be that he had been manipulated by the demon clan in his previous life? Yi Ming pondered this possibility with a heavy heart. Cackling laughter erupted once more from the sinister man, who then surveyed the crowd with palpable excitement. What exquisite souls! They shall all belong to me. Boom. As his words fell, he clapped his hands, and a colossal blood-red giant materialized behind him. Ferocious, bloodthirsty, and tyrannical, the crowd could sense the overwhelming aura radiating from this blood-red giant. How powerful! As Yi Ming absorbed the essence emanating from the giant, he murmured softly to himself. To be candid, with his current strength, he felt utterly incapable of defeating this behemoth. What to do? What to do? Yi Ming repeated in his mind. His own safety not a primary concern, but Mu Qingxue. Ding. The system upgraded, and the voice chimed in. Host, do not forget to check in daily. This sudden proclamation took Yi Ming by surprise. Had he truly neglected to check in today? He slapped his forehead, recalling that he had spent the previous night with Mu Qingxue, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort, and had completely forgotten about it. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. 100 years of cultivation acquired. 100 years of cultivation? One could actually gain such power through check-ins? Yi Ming was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that checking in could yield such rewards. What about his previous diligent efforts? Ding. Indeed, this system is capable of extraordinary feats, but host, your own endeavors are indispensable if you wish to reach the pinnacle, the system replied. Ah, very well. Ming nodded, then opened the system panel. Host, Ming. Cultivation. First layer of integration. Martial techniques. Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramita. Realized divine palm. 6-character true words of Buddhism. Items, Apocalypse Spear. First layer of integration. Observing the cultivation level displayed in the panel, Ming nodded in satisfaction, then felt the surge of power within him, a smile gracing his face. While he may have been unable to confront the 8th layer of transformation in the past, now, the system truly was the most formidable of all blessings. Ming sighed inwardly, pondering why, despite a century of cultivation, his progress was so minimal, yet he felt it was sufficient. Die! A shrill cry erupted from the sky. As a sinister figure commanded, and instantly, the blood-red giant behind him took a colossal step forward. In that moment, the heavens roared, houses shattered, and the ground crumbled beneath the weight of impending doom. It was as if the world were ending. No. The overwhelming force was terrifying, rendering the onlookers powerless, akin to facing an ancient demon. They found themselves devoid of courage even to defend themselves. Ming. Mu Qingshue's face turned pale, her eyes wide in disbelief. This was her first encounter with such a scene. Fear not, Ming reassured her as he held her close, gently patting her back. Yet, his brow furrowed. How dare they frighten my woman? With a swift motion, he conjured a golden circle around Mu Qingxue. Stay here and don't move. I shall deal with him. With that, Ming soared into the air. Oh, another ant wishes to resist? Such efforts are in vain. The malevolent figure scoffed, raising his hand to strike. Whoosh! A colossal palm, measuring 1,000 feet, descended with a thunderous crash, shattering the air and creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Is that so? Ming retorted with a cold smirk. He flipped his hand, revealing a blood-red spear, truly an apocalyptic weapon. Break! With the spear raised, Ming thrust it toward the sky, shattering the massive palm as if it were mere glass. What? The sinister figure's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated Ming could counter his strike. How is this possible? Humph! Does an ant dare to challenge the heavens? Boom! The enormous blood-red giant aimed a foot down at Ming, its force even greater than before. It was evident that he sought to eliminate Ming without wasting further time. Do you think you can claim the skies? A fierce dragon's roar erupted as a golden dragon ascended from beneath Ming, charging toward the blood-red giant. Meanwhile, Ming was not idle. With the reverse dragon's 7 steps, he executed 5 in an instant, his aura surging to new heights as he advanced toward the malevolent figure. How is this possible? Boom, boom, boom. The heavens trembled, the dragon roared, and silence enveloped the world. With each of Ming's strikes, the surrounding area transformed into ruins. Countless citizens of the great Qin Empire falling lifelessly to the ground. Ming remained indifferent to their demise. This world was ruthless, without power. Such was the fate that awaited them. These individuals were of no consequence to him. He would not risk his own safety for their sake. He is not yet so great. With a resounding clap of his hand, Ming summoned a golden phantom of Buddha in the sky, striking directly at the luminous barrier that enveloped the imperial palace of Deqian. This was the divine palm of Tathagata. Crack! The might of his palm was sufficient to shake the heavens. As a series of cracking sounds echoed, the black barrier was utterly shattered by his blow. This incited the wrath of the sinister man. I shall kill you, he bellowed. Who shall kill whom remains to be seen. With the spear of destiny in hand, and the sacred 6-character mantra of Buddhism resonating around him, the silver dragon soared ever higher. In that moment, Ming seemed to transform into a deity or demon. The 6th step of the reversal dragon. Boom. With the execution of the 6th step, Ming's aura reached its zenith. He flung his right hand, casting forth the spear of apocalypse. The aura emanating from the spear was terrifying, as if it could annihilate the very world. No, impossible. Who are you? How could you possess such strength? The sinister man's complexion changed drastically, and he screamed in madness. Yet, Ming paid him no mind. Instead, he flickered, following the spear as he ascended. Chapter 48. Do you want to learn? Allow me to teach you. Strike him down. The 6-character mantra transformed into 6 nuclear bombs, launching towards the malevolent figure. The doomsday blades surged ahead, accompanied by the resounding incantation. The sinister man frantically waved his hands, attempting to repel the terrifying aura, but he underestimated the formidable power of the Doomsday Blade. A piercing sound echoed as the heavenly-grade magic weapon effortlessly breached his defenses, penetrating deeply into his left shoulder. Simultaneously, the six-character mantra struck. A thunderous roar erupted, sending the malevolent figure hurtling backward, ultimately impaling him against a grand tree. Did we win? Witnessing the scene, the crowd was overwhelmed with astonishment. They had anticipated certain death today, yet Yi Ming's prowess was astonishingly formidable, particularly the people from the Great Qian Empire, who had previously sought an opportunity to reclaim their honor from Yi Ming. How could they possibly do that now? Whoosh! Yi Ming's figure flickered, instantly appearing before the malevolent man. Who? What are you? What was that technique just now? The sinister man asked incredulously. He had never envisioned his defeat here. It was utterly surreal. Do you wish to learn? Allow me to enlighten you. Yi Ming chuckled softly, then struck down again, causing the man's body to explode violently. In his final moments, the sinister figure recalled the high priest's prophecy. Could he be the one foretold? Yet, he would never discover the answer. Retrieving the Doomsday Blade, Yi Ming returned to Mu Qingshue's side. It's all right, she exclaimed, rushing into his embrace. She had been exceedingly worried during the battle, but fortunately. Foolish girl, Yi Ming murmured, gently stroking her hair. Shortly thereafter, others began to arrive. Observing the scene, the expressions of the onlookers were decidedly awkward. Well, I must sincerely thank you for this. I believe the position of leader should rightfully belong to you, the man in the green cloak said, clearing his throat. Indeed, it would be most fitting for you to assume this role. We were blind to your capabilities before. We hope you won't hold it against us. Others chimed in, eager to curry favor. Who would joke about it? Given Yi Ming's might, it would be foolish not to establish a good rapport. No, you won the contest. Naturally, the leadership should be yours. Let bygones be bygones, Yi Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. But, they stammered. There is no but. Regardless of who leads, our goal remains the same, to ensure the peace of Daizhou and protect it from further harm. Though we have slain this individual, who can guarantee that another will not arise? Yi Ming stated firmly. Thus, the responsibility of leadership is indeed monumental. The young man in azure nodded and continued. If that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall exert my utmost effort. Indeed, let it be known that we shall be united as one in Daozhou. Anyone who seeks to harm Daozhou shall face my wrath first. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for the barriers that once divided them had been thoroughly dismantled after this event. Yi Ming felt quite satisfied with this outcome. In his previous life, he had inflicted considerable harm upon Daozhou, and the opportunity to make amends in this life was indeed welcome. Suddenly, a burst of azure light erupted from beneath the palace, followed by the emergence of a white-haired elder. Ancestor. Upon seeing the elder, the subjects of the Great Qian Empire knelt, one knee to the ground in respect. Rise, all of you. I am aware of the events that have transpired, the elder acknowledged, then turned his gaze toward Yi Ming. I am Ouyang Feng. It is our Great Qian Empire that has wronged you, and I offer my sincere apologies on behalf of our nation. Do not mention it. Perhaps this is fate's way of bringing us together. Let us strive onward together, Yi Ming replied. Your magnanimity humbles us, and to celebrate this occasion, allow me to host a feast for all, Ouyang Feng suggested. That sounds splendid. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. With that, the group soared into the sky, and Yi Ming took Mu Qingxue along with him. The celebration lasted for 3 days and nights. During this time, Yi Ming reveled in happiness, accompanying Mu Qingxue on explorations to appreciate the splendor of the Great Qian Empire. On the 4th day, the crowd began to disperse, and Yi Ming and his companion embarked on their journey home. Shortly after their departure, a monk in his 30s gazed upward at the sky in the streets of the Great Qian Empire. Who would have thought such a person could emerge from the small Daozhou? Could the death of my disciple Dao Ming be connected to him? However, he realized he must report this matter first. The monk murmured softly and then took a step forward, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the underground palace of the bloodthirsty pavilion in Daozhou, a black-clad elder observed the shattered jade token in his hand with a grave expression. This was none other than Yu Ling, who was taken aback. He is dead? Someone from Daozhou managed to kill him? A mere arrogant fool, yet his demise is significant. However, the upper echelons place great importance on the Nine-Yin sacred body and that child of prophecy. Is there any lead? A figure donning a wide-brimmed hat responded. We have uncovered a hint regarding the nine in sacred body. Based on the previous formations, we traced the last known locations of Blood Cloud and Fierce Fox to the southeastern region of Daozhou. The nine in sacred body should be there. Yet we have no leads on that child of prophecy. The southeastern region? Indeed, there exist several diminutive empires, likely nestled within one of these realms. However, the identity of the perpetrator remains uncertain. Is that so? I shall embark on a personal journey. And I shall also dispatch individuals to the Great Qian Empire to conduct an investigation to ascertain who among them is responsible for the murder. Perhaps that very individual is the prophesied son. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our steps. Furthermore, the Ming Temple has already dispatched its people to Daozhou, and we must keep a vigilant watch over their movements. Do you understand? Yes. Subsequently, the figure beneath the conical hat vanished from sight. Within the underground palace, only Yuling remained. The prophesied son, the nine in sacred body, the Ming Temple. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. With that thought, Yuling proceeded deeper into the palace. Soon, he arrived in a chamber adorned with enigmatic runes. At the center of the room stood a jade pedestal, upon which rested a colossal head. Master, Yuling knelt on one knee before the immense cranium, addressing it with utmost reverence. Chapter 49. Return to Bodhi Courtyard. With the sound of Yuling's voice echoing, a chilling gale surged through the room. Following this, tendrils of black mist emerged from the enormous head. The dark fog coalesced, ultimately revealing a towering figure before Yuling. The man's appearance was exceedingly peculiar, adorned with three massive antennae atop his head and a blood-red eye set in his forehead. What is it? The strange man spoke coldly. Master, Xiefeng has perished. Perished? The peculiar man furrowed his brow slightly, then inquired again, what transpired? Yuling recounted the events that had transpired, inciting profound anger upon the strange man's visage. Useless. Truly a worthless fool. At these words, Yuling's complexion turned ashen. He was acutely aware of his master's formidable power. If he were to provoke him, Master, the bloodthirsty pavilion and the Heavenly Dawn Temple have both made their appearances. What should we do? Humph. Mere ants. What do they amount to? When my clan shatters the barriers of space, that will be their day of annihilation. However, we still require a suitable candidate. Do you have any suggestions? A suitable candidate? Yuling pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled something, saying, perhaps there is someone who fits the bill. Who? I do not know his name, but he is undoubtedly suitable. Subsequently, Yuling recounted the events that had transpired in the Great Tang Dynasty, particularly regarding Ming. The body of the celestial demon? You mean to say he possesses the body of the celestial demon? Indeed. In that case, he is quite suitable. But do you know his whereabouts? He should be in the southeastern region of Daozhou. However, the bloodthirsty pavilion and the Heavenly Dawn Temple have both ventured there, seeking to. Never mind. The strange man waved his hand and declared, I shall make the journey myself this time. After lying dormant for so many years, it is time for the world to recognize my clan's strength. Humanity has occupied our territory for far too long. It is time for restitution. With that, the strange man's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. In the Great Chu Imperial Palace, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue descended from the warship. At this moment, Mu Kuang and others had long awaited their arrival. Yi Ming, your performance has been exceptional. In just 2 days, we have received at least 50 diplomatic invitations from various empires. Henceforth, we need not worry for Great Chu anymore. Mu Kuang exclaimed with hearty laughter. He had always been concerned that once Yi Ming departed from Great Chu, the empire would be vulnerable to attacks from other nations. After all, the relationships among Great Chu, Great Shang, and others had never been particularly cordial. However, now there was no need for concern. Establishing diplomatic ties with these empires meant that as long as Yi Ming remained alive, they would not dare to lay a hand on Great Chu. Though deeply intertwined with Yi Ming, their natures are entirely distinct. Indeed, it is all thanks to Qingshua's efforts. Yi Ming smiled and nodded. I hardly deserve any credit. Your presence has bestowed upon me boundless strength, enabling me to achieve this. Yi Ming, when did you become so eloquent? She teased. Haha, I speak only the truth. Humph, I shall ignore you. Mu Qingxue huffed, covering her face as she departed. When alone, she was unbothered, but in the presence of so many, being just a young girl, she felt quite shy. Observing this scene, Mu Kuang and the others exchanged knowing smiles, well aware of their relationship. By the way, has anything noteworthy occurred in Dechu these past few days? Not at all. It has been rather tranquil. That's good to hear. Well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Yi Ming's figure flickered and he vanished from sight, while Mu Kuang sighed with a smile. Youth is truly wonderful. In the days that followed, Yi Ming led a remarkably fulfilling life, visiting various empires daily to sign in. Since signing in at the Daiqian Empire and gaining cultivation, he deemed it a splendid choice, as it spared him the burden of solitary training in his chamber, allowing for occasional relaxation. Thus, 5 days slipped by unnoticed. During this time, Yi Ming traversed several major empires in the southeastern region of Dao Prefecture. The rewards he garnered from signing in were commendable, although he did not attain further cultivation. Moreover, with the establishment of the alliance, Dechu's status had notably risen, leading to frequent visits from envoys of other nations. However, Mu Kuang handled these matters competently. One day, at the entrance of the Bodhi courtyard in the Dechu Empire, Yi Ming approached slowly from a distance, his heart fluttering at the sight of this familiar place. It felt akin to the trepidation one experiences when nearing home after a long absence. Nearly 2 months had elapsed since his departure. For others, 2 months might merely signify a period of seclusion, yet for him, it felt as though centuries had passed. After leaving in his previous life, he returned to find the place had transformed into ruins. And now, Jie Kong, is that you? At that moment, a surprised voice echoed as a young monk approached from afar. It was none other than Jie Ming, unchanged since their last encounter. Jie Kong, it truly is you. I thought I was mistaken. When did you return? Why not enter? I just arrived. What about you? My master sent me to procure some items. A significant figure is visiting us today, Jie Ming replied cheerfully. A significant figure? Yi Ming inquired, puzzled. Indeed, this visitor is a truly enlightened monk. Have you heard of Tianming Temple? Tianming Temple. Upon hearing that name, Yi Ming's brow furrowed slightly. How could they have come here? Enough of that. My master awaits the items I owe him. Please, come inside. In fact, during your absence, master has missed you greatly and often speaks of you. With that, Jie Ming grasped his hand and led him inward. Master? Yi Ming murmured to himself. If there is anyone here who evokes feelings of guilt within him, it is indeed his master. From a young age, it was his master who raised him, while he. Following Jie Ming, Yi Ming arrived at the Mahavira Hall of the Bodhi courtyard, where he encountered a middle-aged man, approximately 30 years of age. The man's appearance was quite ordinary, the kind one could easily overlook in a crowd. Yet, he emanated an aura of profound mystery, reminiscent of the Buddha himself. Master, Master, look who has arrived. Jie Ming exclaimed joyfully. At this remark, everyone turned their gaze, but as they beheld Yi Ming, their expressions grew increasingly complex. Master. Yi Ming approached Jing Xian, kneeling before him and calling out. Chapter 50, on Buddhism. Alas, gazing at Yi Ming before him, Jing Xian sighed deeply, then nodded and spoke. You have returned. As a disciple, I have not fulfilled my duties. I apologize, Master. Enough. You are no longer a disciple of my Bodhi courtyard. There is no need for such formalities. Rise, Jing Xian said as he aided Yi Ming to his feet. His feelings towards this pupil were indeed complex. On one hand, he regarded Yi Ming as his own son, and seeing him return safely naturally brought him joy. Yet, on the other hand, Yi Ming now belonged to a different realm altogether. Senior Jing Xian, who is this? At that moment, a middle-aged man spoke up, his gaze towards Yi Ming revealing a hint of astonishment. He was once a disciple of my Bodhi courtyard, but has since returned to secular life. Oh, the middle-aged man nodded, then cast Yi Ming a half-smile, continuing, what a pity, with his innate wisdom, had he devoted himself to the study of Buddhist teachings. He would surely achieve greatness beyond us. Alas, the ways of the world are ever-changing, and each person has their own choices. Since he has chosen this path, it can only be said that he is fated to be apart from the Buddha. Perhaps so. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, yet did not elaborate further, his eyes darting about, lost in thought. This made Yi Ming feel a twinge of wariness. He was not afraid of this man's strength. Rather, he feared that he might pose a threat to the Bodhi courtyard. After all, Yi Ming did not wish to relive the tragedies of his past life. Subsequently, after the group had dined, Yi Ming returned to his former room. Having been away for so long, he decided to spend the night before departing. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door, and in walked the middle-aged man from before. I did not expect that the one who killed Dao Ming would be one of our own, he remarked as he entered. This made Yi Ming's brow furrow slightly. He had suspected that this man might recognize him, and now. So, do you wish to avenge him? Avenge? No. I had long discerned that Dao Ming's nature had changed. He was no longer suited to be one of my Buddhist brethren. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Ming's expression turned somewhat incredulous. He had thought this man sought revenge for Dao Ming, only to discover, though I do not seek vengeance for him, your actions against Dao Ming will not go unpunished by Ming Temple. Then why have you come? For you. For me? Indeed. From you I sense a profound aura of worldly experience. Given your age, such an essence should not be present. It is most peculiar. What? Yi Ming's heart was in turmoil. He understood all too well what the profound aura referred to. In his previous life, he lived for over a century and experienced a myriad of events, a fact that even his reincarnation could not alter. In this new existence, he has constantly concealed this aura, yet unexpectedly. Strange, indeed, quite strange. The man circled around Yi Ming a few times, murmuring to himself incessantly. Perhaps it is due to the multitude of experiences I have encountered recently. Is that so? The man lightly tapped his forehead and continued. I actually came to seek your insight on several matters. Matters? Indeed. I am familiar with Dao Ming's character. Although he has strayed onto a misguided path, he does not act without reason. This implies that there is something about you that captivates him. So, each individual possesses their own unique opportunities. Hence, I am indifferent to what you may harbor within. My first inquiry is, what is your perspective on Buddhism? Buddhism? Yi Ming was perplexed, utterly at a loss regarding the man's intentions. Buddhism is the law of all sentient beings. To practice Buddhism is to cultivate all beings, taking it upon oneself to guide them towards enlightenment. Yi Ming articulated. Guide all beings? Do you genuinely believe that? What do you mean? Sentient beings are diverse, in truth. Even a Buddha is still human, subject to personal desires, the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires, greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred. If that is the case, how can one guide all beings? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming was astounded. It was the first time he encountered such a viewpoint. It was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. You must possess the cultivation of demonic techniques, correct? The man spoke again, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. Unlike other practitioners of Buddhism who would react with fury at the mere mention of demons. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, not denying it. Just as I suspected. The man nodded in affirmation and continued. You need not feel apprehensive. I merely wish to converse with you. Whether one practices Buddhism or demonic arts, what truly matters is the heart. If one's heart is inclined towards goodness, even if you are a demon lord, you will be cherished by many. Conversely, even if you are an enlightened monk with a dark heart, you will be loathed by all. The heart, you say? Yi Ming murmured, then inquired. What exactly are you trying to convey? I can see that you are a kind-hearted person with exceptional insight. I do not know the reasons behind your abandonment of Buddhist practice, but as long as you remain true to your heart, you can still attain the status of a Buddha. The status of a Buddha? Yi Ming shook his head. He had never contemplated such aspirations. All he desired was to peacefully remain by Mu Qingshue's side and protect her. As for anything beyond that. Now, for my second question. I sense that you harbor some animosity towards me, or rather, towards Dao Ming Temple. May I inquire why? Animosity? Perhaps, Yi Ming did not refute it. Whether in his past or present life, he held no fondness for Dao Ming Temple. In a past life, he sought to have the Buddha guide Mu Qingxue, but was met with rejection. In this life, Dao Ming seeks to usurp his martial arts. There's no animosity, merely a hint of disdain, perhaps. Is that so? The man smiled faintly once more and remarked, as I mentioned earlier, the Buddha is also human. Every individual harbors their own selfish desires. Dao Ming Temple is no exception. Many revered monks engage in actions that are hardly distinguishable from those of the underworld. However, it must be noted that the Buddha teaches that one can attain enlightenment by laying down the butcher's knife and sincerely repenting. The Buddha will still accept them. Are you suggesting that even if he has taken countless lives and committed numerous transgressions, as long as he feels remorse, he can still achieve Buddhahood? Indeed, I have always held the belief that at the core of humanity, one is inherently good. Deep within every heart lies a capacity for kindness. Kindness? Yi Ming shook his head, finding himself unable to embrace such a notion. Chapter 51. Dharma Name, Dharma Zheng. It appears you do not accept my words. The middle-aged man remarked. Human nature is inherently complex and cannot be generalized. Some possess kindness, while others harbor malevolence. How can one assert absolutes? And what about you? Indeed. Is your heart inclined towards goodness or evil? I do not know. Yi Ming shook his head, for he himself was uncertain whether he was good or evil. When he encounters the destitute, he extends a helping hand. Yet, when he witnesses someone intending to harm Mu Qingxue, irrespective of his original intentions, he will act. Do you truly not know? The man nodded and continued. Good and evil reside within a mere thought. I comprehend your state of mind. One last question. If one day you discover the world to be ignorant, entirely beyond redemption, what would you do? I would transform into a demon and eradicate them. Eradicate them, you say? The man fixed his gaze intently upon Yi Ming and then spoke. I understand now. Thank you for your response. Perhaps one day we may find ourselves on opposing sides, but rest assured, as long as I draw breath, the Bodhi Institute shall remain unthreatened. I appreciate it. Yi Ming nodded, aware of the man's intentions. The reason behind his inquiries was merely to ascertain what manner of person he truly was. No matter. These are actions I must take. With that, the man strode towards the exit, but just then, Yi Ming inquired, May I know the Master's Dharma name? A Dharma name? It is merely a moniker. I am called Dharma Zheng. Subsequently, the man vanished into the night. Dharma Zheng, you say? The night passed without incident. And on the following morning, sunlight cascaded upon the earth. Yi Ming slowly opened his eyes, the sound of ringing bells resonating in his ears. Sigh. A lament escaped his lips, and he murmured inwardly. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. You have obtained the Dharma form golden body. The Dharma form golden body? Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback before accessing the system panel. Dharma form golden body, supreme Buddhist secret technique. Physical body, a technique for cultivating the physical body? Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He was still practicing the heavenly demon body, which was already a top-tier cultivation method, and now another had emerged? To be frank, he felt a twinge of concern. If he were to cultivate again, would it cultivate? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Ming ultimately decided to proceed with his cultivation. On the surface, everything seemed tranquil, yet beneath lay a tempest brewing. During this time, he had an inexplicable sense that a significant event was imminent. Thus, he endeavored to enhance his strength, for only in doing so could he safeguard those he wished to protect. Buzz. As he honed his skills with each click, a brilliant golden light erupted from his being, illuminating him like a radiant figure of gold. Suddenly, however, a transformation occurred. Within him, a ferocious energy surged forth, accompanied by waves of dark, malevolent aura that continuously poured out. The golden and black lights intertwined within his body, creating a mesmerizing yet chaotic display. In that moment, he felt as if he were on the verge of explosion, overwhelmed by unbearable discomfort. The intense agony compelled him to cry out. What to do? What to do? Yi Ming was in a state of desperate urgency. He did not wish to perish. There were countless endeavors yet to be fulfilled, and the thought of dying like this filled him with deep resentment. But given the current predicament, damn it, I'll fight back. In this critical moment, Yi Ming gritted his teeth and resolutely began to merge the two opposing energies. Uncertain of the consequences, he had no other choice. Boom, boom, boom. The solemn and chilling forces of light and darkness intertwined within him. At times, he felt as if he were an exalted Buddha, and at other times, a primordial demon. The contrasting energies manifested vividly upon him. This tumultuous state persisted for 2 hours, and just as he felt on the brink of collapse, the two energies miraculously fused into one. A hum resonated as an unprecedented aura erupted from him. At that moment, his eyes were a peculiar sight, one golden and one black, but they swiftly returned to their original state. Gasping for breath as the excruciating pain subsided, Yi Ming realized his back was drenched in sweat. After resting for a few minutes, he assessed his internal condition. Extending his right hand, 2 orbs, one black and one gold, suddenly materialized, and he discovered that his cultivation had surprisingly ascended once more to the second layer of the fusion stage. What is this? Gazing at the orbs in astonishment, Yi Ming was utterly bewildered. He had no notion of what they were, yet an instinctual feeling assured him of their harmlessness. Well, I shall study them later. It is time to depart. With that, he retracted the orbs and soared into the sky, disappearing into the heavens. At the very moment of his departure, within a loft of the Bodhi Temple, Jing opened his eyes. The unification of Buddha and demon. He had indeed achieved this milestone. Alas, another tumultuous season awaits. After leaving the Bodhi Temple, Ming returned once more to the Great Chu Imperial Palace. However, upon entering the palace hall, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. What has transpired? Ming, you have returned. Mu Qingxue approached him and spoke. What's going on? Sighed Mu Kuang. The Great Shang Empire has been annihilated. Annihilated? Indeed. Just last night, every living being in the Great Shang Empire perished without exception, and their deaths were horrifying. They were all drained of blood. What? Upon hearing this, Ming's expression turned grave. Wasn't that murderous fiend already dead? How could this happen? Is there any clue? None. I have already reported this matter to the Alliance, and representatives from other nations will arrive in the next few days. However, Mu Kuang's countenance darkened. The Great Shang Empire is not far from the Great Chu. Now that they have been completely obliterated, who will be the next target? I had hoped to develop peacefully for some time, but now, Ming murmured, feeling a sense of unease. He had sensed a demonic aura from that previous sinister figure. Could the perpetrator this time be? He laughed maniacally. Chapter 52. His strength has grown even stronger. Unbeknownst to you, here you are hiding. A chilling voice resonated from the heavens, and a man donned in a black hat emerged from the void. Boom. The moment the man appeared, the entire Great Chu Imperial Palace began to tremble violently. An aura of coldness emanated from him, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably. Who are you? Mu Kuang bellowed, his countenance darkening, judging by the man's presence. He had at least reached the harmonization stage. Such an individual appearing here without reason led him to believe that he was not merely seeking a meal out of hunger. Who am I? Were you not searching for me? What? You are the one who caused the downfall of the Great Shang Empire. In an instant, the faces of those from the Great Chu Empire turned pale with terror. Just moments ago, they were discussing matters concerning the Great Shang Empire, and now, this figure had materialized before them. Merely a swarm of ants. Soon your fate shall be the same. The cloaked man sneered, his expression eerily calm, as if the crowd before him was nothing more than insects, easily extinguishable at his whim. Is that so? At that moment, a figure emerged within the grand hall, revealing Ming. Oh, you must be the one who killed Xie Feng. I never expected to encounter someone like you in such a place. It is indeed a rarity. Indeed, to receive the commendation of the esteemed Black Cloud Protector of the Bloodthirsty Pavilion is quite remarkable. Ming replied with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, the cloaked man's brow furrowed slightly. You know me? How could one of the 8 protectors of the Bloodthirsty Pavilion, the Black Cloud Protector, not be recognized? Who exactly are you? Just an ant in your eyes. Ming chuckled lightly, his gaze filled with mockery. From the moment this man appeared, Ming had sensed a familiarity. When he spoke, Ming was certain. In his past life within the Bloodthirsty Pavilion, he had known this individual. However, back then, he had already reached the divine concealment stage, while this man remained at the harmonization stage. There was even an occasion when this man had served under him during a mission. Now, it all made sense. Everything stemmed from the Bloodthirsty Pavilion. Initially, he had mistaken the peculiar man for someone not associated with the pavilion, but now, putting on airs. Regardless of who you are, anyone who dares to kill a member of my Bloodthirsty Pavilion shall undoubtedly perish. Hand over the 9 in holy body, and I may grant you a swift death. Black Cloud scoffed coldly. Is that so? Kneel and submit, and I too can grant you a swift death. You seek death. Black Cloud roared in fury. It was rare for him to be addressed in such a manner. He had never anticipated that Ming would dare to speak thus. This would not be tolerated. With that, he raised his hand and struck down. A colossal handprint materialized in the air, descending upon Ming with an ominous intent. One cannot underestimate the terrifying prowess of this individual. Beneath this overwhelming force, the people of the Great Chu Empire felt as though they were on the brink of asphyxiation, paralyzed by an unparalleled strength that extinguished any notion of resistance. Yet, Ming remained unfazed, his expression as tranquil as still water, as if this entire spectacle were but a figment of imagination. Child, prepare to meet your demise. Die? By your hand. You hardly possess the qualifications. Ming scoffed then. With a swift motion of his right foot, he appeared instantaneously behind his adversary, delivering a forceful punch to his waist. This sequence unfolded in mere milliseconds. The figure known as He Yun, caught entirely off guard, was sent hurtling away by the impact, and with his retreat, the gigantic hand dissipated like a mere illusion. "You! How could you possibly know my Achilles heel?" He Yun exclaimed, his face stricken with disbelief. "If I were merely guessing, would you believe me?" Of course, this was a statement intended solely for He Yun's ears. In a previous life, Yi Ming had been privy to this man's vulnerability. He Yun practiced a martial art known as the Duanyu demon technique, which, due to its incomplete nature, bore a fatal flaw. This information had been disclosed by He Yun himself after Yi Ming had once saved him. "You!" He Yun seethed with rage, fully aware that Yi Ming was toying with him. This secret was known only to the closest of confidants. How could anyone else possibly deduce it? "Is this all the strength you possess? It appears your ambitions to kill me today are rather unrealistic. Umph, even if you know my weakness, you are undoubtedly doomed today." With that, He Yun charged at Yi Ming once more. Sighing, Yi Ming lamented, "Truth be told, I do not wish to take your life. After all, you once followed me in a previous existence. Yet in this life," with a swift motion of his right hand, two spheres, one black and one gold, materialized within his grasp. In an instant, these spheres vanished, only to reappear before He Yun a heartbeat later. Boom! The two spheres detonated with the force of nuclear explosions. Instantly, He Yun was propelled backward by the sheer ferocity of the energy, crashing violently against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth, his expression one of utter disbelief. This, not only he, but even Mu Kuang and the others were left in a state of shock. They were acutely aware of this man's capabilities. Frankly speaking, they had not only been incapable of resistance, but had lacked even the strength to retaliate. Yet, it was astonishing that such a formidable being had been so easily subdued by Yi Ming. His power has indeed grown stronger. Mu Kuang mused, observing Yi Ming in the arena, his heart reverberating with awe. He realized that with each strike Yi Ming delivered, an overwhelming sense of astonishment washed over him. From the very beginning, in order to clear the snow from the curtain, within the grand hall of the imperial palace, and later, with the arrival of Blood Cloud and Dao Ming, up to this moment, each time, Yi Ming's strength has undergone a transformative metamorphosis. Although he was aware of Yi Ming's formidable talent, this was simply astonishing. How much time has passed? Space secret techniques? You possess such a profound art? Black Cloud exclaimed in utter disbelief. Space secret techniques, indeed? Yi Ming murmured softly, for he too was uncertain about the true nature of the two spheres. He had merely acted on an instinctual feeling and cast them forth. However, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment for such inquiries. Subsequently, Yi Ming stepped forward, instantly appearing before Black Cloud. "Now, it is time for you to perish." With a resounding thud, his foot descended, and Black Cloud's form was instantaneously shattered into fragments, dead beyond revival. From the onset of the battle until now, scarcely a minute had elapsed, and a supreme powerhouse of the harmonization realm had thus fallen. The onlookers from the Great Chu Empire could only gasp in astonishment. Truly formidable. Chapter 53. The Emergence of the Demon Clan's Stronghold. Cough, cough, is there something on my face? Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Yi Ming cleared his throat and spoke. No. Mu Kuang was the first to regain his composure, quickly urging, Come, please take a seat, Yi Ming. It would be a jest to neglect him, for Yi Ming is now the guardian of our Great Chu. Did you not see a formidable being of the combined realm lying on the ground? Lord Yi, truly a dragon among men. With your guidance, the future of our Great Chu is indeed promising. Indeed, at that time, not only in the southeastern region but throughout the entire Dao state, even the 8 domains of the east, our Great Chu shall fear no one. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that such a day would arrive for our Great Chu? It fills our hearts with joy. The people of the Great Chu Empire laughed heartily. The 8 domains of the east, the myriad states of Dao. Great Chu is merely a minuscule empire. In the past, it was always others who bullied Great Chu. But now all of this is due to a single individual. Yi Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the sky as hundreds of figures swiftly approached from the distance. These were the reinforcements from other empires. Oh dear, I almost forgot about this. Upon seeing them, Mu Kuang slapped his forehead and hurried outside. After discovering the annihilation of the Deshang Empire, he had contacted the Alliance for assistance. But now, with the enemies slain by Yi Ming, what help could he seek? Where is the demon who kills? A man clad in golden armor inquired. Ahem, well, you have arrived late. The demon has already been vanquished, Mu Kuang replied awkwardly. Vanquished? Everyone was taken aback. They had come with a resolve to face death. Yet indeed, I deeply apologize. Please, come inside. Yi Ming was indifferent to all this and instead took Mu Qingxue and departed the Grand Hall. He was eager to engage in combat. But dealing with these individuals was not to his liking, for they hailed from royal lineages, their status is illustrious. Their conversations were all laden with profundity. Time passed slowly. Before long, an entire day had elapsed. As night fell, Yi Ming left Mu Qingxue and returned to his chamber. With a flick of his right hand, two spheres, one golden and one black, reappeared. What exactly are these objects? Yi Ming murmured to himself, knowing only that these two items had emerged from the fusion of his heavenly demon body and the golden body of the law. Beyond that, he was unaware of their nature. Even in his previous life, he had never encountered such phenomena. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the two spheres began to move. It resembled the playfulness of two young children, ceaselessly frolicking around his body, leaving Yi Ming utterly astonished. This entity was alive, possessing its own consciousness. How could that be? What exactly are you? Yi Ming inquired. However, the two orbs offered no response. They likely could not speak, merely circling around him in playful abandon. Strangely, Yi Ming felt a sense of warmth emanating from the orbs. After a span of half an hour, the two spheres seemed to tire of their game and returned to Yi Ming's right hand, subsequently vanishing. Very well, I shall uncover the truth one day, Yi Ming murmured. Yet, the pressing matter at hand remained the bloodthirsty pavilion. Based on his knowledge from a previous life, Yi Ming was acutely aware of the pavilion's formidable might. There were 8 guardians akin to Heiyun, and above them stood 4 elders, each a master assassin of exceptional caliber. This indicated that their cultivation levels were at least on par with the divine concealment realm. Above these 4 elders resided 3 enigmatic leaders and a mysterious high priest, none of whom Yi Ming had ever encountered in his former life. Furthermore, besides the bloodthirsty pavilion, there existed the Dawn Temple, another dreadfully powerful faction, exemplified by the likes of Fa Zhang. To be frank, Yi Ming harbored no confidence in his ability to defeat such adversaries. Alas, strength. Yi Ming sighed, realizing that his own inadequacies were the source of his distress. If only he possessed the peak power of the divine concealment realm from his past existence, he would not be troubled by such matters. Do you seek strength? At that moment, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated, causing Yi Ming's expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. Someone had entered without his awareness. This. Do you seek strength? The voice echoed once more, akin to a siren's call, leaving Yi Ming momentarily dazed. Who is it? A hum reverberated as he spoke, and a figure materialized from the void, an extraordinary man adorned with 3 eyes and 2 antennae. A demon clan warrior. Yi Ming was taken aback, for this visage unmistakably belonged to the demon race. Yet, how could a demon be present here? Do you seek strength? The man reiterated. Who are you? Do not worry. I harbor no ill intent. On the contrary, I can offer you a fortuitous opportunity. Fortuitous opportunity? Yi Ming's brow furrowed as he coldly replied. Do you think I would believe you? Naturally not. The man replied noncommittally. What do you mean? Yi Ming, having grown up in the Bodhi courtyard, possessed rather mediocre talents. However, 2 months prior, in a bid to leave the Bodhi courtyard for Mu Qingxue, he revealed an unparalleled prowess. Am I not correct? Have you investigated me? Investigation? No. I merely absorbed the memories of a random individual, the man replied with a slight smile. Absorbing memories? What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Although your strength is formidable, your current situation appears rather precarious. The Tianming Temple and the bloodthirsty pavilion could strike at any moment, and even you cannot guarantee their safety, can you? Yi Ming was filled with confusion, utterly unaware of the man's true intentions. I can bestow upon you power, immense power. At that moment, whether it be the bloodthirsty pavilion, the Tianming Temple, or any other adversaries, you may slay whomsoever you wish, eliminating any who dare threaten your safety. Moreover, I can provide you with the cultivation method for the 9 sacred body, which I believe you would find exceedingly beneficial. The man's voice seemed imbued with a bewitching quality, continuously enticing Yi Ming's psyche. Chapter 54, Temptation. Do you possess the cultivation method for the Nine Sacred Body? Yi Ming inquired, his excitement palpable. Indeed, this was the matter of utmost concern for him. Despite having lived a second life and the assistance of a system, he had yet to grasp where to obtain the cultivation method for the Nine Sacred Body. Although this method was exceedingly rare, it posed no insurmountable challenge for me. What do you desire from me? Quite simply, accept my power and annihilate all who stand before you. Annihilate everyone? Yi Ming was astounded, unable to fathom such words from this individual. Human nature is inherently malevolent, and those who ought not to exist in this world will stop at nothing for their own gain, even to the point of turning against their own kin with ruthless brutality, surpassing even our demon kin in cruelty. Surely, you must understand this well. Is that truly your only aim? Yi Ming replied coldly. He did not deny that part of what the man said held truth. There indeed existed individuals like that. However, this did not imply that all humanity shared the same depravity. If the solution was to eliminate everyone based on this, how would that differ from those very individuals? Moreover, the demon race is not comprised of benevolent beings, offering you power and techniques without cause. Is that plausible? Indeed, I can be frank with you. Before long, the powerful of my demon race shall breach the spatial barriers, and at that time, all of humanity in Daozhou and the Eastern continent shall face annihilation. What? You intend to exterminate the entirety of the Eastern continent's human race? The revelation left Yi Ming profoundly shaken. This territory is inherently ours. It is you despicable humans who have harmed my demon brethren and seized our foundation. We seek vengeance, but before that, I offer you a chance. Accept my power, and I shall elevate you to become one of my kind, ruling the world alongside me. Such delusions. Although I am unaware of the events of the past, it was we humans who expelled your kind from this region, and we are still capable of doing so now, Yi Ming retorted with a cold snort. Though he had previously claimed he would become a demon for Mu Qingshua's sake, that sentiment was directed solely at those who had harmed her. He had never entertained the notion of exterminating all humanity, nor could he ever fathom becoming a demon. He was of the human race, in his past life and this one, and would remain so forever. It was merely your human race's treachery that allowed you to launch a surprise attack against us. How could your kind ever be a match for my demon race? The man scoffed, then continued, let us set that aside for now. Do you truly wish to watch your beloved perish? Are you not aware of the true faces of the bloodthirsty pavilion and the Tianming temple? Your current predicament is a direct result of their actions. You have done nothing wrong, yet they seek to seize the Nine Sacred Body and take away your beloved. Can you truly accept this? Are there other empires that genuinely wish to ally with you? They are merely coveting your strength. Should you lose such power one day, they will unhesitatingly join the ranks of those who seek to plunder. Do you not comprehend this? The Nine Sacred Body of Mu Qingxue is on the verge of erupting. Without the proper cultivation techniques, her demise is inevitable. Do you truly wish to witness her death before your very eyes? Follow me, and I shall grant you power to annihilate them. To eradicate all who wish to harm you. They all deserve death. A cacophony of voices incessantly echoed in Yi Ming's ears, and in that moment, his gaze grew clouded with confusion. Indeed, these individuals deserved to perish. All he desired was to protect Mu Qingxue, yet they continued to encroach upon him for their own selfish desires. They deserved to die. The Nine Sacred Body would erupt, and he would be powerless to intervene. Did he wish to relive the tragedies of his past life? No, he could not accept that. No. Submit to me. Embrace my power and annihilate everyone, making those despicable humans taste the bitterness of death. The sinister man laughed heartily. He then shifted, charging directly towards Yi Ming. However, just as he was within 3 meters of Yi Ming, a burst of golden light erupted from Yi Ming's body. Subsequently, with a swift motion, Yi Ming grasped the man's right hand. What? You think this can sway me? Yi Ming scoffed coldly. Impossible. How could you withstand my... Is it truly impossible? There is nothing that is beyond possibility. With a resounding kick from Yi Ming, he sent the man flying. To be honest, Yi Ming had nearly succumbed moments ago, but fortunately, he had resisted at the critical juncture. Why? Why do you refuse to accept my power? Do you desire to see Mu Qingxue perish due to the Nine Sacred Body's eruption? Do you wish to watch those individuals slaughter everyone around you? The man's expression twisted with fury. You are correct. They deserve to die, and I shall not allow Qingxue to fall to the eruption of the nine sacred body. However, I will slay them, and I will seek out the cultivation techniques. But that does not mean I shall become your puppet, Yi Ming declared with unwavering resolve. Though the bloodthirsty pavilion and the Tianming temple were formidable, he was not weak himself, and he had the system's assistance. He believed that one day he would stand atop this world. Arrogant. Who do you think you are to believe you can kill them? How will you know unless you try? You. The strange man's face contorted with rage. He had nearly succeeded, yet unexpectedly. Humph. I did not intend to strike you, but since you are so obstinate, do not blame me. The strange man snorted coldly. He then transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, surging towards Yi Ming's brow, intent on forcibly seizing his body. However, at that moment, a radiant golden light erupted from Yi Ming's body, followed closely by the appearance of a colossal Buddha's phantom behind him. Om Mani Padme Hum. The six-character mantra of the Buddhist teachings resonated continuously around him, and in that moment, he resembled a supreme Buddha, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. Impossible, impossible. How could you possess such an abundance of Buddhist techniques? The peculiar man exclaimed, his face betraying disbelief. There is nothing impossible. Your strength is indeed formidable, but if I am not mistaken, you are merely a soul at present. I wonder if you can withstand the might of my techniques, Yi Ming replied. The peculiar man's expression shifted dramatically. To be candid, he felt a twinge of fear. The Buddhist techniques were inherently designed to counter beings of his demonic lineage. And given that he was currently only a soul, should he engage directly, even if he were to seize control of Yi Ming's body, he might very well face his own demise. After planning for thousands of years, he was not willing to meet his end here. You may be strong, but this matter will not conclude so easily. Prepare yourself for endless slaughter. With the words of the sinister man still echoing, his figure vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 55. The Secret Realm. Alas, this is troubling. As Yi Ming gazed in the direction the peculiar man had departed, he let out a sigh. Given the nature of the demonic clan, he understood all too well that they would not let this matter rest. It was highly likely that the revelation of Mu Qingxue possessing the nine sacred body would soon come to light. If that were to happen, moreover, considering the strange man's earlier words about the imminent arrival of powerful figures from the demonic clan who would breach the spatial barrier and descend upon the eastern continent, their success would undoubtedly spell disaster. Sigh. Yi Ming sighed once more. Having been granted a second chance at life, he had hoped to peacefully safeguard Mu Qingxue. Yet he never anticipated such a series of events to unfold. He even began to suspect that the demonic techniques he had discovered in that secret realm during his previous life might have been orchestrated by this individual, with the intent of inciting him to annihilate everyone. Although Yi Ming was oblivious to the true motives behind such actions, it was evident that they were far from benevolent. It appeared he would need to visit that secret realm ahead of schedule. Yi Ming murmured to himself. In his past life, he had risen to prominence due to that very secret realm, which held not only the demonic techniques, but also a plethora of resources. He had initially intended to wait until his strength improved further before venturing there again. However, time was no longer on his side. The news of Mu Qingxue's nine sacred body could be disclosed at any moment, and the bloodthirsty pavilion strongmen would soon return, along with the people from Tianming Temple. Fa Zheng had made that abundantly clear. Though he was reluctant to seek vengeance for Dao Ming, others would not simply let it go. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Yi Ming's current strength was still woefully inadequate. Thus, he resolved to make an early trip, not for any other reason but to acquire those resources. With those resources in hand, he could re-establish the celestial and divine formations, rendering even the strongest of the divine concealed realm inconsequential. Without further ado, Yi Ming vanished in an instant, appearing in Mu Qingxue's chamber. Yi Ming, what brings you here? Mu Qingxue exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. At that moment, she was clad only in a delicate nightgown, her exquisite figure subtly outlined beneath the fabric, undeniably alluring. Ah, Yi Ming, I silly girl. Yi Ming smiled gently at the bashful Mu Qingxue, then embraced her. Feeling the softness of her body, he spoke. I have come to inform you that I may be leaving for a few days. Leaving? Where are you going? Mu Qingxue asked with concern. There are some matters I must attend to, but I will return as quickly as possible. For these next few days, remain here as before and do not wander off. Understand? Wait for my return. Ming, do not worry. I will be fine. You need not fret. I must take my leave now. He gently kissed her forehead before disappearing in a flash. As he gazed at the retreating figure, Mu Qingshua's expression was fraught with concern. She understood that Ming's intention was to spare her from worry. Yet, his hasty departure could hardly imply that all was well. Alas, she felt utterly powerless. Given her current capabilities, even if she wished to assist, she was at a loss. After parting with Mu Qingxue, Ming sought out Mu Kuang to inform him of his imminent departure and to entrust him with the care of Mu Qingxue. Mu Kuang, without hesitation, acquiesced. In truth, he and Mu Qingxue shared a similar sentiment. Ming's prowess now far surpassed their own, rendering any attempts to aid him futile. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and soon, an entire night had elapsed. In a certain exceedingly secretive valley in Daozhou, Ming descended from the heavens. After a night of relentless travel, he finally arrived at the location of the hidden realm he had discovered in his previous life. As he surveyed this familiar yet slightly alien terrain, an array of emotions surged within him. In his past incarnation, he had been pursued to this very spot, convinced that his demise was imminent. Little did he anticipate that he would inadvertently stumble into this hidden realm, ultimately becoming a formidable demon lord. Now, in this life, he returned to the same site. System, sign in, he commanded. A chime resonated, and the notification of successful sign-in emerged. You have received the Celestial Demon Annihilation Formation. The name of this formation left Ming astounded. He had heard of it in his previous life. It was an ancient divine array, far surpassing even the heavenly slaughter Buddha array he had previously established. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly acquired such a powerful formation here. It appears this place truly bears the mark of the demon clan, Ming murmured to himself. With a swift motion, he traversed to a deeply concealed area of the valley, where he beheld an extraordinary formation, identical to the one he had encountered in his past life. Though nearly 30 years had elapsed since his previous visit, everything remained unchanged. He then produced a dagger with a flick of his wrist and made a swift incision, allowing blood to flow. Drawing from his past experience, he understood that this formation required blood to activate. As his blood flowed into the formation, dark beams of light erupted from within. Soon, the luminescence coalesced, forming a pentagram array in the sky. This is the formation. Just as Ming awaited the activation of the formation, a sudden sound of breaking air interrupted the silence, and he witnessed a figure clad in black swiftly approaching. Ming paused, taken aback. This locale was incredibly remote. Had he not been fleeing for his life in his previous incarnation, he would never have known of this hidden realm. How could another person appear here so unexpectedly? At that moment, the woman also wore an expression of profound astonishment. She had not anticipated the presence of another individual in this place. Who are you? Both inquired simultaneously. Yet, neither responded to the question. For who would divulge their personal information without reason in such unfamiliar surroundings? You have actually activated the magic array? The woman exclaimed in astonishment. In the next instant, she darted towards Ming's position. This caused a slight furrow to appear on Ming's brow. Get away, he bellowed, slapping down with his palm. Though the woman was quite beautiful, he had no intention of allowing her to seize the resources within. However, in the following moment, he was left astounded. As he struck out, the woman's form dissipated like a bubble, effortlessly passing through his palm and swiftly coalescing beside him. You seek death, she shouted furiously, her right hand flipping to reveal a crimson longsword that she thrust towards Ming. Yet, just as her sword lunged forth, the magic array activated, and in an instant, the two vanished from the scene. Chapter 56, The Azura Realm. It is strikingly reminiscent of my previous life. In this peculiar space, Ming gazed at his surroundings and exclaimed. Upon activation of the teleportation array, he had been thrust directly into this secret realm. Yet the woman had vanished to an unknown destination. The scenery here mirrored that of his former life, unchanged in the slightest. In his past, he had stumbled upon this place while being pursued, but now, well, let us first seek out resources. Ming murmured to himself, then ascended into the sky. Soaring forward, drawing on the experience of his former existence, he felt no sense of unfamiliarity and soon arrived beside a colossal palace. This palace was vast, spanning thousands of square meters, and within it, he beheld an abundance of resources. Spiritual stones, techniques, and rare treasures were in abundance, countless in number. These items had been pivotal to his rise in his previous life. However, it was evident that he could no longer cultivate these techniques. With a wave of his hand, Yi Ming gathered all the resources into his storage ring. Suddenly, as he prepared to depart, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, leaving him utterly astonished. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. 1 minute later, he found himself in a vast plaza, where he spotted the woman from earlier. Before her loomed a massive demonic creature resembling a monkey. The battle between them was terrifying, particularly the demon, whose colossal fist shook the entire plaza with each strike. Nevertheless, the woman's strength was commendable. Though she did not make as much noise, she managed to hold her ground. What is a creature from the demon race doing here? Yi Ming pondered silently, recalling that during his previous visit, he had not encountered any such beings. Had he done so back then, with his former strength, he would have surely perished. Yet, Yi Ming refrained from intervening immediately. After all, this woman had recently attempted to kill him. Roar! At that moment, a fearsome roar echoed as the gigantic demon howled toward the heavens, then, with a clenched fist, launched a devastating punch toward the woman. Boom! The force of this blow threatened to tear the very heavens apart, explosive in its might. Witnessing this, the woman's expression turned grave. She swiftly formed hand seals, and brilliant rays of light emanated from her hands, conjuring a yin-yang diagram before her. The yin-yang formation. She must be from the Wuji Palace. Yi Ming's heart raced with astonishment at the sight of the Bagua formation. He recalled a day in his previous life when he had attained the divine concealment realm. At that time, he had just vanquished the great Tang Empire. However, due to cultivating demonic arts, his mind had been tainted by demonic qi, transforming him into a ruthless fiend consumed by slaughter. At that moment, the arrival of an individual transformed him. This was an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s. The elder's name eluded him, but he was acutely aware of the man's formidable strength. Even at his peak, he stood no chance against him. He had anticipated that the elder might take his life. Yet, not only did the elder refrain from harming him, but he also assisted in dispelling the malevolent energy that plagued him. It could be said that, in his previous life, he had not fully succumbed to becoming a true demonic entity, a fact for which the elder was largely responsible. When the elder departed, he simply uttered, "I hail from the Palace of Infinity." Despite Yi Ming's extensive inquiries thereafter, he could not ascertain the whereabouts of this so-called Palace of Infinity. To his astonishment, the present moment, boom, as the fist of the demon collided with the Bagua formation, an earth-shattering noise reverberated through the heavens. The woman immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, sent reeling backward. The demon, without a hint of hesitation, surged forward to attack her once more. Alas, witnessing this scene, Yi Ming sighed, then moved with a swiftness that brought him 10 years into the past, to the moment of the woman's peril. With a swift motion of his right hand, a colossal golden palm imprint descended from the sky, forcefully driving the demon into the depths of the earth. "It's you." The woman furrowed her brow upon seeing Yi Ming, astonished that he would come to her aid. "Are you all right?" Yi Ming inquired. "Humph. Don't presume that I would be grateful for your intervention. A person like you will inevitably meet your end at my hands," she retorted coldly. "Ah." Yi Ming was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated such deep-seated animosity from her. Was it solely due to his previous actions against her? He had merely assumed she was there to seize resources, and she had subsequently attacked him as well. Shouldn't that have rendered them even? What are you staring at? If you wish to strike, do so quickly. Otherwise, I shall not spare you in the future. Miss, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? You possess knowledge of how to activate the formation. Can you deny being a pawn of the demon clan? A pawn of the demon clan? Yi Ming regarded her quizzically, then replied, "I believe you are mistaken. The reason I activated the formation is due to certain circumstances. I have no affiliations with the demon clan." No affiliations? Do you even comprehend where this place is? Isn't it merely a secret realm? A secret realm? Do you truly believe this is merely a secret realm? The woman gazed at him as if he were a simpleton. This only deepened Yi Ming's confusion. Throughout both his past and present, he had always perceived this as just a secret realm. Though he had entertained doubts about the demon's involvement, he had never expected. This is the Ashura realm, the domain of the demons. You genuinely do not know? The domain of the demons? What on earth is happening? I truly have no idea. Really? The woman cast a suspicious glance at Yi Ming, yet she sensed that he was not lying. His astonishment was palpable. How could this be? This was indeed the Azura realm, a world crafted by the formidable forces of the demon clan to invade the human race. The only beings allowed entry into this realm, apart from the demons, were those sycophants serving them. Surely, you are not one of them? What? At this revelation, Yi Ming was utterly astonished. He had never considered that this place was established by the demon clan to entice humanity. He was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. But what brought you here? I have my own methods, I assure you. You truly are not a lackey of the demon clan? I swear I am not. My arrival here was purely coincidental. However, why did you engage in combat with that demon creature? For what other reason could there be? It is for the resources here, which the demon clan has prepared for their assault on humanity. Only by destroying them can we hinder the demon's capacity to launch an immediate attack. Surely, you did not come for those resources as well. Chapter 57, Plundering Resources. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded in acknowledgement. He now comprehended that his arrival in this realm during his past life was merely a fortuitous accident. Moreover, by a stroke of serendipity, he had inadvertently thwarted the plans of the demon clan. He even surmised that the old man from his previous existence had refrained from taking his life and had assisted him in overcoming the corruption of demonic energy precisely because of this. How remarkable! What were you doing before? The woman inquired, astonished. Indeed, I have acquired certain resources. You obtained them? Why did you not destroy them? Why should I destroy them? Do you not realize that the resources of the demon clan can corrupt human minds, transforming individuals into mere killing machines? You do not intend to cultivate their techniques, do you? The woman's countenance turned pale. Corrupt human minds, you say? Yi Ming nodded. Had he not encountered that old man in his past life, he would have likely succumbed to such a fate. Yet now, rest assured, I will not. Moreover, I have no intention of practicing those techniques. I warn you, should you ever become such a person, I will not hesitate to slay you. Yes, you need not worry. That day shall never come. You. The woman was at a loss for words. To be honest, had she not been injured and unable to defeat Yi Ming, she might have considered ending his life. She absolutely could not allow him to become such a being. Very well, since we have acquired the resources, we should take our leave. Yi Ming did not wish to dwell on the matter further. Acquired? You cannot possibly believe that the demon clan's resources amount to merely this? What do you mean? This is but a small storage facility. In the grand scheme of the demon clan, it is insignificant. I genuinely question how you have survived this long. Yi Ming was truly at a loss for words. What was that supposed to mean? Was he being insulted for lacking intelligence? Never mind, since they had come this far. He would not linger on the subject. Come with me to destroy those resources. And I warn you, do not entertain thoughts of those resources again. They are beyond your control. With that, the woman disappeared in a blur, soaring into the distance. Yi Ming was utterly astonished. In his previous life, he had believed this place to be merely a minor secret realm, convinced that he had encountered all the resources it had to offer. After all, he had been a mere impoverished youth then, having never witnessed such abundance. This scant amount of resources had left him utterly astounded. He had never contemplated the existence of more elsewhere. Subsequently, he ascended into the sky, pursuing the woman. Their pace was remarkably swift, and within approximately 10 minutes, they arrived before a colossal palace. This palace was at least 3 times larger than the previous one. Surrounding the palace, 5 colossal magical beasts stood guard. The presence of these 5 formidable entities posed a significant dilemma. The woman spoke with a grave expression. A dilemma, indeed? Yi Ming nodded, though his attention was not on the beasts but rather on the grand hall, from which he sensed waves of pure energy emanating. This indicated that the resources contained within far surpassed those of the previous hall, potentially exceeding them by at least 3-fold. If he could acquire all of them, it might be possible to establish the 10-demon annihilation formation, enabling even a formidable opponent of the divine abode realm to be challenged. Yi Ming murmured softly before swiftly darting forward, causing the woman's expression to shift dramatically. You wait. She sighed, quickly following suit. Roar, roar, roar. Upon their arrival, the 5 magical beasts immediately detected their presence and let out furious roars as they charged toward them. The overwhelming aura made the woman's complexion pale, but she gritted her teeth and declared, I will handle 3. You should be able to fend off 2 without issue. 2. Yi Ming shook his head. prompting her to inwardly curse. Yet, she understood that this was not the moment for disputes. Clenching her jaw, she proposed, "Then you hold one, and I shall take on the other four?" However, Ming continued to shake his head, igniting her fury. "How can you be so unreasonable? Do not misunderstand. I mean to say that all 5 should be entrusted to me." Upon finishing, Ming stamped his right foot, summoning a silver dragon beneath him, unleashing a ferocious aura that radiated from his being. Boom! With the reverse dragon 7 steps, Ming advanced 3 strides, his aura reaching an incredibly terrifying level. Instantly, the 5 magical beasts seemed to be burdened by an ancient divine mountain, plummeting from the sky. The sight left the woman utterly astonished, her eyes fixed on Ming, her heart racing with shock. Who could this person be, so overwhelmingly powerful? Yet, Ming paid no heed to her astonishment and took another step forward. Bang! 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 With each resounding impact, the 5 magical beasts were obliterated, utterly vanquished. "Very well, let us depart." "Oh yes." The woman nodded in a daze, promptly following Ming into the interior. They soon arrived at the heart of the grand hall, where 3 colossal mountains of resources lay piled high: spiritual stones, demonic energy, techniques, and materials in abundance. Those vile demons wish to assault our human race. Today, we shall obliterate these resources entirely, leaving them nothing to work with. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ming waved his hand, and the 3 mountains of resources were swiftly absorbed into his storage ring. "What are you doing? This is quite beneficial to me," Ming remarked, waving his hand dismissively. "What a joke. If you ruin this, what fun would there be left? You. Well, it's better for me to have it than for the demon clan. Rest assured, I shall not practice their techniques, and the occurrences you fear shall not transpire. We should hasten to another location. Otherwise, if those powerful demons discover us, it would spell trouble." With that, Ming's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The woman, her teeth gritted in frustration, soared into the sky. Thus, the 2 of them continued their aerial journey, vanquishing the demon sentinels at each stop and seizing all the resources available. In the span of half a day, they obliterated 7 strongholds. However, it is worth noting that at one stronghold, the woman unexpectedly gathered the resources before Ming could act, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 58. You are strong, but I am stronger. Do you not wish for this? What are you doing? Ming inquired. Why should it concern you? I can take it back and destroy it. Can't I? The woman snorted coldly. If she weren't at a disadvantage against Ming, she would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson for his infuriating demeanor. Ming was rendered speechless. This woman was indeed peculiar. Fortunately, Mu Qingxue did not share her temperament, or he would surely be driven to madness. Nevertheless, he had gained quite a bit and had no intention of seizing what belonged to her. The 2 then resolved to proceed to the next stronghold. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens. "Who dares to challenge my holy clan?" A chilling voice echoed, revealing a figure in the sky, a man with 5 eyes upon his forehead. His presence was overwhelmingly formidable, reminiscent of an ancient demonic sovereign. Even Ming felt a constricting sensation in his chest. "A god concealment realm expert," the woman exclaimed, her complexion paling. Such beings were terrifyingly powerful, far beyond her capacity to withstand. She never anticipated encountering a demon from the god concealment realm. This was indeed troublesome. "Humans!" The demon man, upon spotting Ming and the woman, roared in fury, his murderous intent surging forth as if he wished to rend them to shreds. "A god concealment realm being?" Ming murmured softly, then took a step forward. Since his rebirth, although he had engaged in numerous battles, he had yet to fight with all his might. Particularly since entering the harmonization realm, he had refrained from doing so, and now he yearned to test his strength. "What are you doing?" "He is a..." the woman hastily warned. "I know." Ming nodded, then with a flourish of his hand, a blood-red spear materialized, the Doomsday Spear. "A demonic weapon? Who are you?" The demon warrior inquired, bewildered. "The one who will slay you." Boom. As Ming's words fell, he took 6 decisive steps, his aura surging once more. In an instant, his figure blurred, and he lunged forward with the Doomsday Spear in hand. Bang! This strike was imbued with tremendous might. The blood-red spear seemed poised to pierce the heavens, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. "Oof, you seek death." The demon man scoffed, his right hand forming a fist, and without hesitation, he unleashed a punch. In an instant, the heavens roared, and the earth trembled. Within a radius of several thousand miles, it was reduced to ruins. Tap, tap, tap. The punch was overwhelmingly powerful. Even now, Yi Ming felt as though his right hand had been shattered, and he was being forced backward by the sheer ferocity of the blow. Yet, in comparison to him, the demon warrior was even more astonished. Is this truly all the strength you possess? Yi Ming bellowed joyfully. The countenance of the demon man darkened with fury. You seek death. With that declaration, he stomped his right foot and soared into the air, transforming into a fearsome demon god, charging towards Yi Ming with the intent to obliterate him into mere pulp. Yet Yi Ming displayed no semblance of fear. Clasping his hands together, a colossal Buddha apparition materialized behind him, the palm of Tathagata. He scoffed. Do you, an insignificant insect, think you can shake the heavens? With a resounding impact, the demon man's right hand coalesced into a fist, striking the sky with tremendous force, shattering the immense Buddha palm into fragments. And he continued his relentless advance without pause. This won't suffice. Yi Ming sighed inwardly, aware that a single palm of Tathagata would not suffice to thwart this adversary. However, he remained undaunted. Once more, he clapped his hands, and an even greater silhouette emerged behind him, a hybrid figure of both Buddha and demon. The culmination of Yi Ming's fusion of the heavenly demon body and the golden body of the Dharma, which he named the body of Buddha and demon. Half of it radiated with resplendent Buddha light, while the other half exuded a turbulent demonic aura. The juxtaposition of these two distinctly opposing energies within a single form was astonishing. What is this? The woman gasped in disbelief, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. Prepare to perish. Is that so? A thunderous explosion echoed as the very foundations of the structures crumbled, the ground appearing as if ravaged by a nuclear blast. Deep chasms gaping open. The woman, her face pale with terror, fled into the distance, unable to withstand the overwhelming aura. Amidst the engulfing dust and smoke, a hearty laughter resonated, and Yi Ming's figure emerged, exuding an uncanny presence. Around him, two peculiar orbs, one black, one gold, spun incessantly, and his eyes transformed into one golden and one black. He appeared as a fusion of Buddha and demon, exuding an aura of exceptional terror. Before him, the demon man furrowed his brow, taken aback by Yi Ming's formidable strength. Come forth, let me witness the extent of your power. Yi Ming bellowed, wielding the doomsday spear as he charged towards the demon man. This incited the demon man's wrath. How dare a mere being of the combined body realm challenge him? Such audacity was an affront to his honor. In an instant, their battle erupted. In the heavens, Yi Ming swung the doomsday spear with relentless ferocity, accompanied by the resonant roars of dragons. He unleashed the palm of Tathagata, the six-character true mantra of the Buddha, the reversed dragon's 7 steps, and the annihilation slash in rapid succession, leaving the demon man in immense distress. You have provoked my ire. Now you shall meet your end. After a full 10 minutes, the demon man let out a furious roar, and in an instant, a colossal shadow of darkness materialized behind him. Subsequently, he unleashed a punch directed at Yi Ming. The might of this strike was, without a doubt, the most terrifying blow Yi Ming had ever witnessed since his rebirth. It felt as though the very heavens and earth were on the verge of being shattered by this singular punch. How formidable! Yi Ming marveled inwardly, compelled to acknowledge the immense strength of this individual. Even in his previous life, he had encountered only a handful of beings possessing such power. However, the greater the adversary's strength, the more exhilarated he became. At that moment, his blood surged with fervor. An overwhelming battle spirit erupted within him, and he stepped forward once more. Buzz! With each step of the reverse dragon's 7 steps, his power surged exponentially. Previously, he had only managed to take 6 steps. This was due to 2 reasons. First, his prior strength had not sufficed to achieve the 7th step. Second, there had been no necessity to do so. But now, boom! As he took the 7th step, Yi Ming's aura soared to an unprecedented height. With a flick of his right hand, he hurled the doomsday spear with great force. Then, with a swift motion, he appeared before the demon man as if he had teleported. You are strong, but I am stronger. Chapter 59, Jiangming Xue. Arrogance. A thunderous roar erupted from the mouth of the demon man as he swung his right hand, summoning a pitch-black, colossal blade into his grasp. With a sudden and forceful sweep, the blade descended with the might of splitting mountains, aimed directly at the doomsday heaven spear. How dare you, a mere fusion realm, challenge the divine concealment? Prepare to meet your demise. Boom. The power of the blade surged forth, akin to the creation of the heavens. In that moment, the very fabric of reality shifted, and the skies transformed into an abyssal darkness, as torrents of violent energy surged forth, spanning 3,000 miles. Crack, crack, crack. The doomsday heaven spear was sent flying, the air exploded in shockwaves, and the earth itself was cleaved in twain by the force of that strike. Such strength. Witnessing this scene, the woman's face contorted with terror. Her gaze involuntarily turned to Yi Ming. How could he possibly contend with such a fearsome blow? Ding! At that instant, a resounding chime echoed through the air. A massive golden bell materialized around Yi Ming, enveloping him in a celestial aura, as rhythmic, sacred tones reverberated. Ethereal silhouettes of deities emerged within the heavens, transforming the area into a realm akin to that of the Buddha's paradise. As the colossal blade descended, the very heavens trembled. The golden bell quaked relentlessly, yet it ultimately succeeded in warding off the blow. In that moment, Yi Ming grasped the doomsday heaven spear once more. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, a stronghold of the divine concealment is but this. Boom. He then stepped forward, thrusting the doomsday heaven spear towards the demon man with fierce intent. The dragon roared, the deities chanted, and the demonic forces howled. The blood spear ascended, yearning to tear through the heavens and rend all existence. What? The demon man's expression shifted drastically. He had not anticipated that Yi Ming's counterattack would be so formidable. Even he felt his soul tremble. However, he was no ordinary adversary. As a supreme being of the divine concealment, he quickly gathered himself. As the blood spear approached like a divine sword, he clasped his hands together, summoning a shield inscribed with strange patterns before him. Boom! A sound erupted that seemed to dim the very light of the world. In an instant, the earth fractured, mountains crumbled, and rivers flowed backwards. Under such overwhelming pressure, the shield before the demon man splintered like a spider's web, layer upon layer collapsing until it was reduced to mere fragments. The demon man was thrown back by the sheer force, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Yet, in comparison, Yi Ming's countenance was not much better. His face paled, and fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth once more. This strike had been his utmost effort. Although he had sent the demon man flying, the toll on him was immense, especially the seventh step of the reverse dragon's 7 steps, which had taken a significant toll on his body. Hiss! At this moment, the woman, now over 3,000 meters away, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. A gasp of cold air escaped her lips. Defeated? How could a being of the harmonization realm possibly vanquish one of the divine abode realm? This was inconceivable. While she had encountered many prodigies and witnessed battles beyond their levels, she had never seen someone transcend an entire major tier. Who on earth was he? At that moment, Yi Ming approached her, inquiring, "Are you not leaving? Do you intend to await your demise here?" With that, he grasped her hand and employed the celestial dragon's 9 steps, swiftly retreating into the distance. Before long, the demon man reappeared, his expression one of utter dismay. A grievous wound marred his chest, deep enough to reveal bone, crimson blood streaming forth as if it were pouring from an unending source. "Ah!" he bellowed in a fit of rage. "This is a profound humiliation. How could a dignified expert of the divine abode realm be bested by a mere human of the harmonization realm? This shall be my lifelong disgrace. Humanity, beware. One day I shall eradicate your kind completely." As time trickled by, Yi Ming and the woman continued their flight until they finally paused half an hour later. Having reached the exit of the Shura realm, "Are you all right?" the woman asked, observing Yi Ming's pale visage. Truthfully, she was astounded by his prowess. "I'm fine, merely fatigued. Let us exit at once." Yi Ming waved his hand and surged into the exit. With a flash of light, he vanished from this world, the woman closely following. Soon, they found themselves back in the valley, which remained as serene as before. Exhaling deeply, Yi Ming glanced around, relieved, before swallowing a medicinal pill to recuperate. The woman watched him in silence, though she said nothing. After a few minutes, Yi Ming had regained his strength and spoke. "They should not be able to pursue us. I must return now." Wait. Just as Yi Ming was about to depart, the woman suddenly called out. Is there something else? What is your name? You saved me this time, and I promise I will repay you when the opportunity arises. Repay? Ming chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. No need for that. My name is Ming. I hope you won't call for my demise in the future. Ming? The woman murmured, pondering the name, though it was unfamiliar to her. As long as you do not engage in acts that endanger humanity, I will not turn against you. That is good to hear. I shall take my leave now. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Will we truly meet again? The young woman let out a soft laugh before introducing herself. I am Jiang Mingxue. You may come to Tianyan Mountain to find me. Upon hearing the name Jiang Mingxue, Ming shivered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He recognized this name, having heard it even when he was merely a fledgling in the realm of transformation. It belonged to the illustrious daughter of heaven, renowned across the land. Back then, he was but an unknown individual, belonging to a world far removed from hers. His sole focus at that time was to avenge Mu Qingxue and resurrect her, which meant he never encountered her. Even after he ascended to the realm of divine concealment, their paths did not cross. Who could have imagined that he would encounter her here? Reflecting on the passage of time, it seemed nearly 30 years had elapsed since Jiang Mingxue rose to fame in his previous life. How extraordinary. I understand now. I shall visit when I have the opportunity. With that, Ming soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Observing his departing figure, Jiang Mingxue smiled softly to herself. What an intriguing individual. She then ascended as well, flying off in another direction. Chapter 60. Who dares to touch her? In the grand palace of Dechu, Mu Kuang, Mu Qingxue, and the formidable warriors of Dechu gathered in a tense assembly. Their expressions were a portrait of despair. It's over. It's truly over, a middle-aged man lamented. Calm down, Mu Kuang bellowed, though his own countenance betrayed his inner turmoil. Ancestor, what should we do? The news of the Emperor's 9 sacred body has leaked, and now all the powerful beings from the entire Dao province are converging upon Dechu. Even the empires that previously allied with us are severing ties. This is dire. Just a day prior, an explosive revelation had rocked the entirety of Dao province. The disclosure that Mu Qingxue was the 9 sacred body had emerged from the bloodthirsty pavilion, announced personally by its leader, Yuling. The news sent shockwaves throughout the region, prompting countless reclusive powerful beings to emerge from their seclusion, and even stirring the warriors from other domains into action. The allure of the 9 sacred body was simply irresistible. Consequently, Dechu had become the target of universal hostility. Ancestor, what can we do? If we cannot find a solution, Dechu is truly doomed. Silence, Mu Kuang shouted, his heart racing with anxiety. Though such crises were not unprecedented, the current situation felt overwhelmingly grave. Ming, where are you? Mu Kuang silently pleaded. For Ming was their only hope. Yet, it had been 3 days since Ming departed, and there had been no word from him, leaving Mu Kuang in a state of despair. Qingxue, perhaps I should send you away for your safety, Mu Kuang sighed. Leave? Where could I possibly go? Mu Qingxue shook her head, unwilling to abandon her post. As the Empress of Dechu, with the realm hanging by a thread, how could she possibly depart? Moreover, she needed to await Ming's return. But, Ancestor, they are coming for me. I cannot jeopardize Dechu. If necessary, hand me over. Absolutely not. How could I allow that? I promised Ming I would protect you. When he returns, how shall I face him? This is my choice. Ming will not hold you accountable. Mu Qingxue insisted, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Even if Ming returned, it was implausible for him to fend off such overwhelming numbers. The only hope lay in her willingness to sacrifice herself to safeguard others. This was her only recourse. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from outside, followed by a voice declaring, "Surrender the 9 sacred body, or face the annihilation of your entire lineage." What? The faces of Dechu's warriors paled in shock at the menacing proclamation. Qingxue, you must leave now. Delay may cost us dearly, Mu Kuang urged. I will not leave. Mu Qingxue shook her head, and with a swift motion, she soared into the sky, prompting deep concern among the people of Dechu, who hastily followed suit. Upon emerging from the palace, they beheld a multitude of figures densely packed in the heavens, each emanating a ferocious aura akin to that of ravenous tigers. It was her, the 9 sacred body. To their astonishment, Dechu possessed the 9 sacred body, embodied in such a beautiful young girl. Ha ha! The nine sacred body is mine. No one shall dare contest it with me. Those who do will meet their demise, one voice boasted. What are you? A mere trifle? The nine sacred body is as good as mine. You ants of Dechu, surrender the nine sacred body, or face the annihilation of your entire clan. As these taunts echoed, the gaze of all turned toward Mu Qingxue on the ground, their avarice glaringly evident. At least 8 formidable beings at the harmonization realm were present, alongside many others of the transformation realm. Witnessing this assembly, Mu Kuang's complexion turned pale. Although the palace was fortified by the celestial Buddha array set by Yi Ming, it could scarcely withstand such a formidable force. Do you not fear the day when the mighty of Dechu seek vengeance upon you? Mu Kuang bellowed. Vengeance? Ha ha ha, what is Dechu to us? Another retorted. Today, with so many powerful beings gathered, even Yi Ming's presence would be futile. Surrender the nine sacred body wisely, and we may consider sparing you. You all. Mu Kuang's face shifted dramatically. Indeed, while Yi Ming was powerful, he too had his limits, especially against such a multitude of harmonization realm experts. Why waste words? Shatter the array and seize the nine sacred body. One cried. Indeed, the nine sacred body is an unparalleled furnace. Acquiring her could elevate one by at least 3 levels. What are we waiting for? Let us strike together. Boom, boom, boom. As these declarations resounded, the assembly of formidable beings unleashed their assault. The sheer force of their combined might was nothing short of terrifying. Within mere moments, cracks began to mar the celestial Buddha array. At this rate, in 5 minutes, the array would collapse, and then... Ancestor, what shall we do now? What can we do? Qingxue is the sovereign of Dechu. Any who dares harm her shall fight to the death. Mu Kuang proclaimed with fervor. No other options remained. All soldiers of Dechu, heed my command. Once the array is breached, we shall defend our sovereign to the last breath. Any who wish to flee, I shall be the first to slay. Yes. Boom, boom. With each successive strike, the array began to crumble further under the onslaught, mirroring the despair in the hearts of Daichu's warriors. Yi Ming, I am sorry. We shall meet again in the next life. Gazing at the multitude in the sky, Mu Qingxue murmured softly, her mind flooded with memories of the time spent with Yi Ming. Bang! Finally, after 4 minutes, the great formation collapsed. In an instant, those in the sky surged toward Mu Qingxue like ravenous wolves. The overwhelming force was insurmountable for the powerful warriors of the Great Chu. They were sent flying before even making contact. Even Mu Kuang was hurled away by a formidable being at the harmonization stage. Ha ha ha, the nine sacred body is mine. Step aside. Those who dare to compete with me are courting death. Nonsense. Whoever seizes it shall possess it. All of you shall perish. No, no, please, no. Mu Kuang cried out in his heart. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue slowly closed her eyes. Yi Ming, farewell forever. Boom. At that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted as a blood-red spear suddenly pierced the air before Mu Qingxue. The fierce power instantly sent those attempting to seize her flying backward. Following this, a chilling voice rang out. Who dares to touch her? I will annihilate their entire clan. Chapter 61. The Devil? Who dares to masquerade as a deity? Step forth if you wish to contest the nine sacred body. You seek death. An elder clad in a tattered robe bellowed in fury, his right hand reaching out towards Mu Qingxue. Yet, just as he approached within 3 meters of her, a figure materialized before him, an extraordinarily handsome young man, Yi Ming. You shall perish. Yi Ming's voice was chillingly cold, resonating with an otherworldly dread that caused the elder to tremble uncontrollably. However, upon catching sight of Mu Qingxue so close at hand, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward. At that moment, he felt his body stiffen, realizing he was utterly immobilized. A sudden chill crept around his neck, and he soon discovered a large hand had appeared there. With a thunderous crash, before the elder could comprehend his fate, he was reduced to a mist of blood. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' faces were etched with disbelief, collectively gasping in shock. One strike. One strike was all it took to eliminate a formidable cultivator of the harmonization realm? How could this be? Although they had heard of Yi Ming's prowess, knowing he could slay even those of the harmonization realm, they had never imagined he would be so overwhelmingly powerful, achieving a one-hit kill. Unperturbed by their astonishment, Yi Ming turned and embraced Mu Qingxue, his expression filled with remorse as he softly said, I am sorry for being late. Yi Ming. Woo. In that instant, Mu Qingxue could no longer contain her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Fear, helplessness, and panic all dissipated into nothingness the moment Yi Ming arrived. Enough, do not cry. It is I who have wronged you, causing you distress. Gently, he wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yi Ming, you have finally come. Mu Kuang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Ming's arrival. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, and then a ferocious killing intent erupted from him, enveloping the entire realm. Youngster, you are far too arrogant. Do you truly believe you can contend against so many powerful beings? Today, without fail, the 9 sacred body shall be mine. Boom. Before the middle-aged man's words could conclude, Yi Ming cast a cold glance at him, and his entire body exploded into a shower of flesh and blood. Who dares to harm her in the slightest? You are too arrogant. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can withstand us all alone. Indeed, seeking to monopolize the 9 sacred body, he does not know the meaning of death. Kill him, and then we shall each vie for the sacred body. With shouts echoing through the air, the gathered figures surged forward, ready to engage. Yet, in the face of such terrifying assaults, Yi Ming remained unfazed, lifting Mu Qingxue in his right arm and proclaiming, "Today, I shall lead you in the art of killing." With his words, a colossal demonic figure materialized behind him. Immediately, Yi Ming's gaze sharpened, and the demonic form surged forth like an ancient giant, its massive hands sweeping across the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The might of the demonic body was overwhelming. Wherever that enormous palm passed, bodies shattered into pieces. Crimson blood rained down incessantly. However, this was not the end. Yi Ming ascended into the air, cradling Mu Qingxue, and then propelled himself forward. With a thunderous roar, the silver dragon pierced the heavens. In that moment, the gigantic dragon claw transformed into an instrument of slaughter, causing all who stood in its path to plummet from the skies, utterly lifeless. How can you be so powerful? A young man clad in white stammered, his face pale with terror. The sheer strength exhibited by both the gigantic demonic form and the celestial silver dragon instilled a sense of hopelessness within him, as if victory were utterly unattainable. It was important to note that he was a formidable warrior at the 5th level of integration. Even those at the 9th level of integration would not evoke such dread in him. I warned you. Anyone who dares to harm her shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. Thus, you may now meet your demise. With a swift motion, Yi Ming unleashed the Armageddon spear, which transformed into a lethal arrow, striking true. Instantly, the young man's body was pierced through, along with dozens of others who were at the nascent soul stage. Demon, you are a demon. An elder cried out in horror as he watched the bodies cascade from the sky, his face ashen with fear. Yi Ming's prowess instilled in him a profound sense of dread. Demon? Yi Ming scoffed, then cast a gentle glance at Mu Qingxue in his arms. For her sake, what does it matter if I become a fiend? Boom. Another foot descended, and instantly, all present fell from the sky like dumplings, without exception, all perishing. Yi Ming spared no mercy for these individuals. He then gently descended to the ground, still holding Mu Qingxue. Surveying the field strewn with lifeless bodies, he expressed no joy. Rather, his countenance darkened. What on earth is happening? Yi Ming, it is my fault. I failed to protect Qingxue. I deserve to die? Mu Kuang hastily interjected. Enough. This is not the time for such talk. Tell me what transpired and why so many powerful beings have appeared. Sighing, Mu Kuang recounted the events, which rekindled Yi Ming's murderous intent. The bloodthirsty pavilion. He realized that it was undoubtedly the dark force attempting to seize his body, and having failed to eliminate him, they resorted to another means. What a clever scheme indeed. Yi Ming, what shall we do now? These individuals are merely the beginning. More formidable adversaries are on their way. Perhaps it would be best for you to leave Dechu. Leave? Yi Ming shook his head, even if he wished to depart. With the strength of that demonic clan warrior, where could he possibly escape to? Moreover, he understood that Mu Qingxue did not desire to leave this place, for it was her home. Fear not, just entrust everything to me. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to harm Qingxue shall meet their demise. With that, Yi Ming moved swiftly, taking Mu Qingxue away from the scene. Meanwhile, the other soldiers of Dechu hurried over to begin collecting the fallen. In the palace, within Yi Ming's chamber, he and Mu Qingxue sat in a similar manner. I am sorry, Yiming said apologetically. This was truly perilous. Had he returned even a moment later, the consequences would have been dire. Yiming, perhaps you should still consider leaving. There is no need for you to risk yourself for me. I do not wish for you. Mu Qingxue sighed softly. Yiming had already done enough for her. She did not want him to endanger himself further. Silly girl, what are you saying? How could I possibly abandon you? Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure your safety. Chapter 62. You should contemplate how to perish. Yiming gazed at the figure of Mu Qingxue before him, who directly leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Sighing softly, Yiming gently patted her back. Perhaps it was the exhaustion accumulated over the past few days or some other reason, but before long, she had drifted into slumber in his arms. He carefully laid her on the bed, and a surge of murderous intent welled up in his eyes. The bloodthirsty pavilion. I had not intended to deal with you so swiftly, but now in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, he found himself hovering above the imperial palace. With a sweeping motion of his hand, resources the size of 3 small mountains materialized, the very same ones he had acquired from the Shura realm. This impending crisis far surpassed any previous encounter. Relying solely on his own strength was no longer sufficient. Thus, he resolved to set up the Heavenly Demon Annihilation Formation. Only through this could he safeguard Mu Qingxue and protect the imperial city. He then began to weave intricate gestures with his hands, dark rays of light shimmering around him. As the resources were consumed, the brilliance intensified. Ultimately, a colossal light barrier emerged, enveloping the entire imperial city. Instantly, everyone within the city felt a chilling sensation, akin to confronting an ancient demonic lord. Many timid souls knelt in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Yiming, what is happening? Mu Kuang flew over, puzzled. It's nothing, merely a grand formation I have set up. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Mu Kuang breathed a sigh of relief. He initially feared that another formidable adversary had appeared. The overwhelming aura alone was enough to instill despair, and the power of this formation, Yiming once again formed intricate seals with his hands, imbuing the formation with powerful incantations, causing its might to escalate terrifyingly. Even Mu Kuang found it unbearable and hastily retreated. Finally, after 2 hours, the formation was fully established. Yiming surveyed the immense array with a nod of satisfaction. According to his calculations, with the formation now complete, even a God Concealment Realm expert would find it impossible to breach. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Annihilation Formation was not merely a defensive array, it was also a killing formation. By controlling this array, he could harness the strength of those in the God Concealment Realm. With his current cultivation, even against a 5th-tier expert of that realm, he could contend with them using this formation. Yet, how many individuals across Daozhou, or even the entire Eastern continent, could reach the 5th tier of the God Concealment Realm? To guard against unforeseen circumstances, Yiming also upgraded the array of celestial deities, enhancing its capability to withstand attacks from God Concealment Realm experts without faltering. After all was completed, the sky gradually darkened. Yiming returned to his chamber, where Mu Qingxue remained in slumber. Observing her furrowed brow, he felt a sudden pang of distress in his heart. The cultivation technique of the 9-yin sacred body, where can one truly acquire it? Ah, Jiang Mingxue. At that moment, Yiming suddenly recalled the figure of Jiang Mingxue. She hails from the Wuzhigong sect, and perhaps she possesses the knowledge sought. It seems I must find a time to seek her out, Yiming pondered. Thus, he remained vigilant in front of Mu Qingxue. Soon, the night passed in its entirety. The following day, dawn broke with a somber sky, heavy clouds enveloping the heavens. A palpable sense of foreboding cloaked the entire Dechu imperial city, inducing a suffocating feeling in the air. Meanwhile, outside the imperial city, a multitude of figures converged from all directions. Among them were ancient beings who had been in seclusion for a century, top-tier powerhouses from various factions, and renowned supreme masters. Today, they all shared a singular purpose: to pursue Mu Qingxue and the 9-yin sacred body. Who would have thought that even the legendary Jiuyu Old Demon would appear? The allure of the 9-yin sacred body is indeed formidable, chuckled a red-faced elder. Before him stood a black-clad elder, burdened by a massive coffin. Isn't it the illustrious real person Finyang from the Flame sect, who has also graced us with his presence? The black-clad elder retorted with a cold snort. After years of seclusion, I heard the commotion here and couldn't resist coming to witness it. However, it has been a century since we last met. And yet you remain stagnant in your progress, the red-faced elder remarked. And you? Have you made any advancements? Me? Alas. To step into the divine concealment realm is no trivial matter. Real person Fenyang sighed. A century prior, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of integration. Yet 100 years later, he found himself unchanged. As his lifespan dwindled day by day, a sense of urgency began to creep into his heart, prompting him to come and investigate the emergence of the 9 sacred body. In truth, many shared his sentiments. Whoosh! At that moment, several figures flew in from the distance, clad in monk-esque robes, led by an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles. It was the venerable monk of Ming Temple, Faye. The crowd erupted in murmurs upon seeing him. Faye was a renowned figure from 200 years ago, but after a legendary defeat against a formidable opponent, he had not been seen again until today. Ah, Faye, who would have thought you, a monk, would join the fray? Or perhaps you can no longer contain yourself after all these years. Real person Fenyang teased. Humph. Faye scoffed, then spoke. I have come to investigate the death of my disciples from Ming Temple. Is that so? Seeking to seize the 9 sacred body. Yet you seek a more palatable justification? This desolate place hardly seems fit for your Ming Temple to venture. Humph. Think as you wish. Still as hypocritical as ever. The epitome of a false sage. What did you say? How have I erred? I addressed you, a congregation of ascetics, as practitioners of the doctrine of emptiness, devoted to the salvation of all beings. Yet, your discourse is rife with lofty principles, while your actions betray a complete lack of virtue. Henceforth, do not speak of my Buddha's compassion. It would be more fitting to refer to him as my Buddha's hypocrisy. You seek death. The expression on Faye's face darkened with fury. Do you wish to take action? By all means, give it a try. Others may tremble before Ming Temple, but I do not fear you. You. Very well, since our objectives align, what purpose does this discourse serve? The pressing matter at hand is devising a strategy to breach this formidable array. I never anticipated that such a powerful formation could exist within this seemingly insignificant Dechu. It is indeed quite astonishing, remarked the ancient specter from the 9 nether. It is merely a trifling formation, with our multitude of formidable warriors. Do we truly fear it cannot be dismantled? However, prior to that, we must deliberate on how to allocate the 9 sacred body once it is broken through. I believe it is more prudent for you to contemplate your demise instead. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from within the imperial city of Dechu, as a young man wielding a spear stood poised atop the city walls. Chapter 63, Carnage. The spear soared through the air, dominating the realm. At this moment, Ming resembled an ancient demon god, exuding an aura of terror. How audacious for mere ants to be so brazen. A thunderous roar erupted from the mouth of the burning flame master. Under ordinary circumstances, he would disdain to engage with a trifling nation like Dechu. Yet, here he was, confronted by someone who dared to challenge him to contemplate his demise. This was intolerable. Not only him, but the expressions of others mirrored his disbelief. The assembly consisted of either renowned warriors or individuals of noble lineage, each proud and lofty. Who could possibly endure such affront? In an instant, voices clamored in outrage. You'll regret this, boy. Once I shatter this wretched formation, you will find no escape, no solace in death. Indeed, I shall break your bones one by one, making you endure the most excruciating punishment this world has to offer. Surrender the 9 sacred body, or face the annihilation of your entire clan. The threats echoed from numerous figures, casting a deepening shadow over Ming's visage. All along, his sole intention had been to protect Mu Qingxue, never seeking conflict. Yet, the response from these individuals was. Thus, he resolved to spill blood today, to eradicate every last one of them, instilling fear throughout the entire Dao province and eastern continent. He would make it known that those who dared to covet Mu Qingxue would find only a path to death. Why waste words? Let us strike together, shatter this great formation, and slay him to seize the 9 sacred body. Indeed, he could not fathom that a mere formation could withstand so many of them. Kill, kill. In an instant, thousands surged forth, converging upon the imperial city of Dechu. Their fierce momentum darkened the skies. The citizens of the Dechu imperial city turned pale with terror. However, even in the face of such formidable foes, Yi Ming remained unfazed atop the city wall, as if these events were utterly unrelated to him. Boom! With the first deafening sound, the entire dynasty trembled violently, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Countless explosions reverberated in the air, evoking a sense of impending doom. Nevertheless, the heavenly demon destruction formation merely rippled slightly, showing no signs of collapse. This left those outside the city with grim expressions. Just then, Yi Ming opened his eyes. A surge of overwhelming murderous intent erupted from his being. Pointing his spear, he declared, "All of you shall perish today." Boom! As his words fell, he waved his hand, and a colossal demonic silhouette emerged within the formation. The shadow was immense, towering thousands of feet high. Before it, the entire dynasty appeared as nothing more than a child's toy. Under the command of Yi Ming, the shadow of the demon advanced with a single step, unleashing an aura of terror that was utterly overwhelming. In an instant, dozens of those who sought to assault the grand formation were reduced to mere fragments. Yet, this was not the end. With a stamp of his right foot, the shadow caused the void to shatter, once again crushing scores of individuals beneath his heel. Crimson blood rained down from above, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. What? How could this be possible? In an instant, panic gripped the faces of the onlookers. They had not anticipated that this formation was not merely defensive, but possessed offensive capabilities of such formidable strength. "Let us strike together. We can no longer hesitate," roared the real man of flame, clapping his hands, summoning a colossal fire dragon that surged forth toward the gigantic shadow. Simultaneously, formidable figures such as the monk Faye and the old ghost of the Nine Nether also revealed their terrifying prowess. The fire dragon roared, the Buddha's light shone brilliantly, and phantoms howled. However, these horrifying assaults were nothing more than trifles to the shadow. With a mere grasp of its right hand, it seized the immense fire dragon as if it were a mere minnow, then crushed it effortlessly. Once again, it stomped with its right foot, obliterating the immense Buddha figure that towered hundreds of feet, as if it were a child's toy. Other attacks were similarly annihilated. In that moment, the shadow appeared invincible. How could this be? Has the shadow truly reached the divine concealment realm? Faye's face turned pale as he spoke. Although the prior attacks were not his most powerful techniques, they were by no means trivial, especially with so many forces uniting. The divine concealment realm. At this revelation, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. The divine concealment is an existence that stands at the pinnacle of the entire Dao prefecture, even the central state. Thus far, no one had been reported to have broken through to the divine concealment realm, at least none publicly known. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Yi Ming sneered from atop the city wall. He then stepped forward, brandishing the spear of the apocalypse, charging forth. Silver dragons roared. The shadow of the demon shook the world, and around him, the Buddha radiated brilliance. In that moment, he embodied a terrifying fusion of Buddha and demon. Die! With a twist of the spear in his hand, dozens of figures surrounding him were pierced through as if strung together like beads. Yet, this was not the end. With the reverse dragon's 7 steps, he took 6 strides, his aura surging once more, and with a sweeping motion of his right hand, he struck down upon the crowd. Realized divine palm. Boom. The heavens and earth resonated as the area within 1,000 feet was reduced to ruins, claiming the lives of over 100 formidable beings beneath that single strike. Simultaneously, the shadow, manifested by the grand formation, commenced its slaughter. Wherever it passed, none could withstand its onslaught, leading to a cascade of explosions. In an instant, under the formidable assault of a solitary individual and a demonic apparition, within mere minutes, thousands suffered a loss exceeding 1/3. Shock, fear, and disbelief etched themselves upon the faces of the onlookers, who stared at Yi Ming in stupefaction, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming sense of awe. Though they had encountered powerful beings before, they had never witnessed such terrifying prowess. There is no longer room for concealment. We must unleash our full strength to vanquish him, or we shall perish today. The old ghost of the 9 hells roared. He then hurled the coffin behind him aside. From within emerged a figure clad in golden armor. Roar! As the golden figure manifested, it unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens, instantly enveloping the crowd in an energy that sent shivers through their very souls. The others exchanged glances and nodded in unison, each preparing to unleash their lethal techniques. "Young man, no matter how strong you are today, You shall meet your demise. The real man of blazing flame bellowed, raising his hand, from which 9 colossal fire dragons materialized behind him. Ba, I had no desire for further bloodshed, yet since you have succumbed to darkness, I am left with no choice but to act on behalf of the heavens, the monk of the law exclaimed, as he pressed his palms together, causing an apparition of a bodhisattva with 8 arms to appear behind him. 8 Buddhas. Chapter 64. Come what may. Entering madness? Ha ha ha. A resounding laughter erupted from Yi Ming's lips. With a powerful stomp, he unleashed the 7th step of the reverse dragon, a more terrifying aura exploding from his being. To snatch away my beloved, to slaughter my people of Dechu, to trample upon my dignity at will? You dare to accuse me of entering madness? Upon hearing these words, Faye's face contorted with fury. Although that was indeed his intention, he was loath to admit it. After all, human nature is such. Even when committing heinous acts, one must at least feign righteousness, perhaps even elevate oneself to a moral high ground to conceal one's misdeeds. The audacity of Yi Ming to voice these truths publicly was intolerable to him. With a decisive stride, he declared, no matter how eloquently you speak, today you shall meet your demise. To betray humanity and align with the demon clan, only death can be your ultimate fate. At that moment, his singular thought was to eliminate Yi Ming. Once he had slain him, who would dare to claim he had erred? The law of the jungle, an unchanging truth since time immemorial. What justice, what evil? Isn't it the strong who dictate the terms? Boom. As his voice faded, the 8-armed Buddha behind him surged into the air, charging towards Yi Ming. Simultaneously, 9 fiery dragons and a golden-armored figure also lunged forward. One could not deny the formidable strength of these opponents. With this strike, even the colossal shadow of the demon was forced back several steps, its massive form seemingly on the verge of collapse. Alas, at this moment, Yi Ming suddenly sighed. He understood well that mere words would avail him nothing. Only strength could provide a solution. You wish to kill me? You are not yet sufficient. Buzz. Clapping his hands together, Yi Ming summoned forth the celestial demon's annihilation array, enveloped in an overwhelming demonic aura. In the void, shadows of demons emerged, and this time, 8 figures materialized. Along with the previous one, 9 demonic shadows roared towards the heavens, causing the very heavens and earth to change hue. A radius of thousands of miles instantaneously plunged into darkness. In that moment, it was as if an ancient demon sovereign had descended upon the world. What? The astonishment of Faye, the Flame Master, the 9 netherworld ghost, and the other powerful beings was beyond measure. Even a single demon shadow had been formidable enough to challenge them. Now, there were 9 in total. How could they possibly contend? Eliminate them all. Unfazed by their shock, Yi Ming's sole desire was to annihilate these foes. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the 9 demonic shadows surged forth like wolves among sheep, commencing a frenzied slaughter. The demonic shadows echoed through the skies, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. As the 9 shadows unleashed their wrath, anguished cries reverberated, and the powerful beings above plummeted from the heavens like dumplings cast into boiling water. Even the formidable beings at the pinnacle of the 9th level were rendered speechless, their expressions shifting dramatically. There was simply no way to contend with the overwhelming might of these shadowy entities. Meanwhile, Yi Ming was not idle. With the 7-fold amplification of the reverse dragon's 7 steps, his power surged to its zenith. Wielding the Doomsday Spear, he lunged directly at Faye. Boom. The spear soared into the heavens, a harbinger of dread. As the weapon descended, the 8-armed Buddha was sent hurtling backward, 3 of its arms shattering in the process. How could you possibly be so strong? Faye's face was a mask of disbelief. Nothing is impossible, Yi Ming retorted, shaking his head before making another swift move. Thud. Thud, thud. 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears. The Doomsday Spear danced in his grasp, its momentum akin to a cataclysmic tide, each thrust more formidable than the last. Poor Faye had no means of withstanding such ferocity, being forced to retreat repeatedly. While the colossal 8-armed Buddha crumbled under the relentless onslaught, disintegrating into fragments that drifted through the sky. No, this cannot be happening. This is impossible. Faye bellowed in rage. With the destruction of the 8-armed Buddha, he too bore the brunt of the backlash, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. You are far too weak. Yi Ming scoffed, then stepped forth with the grace of a divine dragon, positioning himself before Fa Yi once again and delivering another piercing thrust. PCHH. The spear pierced through Fa Yi's body. Already grievously injured, he stood no chance against this strike. The spear penetrated his heart, and his life force began to wane. With a powerful tremor, Yi Ming caused Fa Yi's form to explode, scattering into a torrential rain of blood. Dead. Fa Yi is dead. The sight of Fa Yi's demise left the likes of the burning flame real person and others in a state of utter terror. Fa Yi's cultivation was on par with theirs, and now that he had fallen, it signified that Yi Ming possessed the capability to eliminate them as well. In an instant, thoughts of retreat began to blossom within them. Although the allure of the nine-inch sacred body was undeniable, survival was paramount. Without their lives, even the most splendid treasures would be meaningless. Gritting their teeth, they swiftly fled into the distance. Yet, how could Yi Ming permit their escape? With another decisive step, he executed the heavenly dragon's 9 steps, his speed reaching its apex as he charged towards the group. His velocity was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the old ghost of the 9 Nether. "You, do not go too far." The old ghost of the 9 Nether shouted in indignation. "Go too far? Did you consider such a notion when you sought to kill me and seize Mu Qingxue?" Yi Ming retorted with a cold laugh, thrusting his spear towards him. The unfortunate old ghost of the 9 Nether, still clinging to the hope of using the golden armored figure as a shield, was met with despair. The golden figure, already on the verge of collapse from previous assaults, could not withstand the full force of Yi Ming's strike. In an instant, both he and the golden figure were pierced as one, obliterated by Yi Ming's relentless assault. "Do not kill me, please." The pleas of the 9 Nether old ghost fell upon deaf ears. Yi Ming, with a mere flick of his spear, reduced 2 figures to mere fragments. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself towards the Flame Master, who was now utterly paralyzed by fear, unwilling to retaliate, and instead opting for a desperate flight. Yet, how could his speed possibly rival that of Yi Ming, who had mastered the heavenly dragon's 9 steps? 2 minutes later, Yi Ming caught up with him, and with a single thrust of his spear, the Flame Master met the same fate as the Lawless and the 9 Nether old ghost. What followed was a massacre. Yi Ming unleashed his fury, mercilessly slaying all those who sought to escape. Finally, after half an hour, the battle reached its conclusion. Yi Ming returned to the ramparts of the imperial city, surveying the ground strewn with countless corpses. His expression remained as tranquil as a still lake. These individuals had sought to assassinate him and seize Mu Qingxue, thus he bore no psychological burden in their demise. However, he understood that this was not the end. It was merely the beginning. The factions behind these individuals would not let him off easily, and he too would not extend mercy. "Come forth, if you possess the courage. I await you here," he bellowed, his voice soaring to the heavens, resonating across the expanse of Dechu, and even reaching the ears of several neighboring nations. Chapter 65, Taking the Initiative. Yi Ming. In the grand palace of the Great Chu, Mu Qingxue's gaze was firmly fixed upon Yi Ming soaring through the heavens, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. In this moment, her heart ached profoundly. She yearned to fight alongside Yi Ming, yet, in contrast, Mu Kuang was equally astounded. He was acutely aware of the prowess of those who had fallen. He never anticipated that so many formidable warriors could be vanquished by Yi Ming with such ease. Perhaps the aspirations of millennia might finally be realized. As for the others, they were utterly astonished. The previous battle, to them, was akin to a divine clash. And Yi Ming, how could such a terrifying figure exist in our Great Chu? This is indeed a blessing for our land. Ha ha ha, who would dare to challenge us now? A chorus of exhilarated voices erupted, their faces alight with excitement. With such a formidable powerhouse among them, what was there to fear? Meanwhile, far away in the Bodhi courtyard, Fa Zheng also gazed skyward. Alas, has it ultimately come to this? A sigh escaped his lips, and with a firm step, he vanished into the sky. Unbeknownst to Yi Ming, he had already returned to the palace of Great Chu. The tumultuous aura dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. "Silly girl, why are you crying?" Yi Ming asked with a smile. Yi Ming. Mu Qingxue buried her head against his chest, embracing him tightly. Sighing softly, Yi Ming gently stroked her silky hair. He understood her feelings all too well. In truth, he too longed for a tranquil life, to protect Mu Qingxue, yet it seemed such a desire was now unattainable. "It's all over," everything is behind us. Time slipped by, and 2 days passed swiftly. In the palace of Great Chu, Mu Kuang voiced his concerns. Yi Ming, have you truly made up your mind? Yes, Yi Ming affirmed with a nod. This time, he resolved to take the initiative. Solely relying on defense was ultimately futile. Previously, he lacked the strength and did not wish to unleash a slaughter. But this time, what about Qingxue? I do not intend to inform her. I will merely say I have matters to attend to. For now, I entrust everything here to you. If any issues arise, break this jade tablet, and I shall return immediately, Yi Ming said, producing a jade tablet and handing it to Mu Kuang. Please, be careful. Mu Kuang's expression fell, knowing he could offer no further assistance in the current circumstances. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. With that, Yi Ming's figure shimmered and vanished from sight. His speed was astonishing. In merely an hour, he arrived at an empire known as Tianshang. This empire had once been part of the alliance, but had previously participated in the siege against Mu Qingxue. Thus, bang! With a swift motion, Yi Ming struck down with his right hand, causing a colossal imprint to descend from the heavens, obliterating the entire Tianshang imperial palace in an instant. Cries of despair erupted. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of shattering air filled the space as dozens of figures soared out from within, led by a white-haired elder. Yi Ming, you. Upon seeing Yi Ming, the elder's face turned ashen, and he hastily knelt before him. Yi Ming, we were at fault before. I implore you, Great One, to show mercy and spare us. Before the elder could finish his plea, Yi Ming unleashed another strike, and instantly, the elder along with several powerful figures of the Tianshang Empire were engulfed beneath his immense palm. Spare you? Who will spare us? He uttered coldly before vanishing in an instant. In the ensuing time, he shattered through several empires, all of which had been complicit in the earlier events. Those who sought to harm Mu Qingxue would meet their demise. Next, the Bloodthirsty Pavilion. As Yi Ming soared towards the headquarters of the Bloodthirsty Pavilion, deep within a concealed chamber underground, Yu Ling knelt in terror. Before him stood a strangely featured man. The very demon who had previously sought to persuade Yi Ming to accept his power during his visit to the Great Chu dynasty. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. The demon bellowed in fury. He had anticipated that with such overwhelming numbers, Yi Ming would succumb to despair and become his puppet, but unexpectedly. Master, Yi Ming is approaching us now. What shall we do? Yu Ling ventured to ask. What is there to fear? He is but an insignificant human ant. The demon scoffed, then continued. What news from the eastern continent? I have been in contact for some time, yet there has been no response. It seems that a significant figure has arrived, came the reply. A significant figure? It appears to be someone from the central continent. But who exactly? I do not know. Central continent. Upon hearing this, the demon's expression darkened gravely. The central continent is the sacred land of martial arts in the world. Should they make an appearance, it could jeopardize his plans. It seems I must hasten my actions. The demon murmured to himself, then spoke again, summoned those reserve ants. What? Master, do you mean? Yu Ling's face reflected sheer trepidation. There is no time to consider the consequences. They must be sacrificed. When my holy race descends, it will be their time of annihilation. Yes. Yao Ling nodded slightly before stepping outside, and soon after, several figures with expressionless faces entered the room. Immediately, a series of piercing screams echoed within the confines of this clandestine chamber. Above the headquarters of the Bloodthirsty Pavilion in Daozhou, a streak of light shot in from afar, revealing a strikingly handsome young man, Yi Ming. It was indeed Yi Ming. How had he arrived here? His reputation had already resounded throughout the entirety of Daozhou, particularly following the recent battle in the Great Chu imperial city, which had ensured that no one remained unfamiliar with his name. Rumor had it that the Bloodthirsty Pavilion had also participated in the pursuit of the Nine Saint body, leading many to speculate that he had come for vengeance. Vengeance. But this was the headquarters of the Bloodthirsty Pavilion in Daozhou, and he was alone? Uncertainty lingered, as it was said that many formidable beings at the 9th level of the fusion stage had perished in the prior confrontation. Perhaps he truly could. Upon witnessing Yi Ming's arrival, the crowd on the ground began to murmur among themselves. A number of timid individuals hastily retreated into the distance. They had no choice. Yi Ming's notoriety was far too overwhelming, and they feared being caught in the crossfire, which would spell their doom. All members of the Bloodthirsty Pavilion, come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 66. The Blood Refining Formation. Boom. As Yi Ming's voice echoed, the heavens and earth reverberated, and a series of explosive sounds erupted around the bloodthirsty pavilion. The faces of those on the ground turned pale with terror. He truly had come for vengeance. Goodness, how audacious! To confront the bloodthirsty pavilion alone? We must flee quickly. We cannot be caught in the crossfire. Yi Ming, you have gone too far. At that moment, a furious roar resounded, and hundreds of figures surged forth from within the bloodthirsty pavilion, led by Yu Ling. His expression was as dark as storm clouds. Since he had taken charge here, he had never encountered such a situation. Now Yi Ming had come knocking at his door. Too far. Yi Ming scoffed. Then with a flick of his wrist, the doomsday spear materialized in his grasp. You claim I have gone too far? His voice was chilling, as frigid as ancient ice, instilling fear in all who heard it. Yi Ming, do you truly believe that no one can kill you? Is that so? Yu Ling's face turned crimson with rage, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of powerful members of the bloodthirsty pavilion swiftly surrounded Yi Ming. However, Yi Ming paid them no heed. Instead, he brandished his spear. Today, all of you shall perish. Arrogance. A member of the bloodthirsty pavilion could no longer contain his fury and lunged at Yi Ming with a blade. In his mind, the bloodthirsty pavilion was the sovereign of the entire Tao state. Anyone who dared to provoke them would meet their doom. Yet, just as he closed the distance of 3 zhang to Yi Ming, the latter made his move. With a swift motion of his right hand, the doomsday spear thrust forward. Instantly, a tempestuous aura erupted from him, rendering the unfortunate man unable to react as he was pierced through, both man and blade. You are too weak. Boom. As the words left his mouth, Yi Ming forcefully shook the spear, and the man was reduced to mere fragments, scattering upon the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding warriors trembled in fear. The power Yi Ming displayed was overwhelmingly formidable. A single, ordinary strike had dispatched a formidable opponent. Although this individual was not the strongest present, he was still a cultivator of the fusion realm. How could he have perished so easily? Yi Ming, Yu Ling shouted, his face contorted with fury. Yet, aware of Yi Ming's strength, he refrained from attacking directly and instead commanded the others, form the array. Rumbling. As his command echoed, the members of the bloodthirsty pavilion retreated swiftly. Following this, they began to weave intricate hand signs. In an instant, crimson light burst forth from their bodies. Radiance continuously converged in the sky, and soon an extraordinary pattern emerged, emanating a formidable aura that suppressed the heavens and the earth, engulfing the entire scene. It was the blood refinement array. How could the bloodthirsty pavilion have set up such a grand formation? The blood refinement array is a 6th-tier formation, rumored to have the power to obliterate even those of divine concealment. To confront Yi Ming, they actually resorted to this. Yi Ming is finished. Though his strength is formidable, his arrogance has allowed them to complete the formation. Alas, he is still too young. Observing the crimson array, the onlookers could not help but sigh in despair. The blood refinement array can indeed annihilate even those of divine concealment. Yi Ming, despite his prowess, is in grave danger. Yet at that moment, Yi Ming suddenly burst into laughter. Is this all the power they possess? What? Has he lost his mind? A 6th-tier formation, and he dares to claim this is their only strength? How audacious! Could it be that he truly has a way to withstand the assault of this array? Everyone stared in disbelief at Yi Ming in the sky. Even Yu Ling wore a grave expression. If it were anyone else, he would be unperturbed. But this was Yi Ming, a figure of legend. Attack! Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Ling shouted, and with a swift motion of his right hand, crimson lightning erupted from the array above. Thunderous roars filled the air, and the earth trembled. In that instant, the surrounding area for thousands of miles transformed into a nightmarish crimson hue. Yet, despite the chaos, Yi Ming remained unfazed, disregarding the terrifying lightning and fixating his cold gaze upon Yu Ling. Is the Demon Clan warrior too afraid to strike? What? A Demon Clan warrior? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the powerful members of the bloodthirsty pavilion displayed shock on their faces. A Demon Clan warrior? Does the bloodthirsty pavilion harbor one? Impossible. The Demon Clan is a mortal enemy of our human race. Could it be that the bloodthirsty pavilion conceals a member of the Demon Clan? Nonsense. Kill him. Yu Ling bellowed. He understood the implications of a Demon Clan presence. If word spread that he harbored a Demon Clan warrior, Even if he killed Yi Ming today, his fate would be sealed. Clang. As his words echoed, the crimson thunderclouds above converged, transforming into a colossal blood-red blade, measuring 100 feet in length, descending upon Yi Ming with lethal intent. The sheer terror of that strike left everyone feeling as if their very souls were about to be cleaved in two, prompting them to flee in haste. However, Yi Ming merely shook his head in disdain. The blood refinement array? Pathetic. Boom. With those words, Yi Ming sprang into action. His right foot struck the ground, summoning a magnificent silver dragon beneath him. Armed with the Doomsday Spear, he charged skyward with unyielding ferocity. Shatter it. The cataclysmic might of the Armageddon blade is truly formidable. With a single strike, the immense crimson war blade shattered like glass, instantly disintegrating into a myriad of ethereal particles that dispersed throughout the cosmos. What? Witnessing this spectacle, not only were the onlookers astonished, but even Yu Ling and the formidable warriors of the bloodthirsty pavilion were utterly astounded. How could this be? How could you possibly? Yu Ling bellowed in a frenzy. He had never anticipated that Yi Ming could so effortlessly shatter the blood-red blade. This defies logic. I warned you. Today you shall all perish, and no one can save you. Roar. The silver dragon's roar surged with overwhelming ferocity. At this moment, Yi Ming launched yet another assault. His spear soared through the air, and behind him, an enormous demonic figure materialized, rendering him akin to an unrivaled giant, bursting with power. Kill. Bring his demise. Thunderous roars echoed as lightning converged, transforming into various weapons aimed at obliterating Yi Ming. However, these seemingly terrifying armaments crumbled before him like mere children's toys, disintegrating in an instant. You, how did you come to know the weaknesses of this blood-refining great array? Chapter 67. Master, save me. Impossible, it cannot be. Yu Ling's complexion was as pale as death, and now he finally understood why Yi Ming had commanded them to set up this blood refinement grand formation, and how he could effortlessly shatter those attacks. He comprehended the vulnerabilities of this formation. But how could this be possible? The blood refinement grand formation had only been enacted twice thus far, once a century ago, and now. How could Yi Ming have known? Yet if he were unaware, then how could it be? Nothing is impossible. Yi Ming shook his head. He had long been acquainted with this formation from his past life, and its weaknesses were abundantly clear to him. While he harbored immense confidence in his abilities, he was not arrogant. Thus, this scene unfolded. However, no matter how hard Yu Ling racked his brain, he would never discover that Yi Ming was a reincarnate. Now, you may meet your end. Crack. With a swift motion of his right hand, the Doomsday Spear was thrust towards the celestial pattern above. Instantly, a series of cracking sounds erupted, and the colossal design shattered like glass, crumbling layer upon layer until it disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering across the heavens and earth. Hiss. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. How could this be? He truly shattered the blood refinement grand formation? And so effortlessly? What kind of power does Yi Ming possess? Has he already reached the realm of divine concealment? If this continues, the Bloodthirst Pavilion is in grave danger. Fortunately, they had not participated in the scramble for the Nine's sacred body. Otherwise, a chorus of voices arose, all gazing in stunned silence at Yi Ming in the sky, their eyes filled with terror. Yet Yi Ming merely shook his head. Too weak. To be honest, he felt somewhat surprised by his own strength. Nevertheless, now, it is time to send you on your journey. Boom. As his words fell, Yi Ming, stepping upon the divine dragon, charged towards the elites of the Bloodthirst Pavilion. Everyone, attack together. Kill him, kill him. At that moment, the battle erupted in full force, with all the elites of the Bloodthirst Pavilion unleashing their full strength in an attempt to vanquish Yi Ming. However, the highest among them was merely at the 6th layer of integration. How could they withstand Yi Ming's onslaught? Bang, bang, bang. As Yi Ming wielded his spear, they fell like dumplings, one after another to the ground. Within a mere 3 minutes, over 100 lives were extinguished. So powerful. How can he be this strong? How old is he, yet possesses such might? Given a few more years, who in the entire Tao state, or even the Central State, could rival him? Have we just witnessed the birth of an unparalleled powerhouse? This is terrifying. Noah. The battle raged on, blood flowed, and lives faded away. At this moment, Yi Ming resembled the harbinger of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of the formidable members of the bloodthirsty pavilion. The entire pavilion lay in ruins, a river of crimson pooling upon the ground. "Kill him! Kill him!" echoed the frantic cries of Yu Ling, who was gripped by fear. Until now, he had never regarded Yi Ming with any seriousness, even when Yi Ming had dispatched numerous powerful foes within the grand palace of Dechu. He had felt secure, bolstered by the presence of an ancient powerhouse behind him. But now, was this all he could muster? With a disdainful snort, Yi Ming thrust his spear, piercing through 3 more strong warriors of the bloodthirsty pavilion, adding them to the sea of blood beneath him. He then turned his gaze toward Yu Ling, whose eyes were met with an unabashed expression of murderous intent, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. You were the one who leaked the information." The moment those words left his lips, Yi Ming stamped his right foot, unleashing an overwhelming aura that crushed Yu Ling into the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, leaving his face pallid and drawn. "No, please don't kill me. Don't kill you." Yi Ming's voice was frigid as ice. It was precisely this man who had divulged the secret of Mu Qingxue being the Nineteen sacred body, inciting a horde to converge upon them. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. Though this man acted under the influence of a hidden demonic power, he was still beyond forgiveness. "Prepare to meet your end." With a swift motion, the doomsday spear lunged toward the prostrate Yu Ling master. "Save me." In this perilous moment, Yu Ling cried out desperately. Just then, a violent aura surged forth from the distance, hurtling toward Yi Ming with blinding speed, akin to instantaneous movement. A figure emerged, enveloped in an ominous black, demonic energy. The man's visage was grotesque, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his eyes reflecting the fury of a demon from the depths of hell, terrifying in its ferocity. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Ming was taken aback, distinctly sensing the power of the earlier demonic entity resonating from this individual. This indicated that he had inherited that strength. Yet, his current demeanor resembled that of a marionette well-versed in the art of slaughter. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The demonic figure bellowed in a frenzied rage, charging toward Yi Ming with wild abandon. Boom! As he unleashed a claw, the very fabric of the heavens and earth trembled. The ground beneath him fractured, revealing deep chasms that marred the landscape. "A cultivator of the divine concealment realm?" Yi Ming murmured, observing the man closely. The aura emanating from him surpassed that of the previous Zhun Yan and Zhou Lao Gui, clearly indicating he had stepped into the divine concealment realm. Though his presence was peculiar and unsettling, though remarkably powerful, there exists an unsettling aura, akin to a vessel originally designed to contain but a single bottle of water, now forcefully accommodating 3. It appears formidable, yet the reality is. Nonetheless, Yi Ming did not dwell on such matters. With a swift motion of his right hand, a colossal palm print descended from the heavens, embodying the Rulai divine palm. Simultaneously, his left hand remained unyielding as the doomsday spear plunged forward. A piercing scream erupted from Yu Ling, who found himself impaled through the heart, his life force gradually dissipating. Is it true? Yu Ling is dead? This would surely signal the annihilation of the bloodthirsty pavilion. Yi Ming was overwhelmingly powerful. Who is this individual exhibiting such ferocity? When did the bloodthirsty pavilion acquire such a formidable warrior? It remains uncertain. Observing the aura emanating from this person, it bears the essence of the demon clan. Could it be that, as Yi Ming previously suggested, the bloodthirsty pavilion harbors a hidden demon warrior? This remains debatable. Amidst the fervent discussions of the onlookers, Yi Ming soared into the sky, charging towards the demon-tinged man. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Yi Ming cast aside the doomsday spear, opting instead for a hand-to-hand combat. The fusion of the demon body and the Dharmakaya has elevated his physical prowess to an incomprehensible level, and thus, he yearned to ascertain the true extent of his strength. Chapter 68. No more. Kill. A thunderous roar erupted from Yi Ming's lips, and in that instant, his right hand clenched into a fist, unleashing a brilliant flash of golden light that sent tremors through the heavens and the earth. The man, enveloped in demonic energy, utterly devoid of fear, charged forth recklessly. Boom! As their fists collided in midair, a resounding explosion reverberated across the sky. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of ferocity emanated outward, reducing everything within a 10,000-foot radius to ruins. Tap! 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 Yi Ming staggered back a few paces before coming to a halt. At that moment, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Truly, the power of a god concealment realm expert was formidable, he mused with a sigh. Although this individual's cultivation had been forcefully elevated, he was still a formidable opponent. In contrast, Yi Ming had yet to master the reverse dragon 7 steps, remaining only at the pinnacle of the second layer of integration. The disparity between them was considerable. Yet, this very realization ignited a renewed fervor within Yi Ming's heart. The exhilarating sensation of engaging in a fierce battle made every cell in his body surge with vitality. Ha ha ha, come again. He laughed heartily, charging once more at the man. Then, a peculiar scene unfolded. Each time Yi Ming advanced, he was sent flying, only to rise and charge again. With every subsequent charge, his aura intensified, while the man's diminished, his face contorted in pain as fissures began to appear upon his body. Is Yi Ming a monster? How can he endure such a prolonged battle against a god concealment realm expert without faltering, only growing stronger? What a madman of combat! Have you noticed? Yi Ming is gradually gaining the upper hand. One observer exclaimed, astonished. Is it truly possible for someone at the integration stage to defeat a god concealment expert? In this realm, the hierarchy was exceptionally rigid. The gaps between each level were vast. Many had engaged in battles across tiers, yet none had achieved such feats until now. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the bloodthirsty pavilion, the demonic man wore a grim expression. Useless, useless, all of them. In his eyes, Yi Ming was merely a puppet. Yet here he was, boldly challenging him. To his dismay, even the puppet he had just imbued with power was incapable of subduing Yi Ming. Go, capture him. With a commanding shout, 3 figures sprang into action behind him, soaring into the air toward the outside. Yi Ming, you shall ultimately belong to me. Above, Yi Ming continued to engage in battle. He had entered a peculiar state where each punch and palm strike flowed effortlessly, a harmonious expression of his spirit and strength. Is this truly the legendary realm of unity between man and nature? Yi Ming pondered within his heart. This realm is not merely a level of cultivation, but rather an extraordinary state of being. It is said that within this realm, one may perceive truths previously beyond reach, and under such circumstances, both combat and cultivation become immensely more formidable. At this moment, he felt its presence. Kill. Bang. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Ming's figure surged forward like a flash of lightning, appearing instantaneously before the man, delivering a powerful strike upon his body. A resounding crash echoed as the already battered form of the man crumbled, disintegrating into a shower of blood and flesh. Dead. Has Yi Ming truly vanquished this formidable opponent of the divine concealment realm? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers on the ground were utterly astonished. To defeat an opponent of a higher tier was a spectacle they had never witnessed in their lives. This sensation, they were witnessing a miracle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several piercing sounds broke through the air as powerful auras erupted from beneath the bloodthirsty pavilion. These individuals, like the earlier man, exuded a formidable demonic energy. Their presence ferocious. Three experts of the divine concealment realm? How could this be? When did the bloodthirsty pavilion amass such strength? Impossible. If they truly had so many powerful beings, who could possibly rival them across the eastern continent, let alone the 8 domains? Could it be that a powerful demon lurked within, summoning these individuals? The emergence of 3 experts from the divine concealment realm left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Typically, such experts are rare and difficult to encounter, yet now, 4 appeared in succession? Is this even real? It seems they are willing to expend considerable resources to deal with me, Yi Ming remarked with a cold snort. He understood that this was all in response to the powerful demon. Kill, kill, kill. As the trio appeared, they uttered no superfluous words and charged directly at Yi Ming. Their terrifying momentum and decisive actions caused him to furrow his brow. To be honest, previously, it was already challenging to contend with a single opponent of the divine concealment realm using sheer physical might. Now, facing 3 simultaneously made such an endeavor seem unrealistic. However, he was not foolish enough to attempt the impossible. With a flick of his right hand, the doomsday celestial spear reappeared, and he took 5 decisive steps forward. The 5th step of the reverse dragon 7 steps caused his aura to surge dramatically. Come, let me witness your true strength. Yi Ming bellowed, then leaped into the sky, propelled by the silver dragon beneath his feet. Boom, boom. This battle was far more terrifying than the last, as Yi Ming faced 3 adversaries. Embodying the might of a war god, he wielded his spear with endless ferocity, shattering the very fabric of space. Yi Ming fought with unrestrained fervor. In the 6th and 7th steps of the reverse dragon, his momentum surged once more. Blood spilled in the air, yet Yi Ming remained utterly unfazed, wielding the doomsday spear. As the phantoms of demonic Buddhas continuously manifested behind him, engulfed in a frenzy of battle, he fought with unparalleled fervor. Come forth. Do your worst. Ha ha. Is this the extent of your power? To attempt my demise, you are woefully inadequate. Boom. The heavens and earth erupted, and all existence was annihilated. In that moment, everyone was rendered motionless. Even the malevolent figure within the chamber wore a pallid expression. Yi Ming's strength was overwhelming, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Who is this individual, and how can he possess such formidable power? The demon murmured to himself. He had previously investigated Yi Ming's identity, but on the surface, it seemed implausible that Yi Ming could be so powerful. After all, the Bodhi Temple was merely a diminutive monastery, easily extinguishable. Yet now, crack! In the skies above, Yi Ming thrust his spear, piercing the heart of a man who plummeted from the heavens. Subsequently, he clenched his right hand. The 6-character mantra of Buddhism sent another adversary crashing down, followed by a decisive stomp of his right foot, reducing the final foe to mere fragments. Such was the extent of his might. Chapter 69, The Soul Demon Lord. Gazing at the sky, where Yi Ming stood like a god of war. All present were rendered speechless, their mouths agape. Such power. Is this truly the pinnacle of human capability? Yet, the evidence lay before them, and disbelief was futile. A storm was brewing. An elder swallowed hard, his face trembling as he spoke. Drip, drip. At that moment, a fine mist of rain began to fall from the heavens. Each droplet plummeted into the sanguine river below, sending ripples of crimson light dancing across the surface. Yi Ming gently raised his right hand, allowing a few droplets to collect in his palm. Feeling the chill of the rainwater, he murmured softly, "It has begun to rain. The bloodthirsty pavilion shall soon meet its demise." With a resounding thud, he stomped his right foot down, and the already dilapidated bloodthirsty pavilion was instantly obliterated. In the next breath, he soared downward, plunging into the earth and vanishing from sight. Within the subterranean chamber, a malevolent figure from the demon clan glared with a darkness that was nearly palpable. "Yi Ming," he conceded, "I must admit, you are formidable, far beyond my expectations. But alas, you have disappointed me." "Indeed," Yi Ming retorted. The demon lord chuckled coldly, responding, "True, but what of it? Do you genuinely believe you can slay me?" "Not at all." Yi Ming shook his head. While he had the power to eliminate those at the god concealment realm, he understood that annihilating an entire demon clan was beyond his current capabilities. His own cultivation remained insufficient. "Yi Ming, what say you to an alliance? With your strength combined with my strategies, we would be invincible across the eastern continent. When the forces of my holy clan arrive, I can elevate you to the position of sovereign over the eastern continent, perhaps even the ruler of the entire world," the demon lord proclaimed with fervor. "Who exactly are you?" Yi Ming inquired, not responding to the proposal, but scrutinizing the demon lord. He had encountered demon warriors before, in the Shura realm. He had faced a powerful figure at the god concealment realm. Yet, in comparison to this individual, he sensed a vast disparity in strength. The demon lord smirked, tilting his head back with pride. "I am the Soul Demon Lord." "The Soul Demon Lord?" Yi Ming furrowed his brow, the name unfamiliar even from his previous life. However, judging by this being's aura, it was apparent that during his prime, he must have transcended the god concealment realm, potentially reaching the Great Ascension or even the Ascended realm. After all, the ability to summon a god concealment warrior with such ease was something he could not have achieved even at the peak of his past life. "Are you a being of the Ascended realm?" Yi Ming questioned. "The Ascended realm?" The demon lord scoffed disdainfully. "What worth is that?" "What?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Ming was utterly astonished. He had always believed that the Ascendant realm was the pinnacle of existence. After all, throughout both his past and present lives, he had never encountered a being of the Great Ascension stage. Yet now, this individual revealed something beyond his comprehension. Yi Ming, having been born in this small world, It is only natural that you remain unaware of the vastness that lies beyond. Do you comprehend the true scale of this universe? How vast? Ming shook his head, admitting his ignorance. Even in his previous life, he had only traversed the eastern continent, never venturing beyond its confines. He was aware that the world was immense, yet its true expanse eluded him completely. I shall enlighten you. This world is indeed immense. Even the so-called Holy Land of Martial Arts, the Central Continent, is but a mere speck in this boundless cosmos. Did you think my ambitions were confined to the Eastern Continent? You are mistaken. I find it beneath my notice, as is the Central Continent. Enough of this. Collaborate with me, and I can elevate you to unparalleled strength, transcending the ascendant realm. You are unlike the others here. They are but ants trapped in this realm. You possess the opportunity to venture into a broader world, teeming with diverse beings, including the deities spoken of in your legends. Gods truly exist? Ming was astounded. Deities had always been mere myths to him, yet this individual asserted their existence. Gods are, in essence, beings of profound cultivation. In our demon realm, there is a saying, without breaking through to ascension, one is ultimately but an ant. The ascendant realm is merely the commencement of true cultivation. The ascendant realm is only the beginning of cultivation. Ming was struck by this revelation. To him, the ascendant realm had been the apex, but to others, it was merely a starting point. What say you? Will you join me? I can introduce you to genuine power. Do you not wish to protect Mu Qingxue? I can provide you with the cultivation techniques for the Nine sacred body right now, freeing you from the concern of her being consumed by the Nine energy in the future. Collaborate with you to eliminate everyone? Ming shook his head in response. And what of it? Have you not discerned the truth of this matter? They are merely a selfish lot. Although I was the one who disseminated the information, I did not coerce them. They acted of their own volition. You resist formidable foes to safeguard their safety, yet what have they done in return? Do they not deserve to perish? The demon man proclaimed loudly. He could not fathom Ming's perspective. If it were him, he would have annihilated them all by now. They deserve to die, and I shall indeed pursue their demise, but that does not imply I will ally with you. Do you understand the greatest difference between humans and demons? Ming inquired. What? Humans possess emotions, whereas you demons do not. You perceive only their malevolent facets, neglecting to recognize their benevolence. While they may act selfishly, ruthlessly slaying their kin for personal gain, what you fail to comprehend is that some would willingly sacrifice themselves to protect their loved ones, refusing to allow even the slightest harm to befall them. Is that foolish? Perhaps, yet it is this very folly that has rendered humanity the sovereigns of this realm, while your demon kin have been driven away. Nonsense. Enough with the excuses. You claim that your powerful demon race lost this land due to a surprise attack, but I assure you, even if time were to rewind and the scenario replayed, the outcome would remain unchanged. You would still be the vanquished, for you can never fathom the terrifying potential of humanity. Impossible, impossible. How can mere ants like humans ever compare to my noble celestial race? The demon man shouted. In his mind, humanity was but a swarming nuisance, while his celestial lineage stood as the supreme entity, fit only to enslave humankind. This was true in the past, it is true in the present, and it shall remain true in the future. Oh, is that so? Ming shook his head, then declared, Come, let me witness your true strength. Brandishing the doomsday spear, Ming boldly proclaimed a declaration of war. Regardless of his motives, or if he had harmed Mu Qingxue, anyone who would inflict harm upon her, be they human, demon, or of any other race, would face his wrath. Chapter 70, Tianyan Mountain, Wuzhigong. Do you truly wish to oppose me and march toward annihilation? The demon man spoke with a grim expression. He did not desire enmity with Ming, not for any other reason, but because he sensed a tinge of fear emanating from him. This sensation was not related to power or cultivation, but stemmed from a deep-seated intuition. Thus, should cooperation be feasible, he would prefer not to be adversaries. Furthermore, Ming possessed the body of a celestial demon, making him the ideal vessel to fully harness his power. I have stated before, those who dare to harm her shall meet their demise. Ming's tone was chillingly cold. He ceased to indulge in further conversation and charged forth, wielding the doomsday spear against the demon warrior. Humph, if that is the case, do not blame me. With his declaration, a torrent of violent spiritual energy erupted from the demon man. The aura was terrifying, reminiscent of an oceanic expanse. Even Yi Ming felt as though he were but a fragile vessel adrift in this vast sea, teetering on the brink of capsizing. How formidable! Yi Ming marveled inwardly. If his spiritual power was already so formidable, what level of strength would he attain upon regaining his peak? Buzz! At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from his being. Behind him, a colossal figure of Buddha manifested, resonating with celestial chants. The golden radiance illuminated the entire sky, rendering him akin to an exalted Buddha, solemn and majestic. As the sacred sounds echoed, the demon man's expression grew increasingly grim. The Heart Sutra? You dare to come unprepared? Yi Ming scoffed. The Heart Sutra is the most authentic scripture of the Buddhist faith, symbolizing light and serving as the nemesis of the demon clan. This had been his hidden ace all along. Unlike the palm of the Tathagata or the six-character mantra, which were offensive techniques, its potency rivaled, if not surpassed, any form of attack. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva practiced profound Prajna Paramita, he perceived the emptiness of the five aggregates. Verses flowed from Yi Ming's lips, and the once torrential spiritual power receded like an ebbing tide. The demon man's spiritual form began to tremble, his complexion paling further. Yi Ming. Humph. The demon man's furious roar was of no concern to Yi Ming, who continued to chant. Finally, after 5 minutes, the demon could endure no longer, transforming into a wisp of black mist and entering the immense skull. Shortly thereafter, a dark vortex materialized behind the skull. In an instant, the colossal skull vanished into the whirlpool. Yi Ming, await your doom. The day my holy clan descends shall be your end. With that final proclamation, the demon man disappeared without a trace. Alas, watching his disappearance, Yi Ming could not help but let out a sigh. He understood that with his current cultivation, extinguishing this demon clan was utterly unrealistic. Their relationship had irrevocably soured, and when the demon clan eventually arrived, it would undoubtedly lead to a situation of mutual destruction. Nevertheless, he bore no regrets. Since ancient times, the demon clan and the human clan had been sworn enemies. Had he acquiesced to their demands today, the entirety of the human clan would have turned against him, and Mu Qingxue would not have been spared either. It was a pity, however, that he had yet to receive any news regarding the cultivation techniques of the Nine sacred body, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Casting a glance around, Yi Ming soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the people within a radius of 1,000 miles stared blankly at the scene, their faces etched with disbelief. The bloodthirsty pavilion had been obliterated. This was the end. Daozhou was about to undergo a transformation. Yi Ming was immensely powerful. What was that aura he had just emitted? Why did it feel as if they had narrowly escaped annihilation? Did the bloodthirsty pavilion truly harbor formidable beings from the demon clan? With the emergence of the demon clan, what would follow? Unbeknownst to Yi Ming, he adhered to the principle of repaying vengeance with vengeance and kindness with kindness. At this moment, he had arrived at his next destination, the Flamefire sect. He would not spare anyone or any force that dared to harm Mu Qingxue, and the previous figure, the burning flame real person, belonged to this very sect. Upon his arrival, Yi Ming did not hesitate for a moment. Wielding the Doomsday Spear and stepping forth with the reverse dragon 7 steps, his demonic form and the Buddha's shadow advanced side by side as he charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. After a full hour, the Flamefire sect was annihilated. Yi Ming then proceeded to the 9 Nethergate and the Mad Blade sect, each of which he obliterated in turn. In an instant, the entire eastern continent was shaken. Yi Ming's name resonated throughout the land. Now, only Tianming Temple remained. In the void, Yi Ming contemplated. Unlike other places, Tianming Temple was a different matter altogether. With his current strength, he felt a distinct lack of confidence. After all, Tianming Temple was one of the top powers of the eastern continent, and the number of strong figures within was unknown. Although he yearned for vengeance, he was not foolish. To act without sufficient strength would be not bravery, but folly. In truth, it was not only Tianming Temple, but also the headquarters of the bloodthirsty pavilion in the eastern continent, which he could not contend with at this moment. Alas, his power was still too weak. Yi Ming sighed. Although his cultivation had progressed rapidly in this life, it remained inadequate. It seemed he would have to make a trip to the Infinite Palace. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ming resolved to fly towards the Tianyan Mountain in the eastern continent. Yi Ming's speed was remarkable, akin to lightning streaking across the sky. Nevertheless, it took him 2 days to arrive at the Tianyan Mountain, renowned as the first mountain of the eastern continent. Is this truly Tianyan Mountain? Gazing upon the towering mountain that pierced the clouds, Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Unavoidably, his thoughts drifted to the enigmatic elder he had encountered in his past life. Perhaps here, he might cross paths with him once more. To be candid, Ming felt a twinge of hesitation, although the mysterious elder had aided him before. In this new life, he was uncertain whether circumstances would remain unchanged. Yet, for the sake of Mu Qingxue, he felt compelled to venture here. Sighing, he resolved to move forward, propelling himself toward the summit. Before long, he arrived at the foot of Tianyuan Mountain. Before him lay an expanse of endless mist. The swirling clouds obscured all visibility, rendering it impossible to discern what lay within. The mist was peculiarly dense. Even he could only perceive the surroundings within 100 feet, beyond which all was shrouded in obscurity. At last, he comprehended why he had been unable to locate the Wuji sect in his previous life, despite his relentless inquiries. Had it not been for Jiang Mingshue's prior revelation, he would never have surmised that the Wuji sect was concealed within. Suddenly, as Ming contemplated entering, a series of piercing sounds broke the silence. 3 men clad in Bagua robes soared toward him from the distance. Who dares to trespass upon the sacred grounds of the Wuji sect? One of the men, with a square face and a grim expression, demanded. I am Ming, seeking an audience with Miss Mingxue, he replied. Ming. Upon hearing this name, the 3 men exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. You are the one who annihilated several major sects. Ming was momentarily taken aback, surprised that word of his deeds had spread so swiftly. He nodded in affirmation, saying, Indeed, that is I. Chapter 71 Farewell to Past Acquaintances. How audacious of you to dare come here. Seize him. The square-faced man bellowed, preparing to take action. This prompted Ming to furrow his brow slightly. What do you intend by this? What do you mean? You malevolent fiend, preying upon the innocent. How dare you set foot in my Wuji sect? It seems you have misunderstood, my friend. I have come in search of Jiang Mingxue. You seek the saintess? The square-faced man paused, momentarily taken aback, having previously assumed that Ming was there to attack the Wuji sect. Do you know our saintess? We have met once. I have urgent matters to discuss with her, and hope you can relay this message. Humph, do you think I would believe you? Whether you believe it or not will soon be revealed. I am here. Do you truly fear I will flee? Ming responded. To be frank, had it not been for the matters requiring Jiang Mingshue's assistance, he would have preferred to avoid this place altogether. Keep a close watch on him. He must not escape. The square-faced man pondered for a moment before departing. The other 2 individuals followed closely behind him, their expressions grave. There was no choice. Ming's reputation loomed large, and they had to remain vigilant. Ming, however, paid little mind to their caution and simply found a place to sit. The square-faced man returned swiftly, within approximately 5 minutes, accompanied by a striking young woman, Jiang Mingxue herself. Ming, Jiang Mingxue exclaimed in surprise. Initially, she thought she had misheard. Yet here he was, indeed. Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you again, Ming said with a smile. I apologize for their ignorance. They did not know. It's quite all right. Please come in. Saintess, he is, the square-faced man said, his expression serious. It's fine, he is my friend. I will take responsibility for any matters that arise. Upon hearing Jiang Mingshue's words, the square-faced man ceased his objections, though his watchful gaze remained fixed on Ming, as if to warn him that any sign of mischief would prompt immediate action. This left Ming somewhat speechless. However, he paid it no heed and followed Jiang Mingxue as they soared inside. Upon entering, Ming was truly taken aback. It was as though he had stepped into a celestial paradise. Towering edifices rose majestically, the entire atmosphere suffused with wisps of mist, cranes dancing through the air, and numerous cultivators traversing the skies. The grandeur here surpassed that of any faction he had ever encountered. Our Wuji palace has always maintained a reclusive state. Their previous actions were solely for the safety of the palace. I hope you do not take offense, Jiang Mingxue remarked. Not at all. Ming waved his hand. He could fully understand. In truth, if he were in their position, he would have acted similarly. Such behavior is only natural. Indeed, I have heard that you previously annihilated those sections. Ming nodded, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. He understood that such a monumental event could not remain hidden for long, and thus chose to be forthright. Was it for that girl named Mu Qingxue? Yiming looked at her with surprise. In truth, I am aware of the events that transpired. Those individuals, driven by selfish desires, bullied the weak and met their just desserts. However, I am quite curious about the nature of Miss Mu, for what could inspire you to act in such a manner? She is, in my heart, the finest woman in this world. The finest woman, you say? Jiang Mengxue murmured softly, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Surely, if a man were willing to do such things for me, it would be an immensely touching affair. Perhaps. Yiming paid little heed to Jiang Mengxue's inner thoughts. His mind preoccupied with news regarding the cultivation technique of the Nine sacred body, indifferent to all else. The two soared through the skies, arriving at a hillside after a 10-minute flight. Before them stood an opulent villa. This is where I cultivate. Please, come inside. Very well. They settled within a courtyard, gazing at the breathtaking scenery, both momentarily silent, creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Yiming, Miss Jiang. After a prolonged silence, they spoke in unison, sharing an awkward smile. You may call me Mingxue. Even my master addresses me as such. Very well. Yiming nodded before continuing. I have come seeking your assistance regarding a matter. Oh, what is it? I require information on the cultivation technique of the Nine sacred body. The Nine sacred body? Jiang Mengxue paused in surprise before quickly regaining her composure. You mean Miss Mu, correct? Indeed. The time before the eruption of the Nine energy within her is drawing near, and I must acquire the cultivation technique before then. Yiming stated resolutely. Although he had already obtained the Nine Yang stone, which would provide temporary relief when the Nine energy erupted, it was not a solution he desired. Only by acquiring the cultivation technique could he resolve the matter entirely. The Nine sacred body is an exceedingly rare constitution, and suitable cultivation techniques are scant. To be candid, our Wuji palace possesses none. None. Yiming's expression darkened. Although he had mentally prepared himself, hearing this news still struck a chord. I am sorry. It's quite all right. Thank you nonetheless. I shall seek answers elsewhere. Yiming shook his head, preparing to depart, when suddenly, Jiang Mengxue called out to him. What is it? Although our Wuji palace lacks such knowledge, perhaps my master may know where to find it. Would you wait a moment while I inquire with him? Is that true? I cannot guarantee this, but my master often travels far and wide, having visited numerous places. Perhaps he possesses the knowledge you seek. That would be greatly appreciated. Please hold on for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Jiang Mengxue departed, leaving Yiming seated in the courtyard, gazing at the surroundings. Could her master be that enigmatic elder? Yiming murmured softly to herself. Time passed slowly, and soon a half-hour had elapsed before Jiang Mengxue returned, accompanied by a cloaked elder. The sight of this figure sent a jolt through Yiming, for he was the very elder who had aided her in her previous life. However, he appeared somewhat younger than she remembered, as their last encounter had occurred over 30 years ago. The elder noticed her reaction, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he regarded her. Do you recognize me, young friend? Recognize? Yiming shook her head. While one could argue she was acquainted with him from her past life, having been reborn, she naturally did not truly know him. No, I merely thought you looked somewhat familiar. Perhaps I mistook you for someone else. Is that so? The elder nodded slightly, though the astonishment in his eyes did not fade. He understood that matters were unlikely to be so straightforward. However, as Yiming chose not to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further, instead stating, Schwer mentioned that you seek the cultivation method of the Nine sacred body. Chapter 72 News. Indeed, if the elder were to learn of this, I would be immensely grateful and would forever cherish your kindness, ensuring that I repay you in the future, Yiming exclaimed hastily. The elder waved his hand dismissively, stating, Let us not dwell on gratitude. You must have realized that the previous rumor regarding the Nine holy body of the Great Chu is indeed true. This made Yiming furrow his brow slightly. Although this elder had assisted him in his past life and had shown him kindness, he could not guarantee that the elder harbored no ulterior motives towards Mu Qingxue. After all, the allure of the Nine holy body could tempt anyone. Do not misunderstand. My young friend, I harbor no interest in the Nine holy body. Rather, I find you quite intriguing, the elder remarked with a slight smile. Me? Yiming responded, taken aback. Indeed, while the Nine holy body is rare, it is merely a physical constitution. Future achievements depend upon the individual. Yet, you at such a young age. possess remarkable cultivation, and have even slain those of the divine abode realm. Thus, I am genuinely interested in you. Senior, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary person, unworthy of such praise. Yi Ming replied, though his heart grew more vigilant. In truth, the secrets he harbored were far more enticing than Mu Qingshue's 9 holy body. After all, whether it be the heavenly demon body, the supreme Buddhist techniques, or even the system, each was enough to drive one to madness. Ha 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 ha, an ordinary person? My young friend, you are anything but ordinary. The elder laughed heartily before continuing. I do possess information regarding the cultivation methods for the 9 holy body, but please, if the elder has any instructions, do not hesitate to convey them. I shall not refuse as long as it is within my capabilities. For the sake of Mu Qingxue, Yi Ming was willing to set aside his reservations. First, allow me to finish, the elder urged. The 9 holy body is one of the ancient physiques, exceedingly rare. However, despite its rarity, several have emerged over the years. And there are indeed some suitable cultivation methods. If you wish for me to share this information, I require 2 promises from you. Master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingxue voiced her discontent. She felt her master was being overly demanding. Swear, the elder chided lightly, causing Jiang Mingxue to pout. Nevertheless, he turned his attention back to Yi Ming. Very well, please proceed, elder. Excellent. The elder nodded approvingly before stating, the first promise, I need you to vow that, regardless of what the future holds, you shall not oppose the human race. Certainly, Yi Ming responded without hesitation. Ho ho, young friend, do not be too hasty in your agreement. Your path may prove far more arduous than you anticipate. Yet, I have faith in you. The second promise, I hope you will take Shuer as your wife. What? Yi Ming was utterly astonished. He had not expected such a proposal from the elder. Jiang Mingxue was equally taken aback. Master, please, do not speak. I understand this may put you in a difficult position, yet it is a necessary course of action. Yi Ming furrowed his brows. He regarded Jiang Mingxue merely as a friend, harboring no inappropriate thoughts toward her. Moreover, he was already devoted to Mu Qingxue. To marry Jiang Mingxue would be an affront to Mu Qingxue, who had sacrificed so much for him in a previous life. This love, he realized, could never be repaid, no matter his efforts. I am sorry, senior, but I cannot acquiesce to your request, Yi Ming ultimately stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped Jiang Mingxue, her countenance dimming. This feeling was peculiar, one she could not quite comprehend, yet it was undeniably real. Do you deem that Shuer is unworthy of you? The elder inquired, his expression tinged with irritation. Miss Jiang is exceptional. Her beauty, grace, and character are unparalleled. Why then? Do you refuse? The truth is, my heart already belongs to someone dear. In this lifetime, I shall not betray her. It is I who am unworthy of Miss Jiang. I apologize for having troubled you today. I will seek to make amends in the future. With that, Yi Ming rose to depart. Well then. At that moment, the elder sighed deeply and spoke again. Since you decline, let me propose an alternative condition. Oh, Yi Ming's eyes brightened as he stared at him in astonishment. I hope that when my Wuji sect faces adversity in the future, you will lend your assistance. That should not be too difficult, I trust. Whenever my skills may be of use, I shall not refuse, Yi Ming affirmed. Very well. The elder sighed once more, then continued, in that case, I shall share some information with you. Thank you, senior. Do not rejoice too soon. I am merely providing you with information. Whether you can obtain it depends solely on your own abilities. I cannot assist you with that. That is sufficient. You seem quite confident. Regardless, I must acquire it. My determination transcends mere confidence. Indeed. The elder nodded in satisfaction and began to elaborate. The 9 sacred body is exceedingly rare, having manifested only a handful of times throughout history. However, there exists a location where one can certainly find a cultivation method suited for the 9 sacred body. Where might that be? In Zhongzhou, the Yaoqi Sacred Land. The Yaoqi Sacred Land? Indeed, the Yaoqi Sacred Land is among the foremost powers in Zhongzhou, and its founder, the Yaoqi Holy Mother, is herself a 9 sacred body. Thus, it is certain they possess cultivation methods for the 9 sacred body. However, the strength of the Yaoqi sacred body is formidable. Even I am insignificant before them. Therefore, acquiring it will prove exceedingly challenging. Challenging, you say? Yi Ming nodded. Having heard of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, a force not inferior to the imperial clans. As the cultivation method of the Yaoqi Holy Mother, it must undoubtedly be of utmost importance. How could it possibly be bestowed upon others so casually? Yet, even if the challenge is formidable, what of it? I am determined to acquire it, especially with the assistance of my system. If signing in there grants me the opportunity, then regardless of the circumstances, I am immensely grateful to you, esteemed elder. I shall certainly fulfill the promise made to you. No need to worry. Let us take a moment to rest here. You need not concern yourself with your affairs. I will take care of them. With that, the elder departed. This left Yiming feeling quite appreciative. After all, this individual had assisted him much like in his previous life. Yiming, your master was merely speaking nonsense. Do not take it to heart. Jiang Mingxue approached and said, Yes, I understand. It's fine. I should return now. Allow me to accompany you. Certainly. Thus, the two of them soared towards the foot of the mountain. Shortly after their departure, the black-clad elder reappeared, this time accompanied by another elder in white. Why have you chosen to assist him? The white-clad elder inquired, gazing in the direction of Yi Ming's retreating figure. Assist him? I am aiding our own interests. Aiding our own interests? Do you truly believe he is so straightforward? I have just probed into his fate and discovered it shrouded in mystery, utterly inscrutable. What? Even you? Indeed, his future achievements may surpass our wildest imaginations. Those individuals are merely short-sighted, offending him for the sake of a trifling nine sacred body? That is courting death. Is that so? Then there is no need to wed Xiaoxue to him. Sigh, it is a matter beyond my control. The demon clan is stirring restlessly, and our Wuzhizong is utterly unable to resist. I am merely considering Xiaoxue's welfare, alas. Is there truly no other way? Chapter 73, The Chu Clan Imperial Family. What methods can we employ? What can be done when those factions are solely focused on scheming against their kin, utterly indifferent to the consequences? They will soon face the repercussions of their actions. The elder in black snorted coldly, his face etched with profound anger. He felt utterly disillusioned by those individuals. Alas, a great calamity is approaching. The elder in white sighed as well. Previously, I believed our defeat was inevitable, yet his emergence has instilled a glimmer of hope within me. Perhaps he is the one destined to alter our fates. Let us hope so. Indeed, it is time for me to stretch my limbs. With that, the elder in black departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the foot of Tianyan Mountain, Yi Ming and Jiang Mingxue stood facing each other. It is time for me to return. I am truly grateful to you this time, Yi Ming said with a smile. The gains from this encounter were substantial, at the very least. He had learned of the cultivation methods for the nine sacred body, allowing him to finally set his anxious heart at ease. Jiang Mingxue nodded, her expression tinged with reluctance. I must take my leave. With those words, Yi Ming turned to depart, but at that moment, Jiang Mingxue suddenly called out to him. What is it? Yi Ming, will we have the chance to meet again? Yes, we will. With that, Yi Ming's figure shifted and vanished from sight, leaving Jiang Mingxue with a faint smile. This unexpected turn of events astounded the disciples of Wuji Palace, as the usually stoic saintess had shown such emotion for a man. In Dongzhou, beneath the worry-free river, there stood an underwater palace. Within its confines, an elder, his face adorned with peculiar runes, abruptly opened his eyes. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, startling those nearby, who turned their gazes toward him in unison. High Priest, the prophesied one has appeared. You must eliminate him. The elder's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a figure wielding a crimson spear, tall and handsome, materialized in the void. If anyone familiar were present, they would recognize him as Yi Ming. Yi Ming, exclaimed a young man in white robes, astonished. Do you know him? High Priest, this individual is named Yi Ming. He previously annihilated the bloodthirsty pavilion in Dao Prefecture, and Yuling also fell at his hands. He is the prophesied one. The white-robed youth replied, horrified. A month prior, the high priest had foretold the arrival of a formidable foe for the bloodthirsty pavilion, one who would utterly obliterate it, prompting the pavilion to seek this individual relentlessly. To their shock, this individual turned out to be Yi Ming. Yi Ming, the elder's brow furrowed slightly before he commanded. We must eliminate him at all costs. Do you understand? Huh. I never imagined someone could instill such fear in you. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated through the air, and an elderly man clad in black emerged from the void. This was none other than Ji Kong, the master of Jiang Mingxue. whom Yi Ming had encountered previously. Ji Kong, it is you. It has been quite some time, Kong Ming. Humph. What brings you to my bloodthirsty pavilion? Naturally, I came to see if you were still alive. Yet, you appear to be in rather poor spirits. Ji Kong chuckled lightly, then glanced downward. However, upon seeing Yi Ming's figure, he was taken aback. Yi Kong, even if you were to die, I would not perish. It would be wise for you to vacate the premises, lest I be compelled to pay a visit to your Wujigong. Kong Ming scoffed, his expression darkening. Is that so? If you possess the audacity, feel free to come. I shall welcome you at any moment. However, I have come this time with a request for your assistance. What is it? Him. Ji Kong pointed towards Yi Ming's silhouette and stated, he is a friend of my Wujigong, and I hope you will show him some courtesy and refrain from harming him. Impossible. Kong Ming unhesitatingly declined. Others may be negotiable, but not Yi Ming. I find it curious. Although the Nine sacred body is indeed esteemed, your status should not warrant such disdain. The Nine sacred body? Do you believe my motives against him are solely for that reason? Is it not? Humph, you underestimate me, Kong Ming. Regardless of your reasoning, I will not allow him to escape unscathed. Kong Ming snorted coldly. It seems there is no room for negotiation. I can extend leniency to others, but not to him. In that case, we shall see whose skills are superior. Ji Kong bellowed, immediately launching an assault. Do you fear me? Kong Ming, undeterred, instantly counterattacked. And a fierce battle erupted between the two. This clash endured for a full 3 hours. 3 hours later, high above the Wanyu River, Ji Kong soared from the riverbed, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, within the palace, Kong Ming's expression was ominously dark. Master, a man weakly uttered. Humph, grant him 3 months. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In the grand capital of Dechu, Yi Ming descended from the skies. It appeared he would have to be away for a considerable period. Observing the imperial court below, he murmured to himself. Now that he was aware of the existence of the Nine sacred bodies cultivation techniques, he was determined to embark on this journey to Zhongzhou. Yet, he remained uncertain as to when he would return. Although he felt a sense of reluctance, it was unavoidable. However, upon arriving at the palace, he furrowed his brow slightly, for he did not sense Mu Qingshua's presence. Yi Ming. At that moment, Mu Kuang's figure soared towards him, his face radiating joy, seemingly brimming with delightful news. What has transpired? Where is Qingxue? Yi Ming inquired. Oh, I was just about to tell you that there is no need to worry about Qingxue. A solution has been found. What do you mean? Ha ha ha. Yiming, the people from the Chu clan have arrived, exclaimed Mu Kuang with excitement. The Chu clan? Yiming was utterly astonished. He was well aware of what Mu Kuang referred to as the Chu clan, one of the ancient imperial lineages. Mu Kuang had previously informed him that the Dazhu royal family originally did not believe in Mu Kuang, but rather belonged to the Chu lineage, a branch of the Chu imperial clan. But had they not severed all ties? Why are they here? And where has Mu Qingxue gone? What on earth is happening? Yiming's expression darkened as he spoke. Yiming, do not be agitated. Allow me to explain. Previously, I had attempted to reach out to the Chu clan using the royal family's secret methods, and to my surprise, it succeeded. A powerful figure from the Chu clan descended, and upon seeing that Qingxue possesses the Nine sacred body, he agreed to provide her with cultivation techniques, and is even willing to offer us the opportunity to rejoin the Chu clan. Returning to the imperial lineage has long been the aspiration of the Dazhu royal family, and now it seems to be realized. So, you are foolish. Boom. Yiming could no longer contain himself and let out a furious roar, unleashing a tempestuous aura that swept across the entire imperial city. Chapter 74. The Letter from Mu Qingxue. Yi Ming. Mu Kuang's expression changed drastically. He had never anticipated that Yi Ming would react so intensely. Where is Qingxue now? Yi Ming inquired anxiously. She has already departed for the imperial clan. What? Yi Ming's countenance paled, and his aura surged violently, causing the entire imperial city to tremble. Yi Ming, is this not a good thing? Mu Kuang asked in confusion. A good thing? You dare to consider this favorable? I ask you, why has the Chu imperial clan remained absent for so many years? Why did they offer you the chance to return to the clan the moment they saw Qingxue, the Nine sacred body? Perhaps it is due to Qingxue's unique constitution. So, unique? Yi Ming felt an overwhelming urge to strike Mu Kuang, then spoke. Do you comprehend the value of the Nine sacred body? Yi Ming, what exactly do you mean? Mu Kuang's expression darkened. What do I mean? They are merely coveting the value of the nine sacred body. What they say is simply a ploy to obtain Qingxue and exploit her worth. Do you truly believe they have genuine intentions for her? Moreover, as far as I know, even the Chu imperial clan lacks the cultivation methods suited for the nine sacred body. What? No, that cannot be. Regardless, we are of the same lineage. How could they act in such a manner? Mu Kuang's face turned pale. He had never contemplated this before, as in his heart. The Chu imperial clan was an unparalleled entity. How could? It is impossible. There is nothing impossible. Yi Ming cursed vehemently, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. Although he could not be entirely certain, he was 80% convinced that the Chu imperial clan did not genuinely care for Qingxue, but merely sought to acquire her nine sacred body. If anything were to happen to Mu Qingxue as a result, he shuddered to think of what he might become. How long have they been gone? They have been gone for 3 days. Originally, Qingxue intended to wait for your return. But what? But that esteemed individual said he would assist you and ensure your safety, which is why Qingxue agreed to accompany them. Boom. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's face turned furious. He was filled with a murderous intent, wishing to annihilate everyone. Since his rebirth, it was Mu Qingxue who had consistently supported him. If anything were to happen to her, he could not guarantee that he would not revert to his former self. What is the name of the person who took her? Yi Ming's murderous intent surged. His name is Chu Qingyang. Perhaps he is not as terrible as you think. Not as terrible? Let us hope so. Should Qingxue encounter any misfortune, I will ensure the complete destruction of the Chu imperial clan. Yi Ming let out a cold snort, his figure flickering before vanishing from the spot. In the next instant, he found himself within Mu Qingxue's chamber. The scenery remained unchanged, yet the lady was no longer present. A roar of fury erupted from Yi Ming, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Just then, a shrill scream pierced the air as a small girl came running from a distance, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Yi Ming. Xiaoning. Upon seeing the little girl, Yi Ming reigned in his murderous aura. Why, young master Yi Yu, what are you doing here? Yi Ming inquired, puzzled. Since Mu Qingxue ascended to the throne of Dechu, Xiaoning had been elevated to a position of prominence, serving as an official. Young master Yi, the princess left a letter for you before she departed, instructing me to give it to you upon your return. With that, Xiaoning produced an envelope from her bosom and handed it to Yi Ming. He hastily accepted it, tearing open the envelope to reveal elegant script, unmistakably in Mu Qingxue's handwriting. Yi Ming, I am sorry, but I must leave. I have always been grateful for your care and everything you have done for me. However, each time I witness you risking your life for me, it brings me immense pain. I yearn to share the burdens and fight alongside you. Yet I find myself unable to do so. This opportunity represents a chance for me to pursue you. Forgive my capriciousness, and do not blame the ancestors. This is my own choice. My heart belongs solely to you. When I return, I promise to marry you and bear you several children. Please do not seek me out, for I do not wish for you to suffer any further harm on my account. Ultimately, I hope for your safety. You will always be in my thoughts. Yours lovingly, Mu Qingxue. Boom. After reading the letter, Yi Ming felt as though his heart were being crushed. He had always wished to protect Mu Qingxue, ensuring that she suffered no harm, yet he had overlooked her feelings. Foolish girl, why must you be so naive? Yi Ming murmured in anguish. Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi? Xiaoning called out with concern, having never witnessed Yi Ming in such a state. She felt a twinge of fear. Sighing deeply, Yi Ming finally composed himself and spoke. I am fine, thank you. Serving the princess is my duty, but enough. He waved his hand dismissively, retrieving several elixirs and cultivation techniques from his storage ring, presenting them to Xiaoning. These will aid in enhancing your cultivation. Be diligent in your practice. I cannot accept this, she stammered, holding the items hesitantly. Take them. They are what you deserve. Take good care of yourself, understand? With that, Yi Ming strode out, leaving Xiaoning staring blankly at the items in her hands, a look of confusion etched on her face. Subsequently, Yi Ming returned to his own chamber, beginning to pack his belongings. Initially, he intended to accompany Mu Qingxue for a while before embarking on his journey. However, circumstances now necessitated his immediate departure. The safety of Mu Qingxue, along with the cultivation technique of the nine sacred body, demanded his urgent attention. Otherwise, his heart would be troubled. Yi Ming. Just as he was about to leave, Mu Kuang approached once more. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yi Ming replied coolly. Although the current predicament was not Mu Kuang's fault, nevertheless. Yi Ming, do you intend to head to Zhongzhou? Mu Kuang inquired. Indeed. Alas, this is my fault. I should have awaited your return, yet This does not concern you. Well, let it be. Mu Kuang sighed again, then produced a jade talisman from his bosom. This is the Qinkuan jade of my royal family. With each succession of the emperor, a fragment of their soul is infused within it. As long as this Qinkuan jade endures, it signifies that the person still lives. Previously, Qingshua's essence was also merged within it, hence. Understood. Yi Ming nodded, comprehending Mu Kuang's implication. He then accepted the jade talisman and remarked, I trust in your guardianship of Dechu's safety. Ensure you keep the control token for the Heavenly Demon Annihilation Formation safe. After tossing a pitch-black token to Mu Kuang, Yi Ming soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Observing his departing figure, Mu Kuang sighed once more. Yi Ming, I entrust Qingxue to your care. Chapter 75 Encountering Fajing again. In the grand realm of Dezhu, within the confines of the Bodhi courtyard, Yi Ming found himself returning once more. This time, as he prepared to depart for Zhongzhou, uncertain of when he might return, he intended to bid farewell to his master. However, just as he stepped through the entrance, a figure materialized before him. It was none other than Fajing, the one he had encountered previously. Is it you? Yi Ming inquired, filled with curiosity. He had not anticipated that this individual had yet to depart. Ah, Yi benefactor, what a swift reunion. Fajing replied with a smile, as if he had long anticipated Yi Ming's return. Were you waiting here for me? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. What do you mean? Since your last visit, I sensed you would soon return. I found the ambience here quite pleasant, so I chose to linger a little longer, thus the ambiguity. How did you know I would return so soon? Yi Ming asked, intrigued. Because you possess a benevolent heart. A benevolent heart? Yi Ming shook his head. He had never regarded himself in such a light. Yet, he did not wish to pursue this line of conversation further. Instead, he said, there is nothing pressing. I must take my leave. Ah, benefactor, please wait. What is it? Are you planning to embark on a long journey? At this remark, Yi Ming was taken aback. Fajing exuded an air of mystery that left Yi Ming unable to discern the true nature of the man before him. Despite his seemingly modest cultivation, he radiated an unfathomable depth. This sensation was peculiar, neither in his past life nor this one, nor even in encounters with formidable beings from the demon clan or Jiang Mengshua's master, had he experienced anything akin to this, except with this individual. Did you deduce this? Yi Ming asked. Something like that. Indeed, I must be away for a time. Are you heading to Zhongzhou? You know this too? Yi Ming's astonishment grew. It's not particularly difficult. Previously, I sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura within the Dazhu Imperial Palace. This presence does not belong to Dongzhou, and the only realm capable of harboring such an essence is Zhongzhou, the so-called sacred land of martial arts. Given your hurried arrival, it follows. Fajing shrugged. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Yi Ming, tired of the riddles, directly inquired. I awaited your arrival to propose a transaction. A transaction? Indeed. The only one who could incite such urgency in you must be none other than the Empress of Dezhu. If my conjecture is accurate, she is likely not in Dezhu at present. What are you implying? Do you know how to reach Zhongzhou? Fajing asked. Upon hearing these words, Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, he was uncertain about how to reach the central continent. Thus, he resolved to bid farewell to his master before visiting the Wuji Palace once more. Given Master Jiang Mengshua's vast experience, she should possess the knowledge of the way. The central continent is renowned as the sacred land of martial arts, and many years ago, it was connected to our eastern continent. However, since the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago, the path to the central continent has been severed, leaving only two avenues for those wishing to venture there. Two avenues. The first involves the supreme technique of tearing apart space, while the second requires traversing the Star Demon Sea. The Star Demon Sea. Yi Ming was taken aback. He was well aware of its reputation as a forbidden realm for humanity, rumored to be inhabited by various perilous sea beasts. Even during his past life, when he had reached the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, he would not dare to attempt such a venture lightly. As for tearing apart space, from what he understood, one must attain the Great Ascension realm to accomplish that feat. Do you possess a third option? Yi Ming inquired. He was understandably skeptical that this individual had awaited his arrival solely to present him with two utterly impractical paths. Indeed, You are truly a person of exceptional talent." The man replied, "There is a third path, and this is the crux of our potential transaction." "What do you mean? Are you familiar with the imperial path?" "The imperial path?" Ming shook his head. He had never heard of such a concept. The imperial path, also known as the path of the strong, was said to have been established by an unparalleled being in the ancient era. It was rumored that those who could complete the imperial path would shatter their shackles and attain the realm of immortality. The realm of immortality. Ming's astonishment deepened. Immortals were considered even more formidable than those in the ascendant realm. He had previously dismissed the existence of such beings. But after his earlier conversation with that formidable entity from the demon race, he now recognized their existence, and in considerable numbers at that. "Are you suggesting that there is an imperial path in our eastern continent?" "Indeed, not only in the eastern continent, but also in the western territories, southern barbarians, northern abyss, and even the central continent. These paths are interconnected. Thus, one may reach the central continent via the imperial path. However, the dangers therein are no less than those of crossing the Star Demon Sea." Fa Zheng nodded, his eyes glimmering with excitement. It was evident that he held a keen interest in this imperial path. "How can you impart the knowledge of the imperial path to me?" Ming was no fool. This individual would not simply divulge this information without a motive. If it were within his capacity to assist, he would not mind extending a helping hand. After all, Fa Zheng's assertions had been quite accurate. Tearing apart space or crossing the Star Demon Sea were not endeavors he could undertake at present. Even enlisting the aid of that elderly man in black would be challenging, given their lack of kinship. Very simple, 2 conditions. Oh, first, should I ever undergo a transformation and pose a threat, you must slay me. What? Ming was taken aback by this proclamation. Slay him? There are numerous intricate matters involved here, and I am at a loss as to how to convey them to you in a short span. You need only promise me. Fa Zheng began to speak. Very well. The second matter is this. If you rise in the future, you must assist me in eliminating someone. Eliminating someone? Who? The heir of the Ji Shidi family, Ji Daitian. Ji Daitian. Ming furrowed his brow slightly, fixing his gaze intently on Fa Zheng, before inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" "Who am I? Merely a discarded pawn," Fa Zheng replied with a self-deprecating smile, then added, "What do you say? If that day truly comes, I shall assist you in his demise." "Haha, splendid." Fa Zheng nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "You should go bid farewell. I will await your return here." "Do you mean to say you will also venture onto the imperial path?" "Indeed." "Very well then." Subsequently, Ming soared into the air. Approximately 2 hours later, he emerged, his expression somewhat somber. His master had not hindered his journey to Zhongzhou, but had instead urged him to prioritize his safety. To be honest, he felt a sense of shame. He had disregarded his master's feelings in favor of Mu Qingxue, yet now. Let us depart. Chapter 76. The Cliff of Heartlessness. The Path of Emperors. In Daoshou, at the Cliff of Heartlessness, 2 figures pierced through the void, arriving at this fateful location. Ming and Fa Zheng. Is this the place? Gazing at the familiar yet somewhat alien Cliff of Heartlessness, Ming's heart was a tempest of emotions. In his previous life, he nearly met his demise here. But fortune smiled upon him when the system intervened, granting him a second chance. Now he found himself back at this very spot once more. Fragments of memories from his past life unfolded vividly in his mind. Is this the entrance to the Path of Emperors? Ming inquired, though he had not discerned any sign of such a path. Instead, this place was steeped in a poignant love story that echoed through the ages. It was said that thousands of years ago, this locale was not as it appeared now, but rather a blissful village where 2 devoted lovers resided. Yet, one fateful day, tragedy struck. The woman was slain by the man's enemies, shattering the man's world and extinguishing all remnants of love, transforming him into a relentless avenger. In time, he vanquished all his foes and returned to this very place. The haunting memories of days gone by stirred within him, yet by that time, he was tainted with too much bloodshed, with no possibility of retreat. Thus, he cleaved the mountains asunder, giving rise to the present-day Cliff of Heartlessness. In a world devoid of his beloved, what purpose does love serve? In his previous life, Ming's south journey to this place was propelled by the belief that the protagonist's tale mirrored his own. However, the outcome was different. Indeed, the entrance to the Path of Emperors lies at the very base of this Cliff of Heartlessness. Fa Jing nodded thoughtfully before continuing. Are you aware of the story that circulates here? I am. Yet, you may not know the final outcome. The final outcome? It is said that upon returning to this spot, that great being split the cliff with the intent of spending his remaining days here. However, one day, a cataclysmic war engulfed the entire continent. At that time, humanity teetered on the brink of extinction, and he ultimately chose to embrace love, brandishing his sword to fight for his kin. Centuries later, when the battle concluded, his cultivation soared to unprecedented heights, culminating in the creation of the Path of Emperors at this very site. Are you implying that the one who left behind the Path of Emperors is him? Yi Ming exclaimed in astonishment, for this revelation was indeed unknown to him. Indeed, from love springs hatred, and from hatred, love anew. Ultimately, he forsook personal love to achieve a greater love. His life could undoubtedly be deemed legendary. Fa Jing sighed, his eyes brimming with longing. How do you know this? Because he is one of my ancestors. Your ancestor? Indeed. But let us not dwell on this now. We should descend. Very well. The two then soared directly toward the base of the cliff of heartlessness, while Yi Ming's gaze remained fixed upon Fa Jing. Frankly, this individual had left him astounded time and again. The cliff of heartlessness was profound, and they flew for nearly an hour before reaching the bottom. The scene here is a stark contrast to the one above. The ancient trees and withered vines above are accompanied by fallen leaves, while here, the branches and leaves flourish in abundance, creating a verdant paradise, reminiscent of an otherworldly realm. This was something Yi Ming had never anticipated. Let us proceed, Fa Jing remarked, glancing at the surroundings with a sigh. Under his guidance, Yi Ming found himself in an exceedingly secluded valley. The valley was modest in size, merely a couple of square meters, and there, Yi Ming beheld an ancient altar. On either side of the altar were inscribed 2 lines of archaic script: human emotions, myriad sorrows, a heart locked in love solely for her. The path to the Emperor, treading the heavens. What significance does eternal life hold? What is this? This is the legacy left by that ancestral figure from long ago. The path to the celestial realm is ethereal and without a beloved from days gone by. No matter how opulent the world may seem, it is but fleeting smoke. A beloved from the past? Yi Ming nodded, comprehending. In truth, he too could relate. If Mu Qingxue were no longer present, what would it matter how high his cultivation rose? Thus, this time, regardless of the obstacles, he must journey to Zhongzhou, bring back Mu Qingxue, and acquire the cultivation techniques of the Nine sacred body. He wished to avoid the tragedies of his previous life. Whoever dares to obstruct him shall face death, even if it means standing against the entire world. At that moment, with a wave of his right hand, Fa Jing conjured a translucent jade tablet. He began to form intricate hand seals, and brilliant rays of light emanated from the tablet, which soon transformed into an extraordinary pattern that materialized in the air. As the pattern emerged, the radiant light appeared to be guided, continuously illuminating the altar. A thunderous sound resonated as a colossal brilliance manifested above the altar. With a series of cracking sounds, the luminous gates slowly opened, releasing an ancient, ethereal aura. In that instant, Yi Ming felt as though he had stepped into an ancient world, an experience both wondrous and surreal. Hurry inside. I cannot maintain this for long. A deep voice echoed, revealing Fa Jing's ashen visage, indicating that the opening of this gate had drained an immense amount of his spiritual energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ming darted towards the gate, swiftly disappearing within. Following his entrance, Fa Jing too moved swiftly, plunging into the portal. As the two entered, the gate gradually closed once more, ultimately vanishing. Soon, tranquility returned to the valley, but the 2 lines of grand characters on the altar suddenly radiated an astonishing light. Unbeknownst to Yi Ming, he had now arrived in an expanse of boundless desolation. The wasteland was eerily silent, void of any semblance of life, resembling a lifeless realm. Here, he sensed an aura of age, desolation, and barrenness. Is this the path to the Emperor? Bang! At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted, and one could see Fa Jing plummeting from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the ground. Are you all right? Yi Ming exclaimed immediately. I am fine, merely fatigued, Fa Jing replied. I shall recuperate for a moment. You should ensure your own safety. With that, he seated himself cross-legged, consumed 2 medicinal pills, and commenced his recovery. Meanwhile, Yi Ming surveyed his surroundings. Yet, All he beheld was desolation, nothing but barren land. After a full hour, Fa Zheng had nearly regained his strength and stood up. It seems this place was also affected by the great battle from a millennium ago, he remarked with a sigh as he surveyed the area. A battle from a millennium ago? What exactly transpired? Yi Ming inquired, having long harbored this question. It was a conflict concerning the survival of the human race. You will come to understand in due time. For now, knowing this holds little benefit for you. Yi Ming was at a loss for words. He found it most unbearable when Fa Zheng spoke in such cryptic terms, always revealing only fragments of information. However, since Fa Zheng chose not to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further, and the two of them continued onward. Chapter 77, The City of Longing, the Specters, Desolation, Barrenness. As they progressed onward, this was the only atmosphere that Yi Ming could perceive. Over 5 hours had elapsed since their arrival, yet they remained upon the wasteland. To be candid, were it not for the presence of another, Yi Ming felt he might very well lose his sanity. The sensation of an entire world reduced to his solitary existence was indeed unbearable. However, Fa Zheng's countenance bore no trace of impatience. Rather, he appeared to relish the experience. This evoked a sense of admiration in Yi Ming. How vast is this wasteland? Yi Ming inquired. I cannot say for certain, but we should be nearing its end. Fa Zheng replied. Nearing? Yi Ming retorted. This is my first visit as well, so I lack clarity. According to ancestral records, this once thrived as an oasis, a safe haven for those embarking on the imperial path. Alas, now it is. A safe zone? Yi Ming murmured. Frankly, if this was what a safe zone looked like, he would prefer to venture into more perilous territories. Even battling fierce adversaries seemed preferable to enduring solitude here. Wait a moment. At that instant, Yi Ming suddenly recalled something, silently invoking, System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. You have acquired the Great Wasteland Seal. The system's voice resonated in his mind. A surge of joy filled Yi Ming, prompting him to access the system panel. Great Wasteland Seal, Imperial-level skill. To his astonishment, it was indeed an Imperial-level skill. Yi Ming's excitement soared as he unhesitatingly clicked to learn it. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from him, leaving Fa Zheng utterly astonished. Benefactor. What is this? Just a fleeting insight. And please, refrain from calling me benefactor. Simply address me as Yi Ming, he replied. A fleeting insight? Fa Zheng gazed at Yi Ming in bewilderment. He found it hard to believe that this was merely a moment of clarity, but soon he reconciled with the thought, as he was well aware of Yi Ming's uniqueness. After all, he would not have sought Yi Ming's company otherwise. The wasteland has come to an end. Suddenly, Fa Zheng murmured. Before their eyes lay a magnificent structure, an ancient city wall, upon which 3 archaic characters were inscribed, City of Longing. The City of Longing? This is the first stronghold on the Imperial Path. Entering the City of Longing signifies that we have truly set foot upon the Imperial Path, and will soon confront infinite dangers, Fa Zheng stated gravely. Truly the Imperial Path? Yi Ming nodded, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. He too yearned to witness the true visage of the so-called Imperial Path. With renewed vigor, the two hastened forth towards the city wall. Upon reaching its base, they were struck with astonishment. The wall loomed magnificently, estimated to rise at least 500 meters high, resembling an ancient giant standing sentinel. Above the city walls, Yi Ming beheld numerous scars from swords and blades, unmistakably indicative of a cataclysmic battle that once transpired in this locale. On the path of the emperors, life and death are dictated by fate. In a corner of the wall, Yi Ming spotted several ancient characters inscribed. The emperor's path is fraught with peril. Throughout the ages, countless souls have succumbed along this treacherous route. We must proceed with utmost caution, Fa Zheng remarked. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded in agreement, recognizing that a path bearing such a name could not be devoid of challenges. Yet, this very realization ignited a fervent spirit of battle within him. If ancient souls could traverse it, so could he. Let us advance. With that, the two entered the city of Wangduan. Crack. Upon stepping into the city, Yi Ming felt as though he had trodden upon something ominous. Looking down, he discovered a grim, white skeleton beneath his feet. Raising his gaze, a grave expression enveloped his countenance, for before him lay a vast expanse resembling a sea of white. Countless bones littered the ground, some human, others belonging to demonic beings, and many from races he had never encountered before. What transpired here to result in such a multitude of bones? Yi Ming exclaimed in astonishment. I cannot say. Fae replied, shaking his head. He then seated himself cross-legged, beginning to chant Buddhist scriptures. Cackling. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed through the air, and a ghostly figure materialized from within the city. One after another, a throng of spectral forms emerged, their numbers unfathomable. The cacophony of their laughter enveloped Yi Ming, instilling a profound sense of dread, akin to descending into the very depths of hell. Spirits. There are so many spirits here. Yi Ming's face turned serious. These spirits are a peculiar manifestation of those who have passed from this world. Lacking intelligence, they act solely on instinct. It is said that the greater the resentment in life, the more potent the spirit becomes in death. Among these apparitions, Yi Ming discerned numerous entities at the infant transformation stage, and even several at the unity stage. Cackling. Suddenly, one spirit erupted into frenzied laughter. Its countenance contorted with malice as it charged towards Yi Ming and Fa Zheng. Following its lead, a swarm of spirits surged forward. Be cautious, Yi Ming shouted, swiftly bringing his hands together, summoning a colossal Buddha figure behind him. Ding! The resonant chime of a bell sounded as Yi Ming struck his hand downward. Instantly, the massive Buddha mirrored his action, slamming its palm to the ground. Boom! With that single strike, the spirits were reduced to ashes, akin to snow melting under the sun. Yet, in their wake, even more fearless spirits surged forth. Humph! Yi Ming scoffed, his hands coming together once more as the six-character mantra of Buddhism enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. 6 golden characters erupted like 6 nuclear bombs amidst the phantoms, instantly reducing waves of spirits to ashes. However, this only intensified the malevolent expressions of the remaining apparitions. Is this never-ending? Yi Ming bellowed, subsequently bringing his palms together. A series of sacred verses flowed from his lips, reciting the Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramita. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. While practicing deep Prajna Paramita, perceive the emptiness of the 5 aggregates, liberating all from suffering and distress. Sariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. As the verses unfolded, all specters within 1,000 zhang radius vanished. Witnessing this spectacle, the other phantoms finally felt fear and hastily retreated into the distance. At that moment, Fa Zheng also rose, astonished as he gazed at Yi Ming. You actually know the Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramita? I learned it before, Yi Ming replied, knowing he could not divulge more to Fa Zheng. You truly astonish me, Fa Zheng exclaimed, yet he refrained from further inquiries, and the two continued their journey forward. Along the way, they encountered a chilling expanse of white bones, overwhelming in number, while the apparitions grew increasingly numerous. Nevertheless, both possessed profound Buddhist knowledge, causing the spirits to dare not approach. Finally, after an hour, the two exited the city. Chapter 78. The Soul Chaser. So many apparitions. Without means of restraint, even a formidable expert in the realm of divine concealment could meet their demise. Observing the countless phantoms trailing behind, Yi Ming sighed deeply. Alas, Fa Zheng echoed his sentiments with a sigh, fully aware of the perilous nature of the imperial path. The terror of this initial trial was merely a prelude to the unknown dangers that lay ahead. To be frank, he harbored no confidence whatsoever. Yet, having embarked on this journey, retreat was no longer an option. They could only forge ahead. Let us proceed, Yi Ming proclaimed. He then soared into the air, darting forward, while Fa Zheng uttered a prayer before hastening to follow. Progressing further, the path was no longer so desolate. Yi Ming spotted several withered saplings. Although their leaves had nearly all fallen, this site was infinitely preferable to the earlier barren wasteland. However, they encountered no additional perils. Where's my soul? At that moment, a voice seemingly from the ancient past resonated through the sky. Fa Zheng's complexion turned pale instantly. What is happening? Yi Ming inquired, puzzled. Do not look up. We must hurry, Fa Zheng urged, quickening his pace, and Yi Ming followed suit. My soul, where are you? Why have you forsaken me? Return swiftly. The voice continued to echo, and as it reverberated in their ears, Yi Ming suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his head, as if someone were wielding a hammer against his skull, threatening to shatter it. Fa Zheng was not faring any better. He writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Yet he incessantly warned, Do not look up, or we shall perish here. My soul, return. Another voice rang out, and Yi Ming could no longer endure. He cradled his head, crouching in torment. At that moment, he sensed something approaching him. Clop, clop, clop. Footsteps echoed, and a shadow gradually approached. However, due to Fa Zhang's repeated admonitions, he refrained from looking up, unable to discern the nature of this shadow. Where's my soul? Why am I here? The voice, imbued with an almost magical allure, incessantly eroded their resolve, and Yi Ming felt his head, seemingly no longer under his control, slowly turning skyward. No, stop, no. Fa Zhang cried out in torment. What is happening? Yi Ming shouted in desperation. The scene was too bizarre, even he felt a tinge of panic. Buzz. Just as Yi Ming felt he could bear no more, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from his being. Following this, two orbs, one black and one golden, materialized before him. To his astonishment, with the appearance of these orbs, the eerie sound began to weaken gradually, eventually vanishing, along with the footsteps that had haunted him. The two orbs also slowly faded away. Huffing heavily, both men took deep breaths, their previously suspended hearts finally at ease. What had just transpired? Yi Ming inquired. It was the soul chaser, Fa Zhang replied solemnly. The soul chaser? Yi Ming echoed, intrigued. Indeed, they are beings who once treaded the path of emperors in ancient times, but met with misfortune and perished here. Despite their physical demise, their formidable will remains unyielding, transforming them into soul chasers, eternally seeking their own souls. To gaze into their eyes is to invite certain death. Such entities exist? Yi Ming was utterly astonished. The path of emperors was indeed terrifyingly formidable. It was only the beginning, and such a presence had already manifested. He could sense that with his current strength. Confronting it would lead to inevitable doom. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the two small orbs had appeared, saving his life. Logically, once a soul chaser materializes, it should not depart so easily. Did something occur just now? Fa Zhang queried. He had been fiercely resisting the strange sound and had not witnessed the orb's emergence. I'm not sure. Perhaps we were simply fortunate, Yi Ming replied. Is that so? Perhaps. Fa Zhang nodded, then added, this path of emperors is incredibly bizarre. We must exercise utmost caution. Indeed, but how did others manage to traverse here in the past, given the existence of such beings? Yi Ming pondered aloud. Typically, soul chasers only emerge deep within the path of emperors, and not everyone encounters them. It is puzzling why one appeared here and crossed our paths. Is that so? Let us hasten. Night is approaching, and we must reach the next city swiftly. Otherwise, remaining on the path during the night will lead only to death, Fa Zhang declared, disregarding any need for rest as he swiftly moved away. Yi Ming nodded in agreement and intended to follow. However, at that moment, a ghastly pale face suddenly materialized before him. By heavens, Yi Ming gasped in shock. My soul, where's my soul? The white face exclaimed. What? Yi Ming nearly lost his wits. This was the very soul chaser from moments ago. But strangely, it seemed oblivious to his presence, slowly drifting away into the distance, leaving Yi Ming utterly astonished. Summoning courage, he boldly reached out to touch it. Yet, his arm passed right through its ethereal form. The soul body. Could it be due to those two small orbs from earlier? Yi Ming murmured softly. Alas. With a sigh, he ascended into the air, propelling himself towards the location of Fa Zhang. Shortly after his departure, the pallid figure abruptly halted, casting a puzzled glance at the spot where Yi Ming had just stood. However, he quickly reverted to his previous demeanor, swaying slightly as he continued onward. As he journeyed, the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, Yi Ming felt a chilling breeze sweep past him, igniting a sense of unease within his heart. Could it be that the night on the Imperial Path harbors some peculiar occurrences? Yi Ming inquired. Everything on the Imperial Path is exceedingly bizarre. I have only read about it in the family's secret texts, which warn that one should never travel at night upon the Imperial Path, lest unforeseen misfortunes befall them. One must take refuge within the city. Is that so? Chapter 79. The Night on the Imperial Path. As the sky grew increasingly dim, the chilling winds howled more audibly. Amidst these ominous gusts, Yi Ming discerned some eerie sounds, reminiscent of armor clashing. A shiver coursed through him. Suddenly, the rhythmic pounding of hooves echoed, revealing a colossal skeletal warhorse before them. Upon its back sat a headless figure clad in tattered armor, wielding a rusted spear. Panic surged through Faye as his countenance paled. He hastened his pace, yet the distant city remained elusive. With a thunderous gallop, the skeletal steed charged towards Yi Ming and Faye, driven by the headless rider at an astonishing speed, akin to teleportation. The rusted spear seemed poised to pierce the heavens, exuding formidable might. "We cannot escape," Yi Ming shouted, swiftly summoning the apocalypse spear into his grasp and launching an assault against the headless foe. The clash of spear against lance resonated through the air, a deafening sound echoing as Yi Ming felt as though he had been struck by a freight train, sent reeling backward. In contrast, the headless figure staggered back only slightly, exhibiting far greater resilience. Impressive, Yi Ming marveled inwardly. Their prior confrontation had relied solely on raw physical strength, devoid of any martial techniques. Despite possessing the body of a celestial demon and the golden body of A, he was still flung aside. This demonstrated that the headless warrior's physical prowess surpassed his own. Without a moment's pause, the headless rider surged forward once more. Faye, undeterred, swiftly joined the fray. With a swift motion, he conjured a golden fist before him, directing it towards the headless adversary. Yet, the outcome mirrored Yi Ming's experience, as he too was sent flying. Fortunately, Yi Ming reacted swiftly, delivering another strike just in time to intercept the headless warrior's advance. However, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The strength of the headless warrior was overwhelming, rendering their chances of vanquishing him in the near term virtually non-existent. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, their unease intensified. "We must not engage in a protracted battle. We need to reach the next city post-haste," Faye declared, resolutely launching another attack. Yi Ming understood the urgency, and the two continued to fight while retreating. Fortunately, both possessed considerable strength, and although they were somewhat disheveled, they sustained no significant injuries. Yet, before they could find solace in their situation, the sound of hooves thundered once more. To their astonishment, another headless knight on a skeletal horse emerged before them. Another one? The countenances of the two men darkened further. The presence of a headless horseman was already unsettling. Now, another had emerged. "We must flee with all our might, or we are doomed," Yi Ming bellowed. With a swift motion, he pressed his right foot down, and a colossal dragon materialized beneath him. The celestial dragon's 9 steps. Yi Ming transformed into a shooting star, darting forward with great speed. Faye, too, displayed remarkable prowess. He executed 7 rapid steps, and the image of the Big Dipper appeared beneath his feet, causing his speed to surge dramatically. Boom! Witnessing this, the two headless horsemen spurred their steeds and relentlessly pursued them. The chilling wind intensified, and the eerie sounds grew louder. Eventually, 3 more figures riding skeletal warhorses joined the relentless chase, amplifying the pressure on Yi Ming and his companion. However, the good news was that after nearly 10 minutes of frantic flight, they finally caught sight of the next city in the distance, allowing them to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Roar! Yet, just as they were a mere 1,000 meters from the city, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A gargantuan skeletal dragon, towering 1,000 feet high, appeared, blocking their path. The skeletal dragon was terrifying. Its bone-white scales and razor-sharp fangs emitted a chilling glow in the darkness. In that moment, Yi Ming felt as though he had drawn the ire of an ancient demon lord, a chilling sensation creeping into his heart. With a resolute shout, Faye commanded, "Unleash your full power." He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, summoning multiple dragons around him, 8 in total. With a mighty roar, the 8 dragons unleashed their fury upon the skeletal behemoth. The 8 parts of the celestial dragon. Yi Ming was taken aback. Recognizing that Faye was employing the supreme Buddhist technique, the 8 parts of the celestial dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, conjuring a colossal palm that loomed in the sky, radiating an aura of desolation and destruction, enveloping a 100-mile radius. This was the Great Desolation Seal he had obtained previously. Boom! As the palm descended, a vast energy surged forth. Yet, the skeletal dragon was not to be trifled with. At the instant the two launched their attacks, it retaliated. The massive tail of the dragon swept through the air like autumn winds scattering leaves, aimed directly at the 2 men, while simultaneously, the 5 headless riders surged forward from behind. With the skeletal dragon ahead and headless horsemen behind, the situation had become exceedingly dire. Yi Ming and Faye, undeterred, initiated their counteroffensive. "Clear the way." Bang, bang, bang. Yi Ming let out a thunderous roar, stepping forth with the 7 steps of the reverse dragon, unleashing a tempestuous aura that surged from his being. With a flourish of his spear, he lunged towards the skeletal dragon, thrusting with fervor. Bang! Under the combined onslaught of the armament of the apocalypse, the imprint of the great wilderness, and the law of the arts, the skeletal dragon was finally sent hurtling backwards. Seizing the moment, both warriors propelled themselves to the pinnacle of their speed, soaring into the city. Upon their entrance, the skeletal dragon and the headless knight recoiled as if confronted by some unspeakable terror, retreating until they vanished from sight. Huffing and puffing, Yi Ming and his companion finally exhaled the tension that had gripped their hearts, their breaths heavy after the harrowing encounter. The previous moments had been perilously close. Had they delayed any longer, they might have met their demise outside. Fortunately, they were now secure. Creak. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the city as a decrepit gate slowly swung ajar, revealing an ancient figure resembling a desiccated corpse emerging from within. Oh, more newcomers have arrived? The elder's lips parted slightly, and a hoarse voice emanated from him, leaving both men utterly astounded. Could it be that there were still living souls amidst this desolation? Chapter 80. The Peculiar Figure. A living being? Yi Ming and F.A. Zheng exchanged a glance, both witnessing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. According to F.A. Zheng's earlier assertion, the path to the eastern continent had been sealed off for millennia. Only those, like himself, who possessed the key could unlock it. Yet, he had never believed that anyone else on the eastern continent shared his unique status. Thus, it was unthinkable that anyone could enter. And now, after so many years, a newcomer had finally arrived. At that moment, the elder, resembling a desiccated corpse, let out a sigh. From the murky depths of his gaze, Yi Ming sensed an overwhelming excitement. "Senior, who are you?" F.A. Zheng inquired. "Oh, it is a scion of the Ji clan. That explains much." The elder did not directly answer the question, but glanced at F.A. Zheng, nodding slightly before turning his attention back to Yi Ming. Suddenly, however, his complexion paled dramatically. You. His tone was laced with sheer terror, as if he had encountered an unspeakable horror. Witnessing this, the expressions of Yi Ming and F.A. Zheng grew even more perplexed. "Senior?" Yi Ming called out. "No, not me. Do not kill me, please." At that moment, the elder seemed to lose his sanity, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing his head, his voice rising in a frenzied scream, his demeanor exceedingly bizarre. This left Yi Ming and F.A. Zheng in greater confusion. "Senior, what is the matter?" "No, not me, no." Boom. Just as Yi Ming attempted to assist the elder to his feet, the elder's emotions reached a fever pitch, and in an instant, he vanished, darting towards the city gates. Upon his appearance, the headless horseman and the skeletal dragon re-emerged, charging directly at the elder. Nevertheless, the elder's strength was astonishingly formidable. What had once left Yi Ming and F.A. Zheng helpless was effortlessly dispersed by a single swipe of his hand. He then vanished into the night. "What on earth is happening?" Yi Ming queried. "I do not know. It seems to be connected to you," F.A. Zheng remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Ming. His brow furrowed. He understood well that this situation was undoubtedly tied to Yi Ming. However, he was baffled as to why the elder exhibited such fear of Yi Ming, and how he possessed such incredible strength. "I am equally in the dark." Yi Ming shook his head, equally bewildered. Neither in this life nor the last had he ever encountered this individual, leaving him utterly mystified as to why the elder appeared so frightened upon seeing him. Furthermore, his insistence of "not me, do not kill me" was even more perplexing. Alas, ultimately, both men let out a sigh. In other circumstances, they might have pursued to investigate. Yet now they chose to relinquish their quest. After all, those enigmatic creatures were overwhelmingly powerful. Venturing out would surely lead to certain demise. Subsequently, the two made their way towards the interior of the city. Along their path, the scene mirrored that of the former Wangduan city, densely populated with eerily stark bones. However, apart from the previously encountered mysterious elder, they encountered no other living souls, nor even any specters. The entire city lay desolate, enveloped in an uncanny tranquility. "Let us rest here for the night. It should pose no issue," one of them remarked as they entered a house that appeared somewhat more intact. Indeed, Yi Ming responded with a nod, feeling assured in his decision. Though confident in his own strength, The peculiarities of the imperial road deterred him from taking unnecessary risks. His foremost desire was to reach Zhongzhou swiftly and bring back Mu Qingxue. Other matters could be addressed later. As time passed, the moments slipping away like grains of sand. Yi Ming, seated in meditation, suddenly felt his consciousness plunge. He found himself transported to an extraordinary void. Before him stood several figures, suspended in the air. Judging by their attire, they hailed from a time long past, at least several millennia ago. Their expressions were grave, their gazes fixed intently upon the heavens, where strange silhouettes danced. There were humans, demons, winged beings, and ethereal apparitions among them. Where's this? How did I arrive here? Yi Ming pondered, surveying his surroundings. Just as he prepared to inquire, he found his body passing through the figures as if they existed in a realm beyond his own. A projection of the void? Yi Ming mused, realizing that such a phenomenon represented events of the past, or even the future. Boom. In that moment, a cataclysmic battle erupted within the void. Yi Ming beheld the expanse fracturing under the intensity of the conflict. To his astonishment, a young man clad in white suddenly materialized. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed an innate charisma that evoked a sense of humility in those who beheld him, as if he were a born leader. With his arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically in favor of the beleaguered human faction. As the tumultuous conflict raged on, Yi Ming lost track of time until the fierce scenes before him transformed into a hauntingly beautiful tableau. He found himself beside a colossal cliff, where a middle-aged man in white, anguished, gazed skyward, cradling a breathtakingly beautiful woman in his arms as she lay in slumber. Despite the changes in the man's appearance, Yi Ming recognized him instantly as the young man from the earlier scene. In the realm of the 3 realms and 7 circuits, one is eternally ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation. If heaven seeks my demise, I shall extinguish heaven itself. The notion of immortality is but a grand deception that has persisted through the ages. Whispers of countless figures echoed in his ears, their voices steeped in an ancient melancholy, as if they had traversed the eons. Yet, upon reaching this juncture, the vision dissipated entirely. Yi Ming finally regained his senses, opening his eyes to find himself still within the city. Beside him, Fa Zheng recited sacred verses in a solemn tone. What could this mean? Who was that individual from before, and what was the significance of his words? Yi Ming pondered gravely. Everything felt extraordinarily enigmatic, and judging by Fa Zheng's expression, he appeared untouched by that vision. Who could it be? Why was he subjected to such revelations? A plethora of mysteries erupted within Yi Ming's mind. Yet, no one would provide him with answers. Suddenly, a thunderous commotion erupted from outside the city, as if a cataclysmic battle was unfolding. Though curiosity stirred within him, Yi Ming resolved not to venture out to investigate. This imperial path was fraught with strangeness, and he wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Mu Qingxue awaited him, and he needed to acquire the cultivation techniques for the 9 sacred body. He had no time to spare on such matters. Chapter 81. Surrender? Boom, boom, boom. The sounds outside the city grew increasingly thunderous, yet Yi Ming and Fa Zheng remained steadfast in their position. Unbeknownst to them, an entire night had elapsed. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, the commotion outside the city dissipated, and the oppressive atmosphere vanished, as if tranquility had returned. Both Yi Ming and Fa Zheng opened their eyes, their expressions revealing unease. Let us continue our journey, Fa Zheng spoke up. Agreed, Yi Ming nodded. After a brief repast, the two ascended into the skies, heading outward. Just as Yi Ming was on the verge of departing the town, he murmured inwardly, "System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. You have obtained the Moral Heart Sutra." The system's voice resonated within his mind, leaving Yi Ming utterly astonished. The Moral Heart Sutra? Is that not the supreme scripture of the Taoist tradition? Although he was not well versed in Taoism, he had indeed heard of this sutra. It was said that millions of years ago, humanity was a frail race, preyed upon by formidable species, enduring relentless slaughter, a dark epoch in human history. Yet, during this bleak time, an ancient sage emerged, altering the course of history by imparting the art of cultivation to humanity. Thus began humanity's ascent onto the historical stage. This sage was revered as the Tao ancestor, and the teachings he disseminated were the Moral Heart Sutra, now regarded as the foremost mystical method of Taoism. To acquire such a scripture here? Yi Ming murmured to himself, then accessed the system panel, where he beheld a golden scripture resting quietly in his inventory. Should I cultivate it? He already practiced both Buddhist and demonic cultivation methods, and embracing the Moral Heart Sutra would mean he possessed the trifecta of Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic powers. The combination of all three was unprecedented, and he was uncertain of the consequences it might entail. After a moment of contemplation, Ming suppressed his curiosity and closed the system panel. He could not guarantee what transformations might arise from adopting this Taoist method, especially while traversing the Emperor's path. If any unforeseen complications were to occur, well, it would be prudent to defer such considerations until after leaving the Emperor's path. With that, Ming quickened his pace, soaring toward the city's outskirts. The Emperor's path by day presented a starkly different tableau from its nocturnal visage. Absent were the headless horsemen and the skeletal dragons. Their journey proceeded with remarkable ease. At last, after half a day's travel, they arrived at the third citadel. Here, much like the first city, the ground is littered with bleached bones, devoid of any signs of life. Moreover, they encountered a spectral apparition from the realm of divine concealment. Fortunately, both individuals possessed formidable strength, and together they vanquished the spirit before resuming their journey. Several hours later, they arrived beside a stone forest. As they gazed ahead, they beheld a profusion of colossal rock formations, upon which ancient inscriptions were etched. The path of the Emperor is ethereal. Can it truly lead to an end? All have perished, leaving but one survivor. I can no longer endure. I may meet my demise here. Should future generations witness this, I urge you to abandon hope. The path of the Emperor is impassable. Do not squander your lives in vain. Why? I am unwilling to accept this fate. Why? Each inscription echoed like the desperate wails of the fallen, casting a heavy pall over the countenances of the two. What calamity befell these people to evoke such despair? Jing spoke up. From these inscriptions, the plight of those individuals becomes evident. Alas, Ming sighed involuntarily. He understood that feeling of hopelessness. At the edge of his former life, he too had experienced such desolation, despair, unwillingness. Yet, what could be done? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Such is the unavoidable reality. Ming. At that moment, Jing abruptly halted, his gaze fixed intently on Ming. What is it? I apologize. Ming was bewildered, uncertain as to why Jing felt compelled to apologize. To be candid, I had my own motives in guiding you along this path of the Emperor. However, the dangers herein have far exceeded my expectations. Thus, if you wish to turn back, now is still an opportune moment to choose an alternate route to the central continent. Turn back? Ming glanced at Jing, then shook his head resolutely. Having come this far, would it not be an act of cowardice to consider retreat? But, there are no buts. My decision to embark on this journey was not solely due to your influence. Even if I were to turn back now, would the other paths be any less perilous? I must reach the central continent. Whether crossing the Star Demon Sea or tearing through space, both hold equal risks. Since danger is inevitable, why not continue onward? Moreover, he sensed a profound connection to this path, as if it concealed matters of personal significance. Turning back now would leave him unsatisfied. This, Jing furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, he had approached this journey with great confidence. Yet upon arriving here, he found himself gripped by fear, not for his own life, but for the potential burden he might place upon Ming. Originally, Ming had no obligation to accompany him on this perilous path. It was he who had drawn him into it. Do not be overly sentimental. Although the path ahead is perilous, what of it? The inability of others to traverse it does not imply that I, Ming, cannot succeed. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your decision to embark on this imperial road stems from a compelling necessity, does it not? Ming waved his hand dismissively. Since that enigmatic elder referred to the young scion of the Ji family, his mind had begun to entertain certain conjectures. Previously, in the Bodhi courtyard, Jing had urged him that if the opportunity arose, he should eliminate the Ji clan's imperial heir, Ji Tian. Coupled with the information he had gathered, it was evident. Indeed, Jing nodded. The imperial road was his sole hope, and he must traverse it. Well then, if that is the case, what is there to deliberate? The imperial road, though arduous, exists as a testament that it is not an insurmountable path. Would you willingly resign yourself to abandon it? Abandon? Jing shook his head. How could he possibly give up? What purpose would it serve to ponder further? Let us boldly venture forth together upon this imperial road. In my lexicon, the notion of surrender holds no place. Yi Ming smiled faintly. Then with a swift motion, he soared forward. Not giving up? Observing his departing figure, Fa Zheng too revealed a smile. Indeed, having arrived at this juncture, how could one concede defeat? No matter how daunting the challenge, so what? Yi Ming, I truly did not misjudge you. Subsequently, his figure flickered, and he hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 82. The Divine Angels. The stone forest was vast. Yi Ming and his companion flew for 2 full hours before finally reaching the edge of this enigmatic terrain. Along their journey, Yi Ming encountered numerous inscriptions akin to those previously seen, many of which bore the names of individuals who were once celebrated prodigies, renowned throughout the eastern continent thousands of years ago. Yet, their ultimate fate lay buried within this very place. While the world yearns for immortality, few comprehend the true cost of such aspirations. Gazing upon a stone wall, Yi Ming sighed inwardly, contemplating that perhaps one day, he too would etch his own monument in some distant place, a testament to his existence in this world. No matter how extraordinary one may be, in the end, we all become mere remnants of dust. Fa Zheng also sighed, for he recognized many of these names, and there were even more formidable beings than himself among them. Let us proceed, Yi Ming finally spoke, his expression grave. The realization that all these individuals had perished in this very location, coupled with the despair evident in their inscriptions, filled him with curiosity about what lay ahead, capable of instilling such hopelessness in these once great figures. He sensed that the answer might reside just beyond the stone forest. Indeed, Fa Zheng nodded, and the two resumed their journey. As they approached the forest's edge, their hearts grew increasingly cautious. After all, what could possibly evoke such despair in so many prodigies? Time passed incrementally, and they drew nearer to the stone forest's boundary. Strangely, it appeared as if an unseen force obscured their view of what lay beyond. Even now, they could not discern what awaited them on the other side. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the air, surprisingly frigid, sending shivers down their spines. What could possibly be concealed beyond? Yi Ming pondered. Thus, they flew for nearly another hour before finally arriving at the fringes of the area. However, upon stepping into this realm, their faces reflected sheer astonishment. Before them lay a kingdom bathed in radiant light, with castle-like structures soaring into the sky. The scorching sun illuminated the land, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. Moreover, they beheld many winged beings, noble and holy. Are these angels? Yi Ming exclaimed in disbelief, for these creatures resembled the angels spoken of in the Western world of his past life. Yet, how could such beings exist in this place, the imperial path? The divine angels. Fa Zheng's complexion paled. Now I understand why they fell into despair. Yi Ming murmured softly before inquiring, what is happening? Upon gazing at Fa Zheng's countenance, he discerned an expression of fear, as if the man were profoundly terrified of these beings. The holy angels, akin to the demonic race, belonged to an exalted lineage. Their strength formidable and terrifying, and their rapport with humanity is exceedingly poor. An exalted lineage, indeed? To be candid, this was his first encounter with such a race. It appeared that the corpses from the previous cities were indeed theirs. Yet, what had transpired here that these angels would manifest in this place? Furthermore, judging by their demeanor, they seemed entirely oblivious to his presence. It is rumored that when one's cultivation reaches an extraordinarily terrifying level, one can rend the heavens with bare hands. I surmise that these angels' appearance here is due to a formidable being summoning them from other worlds, solely to impede our human race from traversing the path of the Emperor. What? Yi Ming was utterly astounded. To seize with bare hands? What kind of power would be requisite for such a feat? Ascendant realm? Or perhaps a level beyond that? This is troublesome. Yi Ming sighed deeply. With the angelic race obstructing the way, progressing further would necessitate traversing the entire expanse. Although he did not fathom why these angels currently could not perceive him, given the historical enmity between humanity and the angelic race, once they stepped into their domain, they would inevitably face the onslaught of these angels. The two of them, against such a multitude of angels? He sensed that a considerable number had attained the divine concealment realm. Indeed, Fa Zheng nodded gravely, then fixed a serious gaze upon Yi Ming. There are matters I had initially intended to disclose later, but it seems the time has come to reveal them. Oh, I trust you have surmised my lineage. I am of the Ji clan, and the Ji Emperor Tian whom I implore you to slay is my biological brother. What? Yi Ming was taken aback. He had previously believed that Fa Zheng and Ji Emperor Tian were merely adversaries, never contemplating they were blood relatives. The Ji clan is a lineage with a highly stringent hierarchical structure. We were once close brothers, sharing a strong bond since childhood. Yet everything altered once he ascended to the status of emperor's son. Fa Zheng's expression darkened as he spoke. Brotherly conflict over succession? Yi Ming could comprehend. Even a modest kingdom could witness brothers slaying one another for the throne, let alone an imperial lineage. Attaining the status of emperor's son conferred an identity, resources, and privileges that ordinary clansmen could scarcely rival. Do you wish for me to assassinate him and usurp his position as emperor's son? Yi Ming queried. The position of emperor's son? Fa Zheng shook his head. It is merely a tool. I have never aspired to become emperor's son. Then, the situation is intricate. To put it simply, he committed an unforgivable act against me. Yi Ming, do you know why I chose you? Why? Because you are unlike others. You possess a kind and benevolent heart. Ahem. Yi Ming was rendered speechless. When did I ever possess a kind heart? How is it that I am unaware of it myself? Enough of that. I shall exert every effort to assist you in your departure. The path ahead rests solely upon your shoulders, and I sincerely hope you reach Zhongzhou safely. As for the matter I entrusted to you, do not feel compelled to fulfill it. Until your strength reaches its zenith, you must avoid the Ji clan at all costs. And what about you? Me? I shall leave it to fate. No, we came together, and thus we shall depart together. In this manner, Yi Ming, listen to me. The strength of the Angel clan is far more formidable than you can imagine. Those individuals serve as the best testament to that. You are here solely because of me, and I have a duty to ensure your safety. Do not concern yourself with me. I possess a means of escape. Otherwise, we shall both perish here. Do you understand? Fa Zheng stated with unwavering resolve. Gazing at Fa Zheng before him, Yi Ming was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Fa Zheng would go to such lengths for his sake. Although it was true that he had requested a favor, Yi Ming did not believe that was the sole reason for his actions. Very well, but you must ensure your own safe departure. Otherwise, I shall. With that, the two of them stepped forward, entering the domain of the Angel clan. Chapter 83, Fierce Battle. Boom. As the two entered, the once serene Angel clan erupted as if ignited, rushing toward them en masse. Come on, Yi Ming, charge ahead. I will shield you from the angels. Stay safe. Fa Zheng bellowed. With a wave of his hand, 18 sacred relics emerged behind him, manifesting divine figures in the sky. The human pests dare to appear. Now, perish, shouted a golden-haired man with 3 pairs of wings, charging fiercely towards them. Now, Fa Zheng shouted, slapping his right hand, causing a colossal palm, towering 100 feet, to descend from the heavens. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as the 6-winged angel was obliterated by his strike. However, at that moment, the other angels surged forward like a tempest, their ferocity akin to crashing waves, explosive in power. Ha, come on, everyone. Fa Zheng laughed maniacally, unleashing an even more violent aura. Kill. Boom. The 18 divine figures surged into action, and Fa Zheng's presence underwent a profound transformation. If he was previously a revered monk, now he resembled a bloodthirsty demon monk. The terrifying aura left even Yi Ming in awe. He realized now why Fa Zheng had insisted on his promise back at the Bodhi Temple, foreseeing a day when he might need to be slain by Yi Ming's own hand. It seemed deeply intertwined with the present. Human pests. How dare you be so arrogant, die? The angels roared, launching their assault. The sheer intensity of their collective might caused Yi Ming's countenance to change dramatically. It was overwhelming. He felt that even with his past life's cultivation, he could not withstand such a terrifying onslaught. Now he understood the despair reflected in the inscriptions on the stone walls. This was beyond their capacity to resist. After all, those who tread the imperial path were all prodigies of the younger generation, their powers. Yi Ming, run. Fa Zheng shouted again, unleashing his full force as he charged towards the angels. Sighing inwardly, Yi Ming comprehended Fa Zheng's intent. Just take care. Upon finishing his words, Yi Ming immediately unleashed the 9 steps of the heavenly dragon, propelling himself forward at an unparalleled speed. However, the angelic race would not allow him to escape so easily. In an instant, A multitude of pursuers surged after him. "Yi Ming, may you depart in safety," sighed Fa Zhang, who then fully transformed into a demonic monk, launching relentless attacks. Swish, swish, swish. In the skies above, Yi Ming's velocity reached its zenith, his figure akin to a bolt of lightning, continuously advancing. Yet, despite his swiftness, the angels were not sluggish either. Moreover, the sheer number of angels encircling him from all directions significantly impeded his pace. It seemed he could not simply flee. Yi Ming mused. This was largely due to Fa Zhang drawing the fire. Otherwise, the situation would be far more perilous. "Human vermin, do you still wish to escape? Prepare to perish." A thunderous voice rang out. Two six-winged male angels, wielding tridents, charged directly towards him. If you wish to slay me, let us see if you possess the capability," Yi Ming scoffed, flipping his hand to summon the Doomsday Spear. Subsequently, he executed the 7 steps of the reversed dragon, his aura surging dramatically. If escape was unattainable, he would embrace a swift death in battle. Roar! A colossal dragon bellowed towards the heavens, carrying Yi Ming's figure as he surged towards the attacking angels. "Wretched humans, brace yourselves for judgment from the angels." "Judgment? You dare presume to judge me?" Boom! A tremendous explosion shattered the heavens and earth, instantly transforming the surrounding area into ruins. Many weaker angels, unable to reach him, were obliterated by the overwhelming force, becoming mere remnants scattered across the sky. "You shall pay for this." The leading 2 six-winged angels seethed with rage upon witnessing the carnage. "The true curse lies with you." Buzz! Blood spears soared through the air, instilling dread across the realms. In that moment, Yi Ming unleashed his full might, wielding a spear against the sky, each swing resulting in the disintegration of an angel. Slaughter was never a source of fear for Yi Ming. Thud, thud, thud. The intensity of battle escalated, and Yi Ming's methods became increasingly terrifying. Ultimately, he unleashed the Buddha's divine palm, the 6-character mantra, the annihilation slash, and the great wilderness seal in rapid succession. Yet, even as the bodies of the angels piled high upon the ground, the onslaught of attackers continued to grow. "I cannot withstand this," Yi Ming murmured inwardly, realizing the overwhelming numbers of angels were insurmountable, and his previous assaults had severely drained his energy. If this continued, he would surely meet his demise. Resolute in his decision, he no longer hesitated. With a resounding clap of his hands, a colossal figure, half Buddha and half demon, materialized behind him. As his eyes transformed into one golden and one black hue, a thunderous roar erupted from the giant as it stomped down upon the angelic beings. The sheer force of the blow was terrifying. In an instant, hundreds of angels were reduced to mere fragments. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Ming surged forward with all his might. Cursed human! As they beheld this scene, the expressions of the 2 six-winged angels darkened to the utmost degree. No longer daring to hold back, they fervently flapped their 6 wings and charged forward. "We must slay him. He cannot escape. Today he shall surely meet his demise. To dare to slay one of our kin is to invite oblivion." A cacophony of furious roars erupted as the angels descended into a frenzy. With each relentless assault they launched, the pressure on Yi Ming intensified. Yet, he found himself with no alternative but to press on with all his strength. To halt would only lead to certain death. Only by continuing to flee could he cling to a glimmer of hope. As for Fa Zhang, Yi Ming had no means to assist him now, only wishing that he possessed a means of escape. At that very moment, in a grand palace several thousand miles away, a strikingly handsome angelic man opened his eyes. Behind him, 6 immaculate wings unfurled, emanating an aura that seemed capable of crushing all existence. "Humans, it has been an eternity since I have encountered one. How intriguing." With a soft chuckle, he waved his wings, vanishing from his original position as if by teleportation. Chapter 84. Angel Kyle? There is no escape for you. Submit to your demise. High above in the sky, members of the angelic clan pursued relentlessly, their furious shouts echoing through the air. Yet, Yi Ming paid them no heed, sprinting with all his might. However, a grave expression settled upon his face. The territory of the angelic race was astonishingly vast. After flying for what seemed an eternity, he could still see no end in sight, and the number of pursuers only continued to swell. More troubling still was the emergence of individuals who could rival the human realm of divine concealment. How had those earlier individuals managed to breach this formidable place? Yi Ming murmured to himself. Given the current circumstances, even a peak expert in divine concealment would find traversing this region nearly impossible. Yet, Fa Zheng had claimed that someone had already entered the depths of the imperial path. Break for me. Yi Ming struck down once more, and hundreds of angelic beings perished beneath his blow. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon his countenance. The number of pursuers had only increased. Suddenly, a powerful tremor resonated from ahead, and an incredibly radiant light erupted from the void, revealing an exceptionally handsome young man stepping forth from the ether. A human? To have reached this place is a rarity indeed. The angelic man chuckled lightly, his expression unperturbed, as if he regarded Yi Ming with utter disdain. Such overwhelming presence. Upon the appearance of this individual, Yi Ming's expression grew even more solemn. The man's aura was overwhelmingly potent. Though he too was a six-winged angel, he was on an entirely different echelon compared to those Yi Ming had encountered before. Moreover, Yi Ming sensed an air of sanctity and nobility surrounding him, a sensation akin to a commoner encountering an emperor, compelling one to kneel in reverence. All hail Lord Kyle. In stark contrast to Yi Ming, the angelic beings prostrated themselves in an instant, uttering their respectful greetings. Kyle, human, you are the first in thousands of years to reach this juncture. You are worthy of becoming my servant. Kneel and submit to me. Submit? Yi Ming scoffed. Resolute in his defiance, he bowed to neither heaven nor earth. How could a mere six-winged angel expect him to yield? With that, he swung his doomsday spear and charged forward. Impudent. The angelic beings roared in outrage, eager to retaliate, but were halted by Kyle's command. I recognize your extraordinary talents among humans and your prideful nature. Yet, before my angelic kin, you are but an insignificant insect. To submit to me is your honor. With a sweeping gesture, a brilliant light surged forth from Kyle, colliding fiercely with Yi Ming's spear. The immense force forced Yi Ming to stagger back several steps before he could regain his footing. Such strength! Yi Ming exclaimed inwardly, a wave of trepidation washing over him. You shall never triumph over me. Submission is your only path to salvation, Kyle declared once more. Is that so? Yi Ming responded with a cold smirk, and then he unleashed the reverse dragon 7 steps, elevating his entire aura to its zenith. It appears you are unwilling to concede. Then I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate you. Your kind cannot pass through here. How can one know without attempting? Boom. As Yi Ming's words echoed, his figure flickered and he charged towards Kyle. Foolishness. Kyle scoffed, clenching his right hand. Instantly, the heavens roared, and beams of pure white light transformed into battle swords descending from the sky, aimed directly at Yi Ming. Bang, bang, bang. The blood spear soared through the air, and the longsword roared. At that moment, the very earth trembled, and within a radius of 10,000 feet, all structures were reduced to ruins. Kill. Rumbling. As Yi Ming continued to wield the blood spear, he shattered the beams of light, but with each burst, his internal energy diminished. He was nearing his limits. I warned you that you could never defeat me. Humanity is but a despicable race. A despicable race? Do you truly believe that? At that moment, Yi Ming paused, speaking in a calm tone. What do you mean? Kyle looked at him, perplexed, unable to fathom Yi Ming's composure. If my deductions are correct, you must be imprisoned here, and the ones who initially attacked were likely our formidable human practitioners. You. Upon hearing this, Kyle's expression shifted dramatically, turning exceedingly sinister. It seems my conjecture was accurate. A clan ruthlessly toyed with by my kind. What right do you have to deem humanity despicable? You seek death. Kyle roared in fury. With a swift motion of his right hand, a radiant white staff materialized, and immediately, a force erupted from him, threatening to shatter the very heavens, sweeping across the entire realm. You shall never escape this place. You are merely instruments of attack, tools for honing the talents of my kin. Do you still consider yourselves noble? Yi Ming scoffed. He had harbored suspicions before. Logically, if these beings were indeed angelic entities meant to obstruct the prodigies of humanity, then over the past millennium, no human prodigy should have entered the eastern continent. They should have departed long ago, and it was inconceivable for them to have developed to this scale. Moreover, he had witnessed firsthand in that bizarre spectacle that it was humanity who triumphed in that ancient battle. Hence, there could only be one possibility. Previously, he had hesitated to believe it, but now, enough. Kyle bellowed once more, his visage darkened to a terrifying extent. A clan incapable of mastering even their own existence holds no right to demand my submission. You seek death. Kyle could no longer endure the mounting tension. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands, and an array of enigmatic runes erupted from his staff. In an instant, the sky was illuminated as boundless radiance transformed into countless long spears. Die! Boom! 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 The spears descended with unparalleled might, and at that moment, the very fabric of the universe began to shatter. Do you wish to kill me? It shall not be so simple. Ming bellowed, refusing to succumb to despair. Armed with the apocalyptic spear and standing firm upon the celestial silver dragon, he charged forward. Despicable human, meet your demise. With such feeble strength, you stand no chance. A series of furious roars erupted from Ming, who unleashed his full potential, channeling torrents of formidable energy into devastating attacks. If the heavens wish to obliterate me, I shall extinguish the heavens. If men seek my life, I shall take theirs. My fate shall be mine to command. Suddenly, two spheres, one golden and one black, materialized once more. Unlike before, these spheres began to whirl around Ming, conjuring a resplendent diagram of the 8 trigrams. The spheres acted as the focal points of the diagram, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. What? How could you possibly possess? Kyle's expression shifted drastically. His eyes fixated on the peculiar 8 trigrams diagram. Break from me. Ming disregarded Kyle's astonishment and, with a forceful slap of his hand, sent the diagram, formed by the 2 spheres, crashing down upon Kyle with overwhelming force. Chapter 85. Fusion. Ah, no. A terrified roar erupted from Kyle's lips. As the oppressive force of the Bagua diagram descended upon him, he found himself plummeting downward until he was ultimately crushed to the ground, his staff straining against the terrifying suppression. Witnessing this scene, Ming was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the appearing Bagua diagram. Nevertheless, he could afford no further contemplation. Seizing the moment while everyone was captivated by the diagram, he transformed into a streak of light and soared forward. Ah, kill him! Eliminate him! Boom! Kyle bellowed, and in that instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Immediately, the massive Bagua diagram began to tremble violently, ultimately collapsing after 5 minutes, and the 2 spheres disintegrated into beams of light, vanishing from sight. Human race, you cannot escape. Bang! Before a male angel could finish his sentence, Ming delivered a swift strike, crushing him effortlessly. At this moment, Ming had no desire for idle chatter. He aimed to conserve his strength, opting for action over words whenever possible. Meanwhile, his mind raced in search of an escape route. Since this was a trial designed for the elite of the human race, it could not possibly be insurmountable. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of their existence? Yet, despite his prolonged observation, he could not conceive a viable solution. Could it be that, over the years, something had been overlooked? Ming pondered. Perhaps the original intent of that powerful human was to utilize the angelic race to temper the elite of humanity, but as time passed, the angels had taken root here, flourishing beyond expectation. This was likely an unforeseen consequence for that formidable being, or perhaps the means to navigate this challenge, left behind by the ancient power, had been lost or even damaged over time, resulting in the predicament they face today. Regardless of the scenario, neither was favorable for Ming. What should he do? An urgent anxiety welled up within him. He was not concerned about life and death. The world of cultivation was inherently brutal, and death was a commonplace occurrence. However, with Zhongzhou still distant, Mu Qingxue having yet to return, and the cultivation method for the 9 sacred bodies still unattained, dying at this juncture would be utterly unsatisfactory. Having lived once more, he did not wish for his journey to conclude so abruptly. Yet, given the current circumstances, his demise seemed inevitable once his spiritual energy was exhausted. There must be a way, there must be a solution. Boom. Just then, a long spear radiating blinding white light hurtled through the sky, with the earlier Kyle trailing closely behind it. Had he managed to break free so swiftly? Ming furrowed his brow slightly, aware that with the Bagua formation, it was impossible to kill him. However, he never anticipated that it would happen so swiftly. Moreover, after flying for so long, he had yet to discern the edge of the angelic kingdom. With no other choice, he raised the blood spear in his hand and hurled it towards the lance. Tap, Tap, tap. After retreating 5 steps, Yiming finally managed to halt his progression. Simultaneously, the legion of angels closed in on him, encircling him completely. Human, you cannot escape. Submit to your demise, roared Kale, his aura seemingly intensified beyond its previous strength. Humph, is that all you've got? Kill him. Boom, boom, boom. At Kale's command, a multitude of angels descended from the sky, all charging towards Yi Ming with a ferocity that made the very heavens tremble. Yi Ming, undeterred, surged forward wielding the apocalypse spear. Blood sprayed, cells ignited. In that moment, he resembled a frenzied beast, relentlessly swinging his weapon. One strike, dozens of angels perished. Another blow, hundreds were obliterated. Slaughter, madness, roars, and howls unfolded into a grand spectacle of carnage in the sky. Kill, kill, kill. As the massacre continued, Yi Ming's eyes turned crimson, dark demonic energy spiraling upward. Angels fell from the sky wherever he passed. In an instant, the earth was drenched in a horrific crimson hue. However, the number of angels was overwhelming. The slaughter seemed endless. Yi Ming, too, felt the severe toll of continuous combat. Was this truly the end? After 3 full hours, Yi Ming murmured to himself. At that moment, he had reached his limit, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, while more and more angels appeared before him. Qing Shui, must this life end in such a manner once more? I am unwilling, profoundly unwilling. Just as despair began to consume him, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He promptly accessed the system panel and navigated to his inventory. There lay an ancient tome of azure hue, the Moral Heart Sutra he had previously acquired. It was time to take a gamble. Yi Ming sighed, then directly initiated his cultivation. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from his being. Boom. As he practiced the Moral Heart Sutra, he felt as though his body might explode. Golden and black light surged chaotically within him, ultimately clashing with the azure radiance as if his body had become a battlefield. The excruciating pain compelled him to scream. At that moment, an aura reminiscent of ancient times erupted from him. This presence was overwhelmingly potent. In an instant, those from the angel clan who sought to assassinate Yi Ming were all sent hurtling backwards by this overwhelming aura. Even Kyle was no exception. What is happening? What on earth is transpiring? Kyle shouted gravely, his face a mask of concern. He was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Ming, unable to comprehend why a seemingly exhausted human would suddenly erupt with such formidable power. The excruciating pain persisted as Yi Ming continued to roar in fury. Yet, amidst the fierce struggle of the 3 spiritual energies within him, he sensed his body gradually growing stronger, even feeling his cultivation level begin to rise. Merge for me, Yi Ming bellowed, fully aware of his physical condition. If he could not achieve the merger, even if his power surged exponentially, he would ultimately explode from the strain. Buzz. At that moment, 2 orbs, one black and one golden, reappeared. However, this time they did not flit about chaotically, but instead circled Yi Ming in a protective manner, akin to bodyguards safeguarding his well-being. Eliminate him, eliminate him. Chapter 86, The Turnaround. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of attacks surged towards Yi Ming as the angelic beings unleashed their fury with reckless abandon. Fortunately, those 2 orbs proved remarkably effective, once again conjuring the Yin-Yang Bagua formation to shield Yi Ming from the onslaught. This only deepened Kyle's grim expression. No, it cannot be. It is impossible. Die. With a flourish of his staff, a barrage of sharp light swords rained down like a tempest, each strike intent on obliterating Yi Ming. Yet, the Bagua formation, manifested by the 2 orbs, stood resolutely against the deluge of attacks, rendering Kyle utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon Yi Ming. Another roar echoed, as Yi Ming's face turned pale, veins bulging, and beads of sweat cascaded down like an unending torrent. Boom, boom. At that moment, 2 colossal figures emerged behind Yi Ming. One was a resplendent golden Buddha, while the other was a pitch-black giant demon. As these figures materialized, the entire realm transformed into a dichotomy of black and gold, leaving the angels in utter shock, their bodies uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. Buddha and demon co-cultivation? You. How could you? Upon witnessing this scene, Kyle's expression was one of sheer horror. Buddha and demon embodied 2 utterly contrasting energies, akin to water and fire. light and darkness, existing in absolute opposition. Yet, they now manifested within a single individual. However, before he could finish his thought, a massive azure figure materialized between the two imposing silhouettes. The aura of Tao? Impossible, this cannot be. Kyle's face was a mask of terror. The simultaneous presence of two energies within one person was already exceedingly rare. Now, the emergence of a third energy was something unheard of in millennia. Thud! Kyle collapsed to the ground, engulfed in despair. With that peculiar Bagua formation obstructing him, he found himself powerless to eliminate Yi Ming, who now exhibited the co-cultivation of Buddha, demon, and Tao. What would the future hold? Who could possibly contend with him? Amidst Kyle's astonishment, Yi Ming paid him no mind. He now stood firmly upon the ground, all pain dissipating, replaced by a warm, comforting sensation. The overwhelming fatigue had vanished, and he felt invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. My cultivation has unexpectedly reached the 6th level of integration? Yi Ming marveled at the system panel displaying his cultivation level. Just moments ago, he had been at the 3rd level, and now he had ascended to the 6th. This was astonishing. Yet, he did not dwell on it. Swiftly closing the system panel and directing his gaze towards the angels, a cold smile gracing his lips. Did you enjoy the earlier exchange? Boom. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Immediately, the 3 colossal figures behind him also let out a resounding howl towards the heavens. The intensity of their presence was so formidable that it reverberated through the skies, instilling terror in all. Kyle's complexion darkened significantly. He could sense that Yi Ming's aura had escalated to unfathomable heights compared to before. Now it is my turn. With that declaration, Yi Ming waved his hand, and 2 spheres materialized in his grasp. However, he noticed that these spheres appeared somewhat altered from their previous form, though he could not immediately discern the nature of the change. Retrieving the spheres, he clenched his right hand, summoning the Doomsday Spear once more. Kill! Boom! The blood spear danced through the air, and in an instant, hundreds of angelic beings were reduced to ashes, as Yi Ming's figure surged forward toward Kyle. I refuse to believe this. Kyle roared, brandishing his staff as he charged ahead. In that moment, a terrifying battle erupted once more, yet the tide had shifted. Within a mere 10 exchanges, Kyle found himself forced to retreat under Yi Ming's relentless assault. To keep you here seems impossible for you now, Yi Ming chuckled softly. Thrusting his spear, the spear sliced through the heavens as if to pierce the very firmament, rendering Kyle's visage ashen. Crack! A sound echoed through the realms as Yi Ming's spear pierced Kyle's shoulder, crimson blood gushing forth. Now you may die? With a swift motion of his right hand, an ancient, colossal palm descended from above. The great wilderness handprint. The immense imprint seemed poised to obliterate the very fabric of existence, exuding an aura of sheer terror. No. Please, no. Are you afraid? It is too late. Buzz. Just as the palm was about to annihilate Kyle, an ethereal presence manifested in the skies, followed by an elder with 8 magnificent wings appearing before all. The 8-winged angel. Yi Ming's complexion drained of color upon seeing this figure. The 8-winged angel was akin to a supreme being among humans, a presence that should never have materialized here. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the celestial dragon's 9 steps, retreating into the distance. Though his power had surged, confronting a transcendent being head-on was still an unrealistic endeavor. Strangely, however, the 8-winged angel did not pursue Yi Ming. Instead, he approached Kyle. Ancestor, why are you? Sighing deeply, the elder waved his hand, and a radiant light emanated from his palm, converging upon Kyle. In the next moment, something astonishing occurred. The wounds on Kyle's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and soon, he was restored to his former self. Ancestor, you cannot allow him to leave, otherwise, our future will be foolish. The elder bellowed angrily, then directed his gaze into the void. Come forth. With the resonance of his voice, a figure emerged from the emptiness, a gaunt old man, resembling a desiccated corpse. If Yi Ming were present, he would recognize this individual as the one encountered previously in the second city. However, at this moment, he had regained his usual appearance. Who would have thought that such a mere human youth would necessitate your personal protection? Remarked the elder of the angel clan. You should be thankful that you refrained from intervening earlier. Otherwise, your entire clan would face utter annihilation, the cadaverous elder replied with an air of indifference. Oh, is that so? I am most curious about the identity of that young man. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. He is beyond your comprehension. You." The cadaverous elder continued, "Do not forget the pact made in the past. Otherwise, when he returns, your entire star domain shall face destruction. Do not engage in such foolishness again." With that, the elder's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The angel clan elder, however, wore an exceedingly grim expression. His fists clenched tightly, embodying a palpable tension. Ultimately, he relented and ordered his kin to cease their assault. Chapter 87. Disciple of the Yaoqi Sacred Land. In the sky, Yi Ming's expression was one of profound confusion. He noticed that the relentless pursuit of the angelic beings had abruptly ceased. What could have transpired? They had not vacated the territory they occupied, had they? Yi Ming murmured to himself. Logically, having slain so many of their kin, they should have been fervently hunting him down. Yet now, however, he did not dwell on it for long. Ultimately, this turn of events was fortuitous for him. After all, given his current prowess, confronting an 8-winged angel would pose a significant challenge. He continued to soar forward, and after 2 hours, he finally exited the domain held by the angelic race. Yet, he did not catch a glimpse of Fa Zhang, which stirred a sense of worry within him. Nevertheless, he felt powerless. The might of the angelic clan was staggering, and safeguarding his own life was already exceedingly difficult, let alone returning to rescue others. After waiting for over a day, Yi Ming resolved to set off on his own. Rest assured, one day, should I achieve true mastery, I shall avenge you, he murmured, glancing back at the territory of the angels. Through their time together, he had come to regard Fa Zhang quite favorably. Moreover, for his sake, Fa Zhang had. Therefore, if the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly lend his assistance. Just as he departed, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the same withered elder from before. Observing Yi Ming's retreating silhouette, his expression was a tapestry of emotions. Could it truly be you? As Yi Ming journeyed onward, his pace was swift. Within the mere span of 3 days, he had traversed 5 cities. Although he encountered numerous dangers during this time, none matched the intensity of the angelic clan, allowing him to evade every peril. After 3 days of travel, he was nearing the terminus of the Eastern Continent's Imperial Road. According to the map Fa Zhang had provided, in a day or two, he would arrive at the junction of the 5 major regions, from where he could proceed towards the central continent. On this day, within a city named Wangchuan along the Imperial Road, Yi Ming sat quietly, cross-legged, in a dilapidated room. Night had fallen. Outside the city, the winds howled, and eerie sounds echoed incessantly. Thankfully, after so many days, he had gradually acclimated to the peculiarities of the Imperial Road, rendering him indifferent to these disturbances. With a deep breath, Yi Ming slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of stale air. After 3 days of continuous battles, cultivation, and further conflict, he had finally broken through, ascending to the 7th level of the harmonization stage. "Qing Shui, wait for me. I shall soon be on my way to find you," Yi Ming murmured, his heart heavy with concern for Mu Qing Shui. Since her departure, nearly a week has passed, and he remains oblivious to her current state. Just then, an eerie laughter echoed from outside the city, followed by a series of thunderous sounds. From the nature of these noises, Yi Ming discerned that a battle was unfolding beyond the city walls. In fact, over the past 3 days, this was not the first time he had heard such sounds. As he ventured closer to the central area, he encountered a few humans, though luck had not favored them. During the night, they had failed to reach the safety of the city and had fallen victim to the peculiarities of the Imperial Road. Yi Ming paid little heed to these events. During daylight hours, he merely buried the deceased. He was neither a saint nor a savior, and it was inconceivable for him to jeopardize his own safety for others. A piercing scream suddenly rang out, followed by the intensifying sounds of conflict. It seemed a considerable number of individuals were embroiled in this skirmish. Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately refrained from venturing out. He was acutely aware of the terrors that lurked within the Imperial Road at night. "Friends, please, save us." A voice filled with desperation drifted in from outside after a couple of minutes. The speaker appeared to be a young woman. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Ming's brow furrowed again. How could this person possibly know of his presence here? This was a first. Strangely, the voice also struck a familiar chord within him, though he could not quite place it. "Esteemed friend, we are disciples of the Yaoqi Sacred Land in Zhongzhou. We implore you to assist us. and we shall be eternally grateful. Moments later, another voice emerged, sounding exceedingly weak, suggesting the speaker was nearing their limit. The mention of the Yaoqi's sacred body elicited a flicker of surprise on Yi Ming's face. Wasn't the Yaoqi's sacred land the very place that Master Jiang Mingxue had spoken of, known for its cultivation methods related to the Nining sacred body? He had been contemplating how to gain entry to the Yaoqi's sacred land to obtain its cultivation techniques. To encounter a disciple of the Yaoqi's sacred land here was unexpected indeed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Ming rose and soared towards the city's edge. His speed was remarkable, and within a minute, he arrived at the city wall. Gazing outward, he beheld a scene just a few thousand meters away. 3 young women, appearing to be around 25 or 26, stood pale and bloodied. Surrounding them were 3 headless knights, relentlessly launching their attacks. The ground around them bore the lifeless forms of several others, who, by their attire, also seemed to belong to the Yaoqi's sacred land. 3 headless knights. Yi Ming murmured softly. The prowess of these 3 headless knights was comparable to that of their previous encounters, and judging by the condition of the 3 women, they could not withstand the onslaught for much longer. Alas! With a sigh, Yi Ming propelled himself outward. Boom! Simultaneously, the 3 headless knights launched their assault once more. The skeletal steeds thundered beneath them, and their long blades swept through the air with ferocious might, rendering the 3 women utterly pale. "Sister, what shall we do?" exclaimed one of the women clad in green, her face a mask of terror. "Are we truly to perish here? I do not wish to die." Sighing deeply, the leading woman in white lamented the overwhelming strength of the headless knights, far beyond her capacity to withstand. Moreover, the 3 of them were grievously injured and could not possibly endure such an attack. Perhaps this was to be their fate. Bang! Just as she closed her eyes, awaiting death, a tremendous sound erupted from the heavens. A young man wielding a blood-red spear appeared before her. It was none other than Yi Ming. Miraculously, the headless knight that had aimed to strike her down was sent reeling backwards by a single thrust of Yi Ming's spear. This turn of events filled the 3 women with immense joy. Chapter 88. News of Mu Qingxue. Beware! A piercing scream echoed as the 3 headless knights simultaneously roared, charging towards Yi Ming with their colossal forms. This prompted the 3 women to cry out in alarm. "Humph!" Yi Ming snorted coldly, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a blood-red spear materialized in his grasp. Boom! With the blood spear in hand, Yi Ming resembled an ancient demonic deity, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. At this sight, the 3 women were utterly astonished, clearly taken aback by Yi Ming's display. However, Yi Ming paid them no mind. With another wave of his hand, the blood spear surged forth as if splitting the heavens, aimed directly at the trio of headless knights. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Immediately, a ferocious wave of energy spread outward, engulfing the entire realm, sending the 3 headless knights hurtling backward. Hiss! A series of sharp intakes of breath escaped the lips of the 3 women, who gazed at Yi Ming with wide, incredulous eyes. "We must hasten into the city," Yi Ming declared before soaring towards the city's location. Oh. The 3 women nodded vigorously, swiftly following his lead. Minutes later, they returned to the city. Despite the relentless roars of the headless knights, they could not breach the city's defenses, allowing the women to finally exhale in relief. The preceding moments had been perilously close. "Thank you for your timely rescue." A woman clad in white expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yi Ming. "Are you from the Yaoqi's sacred land?" Yi Ming inquired. "Indeed, my name is Li Xiener, and these are my junior sisters, Li Yin and Zhao Qian. We hail from the Yaoqi's sacred land," she replied. "Oh," Yi Ming nodded, then probed further. "I have heard that the founder of your Yaoqi's sacred land, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, is a Nining sacred body." Previously, Jiang Mingxue's master mentioned that the first-generation Holy Mother was indeed a Nining sacred body. Although he did not suspect the elder would deceive him, encountering a disciple of the Yaoqi's sacred land provided the perfect opportunity to inquire further. This was also the reason he had chosen to intervene earlier. The 3 women exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain as to why he inquired about this. Nevertheless, the woman in white eventually nodded and affirmed, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's heart surged with joy. While he understood that Jiang Mingxue's master was unlikely to mislead him, a lingering doubt had remained. With this confirmation, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. By the way, Have there been any remarkable news from Zhongzhou recently? Yiming asked again. Remarkable news? The woman in white furrowed her brow slightly before responding. There are quite a few astonishing events. May I inquire which aspect piques your interest? Oh. Yiming nodded slightly, and then spoke. Please do not misunderstand. It is my first visit here. I have heard that Zhongzhou is the sacred land of martial arts in the world, which has piqued my curiosity. I have also heard that there are 8 imperial clans in Zhongzhou. Do you have any information regarding this? His inquiry stemmed primarily from a desire to gather intelligence about Mu Qingxue. Are you not from Zhongzhou? Li Xianer exclaimed in astonishment. She had always believed Yiming to be a native of Zhongzhou, given his youthful age and formidable prowess. It seemed implausible that someone of such caliber could emerge from anywhere else. However, now, no. The 3 women regarded Yiming with a mix of astonishment. And then one of them remarked, there is indeed much to say about the imperial clans, but 2 matters stand out as particularly renowned. Oh, what are those 2 matters? Firstly, the unparalleled prodigy of the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Chongkong, has emerged from centuries of seclusion and is set to challenge the young master of the Jiang clan, Jiang Haiyue. In 10 days, Xianyuan Chongkong? Upon hearing this name, Yiming was taken aback. He recognized it as that of the ancestor of the Tang Empire, who, due to his extraordinary talent, was brought into the Xianyuan clan thousands of years ago. Over the years, his cultivation level had undoubtedly reached unfathomable heights. Yet, Yiming felt little concern. What did the prowess of this individual matter to him? It bore no relevance to his own path. And what is the second matter? The second concerns the Chu clan, Li Xianer replied, her expression suddenly turning unnatural, revealing her disdain for the Chu clan. The Chu clan. Yiming's countenance darkened at the mention of this name. Indeed, just days prior, the Chu clan had abruptly declared Chu Linxian as their young master and had arranged a betrothal for him, coinciding the day of his ascension with that of his wedding. Young master? Betrothed? Yiming's expression hardened as he inquired, do you know the identity of his fiancée? Strangely, the bride-to-be was neither a daughter of another imperial clan nor a noble lady from a prominent faction, but rather an obscure girl named Mu Qingxue. Boom. As Li Xianer's words fell, a tempestuous aura erupted from Yiming, causing the entire city to tremble violently. Qingxue, betrothed, Chu Linxian. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth, rendering the 3 women pale with fear. Daoist friend Yu. When is the date of his ascension? Yiming's voice was as cold as ice. Given Mu Qingxue's feelings for him, he understood that this was not a matter of her own volition, but rather the coercion of the Chu clan. To dare to force his woman, such audacity from the Chu clan, was unforgivable. In 1 month, Li Xianer quickly responded. The aura emanating from Yiming was overwhelmingly fearsome. She felt as though she might be crushed into mere pulp under its weight. A month later, upon hearing this, Yiming's expression softened slightly. If it were merely a matter of days, his terrifying presence would be insurmountable. However, with a month at his disposal, he felt a sense of reprieve. He then reined in his energy, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the 3 women. Are you all right, my friend? One inquired. I am fine. You should rest here and depart only when dawn breaks, Yiming replied, nodding before vanishing into thin air. A few moments later, he found himself outside the city. Drawing forth the Doomsday Spear, he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the Headless Knights. The formidable power surged from him relentlessly. He needed to vent his frustration, otherwise, he feared the consequences. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of assaults erupted, and the unfortunate Headless Knights, unable to withstand such terrifying onslaughts, burst apart. Strangely, though, these Headless Knights bled no blood. In the instant of their explosion, they disintegrated into fine ash, scattered across the heavens and the earth. Qingxue, wait for me. No matter what, I shall bring you back. Chapter 89. The Talented Ones of Central State. Sister He. Within the city, a woman gazed in astonishment towards the direction outside its walls, unable to restrain her words. She was fully aware that the earth-shattering battle was instigated by Yiming. To be honest, she was exceedingly curious about the relationship between this individual and the woman known as Mu Qingxue. Why did the news of her provoke such a monumental reaction? It seemed that the Chu clan's ambition to smoothly position Chu Linxian as the emperor's son would not be so straightforward after all, Li Xianer remarked. Sister, what do you mean? He is indeed a formidable person. Upon finishing her words, she glanced towards the outside, and a subtle smile of delight appeared at the corners of her mouth. The night swiftly passed, and throughout it, Yi Ming was relentless. The number of headless knights perished by his hand was unfathomable. As dawn broke, he soared into the sky, his figure captured against the backdrop of the heavens. This time, Yi Ming pushed his speed to its utmost limit, resembling a bolt of lightning, startlingly swift. Finally, under such velocity, he arrived at a convergence of several major regions by nightfall, Jiang City. Here, Yi Ming encountered a multitude of individuals, predominantly youthful men and women. The prowess of these individuals was terrifying, with numerous experts at the god concealment realm among them. Are these the formidable youths of Central State? Yi Ming murmured. He could not deny that Central State truly deserved its title as the sacred land of martial arts in the world, among the younger generation. It was far beyond comparison with other regions. For instance, in Eastern State, a god concealment expert could reign as a dominant force. Yet here they were merely part of the youth. However, he paid little heed to these individuals. His sole desire was to depart swiftly towards Central State. Yet, while he sought to avoid conflict, some were determined not to let him pass. A mere ant of the harmonization realm dares to venture here? A sarcastic voice echoed. Several figures approached, led by a man with a scarred face. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd turned their gazes towards him. It was Wang Liang of the Heavenly Blade sect. This young man was in for trouble. Alas, Wang Liang delighted in tormenting those like him, low in cultivation, alone, and rather handsome. The Heavenly Blade sect was a formidable force in Central State. One hoped this lad would refrain from folly. Whispers of speculation arose, further inflating the arrogance of the scar-faced man. Kid, upon seeing Lord Wang, why don't you kneel and surrender all your possessions? If I'm in a good mood, I might let you off easy, otherwise. Crack. Before Wang Liang could finish his sentence, a flash of brilliance appeared. Suddenly, he looked at his neck in disbelief. A chilling sensation washing over him. You. Thud. In an instant, the head fell from his body, leaving the entire assembly in utter shock. Everyone was astounded. They had not anticipated that Yi Ming would act with such decisiveness. You. How dare you kill Brother Wang? You shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. Another man from the Heavenly Blade sect bellowed furiously. Is that so? Yi Ming replied coldly, casting a glance at him before seizing him by the throat. Let me go? The man gasped. Let you go? Crack. Another sound echoed as the man was obliterated in an instant. At that moment, Yi Ming was already troubled by matters concerning Mu Qingxue. As these individuals brazenly approached their own demise, he certainly would not show them leniency. All of you, together. Kill him. How dare he provoke my Heavenly Blade sect? He seeks death. In an uproar, the others from the Heavenly Blade sect shouted in unison, charging towards Yi Ming. One could not deny that their strength was formidable, with two among them being experts of the divine concealment realm. Though merely at the first level, they had nonetheless taken that pivotal step. However, Yi Ming merely shook his head in disdain. You wish to kill me? You are far too weak. Boom. With those words, Yi Ming clapped his right hand, and a colossal palm descended from the heavens, resembling an ancient titan, the great wilderness palm. Bang! As the palm struck, the very fabric of reality shattered. The members of the Heavenly Blade sect did not even have time to scream before being obliterated within the imprint of the palm. Gasp! In an instant, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. They're dead, all of them dead. He has actually annihilated everyone from the Heavenly Blade sect. This has stirred up a hornet's nest. Wang Liang's cousin, the most talented disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect, was none other than Ho Kun, who was also on the path to the emperor and would undoubtedly seek retribution. This was bound to become quite the spectacle. Yi Ming paid no heed to their exclamations. Regardless of who it was, anyone daring to harbor murderous intent against him was destined for death. What does it matter if it's the Heavenly Blade sect? Even if more terrifying figures come, so what? He then took a bold step, intending to depart. However, at that moment, several figures approached, obstructing his path. Fellow Taoist, you think you can simply walk away after committing murder? Spoke a middle-aged man, around 30, with an incredibly grim expression. It was clear he was displeased with Yi Ming's actions. Why would I care? Yi Ming replied with a cold laugh. How audacious! Who do you think you are to speak to us, Brother Chu, in such a manner? Shouted one of the men beside the middle-aged man, his anger palpable. The characteristics of a sycophant were on full display. Is that Chu Fong? What is he doing here? He is a member of the Chu imperial clan. Shouldn't he have already ventured deep into the path of the emperor? The fate of the youth is sealed. Chu Feng has always been exceedingly domineering, particularly intolerant of anyone who outshines him. The moment this individual annihilated all members of the Tiandao sect, it became inevitable that he would not be allowed to depart unscathed. The Chu clan, after all, stands as one of the most preeminent forces in the Central Plains. We should hasten our departure. Should we become collateral damage, it would spell trouble. Are you a member of the Chu clan? Yi Ming asked coldly. Humph, it is good that you know. Young Master Chu is a prodigy of the Chu clan. If you are wise, kneel before him and kowtow a few times. Perhaps, in a moment of good humor, he may spare you. Boom. No sooner had the lackey finished speaking than an overwhelming aura erupted from Yi Ming. In an instant, he lunged at Chu Feng, delivering a crushing kick. Arrogant. Chu Feng's countenance darkened in fury. He swiftly drew a golden longsword and aimed a strike at Yi Ming. How dare you act so recklessly in my presence? You seek death. Is that so? Yi Ming, undeterred, pressed down with his foot, resulting in a shocking turn of events. Chu Feng, along with his sword, was obliterated beneath his foot, crimson blood splattering the ground. What? You actually dared to kill young Master Chu. You are doomed. Doomed. Yi Ming scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully. He then raised his hand once more, and all of Chu Feng's lackeys were annihilated in an instant. Chapter 90. The Emergence of the Secret Realm. Alas, how astonishing this is. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left utterly astounded. If Yi Ming's previous act of slaying members of the Tian Dao sect had evoked shock, the current moment instilled sheer terror. The Chu Imperial Clan, an entity that stands at the pinnacle of Zhongzhou. He actually, unconsciously, the crowd distanced themselves from Yi Ming, fearing that a careless misstep on his part might lead to their own demise. What a dreadful fate that would be. The prodigies of Zhongzhou? Merely that. Observing the faces around him, Yi Ming disdainfully shook his head and then strode away into the distance, soon vanishing from their sight. A change was imminent. As they watched his departing figure, a tall, slender man cried out in horror. Having offended both the Tian Dao sect and the Chu Imperial Clan, one could only imagine the terrifying retribution that awaited him from these two formidable forces. In the Imperial Road, within a vast city. How dare someone kill my cousin? A young man clad in white, his expression somber, gazed intently at the letter in his hand. This man was Ho Kuan, the foremost prodigy of the Tian Dao sect. Accompanying him was a group of disciples from the sect, all equally incensed. They were well aware of the bond between Ho Kuan and Wang Liang. And now that Wang Liang had been slain, it was, "Senior brother, what should we do?" One of the men ventured to ask. "Humph, whoever dares to kill my cousin shall undoubtedly meet their end. But if we return now, all our previous efforts, humph, I cannot concern myself with that now. The Imperial Road can be traversed at any time, but the one who killed my cousin must not be spared." Ho Kuan snorted coldly and then took a decisive step forward, vanishing into the distance. The others, naturally, dared not voice any dissent and followed him back. Meanwhile, deep within a grand valley of the Imperial Road, a man clad in golden battle armor stood tall, brandishing a long spear. Surrounding him lay hundreds of massive ferocious beasts. All fallen. Chu Feng is dead, the man murmured softly, then glanced skyward. Buzz. Just then, a figure enveloped in flames emerged from the void. "Master, Chu Feng is dead. You must take action. Regardless, Chu Feng was one of our Chu Imperial Clan. Bring that person to me. I shall personally avenge our kin." Understood. Such scenes unfolded in various locations. The deaths of Chu Feng and Wang Liang ignited a fervor throughout the Imperial Road. Although the prowess and talent of these two were not remarkable, their identities commanded respect. Thus, unbeknownst to these events, Yi Ming had already arrived at the next city, Tianyang City. Here, much like the previous Jiayang City, a multitude of people has gathered, albeit their cultivation levels are considerably inferior to those encountered before. However, as Yi Ming proceeded, he discerned a peculiar phenomenon. The Imperial Road in Zhongzhou is remarkably safe. Throughout his journey, he encountered no real dangers, and even during the night, the eerie presence that had previously loomed was conspicuously absent. This left him in a state of profound perplexity. Could it be that such strangeness solely exists along the Imperial Road of the Eastern Continent? Logically, one would surmise that the prodigies of Zhongzhou, being far superior to those of the East, would render this place comparatively more perilous. Yet, it was him. Upon seeing Yi Ming's arrival, The countenances of the crowd were filled with astonishment. The news of Wang Liang and Chu Feng's demise had traveled throughout the imperial road. Thus they recognized Yi Ming at first glance. However, they were somewhat puzzled as to why he was retracing his steps. Should he not be advancing deeper into the imperial road? The imperial road is a path designed for the cultivation of the human race as prodigies. Although the deeper one ventures, the greater the dangers, it is equally true that opportunities abound. Why would these individuals enter the imperial road if not for this very purpose? Yet, it was evident that Yi Ming was heading back, which was decidedly abnormal. System, sign in. Yi Ming paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. He was not a mindless killer, striking down anyone in sight. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no desire to engage. Ding. Sign in successful. You have gained 1,000 years of cultivation. The system's voice echoed, filling Yi Ming with immense joy. 1,000 years of cultivation. Since he had last signed in at the Daiqian Empire and acquired cultivation, it had been some time until he was rewarded once more. Boom. With the arrival of 1,000 years of cultivation, Yi Ming felt a significant enhancement in his abilities. He then opened the system panel and was astonished to find that his cultivation had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the integration stage, with only a thin veil separating him from the divine concealment stage. The divine concealment stage? He would soon tread upon that realm once more. Throughout his rebirth, he had constantly yearned to restore his previous cultivation, and now, that goal was drawing ever closer. Contemplating this, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Achieving the divine concealment stage in his past life had been fraught with trials and tribulations, yet in this life, one could not help but marvel at the power of the system. Had it been an ordinary person, they might never reach such heights in their lifetime. After all, in terms of talent and other attributes, he could only be deemed average, especially by the standards of the Eastern continent, let alone in the land teeming with geniuses like Zhongzhou. Yet now, he possessed the means to compete with the prodigies of Zhongzhou. Here it comes, here it comes. Just as Yi Ming prepared to continue his journey, a voice suddenly rang from the heavens. A young man clad in green flew over, his face alight with excitement, as though he had laid eyes upon a treasured artifact. What is happening? What has appeared? In a secluded realm, a man urgently proclaimed that he had discovered a hidden sanctuary 3,000 miles beyond the city, seemingly untouched by human presence. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around him transformed into excitement. What was the purpose of entering the imperial path, if not to seek various opportunities? For years, the resources surrounding the imperial path had been thoroughly depleted by those who came before. To attain any fortune, one had to venture deeper into the imperial path. And now, the revelation of an untouched secret realm? Why hesitate? They must depart swiftly. Delay would mean missing out. Laughter erupted, a chorus of voices proclaiming it a divine blessing. In an instant, the inhabitants of the city ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. A secret realm? Observing the frenzy, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. He understood the concept of a secret realm. Typically, such discoveries were made discreetly, not announced with fanfare. Was it not akin to offering gifts to others? He doubted the sincerity of such an individual. Friend, why do you hesitate? The secret realm is about to open. It will soon be too late. At that moment, the young man approached Yi Ming, urging him to take action. Is that so? Yi Ming replied with a light chuckle, nodding in acknowledgement, before soaring into the air and disappearing from the spot. Chapter 91, Conspiracy? Indeed, the master was correct. Human nature is steeped in greed. Yet, the quest for the secret realm is not so easily attained. Observing the departing figure of Yi Ming, the young man wore a peculiar smile before soaring into the sky, heading towards another city. Shortly after his departure, Yi Ming reappeared. Master? Yi Ming furrowed his brow, confirming his suspicions. This individual harbored clandestine secrets. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate further. After all, there remained some time before the coronation ceremony of the Chu clan's royal heir. Moreover, he aspired to enhance his cultivation, for he was to confront an imperial clan. The true extent of the imperial clan's power was unknown to him. Yet one thing was evident. It was far beyond what he could currently contend with. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he must exert every effort to bolster his strength beforehand. Only then would he possess a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, he was determined to retrieve Mu Qingxue. Yi Ming's speed was remarkable. He traversed the 3,000 miles in a mere half hour. Upon his arrival, he found the area teeming with people, all gazing expectantly at a prominent location ahead. There, a massive whirlpool emanated an exceptionally pure aura of spiritual energy. What an intense fluctuation of spiritual energy, Ming murmured, noting that the energy radiating from this whirlpool was far richer than that found in the Tianyan mountain where the Wajidian resided. Logically, a secret realm of such magnitude could not have gone unnoticed for so many years. Thus, two possibilities emerged. First, this secret realm may have recently formed, suggesting it has just now aligned with this primary world. Secret realms are, in essence, miniature worlds. These realms drift through the void and, by chance, become attracted to the primary world, thereby establishing a passageway. Second, this may not be a secret realm at all, but rather a contrived illusion designed to lure individuals here for some undisclosed purpose. Ming leaned towards the latter hypothesis, especially given the strange behavior of the young man he had observed previously. Regardless of the scenario, one fact remained certain. Treasures were undoubtedly concealed within. As time elapsed, the number of visitors swelled. Observing the throng, Ming felt an ominous premonition wash over him, an unsettling yet palpable sensation. What could be the cause of this? Ming pondered. Among the crowd were numerous individuals from major forces in the central continent, including several scions of the imperial clan. Should any mishap occur, it would mean enmity with the entire central continent, a burden no individual or faction could bear. In that moment, Ming suddenly had a revelation. While humanity might hesitate, what of other beings? Eureka! Just then, a voice pierced through the crowd, and a dazzling light emanated from the vortex, revealing a void passage before the onlookers. As this passage materialized, the essence emanating from within grew ever more potent, transforming the surroundings into a veritable paradise. The excitement on the faces of the crowd was palpable. Treasures, without a doubt, lay within. Ha ha ha, these treasures are mine. Anyone who dares to contest me shall meet their doom. Charge! Clear the way. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, all rushing toward the void passage. In their haste, fierce battles erupted, and within moments, hundreds perished amidst the chaos. Yet, none paid heed to the loss of life. The allure of treasures overshadowed all else. Greed, indeed, is a formidable force, Ming sighed. Such is the nature of existence across any realm. However, a number of individuals, much like Ming, remained cautious, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. They opted to observe before acting. This is all mine. Ha ha ha, I shall prosper. At that moment, a cacophony of ecstatic voices erupted, and vivid images materialized in the void. These depicted those who had entered earlier. Some had acquired exceedingly rare treasures, while others had obtained formidable weapons. There were even those who had secured treasures that were virtually unseen in the outside world. The expressions of these individuals were filled with exhilaration, and notably, they had encountered no mishaps. This sight compelled many more to rush inside, unable to resist the temptation of the treasures. Yet, Ming remained steadfast, sensing an underlying strangeness to it all, as if someone were deliberately luring them in. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed from above. Hundreds of figures clad in black soared through the air, led by the very youth who had previously conveyed the message. His face was alight with madness, astonished that so many still lingered outside. Casting a glance at Ming and the others, he sneered. Soon, the black-clad figures dispersed, encircling Ming and his companions. What do you intend to do? Someone stammered. What do you think? The young man retorted with disdain. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the black-clad figures began to form intricate gestures, and suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from the vortex, unleashing a terrifying suction. Immediately thereafter, dozens of figures were drawn in without a moment's hesitation. Upon witnessing this, the others realized the gravity of the situation and hastily launched their attacks in a desperate bid for escape. However, how could those clad in black allow them to flee? As the hand seals they wielded multiplied, the gravitational pull from the void passage intensified. Soon, apart from a select few, including Ming, who managed to withstand it, the rest were drawn into the abyss. Who on earth are you? Inquired a man clad in bronze armor, his expression grim. Who am I? I am merely the one tasked with escorting you on your final journey. Aren't you afraid of the retaliation from the various factions? Soon, there will be no place for you in the entirety of Zhongzhou. Retaliation? Ha ha. The young man erupted into laughter, then derisively remarked, What of Zhongzhou? Once our master is resurrected, the entirety of Zhongzhou will merely become ours to command. With that, he waved his hand, and a golden jade slip appeared within his grasp. Boom! With a forceful squeeze, the jade slip shattered, transforming into streams of radiant light that melded into the void passage. Instantly, the pull grew even more terrifying. In that moment, even Yi Ming was engulfed by the passage, vanishing from sight. A horde of insignificant creatures, to become the sustenance for our master, is indeed your honor. Chapter 92, The Terrifying Truth. Cold, ruthless, and horrifying. This was Yi Ming's first impression upon entering the secret realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness amidst a mountain of shadows. Here, the air was thick with demonic energy, and eerie laughter echoed continuously. In that moment, he felt as though he had entered the realm of demons. Is this truly what the secret realm holds? Yi Ming furrowed his brow as he looked around. Where was the abundant spiritual energy? Where were the rare treasures? Apart from the suffocating demonic aura, there was not a single trace of life. It was indeed the doing of the demon clan. He had speculated as much earlier, which was why he had hesitated to enter. He had not anticipated that the young man would possess such abilities to draw him indirectly. That had caught him off guard. Cackling. A chilling voice pierced the air, and from the ground not far away, a mass of black mist erupted. Soon after, an oddly shaped creature emerged, with a beak-like mouth and monkey-like features. It sported a pair of bat-like wings. Ah, humans are truly delectable, the bizarre figure said, licking its lips, remnants of human blood lingering on its sharp teeth. The ecstatic rapture on its face resembled that of one who had savored the finest delicacies of the world. Demons. Yi Ming's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the demonic presence emanating from this being. Oh, another human prodigy. Impressive. To have reached such heights at such a young age. Your blood must be even more delectable. It continued, a cruel smirk spreading across its face. However, I believe those wings on your back would be quite tasty if roasted. Humph, you know not your fate. Today, I shall demonstrate my might. The peculiar youth scoffed, and with a swift motion, a pitch-black greatsword materialized in his hand. As he swung the blade, the world around them darkened, an overwhelming and violent aura surging towards Yi Ming. Human, surrender your flesh and blood. Boom. With those words, the strange man swung his greatsword towards Yi Ming. The terrifying force caused the ground to tremble violently. A god concealment realm expert? Yi Ming shook his head disdainfully. This demon was indeed formidable, far stronger than the one he had encountered in the Shura realm. However, Yi Ming was no longer the same person he had been then. He clasped his hands together, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from the sky, revealing a Buddha towering 100 feet tall. Bang! The radiance of the Buddha illuminated the surroundings, and a colossal palm descended upon the demon, akin to an apocalyptic force. The unfortunate demon did not even have the chance to advance before being struck down into the depths of the earth. How is this possible? The demon's expression was one of sheer horror. He had never imagined Yi Ming could possess such overwhelming strength. To be aware that I am a formidable being of the divine concealment realm, while Yi Ming is merely at the integration stage. Nothing is impossible. Yi Ming let out a cold chuckle, and with a swift movement of his hand, he seized the demon man and pulled him closer. Tell me, what is the meaning of all this? The reason he refrained from killing him was precisely for this inquiry. He sought to uncover the truth of the matter. Humph. Dreaming of extracting information from me? The demon man scoffed, a sense of defiance enveloping him. Oh, do you believe that your silence will shield you from my knowledge? Upon finishing his words, a peculiar light suddenly erupted from Yi Ming's eyes. The radiance surged forth, penetrating the demon man's mind in an instant. Immediately, the demon man began to scream in agony. You dare to probe my soul. You realize this too late. The soul-searching technique was a secret art he had acquired during his time in the Azura realm, unlike the reverse dragon steps which enhanced his combat prowess. This technique allowed him to delve into the souls of others, extracting the contents of their minds. Of course, this method was extraordinarily domineering, yet it bore significant risks. Those whose souls were searched would suffer from severe disorientation, potentially resulting in cognitive impairment or even death. Furthermore, this technique had considerable limitations. It could only be employed against those with weaker soul power. Should he encounter someone with a stronger soul, he would face backlash. This was precisely why Yi Ming had refrained from using it until now. However, He could no longer afford to hesitate. As a stream of information flooded in, Yi Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. The 9 underworld demon sovereign seeks to absorb souls and is on the verge of resurrection. This was the knowledge he had gleaned from his search. In simple terms, it referred to a powerful demon known as the 9 underworld demon sovereign, who had been sealed away by others in a small world a millennium ago. After a millennium, he awakened and, through great divine powers, transported that small world here to absorb human souls for his revival. Everything unfolding now was orchestrated by him. 9 underworld demon sovereign, the sovereign of the nether. Yi Ming murmured, recalling his previous encounter with a demon known as the nether demon sovereign in the bloodthirsty pavilion. Now confronted with the emergence of another titled the 9 underworld demon sovereign. Judging by their names, their status seemed quite significant. Furthermore, from the memories of the demon man, it was revealed that many more powerful demons were concealed here. They harvested the flesh of humanity, offering their souls to the 9 underworld demon sovereign. Prior to this, dozens had already fallen victim to his hands. Sighing inwardly, Yi Ming lamented. It was evident that many of those who had entered before him had met their demise. To be honest, he felt little concern for their fates. After all, he is no saint. The lives of others hold no significance for him. With the demise of these individuals, the strength of the demonic beings and that of the 9 nether demon sovereign will only escalate. In such a scenario, his desire to escape will become increasingly arduous. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated as the demonic man could not endure Yi Ming's soul search and disintegrated into a shower of blood and flesh. Yi Ming sighed once more, as he had hoped to uncover a means of leaving this place through that individual. Alas, subsequently, Yi Ming soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. No, please don't kill me. I am a member of the Xianyuan Imperial clan. If you slay me, the clan will not let you go. The cries of despair echoed around him as he advanced. These were the unfortunate souls who had previously entered the secret realm, now tragically reduced to fodder for the demonic horde. This stark reality compelled Yi Ming to reflect on the fragility of humanity. Perhaps outside, they were renowned prodigies, but here, they were utterly powerless. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening. The paramount concern remained finding an exit, and the overwhelming number of formidable demons made any attempt at rescue utterly futile. Minutes later, he arrived at a vast valley. Within it, he witnessed dozens of demonic beings voraciously devouring human flesh. To his astonishment, some appeared to be willingly throwing themselves into the fray. Chapter 93, You Shall Perish. With the arrival of Yi Ming, dozens of formidable demons swiftly surrounded him. A human genius, how delightful! One demon exclaimed with evident glee, while others exhibited expressions of insatiable greed, akin to that of gluttons beholding an exquisite delicacy. They yearned to rend Yi Ming apart and consume him whole. Contrarily, Yi Ming's demeanor was frigid, especially upon witnessing the human remains strewn across the ground, reduced to mere remnants. An inferno of rage ignited within him, despite his inclination to remain indifferent to the plight of others. He found himself unable to turn a blind eye to the horrific scene before him. The reason lay in his own humanity. Regardless of internal conflicts or differences, when faced with external threats, humans instinctively unite. Perhaps this is an indelible memory etched within the very fabric of human nature. You shall perish, Yi Ming bellowed, and with a swift motion, the doomsday spear materialized in his grasp. Huh, the lowly human dares to resist? Mocked a demon with 3 heads, erupting into laughter before launching a devastating punch at Yi Ming. The sheer power of the demon was terrifying. The force of his strike caused the very air to tremble. Yet, just as the demon kin anticipated Yi Ming's inevitable demise, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Ming thrust the crimson spear, piercing through the demoness fist and driving straight into his heart. Boom! With a powerful shake, the blood spear erupted in a dazzling crimson radiance, disintegrating the demon into mere fragments. What? The demons were left stupefied. They had not anticipated Yi Ming's strength to be so formidable, dispatching his foe with a single blow. Was this truly the same human they had deemed mere fodder? How dare the despicable human slay one of our holy kin? He seeks his own doom. In unison, the remaining demons roared and charged at Yi Ming. However, Yi Ming was not one to remain passive. In a flash, he moved, spear in hand, to engage them. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle erupted, Earth-shattering roars resounded throughout the valley. In a mere hour, the once vibrant landscape had been transformed into a desolate wasteland. At the conclusion of the fierce confrontation, Ming stood amidst the void, drenched in blood, surrounded by the shattered remains of the demon warriors. The valley was drenched in a horrific crimson hue, a testament to the carnage that had unfolded. Sighing as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of his fellow humans, Ming gripped the spear tightly and struck the ground with a resolute force. A vast chasm emerged, and he promptly buried the lifeless bodies of those unfortunate souls. This was the only act of compassion he could extend to them. Following this, he soared into the sky, propelling himself forward once more. However, the scenes he beheld next ignited a deeper fury within him. On the ground, countless humans were being captured by the formidable forces of the demon race, resembling helpless chicks ensnared in a trap. The inevitable fate awaiting them was grim. They were to be devoured, meeting a tragic end. Observing the vacant expressions of death upon their faces, coupled with their desperate cries as they approached the brink of demise, Ming felt a surge of rage. Since his arrival in this place, his primary desire had been to escape swiftly, indifferent to the fates of others. Yet now he sensed a call to action. Please, don't come closer. No, I beg you, spare me. At that moment, a voice filled with terror arose from the ground. There, a man and a woman, drenched in blood, leaned against a massive stone, surrounded by 8 ravenous demons, their eyes gleaming with greed. Humans are truly delectable, cackled one of the demons. That woman is mine. I shall begrudgingly feast upon the man. Ha ha ha. The pleas of the two individuals fell on deaf ears to the demons. Humans were mere sustenance, akin to how humans regard chickens and ducks. Who would spare a thought for their plight? Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the sky, followed by the appearance of a blood-red spear that pierced through 5 of the demons, pinning them firmly against the stone. Who dares to attack the sacred ones of my clan? Roared one furious demon. You shall all perish. With a resounding crack, another figure emerged before the group. It was Ming. His expression was as frigid as ice, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. You dare to harm humans. Before the demon could finish his sentence, Ming stomped his right foot down, shattering the air and obliterating the remaining demons with a single decisive blow. He had no desire to waste words on such heartless fiends. Thank you, noble friend, for saving us. The two individuals felt a momentary relief, hastening to express their gratitude. It's nothing. Are you both unharmed? Ming waved dismissively. Upon hearing his words, their expressions dimmed. They had hoped to obtain a precious treasure, only to find themselves in this dire situation. Now, the talk of treasures seemed futile. Their very lives hung in the balance. Sighing deeply, Ming understood the gravity of the situation they faced. Although it is possible to save them now, they must rely on themselves thereafter. He does not possess the confidence to leave this place, let alone to take them with him. Can we accompany you? They inquired. You wish to follow me? Ming shook his head. If he himself lacked assurance, how could he possibly lead them? The current situation is precarious, as you are well aware. Exercise caution. With that, Ming soared into the sky, continuing his flight forward, while the faces of the two individuals turned pale once more. How shall we escape? In the sky? As Ming flew, he pondered. He had previously employed the soul search technique to probe the souls of several powerful demons. Yet he had found no viable means of escape. From their memories, it was evident that none had ever left this place. It seemed that only the 9 underworld demon sovereign possessed the ability to do so. Must I truly seek the 9 underworld demon sovereign? Ming furrowed his brow. To be honest, he had no desire to pursue that course unless absolutely necessary. For who could fathom the capabilities of one entitled as a demon sovereign? Just as with the previous underworld sovereign. However, if he refrained from seeking him, where else could he possibly search for an exit? Chapter 94. The Demon Sovereign of the Abyss. Ha! In the depths of the secret realm, a voice resonated throughout, echoing with a manic laughter that struck terror into the hearts of all. 3,000 years, 3,000 years. Li Tai, what does it matter that you sealed me away for 3 millennia? Today, I have emerged. Buzz. As the voice reverberated, a colossal shadow of a demon, towering 1,000 feet high, materialized in the sky. The aura of this demon was overwhelmingly terrifying. The moment it appeared, the entire secret realm trembled violently, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Come, all shall become my sustenance. Boom. The earth shuddered as ethereal souls, seemingly summoned by an unseen force, began to converge towards the gigantic demon shadow. These souls belonged to the humans who had previously entered the secret realm, yet it was evident that they had long since perished. Not even their souls could escape. What a horrifying presence. On the ground, Yi Ming's expression was grave. The might of this demon shadow was far beyond anything he could withstand. He sensed that the demonic energy had reached at least the Great Ascension realm, if not the Celestial Ascension. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the most formidable aura he had encountered in 2 lifetimes. Even the master of Jiangmingxue paled in comparison. A wave of anxiety washed over him. If such a powerful being were to break free, the consequences were unfathomable. Ha ha! The terrifying laughter continued to echo, causing the entire secret realm to erupt into chaos. Cries of agony rang out as the demon clan's warriors ruthlessly slaughtered the humans, using their souls to aid the demon sovereign of the abyss in its escape. Not enough, not enough. Kill. Eliminate all humans. Kill. Screams of despair, defiance, and rage reverberated throughout the secret realm. In their desperation to escape, the demon clan had descended into complete madness. This only deepened Yi Ming's concerns. With so many demon warriors present, if they were to discover him, it would spell disaster. Even with his unparalleled combat prowess, facing such overwhelming numbers left him with no chance of victory. Resolutely, he ceased his hesitation and soared towards the source of the voice. To escape, he must confront the demon sovereign of the abyss. While it had yet to fully revive, he still had a slender thread of hope. If he waited until it was fully restored, he would be doomed. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of slicing air pierced through as 3 demon warriors detected his presence and charged towards him. Get back! Yi Ming bellowed, flipping his right hand to summon the Doomsday Spear, launching it directly at the trio of demon warriors. At this moment, he was unconcerned about whether he would be exposed. His sole desire was to leave this place. He aimed to journey to Zhongzhou to meet Mu Qingxue. Suddenly, a blood spear soared through the air, unleashing an unparalleled aura, instantly piercing through the 3 powerful demons, leaving them utterly lifeless. However, there was not a trace of joy upon Yi Ming's face, for an increasing number of demon warriors emerged. These individuals, seemingly possessed, charged at him with ferocity. Their numbers were overwhelming, densely packed, rivaling even the previous encounter in that angelic realm. Despicable humans, you dare to slay my holy kin? Prepare to meet your end. Yi Ming scoffed coldly. With a forceful stamp of his right foot, a silver dragon manifested. It roared mightily, its colossal form relentlessly attacking the surrounding demon warriors. Die, Om, Ma, and I Padme. Hum. The Buddha's palm. Slaughter, madness, and bloodshed ensued. In that moment, Yi Ming had succumbed to complete frenzy, his spear dancing wildly as terrifying figures of Buddha materialized around him. The momentum surged to a peak. In an instant, the demon warriors fell from the sky like dumplings, one after another. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Ming executed the heavenly dragon 9 steps, swiftly retreating into the distance. Kill him. Do not let him escape. This vile human dares to slay our holy warriors. Today, he shall suffer a fate worse than death. Roars of fury erupted as the vast demon army surged towards Yi Ming, their terrifying presence threatening to obliterate the very world itself. However, Yi Ming paid them no heed. He had pushed his speed to its limits, moving as if he could teleport, soaring forward. Yet, as he drew closer to the 9 underworld demon lord, a grave expression settled on his face. The aura of the 9 underworld demon lord was overwhelmingly fearsome. Even Yi Ming felt a choking sensation. And with the passage of time, that aura only grew stronger. Faster, faster, even faster. Finally, Yi Ming erupted with full force, his speed surging once more. In an astonishing turn, he managed to outpace numerous demon warriors, inciting their furious cries. Human? At that moment, the colossal shadow of a demon in the sky detected Yi Ming's presence. With a soft murmur, it raised a massive hand to strike. The enormous palm print seemed intent on reducing Yi Ming to mere fragments. Break for me. With a thunderous shout, Yi Ming summoned 3 towering figures behind him, one blue, one black, and one golden, each corresponding to the formidable powers of Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic arts. With the emergence of these 3 giants, the very heavens and earth began to tremble violently. 3. The simultaneous cultivation of 3 distinct arts? How could this be possible? An astonished voice resonated through the sky. It belonged to the figure of the 9 underworld demon lord. He could hardly fathom that Yi Ming was adept in 3 different disciplines. Even with his countless years of existence, he had never encountered such an individual. How could this be? Human race, perish before me. As the words fell, the 9 underworld demon lords struck down once more with a mighty palm, fully aware of the terrifying potential possessed by one who could master 3 arts. Should this individual rise to prominence, the entire demon race would be in peril. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Yi Ming, ensuring he would not escape this place. Humph, do you think it is so easy to kill me? With a fierce roar, Yi Ming executed the reverse dragon 7 steps, causing his aura to surge exponentially, while the 3 colossal figures behind him began to merge slowly. After 30 seconds, a brand new giant emerged, a being with 3 eyes, 1 azure, 1 ebony, and 1 golden. 3 supreme powers manifested within a single body. At that moment, Yi Ming underwent a transformation as well. A 3rd eye appeared on his forehead, enveloping him in an aura of dread. Kill, kill, kill. All must die. Chapter 95, Crisis. Ah! A pained cry escaped from Yi Ming's lips, as he felt as though his body were on the brink of explosion. The sensation was excruciating, compelling him to howl in agony. Strangely, however, with the intensification of this torment, he sensed a gradual enhancement of his corporeal strength. What could be the cause of this? Yi Ming pondered. Such a phenomenon had not manifested during his time among the angelic clan, yet now. Humph, mere trickery. A disdainful snort echoed through the air, as a colossal hand re-emerged from the heavens. This hand was far more terrifying than the previous one. Beneath its shadow, Yi Ming felt like an insignificant ant. The fate of the human ant is to meet its demise. Boom. The giant hand descended, akin to divine retribution. In that moment, Yi Ming was overwhelmed by a desire for liberation. Little monk, greetings. I am Mu Qinxue, delighted to make your acquaintance. At that instant, a gentle voice erupted within his heart. Instantly, his previously dazed gaze regained its resolute clarity. How could he perish without rescuing his beloved? To live anew only to die in vain was utterly unacceptable. My fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Why should destiny be imposed upon me? Buzz. As roars of defiance erupted from the depths of Yi Ming's soul, the heavens trembled. The giant behind him seemed to sense his unwillingness, unleashing a roar that resonated through the cosmos, emanating an aura capable of subduing the very fabric of existence. Boom! With a thunderous clap of its hands, the giant obliterated the descending colossal hand above. The violent shockwave of the explosion surged outward, claiming the lives of countless demonic beings. Even the immense form of the 9 nether demon lords staggered back several paces before managing to stabilize itself. No, it cannot be. How could you possess such terrifying power? The voice of the 9 nether demon lord echoed. His own attack had been thwarted by a mere human? How could this be? Yet, the reality was undeniable. So formidable. Feeling the power he had just unleashed, Yi Ming could not help but marvel, though he remained unaware of the exact nature of the occurrence. It seemed to herald a positive turn of events. Kill him. Spare no effort in his destruction. Roar. As the command rang out from all directions, innumerable demonic warriors surged forth. They swarmed like locusts, an utterly terrifying sight. Humph, you think it's so easy to slay me? Observing the mass of demonic forces, Yi Ming let out a cold huff, and his murderous intent erupted fully. Grasping the doomsday celestial spear, he charged forth once more. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and the void swayed. At this moment, the entire secret realm seemed on the verge of collapse. Countless powerful demons plummeted from the sky as if they were mere dumplings. Kill him, kill him. Ah, unforgivable, kill. Let them all perish. In this instance, Yi Ming unleashed all his might, employing every means at his disposal. His thoughts had shifted from merely escaping this place to vanquishing these demons. Impossible. How could you be so powerful? As one demon after another fell to the ground, fear finally gripped the hearts of their kin. A devil. He is a devil. No, spare me, please. How can a mere human, akin to an insignificant ant, possess such strength? Humph, a devil? Yi Ming scoffed disdainfully. He had slaughtered the human race as if they were mere insects, even consuming their flesh and drinking their blood, yet now they dared to label him a devil? What of it, if I become a devil? Enough. Finally, A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, and the massive shadow of a demon suddenly opened its eyes. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, the very essence of the nine-nether demon lord. Human race, you have incited my wrath. Ha ha ha, incited your wrath. What of it? Yi Ming laughed heartily, realizing that the nine-nether demon lord seemed to be under some constraint, unable to unleash his full power. This was indeed fortuitous news for him. Human, you are far too arrogant. Is that so? Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned to the nine-nether demon lord, saying, If you wish to kill me, then come forth. In the face of our clan's enmity, words are futile. Only strength matters. This transcends mere right and wrong. It is a matter of the opposition between two great races. In this realm, there is no right or wrong, only strength and weakness. Arrogant fool, do you truly believe I cannot kill you? The nine-nether demon lord roared, and the colossal shadow lunged at Yi Ming with a crushing stomp. The force of this attack was overwhelming, leaving even Yi Ming feeling breathless. However, he would not sit idly by. With a fierce roar, he charged forward, his massive silhouette surging alongside him. Kill! Explosions echoed through the air as their battle erupted, causing the very heavens and earth to fracture. Ha ha! Is this the extent of your power? Yi Ming laughed once more, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his fighting spirit surged with even greater intensity. Subsequently, Yi Ming charged forward relentlessly, like a moth drawn to the flame, undeterred by being struck down, rising again to fight. He fought on, growing ever bolder. Oh! The nine-nether demon lord let out a thunderous roar, astonished that Yi Ming could withstand his relentless assaults without succumbing. You shall perish. Boom. Buzzing. At that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously above. The very fabric of space began to tremble violently, and two colossal hands emerged within the realm. How formidable! Upon witnessing these gigantic appendages, Yi Ming could not help but furrow his brow. The sheer force was overwhelming, revealing the demon lord's true fury. Yet, at this juncture, further words were futile. All that remained was to muster every ounce of strength to resist. The human race is destined to die? A furious bellow resounded once more, as the enormous hands descended like titanic pillars, and in that instant, Yi Ming felt as if his very being was on the brink of collapse. The power was insurmountable. This strike was beyond anything he believed he could withstand. The intensity surpassed even the pinnacle of his previous life. Splurt! A mouthful of crimson blood erupted from Yi Ming's lips, propelling him backward. Moreover, the colossal hand showed no intention of relenting, descending upon him once again. Was this truly how it would end? Chapter 96. Li Tai Bai. Has it come to an end? Yi Ming sighed inwardly. At this moment, the onslaught unleashed by the nine-nether demon lord was overwhelmingly powerful, and with his current strength, he was utterly incapable of resisting it. Qing Shui, I am sorry. I may once again let you down. Alas! Just then, a sigh resonated through the heavens and the earth, followed by the appearance of a figure clad in white. He resembled a celestial being, his attire as pure as snow, exuding an ethereal quality akin to a transcendent immortal from the heavens above, evoking a sense of inadequacy in those who beheld him. Break! The man uttered a soft command, and in an instant, an extraordinarily terrifying aura surged forth from his hand. In that moment, the colossal palm that seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of reality gradually dissipated like spring snow. What manner of technique is this? Yi Ming gasped in astonishment. Such a fearsome force simply vanished before his eyes. Li Tai Bai, a figure brimming with hatred, erupted into the cosmos, emerging from the immense shadow of the demon. An aged man, cloaked in darkness, glared fiercely at the figure above. His expression unmistakably conveyed profound enmity towards the man in white. Juin, it has been a long time, Li Tai Bai spoke in a calm tone. You suppressed me for 3,000 years, yet today I can still emerge. The hatred I bear shall be repaid in kind to your Li clan. The nine-nether demon lord's voice was chillingly cold. Alas! At that moment, Li Tai Bai sighed once more. He clapped his hands, and an overwhelming multitude of terrifying sword glimmers manifested in the sky. These sword lights were so formidable they seemed capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. The extermination sword formation. When did you? The nine-nether demon lord's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Li Tai Bai possessed such a trump card. Juin, I do not wish to kill you, but for the sake of my own ambitions, I must proceed thus. Li Taibai declared. Descend. Boom. A cacophony of sounds resonated as countless sharp swords cascaded from the heavens. The sheer might of the onslaught rendered the 9 nether demon lord's expression one of utter dread. Ah! A furious roar escaped his lips as he moved, summoning a colossal blade measuring 3,000 meters in length. To think you could kill me is no simple task. Boom. With a single swing, the heavens trembled. The terrifying blade light clashed with the sword glimmers in the air, causing the entire secret realm to commence its collapse under the weight of their confrontation. Is this the battle of superlative powers? Observing such a cataclysmic clash, Yi Ming was left astounded. It was his first experience witnessing a conflict of this caliber, and frankly, it far exceeded his expectations. Simultaneously, it awakened a realization within him. Despite having been reborn and aided by a system that rapidly enhanced his strength, he understood that there are always greater heights beyond the mountains. And within the realm of the strong, there exist even stronger beings. He was not invincible. No, no, no. At that moment, a terrified scream echoed, and the 9 nether demon sovereign plummeted from the heavens like a kite severed from its string. Behind him, countless sword lights surged forth, eager to obliterate him. 9 nether. Accept your fate, Li Taibai bellowed, waving his right hand. A long sword, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, coalesced in the air, and with a swift thrust, it shot forth, aimed directly at the heart of the 9 nether demon sovereign. Li Taibai. In this moment of peril, the 9 nether demon sovereign roared in fury, his gaze shifting to Yi Ming beside him, his eyes gleaming with a mad light. Li Taibai, one day, my holy clan shall rise again, and that will herald the end of your human race. With that, his body suddenly erupted with a resounding blast, revealing a crimson heart that surged forth with terrifying speed towards Yi Ming. What? The heart's velocity was astonishing. Yi Ming barely had time to react before it collided with him. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear, yet the heart evaded his strike as if teleporting, crashing into his body before vanishing. Boom. The moment the heart entered his being, Yi Ming felt an overwhelming, terrifying aura explode within him. Simultaneously, an unusual sensation washed over him. Kill, kill, kill. The 9 nether grand technique? At that moment, Li Taibai had also reached Yi Ming's side, his expression grave. What is the 9 nether grand technique? Yi Ming asked with great difficulty, feeling his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. The sensation was unbearable. The 9 nether grand technique is the unique secret art of the 9 nether demon sovereign, capable of transferring one's power to another, while simultaneously obliterating that individual's consciousness, transforming them into a mere killing machine. Li Taibai sighed, astonished by the demon sovereign's decisiveness. Though the 9 nether grand technique could seize control of a person, it also meant the wielder's own demise, a desperate gamble. A killing machine. Yi Ming's complexion paled dramatically as he sensed his consciousness slipping away, a surge of murderous intent erupting within him. This feeling was reminiscent of his previous life, when he was ensnared by demonic powers and transformed into a creature of slaughter. Suddenly, a thought struck Yi Ming. If he had been able to exert control in his past life, perhaps he could do so now. He hastily seated himself, hands weaving intricate seals of an unusual nature. These were the techniques imparted by Jiang Mingshua's master, Yi Kong. Buzz. As the seals manifested, Yi Ming felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his consciousness, instantly bringing clarity. It works. Yi Ming rejoiced internally, hastily continuing to form the seals. Meanwhile, Li Taibai watched in utter astonishment. What kind of sorcery is this? How astonishing it is. Even he was taken aback, believing that the 9 underworld's great technique was insurmountable. He had contemplated that for the sake of the human race, he would have to eliminate Yi Ming. Yet unexpectedly, a smile crept upon his lips. Truly, he is an individual of great fortune. Our encounter is indeed fated, so allow me to lend you a hand. From here on, the extent of your journey shall depend solely on your own efforts. With that, he extended 2 fingers and pointed toward Yi Ming's brow. Instantly, an extraordinarily terrifying sword intent surged into Yi Ming's forehead. As this sword intent continued to permeate, Yi Ming felt the sensations within his sea of consciousness dissipating at an accelerated pace. After a full 2 hours, the negative feelings instilled in him by the demon lord of 9 underworlds had almost entirely vanished. Slowly, Yi Ming opened his eyes. Senior. He reverently bowed before Li Taibai. whose form had now become ethereal. He was aware that this person had aided him, otherwise he might have. No matter. Li Taibai waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Your talent surpasses my expectations, and you are indeed a person of great fortune. My assistance to you is therefore warranted." Warranted? Yi Ming shook his head, pondering the notion of obligation. There exists no such thing as should or should not. One repays kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. This has been his guiding principle throughout his life. Chapter 97. Just you? Well, let's set that aside for now. My body cannot endure much longer. And there are a few words you must remember. Li Taibai's expression turned solemn. Please, Senior, offer your guidance. First, although you can suppress the 9 nether techniques of the 9 nether, do not let your guard down. Understood. However, you need not worry excessively. With your technique and my assistance, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should encounter no issues. Second, I perceive a profound obsession within you. You are not from the central continent. Are you? I hail from the eastern continent. Eastern continent? Upon hearing this, Li Taibai's face displayed immense surprise. Senior, is there a problem with the eastern continent? Yi Ming inquired, puzzled. Alas, I never anticipated that after all these years, he would ultimately be able to let go. Li Taibai sighed, which further astonished Yi Ming. Is he, the esteemed elder of the Ji clan? Previously, he had heard Fa Jing mention that the entrance to the eastern continent was opened by an elder of the Ji clan, and it seemed that. You will learn of this matter in due course. However, the fact that he has taken notice of you is a testament to your character. I shall say no more. I hope you will diligently cultivate in the future, for time is running short for our human race. With that, Li Taibai waved his hand, and an ethereal passageway appeared. Thank you, Senior. I shall repay your kindness in the future. Yi Ming respectfully bowed, and then stepped forward, soaring towards the passage. Alas, I hope you do not follow in his footsteps. Li Taibai sighed as he watched Yi Ming's vanishing figure. Outside the secret realm, hundreds of figures clad in black gazed eagerly at the location of the secret realm. He has emerged, he has emerged. A voice rang out, belonging to the young man who had deceived everyone into coming here. Subsequently, all knelt in reverence, as if welcoming a master. However, at that moment, a figure stepped out from the secret realm. It was Yi Ming. It's you? The young man was taken aback at the sight of Yi Ming. He had not anticipated that Yi Ming would emerge. How could this be possible? Humph. In response, Yi Ming snorted coldly and then clapped his right hand. Instantly, a colossal palm, measuring over 3,000 zhong, manifested. Boom. The giant palm, imbued with unmatched might, descended directly. This strike was terrifying. The black-clad individuals did not even utter a cry before being reduced to fragments. Although the young man survived, he was left drenched in his own blood from the impact. Impossible. How? How could you have become this strong? Observing this scene, Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback. He then opened his system panel and discovered that his cultivation had indeed reached the first layer of divine concealment. He had unexpectedly broken through the divine concealment realm. Yi Ming was taken aback, but soon came to terms with the situation, realizing it was likely due to the connection between the 9 underworld demon lord and Li Taibai. Unexpectedly, this calamity had turned into a blessing. With a swift motion, he seized the young man, bringing him into his grasp. What do you intend to do? The young man exclaimed, his face pale with terror. What do you think? Yi Ming scoffed. Although he understood that the demise of those individuals within the secret realm stemmed primarily from their own avarice, this man was equally beyond redemption. You cannot kill me. If you do, my master will not spare you. Master? With a sudden exertion of his right hand, Yi Ming crushed the young man effortlessly. While he was not a paragon of virtue, he nonetheless recognized the appropriate choices to make in the face of humanity's greater good. Serving the demon race and betraying one's kin would only lead to a dead end. A fierce wind swept through, carrying a strong scent of blood that permeated the air. Sighing inwardly, Yi Ming reflected on the overwhelming victories he had encountered in the eastern continent, which had caused him to lose a sense of caution. He had believed that with the memories of his past life and the aid of the system, he could command everything. However, the departure of Mu Qingxue and the trials faced on the imperial path made him realize that he was merely an ordinary person, with a long journey still ahead. Nevertheless, this realization was preferable to making a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Yet, the deaths of so many would undoubtedly provoke significant upheaval. He could only wonder what would transpire next, hoping it would not hinder his efforts to bring back Mu Qingxue. With another sigh, Yi Ming ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Shortly after his departure, several figures appeared in the heavens, led by a young man clad in silver battle armor. Witnessing the corpses strewn across the ground, his expression darkened considerably. What on earth transpired here? There is a trace of demonic energy. Could it be, my lord? The aura of that individual is heading eastward. Should we? A young boy began. Could it be that he is responsible for all these deaths? The young man murmured before commanding, You two relay this information, while the rest of you continue to pursue me. With that, he soared into the sky, following the direction Yi Ming had taken. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Ming was already at his utmost speed, unwilling to linger any longer. He intended to head to the central continent to devise a strategy for retrieving Mu Qingxue. His adversary this time was the Chu imperial clan, necessitating meticulous planning. Time passed slowly, and finally, after a day's journey, he arrived at the entrance to the central continent's imperial path. However, just as he was about to depart, several figures obstructed his way. Who are you? Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly and inquired. Who are you? A young man scoffed and replied, You killed my cousin, yet you dare ask who I am? Cousin? Are you Hokuin? Yi Ming retorted, Humph, at least you are perceptive. Today, my mood is rather pleasant. If you kneel and bow 3 times, I may grant you a swift demise. With a cold snort, Hokuin deemed the situation trivial, considering the multitude surrounding him. To him, a mere first-level practitioner from the divine concealment realm was easily subdued. Is that so? Yi Ming chuckled disdainfully. Though he abhorred taking lives, he felt compelled to accommodate those who sought their own demise. In an instant, he unleashed an overwhelming aura. With a swift motion, he seemed to teleport directly in front of Hokuin and seized him by the neck. Kneel and bow 3 times, and I may grant you a swift end. You. This left Hokuin utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated such speed from this individual, and yet, you seek death, just based on your abilities? Chapter 98, Arrival at Zhongzhou. Crack. With a forceful grip, a sharp sound resonated from Hokuin's neck. In that instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that Yi Ming's hand was akin to a vice, rendering his struggles utterly futile. How could this be? He had presumed that Yi Ming merely possessed slightly superior strength. After all, those who had embarked on the imperial path were already deep within its depths. How could one remain here? Yet now who exactly are you? Are you afraid? Yi Ming scoffed disdainfully. He tightened his grip once more, and in an instant, Hokuin was crushed. Vivid crimson blood rained from the heavens, a sight both horrific and awe-inspiring. You actually killed senior brother Ho. I, from the Heavenly Blade sect. Will not let you go. The others cried out in terror. Is that so? Then annihilating your Heavenly Blade sect would be quite the endeavor, he retorted. With decisive swiftness, the remaining members of the sect fell lifeless to the ground. Yi Ming felt no compassion for their demise. If one seeks to take my life, then I shall respond in kind. There is nothing more to discuss. Clang. At that moment, the sound of a gunshot echoed from behind him, followed by a silver-armored man charging forth with a spear. The speed of this attack was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before Yi Ming. However, Yi Ming merely smirked and stomped his foot upon the ground. Instantly, a tempestuous aura erupted from him, engulfing the entire realm. The silver-armored man was sent flying backward, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of disbelief. How could you? Umph. Have you finally been unable to contain yourself? Yi Ming coldly scoffed. He had long sensed someone trailing him, yet they had refrained from striking. You knew all along that I did you think you were concealed well? As his words fell, Yi Ming took another decisive step, and the silver-armored man was forcefully propelled into the ground beneath his foot. His chest was crushed, and blood flowed freely, as if it were a mere currency. What? The others were struck with horror at this sight. They were acutely aware of the silver-armored man's prowess. Even the most gifted of the imperial lineage could scarcely compare. Yet, they had not anticipated such an outcome. You must be members of the Chu imperial clan, Yi Ming stated coldly. To kill is one thing, but you have slain a member of the Chu imperial clan. They shall not forgive you. Is that so? Then all the better. Boom. With a single punch, the silver-armored man was obliterated. Yi Ming's palm descended once more, and the remaining individuals followed suit. I shall not spare the Chu imperial clan either, he declared, gazing at the lifeless forms on the ground. With a cold snort, he swiftly moved towards the exit of the imperial path in Zhongzhou. Buzz. After a whirlwind of chaos, Yiming opened his eyes, only to discover that he had inexplicably found himself atop a colossal mountain peak. This mountain was so immense that its summit was beyond sight. Even the renowned Tianyun Mountain, claimed to be the tallest in Zhongzhou, could not compare. Here, he was enveloped by an extraordinarily rich aura of spiritual energy, akin to being submerged in an ocean of vitality. Is this Zhongzhou? I have finally arrived. Gazing at the breathtaking scene before him, Yiming couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. After enduring countless dangers, he had at last reached this destination. Qingxue, wait for me. I shall seek you out shortly. With that, he swiftly moved towards the foot of the mountain. At that very moment, within a grand palace in Zhongzhou, an elderly man clad in white suddenly opened his eyes. What is happening? Why do I sense a disquieting feeling? He murmured softly. Just moments ago, an inexplicable unease had gripped his heart, as if something of great significance were unfolding. This sensation was peculiar, yet undeniably real. Having cultivated to such a level, he understood that such feelings do not arise without reason. Something monumental must be on the horizon. Come forth, the elder commanded with authority. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s entered the chamber. Old ancestor, the man said respectfully. Has anything transpired recently? The elder inquired with a serious expression. Anything? The man hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. Everything remains as it has always been. As it has always been. The elder shook his head in disbelief. This feeling could not simply materialize out of thin air, yet he was at a loss for the cause. What news from Lin Xian? Lin Xian is nearly prepared. However what? The girl brought from Dongzhou is reacting exceedingly fiercely. She refuses to yield, even unto death. Old ancestor, should we? A mere ant should consider it an honor to contribute to the rise of our clan. The elder snorted coldly and continued, You shall handle this matter. Ensure that nothing goes awry. Do you understand? Yes, old ancestor. Very well, you may leave. Upon dismissing the middle-aged man, the elder furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the void. What on earth is about to transpire? Meanwhile, in a modest chamber within the palace, a young woman in white sat pale-faced among an array of various spiritual elixirs. This was Mu Qingxue. In that moment, despair consumed her heart, and the voice that had lingered in her mind for so long echoed, Yiming, I am sorry. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence, and a young man dressed in purple robes entered the room. Foolish woman, do you still think he will come to your rescue? The man scoffed coldly. Mu Qingxue remained silent, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her garment, her expression resolute. Witnessing this scene, the young man's anger intensified. What is there to miss about a mere ant? What do I lack compared to him? He is nothing but a useless wretch who cannot even protect his own woman. Do not speak of him in such a manner, Mu Qingxue exclaimed, her voice rising. He is the finest person in this world, one whom you shall never surpass. Enough, the young man bellowed. I advise you to refrain from foolish actions. Otherwise, not only will he suffer, but the entire Great Chu Empire will face annihilation. You. Mu Qingxue's face flushed with rage, unable to fathom that her kin would treat her this way. After all these years, she had longed for her return to the imperial lineage. This revelation left her shattered. The young man sneered and then strode out of the room, leaving Mu Qingxue alone within its confines. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, rendering her a picture of desolation. Yiming, I miss you so much. Chapter 99. The Sacred Land of Yaoqi in the Central Continent. The Sacred Land of Yaoqi stands as one of the paramount forces, radiating unparalleled prosperity. A multitude of cultivators soar through the skies, accompanied by the melodious cries of celestial cranes. The air is thick with rich spiritual energy, enveloping the realm in a picturesque scene of verdant mountains and flowing waters, with wisps of smoke curling gracefully. It resembles a paradise on earth. At this moment, at the entrance of the sacred land of Yaoqi, a strikingly handsome young man appeared. He is Yiming. After departing from the entrance of the imperial path, he took 3 days to finally arrive here. Is this truly the sacred land of Yaoqi? As he gazed upon the captivating landscape before him, Yiming murmured to himself, his expression brimming with excitement. According to Yi Kong, the cultivation method of the Nine sacred body contained techniques suitable for Mu Qingxue. Who dares to intrude upon my sacred land of Yaoqi? At that instant, a commanding voice echoed, and 3 figures soared towards him from a distance. Among them was a familiar face to Yi Ming, Li Xianer, the one he had rescued previously on the imperial path. "It's you." Upon recognizing Yi Ming, Li Xianer was taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering him here. "Junior Sister Li, do you know him?" inquired one of the men beside her, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Yes, I owe him a great debt of gratitude from our encounter on the imperial path. Or else I might have." Li Xianer nodded, then approached Yi Ming with a beaming smile, expressing, "Thank you so much for your help before, but I must mention your circumstances." Yi Ming, intrigued by her interest, particularly during his battle with the Headless Knights, replied, "It was nothing. It was merely my duty." He had not foreseen this reunion. "Oh, by the way, what brings you here?" Li Xianer asked again. "I have certain matters to attend to. I wish to enter the sacred land of Yaoqi," Yi Ming stated candidly. His aim to acquire the cultivation techniques of the Nine-Yin sacred body necessitated his entrance. "Is that so?" Li Xianer glanced at him curiously, a smile gracing her lips. "Follow me, then." "Junior Sister," the man beside her interjected, visibly displeased. "He is my friend. I will take full responsibility for everything," Li Xianer declared, grasping Yi Ming's hand and leading him inside without hesitation. Yi Ming, not wishing to create any conflict with the sacred land, complied willingly. "Humph." Watching their departing figures, the man scoffed, his expression one of irritation before he too took flight. As they journeyed onward, Yi Ming beheld countless wonders he had never encountered before, akin to Lu Lao wandering through a grand estate, utterly astonished. This spectacle elicited an internal reprimand from the man beside them, who silently cursed the rustic simplicity of Yi Ming. Li Xianer was filled with joy, her face radiant with smiles as she explained various matters to him, resembling a couple in love, which only served to intensify the man's ire. After a prolonged 20 minutes, Yi Ming and his companions arrived at a luxurious villa. "Junior Sister Li." Just as Li Xianer was about to lead Yi Ming inside, the man could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Brother Ma?" "Junior Sister Li, this is your villa. Do you truly intend to bring him in?" he said resentfully. This courtyard was a place he had longed to enter in his dreams, but each time he was met with rejection from Li Xianer. To his astonishment, today was different. "He is my friend. It is my prerogative to decide who enters," Li Xianer replied, her brow furrowing. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Ming felt utterly speechless. It was evident to him that there was a complicated relationship between the two. In simple terms, the man harbored affections for Li Xianer, yet she felt no reciprocation. Consequently, he was consumed by jealousy at her apparent ease with Yi Ming. Frankly, Yi Ming felt no affection for Li Xianer. His heart belonged solely to one person, Mu Qingxue. No one else could occupy that space, not even Jiang Mengxue from the past. However, he felt it inappropriate to voice his sentiments at this moment. He then silently invoked the system to sign in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Obtained holy water. Holy water? Yi Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. It was evidently not a cultivation technique, although he understood that the items gained through sign-in were likely of considerable value. His singular desire was for the cultivation method of the Nine-Yin sacred body. He opened the system panel and found a wooden barrel in his inventory, filled with a crystal-clear liquid. "Is this the holy water?" Yi Ming murmured, yet he refrained from taking it out immediately and closed the system panel. Meanwhile, the man glared at him with palpable malice. "Li Xianer, are you truly determined to proceed in this manner? What do you mean by this?" "Humph. I suspect he is a spy sent by another faction. For the safety of our Yaoqi sacred land, I intend to capture him and present him to the elders for judgment. Do you dare?" "Why would I not dare?" With that, the man unleashed a palm strike towards Yi Ming. However, just as Yi Ming prepared to retaliate, Li Xianer stepped protectively in front of him, effortlessly slicing through the man's strike with her sword. "You!" The man's fury intensified. "Ma-ao, he is my friend, if you dare to harm him." "Do not blame me for being ungracious," Li Xianer declared, her expression darkening. Fine. Li Xianer, just you wait." Ma-ao huffed angrily before storming off. Judging by his demeanor, this matter was unlikely to be resolved easily. Yi Ming, for his part, wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. He never anticipated that he would inadvertently offend this individual, yet he remained unperturbed. Should this person truly prove to be unruly, he would not hesitate to take action. After all, he was not one to be easily bullied. "Miss Li, I apologize, It's nothing. That's just how he is, really." Li Xianer shook her head, and then led Yi Ming further inside. As they entered the inner courtyard, a waft of fragrance greeted them. Within the yard, enormous spiritual stones were scattered about, and at the center of these stones lay a small-scale formation, a spirit-gathering array. Yi Ming's eyes brightened. He was well aware of this formation. Simply put, it is an array capable of concentrating spiritual energy, allowing for accelerated cultivation within its bounds. Such a formation was within his capabilities to set up, albeit he lacked an adequate supply of spiritual stones. Earlier, on the path of the emperor, he had been fortunate to receive assistance from a nobleman. However, since that encounter had been quite hurried, he was still unaware of the nobleman's name. Yi Ming. Yi Ming? Li Xianer regarded him thoughtfully, then nodded and said, a name befitting the person. Might I inquire if there is any way in which I can be of assistance to you? Chapter 100. The Sacred Art of Nine Yin. Does it assist? Yi Ming discreetly observed Li Xianer before speaking. To be frank, my purpose here is to acquire knowledge regarding the cultivation technique of the Nine Yin sacred body. He had no understanding of the Yaoqi sacred land, let alone the location of the technique. Rather than wandering aimlessly, it would be prudent to seek assistance from this individual. Of course, this approach carries inherent risks. Should this person choose to betray him, he would inevitably face the wrath of the Yaoqi sacred land. Thus, he was gambling once more, betting on the trustworthiness of this person. The cultivation technique of the Nine Yin sacred body? Li Xianer gazed at Yi Ming in astonishment. Recalling the inquiries he had made earlier on the imperial path regarding the Yaoqi saintess, she then articulated, you must be here for Mu Qingxue of the Chu clan, correct? She was not Na'vi. It was evident that Yi Ming's earlier question about whether the Yaoqi saintess was the Nine Yin sacred body, coupled with his interest in Mu Qingxue, led to this conclusion. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, revealing the truth, for he understood that concealing such matters was futile. Any discerning individual could uncover the truth with a little investigation. Is that so? Li Xianer nodded and then inquired, may I ask about your relationship with her? She is my beloved. Upon hearing this, a pang of disappointment swept through Li Xianer. It appeared that Yi Ming already had a cherished one in his heart. However, she couldn't help but feel envious of the unseen Mu Qingxue. Here was a man who, for the sake of his beloved, had traversed great distances from the eastern continent to this Yaoqi sacred land, undeterred by peril. Such devotion. Miss Li, are you aware? Yi Ming asked with anticipation. Indeed, our Yaoqi sacred land possesses a cultivation technique known as the Nine Yin sacred art, a method practiced by our esteemed ancestor in years gone by. However, throughout the years, aside from the saintess, no one has known its whereabouts. Moreover, given the passage of time, it remains uncertain whether the technique still exists. Hence, the Nine Yin sacred art? Yi Ming murmured to himself, finding solace in the mere presence of hope. Yi Ming, I understand your feelings, but the Yaoqi sacred land is not like any other place. If you recklessly seek the saintess, it may lead to dire consequences, Li Xianer warned gravely. The Yaoqi saintess is the most revered figure within the sacred land. Should Yi Ming offend her, there would be no recourse for either of them. Thank you for your concern, but I must obtain that cultivation technique. Yi Ming comprehended Li Xianer's apprehensions, as he had long been mentally prepared. After all, this technique was cultivated by the first Yaoqi saintess, and its preciousness was beyond imagination. Were he a resident of the Yaoqi sacred land, he too would be reluctant to share such wisdom. Yet, for the sake of Mu Qingxue, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Having spoken, he turned to leave, unwilling to further involve Li Xianer. His own matters should be shouldered alone. Yi Ming. At that moment, Li Xianer suddenly called out, is there anything else? Yi Ming, do not act impulsively. Perhaps there is someone who can assist you. Hearing this, Yi Ming momentarily paused, then inquired, who? Our Yaoqi saintess, Luo Shui. She might know the whereabouts of that technique. Please wait here for me. I shall return shortly, Li Xianer urged anxiously. She truly did not wish for Yi Ming to offend the Yaoqi sacred land. Luo Shui? Yi Ming pondered for a moment. Indeed, as the successor to the next Yaoqi saint mother, it was plausible she could possess such knowledge. Yet, he could not fathom why she would aid him. Yi Ming, wait for me. I will seek her out now. Does that work for you? Well, all right then. Thank you. With that, Li Xianer soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Ming sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, she had indeed treated him well, and he resolved to repay her kindness should the opportunity arise. One must repay favors with gratitude and vengeance with vengeance. This was his nature and his guiding principle. Hurry, hurry, hurry. At that moment, an urgent voice echoed, and several figures shot down from the heavens, among them the previously encountered Ma Ao. They quickly surrounded Yi Ming without uttering a word. Brother Ouyang, it's him, Ma Ao declared, pointing at Yi Ming, his eyes gleaming with pride. His expression seemed to convey, you dare compete with me for a woman. You are quite foolish. You have quite the audacity. Daring to provoke someone from the Yaoqi sacred land? Scoffed a man beside Ma Ao, casting a glance at Yi Ming. I have no intention of harming anyone. You may leave, Yi Ming replied calmly. What? The man's face turned crimson with rage. No intention of harming? You clearly do not regard me at all. This cannot stand. Indeed, you are quite arrogant. Do you know who I am? Your identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you do not provoke me, or you shall surely regret it. Arrogant. At that moment, Ma Ao shouted, then spoke. Boy, standing before you is Ouyang Hao, the unparalleled prodigy of the Yaoqi sacred land. What are you to speak to Brother Ouyang in such a manner? You must have a death wish. Indeed, boy, it would be wise to kneel before me. I might spare your life if you do, otherwise boom. Before Ouyang Hao could finish his sentence, Yi Ming suddenly moved, appearing before him as if by teleportation. With a swift motion, he grasped Ouyang Hao by the throat. Unparalleled prodigy? Is this all you have? You. At this moment, Ouyang Hao's expression grew increasingly furious. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not free himself from Yi Ming's grasp. Let go of me. Let go? You cannot even escape from one of my hands, and you dare to call yourself a prodigy? Is this the caliber of the disciples from the Yaoqi sacred land? Ouyang Hao felt a surge of indignation. He regarded himself as a distinguished young genius, believing his strength to be among the finest of his peers, yet now. Release senior brother Ouyang, or you shall not leave the Yaoqi sacred land today. Ma Ao bellowed, his heart racing with fear. He too had not anticipated Yi Ming's strength to be so formidable. This, Yi Ming scoffed, and then, as though tossing aside a mere chick, he hurled Ouyang Hao away. Seize him. How dare you harm others in my Yaoqi sacred land? Such audacity. All of you attack together. I had no intention of causing harm, but if you seek a beating, then I shall oblige. Chapter 101. The Garment of the Luo River Buzz. As Yi Ming's words fell, he once again stamped his right foot. Instantly, colossal dragons materialized beneath him. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the expressions of several individuals from the Yaoqi sacred ground changed dramatically. You, how could you possibly? Ma Ao's face turned ashen. Playing tricks. Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe he can handle us all. Ouyang Hao snorted coldly, then rose to charge directly at Yi Ming. Upon witnessing his assault, the others naturally did not remain idle, launching their own attacks at that very moment. Boom. It must be said that these individuals possessed considerable strength. However, regrettably, they faced Yi Ming. Is this all the power you possess? Yi Ming scoffed, then waved his right hand, sending forth several dragons that surged forth with an invincible demeanor. Bang, bang, bang. As the dragons soared out, the members of the Yaoqi sacred ground were all struck down to the ground, their anguished cries echoing. The commotion drew the attention of others, and soon, more individuals began to converge towards the scene. Is that senior brother Ma Ao? And senior brother Ouyang Hao? What happened? Why are they all lying on the ground? Who is this person, able to enter Sister Li's courtyard? This is a place that even senior brother Ma Ao has never visited. He is quite handsome, I can't help but. Kill him. Kill him. Seeing these individuals, Ouyang Hao's face flushed with rage as he shouted. This was Yaoqi sacred ground. As a prodigy of Yaoqi, how could he be humiliated by an outsider? How could he maintain his dignity? How would he continue to exist in Yaoqi after this? However, just as his words fell, Yi Ming suddenly flickered and appeared before him. Following that, with a single grasp of his right hand, he lifted Ouyang Hao effortlessly. The only reason I haven't killed you is due to Li Xiener. Do you truly believe I hesitate to end your life? Yi Ming's tone was chilling. Though he wished to avoid trouble, he was not afraid of it. If this person dared to persist, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. You. Hearing this, Ouyang Hao's face turned pale. He realized Yi Ming truly harbored murderous intent. If he continued to provoke him, he feared. What an arrogant brat, daring to be so insolent. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out. A white-clad man, bearing a long sword on his back, soared in from the distance. It is Senior Brother Dugu Kwang. He has returned from the Imperial Path. Senior Brother Dugu has arrived. This is excellent. This person dares to be so arrogant, showing utter disregard for our Yaoqi sacred ground. Let us take him down. Senior Brother Dugu, you must stand up for us. Boom. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Dugu Kwang landed firmly, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. You wish to interfere? Yi Ming asked coldly. Interfere? In my sacred Yaoqi, striking my disciples, you dare to speak of interference? Oh, is that so? Yet with your meager strength, you are no match for me. I advise you to retreat swiftly before my wrath is ignited, Yi Ming declared. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. But if one dares to provoke me, I shall respond with equal ferocity. Arrogant, Dugu Kwang bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was evident he regarded Yi Ming with utter disdain. Such insolence could not be tolerated. Halt! Just as Dugu Kwang was about to strike, a commanding voice rang out. From the heavens above, two figures descended with remarkable speed, one of whom was Li Xiener. Beside her stood a young woman clad in a flowing blue gown. Her beauty was striking, with curves that could incite wild admiration. Her presence exuded an elegance akin to orchids and a nobility reminiscent of roses. What a stunning individual! Yi Ming could not help but marvel inwardly. He had to concede that this woman surpassed all others he had encountered, even Zhang Mingxue and Li Xiener, in terms of beauty. However, despite her allure, his heart belonged solely to one, Mu Qingxue, the one he cherished eternally. No one else could occupy his heart. Lady Saint. Upon seeing the woman in blue, the disciples of Yaoqi knelt in reverence, calling out her title. Yi Ming was taken aback. She was indeed the saintess of Yaoqi, Luo Shui. Yi Ming, are you unharmed? Li Xiener rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. I'm fine. That's a relief. Allow me to introduce you. This is our saintess, Shui, and Yi Ming, whom I spoke of. Li Xiener facilitated the introductions, for which Yi Ming felt a deep sense of gratitude. Luo Shui appraised Yi Ming with keen interest before nodding approvingly. Indeed, quite commendable. She then turned her serious gaze to the others, inquiring, what transpired here? Lady Saint, you must take charge. This person is insufferably arrogant. Ma Ao lamented, his expression one of despair. Li Xiener's countenance darkened with anger. Although she was unaware of the full circumstances, she understood that these individuals had come for Yi Ming, and the entire conflict stemmed from her actions. After hearing Ma Ao's words, Luo Shui furrowed her brow slightly and stated, I comprehend the situation now. You all may return. I shall handle this matter appropriately. Lady Saint, he, however. Are you questioning my decision? No. It's just that I feel. Do not concern yourself with your feelings. I demand you to consider mine. You have 3 seconds to vacate my presence, or you shall bear the consequences. The pallor of Ma Ao's face was striking. He had not anticipated that the saint would defend Yi Ming. Yet, he found himself powerless in this situation. In terms of strength, he was no match for Luo Shui. Regarding status, the other party was the saintess of the Holy Land, destined to be its future ruler, while he was merely. With a heavy sigh, he vanished from sight. After his departure, the others also dispersed, though their hearts were filled with reluctance. They were well aware of the saintess's temperament. Incurring her wrath would undoubtedly jeopardize their standing within the Holy Land. Yi Ming, of course, refrained from voicing any objections. He followed Li Xiener and Luo Shui directly into the courtyard. Upon entering, Luo Shui raised her hand with a flourish. A silver veil enveloped the entire courtyard. You, strike at me. Chapter 102, The Confrontation. Upon hearing Luo Shui's words, Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by her unexpected request. Shui, how could you? Li Xiener also interjected, equally astonished that her dear sister would make such a proposition. As Xiener mentioned, you wish to learn about the 9 sacred art of our Yaoqi sacred land? Luo Shui inquired. Indeed, I implore you for assistance, and in due time. I shall repay your kindness. Repay? Luo Shui shook her head before continuing. We are adults. Such matters need not be reiterated. You must comprehend the significance of the 9 sacred art to our Yaoqi sacred land. If you desire my aid, you must demonstrate your worth, otherwise. Worth? Indeed, Xiener has informed me of your formidable strength. Strike against me, and should you defeat me, it will prove your eligibility for my assistance. If you cannot best me, I advise you to retreat. Very well. Yi Ming nodded. Acquiring the Nine sacred art was imperative. For the sake of Mu Qingxue, he was determined to succeed, regardless of the challenge. Wait. Just as Yi Ming prepared to make his move, Luo Shui called out, adding, "You are not permitted to employ any martial techniques." "What? Shui, are you not making this exceedingly difficult?" Li Xianer exclaimed urgently. She was well aware of Luo Shui's prowess. Although Yi Ming was indeed strong, how could he contend without utilizing martial skills? "This is my stipulation. If you lack the courage, I shall not press you." "Very well, as you wish." Yi Ming nodded. He was unconcerned about this demand, confident in his abilities. Among his peers, he had yet to encounter a true rival. Despite her strength, he felt a glimmer of hope. "You appear quite self-assured," Luo Shui observed with keen curiosity. "If one does not possess confidence in oneself, what can be achieved?" "All right, let us commence, but do exercise caution. I shall hold nothing back. Should you sustain injury, or worse, do not hold me accountable. No worries, strike as you wish." "Good." With that, Luo Shui waved her right hand, summoning a long sword radiating a cerulean hue. The Tian Shui's sword, Shui Yu. "Be careful." Boom. With the sword in hand, Luo Shui's aura surged to unprecedented heights. She then formed a seal with her left hand, causing an ethereal oceanic apparition to materialize in the sky above. Flash. As her voice rang out, the vast ocean transformed into an immense sword, hurtling directly towards Yi Ming. This strike was utterly terrifying. In that moment, Yi Ming felt as though the very heavens and earth were about to be cleaved asunder. Meanwhile, Li Xianer paled, retreating swiftly, fearful of being caught in the wake of such a cataclysmic assault. Indeed, she is the holy maiden of the Yao Pool sacred land. Her prowess is truly extraordinary. Yi Ming couldn't help but admire her strength. It must be said that her abilities are formidable. However, even so, he could not be swayed. With a firm grasp of his right hand, a colossal palm appeared in the sky, resembling a hand that could obscure the heavens, directly intercepting the enormous sword. Following this, he exerted a powerful grip. Boom! A deafening sound resonated across the heavens. The massive longsword instantly disintegrated into nothingness, dissipating between the realms of existence. What? Witnessing this scene, Luo Shui's expression shifted dramatically. Although she had heard from Li Xianer about Yi Ming's strength, she never anticipated it to reach such a level, crushing her sword with his bare hands. What kind of power is this? She swiftly formed hand seals once more, and the ocean in the sky began to transform, giving rise to a gigantic shark. Attack! With a single strike, the world fell into silence. The terrifying shark bore down on Yi Ming with an annihilating force, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Impressive, yet still insufficient. Yi Ming expressed his admiration, then reached out with his massive hand once more, and the gigantic shark, much like the previous sword, was instantly crushed. Boom! The terrifying shockwave sent Luo Shui staggering back several steps before she could regain her footing. "You! Be careful!" Just as Luo Shui prepared to launch a third attack, Yi Ming suddenly shouted. The colossal hand in the sky advanced towards her directly. Powerful, terrifying, invincible. This was the sensation coursing through Luo Shui's mind. At that moment, she felt as though the giant hand was akin to a divine presence, leaving her devoid of the courage to resist. "I concede." As the giant hand descended, Luo Shui spoke with a somber countenance. She glanced at Yi Ming, her heart filled with astonishment. She had encountered numerous young prodigies, even those unparalleled talents from the 8 great imperial clans. Yet none had ever evoked such a feeling in her. Yi Ming was the first. "Who exactly is he?" "Miss Luo, you have acknowledged your defeat," Yi Ming declared, retracting the gigantic hand from the heavens. "Your strength is indeed formidable, granting you the qualification to seek my assistance. However, to acquire the Nine sacred art, this alone is far from sufficient. What more is required? The Nine sacred art is the supreme technique of our Yao Pool sacred land. Although no Nine sacred bodies have emerged since our ancestor, our sacred land holds it in immense regard. It is not merely a technique, but a legacy." At this point in her discourse, Luo Shui's expression suddenly grew dim. As the holy maiden of the Yao Pool sacred land, she naturally wished for its continued glory. Yet, the current state of the sacred land was one of stagnation. Even she could not withstand a single move from Yi Ming. How could she ever contend with those unparalleled prodigies? In the days to come, the sacred land shall. Yiming nodded, grasping the meaning behind Luo Shui's words. Were he in her position, he would undoubtedly feel the same. However, such musings had become futile. To attain the Nine sacred art, I require you to agree to several conditions, Luo Shui stated once more. What conditions? Your desire for the Nine sacred art stems from your connection to Mu Shui, does it not? Indeed. The first condition is that after you rescue her, you must allow her to join my Yaoqi sacred land. The Nine sacred art is, after all, the hereditary technique of my Yaoqi sacred land. It cannot fall into the hands of others. Should she join our sect, I would not be violating the customs of the clan. Join the Yaoqi sacred land? Yiming's brow furrowed slightly. Frankly speaking, he had never contemplated such a notion. His sole intention was to bring Mu Qingxue back to the eastern continent. Anything beyond that. However, at this moment, I must seek her opinion. Very well. Luo Shui nodded. Then continued. The second request is that I hope you will lend us your assistance when my Yaoqi sacred land finds itself in peril in the future. Chapter 103. The Tower to Heaven. Certainly. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiming readily acquiesced to the second condition. To repay kindness with gratitude and vengeance with vengeance has always been his guiding principle. If he could indeed acquire the Nine sacred secret and resolve Mu Qingxue's Nine sacred body crisis, then offering assistance in return would be more than acceptable. Excellent. Luo Shui nodded in satisfaction and continued. As for the third condition, I have yet to conceive it. Just remember that you owe me a promise. I shall inform you when I think of it. Yiming was at a loss for words. Why do these people enjoy playing such games? First Fa Zheng and now Luo Shui. It seems they all share this penchant. All right. Yiming nodded, realizing that for the sake of the Nine sacred secret, he had no choice but to agree. With his agreement, a faint smile graced Luo Shui's lips as she spoke. The Nine sacred secret is kept in our sacred land's treasure pavilion, but it is guarded by formidable protectors, making it nearly impossible to approach. What shall we do? Li Xiener exclaimed anxiously. I am the saintess of Yaoqi and have the opportunity to enter the treasure pavilion once a month. This is our chance. I can bring you in, but we will have only 1 hour. Whether you can locate the Nine sacred secret within that time frame will depend entirely on your own abilities. 1 hour? Yiming murmured. Though fleeting, an hour is certainly better than having no opportunity at all. Very well, my thanks to you. Do not mention it. You deserve this. The entry into the treasure pavilion will occur 3 days from now, so take these 3 days to rest well here. I will handle the other matters, and no one will trouble you. Of course, with your strength, you likely have nothing to fear from them. With that, Luo Shui cast a knowing glance at Li Xiener, then soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Li Xiener, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Yiming. Well, Yiming, I must ask you to stay here with me for the next few days. It's my first time sharing a space with a man. To be honest, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her heart. Very well, I appreciate your hospitality. Miss Li, Yiming nodded, unfazed. 3 days are but a fleeting moment for a cultivator. Moreover, during this time, he could also check in here, hoping to acquire something valuable. After all, the sacred water he previously obtained was a rare treasure. You can simply call me Xiener, as Shui does. Referring to me as Miss Li seems a bit. Xiener? Yiming was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the rosy hue of Li Xiener's face, he quickly grasped the situation. It seemed this young lady had taken a liking to him. Regrettably, his heart belonged solely to Mu Qingxue, leaving no room for anyone else. Well, very well then. Hee. Upon hearing Yiming's consent, Li Xiener smiled with delight. Leading him inside, Yiming could only shake his head in resignation. In Zhongzhou, there stood the renowned Ascending Tower, a structure said to have originated from the celestial realm. A treasure of the immortals. Despite years of study, its true purpose remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, as time passed, the Ascending Tower evolved into a symbol of Zhongzhou, esteemed by its elite as the preferred venue for meetings. After all, the tower belonged to no particular faction and boasted unparalleled defenses, impervious even to the mightiest of ascendant beings. Today, in the chamber atop the Ascending Tower, dozens of figures were seated in succession. Among them were men and women, young and old, yet all exuded an aura of formidable power. They were the leaders of Zhongzhou's major factions, heads of the 8 great imperial clans, masters of supreme forces, saints, and palace lords. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that a mere stomp from any one of them could send tremors throughout Zhongzhou. However, despite their formidable presence, the expressions on their faces were grave. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" spoke a middle-aged man adorned with a golden dragon crown. His name was Jiang Tai-Su, the current patriarch of the Jiang clan. Recently, news had arrived from the imperial path of countless prodigies mysteriously vanishing. From the clan's life tokens, it was revealed that all of these individuals had perished, not 1 or 2, nor 100 or 200, but a staggering total of 100,800 souls. The simultaneous demise of so many prodigies ignited a firestorm throughout Zhongzhou. Thus, at Jiang Tai-Su's summons, the strongest figures from all the top factions had gathered. According to investigations, it appeared they had entered a secret realm where their deaths occurred, stated Li Xingqian, the patriarch of the Li clan. However, as he spoke, a flicker of inscrutable light passed through his eyes. A secret realm? Indeed. The investigations confirmed the involvement of such a realm, yet the events that transpired within remained unknown. Moreover, hundreds of corpses had been discovered outside the secret realm, all bearing the faint aura of the demonic clan. The mention of the demonic clan caused the countenances of the assembly to darken. The demonic clan, since time immemorial, had been the sworn enemy of humanity. If they were indeed responsible, it would explain the massacre. For even the most fearsome of beings could not annihilate everyone in a single stroke. Furthermore, those who perished were formidable prodigies from various factions, their strength not to be underestimated. Sigh, could they truly be making a resurgence? A voice of lament echoed through the chamber. The threat posed by the demon clan is well understood. Indeed, many among us participated in the war that transpired a millennium ago. The savagery of the demons remains vivid in our memories. After years of recovery, we remain uncertain about the extent of their regained strength. Should they descend upon us once more, the human race would find itself in peril. What is there to fear? 1,000 years ago, we triumphed over them, and we are equally capable now. A cold snort echoed through the air, emanating from an elderly man with white hair. He is none other than Chu Haoyang, the current patriarch of the Chu clan. Defeat them? Are you, the Chu clan, once again seeking to lurk in the shadows, reaping the benefits while others bear the brunt of the fight? A voice of disdain interrupted, belonging to Li Xingqian. What did you say? What did I say? Were it not for your clan's actions back then, my Li clan would not have suffered such grievous losses. It was only due to the sacrifice of the revered Tai-Bai ancestor that the 9 underworld demon sovereign was sealed at the cost of his life. Chapter 104, Journey to the Treasure Vault. Very well, it is now time to deliberate on how to confront the demonic clan, rather than allowing discord to fester among you. Jiang Tai-Shu admonished with a firm tone. Upon hearing this, both parties let out a cold snort, revealing the profound rift between their factions. Jiang Tai-Shu could not help but sigh at the situation. With the threat of the demonic clan looming, the internal strife within the human race was far from reassuring. By the way, I have heard reports of energy fluctuations emanating from the Eastern Continent's imperial path. At that moment, a voice emerged, drawing the attention of the assembly towards an elder clad in white. This man was Ji Tsong, the patriarch of the Ji imperial clan. The imperial path of the Eastern Continent had long been regarded as a taboo in the central region, as it was intricately tied to a singular figure, Ji Wudi, a paragon who once dominated an era, a formidable demon whose wrath nearly led to the devastation of the central region, and ultimately, a supreme being who salvaged countless lives of the human race. Ji Wudi, once the pride of the Ji clan and the brightest star of the central region, stood unparalleled among his peers, leaving others unable to lift their heads in his presence. Such a figure was expected to ascend to the highest realms, perhaps even shatter the confines of existence to become an immortal. However, in the end, he forsook everything for the sake of a woman. Tragically, that woman perished under mysterious circumstances, plunging Ji Wudi into madness. He returned to the central region, and that battle was one that caused the heavens to weep, staining the land with blood and unleashing a tempest. Yet, in the twilight of that conflict, he re-emerged, wielding unparalleled mastery to rescue countless lives of the human race. Public opinion regarding him diverges sharply. Some deem him an unparalleled demon, while others view him as a man driven to madness by love, a true embodiment of masculinity. He paid little heed to such judgments, and ultimately journey to the eastern continent, becoming a taboo figure even within the Ji clan, who preferred to speak little of him. The eastern continent's imperial path? Are you certain? Ji Chongkong, the leader of the Ji clan, inquired with a grave expression. While others may have merely heard tales of Ji Wudi's exploits, he had witnessed the terror of Ji Wudi firsthand. It is no exaggeration to assert that, even in the present day, amidst the emergence of formidable beings in the central region, he still does not believe anyone can withstand Ji Wudi. Ji Wudi, true to his name, was invincible throughout his life. I cannot be entirely certain, as this is merely hearsay. Is that so? The gravity of the situation deepened on the faces of the assembly. Although Ji Wudi had vanished for many years, no one knew whether he was truly alive or deceased. Should he indeed return, it would be a precarious circumstance. After all, Ji Wudi's temperament was not one easily fathomed by others. If he were to unleash another massacre akin to that of yesteryear, then, alas, what a tumultuous period this is. Jiang Taishu sighed, his expression darkening, mirroring the somber countenance of those around him. At present, the situation for humanity is far from favorable. There are lingering concerns. However, discussing other matters seems futile. We should first deliberate on how to confront the demonic race, for they remain our primary adversary. The demons have achieved much along the imperial path, undoubtedly aided by traitors among our own. Thus, it is imperative to identify these betrayers. Only then can we prevent future calamities. Subsequently, the assembly engaged in a spirited exchange of opinions. Yet, all present were individuals of extraordinary prowess, occupying esteemed positions. It was unlikely they would acquiesce to the directives of others. In a moment, the council found itself in a quandary, ultimately resolving to attend to their respective territories, leaving the rest to fate. The gathering concluded on a discontented note. Meanwhile, Yi Ming remained oblivious to these proceedings, still within the sacred realm of Yaoqi, patiently awaiting developments. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Jiang Ming had been sequestered in Li Xiener's chamber, immersed in cultivation. Unfortunately, the brevity of time yielded little advancement in his prowess. However, he did acquire numerous treasures, including the paramount techniques of Yaoqi and various elixirs. Regrettably, he had yet to obtain the coveted 9-in sacred decision, which left him somewhat despondent. It seemed his only recourse was to venture to the treasure vault. Yi Ming murmured a silent prayer. This was his final hope, and should he fail to secure it, he would be at a loss. On the 4th day, at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Yi Ming opened his eyes. Today marked the moment to enter the treasure vault. Luo Shui was punctual. She arrived just as he had roused. Her expression bore an unmistakable gravity. Although she was the saintess of Yaoqi, bringing an outsider into the treasure vault contravened sacred protocols. And if discovered, she could face dire repercussions. "Miss Luo," Yi Ming called out. Luo Shui nodded, then handed him a set of garments. "This is the attire of our disciples. Wear it. We must depart immediately, but remember, we have only 1 hour. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we must leave. Otherwise, even I cannot guarantee your safety." "Understood," Yi Ming replied readily, though his heart held a different sentiment. Regardless of the consequences, he was resolute in acquiring the 9-in sacred decision. He would go to any lengths for Mu Qingxue, his one true love. "Let us go." Once Yi Ming donned the attire, Luo Shui declared, and the two soared into the sky toward the treasure vault. They remained vigilant throughout their journey. Finally, half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the vault, where Yi Ming sensed at least 5 formidable presences nearby. The weakest of these auras have surpassed the 6th layer of the divine abode, and there are even supreme beings that exceed the divine abode realm. Truly, the sacred land of Yak has remarkable strength. Yi Ming sighed inwardly. "Saint Lady." At that moment, a voice resonated as an elderly man in a tattered robe approached. "Master Wu, is the Saint Lady intending to enter the treasure pavilion?" "Indeed, I kindly request your approval." "Master Wu, it is certainly not an issue for the Saint Lady to enter the treasure pavilion. However, this individual..." "Oh, he is the newly accepted disciple of my master. My master specifically instructed me to bring him along for a visit. Rest assured, Master Wu, I will ensure he behaves and will not cause you any inconvenience." "The new disciple of the Holy Mother?" Master Wu glanced at Yi Ming with curiosity, then spoke. "I was not aware of this. Master Wu, my master has only just accepted him. It hasn't been officially announced yet, so it is perfectly understandable that you are unaware." You see. With that, Luo Shui produced a golden token. Instantly, Master Wu's expression transformed to one of respect. Ah, it is the Holy Order. Then there should be no issue. You may enter, but only for 1 hour. Thank you, Master Wu. Chapter 105. The Incomplete Technique as Wu Lao departed. Luo Shui anxiously patted her chest. Thank you so much, Miss Luo. Yi Ming spoke, fully aware of the circumstances. The so-called Holy Order was likely pilfered by Luo Shui herself. If discovered, even her status as a saintess would not shield her from significant repercussions. They had only met once, yet she exhibited such courage. Don't worry, let's hurry inside, Luo Shui replied, waving her hand before dashing into the interior. The treasure pavilion? Observing the vast expanse of the pavilion, Yi Ming couldn't help but marvel before stepping inside. The treasure pavilion was immense, its boundaries obscured from view. Shelves lined the space, each displaying an array of items, secret realms, precious treasures, spiritual herbs, and magical artifacts, all of which were invaluable. It's quite challenging to locate the 9 sacred art within an hour, Luo Shui remarked solemnly. The sheer volume of items was overwhelming, and each was protected by formidable arrays. Finding the 9 sacred art in such a limited time frame seemed almost impossible. Regardless, we must find it. Yi Ming nodded, resolute, and proceeded forward without hesitation. He then unleashed his spiritual sense to commence the search, with Luo Shui assisting him. Heavenly Twin Fists, not it. Broken Moonblade, not it. Divine Wind Legs, not it. No, no, no. One item after another was examined by Yi Ming, yet none were the 9 sacred art. As time ticked away, his anxiety began to mount. This was his only opportunity. Failing to find it would surely offend the Yaoqi sacred land. Luo Shui and Li Xianer, truth be told, he wished to avoid causing a ruckus with Yaoqi unless absolutely necessary. Only 10 minutes left. Luo Shui exclaimed anxiously. She could remain here for only an hour. Exceeding that time risked exposure, which could lead to trouble if others became aware. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Yi Ming urged internally, fully unleashing his spiritual power. However, the expanse was vast, and the numerous prohibitions were beyond his immediate ability to decipher. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes time slipped away, and the hour was nearly up, yet the 9 sacred art remained elusive. Yi Ming, perhaps we should exit now and return to search again in a month, Luo Shui suggested. In a month? Yi Ming shook his head. In just over 10 days. It would be the time for the Chu clan to bestow the title of Imperial Son, and at that moment, Mu Qingxue would be offered as a furnace to Chu Linxian. He could not bear to be a mere spectator to such an event. Unless fate intervened, within a month, he would either be dead or branded as a fugitive by the Chu clan. At that time, it was uncertain whether he would ever return to the sacred Yao pool. Even if he could, he would not want to implicate it due to his own actions. After all, despite the Yao pool's strength, it was still no match for the Chu clan. Where could it possibly be? Where indeed? Yi Ming became frantic, his immense spiritual energy surging like a tempest, spreading throughout the entire room. In an instant, the treasures protected by defensive formations began to unveil themselves one by one. Yet, he still could not locate the 9 sacred art. Yi Ming, we don't have time. We must leave quickly. Luo Shui's anxious voice broke through. No, I refuse to accept this. I will not relent. Yi Ming shouted, his sanity slipping away. He had to acquire the 9 sacred art today, even if it meant forsaking Luo Shui and Li Xianer, even risking a fallout with the sacred Yao pool. Yi Ming, I am sorry. Yi Ming uttered an apology, his gaze sharpening as terrifying spiritual assaults erupted from his eyes. With this, the collapse of the defensive formations accelerated dramatically. Meanwhile, outside the treasure pavilion, Elder Wu's expression turned grave as he sensed the peculiar wave of energy. What is happening? At that moment, several sounds of air being sliced apart echoed. 3 elderly men, their hair a ghostly white, stepped forth from the void. What is it? It seems to emanate from the treasure pavilion, Elder Wu remarked, shaking his head. Treasure pavilion? Who is inside? It is the saintess, along with a young man, who claims to be the newly accepted disciple of the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother has taken on a disciple? The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the news of the Holy Mother's new apprentice. Let us investigate. The group proceeded towards the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Clang, clang, clang. Elder Wu gently knocked on the door and called inside. Saintess, the time has come. You must emerge. I have a matter to attend to. I will be out shortly. Inside the treasure pavilion, Luo Shui's face was etched with urgency as she discerned that Yi Ming had lost his mind. If others from the sacred grounds discovered this. Yi Ming, we are out of time. We must leave. Buzz. Just as she prepared to forcibly take Yi Ming away, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from a corner of the treasure pavilion. Following that, an ancient jade talisman appeared, inscribed with the gleaming characters, 9 Sacred Art. We found it. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Ming's expression transformed into one of sheer delight, and in an instant, he stepped forward to stand before the jade talisman. With a swift motion, he grasped the talisman firmly in his hand. However, as he probed with his consciousness, a wave of despondency washed over his countenance. This was indeed the 9 Sacred Art, an esoteric technique suited for the cultivation of the 9 sacred body, yet it was but a fragmented version. Fragmented. Yi Ming's face turned ashen. After enduring great toil to journey from the distant eastern continent, he discovered Yi Ming. What troubles you? The technique is incomplete. What? Luo Shui's face reflected profound astonishment. She had never encountered this technique before and thus remained oblivious to its intricacies. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of disappointment herself. From Yi Ming's previous demeanor, it was evident how much he valued the 9 Sacred Art, or rather, how much he revered Mu Qingxue. Yet now, Saint Lady, what transpired within? Came the voice of Elder Wu from outside the door. It is nothing. I shall emerge shortly, Luo Shui replied, then turned to Yi Ming and said, let us discuss this outside. Fragmented. Yi Ming's pallor deepened. No matter the peril he faced before, he had remained unafraid, for he harbored a singular belief, Mu Qingxue. But now he found himself bereft of Chapter 106, the Yin-Yang Celestial Spirit Technique. Is this truly my fate? Yi Ming pondered, reflecting on how in his past life, his ineptitude led to Mu Qingxue's demise in his embrace. He had believed that being reborn in this life would allow him to make amends, yet, is this the decree of heaven? Regardless of the era, he seems unable to escape this cycle. No, I refuse to accept this, I refuse. Yi Ming's heart roared in defiance. Without Mu Qingxue, what significance does his elevated cultivation hold? In her absence, what meaning remains in this world? System, sign in. Yi Ming cried out internally. This was his final glimmer of hope. If the system could not assist him, then what would become of him? He shuddered at the thought. Ding. Sign in successful. You have acquired the Yin-Yang Celestial Spirit Technique. The Yin-Yang Celestial Spirit Technique? Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name. Hastily accessing the system panel, before him materialized an ancient tome radiating a luminous white glow within the system inventory. Yin-Yang Celestial Spirit Technique, a celestial-grade cultivation method, condensing the supreme celestial body from the utmost Yin and utmost Yang energies. Dual cultivation technique. Utmost Yin and utmost Yang. A dual cultivation technique? Yi Ming was engulfed in confusion. What could this possibly entail? Ding. System prompt. The Yin-Yang Celestial Spirit Technique can perfectly resolve the hidden dangers of the 9 sacred body, although it requires the harmonization with an utmost Yang body. Perfectly resolve the dangers of the 9 sacred body. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's heart soared with elation. Did this not imply that Qingxue could be saved? As for the utmost Yang body, he possessed a fusion of the heavenly demon body and the Dharma body, rendering his physical strength unparalleled, aptly deserving the title of utmost Yang body. The heavens have not forsaken me. Yi Ming sighed inwardly. To think that hope could emerge once more from the depths of despair. Yi Ming, Yi Ming. At that moment, Luo Shui's voice echoed again. Oh, my apologies. Let us step outside. Yi Ming, you need not feel disheartened. When Master returns, I shall inquire with her. Perhaps she knows where to. No need, thank you. I have already found a solution. Yi Ming smiled gently, then swiftly moved towards the exit. Found a solution? Observing his departing figure, Luo Shui was engulfed in perplexity, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Just moments ago, Yi Ming had. How could he change so dramatically? Yet, perhaps it was for the best. She did not wish for any crisis to befall their sacred ground because of this. Resolutely, she followed closely behind. Soon, they emerged from the treasure pavilion, where Wu Lao and the others stood at the entrance, their expressions grave. Saintess, just now. Oh, it is nothing. I merely had some insights, which caused me to mismanage my time a bit, and I apologize for worrying the esteemed elders. Luo Shui replied with a smile. Oh, A few individuals cast a puzzled glance at her, realizing that her aura had indeed strengthened considerably compared to before, and they ceased to dwell on the matter. Subsequently, Yi Ming and Luo Shui departed from the treasure pavilion and returned to Li Xiener's courtyard. How did it go? Li Xiener inquired anxiously upon seeing the two. She had been deeply concerned about this matter. We have already found it, Jiang Ming replied with a smile. Oh, that is wonderful. Upon hearing this, Li Xiener let out a sigh of relief, her face illuminating with joy. However, Luo Shui wore an expression of confusion. She still could not comprehend what had transpired with Yi Ming, nor could she understand why. I have troubled you both for several days. It is time for me to take my leave. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall do my utmost to help, Yi Ming proclaimed, clasping his fists together. Having stayed here for nearly 5 days, it was indeed time to depart. Leaving? Li Xiener's countenance suddenly darkened as she gazed at Yi Ming. Although their time together had been brief, she found it exceedingly hard to part. Yet, she understood that this day would inevitably arrive. Yi Ming's heart belonged to Mu Qingxue, and as for herself, take care. If there is any danger outside, you can always return here. I will be waiting for you. With that, Li Xiener moved swiftly away, fearing that her reluctance would manifest too strongly. Sighing inwardly, Yi Ming understood Li Xiener's feelings for him, yet his heart had already found its place, leaving no room for others. Luo Shui also sighed, reflecting on how love has played tricks on countless individuals throughout history. Such sentiments bear no right or wrong, only the notion of fate being unfulfilled. Yi Ming, do you intend to go directly to the Chu Imperial clan? Luo Shui asked. Yes, Qingxue is there, and I must go, Yi Ming nodded, revealing no intention to conceal his plans. The Chu Imperial clan is one of the 8 ancient imperial families, immensely powerful. Your journey there may be perilous. It matters not. Yi Ming waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware of the Chu Imperial clan's might. However, for the sake of Mu Qingxue, he felt compelled to proceed, even if it might lead to his demise. Very well then, I shall say no more. I wish you success, she replied. Thank you. I will remember our agreement, and if the opportunity arises, I shall repay your kindness. That is of no urgency. I look forward to our next meeting. Indeed. With that, Yi Ming soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Shortly after his departure, Li Xiener reappeared, her face awash with reluctance. Do you not intend to see him off? Luo Shui questioned. What good would it do to send him off? We are not of the same world. He is the divine dragon of the 9 heavens, destined to soar through the skies, while I... Indeed. Luo Shui nodded, acknowledging that Yi Ming was the most formidable among all the youth she had encountered. Even those imperial heirs, who claimed to suppress an entire era, could not compare to him. She firmly believed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yi Ming's future achievements would surpass all others. This conviction was the reason she was willing to take such considerable risks to assist him. Yi Ming moved with astonishing speed, swiftly exiting the bounds of the sacred Yao pool. Pausing to gaze back at the sanctum, he declared, Come forth. You, young man, must be quite audacious to dare to reveal yourself here. Knowing we were present, an irate voice thundered. Suddenly, several figures emerged, including Ma Ao and Ouyang Hao. Why should I fear? Yi Ming scoffed. He had long been aware of their pursuit, having refrained from engaging them while in the sacred Yao pool. But now, arrogance. A cold snort interjected, uttered by a youth clad in both green and red garments. Though his appearance was not conventionally handsome, indeed, one might even describe him as somewhat unattractive, his aura was profoundly intimidating, far surpassing that of Ma Ao and Ouyang Hao. Is he the ally you sought? Chapter 107. Departure from Fengyan City. Young man, do not be so arrogant. Without the protection of the Saintess, do you truly believe you can depart unscathed? Offending anyone from the Yaoqi sacred land, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. Oh, is that so? They have uttered similar threats before, yet regrettably, their bravado was not matched by their prowess. How audacious! To act so brazenly in front of senior brother Linghu. It seems you have grown weary of life. Why waste words on him? Let us eliminate him directly. He spent 3 whole days in junior sister Li's quarters. Who knows what transpired there? Ma Ao's face flushed with anger. All along, he had regarded Li Xian as his own possession. Yet, despite his treatment of her, he could not even catch a glimpse of her smile, while this individual had the audacity to linger in her chamber for 3 days. On what grounds? Is it merely due to being slightly more handsome, possessing greater strength, or standing taller? What else does he have to offer? Indeed, this boy is far too arrogant, showing utter disregard for the Yaoqi sacred land. If we do not eliminate him, where shall we place our dignity? Ouyang Hao remarked coldly, previously humiliated by Yi Ming. His rage simmered. Had it not been for Luo Shui, he would have acted long ago. Young man, I recognize that your cultivation has not been easy. Kneel and bow 3 times, becoming my servant, and I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, is that so? Yi Ming scoffed, extending a single finger. What do you mean? If you can withstand one of my moves, I might contemplate allowing you to suffer less punishment. Otherwise, how arrogant. Everyone, attack together. Let him witness the strength of the Yaoqi sacred land. Indeed, senior brother Linghu is an unparalleled prodigy of our sect. How dare he utter such words? Kill. With the rallying cries echoing, all members of the Yaoqi sacred land surged towards Yi Ming. One must admit, their strength was commendable, particularly that individual surnamed Linghu. He wielded a colossal blade, striking down with an intensity that seemed capable of cleaving mountains asunder. However, Yi Ming merely shook his head in disdain. Boom. With his right hand forming a palm, an ancient force descended from the heavens, a palm strike that annihilated all. Great wilderness palm. Bang, bang, bang. As this strike landed, the members of the Yaoqi sacred land fell like dumplings, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed forth as if it were flowing freely. How could this be possible? Too weak. Yi Ming shook his head, then swiftly moved to stand before them, raising his fist, as large as a sandbag. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Bang, bang, bang. A fist the size of a sandbag relentlessly struck the faces of several individuals, instantly transforming them into grotesque visages. After a full half-hour of this brutal exchange, Yi Ming finally ceased his assault. By this point, the members of the Yaoqi sacred land had all succumbed to unconsciousness. With such meager strength, what audacity did they possess to provoke me? He murmured softly to himself, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot. He refrained from ending their lives out of respect for Luo Shui and Li Xiener. These individuals held no significance for him. Time trickled by. A day later, Yi Ming arrived at a city known as Wind and Cloud City. The journey from Yaoqi's sacred land to the Chu imperial clan was exceedingly distant. If he were to fly, with his current speed, it would take at least half a year. By then, one could only imagine that opportunities would have long since passed. Thus, he had only one viable option left, to utilize the teleportation array. Had he asked while at Yaoqi's sacred land, Luo Shui would likely have obliged him. However, he already owed them much, and he wished to avoid imposing further. Moreover, he sought to gather intelligence regarding the Chu imperial clan during this time. As the proverb states, knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Wind and Cloud City, being the largest city within tens of thousands of miles, not only boasted a teleportation array but also served as an ideal locale for gathering information. Hence, he made his way here. As he ambled through the bustling streets, the lively shouts of vendors filled the air. The latest elixirs are on sale. Behold the exquisite beauties of the demon race. Come see if you fancy one. Don't miss out on the finest spirit weapons, today only for 388. Upon entering Wind and Cloud City, Yi Ming was immediately enveloped by the fervent atmosphere of the marketplace, which was teeming with people. It was indeed a grand city of the central region. Its prosperity far surpassed anything in the eastern continent. Observing the vibrant scenes before him, Yi Ming recalled the times he had strolled the streets with Mu Qingxue in the Deqian Empire of the eastern continent. Those were among the happiest moments of his life. Yet now Qingxue, wait for me. I shall find you soon. He murmured to himself, and with a swift motion, he proceeded forward, intending to gather information before using the teleportation array to reach the territory of the Chu imperial clan. Just then, a sudden and urgent voice rang out. The crowd ahead erupted into chaos, with everyone rushing toward the eastern direction as if something monumental had occurred. Yi Ming's expression turned to one of astonishment. Excuse me, young man, do you know what is happening up ahead? Why is everyone so agitated? He inquired, stopping a young man in the throng. Get lost, I'm busy. Bang. A young man was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses, but before he could do so, Yi Ming delivered a powerful punch that knocked out 2 of his teeth. Coughing, he forced a smile and said, Brother, Please feel free to ask anything. I shall speak without reservation. Yet, inwardly, he cursed himself, wondering who he had offended. What transpired earlier? Ming inquired once more. Brother, you must have just arrived in Fengyun City, the young man replied. Indeed, I have just come. What you may not know is that today, two significant figures have graced Fengyun City with their presence, and everyone is eager to catch a glimpse of them. Significant figures? Indeed. The imperial daughter Zhou Mingyao from the Zhou family of the 8 great imperial clans, and the enchanting Dantai Ziyue from the Dantai family. Both are renowned for their unparalleled beauty. Upon hearing these names, Ming was taken aback. He was well aware of their identities. Both were exceptional talents among the younger generation, possessing unmatched prowess, gifts, and physical allure. Yet, he pondered how such illustrious individuals could possibly be here. And the fact that two had arrived simultaneously was even more astonishing. What brings them here? Chapter 108. Zhou Mingyao and Dantai Ziyue. Little does the esteemed one know. Zhou Mingyao's mother hails from the illustrious Windy City. Her return is intended to survey the area, yet unexpectedly, Dantai Ziyue has also pursued her, seeking to avenge the humiliation of 5 years past. Dantai Ziyue was defeated by Zhou Mingyao? Ming inquired, astonished. These two are unparalleled prodigies. It is surprising that such events have transpired. Indeed, 5 years ago, during the prodigy battle, they clashed fiercely for rankings, engaging in hundreds of exchanges, with Zhou Mingyao narrowly securing victory. Now, 5 years have elapsed, and the new prodigy battle is on the horizon. Naturally, these prodigies will not let this opportunity slip away. The young man spoke with palpable excitement. The prodigy battle is a grand event throughout the central continent. Countless prodigies strive with all their might for their rankings on the prodigy list, the scene. The prodigy battle, you say? Upon hearing those words, Ming felt a surge of ambition within him. He had indeed heard of this event, but his foremost concern was still to bring back Mu Qingxue, everything else. Subsequently, Ming moved towards the direction where the crowd was gathered. He intended to witness the extraordinary prowess of the top prodigies of the central continent. As he progressed, he encountered numerous individuals akin to himself, their numbers dense and swarming like locusts. This vividly attested to the immense popularity of the two figures. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived beside a vast plaza. The surroundings of the plaza were already teeming with a multitude of people. All gazes were fixated upon the center of the plaza, where a woman clad in a flowing purple gown stood serenely upon the ground. The lady possessed extraordinary beauty and an unparalleled aura. Wow, Dantai Ziyue truly deserves her rank as the 5th on the beauty list. Her appearance, figure, and bearing. If I could find a wife like her, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life, exclaimed a young man, visibly excited. Scoffed you? Scoffed another. Dantai Ziyue not only ranks 5th on the beauty list, but is also 10th on the prodigy list, a peerless talent of the Dantai imperial clan. It is even rumored that the Dantai imperial clan intends to designate her as the imperial daughter. Such a person would not even spare a glance at the first prodigy of the Chu clan, Chu Linxian. Do you truly believe you are worthy of her? Can't I just dream? The young man retorted. Alas, such a figure is beyond our reach. I wonder what manner of person could be worthy of her. At the very least, they must be those extraordinary prodigies of the imperial clans. Extraordinary prodigies? Now that 5 years have passed, with the prodigy list reopening, those unparalleled talents must surely be returning from their paths of ascendance. Voices of speculation filled the air. Dantai Ziyue, gazing at the woman in the plaza, Ming murmured softly. He could not deny her exceptional qualities. In terms of lineage, talent, beauty, and demeanor, she was indeed impeccable. However, he felt no particular interest. No matter how beautiful she was, she could not compare to Mu Qingxue. They're coming. They're coming. At that moment, an exhilarating voice resonated, and the crowd began to stir with excitement. Above, a white figure gracefully descended from the sky. It was a young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. Clad in flowing white garments that danced with the wind, her silky hair cascaded like the Milky Way, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Her exquisite features were devoid of even the slightest imperfection. In that instant, she resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. The onlookers were struck by a singular thought. Such a woman could only exist in the heavens. It is rare indeed to encounter her on earth. Zhou Mingyao. Zhou Mingyao has arrived. She is breathtaking. Surely, No fairy could surpass her beauty. If only she could be my girlfriend, I would gladly embrace death. As Zhou Mingyao's figure emerged, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch with gasps of awe. The imperial daughter of the Zhou clan, Zhou Mingyao. Yi Ming marveled, remarking that this central continent truly is a sacred ground for martial arts. Both Dantai Ziyue and Zhou Mingyao are far beyond the capabilities of the eastern continent. In that moment, Yi Ming felt a surge of ambition. Such a splendid world made his reincarnation worthwhile. He resolved that once he brought Mu Qingxue out, he would seek a place in the central continent to compete with these prodigies. As Zhou Mingyao continued her approach, she reached the center of the square after 2 minutes. The two women stood facing each other, and the atmosphere around the square heightened once more. Zhou Mingyao, Dantai Ziyue. Voices erupted, and the crowd went wild. Zhou Mingyao, the humiliation from 5 years ago will be repaid in full today, Dantai Ziyue declared resolutely. Since losing to Zhou Mingyao during the prodigy battle 5 years prior, she had awaited this day. Is that so? Zhou Mingyao chuckled lightly, then spoke. You were not my match 5 years ago, and you remain so today. Enough of your nonsense. We shall see after the battle. Very well, I shall oblige you. Boom. As her words fell, 2 terrifying auras erupted in the square. The wind howled, and the world seemed to shift in hue. How formidable, Yi Ming murmured to himself, feeling the intensity of their presence. Both of them had reached the divine concealment realm, particularly Zhou Mingyao, who was at least at the 6th level of divine concealment. Is this the prowess of the young elites of the central continent? Let the battle commence. In the square, Dantai Ziyue waved her hand, summoning a green spear into her grasp. With the spear poised, she advanced like a warrior god, charging towards Zhou Mingyao. Do you fear me? Zhou Mingxue let out a cold snort, unfazed as she drew forth a long sword and struck with force. Boom, boom, boom. As the clash between the two erupted, the entire square began to tremble violently. The ground resembled a spider's web, fracturing continuously. Deep crevices emerged, and the onlookers surrounding the square, witnessing this fierce confrontation, erupted in excited shouts. With each exchange, the intensity of the battle escalated. Both combatants unleashed their full might, a tempestuous aura enveloping the entire square. The crowd hastily retreated to a safe distance, unable to withstand the terrifying energy emanating from the fray. However, there were those of formidable prowess who remained steadfast. Fixated on the duel above, Yi Ming was among them. Although the aftershocks of their battle were formidable, they posed little concern for him. His primary interest lay in discerning the extent of their power and how it measured against his own. Chapter 109. The Battle of Geniuses. Zhou Mingxue, concede your defeat. In the sky, Dantai Ziyue let out a fierce cry, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, a colossal azure phoenix's ethereal silhouette materialized before her. The moment the phoenix appeared, her aura surged dramatically. This was the phoenix dance of the Dantai Imperial clan, an unparalleled supreme skill. It seemed Dantai Ziyue was intent on hastening the conclusion of this battle. With a resounding cry, the phoenix soared, its magnificent form exuding an unmatched presence as it charged toward Zhou Mingxue. I told you, 5 years ago you were no match for me, and 5 years later, you remained so. Zhou Mingxue remained unperturbed, letting out a cold snort, then brandished her sword. A dazzling Bagua diagram emerged behind her. Buzz. The moment the Bagua diagram manifested, radiant light surged forth as an enormous sword, measuring 1,000 feet in length, slowly emerged from the diagram. With a single stroke, it descended upon the massive phoenix. This was the sky-splitting sword technique. 5 years prior, Zhou Mingxue had used this very move to vanquish Dantai Ziyue, and now it had resurfaced once more. Boom, boom, boom. As the two formidable attacks collided, the very heavens and earth began to tremble violently, a torrent of chaotic energy ravaging the square. In an instant, the onlookers around the square fled to the distance, unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. Even those of considerable strength hastily retreated. Yet, Yi Ming remained unmoved, standing resolute like an ancient pine against the onslaught of terrifying energy. Who was this person, able to directly withstand their fearsome aura? Could he be a prodigy from some great power? It appeared that the prodigy rankings were about to commence, as various talents began to emerge. The crowd's attention shifted toward Yi Ming, engaging in fervent discussion. Even the two women in the sky cast astonished glances at him. though they quickly redirected their focus to the ongoing battle, for it was the clash that held paramount importance. Bang! As the two attacks met in the air, a sound erupted akin to a cataclysmic explosion. Following this, terrifying shockwaves spread outward at an incomprehensible speed, obliterating everything in their wake, turning all into ruins. Run, run. No, please, no. I can't withstand it, ah. Cries of despair rang out as those closest to the square were violently propelled backward by the shockwaves. Several of those with lesser strength were reduced to mere fragments by the onslaught. They never imagined that merely witnessing a battle would cost them their lives. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As time passed, the dreadful shockwaves gradually began to dissipate. All eyes remained fixed on the square, eagerly anticipating the revelation of who would emerge victorious. Suddenly, a voice dripping with blood echoed. Who has emerged victorious? Is someone injured? What about that person just now? Surely, they weren't directly obliterated by the residual shockwave. Who knows? Perhaps. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the dust in the square gradually began to settle. There stood Dan Taiziyue and Zhou Mingyao, their expressions pale. Particularly striking was Dan Taiziyue, whose right hand bore a horrific sword scar, blood cascading from her palm. Yet, at this moment, all eyes were not on them, but rather on a figure standing tall at the side of the square, Yi Ming. He appeared unchanged. Even the edges of his garments showed no signs of disturbance. Is this person truly unscathed? How can this be? Such terrifying energy would inevitably affect even the strongest from the celestial rankings. Could he be a hidden prince from a long-lost imperial clan? Gasps of astonishment arose, and even the two women in the square were utterly shocked. They were acutely aware of the explosive force that had just unfolded. Even if they were in Yi Ming's position, they could not possibly emerge unscathed. Could it be that his strength surpasses their own? This thought flickered in their minds. Meanwhile, Yi Ming was silently exasperated. It was not his intention to attract attention. The shockwave had spread too swiftly for him to escape, leaving him to endure the aftermath. Thus, this scene had unfolded. Unexpectedly now. Ahem, please continue. Yi Ming cleared his throat and began to walk away. He had a fair understanding of the two women's strengths and decided it was time to depart. Esteemed friend, please wait. At that moment, Zhou Mingyao's voice rang out. Yi Ming paused slightly, uncertain why she called out to him. What may I address you as? Yi Ming. Yi Ming? Zhou Mingyao furrowed her brow. She had initially presumed he belonged to one of the 8 great imperial clans, but the surname Yi did not match any she was aware of. Could he be a disciple of some reclusive expert? I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Before Zhou Mingyao could speak again, Yi Ming vanished from sight. He had no desire to engage further. Zhou Mingyao was left speechless at this scene. Throughout her experiences, most men, upon seeing her, sought every opportunity to strike up a conversation. Yet, Yi Ming had simply walked away. Others were equally astonished, silently pondering how Yi Ming failed to seize such an opportunity. This is indeed a moment to draw closer to the goddess, yet he chose to flee? Subsequently, the clash between the two women erupted once more. However, this no longer concerned Yi Ming. At this juncture, he had arrived at the location of the teleportation array in Wind and Cloud City. Halt! Just as he was approaching the array, a man clad in armor stepped forward, blocking his path. I wish to utilize the teleportation array. The teleportation array is temporarily out of service today. You may leave. Temporarily? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. He had not been informed of any suspension of service for the day. When will it be operational again? It is uncertain. It could be a month, perhaps even 2. You should leave at once, the man replied impatiently. A month? 2 months? Yi Ming's expression turned icy in an instant. If he were to wait here for 1 or 2 months, it would be as if the opportunity had withered away. Furthermore, judging by the flickering light of the teleportation array, it was clearly not inactive. It was evident that this individual was unwilling to permit him to use it. I recall that this teleportation array is unclaimed, is it not? Yi Ming spoke up. The teleportation array in Wind and Cloud City is distinct from those of other factions. It was established by a formidable being from ancient times, and after all these years, that being's whereabouts have become unknown. Wind and Cloud City merely manages it temporarily. Chapter 110. Is this all the strength you possess? Hold. The middle-aged man bellowed, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Yi Ming. When I command you to leave, you shall depart. Otherwise, you need not bother to walk away. With that, a formidable aura erupted from him, surging toward Yi Ming. Is that so? Yi Ming retorted with a cold smirk, swiftly advancing to stand before him with a single step. He then delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed loudly as a bright red imprint appeared on the middle-aged man's face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What? Yi Ming's speed was astonishing, akin to instantaneous movement, leaving the middle-aged man utterly unprepared. You dare strike me? With another swift motion, Yi Ming delivered yet another slap. Had it not been for his urgent concern for Mu Qingxue, he would have preferred to avoid further conflict. In times past, such a person would have already met their demise. How dare a mere cultivator of the harmonization realm act so arrogantly before him? Ah, kill him, kill him! Enraged after receiving 2 slaps, the middle-aged man's face flushed with fury as he shouted to the onlookers. Instantly, the nearby guards rushed over, surrounding Yi Ming. Kid, you dare to strike me? Today, you shall not leave. Leave? With these worthless fools? Arrogant! Kill him, kill him! With the middle-aged man's command, the crowd launched their assault in unison. Though their momentum was commendable, they were unfortunately met with Yi Ming. Boom! As Yi Ming's right foot struck the ground, an overwhelming force erupted from him, engulfing the entire area. In an instant, the advancing guards were sent sprawling backward, blood gushing forth as if it were of no value. What? Who on earth are you? How could you possibly? Crack! Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, Yi Ming grasped him firmly and hoisted him into the air. Now, can the teleportation array be used? Aye. The middle-aged man's face was a mask of terror. He had never anticipated Yi Ming to possess such strength. Even when confronted by numerous powerful individuals, he could not withstand the pressure. What kind of power was this? Buzz! At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the location of the teleportation array. A figure emerged from the array, a young man adorned with a crown, strikingly handsome. Lord Ji, save me. Upon seeing the young man's arrival, the middle-aged man's expression brightened, and he called out eagerly. Hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow slightly and shifted his gaze. Yi Ming, undeterred, returned the look. Lord Ji? Could he be from the Ji Imperial clan? Young Master Ji, save me. Today, I specifically sealed the entire teleportation array to welcome your arrival. Yet this fellow dares to disregard you and even resorts to violence. Oh, the young man murmured softly before striding forward, swiftly appearing before Yi Ming. I shall grant you a chance. Release him, kneel, and bow 3 times. I might consider sparing your insignificant life. His tone was audacious, showing no regard for Yi Ming, as if he were merely an ant, easily crushable beneath his heel. Oh, is that so? Yi Ming chuckled lightly, then with a flick of his right hand, sent the middle-aged man crashing to the ground, before stamping his foot down, pinning the man into the floor. What are you? How dare you speak to young Master Ji in such a manner? Are you seeking death? Good. The young man coldly repeated the word thrice, his murderous intent surging forth. For so many years, you are the first to address me, Ji Yuan, with such insolence. For that, you shall remain here forever. Boom. As his words echoed, the young man clenched his hand, and a colossal hand, towering 100 feet, materialized in the sky, descending upon Yi Ming with the intent to crush him into oblivion. Yet, Yi Ming remained unperturbed. He formed a fist with his right hand and struck the giant palm. Bang! The collision produced a thunderous explosion, and that terrifying hand was obliterated, akin to spring snow melting away, leaving Ji Yuan's expression drastically altered. Is this all the strength you possess? You are rather underwhelming. Thud! With that, Yi Ming moved, instantly appearing before Ji Yuan again, then clenched his hand once more. A hand of 1,000 feet materialized, reaching for Ji Yuan. An eye for an eye. Arrogant. Ji Yuan's face twisted in fury at the sight. This was a blatant affront, using his own tactics against him. Break from me, Ji Yuan bellowed, forming a fist and striking at the giant hand above. However, unlike before, there was no explosion. His punch was crushed instantly, and he was seized by that terrifying hand, rendered powerless against its might. Let me go? If you dare to harm me, the Ji Imperial clan will not spare you. Is that so? Yi Ming scoffed disdainfully. Others might tremble, but he remained unafraid. Regardless of the Ji Imperial clan or the Chu Imperial clan, anyone who crossed him would face his wrath. Even if it were the esteemed Ji Tian, he would not hold back. Boom, boom, boom. As his right hand exerted force continuously, an explosion erupted in the air, leaving Ji Yuan drenched in blood. his garments in tatters. "Ah, you dare to strike me. My Ji clan shall surely avenge this," he exclaimed. "Oh, is that so? I had no intention of taking your life, but now." Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as Ji Yuan's right leg was crushed in an instant. A scream of agony reminiscent of a slaughtered pig erupted from his lips, painting a scene of utter despair. "Fellow cultivator, please cease." Just as Ming prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice pierced through the tension from behind. A young man clad in a flowing white robe soared into view. It was none other than Zhou Mingyao, whom they had encountered previously. "Fellow cultivator, I implore you to stop," Zhou Mingyao reiterated, her expression a mask of astonishment. She had never anticipated such a scene unfolding, witnessing the prodigy of the Ji clan being so mercilessly overpowered by Ming. "Do you wish to protect him?" Ming replied with a cold demeanor, although he had no desire to become an adversary of the Zhou imperial clan. Should this individual attempt to assist Ji Yuan against him, he would not hesitate to disregard any reservations. Chapter 111. The Spatial Teleportation Array. My friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I do not wish to protect him. However, this is the birthplace of my mother. Should he perish here, the Ji clan would undoubtedly seek retribution. I kindly hope you might consider my request and spare him, Zhou Mingyao articulated with a gentle tone. Ming's formidable prowess rendered her hesitant to confront him unless absolutely necessary. "Is that so?" Upon hearing her words, Ming casually cast Ji Yuan away. He landed heavily on the ground, a mouthful of blood erupting from him, and he promptly lost consciousness. What a decisive individual, Zhou Mingyao thought, observing Ji Yuan's woeful state. Even the offspring of an imperial clan could be so mercilessly struck down. "Thank you, my friend," she expressed gratefully. "Not at all." Ming waved his hand dismissively. His decision to spare Ji Yuan was not motivated by Zhou Mingyao, but rather by the people of Fengyan City. Given the Ji clan's power, if Ji Yuan were to die here, their fury would be inevitable. Ming was unconcerned for himself, but feared the repercussions for others due to his actions. He then proceeded toward the location of the teleportation array. "My friend, are you planning to use the teleportation array?" Zhou Mingxue approached him and inquired. "Indeed. May I ask where you intend to go?" "To the Chu imperial clan." "Oh, how fortuitous. I, too, wish to go there. Might we travel together?" Ming's brows furrowed slightly, understanding the implications of Zhou Mingxue's words. To be candid, he preferred to have no entanglements with her. However, given his desire to gather information regarding the Chu imperial clan, Zhou Mingxue, being of imperial lineage herself, presented an advantageous opportunity. "Very well." After a moment of contemplation, Ming nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxue smiled subtly, her exquisite beauty enhanced by her expression, rendering her breathtakingly alluring. Even Ming could not help but acknowledge her extraordinary charm. "Please wait for me a moment. I must bid farewell to my family." With that, Zhou Mingxue swiftly vanished from sight. Before long, she returned. "I apologize for the inconvenience, my friend. Shall we proceed?" she said, stepping toward the teleportation array. And Ming followed suit without further comment. As the array activated, Ming felt a disorienting whirl. After an indeterminate passage of time, he realized he had arrived at a different city. This place was even more magnificent than Fengyan City. Within its confines, Ming sensed a palpable aura of terror. "What is this place?" Ming inquired. "Wanggu City, one of the largest cities under the jurisdiction of the Chu imperial clan. Is it your first visit here?" "Indeed." "Oh." Zhou Mingxue gazed at him in astonishment before reiterating, "I shall continue to address you as young Master Yi. Have you come here to partake in the coronation ceremony of the Chushi imperial clan's heir?" The mention of the heir's coronation sent a chill through Ming's demeanor. His purpose extended far beyond mere attendance. He sought to extract Mu Qingxue from this entanglement. He harbored no fondness for the Chushi imperial clan. "Young Master Yi, do you bear a grudge against the Chushi imperial clan?" Zhou Mingxue inquired. "A grudge? Perhaps so. Are you also here for the coronation ceremony?" "Indeed. The heir's coronation marks a grand epoch in the central continent. Many prodigies shall gather for this occasion, and the talented one's ranking is about to commence. I, too, wish to gauge the abilities of others, for to know oneself and one's adversary is the key to triumph in every battle." The talented one's ranking? This name was not unfamiliar to him. In truth, it piqued his curiosity. Zhou Mingxue appeared far from being a vain individual. Yet her enthusiasm for the Talented One's ranking was palpable. Young Master Yi, I presume you have yet to participate in the Talented One's ranking? It seemed she discerned his thoughts. Not yet. With your prowess, young Master Yi, you should achieve a commendable rank in the Talented One's ranking. Will all young prodigies participate? Yi Ming posed the question. Indeed, the Talented One's ranking is not merely a testament to strength, but also a reflection of fortune. The higher one ranks, the greater their auspiciousness, and there exists a chance to encounter the divine. Divine? The Talented One's ranking has ties to the divine? Indeed, since ancient times, no one in the central continent has ascended to divinity. However, it is said that those who possess the fortune of the Talented One's ranking may have the opportunity to touch the divine realm. Zhou Mingyao sighed. The pursuit of divinity has always been the aspiration of all cultivators. Whether embarking on the path of the emperor or partaking in the Talented One's ranking, is it not all in the quest for ascension? Without ascension, no matter how formidable one's strength, they remain but mortals destined to perish. Yet, ascension offers an entirely different existence. One can exist alongside the heavens, impervious to death, even amidst the collapse of the cosmos. Immortality, eternal life. Who does not yearn for such a fate? I see. Yi Ming nodded, having grasped the essence of her words, though his thoughts remained focused elsewhere. His primary concern was to extricate Mu Qingxue. Without her, what significance would even divine ascension hold? As they conversed, the two continued their journey forward. Along the way, Yi Ming inquired extensively about the Chushi imperial clan, and Zhou Mingyao answered him candidly, which significantly enhanced his impression of her. Before long, they arrived at a grand palace known as the Hall of Talents. Within, he beheld numerous young prodigies who, like Zhou Mingyao, had come to gather information about their peers. With the Talented One's ranking imminent, none wished to miss such a momentous event. Yi Ming even overheard that prodigies from the depths of the Path of Emperors were returning as well. What a grand gathering this is, Yi Ming remarked with a sense of wonder. To be honest, he found himself quite captivated by the Talented One's list, which assembled the finest individuals from the entire central region. Subsequently, Yi Ming spent a few spirit stones to secure a modest chamber, parting ways with Zhou Mingyao. The room, though not vast, spanned several hundred square feet, yet it was equipped with all necessary amenities, including spirit-gathering arrays and defensive formations. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. You have obtained the Spatial Teleportation Array. A spatial teleportation array. Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback, astonished by this unexpected acquisition. He then accessed the system panel. Host, Yi Ming. Cultivation level, 3rd layer of divine concealment. Techniques, Buddha's palm, annihilation slash, reversal dragon steps, heart of moral wisdom. Items, apocalypse halberd, holy water. Spatial teleportation array. Spatial teleportation array, a formation capable of traversing space, can freely navigate within a radius of 100,000 miles. The prospect of traversing such a vast distance filled Yi Ming with elation, for he had been pondering how to find Mu Qingxue, and now. Chapter 112. The exchange meeting. Ding ding ding. Just as Yi Ming was about to depart from his planned route, a knock echoed through the air. Young Master Yi, are you asleep? The voice of Zhou Mingyao floated in from outside the door. Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Zhou Mingyao to seek him out at this hour. Upon opening the door, he found Zhou Mingyao standing there with a radiant smile. Miss Zhou, is there something you require? The Chu clan is hosting an exchange meeting to welcome the esteemed young talents. Would you be interested in attending? An exchange meeting? Yi Ming shook his head, lacking any interest. However, just as he was about to decline, Zhou Mingyao continued, the illustrious Chu Linxian will also be in attendance. Upon hearing that name, Yi Ming's expression darkened. A wave of terrifying killing intent surged from him, and he nodded, saying, then I shall go take a look. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Zhou Mingyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She could clearly see that Yi Ming had a grudge against Chu Linxian. She was curious about the animosity between the two that could provoke such a reaction from Yi Ming. The two then proceeded outside. Before long, they arrived at a magnificent courtyard, which was already bustling with attendees. These were the young geniuses of the central state, all seated and engaged in lively discussions. As the two entered, many eyes turned to them, though most were fixed on Zhou Mingyao. Ah, it is Miss Zhou. We did not expect you to grace us with your presence. Haha, Miss Zhou, having previously triumphed over Dantai Ziyue in Fengyan City, I presume you will climb even higher on the young talents ranking this time. Need I even mention it? Miss Zhou is undoubtedly the foremost female powerhouse in my eyes. A chorus of flattering voices arose, and Zhou Mingyao responded graciously to each. Meanwhile, Yiming paid them no heed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on a young man seated in a position of prominence. Chu Linxian, the unparalleled prodigy of the Chu clan, destined to ascend as the imperial son. Sensing Yiming's scrutiny, Chu Linxuan's brow furrowed slightly as he approached. Miss Zhou, it has been a while. May I inquire about this friend of yours? Just an unknown individual, Yiming interjected before Zhou Mingyao could respond. To be candid, had it not been for his concern for Mu Qingshua's safety, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this man on the spot. For Mu Qingshua's sake, he restrained himself. You're jesting, my friend. Chu Linxian replied with a faint smile. However, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He could certainly sense Yiming's animosity. Were it not for the throng of people present, he would have relished the chance to retaliate. This is my friend, Ming Yi, Zhou Mingyao interjected hurriedly. She was keen to prevent any confrontation between the two, as Yiming was indeed the one she had brought along. The name Ming Yi had been previously agreed upon between them. He was uncertain whether the Chu imperial clan had investigated him before taking Mu Qingxue away, so he refrained from revealing his identity until he met her. Oh, it is you, Ming Yi, a pleasure to finally meet. Upon hearing Zhou Mingyao speak, Chu Linxian chose to remain silent. However, the furrow in his brow indicated that this matter would not simply be dismissed. As time passed, the number of attendees increased, soon filling the courtyard to capacity. Yiming, this is, after all, the territory of the Chu imperial clan. It would be wise to avoid any hostility. Zhou Mingyao murmured from her seat. Indeed, Yiming nodded, fully aware. Yet, thoughts of the hardships Mu Qingxue had endured recently ignited a fire of anger within him. Meanwhile, Chu Linxian rose to address the crowd, expressing his gratitude for their attendance at this exchange meeting, seeking to bolster his own reputation. After delivering pleasantries for nearly half an hour, he finally concluded with, moreover, the Tianjiao ranking is about to commence, bringing forth the elite of Zhongzhou. It will undoubtedly be a gathering of extraordinary talents. Since we are all here, I propose a friendly contest among us. His suggestion rekindled memories among the audience. All present were prodigies, proud in their own right, eager to distinguish themselves among their peers. Hence, competitions were an inevitable aspect of such gatherings. Yiming did not oppose the idea. Although he had witnessed the battles of Zhou Mingyao and Dantai Ziyue, his understanding of Zhongzhou's prodigies remained limited. He was keen to observe this spectacle and gauge Chu Linxuan's strength. Then allow me to demonstrate my inadequacies. Shortly thereafter, a burly man rose from his seat, clasping his fists before the assembly. He turned his gaze toward Yiming and continued, the talent of Miss Zhou is unparalleled. I trust that you, Ming Yi, are equally remarkable. Might you indulge me in a spar? The crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback that he would directly challenge Yiming. All eyes turned towards him, and some with favorable ties to the Chu imperial clan revealed faint smirks. Even Zhou Mingyao raised an eyebrow in mild concern. Yet, Yiming maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no sign of tension. Is that so? Yiming replied with a light chuckle, gradually rising to his feet. While it was impractical to eliminate Chu Linxian, engaging with these challengers posed no issue. Ha ha ha. Since you, Ming Yi, are so inclined, let us begin with you too. I hope both of you will exercise restraint. Of course, some injuries are inevitable in a spar, but I trust this will not lead to any discord. Chu Linxian let out a hearty laugh and then turned to Yiming, inquiring, surely, my friend of the night, you have no objections? Of course not. Yiming replied with a slight smile, fully grasping the man's intention. He wished to confront him, yet feared the potential consequences, hence his words. The implication was clear, avoid taking life, and everything else. This perfectly aligned with Yiming's own thoughts. Then, my friend of the night, do take care. The burly man bellowed, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a colossal blade, taller than any man, materialized. The blade gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, radiating an ominous white light, and a terrifying aura surged forth from it, enveloping Yiming. It was evident that this individual had no intention of mere sparring. With a thunderous stomp of his right foot, the man charged forward like a heavy truck, bringing the blade down upon Yiming. Do you seek to establish your dominance over me? Chapter 113, The Glazed Golden Body. Boom. At the moment, the burly man charged forward. Yi Ming's figure flickered as if he had teleported, vanishing from his original position. In the next instant, he appeared right before the giant. With a swift motion, his right hand transformed into a fist, and he struck out with tremendous force. Instantly, the man, along with his weapon, was sent flying through the air, blood gushing forth like a torrential flood. What? Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left utterly astonished. Even Chu Linxian wore an expression of disbelief. He was well aware of the giant's strength. He was among the elite in this gathering of prodigies, which was precisely why he had been the first to step forward. Yet, such a formidable opponent was effortlessly sent reeling by a single punch. This one punch actually sent him flying. The power of this physical body is truly terrifying. No wonder he could stand alongside Zhou Mingyao. He is indeed an invincible prodigy. At this moment, Chu Linxian realized he had stepped into a perilous situation. Murmurs of discussion filled the air. No one was foolish. Everyone had noticed how the giant had targeted Yi Ming the moment he entered the arena, clearly reflecting Chu Linxuan's intentions. However, they had not anticipated that Yi Ming's strength would reach such staggering heights. In contrast to the bewilderment surrounding her, Zhou Mingyao wore a faint smile. She understood Yi Ming's capabilities and felt no concern. You, how is this possible? The burly man struggled to rise, his face twisted in rage. He had intended to make a good impression in front of Chu Linxian, yet this unexpected turn of events infuriated him. There is nothing impossible. Yi Ming shook his head, then took a bold step forward, charging once more. Bang! With a powerful punch, the unfortunate giant was struck again. Despite his attempts to brace himself, he was still sent flying. Yet, this time, Yi Ming did not cease his assault. As the man soared through the air, Yi Ming pursued him relentlessly. Thud, thud, thud. One punch after another, the giant was battered like a ball, with no room to retaliate. The onlookers were filled with sheer terror. Especially those who had initially hoped to curry favor with Chu Linxian. They now recoiled in fear. What a folly! To confront such a fierce opponent would be tantamount to seeking death. After a full 5 minutes, Yi Ming finally halted, standing calmly on the ground, while beside him, the giant lay in a state of gruesome disarray. Were it not for the faintest trace of his life force still detectable, one might have assumed he had been mercilessly beaten to death. I concede, Yi Ming remarked, then turned his gaze towards Chu Linxian. I have heard that you, Chu Daoyu, possess extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength among the youth. I humbly wish to spar with you. What do you say? Boom. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Yi Ming would directly challenge Chu Linxian to a duel. Although Yi Ming had just decisively defeated the burly man, who was Chu Linxian. He was the scion of the illustrious Chu clan. How dare he? Zhou Mingyao furrowed her brow, equally taken aback by Yi Ming's audacity. It was not that she doubted Yi Ming's safety. She had some confidence in his strength. However, this was the territory of the Chu clan. And even if he were to defeat Chu Linxian, well, a chilling voice emanated from Chu Linxian. In an instant, he sprang from his seat and appeared before Yi Ming, his aura brimming with an uncontainable murderous intent. Since my esteemed friend Minji has such a penchant for challenge, I shall gladly oblige. However, I must warn you that I tend to strike with considerable force, so I hope you won't take offense. Each word was as frigid as ice, piercing to the core. In that moment, those of weaker strength felt as though they had entered a glacier, trembling uncontrollably. Yet Yi Ming remained unfazed, responding with a smile. Perfect. I am of the same disposition. I trust you won't take it amiss, my friend Chu. Boom, boom. As their words resonated, two terrifying auras erupted forth, compelling the onlookers to retreat hastily. Sighing at the unfolding scene, Zhou Mingyao lamented that her worst fears were materializing. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words, hoping only for Yi Ming's safety. Although their time together had been brief, she had developed a certain fondness for him. Suddenly, the battle between Yi Ming and Chu Linxian commenced. Neither party showed any intention of holding back. Yi Ming fought for Mu Qingxue, while Chu Linxian sought to uphold the honor of the Chu clan. Their initial exchanges unleashed their full power, causing the very heavens to tremble violently. The courtyard was obliterated by their clash. As time progressed, their confrontation grew increasingly intense. One could not deny the formidable strength of Chu Linxian, the imperial scion. Even Yi Ming found it exceedingly challenging to secure a swift victory over him. Of course, this was merely a challenge. In contrast, Chu Linxuan's expression darkened to an extreme. This exchange was meant to establish his dominance, yet the unforeseen emergence of Yi Ming had thrown everything into disarray. However, no matter how fiercely he attacked, Yi Ming appeared invincible, exhibiting no signs of defeat. Minji, Chu Linxian roared into the sky. With a swift gesture, he conjured a dazzling golden light that enveloped him entirely, transforming him into a radiant figure of gold. Beneath the radiant sun, he appeared as a golden-armored deity, emanating an aura even more terrifying than before. This was the supreme art of the Chu imperial clan, the glazed golden body. Unexpectedly, Chu Linxian had summoned this formidable technique. The glazed golden body is renowned as the most potent physical cultivation method, rumored to enable one to wield celestial artifacts with bare hands upon achieving mastery. This Ming Yi had thoroughly provoked Chu Linxian, and trouble was surely on the horizon. However, the fact that he could compel Chu Linxian to unleash such a move was a testament to his own formidable strength. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions. The glazed golden body, indeed? Yi Ming murmured softly, and then, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he stepped forward. Instantly, a surge of golden radiance erupted around him, accompanied by the resonant chants of sacred sounds. It was the Buddhist supreme technique he had previously cultivated, the golden body manifestation. As both were peak physical cultivation methods, he was eager to ascertain who truly excelled. Chapter 114, Battle. What? Is Ming Yi also manifesting the glazed golden body? How could this be possible? No, it is not the glazed golden body. Though the colors are identical, the aura is distinctly different. Moreover, the sounds emanating from Ming Yi seem to echo the chants of Buddhist scriptures. A practitioner of Buddhism? Could it be that Ming Yi is a follower of the Buddhist path? The pinnacle of Buddhist mastery, the golden body manifestation, indeed. What Ming Yi is exhibiting is the golden body manifestation. A cascade of astonished voices erupted. Instantly, everyone was rendered speechless. They never anticipated that Yi Ming was suddenly a practitioner of Buddhism. This, a Buddhist practitioner? Zhou Mingyao gazed intently at Yi Ming in the sky, equally astonished that he could possibly be a practitioner of Buddhism. Previously, in both speech and demeanor, Yi Ming bore no resemblance to a monk. High above, Chu Linxian was equally taken aback, initially believing that Yi Ming had covertly learned the glazed golden body of the Chu imperial clan. However, now, the golden body manifestation, Chu Linxian murmured, his brow furrowed. A Buddhist practitioner represents an exceptionally unique cultivation system. Although there are no formidable Buddhist practitioners in Zhongzhou, none dare to underestimate them, for their mysteries often conceal unimaginable masters. In truth, the imperial clans of Zhongzhou were not limited to just these 8 families. There existed another clan, the Nangong imperial clan. Yet, this clan inadvertently provoked a Buddhist practitioner hundreds of thousands of years ago. At first, it went unnoticed. But then that practitioner suddenly unleashed their power. In a single night, the entire Nangong clan was annihilated. From that moment on, no one dared to belittle Buddhist practitioners again. Even if you are a Buddhist practitioner, what of it? Today, your defeat is inevitable. Chu Linxian snorted coldly, though he felt a tinge of concern. This battle was crucial to the honor of the Chu imperial clan. He had to secure victory. With that, he stepped forward with determination, charging once more towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming, undeterred, met him head-on. Boom, boom, boom. This battle was even more terrifying than the last. Both opted for a physical confrontation. The visceral impact of their strikes sent shudders through the onlookers. After all, hand-to-hand combat is a vastly different system from battles fought with techniques. Come, let me witness the extent of your strength. Yi Ming roared, feeling as though every cell in his body had been ignited. A surge of battle intent exploding forth from him. This was the first time since his rebirth that he engaged in such a conflict with a peer. Each punch, each palm strike, ignited the dormant combat genes within him, akin to flames awakening. Fight! Bang! A punch was unleashed, resonating with a sonorous Buddhist tone, dazzling with golden light. The terrifying power of his physical form warped the very fabric of space. Arrogance! Chu Linxian roared in fury, unwilling to accept defeat. In a flurry of movements, the two combatants exchanged hundreds of blows in mere moments. The surroundings, once vibrant, had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Spectators stood, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed skyward. Such formidable prowess, Could this truly be the caliber of the younger generation's finest? I find myself utterly dwarfed by their might. Who is this Ming Yi, who can contend so fiercely with Chu Linxian? It appears that this year's Celestial Pride ranking battle will be nothing short of exhilarating. Come again. Ha ha ha. Is this all you can muster? The heir of the Chu Imperial clan? Merely this. As the battle escalated, Yi Ming descended into a frenzy. Every joint in his body became a weapon, launching relentless attacks. In the end, he forsook all defense, opting for a full-on assault. Under such terrifying tactics, even Chu Linxian, with his glazed golden body, began to falter. He was driven back repeatedly, his protective aura cracking under the pressure. Ha ha ha, Chu Linxian. If this is the extent of your abilities, then prepare for defeat. With a thunderous roar, Yi Ming clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating strike. The sheer force surged to its zenith, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and fracture in its wake. Had he truly shattered the void? This was an unfathomable display of physical prowess. Was this truly attainable by a mortal? The might of a Buddhist practitioner is indeed terrifying. As Chu Linxian beheld the impending catastrophe of Yi Ming's blow, he shouted defiantly and shifted into a defensive posture. He had no choice. The power behind that strike was overwhelming. Should he choose to confront it head-on, he had no doubt it would spell his end. Yet, in the realm of masters, the essence of combat lies in momentum. Fear began to creep into Chu Linxuan's heart, and he hesitated to launch a full-scale attack, sealing his fate in this encounter. With a resounding impact, Yi Ming's punch landed, shattering Chu Linxuan's glazed golden body as if it were mere glass. The force sent him hurtling backward. Seizing the moment, Yi Ming surged forward without hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. Poor Chu Linxian found himself utterly defenseless, reduced to a mere punching bag for Yi Ming's relentless barrage. The air was filled with anguished cries that echoed across the expanse. Defeat. He had truly been defeated. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The heir of the esteemed Chu Imperial clan had succumbed to an anonymous youth, and in such a humiliating fashion. Stop. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, and a figure emerged from the distance, soaring towards them. A venerable elder, seemingly in his 50s. The old man's countenance was shrouded in an ominous gloom. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, an overwhelmingly violent aura erupted from his being, surging towards Yi Ming. Humph. Yi Ming emitted a cold snort, disregarding Chu Linxian, and clenched his fists, retaliating against the oncoming force. The impact was so terrifying that Yi Ming was staggered back several steps before managing to regain his footing. At that moment, the old man had successfully rescued Chu Linxian. However, upon witnessing Chu Linxian's pitiful state, his expression darkened further. How audacious! To dare injure a scion of my clan, you shall not leave here today. Oh, is that so? The Chu clan holds a grand visage indeed. Yi Ming sneered, and with a flourish of his hand, a crimson spear materialized in his grasp. He was prepared to engage in a fierce battle. Halt! Just then, a melodious yet commanding voice rang out as Zhou Mingyao suddenly ascended from the ground, swiftly positioning herself before Yi Ming. This confrontation was intended as a contest among the younger generation. As a senior of the Chu clan, your reckless intervention seems rather inappropriate, Zhou Mingyao stated with an icy tone. The youth possess their own methods to resolve matters. If every time a junior falters, a senior intervenes, then the central continent would have descended into chaos long ago. Chapter 115. The imperial son of the Li clan, Li Xingyun. As he gazed upon Zhou Mingyao's figure, the elder's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Were it anyone else, he might have remained indifferent. After all, the Chu clan, as one of the dominant powers of Zhongzhou, possessed formidable strength. Yet Zhou Mingyao was the imperial daughter of the Zhou clan, whose might was not inferior to their own. Moreover, they had indeed been in the wrong this time. However, if they were to simply depart now, what face would the Chu clan have to maintain their standing in Zhongzhou? You wish to protect him? The elder stated coldly. What I detest most is the oppression of the weak by the strong. In a contest among peers, Chu Linxian was defeated, which is a testament to his inferior skills. If you choose to intervene, the Zhou clan will not stand idly by. Ha ha, well said. At that moment, a hearty laugh suddenly resonated through the air. Descending from the heavens was a young man clad in a white robe. He possessed strikingly handsome features, his fair complexion eliciting envy even from women. It was Li Xingyun, the imperial son of the Li clan. What brought him here? It appeared he stood on Minji's side. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Upon the appearance of the youth in white, the crowd below gasped in astonishment. Li Xingyun, Yi Ming murmured. He was well aware of this name. The imperial son of the Li clan and the unparalleled prodigy who ranked fourth on the last heavenly talents list. Yet he had not anticipated that this individual would come to his aid. His thoughts drifted to Li Taibai, whom he had encountered on the imperial path. Could it be due to him? You also wish to protect him? The elder's expression darkened further. Now both Li Xingyun and Zhou Mingyao sought to defend Yi Ming. Even if he were to act recklessly, he would need to weigh his options carefully. After all, the two imperial clans were no trifling matter. If that is your belief, so be it. However, allow me to caution you, should you choose to act today. My forebears from the Li clan will also intervene against the younger generation of the Chu clan in the future. I wonder if Chu Linxian can withstand such a challenge. A threat, a blatant threat. In that moment, all present began to speculate about Yi Ming's identity. What could possibly justify Li Xingyun's willingness to assist him? Consider yourself fortunate this time, but this matter will not conclude so easily. The elder barked angrily before vanishing with Chu Linxian. As they departed, the crowd dispersed as well. For the exchange had been presided over by Chu Linxian. With the host gone, there was little reason to linger. In the sky, Li Xingyun smiled at Yi Ming. I wonder whether I should address you as Minji or Yi Ming. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's expression stiffened. This person actually recognized him? Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. The reason I am aware of your identity pertains to certain matters within my clan. Within your clan? Zhou Mingyao cast a puzzled glance at the two, astonished to discover that Yi Ming had ties to the Li imperial clan. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to Brother Li for his assistance, Yi Ming said, clasping his fists. From this individual, he sensed no hostility. Moreover, the mention of his clan made it clear that it undoubtedly pertained to the matter of Li Taibai. There's no need for thanks. It is my obligation. Li Xingyun waved his hand and suggested, this is not the place for idle chatter. Why not join me for a drink at my residence? Excellent. If Miss Zhou does not mind, shall we all go together? Very well. Without further ado, the trio swiftly departed towards the horizon. Moments later, they arrived at a magnificent palace, Li Xingyun's abode. Soon, he arranged for a lavish feast of fine wines and exquisite dishes to be served. Brother Yi, you truly are a dragon among men. Even Chu Linxian has fallen before you, Li Xingyun remarked at the dining table, his eyes brimming with admiration. It was merely fortune. Yi Ming replied modestly. That is no mere fortune. Although Chu Linxian may be lacking in character, his strength is quite formidable. Even I would find it challenging to best him, Li Xingyun countered. You are too humble, Brother Li. Yi Ming waved his hand. Although he had not witnessed Li Xingyun's prowess firsthand, he could discern from his aura that his strength surpassed that of Chu Linxian by a considerable margin. With a hearty laugh, Li Xingyun poured a cup of fine wine for Yi Ming. To celebrate our encounter, I propose a toast. Cheers. Yi Ming appreciated Li Xingyun's forthright nature and accepted the drink without hesitation. Zhou Mingyao showed no sign of weakness either, joining the two in a spirited exchange of toasts, showcasing her remarkable spirit. Brother Yi, your purpose for coming here must pertain to Miss Mu, Li Taibai suddenly interjected after several rounds of drinks. Indeed, Yi Ming did not conceal his intentions. Since Li Xingyun had recognized him from the start, it was evident that the Li imperial clan had investigated him. Knowing his purpose would not be a challenge. Miss Mu? Is she not the fiancée of Chu Linxian? Zhou Mingyao inquired, her surprise revealing her newfound understanding of why Yi Ming harbored such animosity towards Chu Linxian. Yes, Yi Ming nodded, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired. In an instant, Zhou Mingyao's expression darkened with rage. The Chu imperial clan is utterly despicable, treating their own kind in such a manner. It is a disgrace to our kind. In contrast, although Li Xingyun felt a similar indignation, his demeanor remained composed. What does Brother Yi intend to do? I am uncertain. I must bring Qingshuer away, Yi Ming replied. Shaking his head, he did not possess a concrete plan. Although he had previously acquired a teleportation array, the Chu imperial clan, after all, was one of the 8 great imperial clans, immensely powerful. Even if one possesses tremendous strength and an abundance of techniques, one cannot guarantee absolute invincibility. The crux of the matter lies in the brevity of time at one's disposal. Since his rebirth, scarcely a year has passed. Given a few more years, he would not fear such challenges. Unfortunately, this world does not entertain hypothetical scenarios. Is that so? Li Xingyun nodded. He could empathize with Yi Ming's sentiments, for he would likely feel the same. Brother, you need not be overly anxious. The endeavor to utilize the nine-yin sacred body as a furnace is not as straightforward as it seems. The Chu imperial clan undoubtedly seeks to empower Chu Linxian through the nine-yin sacred body, enhancing his cultivation to vie for a higher rank on the young talents list. Therefore, prior to the imperial sun ceremony, Miss Mu should remain safe. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, well aware that otherwise, he would not be able to sit here in tranquility. Rest assured, Yi Ming, I will undoubtedly assist you in ensuring Miss Mu's safe extraction, Zhou Mingyao interjected. Indeed, while the Chu imperial clan is formidable, my Li imperial clan is no less so. I shall summon the elders of my clan to intervene when the time comes. Feel free to act as you wish. If the elders of the Chu clan intend to intervene, we can certainly obstruct them for a while. Chapter 116. For the entire human race. Thank you very much. Observing the two individuals before him, Yi Ming spoke. Although he had not intended to enlist their assistance, their offer was indeed welcome. After all, having an additional ally is far preferable to accumulating adversaries. No matter, it is our duty. The three then resumed their convivial toasts. Approximately an hour later, Yi Ming departed, leaving only Zhou Mingyao and Li Xingyun in the room. I am quite curious as to why your Li family would extend such support to Yi Ming, Zhou Mingyao inquired. Previously, she refrained from asking while Yi Ming was present, so now. And what about you? Li Xingyun did not respond directly, but instead smiled and posed a counter-question. Me? Zhou Mingyao pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps it is due to the bond he shares with Miss Mu. A bond? It is surprising that the esteemed princess of the Zhou imperial clan could be so moved by sentiment. That is none of your concern. And you? Surely you cannot claim to be swayed by emotions as well. I recall you practicing the supreme emotionless art. As for me, Li Xingyun shook his head, then turned towards Zhou Mingyao. If I were to say that I act for the sake of the entire human race, would you believe me? For the entire human race? Zhou Mingyao was at a loss for words. If one does not wish to speak, why resort to such flimsy reasoning? She then vanished in a flash. At that moment, Li Xingyun gazed skyward and murmured, I truly am doing this for that reason. Time flows like water, slipping away unnoticed. Before long, an entire night had passed. The following day, at dawn, Yi Ming departed from Wangu City. After spending the better part of the day traveling, he arrived outside a small town named Fengling City. He intended to inscribe a spatial coordinate here. While the spatial teleportation arrays allow for effortless traversal within 1,000,000 kilometers, the destination remains random. Thus, for the sake of caution, he chose to mark the coordinates here to avoid the risk of being transported to another location within the Chu imperial clan. Inscribing the spatial coordinates was not particularly challenging. He completed it in merely half an hour. However, Yi Ming did not leave immediately, but continued to set up various formations. He established the Heaven Demon Annihilation Array, the All-Heaven Divine Array, and several other lethal formations. He was uncertain about the depth of the Chu imperial clan's resources, nor could he guarantee that they lacked spatial teleportation arrays akin to those for teleportation. Hence, all these preparations were made as a precaution. Once everything was completed, he returned to Wangu City, only to find it even more bustling than the previous day. This was due to the fact that the following day marked the ceremony for Chu Linshuan's elevation within the Chu imperial clan, coinciding with his wedding to Mu Qingxue. Although there was still some time remaining, for reasons unknown, the Chu imperial clan had altered the schedule. System, sign in. Within the confines of the room, Yi Ming spoke with a grave expression. Tomorrow marks the day of action. He must exhaust every possible means to enhance his strength. Ding. Sign in successful. He has acquired 3,000 years of cultivation. 3,000 years of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's countenance brightened with joy. He hurriedly opened the system panel and discovered that his cultivation had astonishingly reached the 7th level of divine concealment. With this elevation in power, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him. He was confident that if he were to engage in battle with Chu Linxian now, he could defeat him in merely 2 rounds. It seems that fate has been quite generous to me, Yi Ming mused quietly to himself. He then settled into a meditative position, beginning to solidify his newfound cultivation. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. In a secluded chamber of the Chu clan's imperial lineage, Mu Qingxue gazed despondently at the moon above. Memories of her time spent with Yi Ming echoed incessantly in her mind. Two streams of tears, resembling pearls, cascaded from her eyes, appearing particularly mournful under the moonlight. Bang! At that moment, a loud crash reverberated as the door was kicked open, revealing a young man filled with fury. It was Chu Linxian. His anger was palpable. After being so thoroughly defeated by Yi Ming, it had taken him a full day to recuperate, even with the aid of the clan's rare elixirs. How could a dignified heir like himself be bested by an unknown? Yet, he understood that, given his current strength, seeking revenge was hardly realistic. The only way to elevate his power swiftly was through Mu Qingxue. What do you intend to do? Mu Qingxue asked, her face pale. Do you really need to ask? Chu Linxian scoffed, instantly appearing before her, his gaze filled with avarice as he beheld her graceful figure. Please, don't come any closer. Slap. Chu Linxian struck her across the face, his expression icy as he declared, What are you? It is a privilege for you that I even deign to notice you. Do you still hold on to the delusion that that insignificant insect will come to save you? Let me assure you. I have already dispatched someone to the eastern continent. Should you dare defy my wishes tomorrow, I can guarantee that Yi Ming will meet a certain demise. Not just him, but the entire great Chu Empire shall be left in ruins. You beast, you monster. Mu Qingxue screamed in despair. The only reason she remained alive was to prevent bringing harm to Yi Ming and the great Chu imperial family. Otherwise, she would have taken her own life long ago. Yet now, a beast? Chu Linxian laughed heartily. Then, with a swift motion, he seized the elixirs from the table and crudely forced them toward Mu Qingxue's mouth. If one wishes to spare them from demise, they must obediently consume these substances, serving me dutifully on the morrow, otherwise. The reason behind his actions lies in the secret technique possessed by the Chu imperial clan, which allows for the maximum extraction of the profound energy from the Nine sacred body. However, to achieve this, the cultivation of the Nine sacred land must be elevated to a certain threshold. Otherwise, the Nine sacred body would not withstand the secret technique and would perish instantly. He harbored no concern for Mu Qingxue's life or death. His sole focus was on maximizing his own enhancement. This was also the rationale behind his prolonged inaction. Only through this means could his cultivation attain its utmost elevation. At which point, the talents of the central continent and the princes of other imperial clans, including Ming Yi, would pose no challenge. After a full few minutes of venting his frustration, he finally ceased, casting a cold glance at the incapacitated Mu Qingxue, and icily remarked, If by tomorrow I find these items untouched, prepare to collect their remains. With that, he waved his hand dismissively and departed. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue's complexion grew even more pallid. Chapter 117. I have arrived. In the central continent, within the Chu imperial clan, the sky today is shrouded in darkness, thick clouds looming overhead. An air of solemnity and foreboding envelopes the entire Chu imperial clan. Outside the imperial city, Yi Ming stands amidst the crowd with a grave expression, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Today marks the moment when Chu Linxian is to be proclaimed the imperial son, and it is also the day he intends to bring back Mu Qingxue. He has come here alone, without Zhou Mingyao or Li Xingyun. As the resonant chimes of bells resonate, a serpentine procession surges towards the imperial city, a multitude of figures akin to swarming locusts. They have all gathered to partake in this grand event. The throng moves swiftly, and after approximately 10 minutes, they arrive before the magnificent palace of the Chu imperial clan. Gazing upon the splendid edifice, excitement is palpable on everyone's faces. The imperial clan, a dominant force in the central continent, is not a place one can ordinarily access. Thus the opportunity presented by this event incites their fervor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Yi Ming awaits the commencement of the assembly, the sky above reverberates with the sounds of rushing air. These individuals belong to powerful factions. The Xianyuan imperial clan has arrived. The Jiang imperial clan has arrived. The Li imperial clan has arrived. Every family or sect of note in the central continent has gathered here to witness the birth of the Chu imperial son. Among them, Yi Ming also encounters many familiar faces, individuals he had previously met in the forgotten ancient city. Ha ha ha. I am profoundly grateful to all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the ceremony of my clan's imperial son. It is indeed a great fortune for the Chu imperial clan. A man in his 40s emerges from within, laughing heartily as he addresses the crowd. This man is none other than Chu Kuang, the current patriarch of the Chu imperial clan and the father of Chu Linxian. Upon his appearance, others extend their greetings, though each with their own hidden intentions. Chu Kuang, unfazed by the underlying motives, subsequently invites everyone inside. Naturally, Yi Ming follows the crowd inside and finds a seat at random. Yi Ming, just as he settles down, a voice resonates in his mind. He turns to see a youthful maiden winking at him. It is Li Xiener. Beside her, Luo Shui nods in acknowledgement. To his surprise, they have also arrived. Yi Ming glances at them with astonishment, but soon his surprise dissipates. As denizens of the Yaoqi sacred land, one of the formidable powers in the central continent, their attendance is entirely expected. However, he understands that due to their sect's affiliations, it is impossible for them to acknowledge him openly before the crowd, and he respects that. As time passes, the number of attendees swells, and soon the vast hall is filled to capacity. The dense crowd clearly demonstrated the formidable power of the Chu imperial clan. Just then, the sound of bells resonated once more. A mighty aura swept through the sky, followed by the enchanting strains of celestial music. And soon a procession of ethereal figures emerged, graceful and stunningly beautiful women. Among them stood a young man, adorned with a dragon crown and clad in a flowing white robe. Exuding an air of nobility, this was Chu Linxian. At that moment, his face radiated a charming smile, and his demeanor was transcendent, akin to an immortal descending to the mortal realm. The onlookers erupted in admiration. How handsome! Chu Linxian truly embodies the essence of the Chu imperial clan. His elegance is unparalleled. Indeed, it was said that today marked his wedding day, leaving many to wonder which fortunate lady would become his bride. Whispers circulated about a woman named Mu Qingxue, though the reason for Chu Linxuan's choice remained a mystery. Oh, how I wish I could be the one to marry him. Such remarks only deepened Yi Ming's darkening expression, his murderous intent barely contained. Suddenly, a loud, boisterous laugh cut through the air as Chu Kuang approached, boasting to the crowd before commencing the coronation ceremony of the imperial son. One could not deny that the Chu imperial clan upheld their status with a ceremony that reached celestial heights, nearly transforming Chu Linxian into a reincarnated deity. Even members of other imperial clans stood by, speechless. The ceremony persisted for half the day before finally concluding. However, no one departed, for they understood that this was merely the beginning, as Chu Linxuan's wedding was yet to unfold. In truth, many had come specifically for this event, eager to discover the identity of the woman chosen by Chu Linxian. Is it finally about to commence? On the high platform, Li Xingyun gently waved his fan and smiled. Yi Ming, please ensure your safety, said Li Xiener, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Yi Ming, I hope you succeed, murmured Zhou Mingyao from the Zhou imperial clan, fully aware that the true spectacle was about to begin. Ha! I believe everyone understands that today is not only the coronation of our clan's imperial son, but also the day of his grand wedding, Chu Kuang proclaimed, laughter echoing as another round of flattery ensued, bringing joy to the hearts of the Chu clan members. Now, without further ado, Xiener, why delay? Bring forth your bride. Yes. Chu Linxian nodded and stepped inside. Moments later, he re-emerged, accompanied by a breathtaking woman adorned in phoenix attire and a phoenix crown. Mu Qingxue. At that moment, her complexion was pale, her gaze vacant, devoid of any trace of spiritual vitality. In this serene moment, Yi Ming recalled the past, when he returned from the Tang Empire, ultimately meeting his demise in his own embrace. Boom. At that instant, Yi Ming could no longer contain the turmoil within. He slowly advanced forward, and with each step he took, his aura grew increasingly formidable, drawing the attention of all present. What is happening? What does this person intend to do? Could it be that he is attempting to seize a marriage? His fierce demeanor suggests so. Surely, he cannot be seeking to disrupt Chu Linxuan's wedding? Is he courting danger? Yi Ming. Upon catching sight of Yi Ming's figure, Mu Qingxue trembled, tears like pearls cascading from the corners of her eyes. Her gaze remained fixed on Yi Ming. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, and an unusual atmosphere enveloped the grand hall. It's you, Chu Linxian bellowed. His memory of Yi Ming's face indelibly etched in his mind. He had not forgotten how severely he had been beaten by him, and now he appeared once more. Yi Ming, however, paid no heed to Chu Linxuan's words, his eyes solely focused on Mu Qingxue. Qingxue, I have returned. Chapter 118 Farewell to Mu Qingxue. I have arrived. The simplicity of those 3 words gradually quelled the turmoil within Mu Qingxue's heart. In that moment, she felt that her wait had been worthwhile. Even if she were to perish here today, she would harbor no regrets. Boldness. At that instant, a man from the Chu imperial clan bellowed. How dare anyone disrupt the day of the prince's grand wedding? Was this not an affront to their honor? Ming Yi Ming, it is you. Chu Linxian finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that Ming Yi was indeed Yi Ming, the insignificant being he had previously dismissed. His countenance darkened with intensified rage. The very one he had deemed an ant had vanquished him. What, then, did that make him? Are you intent on opposing my Chu clan? Mu Kuang also roared, his expression equally grim. Oppose you? Yi Ming let out a cold chuckle, and with a stamp of his right foot, a more terrifying aura erupted from his being, engulfing the entire hall. To snatch my beloved and betray my kin, you inquire if I seek to oppose you? What? At that proclamation, the crowd was utterly stunned. All eyes turned towards him, bewildered. What was happening? Beloved kin? Was he referring to that woman? Surely not. Could the Chu imperial clan truly engage in such actions? This. Yi Ming. Mu Qingxue trembled as she gazed at Yi Ming, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Boldness. At that moment, Chu Linxian roared in fury. A surge of murderous intent erupted from him. Today was to be his coronation, and now, due to Yi Ming. Do you dare not to admit it? Yi Ming's voice was chillingly cold. You seek death. Boom. Chu Linxian shouted, unleashing a violent aura as he charged towards Yi Ming. The intensity of his momentum seemed capable of tearing Yi Ming to shreds. Yi Ming, be careful. Simultaneously, voices rang out, those of Mu Qingxue, Li Xiener, and Zhou Mingyao. Humph. Yi Ming scoffed, then reached out his right hand. In an instant, something extraordinary occurred. Chu Linxian found himself ensnared by Yi Ming's grip around his throat. That powerful hand was akin to a celestial claw. Regardless of how Chu Linxian struggled, he could not free himself. The speed of the transformation was so swift that the others could scarcely react. How is this possible? With a single move, he has subdued Chu Linxian? Who is this person, possessing such strength? Shocked whispers filled the air. Even the proud scions and elders of the imperial clan wore expressions of disbelief. They were well aware of Chu Linxuan's prowess. To his astonishment, it turned out to be quite intriguing. A young man clad in blue from the Jiang clan smiled as he gently waved his paper fan, his eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance. It was evident that Yi Ming had stirred his excitement. You, how could you possibly? In stark contrast to the young man, Chu Linxuan's expression was one of utter dismay. He had not anticipated that Yi Ming's prowess would reach such formidable heights. How could this be? Although he had been defeated by Yi Ming in Forgotten Ancient City, that battle had lasted a considerable time before yielding a loss. How could it be like this now? Impossible? Nothing is impossible. Yi Ming snorted disdainfully and then turned his gaze toward Chu Kuang. Release him, or you shall surely perish today. Chu Kuang roared, his countenance darkening to an extreme, a wave of murderous intent erupting from him. Is that so? Yi Ming replied with a scornful smile, exerting pressure with his right hand, which elicited a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig from Chu Linxian. How dare you? Why shouldn't I? Bang! As Yi Ming's words fell, Chu Linxuan's cries grew even more pitiful, his face flushed a deep crimson, teetering on the brink of asphyxiation. Stop, stop! Chu Kuang shouted urgently, fearing that Yi Ming would indeed strike a lethal blow to Chu Linxian. Humph! Yi Ming cast a derisive glance at him and spoke, send Qingxue over, or he will undoubtedly die. This is intolerable. Chu Kuang's face turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury, wishing to cleave Yi Ming into 8 pieces. Is that so? Yi Ming coldly replied, tightening his grip once more, intending to. No, please, no. In that moment, fear gripped Chu Linxian. He did not wish to perish here, for he had a vast future ahead. Yi Ming. Witnessing this scene, Chu Kuang was filled with rage, and with a wave of his hand, Mu Qingxue was sent flying toward Yi Ming. He understood that Yi Ming cared deeply for Mu Qingxue and could use her as leverage. Yet, he dared not gamble. He feared Yi Ming might truly kill Chu Linxian. Chu Linxian was his son and the heir of the Chu clan, far beyond what Mu Qingxue could compare to. Qingxue. As he beheld Mu Qingxue approaching, Yi Ming could no longer contain himself, pulling her into an embrace. In truth, he had been gambling as well. with the presence of the Chu clan members. It would be exceedingly difficult to bring Mu Qingxue over. Should he fail, they would undoubtedly seize him. At that moment, he had deliberately provoked Chu Linxian, and fortunately, his gamble had paid off. Yi Ming. Feeling the warmth in Yi Ming's embrace, Mu Qingxue could no longer hold back her emotions, overwhelmed with guilt. All along, she yearned to assist Yi Ming, which is why she initially came here, believing that in the future, little did she expect it would lead to such a predicament. I'm sorry, Silly girl, what are you saying? Yi Ming gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of tenderness in his heart. He had always intended to protect Mu Qingxue, ensuring she suffered no harm, yet he overlooked her feelings. Thus, he too felt a deep sense of guilt. In that moment, the two embraced tightly. The others in the grand hall could only sigh in admiration. Is this truly the person he has always cherished? Observing the scene, Li Xian'er's expression darkened. Alas! Beside her, Luo Shui could not help but let out a sigh. The complexities of love have always evoked sorrow throughout history. Yi Ming, release Lin Xian. At that moment, Chu Kuang roared, knowing that today, the Chu clan had lost all face. All he could do now was to find a way to salvage the situation. Release him? Yi Ming cast a disdainful glance at the Chu Lin Xian in his grasp, then stomped his right foot, instantly shattering Chu Lin Xian's legs. Crimson blood gushed forth uncontrollably, staining the ground in a shocking hue. Chapter 119. The Formidable Yi Ming. Ah, my leg, my leg. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the grand hall. As Chu Linxian looked down at his legs, his face paling, the expressions of those present grew increasingly horrified. Could it be that Yi Ming had utterly incapacitated Chu Linxian? This was unbelievable. The Chu clan was bound to go into a frenzy now. How audacious of him to openly challenge the Chu imperial family. For this alone, I hold him in great esteem. Yet, in doing so, he has ensnared himself in peril. After all, this is the Chu imperial family, and they are unlikely to let him off lightly. Whispers filled the air, and all eyes instinctively turned towards him. Even the venerable elders, whose profound cultivation was renowned, were scrutinizing Yi Ming intently. Is he truly the one chosen by Ji Wudi? An elder from the Ji clan remarked gravely. Ji Wudi, a name even the Ji clan regarded as taboo. In that fateful battle years ago, the Ji clan was nearly annihilated by him. Nevertheless, Ji Wudi remained one of them. And after achieving mastery in his cultivation, no one dared to underestimate the Ji clan any longer. Thus, the Ji clan had thrived in his wake, leading to a complex sentiment towards him. Now, with Yi Ming's emergence, the members of the Ji clan perceived a semblance of Ji Wudi in him. Coupled with the recent news from the imperial path, it was easy to deduce that Yi Ming had traversed from the eastern continent's imperial path. What a decisive individual. An elder clad in gray from the Li clan's side. He was aware of Yi Ming's identity, but had not anticipated such resoluteness from him. Similar scenes unfolded across other factions, each harboring their own opinions regarding Yi Ming. Yi Ming, you seek your own demise. At that moment, a voice emanating as if from the depths of the abyss resounded, revealing Chu Kuang, his countenance twisted with rage as he glared at Yi Ming. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged uncontrollably from him. This time, he was truly furious. Boom. As his voice echoed, a tempestuous force erupted from him, sweeping across the hall, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Seeking death? Let us see who meets their end first. Yi Ming snorted coldly and lifted Chu Linxian once more. He understood that Chu Linxian was now his tool. Only by utilizing him wisely could he escape this predicament. Otherwise, despite his recently bolstered cultivation, he would have no means of resistance against an imperial family that had existed for countless years. Father, save me, please. I do not wish to die. Chu Linxian cried out in pallor, further igniting Chu Kuang's fury. Yet, he dared not act. The power Yi Ming displayed was too formidable. He could not guarantee the safety of Chu Linxian before Yi Ming could finish him. Thus, the question lingered. Yi Ming, what exactly do you intend to do? It is quite simple. Let us depart, and I may consider releasing him. Otherwise, we shall all perish together. You. Chu Kuang felt as though his lungs were about to burst with indignation. After all these years, it was the first time he had been threatened in such a manner, and within his own abode, no less. This sensation, yet, if Yi Ming were not permitted to leave, then Chu Linxian would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, allowing him to depart would severely tarnish the reputation of the Chu imperial clan. Time slipped away, moment by moment. After a full 3 minutes, Chu Kuang cast a dark glance at Yi Ming and spoke. I can allow you to leave, but should you dare to harm a single hair on Xin'er, I will stake my life to ensure you remain here. Is that so? Yi Ming remained noncommittal. He was acutely aware of Chu Kuang's strength, which had clearly surpassed the divine concealment realm and ascended to the great completion stage, and not merely to an ordinary level of mastery. Yet, having reached this juncture, further discussion served no purpose. If he wished to survive, he could only rely on himself. He then wrapped his left arm around Mu Qingxue and, with his right hand grasping Chu Linxian, made his way toward the exit, followed closely by the members of the Chu imperial clan. Step by step, Yi Ming advanced slowly. Yet with each step, he tugged at the hearts of the onlookers. They too wished to witness whether Yi Ming could truly escape from this predicament. As time progressed, the number of formidable warriors from the Chu imperial clan increased, and a wave of terrifying pressure descended from above, enveloping the entire realm. Yi Ming, in his embrace, Mu Qingxue gazed at him with a sense of guilt. Had it not been for her, Yi Ming would not have found himself in this perilous situation. Yet Yi Ming gently patted her shoulder. Qingxue, are you afraid? I am not afraid. As long as I am with you, I fear nothing. Mu Qingxue declared resolutely. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming erupted into hearty laughter. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Even if he were to perish in the central continent, what of it? Very well, let us face it together. Whoever seeks to slay us, we shall accompany them to the end. Indeed, Mu Qingxue smiled. For the first time, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Ming in battle. Although she could do little, the mere act of facing it alongside Yi Ming was sufficient. Yi Ming, release the imperial son. Release him? Yi Ming smiled slightly. Then with a swift motion of his hand, he propelled Chu Linxian away with a single strike, eliciting a piercing scream as the ground beneath Chu Linxian was obliterated. At that moment, Yi Ming also activated the spatial teleportation array, disappearing from the spot while cradling Mu Qingxue. A spatial teleportation array? He had inscribed a teleportation array here? No, that is not correct. It is not a teleportation array, for with the strength of the Chu imperial clan, they would undoubtedly be aware of it. Could he have mastered the laws of space? The mere mention of these 4 words rendered the crowd utterly astonished. This was a legendary concept, one that even the 8 great imperial clans had not been able to grasp. If it were true, however, some sensed a discrepancy. From Yi Ming, there was no discernible fluctuation of the laws of space. Thus, it could not be the laws of space at all. The mystery lay in how Yi Ming had achieved this, a question that eluded them. This was not entirely their fault, for the people of this world were blissfully unaware of the existence of something known as a system. They had never encountered the spatial teleportation arrays acquired through system sign-ins, which explained their bewilderment. In stark contrast, the members of the Chu imperial clan were seething with rage. Their prince had been incapacitated, his subordinates obliterated, while Yi Ming had departed unscathed. This was a humiliation of the gravest kind. Convey my orders. Spare no effort to eliminate Yi Ming. I demand that he be left with no place to rest. Chapter 120. Once more, it seems that the central continent is about to become lively. Observing the formidable members of the Chu imperial clan soaring into the sky, the onlookers within the grand hall could not help but express their inner reflections. Having suffered significant setbacks this time, the Chu clan would certainly not let this matter rest. I apologize for any amusement caused today. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not detain you any longer. Please feel free to depart. After speaking, Chu Kuang swiftly lifted Chu Linxian and soared towards the distance. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt it inappropriate to linger further and began to exit the grand hall in succession. In the central continent, Fengling City, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue emerged from the void, stepping into the quaint little town before them. Grasping Mu Qingxue's hand, Yi Ming walked directly into the heart of the town. They soon arrived at a courtyard. Young master, you have arrived. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, hurried over upon noticing Yi Ming's presence. This place was previously purchased by Yi Ming at a considerable price, intended as a temporary refuge. He understood well that given the strength of the Chu imperial clan, leaving the central continent would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, he resolved to adopt a contrary approach by staying here for the time being. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, then dismissed the steward, leading Mu Qingxue towards their room. The space was modest, around 50 square meters, yet it was well furnished with all necessities. As they reached the bedside, Yi Ming's expression darkened slightly. Previously, he had sensed a terrifying energy within Mu Qingxue. This energy was immense, far beyond what she could currently absorb. If it remained unresolved, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for her. Yi Ming. Despite this, Mu Qingxue seemed unfazed, throwing herself into his embrace, clinging to him as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Sighing, Yi Ming felt the softness of her form. He was acutely aware of the hardships she had endured during their separation. Gently, he caressed her silky hair. Thus, they held each other tightly for a full 2 hours before gradually parting. Yi Ming, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for making you. Silly girl. What are you saying? Yi Ming smiled softly, taking her hands in his once more. It is I who am at fault for causing you distress. I shall never allow you to leave my side again. Just as Mu Qingxue attempted to speak further, Yi Ming silenced her with a kiss. She did not resist, but instead responded fervently. For a moment, they were lost in a flurry of kisses. The atmosphere in the room transformed. After an intense 5 minutes, Yi Ming finally paused, then inquired, Qingxue, what is the nature of the energy within you? Mu Qingxue's complexion turned pale as she cast a glance at him, then recounted the events that had transpired, which ignited a fierce anger within Yi Ming. The Chu imperial clan. One day, I shall bring your downfall. The beloved, subjected to such treatment, the sentiment. Subsequently, he began to channel energy for Mu Qingxue. He absorbed all that could be taken in, directing the rest into his own body. As time slowly passed, it was only after an hour that Yi Ming managed to resolve this surge of energy. Having absorbed such considerable power, his cultivation had indeed made significant strides. Of course, the most remarkable advancement was that of Mu Qingxue, who had astonishingly reached the integration stage. This brought immense joy to Yi Ming. He had long pondered on how to elevate Mu Qingxue's cultivation, never anticipating that this time. The ensuing moments were the happiest that Yi Ming had experienced in a long while. The two prepared a delectable dinner together. Watching Mu Qingxue's smile bloom once more, Yi Ming felt that everything was worthwhile. By the time they finished their meal, the sky outside had turned pitch black. In the room, the two sat facing each other, expressing their longing for one another. Yi Ming, you want me, don't you? Mu Qingxue suddenly spoke up. She understood that today's events were entirely due to her nine-yin body. If it weren't for that, Yi Ming would not. Although she was aware that surrendering herself to Yi Ming would bring her great harm, she did not care. She only wished to assist him. All right. Yi Ming smiled and nodded. This time he did not refuse, for he had already devised a solution for her nine-yin body, and after enduring for so long, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. He gently lifted Mu Qingxue, making his way to the bedside. At this moment, her face flushed crimson, as it was, after all, her first time. Silly girl. Yi Ming chuckled softly at the sight of the endearing Mu Qingxue, then placed a kiss on her lips before laying her down on the bed. Yi Ming did not rush to join her immediately. Instead, he opened the system panel and began to learn the yin-yang immortal spirit art. A flood of information surged into his mind, elucidating the method of cultivation. He then placed his index finger on Mu Qingxue's forehead, transmitting the technique to her. Yi Ming, what is this? Mu Qingxue inquired, filled with confusion. The yin-yang immortal spirit art is an immortal-level technique that can effectively resolve your nine-yin body, but this art requires two individuals to cultivate together. Immortal-level technique? Upon hearing these 4 words, Mu Qingxue was utterly astonished. During her time within the Chu imperial clan, she had naturally come to learn much. She understood the significance that an immortal-level technique represented. In a fleeting moment, she once again found herself enveloped in Yi Ming's embrace. She was acutely aware of the immense hardships he had endured for this particular technique. Silly girl. Yi Ming smiled gently, then turned over, and instantly, the two of them were submerged in the river of love. As their movements intensified, waves of white mist began to fill the room, quickly enveloping it in a shroud of ethereal fog. Yet, in that moment, Yi Ming sensed the nine-yin energy within Mu Qingxue dissipating at an astonishing speed, while his own cultivation level continued to ascend. Time passed swiftly, and after 2 hours, they finally came to a halt. At that moment, Mu Qingxue's complexion was flushed, radiating an unparalleled beauty, while Yi Ming wore a joyful smile. It must be said that the nine-yin physique was indeed the epitome of dual cultivation. With the guidance of the yin-yang immortal spirit technique, Yi Ming discovered that his cultivation had surged once more, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of divine concealment, just a step away from the Great Ascension realm. This marked the peak he had attained in his previous life. Of course, although his cultivation was comparable, he was certain that his combat prowess in this lifetime far surpassed that of his past. It is no exaggeration to assert that, should he unleash his full power now, he could contend with anyone beneath the Ascension realm. In contrast, Mu Qingxue also reaped significant benefits. Her cultivation had ascended to the 7th layer of integration, and her aura had undergone a profound transformation. If she had previously been a peerless beauty of the mortal realm, she now resembled a celestial goddess descending from the 9th heaven. Qingxue, shall we indulge once more? Chapter 121. News of Yi Ming Qingxue. Bear with me. I must accelerate. A series of tantalizing sounds echoed throughout the room. Perhaps it was the long-awaited relief after a prolonged drought or the exuberance of youth. But Yi Ming did not cease his endeavors throughout the night, laboring tirelessly. It was only when Mu Qingxue could no longer endure that he finally came to a halt. Gazing at the figure in his arms, drenched in perspiration, a faint smile graced Yi Ming's lips. Having lived 2 lives, he had finally attained the woman he cherished deeply, and the feeling was indescribable. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue felt a profound joy within her, although she was too exhausted to even lift a finger. The completeness of giving herself to Yi Ming filled her heart with contentment. Thus, the two spent 3 tranquil days together, a period marked by their utmost happiness. They reveled in each other's company, sharing the joys of life. However, while they basked in their bliss, turmoil brewed outside. The Chu imperial clan issued a top-tier bounty for the capture of Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue. Those who could provide information regarding their whereabouts would be rewarded with a step closer to attaining Earth-level martial arts. Those who could capture or even kill them would not only receive the highest tier of heaven-level martial arts, but could also become honorary elders of the Chu imperial clan, enjoying the privileges that came with such a title. What did it mean to be an honorary elder of the Chu imperial clan? It was clear to everyone. In an instant, the entire central continent was abuzz, with many ancient beings who had secluded themselves for years emerging from their retreats. Even members of other imperial clans began to take action, though it remained uncertain whether their intentions mirrored those of the Chu imperial clan in seeking out Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue. In any case, this event had thoroughly stirred the entire central continent. In a valley not far from Fengling City, several burly men sat wearily on the ground, consuming their rations. We've been searching for 3 days and haven't caught even a glimpse of Yi Ming. This is utterly frustrating, lamented a man with a scar across his face. Originally part of a modest local faction, they had ventured out upon hearing of the Chu imperial clan's bounty, hoping to try their luck. Yet, after 3 days of fruitless searching, they had not found a single trace. They had even been beaten by others, and had it not been for their quick escape, they might have lost their lives. With Yi Ming being a singular target and so many seekers, competition was fierce, leading to such conflicts being commonplace. After all, who wouldn't desire to become an honorary elder of the Chu imperial clan? Even obtaining a single Earth-level martial arts technique was a significant prize. Alas, it seems Yi Ming has long since departed. Finding him is likely an unrealistic endeavor. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, and a dashing young man streaked across the sky. It was Yi Ming. "Big brother," one of the men exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. "Why the commotion? Why Yi Ming? Big brother, it's Yi Ming." "What?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd were filled with astonishment, and they hastily turned their gaze towards the sky. Although Yi Ming had already departed, his indistinct silhouette still revealed a hint of his presence. Indeed, it was Yi Ming. No wonder they had searched for so many days without success. He had been hiding here all along. We've struck gold. The faces of several individuals were brimming with excitement. Currently, Yi Ming was akin to a coveted treasure. Finding him would signify the promise of Earth-tier cultivation techniques and miraculous elixirs beckoning to them. "Brother, what shall we do?" one of them asked anxiously. "Yi Ming's strength is formidable, far beyond our capabilities. You all should keep your distance while I inform the Chu clan. This time, we are bound for prosperity." The scarred-faced man spoke urgently. He was not foolish. Yi Ming's ability to evade the Chu clan was a testament to his might. With their limited strength, capturing him was merely a fanciful dream. Nevertheless, he remained calm, knowing that simply spreading the news would suffice, as the Chu clan would inevitably take action. With that, he soared into the sky, disappearing from sight, while the others followed Yi Ming from a distance. Have they noticed me? Yi Ming scoffed coldly in the sky, for he had long been aware of their presence. His flight through this area was intentionally designed to draw their attention and facilitate the dissemination of his whereabouts. The reason for this was his intent to depart. Although this place was remote, it would eventually be discovered. Rather than waiting passively for an ambush, he preferred to take the initiative, thereby enticing the Chu clan to converge upon him, allowing him the opportunity to escape. This was all part of his cunning strategy. Before long, Yi Ming returned to Wine Spirit City. Yi Ming, you're back. Mu Qingxue greeted him with a smile, her joy evident as her radiant expression had not waned for several days. Yi Ming nodded, embracing her tenderly. It must be said that the 9-yin sacred body was indeed formidable, under the guidance of the yin-yang celestial spirit technique. Mu Qingxue's cultivation had remarkably ascended to the peak of the 9th layer of the harmonization stage within just a few days. A mere hair's breadth from the divine concealment realm. Particularly notable was the 9-yin energy surrounding her, which even evoked a sense of wariness in Yi Ming. It is no exaggeration to say that Mu Qingxue, in her current state, would possess the strength to contend with cultivators at the 2nd or 3rd layer of the divine concealment realm. Moreover, her demeanor resembled that of a celestial being. In summary, Mu Qingxue, at present, although perhaps slightly inferior in cultivation compared to the unparalleled women of the central continent, excelled in every other aspect, with her grace surpassing many. This exemplifies the terrifying potential of the 9-yin sacred body, undoubtedly aided by the yin-yang celestial spirit technique, for celestial-grade cultivation methods are not easily attained. In comparison, Yi Ming had also undergone significant changes. After all, the dual cultivation technique benefited both parties involved. Qingxue, I plan to return to the eastern continent. What do you think? Yi Ming gently pinched Mu Qingxue's nose and said, Well, I will heed all your wishes. Mu Qingxue nodded vigorously. Ever since she completely surrendered herself to Yi Ming a few days ago, she had entrusted everything to him. Regardless of what Yi Ming desired to do, she would not oppose him. Silly girl. Yi Ming smiled faintly, then lifted her up and carried her into the courtyard, gazing at the azure sky and the white clouds. His mood lightened considerably. He then regaled her with a tale of Ultraman battling the snake spirit to save the Calabash brothers, which moved the little girl to tears. Alas, joyful moments are always fleeting. A day swiftly passed, and the following day, high above the skies, several thousand figures surged towards Fengling City from the distance. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, named Chu Qingyang, the very individual who had once brought Mu Qingxue from the eastern continent. Recently, his circumstances had been rather dire. He had anticipated receiving generous rewards for presenting the 9-yin sacred body to the imperial sun, only to find himself embroiled in unforeseen troubles, incurring severe punishment. Fortunately, his elderly father interceded on his behalf, sparing his life, which fueled his resentment towards Yi Ming. If it were not for him, how could he have found himself in this predicament? Chapter 122. Kill or be killed. Indeed, my lord, we have witnessed it ourselves. He has not emerged from within during this entire time, the scar-faced man said with a sycophantic grin. You would do well not to deceive me, for you know the consequences, Chu Qingyang retorted coldly. He held a deep disdain for figures like the scar-faced man. Yes, rest assured, my lord. Yi Ming is certainly inside. However, our reward, as long as Yi Ming remains, your reward shall not be diminished. Chu Qingyang cast a look of disgust at him before suddenly darting forward. At that moment, a glimmer of icy coldness flashed in his eyes. The group moved swiftly, soon arriving above Wind Spirit City. There, Yi Ming stood calmly in the void, with several figures bound beside him, those who had stealthily followed him earlier. Yi Ming. Upon spotting him, Chu Qingyang's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that Yi Ming had been waiting for him. You must be Chu Qingyang, Yi Ming chuckled lightly, though his laughter concealed a menacing intent that instilled fear. It was this man who had brought Mu Qingxue from eastern continent, subjecting her to so much suffering. Yi Ming, I must admit you possess considerable courage. Knowing we were coming, not only did you not flee, but chose to wait here. Do you truly believe that having defeated the imperial sun renders you invincible? Invincible? Yi Ming shook his head, glancing at Chu Qingyang. Dealing with someone like you poses no challenge whatsoever. You. Chu Qingyang seethed with rage. He conceded that in a one-on-one encounter, he would not stand a chance against Yi Ming. However, he had brought many companions with him this time. The audacity of Yi Ming to speak to him in such a manner was a blatant disregard for his authority and the Chu imperial clan. Just as he prepared to retort, a figure emerged from behind him. It was an elderly man with white hair and a beard. At first glance, he appeared ordinary. But upon closer inspection, one could sense an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from him. A formidable figure of the great Ascension realm. Yi Ming's brow furrowed slightly. He had initially overlooked this elder, but now. Yi Ming, I must concede, you are indeed powerful. You are the strongest among the younger generation I have encountered. Even those prodigies from the imperial clans pale in comparison to you. The elder spoke with a calm tone, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Is that so? I truly appreciate your compliment, old man. However, it is regrettable that you are far too arrogant, having offended the Chu imperial clan. There is no way you shall leave here alive today. With that, the elder waved his hand. Instantly, over 1,000 figures surged forth from behind him, surrounding Yi Ming in an instant. How very flattering of you. Yi Ming exhibited no fear as he slowly stepped forward, appearing to teleport directly in front of the elder. Yi Ming, you. Chu Qingyang's face flushed with anger. However, the elder remained remarkably composed. Yi Ming, surrender your life, soul, and kneel in submission to me, and I may consider sparing your life. I believe you are mistaken about a certain matter. What do you mean? The elder was perplexed, as he assumed Yi Ming had come to beg for mercy. After all, given the strength of his group, he could hardly fathom how Yi Ming could possibly escape. My purpose in awaiting you here is to collect some interest first, for you shall all perish today. Boom. As his words echoed, Yi Ming's right hand struck the elder with a swift palm. The speed was so astonishing that even the elder failed to react, being sent flying backward. Nevertheless, the elder, a formidable figure at the Great Ascension stage, though somewhat disheveled, sustained no injuries. Yi Ming, you seek death. The elder roared, charging toward him. Alas, Yi Ming sighed, recognizing the terrifying prowess of this Great Ascension expert. His previous strike could have caused a ninth-layer god concealment practitioner to spit blood, yet this individual. However, he remained undeterred. With a grand gesture, a blood-red spear materialized in his grasp. I have declared, you shall all meet your demise today. Buzz. As his declaration resonated, waves of spatial fluctuations emerged, revealing 9 colossal demonic figures stepping forth from the void behind him. This was indeed the Demon Annihilation Great Formation. A formation? You actually inscribed a formation here? The elder's brow furrowed deeply. Though he was unaware of what this formation entailed, the terrifying aura emanating from the demonic figures was palpable, inducing a suffocating sensation even in him. Did you truly believe I was unprepared, daring to await you here? Yi Ming scoffed. With another sweeping motion, the 9 massive demonic figures surged towards the group. At this juncture, he and the Chu imperial clan had reached a point of no return, and he would not hold back. If they sought to kill me, I would retaliate in kind. There was nothing more to discuss. Arrogant, the elder bellowed, bringing his hands together to summon a gigantic warhammer, which he then swung violently at one of the demonic figures. The others, witnessing his attack, naturally followed suit, unleashing their own assaults. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and the space reverberated with thunderous roars. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals hailed from the Chu imperial clan and possessed considerable strength. Yet Yi Ming merely shook his head in disdain. Back into Chu, he had used this very formation to vanquish foes stronger than himself, at a time when he had just stepped into the harmonization stage. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of god concealment. Dong, dong, dong. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as 9 demonic shadows emerged, resembling ancient celestial fiends, instilling unparalleled terror. The unfortunate members of the Chu imperial clan suffered grievously, with more than half incapacitated in a mere instant, plummeting from the sky like dumplings cast into boiling water. What? Witnessing this harrowing scene, Chu Qingyang's countenance darkened tremendously. He too had not anticipated the formidable strength of these shadows. How could this be possible? Yet, unbeknownst to him, this demon annihilation formation had the power to vanquish even deities and demons in ancient times, let alone mere mortals like them. Ah, no, please, no. What is this? How can it be so powerful? Spare me, please. "Elders, save me, no." A chorus of anguished wails erupted from the crowd, but sadly, the most formidable elder among them had already been ensnared by a demonic shadow, rendering him incapable of providing any aid. Thus, with the terrifying onslaught of the 9 shadows, the members of the Chu imperial clan were reduced to mere fragments. Crimson blood cascaded from the heavens like rain, staining the ground in a horrific hue. In an instant, the earth was transformed into a scarlet tapestry, and the very atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Chapter 123, Battle to Madness. How could you possibly? As the corpses fell from the sky, the expression of the elder from the Chu clan changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that Yi Ming would possess such a formidable formation. The power of the demonic shadows was such that even he would find it challenging to defeat them in a short span of time, let alone others. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Yi Ming could be so unyielding. With this formation alone, Yi Ming was more than capable of rivaling the first-rate forces of Zhongzhou. After all, although there were many powerful individuals in Zhongzhou, few had reached the Ascendance realm, aside from the 8 imperial clans. "Retreat, retreat swiftly," the elder bellowed. He understood that with this grand formation in play, it was virtually impossible for them to eliminate Yi Ming. After all, he had yet to take down even a single demonic shadow. Once the other shadows dealt with their adversaries, the combined assault of 9 shadows could very well lead to his demise. However, just as he sought to escape, Yi Ming would not permit him to do so. Thinking he could leave so hastily, Yi Ming let out a cold laugh and, with a swift step, appeared right before the elder. "Yi Ming, do you dare to obstruct me?" The elder roared in anger. "Why would I not dare?" Boom. As Yi Ming's words echoed, a dragon's roar resonated, and a colossal silver dragon ascended from beneath his feet, the first step of the reverse dragon's 7 steps. Bang! In an instant, his aura surged tremendously. A secret technique to enhance strength? The elder furrowed his brow, sensing the shift in Yi Ming's aura. He had encountered enhancement techniques before, but one that could elevate power to such an extent was indeed rare. "Do you think this will keep me here?" The elder scoffed disdainfully. "Is that so?" Yi Ming replied with a slight smile, taking several more steps forward. Boom, boom, boom. With each step, his aura intensified further, and by the 6th step, the elder's expression finally changed. At that moment, Yi Ming's aura surpassed his own significantly. Reverse Dragon 7 Steps, the supreme secret technique of the Buddhist sect. How could you possibly? The elder, though not a practitioner of the Buddhist path, had encountered this technique before. Reverse Dragon 7 Steps. 1 step shakes heaven and earth. 7 steps released, annihilation of the ages. While the claim may seem exaggerated, it underscored its formidable nature. "Now, do you truly believe I will allow you to remain?" Yi Ming chuckled lightly. "Humph, even if you possess the Reverse Dragon 7 Steps. Do you think the foundation of my imperial clan is something you can comprehend?" The elder retorted coldly. With that, he formed a hand seal, and a golden rune materialized behind him. Within that rune, Yi Ming sensed an ominous aura. A rune sealing a supreme strike? Yi Ming murmured softly. He had encountered such runes before, previously witnessed during the reign of the Tang Empire when the emperor had once wielded them. Yet, compared to this, they were of an entirely different caliber. "Yi Ming, you have indeed astonished me greatly, but that is where it ends." The elder roared, and in an instant, his hands moved swiftly in incantation, summoning forth a figure radiating golden lightning from the runes. The visage was terrifying. At the moment of its emergence, the very fabric of space shattered, and black holes materialized in its wake. The surrounding golden lightning transformed into a sea of thunder. At that moment, he resembled a god of thunder descending, an awe-inspiring presence. How formidable! Yi Ming gasped, for the aura of this golden figure was overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing even that of Chu Kuang from the Chu clan he had encountered earlier. "Yi Ming, perish!" With the elder's words, the colossal figure, akin to a deity, stepped forward. In a flash, lightning blazed forth, and boundless thunder coalesced into chains surging towards Yi Ming. The surrounding area mirrored the apocalypse itself. Yi Ming, within Fengling City, Mu Qingxue gazed anxiously at the figure of Yi Ming in the sky. This battle was terrifying. Even with her recent surge in cultivation, she still felt inadequate. "You wish to kill me? You remain insufficient." Yi Ming bellowed back, raising his right hand, summoning 9 colossal demonic figures that soared into the void. Boom, boom, boom. The golden figure was overwhelmingly powerful, With a mere grip, a thunderous spear materialized in its hand, thrusting towards the 9 demonic shadows. In an instant, they were unable to withstand the assault and shattered into fragments. Ha ha ha, Yi Ming, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Is that so? With Yi Ming's words, he stepped forward once more, a divine aura erupting forth. You actually managed to take the 7th step? The elder was utterly astonished, but soon came to terms with it. Regardless of how many steps Yi Ming could traverse, he could never rival the golden figure. Come forth. Yi Ming paid no heed to the elder's astonishment. Grasping the doomsday spear, his feet resonated with a dragon's roar. The overwhelming battle intent engulfed the heavens and the earth. He was prepared to fight. Boom. With a mighty step, the void fractured, and cracks resembling a spider's web radiated outward from his right foot. He advanced like an indomitable war god, charging towards the colossal figure. Great wilderness hand seal, unaware of your impending doom, end him. Boom, boom, boom. As the elder's voice fell, the great battle erupted. In that moment, the entire realm was shattered. A spear descended, illuminating the world with thunder, and a palm struck out, shaking the very heavens. A series of terrifying assaults erupted from Yi Ming's hands, and in that moment, he plunged into a frenzy of battle. Bang! The golden figure struck with a mighty fist, sending Yi Ming hurtling through the air, crimson blood splattering into the void. Yet, Yi Ming remained unfazed, charging forward once more. Struck back, he surged ahead again. Struck back, he advanced yet again. Like an indomitable cockroach, he was relentlessly flung backward, ceaselessly retaliating. As time passed, his momentum not only persisted but intensified, growing ever stronger. The Buddha's palm, the 6-character mantra of the Buddhist school, the great wilderness seal. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Bring it on. Is this all the strength you possess? Come again. Once, twice, thrice. Countless charges, countless battles. After a full hour, with a single thrust of his spear, he managed to force that formidable figure back. What? Impossible, it cannot be. The elder's face turned pale with shock. He was well aware of the strength of this golden specter, and yet, Yi Ming had actually repelled him? How could this be? But the evidence lay before him, and disbelief was no longer an option. Kill him, kill him. In that moment, the elder descended into complete madness. Chapter 124, A Forceful Annihilation. With the old man's words resonating, the colossal figure abruptly opened its eyes. Instantly, the golden sea of thunder behind it surged with fervor. Countless bolts transformed into a myriad of thunderous spears, hurtling towards Yi Ming with lethal intent. Ha ha! At this sight, the old man's expression finally returned to one of elation. A series of hearty laughs emanating from his lips. He could hardly believe that Yi Ming, no matter how formidable, could withstand this onslaught. However, at that moment, Yi Ming merely shook his head. Enough of this game. With that declaration, he clapped his hands, and 3 immense figures materialized behind him. 1 azure, 1 golden, and 1 obsidian. Each figure exuded a distinctly different aura, the essence of Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic energy. The old man was utterly flabbergasted. 3 distinct paths of cultivation? How is this even possible? Surprised? Yi Ming offered a slight smile, and in an instant, the 3 colossal forms converged into one. At that moment, he underwent a remarkable transformation. A single eye radiating a cerulean glow appeared on his forehead, while his original 2 eyes emitted golden and black luminescence. Unified in spirit, deity, and demon, he stood as if a celestial being, radiating overwhelming power. Impossible, 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 the old man shouted in panic. Faced with Yi Ming in this state, he found himself devoid of any courage to resist, akin to a mere mortal in the presence of a divine entity. There is nothing impossible, now you shall perish. With a swift motion of his hand, the colossal figure behind Yi Ming stepped forward, causing the myriad thunderous spears to shatter into nothingness. Then, with another gesture, the immense golden silhouette disintegrated into a cascade of radiant light. Is this truly the extent of your strength? Yi Ming marveled at the spectacle before him, astonished by the sheer might he wielded. Yet he did not dwell on it for long. He swiftly advanced, arriving directly in front of the old man, who was now utterly petrified with fear. Without any defense, he found himself grasped by the throat. Impossible, impossible. How can this be? The old man repeated in disbelief, terror gripping him. 3 paths of cultivation, perfectly merged? What manner of monster was this? For the first time, he felt apprehension for the Chu imperial clan. To offend such a being meant dire consequences. Yet Ming had no intention of addressing the old man's bewilderment. With a firm grip, he crushed the old man effortlessly. Devil, devil, you are a devil. A voice filled with terror reverberated nearby, revealing Chu Qingyang, pale and horrified as he gazed upon Ming. Even the venerable elder of the Mahayana realm has perished. Is this the work of demons? Ming shook his head. If someone seeks to take my life, I shall not hesitate to extinguish theirs. There exists no notion of right or wrong in such matters. For the sake of Mu Qingxue, even if it means becoming a demon, so be it. With a swift motion, he struck down, and a colossal imprint descended from the heavens, obliterating Chu Qingyang in a single blow. As for the others, Ming spared none. Mere minutes later, all lay lifeless. With the battle concluded, he gazed down at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground and let out a deep sigh. Since his rebirth, his sole desire had been to protect Mu Qingxue, yet he never anticipated being ensnared in such turmoil. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. Were he to live his life anew, his actions would remain unchanged. Anyone who dared to harm Mu Qingxue would meet certain death, be it the Great Tang Empire, the Bloodthirst Pavilion, or the Chu imperial clan. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of flames descended, igniting the corpses in a brilliant blaze, reducing them to ashes in an instant. He paid little heed to this destruction, for he had already returned to the city. Ming, Mu Qingxue rushed towards him, her face etched with concern. Do not worry, I am unharmed. Ming replied with a gentle smile, taking her hand and soaring towards the courtyard. As they flew, he formed a seal with his hands, unleashing a peculiar aura that stirred the residents of Wind Spirit City from their slumber. What transpired? Did I just awaken from a dream? Was there a battle here? They exclaimed, confusion clouding their minds. In truth, Ming had initially subdued these individuals with his disintegration slash, wishing to shield them from the enmity between himself and the Chu imperial clan. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Chu imperial clan, Chu Kuang's countenance was a stormy visage. 3 days had passed, and still, there was no word from Ming. Although his son had been rescued, he was rendered incapacitated. Unless they could find someone who wielded the law of life, there was little hope. Yet, such individuals were not easily found. Patriarch, this is dire. An anxious voice broke through as a man rushed in, his face awash with panic. This only darkened Chu Kuang's expression further. What is the commotion about? Have you discovered Ming's whereabouts? Patriarch, it's grave news. Chu Qingyang and Elder 8 have perished. What? At this revelation, Chu Kuang rose abruptly, his presence radiating fury. You speak falsely. It is true. Elder 8, Chu Qingyang, and several other disciples are dead. Their identity tokens have shattered. Boom. In that instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chu Kuang, fierce and unrestrained. He cared little for the others. But Elder 8 was one of the few Mahayana powerhouses of the Chu imperial clan, a cornerstone of their lineage. Who dares to kill a member of the Chu imperial clan? Chu Kuang's voice was icy to the core. I do not know. Bang. In a fit of rage, Chu Kuang slammed his hand down, nearly shattering the entire hall. Investigate. Whoever has the audacity to slay my elder shall undoubtedly meet their demise. Yes, one cannot help but acknowledge the formidable influence of the Chu imperial clan. Within mere minutes, the man returned. Clan leader, we have found something. Not long ago, the 8th elder and the others learned of Ming's whereabouts and headed to Fengling City, and then, Ming, Fengling City. Chu Kuang snorted coldly. He immediately rose to his feet and strode towards the exit. Gathering hundreds of followers, he set off for Fengling City. Regardless of whether Ming was the one who harmed his kin, he felt compelled to confront him. Ming must be eliminated. Meanwhile, within Fengling City, Qingxue, I am sorry that you must flee with me. Ming expressed with regret. He had always vowed to protect Mu Qingxue, yet he repeatedly placed her in peril. Thus, he felt immense guilt. Do not say that. As long as I am with you, I am willing to go anywhere. Chapter 125, The Binding Rope of Immortality. Let us confront this together, Ming declared, grasping Mu Qingxue's hand. Together, Mu Qingxue responded with a smile, nodding in agreement. Death had never instilled fear in her. She yearned only to be with Ming, regardless of the outcome, without a trace of regret. To depart from this world alongside the one she loved was a sentiment worth cherishing. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Yi Ming conjured a spatial teleportation array. This time, he had not inscribed the formation elsewhere. It was entirely random. He had remained in this vicinity for Mu Qingshue's safety, unable to venture to other locations. Moreover, the vastness of Central State was daunting. Although capable of spanning millions of miles, it was inconsequential within its expanse. Now, the Chu imperial clan had emerged in full force, rendering any destination irrelevant. Let us proceed. Casting a final glance at the Wind Spirit City, Yi Ming took Mu Qingshue's hand and stepped into the void passage. In that fleeting moment of departure, the figures of Chu Kuang and his companions materialized. Yi Ming, Chu Kuang bellowed in rage, then struck the teleportation array with a powerful palm. Unfortunately, as his hand descended, Yi Ming and Mu Qingshue's forms had already vanished, igniting Chu Kuang's fury further. Chase him. No matter the cost, he must be eliminated. The air trembled with his command, as the entire Wind Spirit City crumbled beneath the force of his wrath. Countless lives perished under the weight of his fury, a consequence he regarded with utter indifference. With a flicker, he disappeared from sight. In Central State, at the ancient city of Yuyun, a settlement that had endured for millennia under the jurisdiction of the Tianyang Pavilion, throngs of people scoured the streets, all in search of Yi Ming, eager to claim rewards from the Chu clan. Where could Yi Ming possibly be? The entirety of Central State is in pursuit. Yet he remains elusive, sighed a middle-aged man, clad in blue and resting upon the city wall, a long sword strapped to his back. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky. Moments later, two figures emerged from its depths, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue. Yi Ming. The middle-aged man gasped in astonishment, his expression swiftly transforming into one of exuberance. What a stroke of fortune, to find you here without any effort. He then bellowed to the crowd within the city, Yi Ming is here. With his proclamation, every gaze in the city turned towards them, eyes gleaming with avarice. Seize him. Capture Yi Ming, and one can attain the esteemed title of honorary elder of the Chu imperial clan. Yi Ming is mine. Whoever dares to contest me shall meet their demise. In an instant, a throng of figures surged towards Yi Ming. Where am I? Observing the scene before him, Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly, then waved his hand, summoning a jade talisman. This talisman was a reward he had received during his time in the Chu imperial clan, depicting a map of the central continent. With a sweep of his divine sense, he finally discerned his location, Yuyun City, a staggering 30 million miles from the entrance of the imperial path. Upon receiving this information, Yi Ming's expression grew grave. The teleportation had been entirely random, leaving him uncertain of his whereabouts. However, there was a silver lining and a shadow. The good news was that he had not been transported within the jurisdiction of the Chu imperial clan, sparing him the worry of being besieged. The bad news was that he still faced a daunting 30 million miles to the entrance of the imperial path. This meant that in order to return to the eastern continent via the imperial path, he would have to traverse this immense distance, confronting an unknown number of adversaries along the way, undoubtedly fraught with peril. System, sign in. Yi Ming silently intoned. Ding. Sign in successful. You have received the binding immortal rope. Hearing this, Yi Ming paused momentarily, then opened the system panel. Binding immortal god. An immortal-grade treasure capable of binding celestial beings and trapping demons. To possess an immortal-grade treasure was a source of great joy for Yi Ming, as such artifacts were rare even among the 8 great imperial clans. Qingxue, are you afraid? Closing the system panel, Yi Ming turned to Mu Qingxue, speaking with gentle reassurance. As long as I am with you, I am not afraid. Although Mu Qingxue's complexion was somewhat pale, she resolutely replied, Rest assured, as long as I live, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Yi Ming grasped her delicate, snowy hand, speaking tenderly. He then shifted his gaze towards the approaching assailants. I do not wish to kill you. If you have any sense, leave now, or do not blame me for what follows. Yet, it was evident that he had grossly underestimated their insatiable greed. In their ambition to become honored elders of the Chu imperial clan, they disregarded Yi Ming's warning. Greed and desire had utterly clouded their hearts. Yi Ming, cease your grandstanding. You have offended the Chu imperial clan, and there is no place for you in the central continent. Prepare to meet your end. Kill Yi Ming. Avenge Lord Chu Linxian. Attack. Sighing at the sight of these individuals, Yi Ming refrained from further words. Since they were unwilling to heed his counsel, he would have to unleash his fury. Qingxue. Today let us unleash our wrath. Boom. As his words fell, he waved his hand, summoning a blood-red spear and a golden long rope before him. It was indeed the doomsday spear and the binding rope of immortals that had just been acquired. A few sought to slay him, and thus, they would meet a swift end. Yi Ming, prepare to perish. At that moment, a furious roar echoed, as those individuals finally approached Yi Ming. Without a word, they struck with lethal intent. Is that so? Yi Ming scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. With his left hand grasping Mu Qingxue and his right wielding the doomsday spear, he unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! With a thunderous sound, hundreds of figures were obliterated in an instant. Simultaneously, under his command, the binding rope of immortals elongated, ensnaring the heads of those who dared to challenge him. All together now, do not let him escape. Kill, kill, kill. If you seek my life, come forth. Boom! As the battle erupted, Yi Ming moved like a demigod, repeatedly brandishing his spear. Within a mere 10 minutes, thousands had perished at his hands. Heads were collected, suspended triumphantly behind him. Having initiated the onslaught, he showed no mercy. Today all of you shall meet your demise. Kill. Chapter 126. Frenzied Slaughter. With a sweeping gesture from Yi Ming, countless severed heads soared into the sky. Ensnared by the binding celestial rope, they hung densely, resembling a string of gored ornaments, an awe-inspiring sight. Come forth, unleash your fury. Kill, kill, kill. Is this all the strength you possess? Come on. Yi Ming's voice thundered, embodying the essence of a demon. The carnage was relentless, frenzied. He was a devil, an embodiment of malevolence. He is too powerful. I no longer desire the reward. Flee, flee. As the death toll mounted, the assailants targeting Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue turned pale with terror. The timid among them began to flee in panic. There was no denying it. Yi Ming was overwhelmingly strong. No one could withstand his strike, especially with the horrifying sight of thousands of heads trailing behind him. Yi Ming. Mu Qingxue's expression turned grave as she beheld him. This was the first time she had witnessed such a side of him. Yet, rather than fear, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. She understood that Yi Ming fought for her. This time, I will not let you face it alone. With a hum, she formed a seal with her hands, unleashing an aura of chilling cold, the Nine energy, reputed to be the most frigid force in existence. Instantly, all who charged within 1,000 feet were frozen into icy statues. With another wave of her hands, the ice sculptures shattered, raining down shards onto the ground. In unison, the two advanced, mercilessly slaying their adversaries. Within a mere half hour, the once dense throng had dwindled to a mere handful, all paralyzed with fear, daring not to attack, and hastily retreating. Yi Ming chose not to pursue them. Time was of the essence, for the Chu clan could receive news at any moment. They would soon face far greater threats. Thus, he resolved to hasten toward the entrance of the Imperial Road, for it was their only glimmer of hope. Gasping for breath, Mu Qingxue watched the remaining few flee. This was her first experience with taking lives, and she found it difficult to adjust. At that moment, Yi Ming placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Qingxue, how are you holding up? I'm fine. Let us proceed, Yi Ming replied with a smile, taking her hand as they soared forward. Ever since he had read the letter Mu Qingxue left for him, he had resolved to train her diligently. His own strength had its limits. Despite treading cautiously along his path, one cannot always remain in the presence of Mu Qingxue as before. The only solution lies in empowering Mu Qingxue, thereby ensuring his own peace of mind. As Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue soared forward, news of their appearance spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the entirety of Zhongzhou. Within the Chu imperial clan, a middle-aged man with a grim expression declared, Yi Ming has re-emerged in Yuyan City, and he has slain countless individuals. We cannot allow them to escape alive. Dispatch orders for all to pursue them. They must be exterminated. Furthermore, announce that anyone who kills Yi Ming shall be granted 3 years of cultivation at our Enlightenment Mountain. Chu Kuang bellowed with authority. Understood, with his command resonating. The members of the Chu imperial clan swiftly took flight toward Yi Ming's location. Meanwhile, within the Zhou imperial clan, Zhou Mingyao, with an anxious countenance, implored, Father, the Chu imperial clan's actions are utterly excessive. Should we not intervene? She had just received news of Yi Ming's predicament. Do you comprehend the consequences of our intervention? Replied a middle-aged man clad in scholarly garb, who was none other than Zhou Tianzhong. the current patriarch of the Zhou imperial clan and Zhou Mingyao's father. But Zhou Mingyao's expression turned grave. She understood all too well the potential ramifications, which could incite an imperial war, dragging the entire Zhongzhou into chaos. Yet, she held a favorable view of Yi Ming and could not bear to witness him being besieged by the Chu imperial clan. Sighing at his daughter's distress, Zhou Tianzhong remarked, "While it is impossible to overtly assist him, perhaps covertly." Oh, Zhou Mingyao's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and she quickly responded, "Thank you, father." "Very well, I entrust this matter to your discretion. Exercise caution." Indeed. With that, Zhou Mingyao departed. Zhou Tianzhong watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. My daughter has truly grown. A similar scene unfolded within the Li imperial clan. In the grand hall, a gathering of powerful figures convened. A middle-aged man in purple robes spoke. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" He was Li Xingqian, the patriarch of the Li imperial clan. As one of the 8 great imperial clans, he too had received the news regarding Yi Ming, and he was taken aback by the young man's decisiveness. "Father, you are aware of the words of the esteemed Li Taibai. I believe we should heed his counsel and lend our full support to Yi Ming." Li Xingyun was the first to voice his opinion. Hearing this, Li Xingqian's expression grew serious. When Yi Ming first arrived in Zhongzhou, he received a message from Li Taibai, urging the Li family to extend their utmost support to a young man named Yi Ming, claiming it was crucial for the future of the entire human race. To be candid, he was initially skeptical. After all, how could the fate of humanity hinge upon a mere cultivator? However, as time passed, Yi Ming's actions began to instill a semblance of belief within him. "Patriarch, if we truly commit to aiding Yi Ming, it could very well lead to a complete rupture with the Chu imperial family, potentially igniting an imperial war," an elder interjected. "An imperial war? That is no trivial matter. Once unleashed, countless beings could be swept into its chaos. For the sake of one Yi Ming, it seems somewhat unwarranted. Yet, I believe the foresight of elder Li Taibai is not to be underestimated. Given Yi Ming's latent potential, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, who can say he would not mirror the legendary Ji Wudi? I feel we ought to extend our assistance," another elder countered. Upon hearing the name Ji Wudi, the atmosphere in the grand hall shifted as the expressions of those present turned grave. They were well aware of the infamous Ji Wudi, a figure who nearly decimated Zhongzhou in his wrath, driven to such extremes by the murder of his beloved. The parallels between his fate and that of the current Yi Ming were strikingly evident. Chapter 127, A Sweeping Advance. Li Xingqian's expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, the strength exhibited by Yi Ming now surpassed that of the legendary Ji Wudi in his prime. After all, at Yi Ming's current age, Ji Wudi had yet to attain the capability to vanquish formidable opponents of the Great Ascension realm. Who could guarantee that Yi Ming would not evolve into a being of Ji Wudi's caliber, or even greater, in the future? With this thought in mind, Li Xingqian resolved to take a gamble. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Rather than allowing Yi Ming to become another Ji Wudi, he intended to heed Li Taibai's advice and take a chance. "Convey my orders. The Imperial Clan's experts are to assist Yi Ming at all costs." "Understood." As Li Xingqian's command echoed, the vastly Imperial Clan mobilized countless powerful warriors. A similar scene unfolded across other Imperial clans, all stirred by this event. Yi Ming remained blissfully unaware of this unfolding drama as he soared swiftly ahead. Everywhere he passed, onlookers directed their gazes skyward, bewildered. What was happening? Who was this figure soaring through the air, accompanied by a multitude of severed heads? It appeared to be Yi Ming, the one rumored to have crippled Chu Linxian for the sake of his beloved while at the Chu Imperial Clan. What? He dared to challenge the Chu clan for love? Now that is a true man. If someone did that for me, I would consider it enough, even if it meant death. Merely courting death. How could he expect to leave unscathed after offending the Chu clan? Voices of speculation arose from the ground, with some admiring Yi Ming's bravery while others deemed him reckless. Regardless, this incident had irrevocably established Yi Ming's notoriety in Zhongzhou. Many audacious individuals stealthily followed, eager to witness whether Yi Ming could escape unharmed. Yet, amid his thoughts of securing a safe passage for Mu Qingxue, Yi Ming was unaware that others did not share his desire to depart unscathed. After soaring for half an hour, a figure obstructed his path, a black-clad elder wielding a massive black blade. It was Elder Tianyue, long thought to have vanished for millennia. How could he re-emerge now? Having reached the 8th tier of the divine concealment realm a millennium ago, he must have attained the pinnacle of that realm. If not the great ascension, over the years. Yi Ming was now in peril. Just moments ago, news had spread from the Chu clan. Any who killed Yi Ming would be granted 3 years of cultivation at the Chu clan's Enlightenment Mountain. It seemed Elder Tianyue had emerged precisely for this reason. As the crowd murmured in speculation, the elder in the sky opened his eyes, unleashing an overwhelmingly violent aura. Yi Ming, I must concede that your prowess is indeed formidable. However, regrettably for you, you have encountered me today. Crack. Yet, before the elder Tianyue could finish his words, Yi Ming stepped forward with 6 strides. Instantly, the aura surrounding him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. You have reached the great ascension realm? The elder Tianyue's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that Yi Ming would. Clang. Yi Ming let out a dismissive snort, then with a powerful slap of his hand, a colossal imprint descended from the heavens. The unfortunate elder Tianyue did not even have time to utter a scream before he was obliterated by Yi Ming's strike. His head was ensnared by the binding, immortal rope. This. The onlookers were utterly astonished at this scene. They had initially thought Yi Ming was in peril. Yet, dead? The elder Tianyue was slain just like that? How could it be that Yi Ming has attained the great ascension realm? This is inconceivable. A practitioner of such a high realm at such a tender age? What kind of monster has the Chu imperial clan provoked? This has become quite the spectacle. Everyone was left in shock, never having imagined that Yi Ming possessed such strength. With such power, where did he find the audacity? Yi Ming scoffed disdainfully and, accompanied by Mu Qingxue, soared forward once more. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have refrained from killing this individual, but now, anyone who dared to obstruct him would meet their demise. Whoosh! Just as Yi Ming had not flown far, a sudden sound of air being sliced apart echoed, revealing a middle-aged man bearing 8 long swords on his back. It was the carefree sword saint, an unparalleled master who had reached the great ascension realm a millennium ago. Unexpectedly, he too had appeared. It seemed Yi Ming was truly in peril this time. Could he possibly escape the grasp of the carefree sword saint? Yi Ming, to think you could slay the elder Tianyue. It appears your strength has also ascended to the great ascension realm. Under normal circumstances, I would raise a toast with you. But alas, I can only slay you now, the carefree sword saint bellowed. Following his words, the 8 long swords behind him soared into the air, unleashing an aura that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. He was prepared to strike. Let us engage in battle. There is no need for superfluous dialogue. Yi Ming retorted with a cold snort. Arrogance. The carefree sword saint roared in anger, then with a sweeping motion of his hand, the 8 long swords transformed into 8 radiant rainbows, hurtling towards Yi Ming with lethal intent. The overwhelming momentum frightened the gathered crowd, prompting them to hastily retreat, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Observing the fierce long swords, Yi Ming felt no trepidation. Grasping the doomsday spear, he charged forward. Boom! The blood spear shattered the air, causing the very fabric of space to rupture in that moment. Yi Ming surged forth like an ancient deity, striking out fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. A resounding roar echoed through the air as all 8 long swords were sent flying, and in an instant, Yi Ming executed the 7th step of the reverse dragon 7 steps. His aura surged once more, a harbinger of death. With the grace of a divine dragon, Yi Ming appeared before the carefree sword saint as though he had teleported, thrusting his spear with unerring precision. The swiftness of Yi Ming's assault was so extraordinary that even the carefree sword saint had no time to react, being sent sprawling backward as a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. What? You still possess hidden strength? The carefree sword saint's expression shifted dramatically. He had believed that he had witnessed Yi Ming's utmost power before. However, now, no, this is a misunderstanding. I meant for you to leave. I implore you to depart. Depart? Yi Ming scoffed with disdain. You think you can simply take my life? Now that you find yourself outmatched, you speak of misunderstandings? Is the world truly so accommodating? Crack! The blood spear lunged forth once more, piercing through the heart of the carefree sword saint. With a twist of his right hand, the carefree sword saint met the same fate as the elder Tianyue. His body erupted, and his massive head was ensnared by the binding, immortal rope. Chapter 128, Celestial Aura? What on earth? Even the sword saint of freedom has perished? This, This is truly a sign of Yi Ming defying the heavens. To what extraordinary heights has he ascended? This is utterly terrifying. Surely, among his peers, none can rival him. Perhaps he truly can escape unscathed. Amidst the chorus of astonished voices, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue once again embarked on their journey. Time trickled by, and finally, after 4 hours, he had traversed a distance of 10 million miles. With only 2,000 miles remaining to the entrance of the imperial path. During these 4 hours, he encountered numerous individuals intent on taking his life, reclusive powerhouses, prodigies from various sections. Yet, he vanquished them all. At this moment, the count of severed heads bound by celestial ropes had reached nearly 5,000, creating a sight so gruesome that it sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. However, the prolonged battles had depleted much of Yi Ming's energy, leaving his face pallid. This sight pained Mu Qingxue deeply. Yet now, she found herself at a loss for remedies. Buzz, as they approached a city known as Flame City. Sudden ripples in the void made their presence known. Almost immediately, a colossal net descended upon them. This net exuded an aura of terror. Even Yi Ming found himself unable to break free momentarily, and both were ensnared within its grasp. Ha ha ha! Yi Ming, no matter how strong you are, today you shall meet your end here. At that moment, an elderly man with a scarred visage emerged from the void. Behind him trailed a throng of thousands. It was the leader of the Sunfire sect, Flame Wanderer. The net was surely their sect's most formidable formation, the Heavenly Fire Annihilation Array. Damn it! The Sunfire sect's people have resorted to treachery, launching a surprise attack. Yet now, with Yi Ming's energy nearly depleted, breaking this formation would prove exceedingly difficult. News had just reached him that members of the Chu Imperial clan would soon arrive. Yi Ming was in grave danger. Do you wish to annihilate my sect? Yi Ming scoffed, an aura of murderous intent surging forth uncontrollably. Ha ha ha! Yi Ming, I must admit you are strong, but what of it? You shall obediently meet your demise now. Flame Wanderer laughed heartily. Then with a sweeping motion of his hand, a blazing sword materialized, aimed directly at Yi Ming. There was no choice. Yi Ming's formidable record of victories necessitated caution. Is that so? Yi Ming dismissed with a shake of his head, then clasped his hands together. Instantly, a colossal Buddha materialized behind him, surrounded by 6 golden characters that circled continuously, the 6-word mantra of the Buddhist faith. Break! With a thunderous shout, Yi Ming unleashed the 6 golden characters, resembling 6 nuclear bombs, directly towards the colossal net. In an instant, the very heavens and earth began to tremble violently. However, that immense net was indeed extraordinary. Although it trembled violently, it did not collapse. This only heightened the joy on the face of the fire scatterer. Yi Ming, give up. This grand formation is beyond your ability to dismantle. With a unified effort, they aimed to vanquish Yi Ming. Kill. In an instant, the members of the Sunfire sect unleashed a torrent of attacks, overwhelming and terrifying in their intensity. Yet, Yi Ming merely shook his head. You wish to slay me for rewards? Alas, your calculations are flawed. Buzz. At that moment, 2 radiant beams of light erupted from Yi Ming's being. 2 small spheres, one black and one gold, manifested before him. In an instant, the heavens trembled as an aura reminiscent of ancient times surged forth from the spheres, sweeping across the entire realm. With this eruption, the vast net vanished like spring snow, leaving not a trace behind. What? Upon witnessing this scene, the fire scatterer's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Yi Ming possessed such capabilities. This is troublesome. In terms of strength, they could not even compare to the carefree sword saint. Their courage to act stemmed solely from their reliance on the formation and the belief that Yi Ming was heavily drained. But now, come, Yi Ming bellowed, and in a flash, he appeared before the fire scatterer, as if teleporting. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the doomsday spear forward. With a crisp sound, the fire scatterer's chest was pierced through, crimson blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Do you still wish to kill me for rewards? Bang! With a twist of his right hand, the fire scatterer's body erupted, his round head ensnared in the binding immortal rope, joining the ranks of severed heads. After completing this, Yi Ming turned his gaze towards the remaining members of the Sunfire sect. In that moment, their faces turned as pale as death. Yi Ming was terrifying beyond measure, a force they could not withstand. Run! It was unclear who shouted, but soon the members of the Sunfire sect scattered in all directions, wishing they could sprout additional legs. Run? Can you? Yi Ming scoffed, and with a mighty grasp, a colossal hand appeared in the sky, reaching for the members of the Sunfire sect. The hand was so immense it seemed to threaten the very fabric of the universe. The violent aura caused the members of the Sunfire sect to burst apart like popping beans, ultimately perishing within the grasp of the giant hand. Thousands of heads were ensnared, and the number of severed heads on the binding immortal rope soared past 6,000. The site was so densely packed that it left onlookers in a state of utter horror. How astonishing! Could this truly be the power a human can attain? The sheer intensity of this atmosphere is almost suffocating. Fortunately, I refrained from participating, for otherwise, I fear the consequences would have been dire. The Chu clan has indeed encountered a formidable challenge this time. With Yi Ming's remarkable prowess, who could possibly rival him in the rankings of prodigies? Just as Yi Ming was poised to continue his ascent, an intense radiance erupted from the two orbs. The brilliance intensified, illuminating the entire sky. What is happening? Yi Ming furrowed his brow, taken aback by this unforeseen development, which was beyond his control. Look, it appears that an image is manifesting within that dazzling light. Is that a map? A map? Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a colossal figure emerged in the heavens, revealing an endless expanse. Within this realm, wisps of white threads meandered leisurely, akin to playful children exploring their surroundings, charmingly delightful. Could this be celestial energy? An elderly man, whose teeth were nearly all gone, suddenly exclaimed, prompting a wave of astonishment to sweep over the crowd. Chapter 129. The Turmoil of Zhongzhou. Celestial Qi? Upon hearing these two words, Yi Ming's expression was filled with confusion. He was well aware of the concept of celestial Qi, a legendary existence. It was said that in ancient times, when a cultivator's prowess reached the Ascension realm, they could transcend to the celestial realm. The first task upon entering the celestial realm was to cleanse oneself of mortal essence with celestial Qi, forging a celestial body. From that moment onward, one could share longevity with the heavens. Yet, over the years, the path to immortality had long since vanished, rendering the aspiration to become an immortal nearly impossible. Even with the opening of the Imperial Road, which was said to grant the privilege of ascension to those who completed it, no one had actually succeeded in doing so for countless years. Suddenly, the scene in the sky shifted. A tall figure emerged from that world, appearing to be a middle-aged man around 40 years of age. Though not conventionally handsome, the aura radiating from him was terrifying. Standing there, he resembled the sovereign of heaven and earth, evoking an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission. Ji Wudi, it is Ji Wudi. A voice filled with dread echoed, revealing an elderly man, nearly bald, his face pale as he gazed at the spectacle above. What? Ji Wudi? The very one who almost brought destruction to Zhongzhou? The realization struck him. How could Yi Ming possibly be connected to Ji Wudi? Was it conceivable that the world portrayed in the vision was Ji Wudi's miniature realm? Legend had it that a millennium ago, Ji Wudi had acquired a small world from an unknown source, rendering him invincible, compelling all of Zhongzhou to bow before him. Had he bestowed this small world upon Yi Ming? This revelation was exhilarating. If Yi Ming stood behind Ji Wudi, then the Chu imperial clan's attempts to confront him would be far from simple. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone stood in stunned silence. Ji Wudi, a figure who had suppressed an entire era. Although the Chu imperial clan was formidable, they were still woefully inadequate in comparison to Ji Wudi. Yi Ming, what is this? Mu Qingxue inquired, equally perplexed. I do not know. Yi Ming shook his head, sharing in the uncertainty. The two spheres had emerged when he fused the celestial demon body and the Dharma body at the Bodhi Academy. He had initially believed they were a byproduct of that fusion, but now it seemed, as Yi Ming pondered how to retrieve the two spheres, Ji Wudi in the vision suddenly smiled at him. A voice then resonated. I am Ji Wudi, having cultivated for 10,000 years and comprehended the path to immortality. Those who seek to inherit my legacy, come forth. This proclamation echoed across the heavens, growing louder and reaching every corner of the eastern continent. In an instant, the entire eastern continent erupted in fervor. The path to immortality, he had actually comprehended it? Was Ji Wudi's legacy contained within these two spheres? Immortal. Yi Ming's expression darkened as he cursed vehemently. At this moment, he finally understood why Ji Wudi had smiled at him earlier. This was an utter betrayal. Without his words, perhaps only the Chu clan would have targeted him. But now let us go. Yi Ming no longer hesitated, swiftly gathering the two orbs and pulling Mu Qingxue away as they soared into the distance. Meanwhile, the greedy gazes of those behind them followed closely. Yi Ming was indeed formidable, yet the allure of immortality was simply too overwhelming. Even they in an instant. The news of Yi Ming grasping Ji Wudi's chance for ascension spread like wildfire, prompting countless powerful figures from the central state to take action. Within the palace of the Ji clan, the earlier voice belonged to Ji Wudi, who had surprisingly reached this level. A middle-aged man adorned with a dragon crown spoke with a grave expression. This man was Ji Chongkong, the clan leader. Leader, this opportunity for ascension should rightfully belong to our Ji clan. I believe we must reclaim it. A man voiced. Immortality was a desire shared by all, including him. Besides, Ji Wudi was indeed of the Ji lineage. How could such an opportunity be freely given to Yi Ming? Indeed, because of Ji Wudi, our clans suffered immensely and nearly faced expulsion from the 8 great imperial clans. This is what he ought to compensate. Another added, Leader, what are we waiting for? Issue the command. If we obtain this legacy, our Ji clan can restore its former glory. Voices erupted within the grand hall, all eyes aflame with anticipation as they gazed at Ji Chongkong. However, Ji Chongkong furrowed his brow. He had no doubt about Ji Wudi's voice. Yet he could not reconcile it with his understanding of Ji Wudi as a man of deep loyalty and affection. It was inconceivable that he would betray Yi Ming. Could there be more to this? Yet the temptation of immortality was simply too great. Even he in that case, let us proceed and inform Di Tian, urging him to join us as well. Ji Chongkong declared. Yes. With his words, the Ji clan's powerful figures swiftly took to the skies. Such scenes unfolded across other factions as well. Regardless of whether they were imperial clans or top-tier forces, they all took decisive action. After all, immortality was a pursuit desired by all. Kill Yi Ming, seize the legacy. Do not let him escape, block his path. The chance for ascension is mine, attack. In the skies, Yi Ming flew with a darkened countenance, accompanied by Mu Qingxue, as the number of pursuers aiming to assassinate him swelled. After a full hour, he had advanced a mere 300 miles. There was no way out. The crowd was overwhelming, and even he found himself powerless. Ji Wudi, you scoundrel! Yi Ming cursed inwardly. He had encountered Ji Wudi on the imperial path before, initially believing him to be a commendable individual, willing to sacrifice everything for the woman he cherished. Yet now, he found himself betrayed. This is outrageous. However, given the circumstances, he felt utterly helpless. Whoever dared to approach would meet their demise. Yi Ming roared, now left with no option but to kill, instilling dread in the hearts of others. Yet, he severely underestimated the allure of ascension. Despite the countless heads already ensnared by the binding ropes of reality, an endless stream of individuals continued to rush forth. Even Mu Qingxue, in her efforts to eliminate these foes, began to pale due to the immense consumption of her spiritual energy. Just then, a tremor of spatial distortion rippled through the sky. 3 figures emerged from the void. They were members of the Chu imperial clan. They had finally arrived. Chapter 130. The Li clan takes action. It is Chu Tianyun, Chu Tianhong, and Chu Tianyu, each of whom has reached the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, with Chu Tianyu having even ascended to the great ascension realm. Upon the appearance of these 3, the expressions of those in the sky grew solemn. Previously, they would have regarded such figures with indifference, but the circumstances have changed. Yi Ming possesses the legacy of Ji Wudi, and they are determined not to allow it to fall into the hands of the Chu imperial clan. However, how could their strength possibly contend against that of the Chu clan? Yi Ming, one cannot deny that you are a person of great fortune, chosen even by Ji Wudi himself, yet today you are undoubtedly doomed. Surrender the legacy, and I may grant you a more merciful end. A chilling voice resounded. The speaker was none other than Chu Tianyu. He had not anticipated that Yi Ming harbored such secrets, yet this was fortuitous. Once he acquired the legacy, the entirety of Zhongzhou would tremble beneath his command. Is that so? Should I then express my gratitude to you? Yi Ming retorted with a cold snort. Stop wasting words with him. Eliminate him swiftly, and the legacy will rightfully belong to us. Chu Tianyun and Chu Tianhong chimed in unison. Agreed. Chu Tianyu nodded, finding their reasoning sound. Rather than squander time here, it would be wiser to dispose of Yi Ming immediately. Otherwise, if other factions arrived seeking the legacy, the task would become far more arduous. Ha ha ha, is this place quite lively? Just as the three were about to strike, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. The void trembled as a group of figures emerged from the nothingness, with Li Xingqian leading the way. The Li Imperial clan had arrived as well. Were they also here for Yiming? This development further diminished their chances. Looking up at the figures in the sky, Yiming furrowed his brow. Although he had previously enjoyed a good rapport with Li Xingqian, he could not guarantee that the Li clan would not turn against him for the sake of Ji Wudi's legacy. Human nature is often steeped in greed. Even if Li Xingqian were to act against him, he would find it understandable. However, at that moment, Li Xingqian suddenly flashed Yiming a reassuring smile and nodded, alleviating Yiming's anxiety. He recognized that Li Xingqian remained the same as before. Li Feng, are you also here for him? Chu Tianyu's expression grew grave. The strength of the Li Imperial clan was not inferior to that of the Chu clan, and with only 3 of them present. While the Li clan was accompanied by so many, should a conflict arise, they would clearly be outmatched. Yet, if the Li clan were to seize the opportunity, it would complicate matters significantly in their pursuit of the legacy. Yiming is a friend of the Li clan. Anyone who dares to confront him shall be deemed an enemy of the Li clan, and we shall not rest until justice is served, Li Xingqian declared. He addressed a few individuals from the Chu clan, though his words were clearly intended for the others present. The implication was unmistakable. Yiming and his companions had been protected. Are you not here for? Chu Tianhong inquired, his expression grave. Humph. Do you think everyone shares your mindset? Li Xingqian retorted with a scoff, then stepped forward to Yiming. Brother Yi, the Li clan wishes for you to become our honorary elder. What say you? Astonishment rippled through the assembly upon hearing this proclamation. None present were foolish. The invitation for Yiming to assume the role of honorary elder carried significant implications. Yet, they were puzzled as to why the Li clan would extend such an offer. Very well, Yiming responded without hesitation. He comprehended Li Xingqian's intent. Having an ally was far more advantageous than acquiring an adversary. Ha ha ha, splendid. Li Xingqian laughed heartily, then addressed the crowd. As of now, Yiming is an elder of the Li clan. Anyone who dares to target him shall find themselves in opposition to us, and the Li clan will not shy away from the confrontation. Humph, Li Xingqian, do you wish to provoke the Chu clan? Provoke? What gives you that notion? However, if the Chu clan seeks conflict, the Li clan shall gladly oblige. Fury washed over Chu Tianyu's face as he retorted, very well. We of the Chu clan will not let this matter rest easily. Yiming now possesses the legacy of Ji Wudi. It is not just the Chu clan that wishes to confront him. Your desire to monopolize the inheritance will not be so easily fulfilled. Rest assured, the Li clan has no intention of seizing any legacy. If you do not wish to fight, then be gone. You shall pay for this. With that, Chu Tianyu and his companions departed, fully aware that with the Li clan's involvement, their attempt to eliminate Yiming was futile. Their only recourse was to summon powerful allies from within their own ranks. Do any of you wish to take action? Li Xingqian remarked, seemingly unfazed by the trio's exit, turning instead to the remaining onlookers. At once, the others hastily vacated the area. After all, what was the Li clan? If they sought to eliminate someone, it could be accomplished in an instant. Though some felt discontent, they certainly did not wish for their own demise. Soon, only Yiming, Mu Qingxue, and the members of the Li clan remained. Brotherly, I am truly grateful for your assistance, Yiming expressed. Not at all. Li Xingqian waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Mu Qingxue. Miss Mu, we refrained from intervening when you were with the Chu clan due to certain circumstances. I hope you do not hold it against us. Not at all. Mu Qingxue replied with a slight nod. Li Xingqian chose not to elaborate further and retrieved several elixirs from his storage ring. Brother Yi, these are potions to restore your spiritual energy. Please take a moment to recuperate. Thank you. Yiming accepted without hesitation, swallowing one immediately. He had faith in Li Xingqian. If they wished to take action against us, they would have done so long ago. There is no need for such machinations. Yiming's straightforwardness elicited a subtle nod from Li Xingqian. He then inquired, what are your plans moving forward, brotherly? I intend to return to Dongzhou. Returning to Dongzhou? That is indeed a commendable choice. With Ji Wudi's protection, the imperial clans pose no threat. Ji Wudi? Upon hearing this name, Yiming cast a puzzled glance at him. He had heard this name numerous times, yet the true nature of this person remained a mystery to him. It seems Yiming is not well acquainted with Ji Wudi. Indeed, Yiming nodded. Previously, He had only heard snippets from Fa Zheng. The particulars were unclear to him. Sigh. At that moment, Li Xingqian suddenly let out a sigh and succinctly recounted the tale of Ji Wudi. Upon completion of the narrative, Yi Ming's expression was one of utter astonishment. To have killed without anyone in Zhongzhou daring to claim supremacy, what formidable strength that must be. Simultaneously, he felt perplexed. According to Li Xingqian's account, Ji Wudi appeared to be a commendable individual. Why, then, would he choose to betray him at this juncture? Brother Yi, do not dwell too much on it. Senior Ji has always been unlike ordinary people. His actions are often driven by motives beyond our understanding. Perhaps this time, his decision to disseminate information serves a different purpose altogether. Perhaps, Yi Ming sighed. He realized he lacked the luxury to ponder why Ji Wudi acted in such a manner. The paramount concern was to depart from Zhongzhou. He trusted that the answers would reveal themselves in due course. Chapter 131, G.D. Tian. Rest assured, Brother Yi. My Li clan will do our utmost to protect you, Li Xingqian declared with unwavering determination as he gazed at Yi Ming. If previously he had acted out of camaraderie, the circumstances had now shifted. This incident revealed Yi Ming's latent potential, prompting Li Xingqian to take a gamble on his future ascendance. Thank you, Brother Li. Yi Ming nodded appreciatively, not one to indulge in sentimentality, yet he etched this profound kindness deep within his heart. It was not merely the Li imperial clan he owed gratitude to, but also the likes of Fa Zheng and Jiang Mingxue, who had all extended their benevolence to him. He resolved to repay these debts in kind, adhering to his principle of reciprocating kindness and avenging grievances. This, of course, applied under normal circumstances. Should any misfortune befall Mu Qingxue due to his actions, he could scarcely predict what might ensue. Let us proceed, Li Xingqian announced as he observed that the others had sufficiently rested. The group soared forward, their expressions grave. They understood that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril, yet it was a path they must traverse. In the sky, Yi Ming grasped Mu Qingxue's hand, a steely resolve gleaming in his eyes, mirrored by her own determined visage. They were both prepared for what lay ahead. Attention! A multitude of powerful foes approaches. Suddenly, a man clad in golden armor spoke with a serious demeanor. He was Li Feng, the strongest among them, a formidable figure at the fourth stage of the Great Ascension realm. All of you, prepare for battle, Li Xingqian bellowed, his expression equally somber. He was acutely aware of Li Feng's prowess. If even he bore such a countenance of concern, the strength of the approaching adversaries was evidently formidable. Ha ha ha, where might you all be headed? At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. A youth wielding a long spear emerged from the void. His presence was overwhelming, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble beneath his feet, exuding an aura of terror akin to an unparalleled spear. Behind him, throngs of powerful figures followed closely. G.D. Tian, it is you. The sight of this individual drained the color from Li Xingqian's face. G.D. Tian, the prince of the Ji clan, an unparalleled being at the second stage of the Great Ascension realm. Though a prince like himself, G.D. Tian was over 2 centuries old, rendering his power far beyond that of the current Li Xingqian. And behind him are the might of the Ji clan. Is this G.D. Tian? Yi Ming mused, his brow furrowing slightly. He had heard tales of this name long ago, and Fa Zheng had previously implored him to eliminate this threat once he attained sufficient strength. G.D. Tian, does your Ji clan also wish to intervene? G.D. Tian shook his head dismissively, and then turned his gaze towards Yi Ming, stating, I harbor no interest in the grievances between him and the Chu clan. I have come to reclaim what belongs to the Ji clan. Hand over the legacy of Ji Wudi, and I shall allow you to depart. His tone was unassuming, yet his presence was overwhelmingly authoritative, akin to that of an emperor, leaving no room for dissent. Preposterous. Regardless of the relationship Ji Wudi had with your clan, that legacy rightfully belongs to Yi Ming. What gives you the right to claim it as your own? Li Xingqian retorted with a cold laugh. Ji Wudi is, after all, one of my clan. His legacy undeniably belongs to the Ji clan. Should you attempt to seize what is ours, it will only lead you to your demise. As Li Xingqian was about to voice further objections, Yi Ming stepped forward. Fixing his gaze on G.D. Tian, he declared, I may not be privy to the details surrounding Ji Wudi and your clan, but this legacy is mine by right, and it pertains to no one else. Therefore, if you wish to take it, you must demonstrate your true capabilities. At this juncture, it was evident that mere reasoning would not suffice. Yi Ming understood the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Only strength could validate the truth. Is that so? G.D. Tian regarded Yi Ming with a cold stare before responding. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? How would you know without trying? Very well. I shall not deny you a chance. 3 strikes. If you can withstand 3 of my blows, the Ji clan shall no longer interfere in this matter. What? My lord? That is unthinkable. A powerful member of the Ji clan expressed his concern upon hearing this. He had heard of Yi Ming's prowess, while their prince was formidable. Should Yi Ming indeed endure 3 strikes? G.D. Tian paid him no heed, focusing solely on Yi Ming. Do you dare? 3 strikes? Yi Ming shook his head. While G.D. Tian was strong, he too possessed formidable strength. Accepting such a challenge was out of the question. Coward, you misunderstand. No need for 3 strikes. Should you defeat me, I shall willingly surrender the legacy. Brother Yi, Li Xingqian exclaimed urgently, taken aback by Yi Ming's boldness. He believed Yi Ming had a chance against 3 strikes, but now, fear not, if I cannot defeat him, what right do I have to inherit this legacy? I must admit, you possess great courage. To be frank, it is this very courage that dissuades me from ending your life. However, the possessions of the Ji clan must be reclaimed. Is that so? Then let us see if you possess the strength to do so. With that, both figures stepped away from the crowd, unleashing an unparalleled aura that engulfed the entire realm. Suddenly, from above, hundreds of figures surged forth. This time, they hailed from another clan among the 8 great imperial clans, the Shi clan. Leading the group was Shizuzu Lin, the prince of the Stone clan. The atmosphere here was bustling with excitement, he remarked with a smile. Yet, a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. It seemed that Yi Ming was poised to engage in a battle with G.D. Tian. Do you Stone clan wish to join this commotion as well? Li Xingqian retorted coldly. Treasures rightfully belong to those fated to possess them. Are you not of the same ilk, Li clan? Humph, do you think everyone is like you? Laughter erupted from him. Regardless, go ahead and battle to your heart's content. I am in no hurry. With that, Shizuzu Lin stepped aside with the members of the Stone clan, eager to witness the clash between the 2 combatants. Both Yi Ming and G.D. Tian disregarded Shizuzu Lin's presence and focused solely on each other. Yi Ming, if you are to be blamed, it is for your excessive arrogance. Initially, you had a modicum of a chance with 3 moves, but now, a roar echoed as G.D. Tian's voice reverberated. Behind him, a 5-clawed golden dragon materialized. The dragon was overwhelming. As it appeared, the entire realm transformed into a golden expanse. And G.D. Tian exuded an aura akin to that of a divine being, radiating unparalleled ferocity. A dragon, is it? You are not the only one to possess such a creature. Chapter 132, The Primordial Divine Emperor Body. With a resounding crash, Yi Ming's right foot struck the ground, summoning forth a colossal silver dragon. In an instant, 2 great dragons roared at each other, their terrifying aura transforming the surrounding land into desolate ruins for 1,000 miles. Witnessing this spectacle, Emperor Tian furrowed his brow slightly, as he had not anticipated Yi Ming's formidable presence, which rivaled his own. In contrast, the expression of the Stone clan's imperial scion, Shi Lin, was equally grim. Emperor Tian's strength could be attributed to his age, which he found somewhat acceptable. However, Yi Ming's prowess was a different matter altogether. Come forth. Yi Ming bellowed, his right hand moving to grasp the Doomsday Spear. With the reverse dragon's 7 steps, he advanced with 7 decisive strides, his aura reaching its zenith in an instant. Concurrently, a giant embodying 3 distinct martial arts manifested behind him. Ji Wudi was the strongest opponent he had faced thus far, surpassing even the elder of the Ji clan who had achieved the great ascendance. Thus, he unleashed his full power without reservation. Buddhism, Taoism, demonic arts? To master all 3 simultaneously? Such a feat seemed inconceivable. A wave of astonishment swept through the arena, leaving the spectators utterly aghast. They had encountered practitioners of Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic arts, and even those who combined Buddhist and demonic practices. Yet witnessing someone adept in all 3 was unprecedented. Even Emperor Tian felt tumultuous waves rising within his heart. He finally comprehended why Yi Ming had the audacity to challenge him. The amalgamation of 3 martial arts was truly unprecedented. Even Ji Wudi of Yer had merely practiced the duality of Buddhism and demonic arts. How could he possibly? Shi Lin's expression darkened, for as an imperial scion, he possessed his own pride, Yet now he found himself overshadowed by Yi Ming. The others around them experienced their own varied reactions as well. Very well, Yi Ming. I must concede, I underestimated you before. You now possess the qualification to contend with me, but merely that, today. I shall show you what it means to be a true powerhouse. Boom. As Ji Emperor Tian's words echoed, a golden longsword suddenly materialized in his hand. The sword was terrifyingly powerful. Upon its appearance, all weapons except for Yi Ming's doomsday spear emitted a low, resonant hum, evoking a sensation akin to mere mortals witnessing an emperor, an instinctual desire to kneel in submission. The emperor's sword, a divine artifact of the Ji clan, had been bestowed upon him. Li Xingqian's countenance turned grave. Divine artifacts were exceedingly rare, even among imperial clans. It seemed that Yi Ming's earlier display of strength had compelled Ji Emperor Tian to take him seriously. A divine artifact, you say? Yi Ming murmured. Yet he felt no fear. He possessed a divine artifact of his own, the binding immortal rope, but at present, he had no intention of employing it. Come forth, Yi Ming, and let me witness the extent of your strength. As you wish. With a resounding thud, he stepped forth, shattering the very fabric of space. Yi Ming wielded the doomsday heavenly spear, akin to a deity or demon among mortals, launching an assault upon Emperor Ji Tian. The overwhelming aura sent those of weaker cultivation fleeing in terror. Yet, Emperor Ji Tian was undaunted. With the emperor's sword in hand, he resembled an ancient sovereign, striking forth with a blade that commanded reverence from all. Boom, boom, boom. One was Yi Ming, embodying a synthesis of three profound arts, while the other was an unparalleled prodigy wielding a celestial artifact. The clash resounded like the roars of the cosmos, with countless laws erupting around them. Even the most formidable beings of the ascendant realm wore expressions of grave concern. A spear and a sword clashed incessantly in the sky, giving rise to numerous black holes. The Buddha's palm descended like Mount Tai, its force explosive. I am the emperor, destined to suppress all foes. With a single stroke, existence itself seemed to dissolve into nothingness. How formidable, how immensely powerful. Could such might truly belong to the younger generation? A powerful ascendant from the Stone Clan lamented, feeling that even he could not contend with them. Meanwhile, Shi Lin gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede, yet acknowledging that neither Yi Ming nor Emperor Ji Tian was within his capacity to withstand. This realization struck a profound blow to his long-held confidence, conjuring a peculiar thought within him. Yi Ming, you can do it. Mu Qingxue clasped her hands tightly, her gaze fixated on Yi Ming in the heavens. Alas, a sigh escaped from Li Xingqian's lips. Witnessing the duel between these two, his expression dimmed. As the scion of the Li imperial clan, he usually exuded a gentle demeanor. Yet his pride was now bruised. He, like Shi Lin, felt the weight of defeat. Boom. With a tremendous blast, Yi Ming and Emperor Ji Tian clashed directly, both being thrust backwards in unison. Exhilarating. Let us continue. Yi Ming shouted with fervor, charging forward once more. Do you fear me? Thud, thud, thud. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With each passing moment, their battle intensified, eventually abandoning technique in favor of brute strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As their commotion escalated, the crowd of onlookers swelled. Legendary hermits, peak experts from powerful factions, and even 3 of the 8 great imperial clans arrived. All but the Xianyuan and Dantai clans were present. However, like the Stone Clan, they refrained from interrupting the duel, withdrawing to the sidelines to observe. As for the rest, their presence only added to the spectacle. In an instant, as the crowd swelled, the number of spectators surpassed 10,000, with many more rushing towards the scene. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the air. High above, Yi Ming's fist had struck Ji Tian squarely in the chest, sending him stumbling backward for dozens of steps before he could regain his footing. What? Yi Ming has actually wounded Ji Tian? Such formidable physical strength. If Yi Ming survives this encounter, who in the entirety of Central Continent could possibly withstand his advance? Regardless, this time, he must be eradicated. Yi Ming, you have thoroughly provoked my wrath. A thunderous roar erupted from Ji Tian. Until now, he had never regarded Yi Ming as a true rival. Despite the prowess Yi Ming had displayed earlier, which had merely led Ji Tian to believe he was worthy of a contest. However, at this moment, boom, an even more terrifying aura erupted, and the sky above dimmed ominously. Then, a colossal golden apparition appeared, towering thousands of feet high. Its immense form reminiscent of an ancient deity, evoking an instinctive desire to submit. The divine emperor shatters the ages. This was a celestial phenomenon. It was long rumored that G.D. Tian possessed the physique of the ancient divine emperor, and it turns out that the rumors were indeed true. Chapter 133. Come, if you wish to perish. The ancient divine emperor physique. Gazing upon G.D. Tian before him, Ming murmured softly. He was well aware of this physique. One of the most formidable in antiquity. In comparison, it surpassed Mu Qingshue's Nining sacred body. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Although he remained uncertain of the name of his own physique, he possessed an unwavering confidence that it was not inferior to the ancient divine emperors. Ming, you may perish now, G.D. Tian bellowed. He then lunged forward, his massive figure seemingly intent on shattering the very heavens and earth beneath his feet. Humph, you lack the qualifications to kill me, Ming retorted coldly, charging forth. Break. With a clenched fist, he unleashed a strike reminiscent of an ancient deity, sending forth a tremendous blow. The entire realm trembled violently, fissures tearing through the void. The ferocious aftermath radiated an unmatched aura, cascading outward. Even figures like Li Xingqian and Shizhi Lin, esteemed heirs, were compelled to retreat. The overwhelming force was simply beyond their capacity to withstand. As for the others, they had long since fled to safety. Kill! Ming shouted, once more surging forward atop his silver dragon. This battle was not merely about Ji Wudi's legacy. It was pivotal for his future path. Only by vanquishing G.D. Tian could he instill fear in those of lesser stature. The doomsday spear was wielded with relentless ferocity. This time, Ming held nothing back, channeling his energy wildly to assault G.D. Tian. The latter approached with a grim expression, equally unwilling to concede defeat. Thus, the two engaged in a terrifying clash. The sheer might of their confrontation was capable of pulverizing a combined entity realm expert into mere fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. Is this truly the extent of their power? It is overwhelmingly formidable. How could I even consider challenging Ming? That would be tantamount to courting death. Alas, I am becoming too old for this. In that moment, many chose to withdraw. The reality was that neither Ming's strength nor the backing of the Li clan was something they could contend with. While the legacy was enticing, one must possess life to pursue it. Even some powerful clan members began to reconsider whether this turbulent affair was worth their involvement. Yet, the most elated were the members of the Li clan. The greater Ming's displayed potential, the more it affirmed their decision. Once Ming matured, the future of the Li clan would be bright. Kill. Come forth. Is this truly all the strength you possess? Ah, Ming, you seek your own demise. It is you who seeks death. The battle rages on, and beneath the terrifying clash of the two combatants, the very ground is being shattered, as though the apocalypse has arrived. However, as the conflict prolongs, G.D. Tian's expression grows increasingly grim. He has always held the belief that he is the foremost prodigy of Zhongzhou, unafraid even of the legendary Xianyuan Chong Kong, said to be a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Xianyuan imperial clan. Yet now, he finds himself unable to best Ming. This sensation, in stark contrast, Ming thrives in the heat of battle, feeling every cell in his body ignite with fervor. Various formidable techniques and martial skills flow forth effortlessly from him. Boom. At last, after half an hour, a thunderous sound reverberates through the air as G.D. Tian is sent flying by a single punch from Ming. Even the colossal phantom of the divine emperor behind him bears cracks. Seizing the moment, Ming displays no hesitation, launching a powerful assault. With a series of rapid steps, a grand starry map materializes beneath his feet, and he delivers a crushing kick towards G.D. Tian. Bang! Another resounding crash echoes, sending Ji Wudi hurtling through the air once more. In a contest of masters, victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. Currently, Ming holds an absolute advantage, rendering G.D. Tian incapable of mounting any counterattack. For a time, G.D. Tian resembles a mere punching bag, relentlessly battered by Ming's onslaught. Before long, his face swells grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, while blood spills forth like a torrent. Defeat. He has been defeated. G.D. Tian has fallen. How powerful is Ming? To have bested even Ji Wudi, the possessor of the ancient divine emperor physique? Among the younger generation, Who could possibly rival him? Truly, one whose strength is recognized even by Ji Wu Di. A chorus of gasps fills the air, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Ji Di Tian feels as though his lungs might burst from the indignation. Here he is, the esteemed scion of the Ji clan, bearer of the ancient divine emperor body, utterly overwhelmed by Yi Ming, and all before a multitude of witnesses. Yet, battles cannot be turned merely by shouting. Kill! Boom! Yi Ming bellows once more, summoning the doomsday spear into his grasp, aiming directly for Ji Di Tian's heart. Should Ji Di Tian seek his life, Yi Ming will not hesitate for a moment. Stop! At that critical moment, a furious cry erupts. From the Ji clan's position, an elder intervenes. Ji Di Tian is the hope of the Ji clan. They cannot allow Yi Ming to end his life here. Ji Kong, how dare you? In that instant, Li Feng also takes action, understanding that this is a pivotal moment in their duel. Should Ji Di Tian fall, Yi Ming's invincibility would be assured. Li Feng, you seek death. The members of the Ji clan spring into action, commanded to eliminate Yi Ming. The Li clan joins the fray. As the voices of the two faded, the members of the two great imperial clans sprang into action. Instantly, the entire realm transformed into a terrifying battlefield. The Chu clan unleashed their full might, intent on slaying Yi Ming. At that moment, the members of the Chu clan also chose to engage, as they could not allow Yi Ming to leave this place alive. Kill. Charge. Seize the legacy. Slay. With the onset of the imperial clan's assault, those who harbored aspirations for the inheritance also chose to take action. In an instant, a chaotic melee erupted. However, the majority of the combatants directed their fury towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming, be cautious. Mu Qingxue shouted, then recklessly soared towards him. Ha ha. Yi Ming, no matter how strong you are destined to perish here today. Upon witnessing this scene, Ji Wudi erupted into laughter. Yi Ming's power was formidable, but should he be allowed to grow unchecked, he would inevitably become another Ji Wudi in the future, having already entangled himself in this conflict. Ji Wudi had no intention of letting Yi Ming escape. As for the earlier words, what did they matter now? In a world governed by the law of the jungle, only the strong survive. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, who would dare to challenge them? Is that so? Yi Ming scoffed, then thrust his spear downward, sending Ji Daitian plummeting into the molten rock beneath. Regrettably, Ji Daitian did not perish. This left him somewhat disappointed. Yet, there was no time to pursue him further. He then turned his gaze towards those charging at him. Since you seek death, then come forth. Chapter 134, The Final 5 Million Miles. Buzz. With Yi Ming's declaration, he clapped his hands. Instantly, the binding celestial ropes behind him branched out into thousands of tendrils, swiftly ensnaring the crowd. The ropes, truly a celestial artifact, ensnared hundreds of individuals in a heartbeat. What is this? I cannot move. What is happening? No, please, no. Panicked cries erupted, as no one anticipated the terrifying power of the ropes that had previously bound thousands of heads. A celestial artifact. This rope is a celestial artifact. An elderly man, nearly toothless, exclaimed in horror. His cultivation had reached the great ascension realm, yet he found himself unable to break free. The only explanation was the nature of the artifact. What? A celestial artifact? The crowd's faces turned pale with fear. What was a celestial artifact? It was the pinnacle of treasures, and Yi Ming possessed one? This realization came too late. Yi Ming snorted coldly, then formed a seal with his hands. At once, those ensnared by the binding celestial ropes began to explode. Crackling sounds echoed, akin to firecrackers. In mere seconds, hundreds perished, leaving only heads dangling from the ropes. Yi Ming paid them no mind. With a swift step, he crushed 5 powerful beings of the divine concealment realm beneath his foot. He then hurled the doomsday spear, which pierced through dozens of figures, ensuring their demise. Taking advantage of the crowd's shock, he swiftly approached Mu Qingxue. I apologize for worrying you, Yi Ming said gently. He had been attentive to her safety throughout the battle, which was why he had so readily revealed the celestial nature of the ropes when the attackers arrived. Mu Qingxue was his most cherished person, and he wished to shield her from any harm. Yi Ming. Mu Qingxue smiled at him, relishing the feeling of fighting alongside him. Yi Ming grasped her hand and surveyed the surrounding adversaries. Come on, everyone. Today, we shall see whether I shall fall here, or if your blood will stain the heavens. With that declaration, He moved with Mu Qingxue, appearing before a powerful member of the Chu imperial clan. You are doomed. You. Yi Ming, you boom. The man's words were cut short as Yi Ming struck him down, his massive head joining the ranks of the fallen. Having completed this, Yi Ming employed the heavenly dragon 9 steps, soaring forward with Mu Qingxue. He understood that although he had momentarily instilled fear in them, if these individuals were truly reckless and unyielding, he might not withstand their onslaught. Moreover, the objective of these individuals is solely their own escape. As long as they depart, they will not resort to lethal measures against Li Xingchen and his companions. After all, the Li imperial clan warrants a degree of caution. Kill, eliminate Yi Ming. He must not escape. Pursue, he cannot flee far. The command echoed fiercely. Indeed, not long after he had departed, the fierce combatants abruptly ceased their struggles and turned their focus towards him. In an instant, a chase ensued once more. Yi Ming, how are you faring? In the sky? Mu Qingxue expressed her concern. At that moment, Yi Ming's complexion was as pale as parchment, his aura significantly weakened. It was inevitable. Having previously engaged in a fierce battle with Ji Daitian, he had exhausted himself completely, and following the subsequent confrontations, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Now, continuously employing the heavenly dragon 9 steps, even he was on the verge of collapse. I am fine. Yi Ming shook his head and once again utilized the heavenly dragon 9 steps, sprinting ahead. Yet, as time passed, his pallor deepened, and his body began to tremble violently. He could not afford to halt. Otherwise, if he were encircled by those adversaries, even with the aid of the Li imperial clan, it would be perilous. Observing his condition, Mu Qingxue's expression was fraught with anxiety. However, she could do nothing at this moment but clasp his hand tightly. Together, they faced life and death. Am I destined to end like this? Yi Ming thought bitterly. In his previous life, it was his ineptitude that led to Mu Qingxue's unfortunate fate. Although he had altered the course of events in this life, he now found himself in a similarly dire situation. I refuse to accept this. Yet, what could he do in his current state? His spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, unless he could replenish it. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. With a wave of his hand, a spring of clear water materialized before him, the sacred water obtained during his time at the Yaoqi sacred land. He had acquired an entire barrel of it, yet he had never utilized it until now, uncertain of its effects. However, he had no other recourse. He opened his mouth wide and drank deeply from the spring. As the clear water flowed down his throat, a warm sensation blossomed within him, and he noticed that his nearly desiccated spiritual energy began to replenish itself, akin to a stream revived after rain. In no time, his entire being was once again brimming with vitality. Remarkable. Yi Ming rejoiced internally, astonished by the potency of the sacred water. However, this spectacle prompted those pursuing him to curse him for his extravagance. The sacred water from the Yaoqi sacred land was an invaluable treasure throughout the central continent. A mere drop could restore all spiritual energy to an ordinary person. Yet, here was Yi Ming, treating it as if it were mere spring water. What madness was this? Meanwhile, they were filled with bewilderment, pondering how Yi Ming could possibly possess such an abundance of holy water. It is worth noting that this sacred water is scarcely found even in the Yaoqi sacred land, and even the Yaoqi Holy Mother would hesitate to consume it so liberally. This holy water is meticulously crafted from 999 rare medicinal herbs through supreme techniques, and each batch yields no more than 100 drops. For other formidable factions, acquiring a single drop is a pursuit fraught with scarcity. Yet here was Yi Ming. However, this was quite understandable, as they were unaware of the existence of a phenomenon known as the system in this world. Naturally, Yi Ming would not take the time to elucidate this to them. He then quickened his pace, dashing forward with fervor. Perhaps it was due to the previous battles that had drawn attention away, for he encountered little resistance in his current endeavor. In just a single day, he traversed a staggering 15 million miles. Now, only 5 million miles remained until he reached the entrance to the Imperial Path. Just 5 million miles left. He was close, very close. Glancing at the map in his hand, Yi Ming murmured softly, though his expression grew increasingly grave. He understood that these individuals would not permit him to traverse this 5 million miles so easily. Chapter 135. Have we reached the limit? In the Grand Hall of the Ji clan in Central State, a thunderous crash echoed as Ji Chongkong forcefully smashed the table before him. His expression was one of profound gloom. Patriarch, the Li clan has firmly resolved to protect Yi Ming, and we have received word that the Zhou clan also intends to assist him. This time a man clad in silver armor began to speak. This endeavor not only resulted in the failure to seize the inheritance, but also led to GDTN's defeat. The Ji clan has lost face. Regardless of the circumstances, we must obtain the inheritance of Ji Wudi. But, with GDTN already defeated and the support of the Li and Zhou clans, how can we hope to wrest the inheritance from Yi Ming? The silver-armored man's expression was grave. Initially, the decision to take action against Yi Ming was questionable. After all, the inheritance rightfully belonged to him. And as an imperial clan, it was disgraceful to bully the weak. Moreover, having already failed once, continuing to act would. So what? Ji Chongkong snorted coldly. Others may have merely heard of Ji Wudi's formidable strength, which nearly led to the destruction of Central State, but few truly comprehend the extent of his power. However, he was well aware. His desire for Ji Wudi's legacy had always been insatiable. Thus, regardless of the cost, he was determined to acquire it. But the prior attempt has already displeased several other factions. Should we proceed again, it might provoke the other imperial clans to retaliate against us. If that were to happen, what is there to fear? Ji Chongkong bellowed. Then his eyes gleamed with cunning. Do you recall what transpired on the imperial path? The events on the imperial path? Are you referring to the matter concerning the demon clan? Indeed, the demon clan has slaughtered countless of our talented individuals. And Yi Ming also emerged from the imperial path, practicing demonic arts. If we can convincingly label him as a pawn of the demon clan, that Yi Ming should not be associated with them. The silver-armored man's complexion darkened. How could one who bravely infiltrated the Chu clan for the sake of his beloved be complicit with the demon clan? He could not fathom it. Is there not a connection? If he were to perish, even if suspicions arose later, what would it matter? With that, Ji Chongkong's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Simultaneously, within the Chu clan, Chu Kuang's countenance was equally grim. Recently, two more formidable experts from the Chu clan had fallen at Yi Ming's hands. Igniting his fury, Yi Ming, if I do not slay you, I vow I shall not be human. Chu Kuang roared, then made his way directly toward the underground palace, resolute in his quest to eliminate Yi Ming. In Central State, the Tianshan mountain range stretched across tens of millions of miles, marking the third largest mountain range in the region. At this moment, above the mountains, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue were dashing forward with relentless fervor. Behind them, countless shadows surged forth, a cacophony of pursuit. They had yet to traverse 400,000 miles to the entrance of the imperial path. 400,000 miles. Yi Ming uttered wearily, his countenance reflecting exhaustion. The previous 100,000 miles had been an arduous ordeal, despite the constant replenishment of spiritual energy through the sacred water. The toll on his physical strength was insurmountable. The closer they drew to the entrance of the imperial path, the more formidable their pursuers became. Even he found it impossible to vanquish his opponents in an instant. Beside him, Mu Qingxue wore an equally grave expression. She, too, had taken many lives during this journey. Her fatigue palpable, yet she had uttered no complaints. Around them, the number of heads bound by the immortal binding rope had surpassed 30,000. Crimson blood incessantly dripping from those severed craniums, creating a veritable path of blood wherever Yi Ming tread. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Not far ahead, three imposing figures emerged from the void. These three men were terrifying. Upon their appearance, it felt as if the very pillars of heaven were shaking, causing the earth to tremble. Three cultivators at the Great Ascension realm. Yi Ming's brow furrowed deeply. Each of these formidable beings instilled fear, and now, three had materialized simultaneously kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ming brandished the Doomsday Spear and charged forth. The gravity of the situation left no room for discourse. Any who dared obstruct him would meet their demise. Observing this, the three men simultaneously scoffed, then unleashed their attacks in unison. In an instant, a cataclysmic battle erupted. Faster, faster. Yi Ming is just ahead. Pursue him. This time he must die. The shouts from behind resounded with fervor. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yi Ming paid them no heed. Unleashing his full power, the ground beneath him crumbled under the sheer force of his energy. After a grueling 5 minutes of combat, Yi Ming succeeded in slaying the three foes. However, he found himself even more fatigued. The hand that gripped the doomsday spear began to tremble slightly. He was nearing his limits. Even the sacred water could no longer sustain him. Yet, he dared not pause, propelling himself and Mu Qingxue forward once more. Upon reaching 300,000 miles, Yi Ming encountered two more great ascension cultivators. This battle lasted a full 20 minutes before he emerged victorious. Meanwhile, their pursuers were now merely a few thousand miles behind. At 200,000 miles, three more foes appeared. Another fierce engagement ensued, lasting over 20 minutes. Yi Ming's body began to tremble violently. Were it not for sheer willpower, he felt he would shatter under the strain. 100,000 miles. 50,000 miles. The closer they approached the entrance of the Imperial Path, the more formidable the adversaries became. At last, when he was merely 100,000 miles away from the entrance to the Imperial Path, he found himself encircled once more. However, at this moment, he was utterly depleted, his strength waning to the point where even lifting a finger required tremendous effort. He was on the brink of collapse. "Kill him! Hurry, we must not let him escape," echoed the shouts around him. "You all go first. I will cover your retreat." Yet, despite the fervent cries, no one dared to strike first. It was understandable. Yi Ming was too formidable. Each time they had thought him on the verge of defeat, he had unleashed an astonishing display of power. So even in his current weakened state, they remained paralyzed by fear. As more and more adversaries approached, Yi Ming's complexion grew increasingly pallid. He understood that barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed he was destined to perish here today. Death held no terror for him. In his past life, he had faced a similar predicament at the heartless cliff of the eastern continent. However, Qingxue, I am truly sorry. Yi Ming, to have shared my life with you has been the greatest fortune of my existence. Regardless of the outcome, I harbor no regrets, Mu Qingxue declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 136. The Assembly of the Eight Great Imperial Clans. Haha. Yi Ming, where do you think you can escape to? A voice, chilling to the core, echoed through the air as numerous figures soared from the sky. It was none other than G.D. Tian and his companions. His expression was one of unrestrained excitement. Yi Ming was far too formidable. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly overshadow all in Zhongzhou in the future. Thus, Yi Ming must perish. Any who dare to intervene shall find themselves at odds with my Li clan, and we shall pursue them to the ends of the earth. Simultaneously, the voice of Li Xingqian resonated, and the members of the Li clan swiftly gathered before Yi Ming. What an impressive display by the Li clan. Today, Yi Ming is as good as dead. None shall save him. Suddenly, another voice, filled with resentment, emerged as figures from the Chu clan materialized. Among them stood Chu Linxian, his countenance far darker than that of G.D. Tian. Though he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Yi Ming and had since recuperated using clan resources, his underlings would never return. The fury he harbored for Yi Ming was enough to scorch the heavens and dry up the seas. Oh, is that so? In the next moment, a melodious voice rang out as another group of figures appeared, those of the Zhou clan, led by Zhou Mingyao. She approached Yi Ming directly. Her intentions unmistakably clear. Yi Ming shall be protected by the Zhou clan. Zhou Mingyao, Li Xingqian, do you truly intend to shield him? G.D. Tian's expression soured significantly. And what of it? Zhou Mingyao retorted fiercely, her gaze cold as she addressed the assembly. My Zhou clan stands with Yi Ming through thick and thin. Anyone who dares to harm him shall find themselves in conflict with my Zhou clan, and we shall not relent. Zhou Mingyao's face burned with righteous fury. Although her family had only pledged to assist Yi Ming discreetly, she no longer cared about such nuances. For Yi Ming, she was willing to gamble everything. In an instant, the atmosphere grew overwhelmingly tense. Among the 8 great imperial clans, for had now manifested, the Li and Zhou clans vowed to protect Yi Ming, while the Chu and Ji clans sought his demise. Such a confrontation had not occurred in millennia. If mishandled, this situation could even escalate into an imperial war, no trivial matter indeed. Thus, the assembled crowd stood in apprehensive silence. Time trickled by, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. An hour. Buzz. After 2 hours, the void suddenly trembled. A colossal warship emerged from the ether, its size staggering, measuring several thousand meters in length. Adorned with a banner emblazoned with the character for stone, it billowed in the wind. The Shi clan had arrived as well. To think they would deploy a void warship. Their intentions appeared formidable. The emergence of 5 great imperial clans simultaneously was a rare occurrence, indeed. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a figure descended from the battleship. It was Shi-Tsi-Lin. Shi-Tsi-Lin, you truly are a persistent specter, Li Xingchen remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. If it were merely the two great imperial clans, with the combined strength of the Li and Zhou clans, he could still contend to safeguard Yi Ming. However, if the Shi-Tsi clan were to become involved, the situation would become dire. Ha ha ha, I have long proclaimed that treasures belong to the strong. Shi-Tsi-Lin chuckled heartily, then turned his gaze towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming, surrender the inheritance and consume your own cultivation. I can assure you that my Shi-Tsi clan will not trouble you. Initially, he sought only to seize Ji Wudi's legacy, but after witnessing Yi Ming's prowess, he altered his intentions. Yi Ming must be destroyed, otherwise the Shi-Tsi clan would find itself without a foothold in the future. Is that so? Then let us see if you possess the capability. Yi Ming retorted with a cold snort. He was not naive. These individuals were not merely here for the inheritance, but for him as well. As long as he remained alive, they would not find peace, for no one wished for a second Ji Wudi to arise. Were he in their position, he would act similarly. Yi Ming, it appears you have yet to grasp the current situation. Do you believe that with the Li and Zhou clans protecting you, you can depart unscathed? A true man fears not a battle. Yet you, who still claim to be the scion of the Shi-Tsi clan, dare you face me in combat? Shi-Tsi-Lin's face darkened with fury, an overwhelming aura of killing intent radiating from him. However, he hesitated to strike. After all, even GD Tian was no match for Yi Ming. To engage would be tantamount to courting death. Yi Ming, irrespective of the outcome, today you shall undoubtedly perish. Why waste time on a doomed soul like you? Afraid to fight, yet you speak so much? Pathetic. At that moment, as Shi-Tsi-Lin sought to retort, Yi Ming suddenly stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura from his being. He then surveyed his surroundings with a frigid demeanor and declared, since you have all arrived, why not reveal yourselves? With the resonance of his voice, the void trembled once more, and enormous battleships burst forth from the sky, 3 in total. They belonged to the Xinyuan, Dantai, and Jiang imperial clans. At this moment, all 8 great imperial clans had gathered. The sight of all 8 clans convening was reminiscent of the epoch when Ji Wudi reigned, thousands of years prior. Yi Ming had managed to summon these imperial clans. Regardless of the day's outcome, his name would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of Zhongzhou's history. Achieving such a feat in life would render death without regret. A chorus of astonishment erupted, and all eyes were drawn to Yi Ming suspended in the air. In that moment, he became the focal point of all attention. You truly hold me in high regard, Yi Ming remarked with a wry smile, addressing the assembly. I, Yi, shall remember this day. As long as I draw breath, I will repay each of you in kind. Having spoken, he waved his hand grandly, and the apocalyptic spear tore through the void, appearing before him. There was nothing more to say, only a fierce battle awaited. Life and death rested upon fate. Arrogance, Emperor Ji roared, and then wielding the imperial sword, he struck down with a forceful blow. However, at the very moment he made his move, a tall figure suddenly emerged, intercepting his sword. It was a middle-aged man, seemingly around 30 years of age. Though he was not conventionally handsome, his presence exuded an aura akin to that of a celestial being, compelling others to submit. It is you, Dantai Bodhi. Dantai Bodhi, the most formidable prince of the Dantai imperial clan, possessed one of the most powerful ancient physiques, the ancient overlord Bodhi. A peerless prodigy, he was also the supreme being ranked first in the previous generation's heroic list. Emperor Ji, this is all you amount to. Dantai Bodhi cast a disdainful glance at him, then turned his attention to Yi Ming, his eyes brimming with excitement. Do you wish to kill me too? Yi Ming scoffed. Kill you? Dantai Bodhi shook his head, then spoke. Do not misunderstand. I did not come here for any inheritance, but specifically for you. Yi Ming, you are formidable. You possess the qualifications to be my rival. Chapter 137, The Law of Time. Gazing at the figure of Dantai Patian before him, Yi Ming was enveloped in confusion, unable to discern the man's intentions. Yi Ming, do you dare to engage in battle with me? Dantai Patian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his battle intent soaring to the heavens. Why would I hesitate? Yi Ming replied, his resolve firm. Very well. I respect your courage. Dantai Patian nodded in satisfaction, continuing, rest assured, I am not GD Tian. I shall not exploit another's might. 1 year from now, at the Tianshan mountain in Zhongzhou, We shall face each other at our peaks. What? At this proclamation, the expressions of those present transformed into profound astonishment. They had not anticipated Dan Tai Patian would utter such words. Did he truly believe Yi Ming would survive this day? Indeed, Yi Ming himself was taken aback, equally unprepared for such a declaration. If I manage to leave here alive today, I shall certainly be there in a year. Ha! Dan Tai Patian let out a boisterous laugh, nodding in approval. Yi Ming, you underestimate Ji Wu Di. Do you believe he would entrust you with the legacy without retaining some hidden stratagem? With that, he soared into the sky, accompanied by the warships of the Dan Tai imperial clan, vanishing from their sight. Ji Wu Di's hidden stratagem? In an instant, the demeanor of the crowd shifted to one of tension. During this time, they had been preoccupied with seizing the legacy, neglecting the most fundamental existence, Ji Wu Di, the figure who had suppressed an entire era. If this legacy was indeed entrusted to Yi Ming by him, then, suddenly, the hearts of many began to waver. They could not guarantee whether Ji Wu Di had truly left any contingency. A contingency? Yi Ming murmured, having not considered this possibility either. However, up to this point, he had seen no evidence of such a backup plan, and thus hesitated to expect one. Boom. Just then, a sound resonated through the void as if space itself had fractured. From the warship of the Xian Yuan imperial clan, a young man emerged. It was Xian Yuan Changkong. How did he come out? Did he intend to intervene? Xian Yuan Changkong. Yi Ming furrowed his brow at the sight. If anyone could instill a sense of apprehension in him, it was this individual, an invincible ancestor of the great Tang Empire, a legend of the eastern continent, and an unparalleled prodigy of the Xian Yuan imperial clan. Even Yi Ming had grown up hearing tales of his legendary exploits. What do you mean by this? Xian Yuan Changkong? Li Xingchun inquired gravely, sharing a profound apprehension toward this figure. Yet Xian Yuan Changkong paid him no heed, directing his gaze towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming, you are the one who killed Xian Yuan Hao, are you not? Xian Yuan Hao? At the mention of this name, the crowd was enveloped in confusion, for they had never heard of such a name. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded slightly, fully aware of who Xian Yuan Hao was, the sovereign of the Tang Empire. It was he who had once sought to seize Mu Qingxue from the Great Chu Empire, only to be subdued by Yi Ming and ultimately take his own life. Why did you kill him? Why? Yi Ming sneered before continuing. What do you think? Xian Yuan Changkong furrowed his brow. In truth, he had long known how Xian Yuan Hao had met his demise. During his previous appearance in the eastern continent, he had predicted Hao's death and had left a jade talisman to help him evade disaster, but it proved futile. If you seek revenge for him, feel free to make your move, Yi Ming declared coldly, pointing his blood spear. Alas, Xian Yuan Changkong sighed, then spoke. You are not my match at present. However, I must avenge my son. Yi Ming, I offer you a chance. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall no longer pursue past grievances, and my Xian Yuan imperial clan will not intervene in this matter. What? Upon hearing this, the onlookers were utterly astonished. A single strike? He dares to utter such words? After all, even GD Tian was no match for Yi Ming. Yet, Yi Ming's expression grew grave. He could tell that this man was not as arrogant as GD Tian. His audacity to claim such a challenge indicated an unwavering confidence in his own prowess. Very well, but do be cautious. With a swift motion, the moment Xian Yuan Changkong's words fell, he waved his hand, and a long river materialized in the sky before the spectators. Almost immediately, they found themselves unable to move. It was not that a powerful force had restrained them, but rather as if time itself had suddenly ceased. The law of time. A powerful being from the ascendant realm exclaimed in horror. He had actually mastered the first realm of the law of time. Time stagnation? This, the law of time? Yi Ming murmured to himself, astonished to discover that this individual had comprehended such a formidable power. It was one of the 10 most powerful laws known. Now he understood why Xian Yuan Changkong dared to make such a proclamation. Indeed, given his current strength, defeating him was an insurmountable challenge. However, he was not one to concede easily. A furious roar erupted from Yi Ming, and he unleashed all the energy he could muster. Yet, despite his efforts, his body remained immobile. Futile. My law of time is beyond your comprehension. Xian Yuan Changkong shook his head, and with a press of his hand, the space surrounding Yi Ming began to collapse in layers. What to do? What to do? Panic surged within Yi Ming. If he were to be consumed by this void, Even his formidable physical strength would be of no avail, and he would undoubtedly perish. At this moment, he found himself utterly immobilized, incapable of resistance. Was it truly his fate to perish here? No, he could not resign himself to such an end. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from his brow. The radiance intensified, enveloping the entire cosmos in an instant. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The Tao gives birth to all things, each concealing its own path. There is existence, and there is non-existence. As the luminescence appeared, ancient voices reverberated through the void. Almost immediately, Yi Ming felt his body regain its mobility. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed the heavenly dragon's 9 steps, vanishing from his original position, narrowly evading the collapse of the void. The sound of the grand Tao reverberated, and Xian Yuan Changkong's expression was one of profound astonishment. He had never anticipated that Yi Ming possessed the ability to break free from his temporal stasis. This was the heart of the Tao Te Ching. Yi Ming murmured to himself, well aware that the voice was indeed referencing the Tao Te Ching. As the foremost method of the Taoist sect, he had merely fused it with 2 other techniques, resulting in a peculiar colossal shadow. Beyond that, he had no understanding of its workings. Never did he expect that now. Alas, Xian Yuan Changkong sighed and cast a glance at Yi Ming. You have triumphed. With that, he vanished from sight, along with the other formidable members of the Xian Yuan imperial clan. Chapter 138, The Wrath of Ji Emperor Tian. Yi Ming has astonishingly shattered Xian Yuan Changkong's time freeze. How can this be conceivable? Among myriad laws, time reigns supreme, yet Yi Ming's cultivation is even inferior to that of Xian Yuan Changkong. How could he possibly break such a powerful force? Has he perhaps mastered an even more terrifying law than that of time? Observing Xian Yuan Changkong's departing figure, the crowd's expressions are filled with utter astonishment. The law of time, a pinnacle law, has actually been grasped by someone. Moreover, Yi Ming has managed to break it. Yi Ming. Ji Emperor Tian's countenance darkens ominously. The more Yi Ming defies the heavens, the more discontent brews within him. Simultaneously, his murderous intent intensifies. Yet, at this moment, the crowd remains still, shifting their gaze towards another warship. It belongs to the Jiang clan, one of the 8 great imperial clans. Among the 8 great imperial clans, 7 have already expressed their stance. Now only the Jiang clan remains. Their decision is of utmost significance. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, from the Jiang clan's warship, a strikingly handsome young man steps forth, treading upon the void. Boom. The moment he appears, the entire realm begins to resonate with a deafening roar as delicate white blossoms descend from the heavens. Countless laws reverberate around him. What is happening? What is this phenomenon? Jiang Haoyue, the imperial heir of the Jiang clan, has arrived. It is uncertain how the Jiang clan will choose. With breathtaking grandeur and celestial anomalies, it is evident that his physique is extraordinary. Gazing at Jiang Haoyue in the air, Yi Ming murmurs to himself. Indeed, those who ascend to be the heirs of imperial clans are never ordinary. It is only logical. A clan that has endured for centuries would surely possess formidable physiques. Subsequently, he directs his attention back. My Jiang clan shall not partake in this matter. Jiang Haoyue's words are succinct. After casting a glance at Yi Ming, he departs with the members of the Jiang clan. However, from his gaze, Yi Ming senses a palpable murderous intent. Yes, it is indeed murderous intent. He does not comprehend why this individual harbors such animosity towards him, as they are strangers meeting for the first time. Nevertheless, he does not dwell on it. Regardless of who it may be, those who seek to take his life must face the consequences. This is an immutable truth. Thus, all 8 imperial clans have articulated their positions. The current situation is abundantly clear. The Ji clan, the Chu clan, and the Shi clan wish to eliminate Yi Ming, while the Li clan and the Zhou clan are intent on safeguarding him. The remaining 3 clans have chosen to remain neutral, opting not to engage. For Yi Ming, although the circumstances remain dire, they are significantly better than the worst-case scenario. In contrast, Ji Emperor Tian, Shi Zilin, and Chu Linxian reveal smiles upon their faces. They too feared that someone from the 3 clans might emerge to protect Yi Ming. Should that happen, eliminating him would become an impossibility. Fortunately, at this moment, Yi Ming has conspired with the demonic clan, ruthlessly harming the outstanding talents of our human race. As a member of humanity, Today we shall uphold justice and eliminate Yi Ming, restoring a clear and bright world to Zhongzhou. The Emperor Ji Tian bellowed. With a wave of his hand, the powerful members of the Ji clan surged forward, launching an assault. Indeed, to slay Yi Ming is to rid the people of a great menace. Shi Zilin nodded in agreement, leading the formidable warriors of the Shi clan in pursuit, while the members of the Chu clan had already taken action without hesitation. The three imperial clans unleashed their full might, and the ferocious aura they emitted caused the very fabric of the void to quiver violently. To covet another's legacy and speak so grandly, do you truly deserve to be called human? Today, let us see who dares to touch Yi Ming. The Li and Zhou clans also sprang into action, transforming the entire region into a terrifying battlefield in an instant. Yi Ming, with his gaze lowered, exuded an overwhelming intent to kill. There was nothing left to say, only battle remained. Even if he was on the verge of exhaustion, he would not hesitate. Kill. With a furious roar, Yi Ming wielded the Doomsday Spear and charged directly at Ji Tian. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue gritted her silver teeth and advanced toward the enemy. Although her strength was not formidable, she was driven by a singular conviction, to face the fight alongside Yi Ming, united in life and death. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle erupted, terrifying detonations reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Within tens of thousands of miles, everything crumbled, reduced to ruins. Yi Ming, do you still believe you can contend with me? Seeing Yi Ming charging at him first, Ji Tian's expression turned furious as he brandished the emperor's sword and struck out with a powerful slash. He sought vengeance for past humiliations. How could one know without trying? Yi Ming snorted coldly. Indeed, he was nearing his limits, unable to unleash his peak combat power. But what did that matter? It was merely death. Bang! With a resounding crash, Yi Ming collided with Ji Tian in midair, the terrifying force sending him staggering backward, retreating a full 8 steps before he managed to steady himself. He gasped heavily for air. Ha ha ha! Yi Ming, is this all you have? Today, your demise is inevitable. Ji Tian laughed heartily, then stomped his right foot, shattering the void beneath him, descending like a celestial being as he charged at Yi Ming once more. Yi Ming offered no reply, his gaze resolute as he faced him. The Doomsday Spear in his hand was his finest retort. Fight! 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 A battle of life and death. Bang! 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 As the conflict raged on, Yi Ming's aura began to wane. Time and again, he was sent flying by Ji Tian, yet he surged back into the fray. However, the outcome remained the same. He was once again cast aside. His entire body was already drenched in blood. Yi Ming. As Mu Qingxue gazed upon the wretched sight of Yi Ming, tears streamed down her face, yet she was besieged by several assailants, rendering her unable to approach him. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyao, Li Xingchen, and others were similarly obstructed by formidable foes from the other 3 clans, leaving them incapable of offering assistance. Ha ha ha! Yi Ming, perish! With a resounding thud, Ji Tian's fist struck down, sending Yi Ming hurtling backwards, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Nevertheless, Yi Ming rose once more. Fall down. Another punch landed, propelling Yi Ming backwards yet again, yet he trembled but remained steadfast on his feet. Ah! Witnessing this scene, Ji Tian's expression darkened considerably, and he instantaneously appeared before Yi Ming, raining down blows upon him like relentless raindrops. In that moment, the sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. The excruciating pain rendered Yi Ming's face deathly pale, yet he still managed to stand tall. Is this all the strength you possess? Ah, Yi Ming, you shall meet your end. Chapter 139, Into Darkness. With a thunderous bang, the sky echoed as Yi Ming plummeted to the ground like a falling star. A ghastly wound marred his chest, crimson blood gushing forth, enveloping him in a scarlet hue. No. No. Mu Qingxue's face was etched with despair as she cried out in fury. Yet, peril surrounded her, rendering her incapable of reaching Yi Ming. Meanwhile, the other members of the 2 clans were also forced to retreat under relentless pressure. The disparity in strength among the imperial clans was minimal. Facing 3 adversaries with only 2, merely enduring this long was an accomplishment in itself. Ha ha ha! Yi Ming, did you ever anticipate such a fate? Kill him, kill him! Shi Zilin and Chu Linxian roared with frenzied rage. The miracles Yi Ming had wrought were countless. As long as he lived, their hearts could not find peace. But now, at long last, was it finally over? Yi Ming whispered to himself, realizing he was utterly devoid of options. Death did not frighten him. Alas, Mu Qingxue. Since his rebirth, he had meticulously safeguarded her. Yet Qingxue, forgive me. With a resounding crash, Yi Ming fell heavily to the ground, his strength utterly spent. Yi Ming. Yi Ming voices reached his ears, those of Zhou Mingyao and Li Xingchen. Yet he Yi Ming, today is your day of reckoning. Now prepare to die. At that moment, Chu Linxian abandoned his opponent and surged towards Yi Ming, thirsting for vengeance. He yearned to personally end Yi Ming's life. Only then could the flames of his wrath be extinguished. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a long sword materialized, plunging towards Yi Ming's heart. Yi Ming, in your next life, be more discerning. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Is that so? Just as Chu Linxuan's sword was a mere 3 inches from Yi Ming, a sudden voice emerged from Yi Ming's lips. He raised his trembling right hand, pointing skyward. A pristine white rope whistled through the air, ensnaring Chu Linxian. It was the binding, immortal rope. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Yi Ming activated the rope, striving for this very moment. What? Chu Linxuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Yi Ming possessing such a trump card. Yet, it was too late. With a thunderous crack, the binding immortal rope trembled, unleashing a terrifying force that caused Chu Linxuan's body to erupt, leaving only his head remaining. Yi Ming, you dare witnessing this scene. A powerful figure from the Chu clan roared in fury, abandoning all else as he charged towards Yi Ming. It is time to conclude this. Yi Ming gazed calmly at the approaching figure, whispering to himself. Now, he was utterly devoid of strength, unable even to control the binding celestial rope, let alone fend off the onslaught from this individual. Are you content with this? In this moment of life and death, a sudden voice resonated within his mind, leaving Yi Ming in a state of profound astonishment. He recognized this voice. It belonged to the 9 nether demon lord he had encountered previously in the Imperial Path secret realm. But hadn't he perished? How could this be? Look at these despicable humans. Are you truly satisfied? Another voice echoed. You are not. Humans have always been selfish beings, harming their own kin for personal gain. Will you allow yourself to perish here? What do you mean? Surrender your body to me, and I can aid you in avenging yourself. Annihilate them. Eradicate them all. Kill them. They are unworthy of your protection. Kill them. The voices surged like demonic whispers, relentlessly reverberating within Yi Ming's mind. In an instant, his eyes turned an ominous crimson. Dark, swirling energies erupted from his form. As the luminous force intensified, Yi Ming felt his injuries visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Kill, kill, kill. A voice akin to that of a demon erupted from Yi Ming's lips. I had no desire to take lives, yet they have repeatedly sought to eliminate me. They harm my beloved, stole my treasures, bully the weak. By what right? By what right do they act? For the righteousness of humanity, I have consistently resisted the temptations of the demon clan, willing to sacrifice my life for my people. Yet, what have they done? My cherished one is on the brink of death before my very eyes, and I am powerless to intervene. What is the purpose of such justice? If this is the case, then what of becoming a demon? What harm can it bring? Kill, annihilate everyone. They all deserve death, death. Boom. With a furious roar from Yi Ming, his mind succumbed entirely to darkness, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Yi Ming, you killed my clan's prince. Now, you shall perish. At that moment, a powerful figure from the Chu clan arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his spear downwards. However, just then, an extraordinary event transpired. The once immobile Yi Ming suddenly rose to his feet. A massive, pitch-black hand, swift as lightning, seized his throat. The speed was so rapid that no one could discern how Yi Ming had struck. How could you possibly? And, do you wish to slay me? Crack. A thunderous sound erupted as the Chu clan man was crushed in the grip of a single hand. The entire arena was left in stunned silence. Everyone was frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a turn of events could occur. Yi Ming, Mu Qingxue let out a loud cry, seizing the opportunity to break free from her adversary as she aimed to fly towards Yi Ming. However, midway through her ascent, Li Xingchen suddenly obstructed her path. You mustn't go any further. He is not Yi Ming, Li Xingchen said, his complexion pale. Simultaneously, he sighed inwardly, realizing that the moment had finally arrived. Not Yi Ming. What do you mean? Zhou Mingyao also flew over, her expression filled with confusion. I cannot say for certain, but this aura is undeniably not Yi Ming's. It is highly probable that he has been possessed by another. Possessed? No, that cannot be true. Mu Qingxue fervently shook her head, intent on rushing forward. Regardless of the circumstances, she yearned to be with Yi Ming. Yet, Zhou Mingyao held her tight, refusing to let go. You must remain calm. Yi Ming is not someone who can be easily defeated. If you proceed now, you will not only be of no help to him, but you may also endanger him further. Let us first assess the situation. Upon hearing these words, Mu Qingxue finally halted, though the worry etched upon her pale visage was unmistakable. In contrast to them, the expressions of the other three clans were even grimmer. Who are you truly? GD Tian inquired. Who am I? Yi Ming scoffed, surveying the gathered crowd before proclaiming, I am Yi Ming, and I am also the 9 nether demon sovereign. Today, all of you shall perish. Ha ha. Chapter 140. Who dares to harm her? I shall slay them. The crowd was utterly astonished. Who is the 9 nether demon lord? They knew well that he was a superlative power that nearly brought destruction to the central continent years ago. A millennium ago, the demon clan invaded, and the central continent fell into chaos. Regardless of whether they were imperial clan warriors or other formidable beings, they were all forced to retreat repeatedly, among whom the 9 nether demon lord was one of the foremost figures of the demon clan. However, when humanity's survival was at stake, the unparalleled Ji Wudi emerged, saving the human race with his supreme abilities. Even so, considerable effort was expended to seal the 9 nether demon lord, with the legendary Li Taibai from the Li clan sacrificing himself for the suppression. And now, what a perfect physique. The 9 nether demon lord paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. Instead, he sensed Yi Ming's body, his face brimming with excitement. This body was far stronger than he had anticipated. Ha ha. The 9 nether demon lord let out a hearty laugh, then turned his gaze towards the depths of the void. What? Are the defeated from back then too cowardly to show themselves? Humph. 9 nether, do not be so arrogant. A chilling voice rang out, and a deep passageway materialized in the void. Following that, a man clad in golden armor, wielding a golden spear, emerged. Patriarch. Upon seeing this figure, the members of the Ji clan respectfully called out in unison. Indeed, this man was none other than Ji Chongkong, the patriarch of the Ji clan. In truth, he had arrived long ago, but had refrained from intervening until now. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you, a useless wretch. Back then, you couldn't even withstand a single strike from me, yet you have somehow become the patriarch? It seems your Ji clan has run out of talent. The 9 nether demon lord scoffed. You. Ji Chongkong's face turned ashen with rage upon hearing those words. However, he did not retaliate, for it was true that in those days, he could not endure a single blow from the 9 nether demon lord. Had Ji Wudi not appeared in the end, the Ji clan would likely have been eradicated. Thus, he yearned to obtain Ji Wudi's legacy. It is worth noting that the 9 nether demon lord could not withstand even a single strike from Ji Wudi back in the day. Are there not a few others who dare not show themselves? The 9 nether demon lord inquired once more. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice fell, several figures emerged from the void, revealing the other clan leaders. Chu Kuang from the Chu clan, Li Xingchen from the Li clan, Zhou Tsang from the Zhou clan, and Shi Hao from the Shi clan. The leaders of the 5 imperial clans had all arrived. However, their expressions were grave, particularly Li Xingchen, who gazed at the 9 nether demon lord, who should not have been Yi Ming. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. While others were oblivious to the situation, he was fully aware. Back then, Li Taibai had transmitted a message, urging them to prevent such an occurrence, which was why he had spared no effort in assisting Yi Ming. Yet now, it had still come to pass. Originally, they were merely a swarm of ants. The 9 underworld demon clans sneered disdainfully and remarked, Very well, slaying you shall serve as a small recompense. Presumptuous. 9 underworld. Do you truly believe you are still in your prime? Now you. Attack together and eliminate him. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 5 of them launched their assault simultaneously. It must be said, their combined might was extraordinarily formidable. Their actions sent tremors throughout the entirety of Central Continent. However, the 9 underworld demon lord remained unfazed. With a mere wave of his hand, a colossal hand, towering at 10,000 feet, materialized. Do these ants dare to shake the heavens? Crack. With a series of thunderous sounds, all 5 were ensnared by his single hand. The sheer force elicited a cacophony of cracking sounds from their bodies, bones fracturing. What? In an instant, everyone present was rendered speechless. The leaders of 5 great imperial clans had simultaneously attacked, only to be subdued in a single stroke. What kind of power is this? So feeble. The 9 underworld demon lord shook his head, but just as he intended to crush the 5, his expression suddenly darkened. Truly a foolish human. Very well. With a sigh, the 9 underworld demon lord turned his gaze to the sky where the members of the Ji, Chu, and Shur clans hovered. Let us deal with you first, as a means of vengeance. With that, he waved his left hand, summoning another immense palm. No, please, no. Run, run. How could one possess such might? Is escape even possible? Bang, bang, bang. As explosive sounds erupted, the formidable warriors of the 3 clans were utterly annihilated. Crimson blood drenched the earth, coalescing into a river of scarlet. This. Zhou Mingyao's complexion turned ashen. Even she was seized by panic at such a scene. Run, everyone run. Zhou Tsang shouted urgently. Father, don't mind me, just flee. No, I want to leave, father, please. What a poignant moment, but alas. Yi Ming. At that moment, a resounding shout pierced through the chaos. And Mu Qingxue emerged, having flown in from who knows where. Her eyes were fixed intently on the 9 underworld demon lord. Yi Ming, please awaken, awaken quickly. Do you remember our vows? You promised we would always be together, even in death. I know you can do it. Little monk, please wake up. Buzz. Just then, a golden light erupted from within Yi Ming's body. Although the golden light was faint, it persistently battled against the encroaching dark energy. At that moment, the expression of the 9 nether demon lord was exceedingly grim. Damn it! He cursed vehemently, raising his right hand to seize Mu Qingxue, fully aware that she was of utmost significance to Yi Ming. As long as she lived, Yi Ming would never truly submit to him. Hurry, run. No, I will not flee. Yi Ming would never harm me. Little monk, please wake up. Just then, a loud cry erupted from Yi Ming's lips, his voice echoing fiercely. Immediately, the colossal hand that was about to descend upon Mu Qingxue came to an unexpected halt. Fool, do you still not comprehend? None of these individuals are virtuous. Aligning with me is the true path to power. Whoever dares to touch her shall meet their demise. Humph. Do you believe you are still my adversary? Your body will be mine. Anyone who dares to harm her will perish. With Yi Ming's declaration, a chorus of sword cries resonated through the air. A spectral figure clad in white emerged from Yi Ming, revealing none other than Li Taibai. It is you. You truly have not perished. If I have not perished, how could you? Li Taibai sighed softly, casting a glance at Yi Ming. Little one, it is time to make your move. Chapter 141, The Secrets of the Celestial Realm. What? The voice of the 9 nether demon lord was laced with sheer terror. Above in the sky, countless swords soared like meteors, hurtling directly towards Yi Ming's body. Thud, 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 as the swords pierced his flesh. Crimson blood gushed forth in an instant. Yet, as the number of swords increased, the overwhelming demonic energy in the heavens seemed to be suppressed by an unseen force, gradually dissipating into the void. 10,000 swords entering the body. Li Taibai, have you lost your mind? Are you intent on killing him? The 9 nether demon lord exclaimed incredulously. Kill him? He is orchestrating all of this himself. Li Taibai shook his head resolutely. You, Yi Ming, have gone mad. Stop. Stop now, or we shall all perish. Anyone who dares to harm her shall meet their demise. At that moment, Yi Ming's voice resonated once more. Following his declaration, an increasing number of swords penetrated his body. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, including those of the 9 nether demon lord and Yi Ming himself. Upon witnessing such a scene, the onlookers were left aghast. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue could not contain her tears, understanding Yi Ming's motives, yet feeling utterly helpless. Cease this madness. Humph, if you desire my body and wish to slay others, I might remain indifferent, but dare not touch her. That is absolutely unacceptable. Boom, boom, boom. Sword after sword, piercing through Yi Ming's body. Soon, he resembled a porcupine. However, with each sword that invaded, the voice of the 9 nether demon lord grew increasingly faint, to the point where he could no longer exert control over Yi Ming's form. The 10,000 swords entering the body technique was a secret art cultivated by the elderly to seal the 9 nether demon lord, yet it had unexpectedly resurfaced. However, This method inflicted severe damage upon the body. Yi Ming was nearing his end. As he beheld the unfolding spectacle, Li Taibai murmured softly, then swiftly formed a hand seal. Instantly, the densely packed swords erupted in an unparalleled brilliance. Simultaneously, a radiant light enveloped him as well. The two luminous auras intertwined, coalescing in the air to reveal an intricate and profound pattern. Li Taibai, have you gone insane? Do you seek mutual destruction? You madman. The 9 nether demon lord's voice trembled with increasing dread. For the sake of humanity, what is death to me? Li Taibai replied calmly, shaking his head. He then executed the final hand seal. In that instant, the sky blazed with resplendent light, and the boundless demonic energy swiftly dissipated like spring snow under the sun. Accompanying this spectacle was the anguished roar of the 9 nether demon lord. Yet, regrettably, no matter how fiercely he resisted, it was utterly futile. Yi Ming, the future now rests in your hands. Li Taibai murmured softly, and with a flicker of his form, he merged into the celestial pattern above. Ah, no, Li Taibai. You must remember, the day when the might of my clan descends shall be the very moment of your race's demise. With a resounding thud, Yi Ming's body crashed heavily to the ground as his voice echoed. At that instant, the expressions of those present turned gravely serious. Simultaneously, Yi Ming suddenly found himself transported to an extraordinarily ethereal realm. It was a boundless expanse of starry rivers. Amidst the celestial tapestry, a tall figure stood erect, resembling a deity. It is you. Yi Ming gasped in astonishment. He recognized this individual. It was Ji Wudi. Do you harbor resentment towards me? Ji Wudi turned, his visage a canvas of complex emotions. Resentment? Yi Ming's countenance mirrored his inner turmoil. He was uncertain. To say he felt some animosity was true. Had it not been for the revelation of the inheritance, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Yet, on the other hand, his journey from Dongzhou to this place was also due to Ji Wudi. Therefore, he was at a loss as to whether he should indeed feel hatred. What is the meaning of this? Yi Ming inquired. Do you recall the visions you encountered on the Imperial Path? The visions on the Imperial Path, you mean? Yi Ming remembered witnessing an extraordinary scene within that city, under peculiar circumstances. It was Ji Wudi, cradling a woman, howling at the heavens. The words that resonated most profoundly were, "Immortality is but an ancient deception." This phrase still eluded his understanding to this day. Indeed, that vision was my own experience. And the realm of immortals is merely a ruse. As he spoke, Ji Wudi's expression grew exceedingly grave. The realm of immortals is a deception? In those days, in my quest to resurrect Yaoer, I ascended to become an immortal, hoping to find a means to restore her. However, upon entering the immortal realm, I discovered that it was all an illusion. It was not a paradise, but rather a hell. Hell. Yi Ming was taken aback, astonished. According to the chronicles of the continent, the realm of immortals did indeed exist. In ancient times, many ascended to that realm, and immortal artifacts flowed forth. Was not his binding rope an immortal artifact? He could not fathom the system deceiving him. What is the truth behind this? In ancient times, the realm of immortals truly existed, but at some point, it was breached. The current rulers of the immortal realm are a faction of extraterrestrial beings who conceal the truth while frequently disseminating information about the immortal realm across various worlds. Their goal is to perpetuate the illusion of its existence, so that when the human race ascends, they will be ensnared, reduced to mere livestock, slaughtered at will. What? Yi Ming was utterly shocked. He had not anticipated such a revelation. Yi Ming, for many years, I have sought a way to unravel this enigma, yet found no hope. Until your arrival. Me? Indeed, you are the one person in this world I cannot fathom, and thus, you are also my sole beacon of hope. The predicament I have placed you in is intended to allow you to experience this sensation. The challenges that await you will be exponentially more perilous than those you face now. Is that so? Yi Ming nodded, finally coming to an understanding. Yi Ming, your performance has astonished me. I am confident that my choice is sound, so hasten your growth, for your time is limited. Yi Ming sighed. Since my rebirth, my sole desire has been to protect Mu Qingxue, with little thought for anything else. Yet, unexpectedly enough, I have conveyed everything I needed to. From now on, your path lies in your own hands. Protect that girl well, and do not repeat my past mistakes. With that, Ji Wudi extended his right hand and placed it upon Yi Ming's forehead. Instantly, a tremendous force surged within Yi Ming's being. Senior, this. Do as you wish. Do not concern yourself with me. Shortly thereafter, Ji Wudi's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. To do as one wishes? Yi Ming murmured softly, then bowed respectfully in the direction where Ji Wudi had disappeared, and his own figure vanished in an instant as well. Chapter 142. Yi Ming awakens. Yi Ming, how are you? Please wake up. On the ground, Mu Qingxue incessantly shook Yi Ming's body. It had been 10 minutes since Li Taibai's disappearance. Yet Yi Ming showed no signs of awakening, filling her with immense worry. Meanwhile, above in the sky, the leaders of the 5 great imperial clans bore expressions of grave concern. This child must die today, Chu Kuang declared with a darkened face. The losses suffered by the Chu clan were catastrophic. Over half of their formidable warriors had perished, and their strength had diminished by at least half. Even his own son had fallen here. All of this was due to Yi Ming. Indeed, this boy is linked to the demon clan. He is undoubtedly their pawn. If we do not kill him, how can we honor our fallen brethren? Ji Chongkong echoed. Speaking of losses, the Ji clan had not fared much better. Even Ji Ditian had. Nonsense. At this moment, Li Xingqian vehemently rebuked them, asserting, in the end, Yi Ming did not betray humanity. He risked everything to eradicate the 9 nether demon lord, making him a hero of our kind. Indeed, all of this is self-inflicted. How can you blame Yi Ming? Where is your dignity? Zhou also shouted in anger. He could no longer tolerate the injustice. Attempting to seize what belonged to others and then being countered, had it not been for Yi Ming, they would have perished here. Now, to turn against him was an act of betrayal. Humph, the deceased are not from your clans. Thus, you speak without remorse. Today, Yi Ming must die, regardless. Shihao sneered, stepping forward with intent to strike Yi Ming down. You dare? Zhou roared with fury, attempting to intervene. However, in that instant, Chu Kuang blocked his path. You, Zhou, considering our long-standing ties. I do not wish to kill you, but if you persist in your folly, do not blame me for being ruthless. Let us see. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat, while Li Xingqian and Ji Chongkong joined the fray without hesitation. The expressions of the onlookers turned grim. The 5 clan leaders were all transcendent beings, far beyond their capacity to contend with Li Xingqian and Zhou occupied by their opponents. No one could withstand Shihao's onslaught. This meant Yi Ming. Yi Ming, you have slain my kin. Today, you shall die here. Shihao bellowed, unleashing a devastating palm strike toward Yi Ming, an attack so terrifying it seemed capable of annihilating the entire world. To kill him, you must first go through me. Witnessing this, Mu Qingxue's expression turned resolute, her fragile form shielding Yi Ming. She understood that she could not withstand this strike, yet even in the face of death, she... so oblivious to her fate. Boom. The palm struck down with ferocious force, overwhelming Mu Qingxue and rendering her unable to stand. Nevertheless, she resolutely positioned herself in front of Yi Ming. Yi Ming, I remain as useless as ever. Forgive me. If there is a next life, perhaps we... Silly girl. Just as Mu Qingxue prepared herself for the inevitable, a voice suddenly resonated from behind her, followed by a warm hand encircling her waist. It was Yi Ming. Yi Ming, you're awake. Mu Qingxue exclaimed, turning to him with elation, embracing him tightly. In that moment, her inner turmoil dissipated entirely. Perhaps, this could be a fitting conclusion. Sighing as he gazed at the beloved in his arms, Yi Ming softly reassured her, Fear not, we shall not perish. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a tempestuous aura. Instantly, the colossal palm in the sky shattered into a myriad of spiritual energy, scattering throughout the heavens and earth. What? How could you possibly? Shihao's expression was one of utter astonishment. His own strike had been effortlessly neutralized by Yi Ming? How could this be? The aura of the 9 underworld demon sovereign had completely dissipated. With Yi Ming's strength, nothing was impossible. There is nothing unattainable, Yi Ming replied coldly. Then grasped Shihao as if he were a mere chick, lifting him effortlessly. The entire arena was engulfed in shock. All gazes were transfixed on the extraordinary scene in the sky, their faces painted with disbelief. Even the other 4 clan leaders momentarily halted in their tracks. I warned you. Anyone who dares to harm her must die. Thus, you may perish. Crack. With a deafening roar, Shihao's body was crushed by Yi Ming's grip. leaving only a massive head ensnared by the binding, immortal rope. Dead? Sure, how is dead? Chu Kuang's face turned pale as he spoke, his heart racing with panic. His power was not vastly different from Shi Hao's. Yi Ming's ease in slaying Shi Hao signified he could similarly extinguish his own life. This. Ji Changkong trembled uncontrollably. You actually acquired Ji Wudi's power? Surprised, are we? Yi Ming scoffed, swiftly capturing the two of them. His colossal hand, akin to that of a divine being, rendered them utterly incapable of escape, despite their desperate struggles. No, please, don't kill me. Yi Ming, I implore you, spare me. I was wrong before. I shall never dare again. Chu Kuang pleaded repeatedly, genuine terror evident in his voice. Spare you? Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe it possible? Have you ever considered sparing me? I, Yi Ming, declare that you have slain our kin, and our two clans shall not let this matter rest easily. Should you release us, we shall no longer pursue past grievances and will even offer a vast treasure as a token of goodwill. What say you? Ji Changkong interjected hastily. Though he felt a deep sense of indignation, one must bow their head when under the eaves. Indeed, if you would but free us, I would grant you anything you desire. Furthermore, we can forge a heavenly Tao oath, vowing to cease hostilities henceforth. Yi Ming. They are the leaders of two great imperial clans, the backbone of our human race. Perhaps it would be wise to grant them their freedom? At that moment, Zhou Tsang spoke up, deeply troubled by the words of the 9 underworld demon lord. If the demon clan were to return, the consequences would be dire. Yes, Yi Ming, with the binding nature of the heavenly Tao oath, they would surely hesitate to act against you again. Why not let this matter rest? Li Xingchen added, motivated by the greater good of humanity. Release them? Yi Ming shook his head, then declared, esteemed elders, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance today. In the future, I shall repay your kindness, but I cannot set them free. Chapter 143, The Curtain Falls. Yi Ming, you cannot kill us. Otherwise, the ancestor will not spare you. No, please, don't. In the sky above, Chu Kuang and Ji Changkong struggled desperately, their faces contorted with madness. Yet, Yi Ming paid them no heed. With a firm grip of his right hand, he crushed them, their heads once more bound by the immortal binding rope. Revenge for enmity. Gratitude for kindness. Yi Ming had always adhered to this principle. These two sought his life, so he extinguished theirs. As for the Zhou and Li royal clans, he would repay their kindness in due time. However, this did not imply that he would spare these two for their sake. He was aware that this action might leave them displeased, yet he felt it was unavoidable. Alas, observing this scene, Zhou Tsang sighed softly, casting a glance at Yi Ming before vanishing from sight. In contrast, Li Xingchen clasped his fists in respect towards Yi Ming before also disappearing. Yi Ming, do not feel pressured. My father. At that moment, Zhou Mingyao flew over. It's fine, I understand. Thank you for your assistance, Yi Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. It was nothing, it was my duty. However, your strength has exceeded my expectations, she remarked. Indeed, Yi Ming, rest assured. We will handle the other matters, Li Xingyun added with a smile. Yes, Yi Ming, where do you intend to go next? Why not stay in Zhongzhou? I plan to return to Dongzhou with Qingxue. Dongzhou, that sounds good, but in a month, the Tianjiao ranking battle will commence. The Tianjiao ranking? Yi Ming pondered. Let us see. If time permits, I shall participate. He genuinely wished to join, as encountering formidable opponents was indeed an exhilarating prospect. Then it's settled. The entrance to the Imperial Road lies ahead. I shall not accompany you further. Take care on your journey. With that, Li Xingyun and Zhou Mingyao took their leave, accompanied by their clansmen. Thus, this battle reached its definitive conclusion. The once bustling area was now left with only Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue, alongside the countless heads suspended on the immortal binding rope. Yi Ming, Mu Qingxue called softly. This experience felt surreal. She had never imagined she would emerge alive. This sensation. It is over. Let us return home. Yes, home, Yi Ming responded. He then struck the ground with his palm, creating a bottomless pit. One by one, the heads from the immortal binding rope fell into the abyss, buried deep beneath the earth. Afterward, Yi Ming took Mu Qingxue's hand, soaring towards the entrance of the Imperial Road. This time, they were truly going back. The entrance to the Imperial Path remains unchanged, devoid of any presence, enveloped in an eerie silence. The previous battle had been so terrifying that no one dared to linger here. Is this truly the entrance to the imperial path? Mu Qingxue exclaimed, astonished by the scene before her. She had heard tales of the imperial path, yet this was her first visit. Well, let us proceed. Yiming nodded, and with that, the two stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the central prefecture, within the Chu clan's imperial lineage, an overwhelming aura of vengeance erupted from the depths of the clan. It was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, the ancestor of the Chu clan, Chu Zhan. His eyes were bloodshot, and tears of blood streamed down his face. Yiming, Ji Wudi, I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. With half of the clan's strong warriors lost, including the likes of Chu Kuang and Chu Linxian, the once mighty clan was now diminished. Yet, he understood that with Ji Wudi's emergence, even he was powerless. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed in the air as a figure shrouded in black mist materialized. Who dares trespass upon the Chu clan? Seeking death, are we? The figure taunted. What is the Chu clan? I have never heard of your so-called imperial lineage. What? You are the heavenly demon sovereign. Chu Jin stammered, his mind racing with thoughts of vengeance. A similar scene unfolded within the Ji and Shi clans. Within a mere day, a shocking proclamation reverberated throughout the central prefecture. The three great imperial clans, Chu, Ji, and Shi, had united to declare war against the Li and Zhou clans. The imperial war had finally arrived. Unbeknownst to Yiming, he and Mu Qingxue had reached the junction of the imperial path. Their journey through the central prefecture had been remarkably smooth, without any hindrance. As Yiming gazed at the crossroads, he was filled with nostalgia. It was from this very spot that he had first arrived, and now he was set to return. His gaze drifted toward the depths of the imperial path. If given the chance, I will surely venture deep within. He then took Mu Qingxue's hand, leading her toward the eastern continent. Their pace was swift, and within 2 hours, they arrived at a city named Tianhua. The night had fallen, and Yiming decided to rest there for the evening before continuing their journey. The eastern continent's imperial path was notoriously treacherous, and despite his newfound strength, he was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. Mu Qingxue, content to be by Yiming's side, cared not for the location as long as they were together. As night deepened, eerie footsteps echoed from outside the city. However, having endured previous experiences, Yiming remained unfazed. While Mu Qingxue's complexion turned pale at the terrifying sounds. Even now, having reached the pinnacle of her integration, she still feels. Fortunately, with Yiming's protection, no unforeseen mishaps have occurred. However, just as Yiming intended to wait quietly for the night to pass, a figure abruptly appeared before him. It was a gaunt old man. Yiming exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the individual as the one he had encountered previously. Subordinate Taimo, I have met the esteemed one. The old man suddenly knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost respect. This left Yiming perplexed. As the last time this person had seen him, he had been pleading desperately for his life. Now, he seemed to possess clarity of mind. Senior, what is this? My lord, there is no need for astonishment. I am. He then proceeded to recount a tale that left both Yiming and Mu Qingxue utterly astounded. It turns out that this man had once been a notorious villain, renowned throughout the central continent, known as the Blood Butcher. He had taken countless lives, and the number of those who perished at his hands was incalculable. Yet, at the height of his power, he encountered the invincible Ji Wudi. Though formidable, he was still vastly inferior to Ji Wudi, and their battle undoubtedly concluded with Ji Wudi's overwhelming victory. However, Ji Wudi chose not to end his life. Instead, he took him in, and during the subsequent invasion of the demon race, he fought alongside Ji Wudi, vanquishing many powerful demon adversaries. The events that followed. Chapter 144, The Battle Against the Celestial Beings. What happened next? Yiming inquired. My lord Ji Wudi, after returning from the celestial realm, began to devise the strategy for the battle against the celestials. In that confrontation, we suffered a devastating defeat. For the sake of the entire world, my lord became a living formation, setting up the celestial extermination array to thwart the invasion of external formidable beings, Taimo solemnly recounted. That battle resulted in a catastrophic loss, leaving even Ji Wudi himself severely injured, leading him to spend many years recuperating on this imperial path. His mental state has often been troubled. Therefore, when he encountered Yiming and sensed the aura of Ji Wudi emanating from him, memories of his past defeat at Ji Wudi's hands resurfaced. The phrase battle against the celestials shocked Yi Ming profoundly. Although the elder spoke with a calm demeanor, he could vividly imagine the dire hardships of that battle. Even the formidable Ji Wudi had to sacrifice himself to deploy the celestial extermination array merely to halt their advance. This alone attests to the overwhelming strength of the adversaries. Sigh. Yi Ming exhaled, recalling Ji Wudi's earlier assertion that the celestial realm was but an elaborate deception. It now seemed evident. My lord Ji Wudi once articulated that one day, a child of destiny would emerge to lead our human race once more against the celestials. Thus, I have awaited your arrival here all these years. My lord, please allow me to follow you. Taimo spoke again. Child of destiny. Yi Ming pondered, perplexed. He could not fathom why Ji Wudi held him in such esteem. At present, his strength was still lacking, far from achieving the expectations placed upon him. My lord, I beseech you. Well, I must admit, I am not a child of destiny and may disappoint you, he replied. The insight of my lord Ji Wudi is infallible, though your current strength may be modest. I firmly believe you will grow in due course. Very well. Yi Ming nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt a profound gratitude towards Ji Wudi, a debt he was determined to repay. Furthermore, as a member of the human race, he naturally wished to contribute to its greater cause. He understood the principle that no egg remains unbroken beneath a collapsing nest. Thank you, my lord. Taimo expressed his joy with a nod, then rose to speak. My lord, do you wish to return to East Continent? Indeed, I plan to make a trip back, Yi Ming replied. Are you concerned about the dangers outside? Indeed. Yi Ming did not conceal his apprehensions. Those entities were too enigmatic, particularly the soul chasers he had previously encountered. Even with his newfound strength, he felt no assurance in confronting such beings. What is the true nature of this? Yi Ming questioned. This man has survived on the imperial path for many years. He may possess knowledge. Sigh. They were all participants in the battle for ascension. What? Yi Ming was taken aback. He had initially thought that these entities were remnants left by some formidable adversary from another realm to obstruct the powerful of the human race or the foes slain by Ji Wudi. To his astonishment, they were. The battle from years ago had been exceedingly brutal. Countless strong warriors had perished. Their indomitable spirits lingering on the path of the emperor, transformed into those. The pallor of Taimo's visage was striking. These individuals were once his comrades in arms, yet now, alas, we did indeed suffer defeat in that battle, but with your emergence, I am convinced that next time, we shall surely prevail. Those individuals need not concern themselves. Let us embark on our journey now. Very well. Yi Ming nodded. He did not believe this person would bring him harm, and since there was no need to linger here for the night, it was indeed most favorable. Subsequently, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue tidied themselves and followed Taimo as they soared towards the outskirts of the city. Just as they exited the city, headless knights, skeletal dragons, and numerous other creatures he had never encountered before materialized. They were densely packed, akin to a formidable army, emanating an overwhelming terror. Fear not, my old friends. We shall avenge the grievances of the past. Rest assured, Taimo addressed them. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Upon hearing his words, the headless knights, skeletal dragons, and other beings all withdrew, parting to create a pathway, as if to bid farewell to Yi Ming. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ming sighed inwardly. These were the ancestors who had fought for the human race. Even in death, they. Alas. Taimo also sighed. Then with a swift motion, he led the two of them away. His speed was extraordinary. Within a mere 3 hours, they arrived at Wangduan City. Along the way, all the creatures they encountered made way for them. From these beings, Yi Ming sensed an overwhelming conviction. Success was imperative. Though the body may perish, the soul endures. Where is my soul? Come back swiftly, my spirit. At that moment, a voice resonated, seemingly from ancient times. In the sky, a phantom appeared, a middle-aged man with a ghastly pallor. The soul chaser. Yi Ming's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. He never expected to encounter the soul chaser once more. However, this time, he felt no fear, only profound sorrow. Old friend, we meet again. Taimo gazed skyward, exclaiming with a sense of wonder. Upon hearing his voice, the figure abruptly halted, casting a bewildered glance at him. Then, a radiant light suddenly erupted in his eyes. Bowing his head, he paid his respects to Yi Ming. Subsequently, his form flickered and vanished from sight. Yi Ming, in turn, offered a respectful bow in the direction of his departure. The ancestors of the human race were deserving of such reverence. The journey ahead unfolded with remarkable ease, and soon he arrived at the desolate expanse strewn with white bones. From the lips of Taimo, he learned that these remnants were left by the valiant heroes of the human race during the legendary battle for ascension. My lord, due to certain circumstances, I am unable to depart from the imperial road at this moment. Thus I can only escort you to this point. Taimo remarked at the exit of the eastern continent's imperial road. Thank you kindly. Yiming nodded, acknowledging that this was sufficient. He then inquired, Elder, why have I not encountered any members of the angelic race along the way? He recalled a previous encounter with a kingdom of angels, where he had become separated from Fa Zhang and had hoped to revisit and seek news of him. However, the absence of any angelic presence along his route puzzled him greatly. They have already departed, Taimo replied. Indeed, in the past, to restrain the angelic clan, Lord Ji Wudi employed supreme divine powers to bring them from the angel star. Now that you have arrived, their purpose has diminished, hence they were allowed to leave. And Fa Zhang. Yiming's concern was palpable. Rest assured that young one from the Ji clan is unharmed. He is currently in a safe location, and you will meet again in due time. Is that so? Yiming nodded, finding solace in the fact that Fa Zhang was safe. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Taimo and, accompanied by Mu Qingxue, departed from the imperial road. My lord, you must strive to grow stronger swiftly. Our time together is limited. Chapter 145. The Crisis of the Eastern Continent. At last, we have returned. At the base of the heartless cliff in Daozhou, Yiming sighed inwardly. Though the duration was brief, the experiences were profoundly numerous. Yet fortunately, it culminated in a splendid conclusion. We are back. Mu Qingxue also let out a sigh. Ever since her arrival in Zhongzhou, she had dreamt of returning, and now, at last. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the heavens, causing Yiming to furrow his brow slightly. Is there a battle underway? The two exchanged glances and immediately propelled themselves skyward. Moments later, they reached the summit of the cliff. There, Yiming beheld a familiar figure, Jiang Mingxue. Her complexion was ashen, bloodstains marred her attire, and she was accompanied by several disciples of the Wuji Palace, all of whom appeared to be in dire straits. Above them, dozens of men cloaked in black gazed greedily upon their plight, as if they were eyeing delectable prey. Jiang Mingxue, you cannot escape. Surrender willingly, and serve me well. Should I be in a good mood, I might grant you a swift end. A mocking voice rang out from one of the black-clad men. This voice. Yiming was utterly astonished upon recognizing it. It belonged to the square-faced man he had encountered during his previous visit to the Wuji Palace. But how could he? Humph, Lu Hong, abandon that thought of yours. Even in death, I shall not grant you your wish. Is that so? Do you not wish to know the fate of your master? What? Jiang Mingxue's face drained of color. She could disregard the others, but her master, ha ha ha. Jiang Jr. sister, do you still entertain thoughts of resistance? Lu Hong, you wretch. How could you betray your master, who nurtured you with such kindness? Kindness? What of it? Lu Hong scoffed, then continued, for so many years, I have devoted myself to the Wuji Palace, yet he chose to pass the position of palace master to you, even deeming that Yiming superior to me. I refuse to accept this. Why should it be so? You enough, my dear junior sister. Submit to me obediently, and I may allow you to see that old man once more. As for Yiming, do not harbor hopes of rescue. Lord Qingma has already dispatched someone to the great Chu Empire. Soon, he shall join you. You despicable creature. Even in death, I shall not fulfill your desires. Jiang Mingxue roared. With a swift motion, she summoned a long sword to her hand and aimed it at her throat. She understood all too well that these individuals would not spare her. Rather than fall into their clutches, she would choose death here. Alas, just as the blade was but 3 inches from her neck, a sudden sigh resonated through the air. Immediately, she realized that her hand had been seized. 2 figures emerged before her. They were Yiming and Mu Qingxue. Yiming, rest assured, no one will harm you today, Yiming stated flatly, then turned his icy gaze toward the dark-clad figures in the sky. Yiming, you, how could you possibly be here? Lu Hong exclaimed in utter astonishment. Surprised? Ha ha. Indeed, it is quite unexpected. However, it's fortuitous as I was just planning to find you. Killing you will earn me the favor of Lord Qingma. I must say you. Crack. Before Lu Hong could finish his sentence, a hand suddenly appeared at his throat. He felt his body being lifted. It was Yiming who had acted. Why you how could? Lu Hong was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the speed of Yi Ming. It was known that his own cultivation had been enhanced through secret methods, and even Jiang Mingxue was no match for him. Yet Yi Ming. Ignoring Lu Hong's words entirely, Yi Ming exerted force and crushed him. Scarlet blood fell like rain, cascading down incessantly. Yi Ming then turned his attention to the other dark-clad figures. Run! Flee! These figures were not foolish. Witnessing this scene, they all scattered in panic. Lu Hong's position as their leader attested to his formidable strength, and yet, even he had been swiftly vanquished by Yi Ming, illustrating that they were no match for him. However, they had still underestimated Yi Ming's prowess. With a casual gesture, Yi Ming summoned a colossal hand that seemed to hail from ancient times. Bang! With a deafening crash. The remaining figures were obliterated, scattering blood across the sky. Jiang Mingxue was taken aback. She knew Yi Ming was powerful, but never anticipated him to be this formidable. Previously, during their time in the Shura realm, Yi Ming had found it exceedingly challenging to slay a strong opponent of the divine concealment realm, and now, how much time had passed since then? She then glanced at Mu Qingxue beside Yi Ming. What a beautiful person. Is this his beloved? She recalled that when Yi Ming had come to the Wuji Palace, it was to assist his cherished one in seeking the cultivation technique of the Nining sacred body. This must be her. Honestly, upon seeing Mu Qingxue, her expression dimmed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Perhaps only someone of such caliber could truly be worthy of him. Are you all right? At that moment, Yi Ming stepped forward and spoke. I'm fine. Thank you so much for your help, Jiang Mingxue replied, shaking her head. It was nothing. It was my duty. By the way, what exactly happened? What? Sighing, Jiang Mingxue recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that not long after Yi Ming had departed, chaos erupted in the eastern continent. Initially, individuals from the demonic clan appeared, wreaking havoc and indiscriminately slaughtering. Subsequently, members of the bloodthirsty pavilion emerged, and within a mere few days, they allied with the formidable demons to seize a substantial portion of the eastern continent. As the guardians, the Wuji Palace could not remain idle, and thus, combat ensued. In the beginning, under the leadership of Ji Kong, they held the upper hand. However, during a critical battle, a powerful entity proclaiming himself as the Moon Demon suddenly appeared. In that confrontation, Ji Kong was vanquished, his fate uncertain. Consequently, the entire Wuji Palace fell into ruin, and Jiang Mingxue and her companions were relentlessly pursued, leading up to the present day. The bloodthirsty pavilion, the demonic clan. Upon hearing these words, Yi Ming's expression turned icy. Upon his return, he had intended to resolve these matters, but unexpectedly. What was mentioned earlier by Lu Hong regarding the Azure Demon? He is a powerful demon, and in pursuit of you, he has already dispatched his forces towards the great Chu Empire. Perhaps even now. What? Mu Qingxue's countenance changed drastically. The great Chu Empire is her homeland. If it were to be annihilated, then... Do not panic. Yi Ming waved his hand. According to Lu Hong's previous assertions, the Azure Demon must have departed not long ago. Before leaving, he had fortified the Celestial Demon Annihilation Array. Even for high-ranking divine concealment experts, breaching it would not be an easy feat. Chapter 146. Return to the Great Chu. Miss Jiang, we plan to return to the Great Chu first. Would you care to join us? Yi Ming inquired. With much of the eastern continent now under occupation, he felt uneasy leaving them behind. Thus, he resolved to escort them first, planning to address other matters later. Very well. Jiang Mingxue was not one to linger in indecision. She recognized this as the only viable solution. Moreover, she harbored a desire for vengeance. Let us depart. Yi Ming nodded, then with a sweeping gesture, a swirling vortex materialized before them, the teleportation array. The distance to the Great Chu was not vast, and with his current strength, guiding the teleportation over a short range posed no challenge. What is this? Jiang Mingxue exclaimed in astonishment, unsure of Yi Ming's intentions. The teleportation array, let us proceed. With that, Yi Ming stepped into the array, followed closely by Mu Qingxue. Seeing both enter without hesitation, Jiang Mingxue followed suit along with the others. Once they had all entered, the vortex vanished, restoring the desolate cliff to its former tranquility, leaving only the blood-soaked ground as a testament to the recent battle. In the imperial city of the Great Chu, upon the city walls, a throng of thousands had gathered. Among them were Mu Kuang and others from various dynasties. This location could be deemed the safest haven on the eastern continent, albeit this sense of safety was merely temporary. Before them loomed formidable warships. Led by a towering figure with a green visage and 4 arms, he was the Green Demon, a powerful entity of the Demon Clan, at the 7th tier of divine concealment. "My lord, there is no sign of Yi Ming." A man clad in black approached respectfully. "Is that so?" The Green Demon narrowed his eyes and replied, "Merely an insignificant insect. I fail to comprehend why Lord Yu Ming values him so highly. Regardless, relay the order to annihilate them without leaving a single survivor." "Understood." The black-clad man exited the warship, gesturing grandly as thousands of his compatriots surged forward toward the imperial city of the Great Chu. However, just as they neared the city, a colossal demonic figure materialized in the sky. Boom! With a mighty slap, the figure obliterated a dozen of them in an instant. A formation? The Green Demon's expression shifted in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the seemingly diminutive Great Chu possessed such a terrifying array. Yet, he dismissed the concern and waved his hand once more, urging his forces to charge again. Bang! 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 With a series of resounding thuds, 8 more colossal demonic figures emerged. The Heavenly Demon Annihilation Array was executed to its utmost by Mu Kuang. 9 formidable shadowy figures loomed, reminiscent of ancient demon sovereigns, their terrifying power swiftly claiming the lives of hundreds. This spectacle left the members of the bloodthirsty sect utterly astounded. "How intriguing." The Qingma sneered, then commanded, "You may proceed." Boom, boom, boom. As his words echoed, 4 figures adorned with platinum masks materialized in the sky. These 4 were none other than the platinum assassins of the bloodthirsty sect, superlative beings of the divine concealment realm. "Kill!" They roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of ferocious assaults that clashed with the 9 shadowy figures. One must concede, their might was formidable. Even the colossal shadows found themselves retreating before their onslaught. Should this continue, the obliteration array of the heavenly demons would inevitably shatter. The faces of Mu Kuang and his companions turned ashen. "Brother Mu, what shall we do now?" A middle-aged man, pale with fear, inquired. He had overheard Qingma's decree to annihilate all. With their capabilities, should the array fall, their demise would be assured. "I know not." Mu Kuang shook his head, devoid of any viable solution. He had utilized the ancestral secret arts to contact the Chu imperial clan, yet received no response. Likewise, there was no word from Yi Ming. Their sole reliance was on this grand array. If it faltered, they would face certain death. In that moment, despair washed over the group, their countenances reflecting their hopelessness. Yet, they could do nothing but await their grim fate. Were they to perish here, without resistance? Boom, boom, boom. As time inexorably passed, the 4 formidable beings unleashed their terrifying might upon the 9 shadows, causing them to retreat further. With a resounding crash, 2 of the shadows erupted, leaving the remaining 7 unable to withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, after half an hour, the last flicker of hope, the Heavenly Demon Obliteration Array, collapsed completely. From that point on, the inhabitants of the Grand Chu Imperial City were left without recourse. "Kill! Kill them all!" echoed the frenzied battle cries as thousands of cloaked figures surged forth. "Oh, is this truly the end?" Witnessing the ravenous black-clad assailants, Mu Kuang sighed in despair. He had lost all hope. With their meager cultivation, they stood no chance against such an overwhelming force. Death did not frighten him. It was merely a pity that the Grand Chu Empire would be utterly annihilated. Buzz. Yet, at that moment, snowflakes began to cascade from the heavens. Beautiful though they were, an unsettling aura accompanied their descent. Crack. As the snowflakes multiplied, the entire sky soon transformed into a vast expanse of white. At that moment, an extraordinary event unfolded. The figures clad in black appeared to be frozen in place, standing motionless in the void. Before long, their bodies were encased in ice, becoming sculptures of frost. "Who dares to show themselves?" bellowed a killer from the realm of divine concealment. With a resounding thud, as his voice echoed, a graceful silhouette suddenly materialized before him, and with a single palm strike, the man was sent hurtling backward. What? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were utterly astonished. None had anticipated such a turn of events. Meanwhile, Mu Kuang and the members of the Great Chu Empire were filled with overwhelming excitement. "Qingxue, is it truly you? You have returned," Mu Kuang exclaimed, his heart, once filled with despair, now pulsating with hope. With Mu Qingshue's appearance, how could Yi Ming be far behind? And as for himself, the nine-yin sacred body. It truly is the nine-yin sacred body. Qing Mo gazed at Mu Qingxue, his expression shifting to one of ecstatic disbelief. Ha ha ha, what great fortune! I never expected to encounter the nine-yin sacred body here. Ha ha, now, you shall be mine. With that, he rose to his feet and reached out towards Mu Qingxue with a terrifying claw, as if to rend the very heavens apart. However, upon witnessing this, Mu Qingxue displayed no fear. Instead, a hint of disdain curved her lips. A mere waste of the divine concealment realm dares to lay hands on me? Chapter 147. The master has disappeared. Who dares to masquerade and toy with the unseen? Come forth. The azure demon roared, and with a forceful stomp of his right foot, an unparalleled tempest of energy surged forth, engulfing the entire realm. Yet, at that moment, a colossal foot appeared above him. With such meager strength, he dares to be arrogant? Boom. The giant foot descended, causing the heavens and earth to tremble as waves of distortion rippled through the void. Poor azure demon, oblivious to the calamity unfolding, found himself crushed into the ground beneath that single stomp. Shortly thereafter, a handsome young man emerged into view. It was Yi Ming. This. It is Yi Ming. He has returned. How formidable. Yi Ming is astonishingly powerful. The azure demon possesses the strength of the seventh layer of the divine concealment realm. Yet he could not withstand even a single blow from Yi Ming. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. At that moment, all eyes were riveted upon Yi Ming. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingxue and the other members of the Wuji Palace stepped forth from the void, their hearts filled with profound shock upon witnessing this scene. He has grown so powerful. Jiang Mingxue murmured to herself. Yi Ming, you have returned. Mu Kuang exclaimed with elation, his heart swelling with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Ming stands with the Great Chu. The stronger he becomes, the greater the strength of the Great Chu. In due time, who in the Eastern continent, or even the entire Dao province, could rival the might of Great Chu? The others were equally exhilarated. They had thought their demise was inevitable. But now, the tides had turned. What a thrilling sensation. But reminiscing can wait. I must first deal with them. Yi Ming nodded, then turned his gaze to the azure demon beneath his feet, speaking with an air of authority. Speak. How do you wish to die? Why, you are Yi Ming? The azure demon was struck with immense shock. Although the demon sovereign had spoken highly of Yi Ming, he had dismissed it. In his eyes, humanity was merely fodder for his kind. Yet now, correct. Bang. As the words fell, Yi Ming stomped down decisively, shattering all four of the azure demon's arms. The excruciating pain elicited a wail of torment from him. You dare. The sovereign will not let you go. Is that so? Bang. Another stomp, and the azure demon's body was violently torn apart. Yet his resilience was remarkable. He still clung to life. Ah, Yi Ming, you can endure quite well. I wonder if your head is as tough? Boom. Another foot fell, and the azure demon's head was obliterated. As his skull shattered, his life force finally extinguished. Having accomplished this, Yi Ming turned his attention to the others hovering above. Instantly, the members of the bloodthirsty pavilion turned pale with dread. A platinum-tier assassin? As Yi Ming gazed upon the four masked men, a light chuckle escaped his lips before he struck his hand downwards. The palm of the Tathagata. A thunderous crash echoed as the colossal hand descended, obliterating both the bloodthirsty faction's warriors and their warships in a single blow. In an instant, crimson blood rained down from the heavens like a torrential downpour. Hiss! Gasps of astonishment resonated among the onlookers. It was utterly shocking. With just one strike, so many were annihilated. To what level had Yi Ming's cultivation ascended? Was it divine concealment, great ascension, or the fabled ascension realm? Witnessing this scene, Jiang Mingxue felt a surge of joy within her heart. With the destruction of the Wuji Palace and her master missing, she found herself utterly helpless with her current strength. Yet, Yi Ming. Perhaps he could. Ha ha ha. Yi Ming, Qingxue, as long as you return, that is all that matters. A hearty laugh rang out as Mu, with a beaming smile, swiftly approached, radiating excitement that surpassed even the joy of the new year. Ancestor, Mu Lao. Both Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue nodded, and together, they soared towards the palace. However, Yi Ming did not accompany them to the palace. Instead, he departed the imperial city, intending to visit the Bodhi Temple first. With the arrival of the demonic forces, The entire eastern continent was affected, and he was deeply concerned for his master. Yi Ming's speed was remarkable, and within a few minutes, he arrived at the Bodhi Temple. Yet, the once vibrant temple was now shrouded in an oppressive silence, devoid of any signs of life. Boom! Upon witnessing this sight, Yi Ming's expression changed drastically, a terrifying aura erupting from him. He had always regarded his master as a father. Should anything happen to him, he swiftly descended towards the ground. Silence reigned. Only silence remained. However, there were no signs of battle within the Bodhi Temple. It was as if all its inhabitants had vanished into thin air. What could have transpired? Yi Ming pondered in confusion. If the bloodthirsty faction had intervened, it would not have been so tranquil. Yet now, rustle. At that moment, a faint sound pierced the stillness, jolting Yi Ming into alertness. With a swift motion, he sent a massive green stone flying, revealing a bald little monk in his sight. Jimming? Yi Ming's face brightened, recognizing him as the monk who had once chanted scriptures alongside him. Jiakom. Jimming's expression also lit up in joy as he hurried out from within. However, upon reaching Yi Ming, his countenance dimmed once more. Jimming, what has happened? Where are the others? What of my master? Yi Ming inquired anxiously. Jiakom, the abbot and the elders have been taken away. Taken away? By whom? Indeed, it is the people from Tianming Temple. They speak of organizing a Buddhist and Taoist alliance to resist the demon clan, abducting individuals from the surrounding temples. Aye, a Buddhist and Taoist alliance? Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Whether in his past life or this one, his understanding of Tianming Temple and Buddhism was rather limited. Yet, deep within, he harbored an inexplicable feeling that the strength of Buddhism would not be inferior to that of Taoism. Although there were no formidable Buddhist sects in Zhongzhou, this feeling persisted within him. How did you end up here? I. The people from Tianming Temple were too fierce, and they struck me. So I hid away. Yi Ming was momentarily speechless, yet he felt a sense of relief. Jimming was merely a young monk who had grown up in the temple. His experience was as sparse as a blank canvas. In fact, if his past self had not encountered Mu Qingxue, he would not have fared much better than Jimming, engaging in the monotonous rituals of ringing bells and chanting sutras to pass the remainder of his days. However, this world does not entertain what-ifs. The appearance of Mu Qingxue had irrevocably altered the course of his life. Chapter 148. Discussion. I hope that Jie Kong and the master are safe, said the young monk Jie Ming, a look of concern etched on his face. For now, they should be fine, Yi Ming replied, shaking his head. Although he was uncertain of Tianming Temple's intentions, summoning all the temples of the Dao sect could not possibly mean a desire to eliminate them. After all, in the grand scheme of things, these practitioners posed little threat, rendering such drastic measures unnecessary. In the short term, there should be no issues. However, what lay ahead remained uncertain. He had an unsettling sense that Tianming Temple harbored profound mysteries, concealing unknown secrets. For instance, while the demon clan attacked various regions of Dongzhou, there had been no reports concerning Tianming Temple, which was indeed peculiar. Jie Ming, what are your plans moving forward? Yi Ming inquired. Jie Ming was like a brother to him, and he could not allow him to face the streets alone. I don't know. Jie Ming shook his head in confusion. Growing up in the Bodhi Monastery, his life revolved around routine rituals, leaving him without a clear direction. Is that so? Yi Ming nodded, understanding all too well, for he had once been in a similar position. Jie Ming, would you consider returning to secular life? Returning to secular life? Yes. Forsaking monasticism to become an ordinary person. I can ensure your lifetime of comfort. Is that possible for me? Jie Ming's face reflected his bewilderment. Since Yi Ming's departure, he had contemplated this very question, especially when he listened to the visitors sharing tales of the outside world, igniting a yearning within him. Yet, he felt ill-equipped, as he had only ever chanted scriptures and struck the bell. Do not worry. With me by your side, you will be safe. Yi Ming reassured him with a warm smile. Given his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult to provide Jie Ming with a life free from want. Although it ultimately depended on Jie Ming's desires, he would not impose his own beliefs on another, recognizing that everyone has their own path. Well, all right then, Jie Ming conceded. With the other monks from Bodhi Monastery having departed and his reluctance to journey to Tianming Temple, it seemed the only option was to leave. Then shall we go? Yi Ming said, and with that, he swiftly took to the skies with Jie Ming, heading toward the Great Chu Imperial Palace. In the sky, Jie Ming's face radiated excitement. It was his first experience flying. Though he had heard tales of accomplished practitioners who could soar through the air, the sensation of first-hand experience was entirely different from mere hearsay. He was astounded by the prowess of his childhood companion, who had once shared in the simple rituals of chanting and bell ringing. Observing Jie Ming's exhilaration, a smile graced Yi Ming's lips. Their speed was remarkable, and within mere minutes, they arrived at the Great Chu Imperial Palace. After arranging matters with Jie Ming, Yi Ming arrived at the palace. At this moment, it was already bustling with people, all representatives from various other dynasties. Since the establishment of the 100 Dynasties Alliance, the connections among the major dynasties had become increasingly intertwined. With the recent incursion of the demonic clan, many sought refuge here, including several acquaintances of Yi Ming whom he had met during the Alliance conference. Yi Ming, you have arrived. Upon seeing him, Mu Qingxue offered a gentle smile. The others also rose respectfully to greet him. Yi Ming, having undergone significant transformation, now stood on a different echelon compared to them. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded and waved his hand in acknowledgement, subsequently taking a seat beside Mu Qingxue. What is the current situation? He inquired. The situation is dire, far worse than anticipated, Jiang Mengxue replied, her expression grave. Indeed, the strength of the demonic clan is overwhelming, and with the bloodthirsty pavilion's collusion, we were caught off guard. To date, there have been dozens of God Concealment Realm practitioners sighted, and it is highly likely that the Moon Demon has reached the Great Ascension Realm, Mu Qingxue added, her voice reflecting her concern. During this journey to Central State, her understanding had notably expanded, and from Jiang Mengxue's words, she comprehended the formidable prowess of the Moon Demon, which likely had ascended to the Great Ascension Realm. The Great Ascension Realm? Yi Ming nodded, already aware of this. In his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of God Concealment. Yet he was still no match for Jiang Mengxue's master, indicating that his current strength surpassed that of his former self. Thus, even if he had not attained the Great Ascension Realm, he was at the pinnacle of God Concealment. Given that the Moon Demon could defeat him, it was reasonable to assume it was at least at the Great Ascension level, though the exact tier remained uncertain. The mention of the Great Ascension Realm cast a pall over the faces of the others. For many years, no one from the Eastern continent had ever been reported to have reached such a level. To them, this realm was akin to a myth, far beyond their capacity to contend with. Yi Ming, what shall we do now? Jiang Mengxue asked, prompting the gaze of the group to converge upon him. Yi Ming had become their sole beacon of hope. There are 3 urgent matters we must address. First, we need to swiftly unite with other survivors. Defeating the demonic clan and the bloodthirsty pavilion cannot be achieved by a mere handful of individuals. We must consolidate all available strength. Second, we must gather intelligence on our adversaries. Only by knowing both ourselves and our enemies can we emerge victorious in every battle. Third, and most crucially, we must prepare contingency plans. Should we face defeat, we must have the opportunity to start anew, Yi Ming stated, his expression grave. The formidable power of the demon clan is something he fully comprehends. Although the strongest individuals currently encountered may only be of the Great Ascension Realm, the existence of other powerful beings remains shrouded in mystery. Should such entities exist, even he would harbor no certainty of overcoming them. After all, the strength bestowed upon him by Ji Wudi has already dissipated. With his present capabilities, he can manage to contend with those at the Great Ascension level. Yet against those of the Ascendant Realm, he possesses no feasible means of resistance. As for the first and second matters, we have already dispatched individuals to investigate. However, regarding our contingency plans, an elderly man remarked with a troubled expression, the entirety of the Eastern continent is on the brink of collapse, where remains a sanctuary. Perhaps there exists such a place. At that moment, a young man suddenly interjected. Oh, what location do you speak of? I am not entirely certain. About a decade ago, during my trials in the Tianfeng domain, I stumbled upon a peculiar site that seemed to be a small secret realm. However, due to my limited cultivation at the time, I did not venture inside. It is possible that a secret realm. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, a secret realm could very well be the safest haven. If this holds true, it might indeed serve as a viable contingency. Chapter 149, The Commencement of Action. However, The distance between the Tianfeng domain and our dojo is quite substantial. If we attempt to traverse this distance with so many people, it is certain that we will attract the attention of the demon clan. That would lead to, Mu Kuang said with a troubled expression. Although Yi Ming is powerful, he is but one individual. The demon clan possesses numerous formidable warriors. If we are discovered during our migration, it would spell trouble. At that moment, everyone's countenance turned grim. Indeed, this presents a very serious dilemma. No matter, I can set up a spatial teleportation array here. That way, even the demon clan stronghold would find it challenging to detect us, Yi Ming proposed. A spatial teleportation array. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd brightened with joy. If this were true, it could indeed resolve our predicament. It was surprising that Yi Ming could even arrange a teleportation array. The most critical task now is to ascertain whether that secret realm is suitable for our needs. Otherwise, all our efforts would be in vain. Indeed, I believe we should send someone to investigate. But who will go? Currently, the demon clan and the bloodthirsty pavilion are on high alert outside. Ordinary individuals have no chance of reaching it. At this, the crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward. The strength of the demon clan warriors was overwhelming. Given their prowess, it is uncertain not only if there are dangers within the secret realm, but even if reaching it is feasible. I shall go, Yi Ming declared. Though he was concerned for his master and the members of the Bodhi Academy, the current situation required him to stabilize the others first. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, even if he managed to bring them back, they would still face the wrath of the demon clan's warriors. Yi Ming. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxue called out with a face full of worry. Fear not, it will be fine. Yi Ming reassured her, shaking his head. Since his journey to the eastern continent, his perspective had shifted. It was no longer solely about protecting Mu Qingxue. He must also safeguard others. The rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility. The survival of a race is no different. Under a fallen nest, there can be no intact eggs. After further discussion, the group eventually dispersed, and Yi Ming returned to his chamber with Mu Qingxue. Yi Ming. As soon as they entered the room, Mu Qingxue rushed to Yi Ming, embracing him tightly, her face etched with concern. Silly girl, do not fret. Are you not aware of my strength? But, Qingxue, there are certain matters that I must undertake. Thus, sometimes, Enough of that for now. You have worked hard during this time. Rest well here. Leave the other matters to me. Yi Ming smiled gently. Previously in the central continent, he had no choice, but now things were different. Back in the eastern continent, he could ensure that Mu Qingxue could rest properly. Observing Yi Ming's resolute gaze, Mu Qingxue refrained from saying anything further, merely nodding obediently. Being an astute individual, she inherently understood her intentions. Subsequently, she grasped Yi Ming's large hand, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she softly requested, "Stay with me tonight." "Certainly," Yi Ming replied with a smile, comprehending her meaning and naturally unwilling to decline such a proposition. Moreover, he had felt somewhat fatigued of late. A restful night would better equip him to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall enveloped the world. The two shared a cozy embrace beneath the covers, exchanging no unnecessary words, reveling in their passion and warmth. Even the moon outside seemed to shy away, cloaked in modesty. Delightful moments, alas, are often fleeting, and the night swiftly passed. On the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Yi Ming rose from the bed. He gazed upon the still slightly flushed visage of the enchanting lady, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. At that moment, he was reminded of a saying, "With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire?" He silently resolved to find a lovely place after the tumultuous events had concluded, where he and Mu Qingxue could raise a few children and savor life together. Surely, that would be a splendid choice. Yet, for now, the pressing matter was to resolve the ongoing issues. He then placed a gentle kiss on Mu Qingxue's cheek, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in Dongzhou, beneath the worry-free river, at the headquarters of the bloodthirsty pavilion, numerous figures gathered in the main hall. Seated at the highest position was a man clad in black with 3 eyes. Had Yi Ming been present, he would have recognized this figure as the venerable Yu Ming. However, he was no longer merely a spectral entity but a tangible presence. Beside him sat a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring physique. This was the Moon Demon. The rest were formidable members of the demon clan and high-ranking officials of the bloodthirsty pavilion. "What shall we do now that Lord Mingma and Lord Shima are dead?" inquired an elder, the grand priest of the bloodthirsty pavilion, Ming Kong. "Their demise is likely a result of Yi Ming's return," replied the venerable Yu Ming, his expression grave. He cared little for Chima's fate. His concern lay solely with Yi Ming. Although Chima's strength was lackluster, he was still a formidable figure at the 7th level of the divine concealment realm. Yi Ming's ability to vanquish him indicated that his cultivation was certainly superior, if not at least equal. He recalled their previous encounter when Yi Ming was merely at the integration stage. How much time had passed since then? Yi Ming had always been a source of trepidation for him, primarily because he could not decipher the threads of fate surrounding him. "What is a mere human ant to be feared?" scoffed the moon demon from her side. "Do not underestimate Yi Ming," warned the venerable Yu Ming, his brow furrowing slightly. This month, the dark demon finds himself exceedingly dissatisfied, utterly disregarding any counsel offered. Were it not for his current inability to fully restore his powers and his reliance on her assistance, he would have already taken her life. "Lord of the Underworld, it seems that after being sealed for so many years, your courage has diminished. With the arrival of the formidable warriors from my holy clan, the entirety of the continent, not just the minor East continent, shall be ours to command. Moreover, the Supreme Demon has issued a directive for us to conquer East Continent within a month. To squander time here over a mere Yi Ming is unwise. Should the Supreme Demon learn of this delay, it would surely lead to dire consequences for you." The Lord of the Underworld's countenance darkened with fury. He was well aware that this individual aimed to use the Supreme Demon to intimidate him. However, he found himself devoid of options, having lost all his subordinates in the Battle of Ur, leaving him utterly isolated and his strength far from its peak. "Very well, Lord of the Underworld, since you are fearful, take your rest here. Leave the matter of that Yi Ming to me." The moon demon let out a cold laugh, and with a swift movement, vanished into the void. Chapter 150, A Strange World. Boom. A deafening crash reverberated through the grand hall as the esteemed Lord of the Underworld smashed the table before him with a single, powerful strike. Anger, boundless and profound. How could a dignified demon lord find himself in such a predicament today? "My lord, what shall we do now? Should we dispatch someone to assist Lord Moon Demon?" Kong Ming inquired. Foolish creature, do you truly believe that Yi Ming is so easily subdued?" The Underworld Lord scoffed. The strength of the Moon Demon was formidable, yet he did not believe he could vanquish Yi Ming. Had it been in the past, he might have considered sending aid, but now where is Ji Kong? Ji Kong. Kong Ming was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the Underworld Lord's intent, yet he responded, "After being gravely injured by the Moon Demon, he has been in hiding. However, we have uncovered some leads. He is likely concealed within the Xian domain." "Xian domain?" The Underworld Lord murmured softly, then declared, "Spread the news." "Spread the news?" "Indeed. Yi Ming is a man of deep loyalty. Ji Kong once aided him, and he would not turn a blind eye now. This is precisely our opportunity." Upon hearing this, Kong Ming furrowed his brow slightly and timidly remarked, "My lord, that Yi Ming truly humph. Do not underestimate this individual. His power far surpasses your imagination. Go, act upon it." "Understood." Meanwhile, Yi Ming remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He had arrived in the Tianfeng domain, one of the 8 domains of the Eastern continent. Following the directions provided by a previous acquaintance, he located what appeared to be the entrance to a secret realm. The aura emanating from this extremely concealed entrance stirred a frown upon Yi Ming's brow. He sensed a presence that instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Yet, he could not discern the nature of this energy. One thing was clear. This place was unlikely to be as simple as he had imagined. Nevertheless, in pursuit of a potential escape route, he stepped inside. Astonishment, profound astonishment. This was the sensation Yi Ming experienced upon entering the secret realm. He now found himself amidst an expanse of endless mountain ranges, where colossal trees soared high into the sky. Here, he felt an ancient aura, and he realized that the spiritual energy present was far denser than that of the central continent. The feeling was akin to stepping into a bygone era. Could such a place truly exist? Yi Ming murmured softly. The ancient past, a realm forever alluring to the imagination. Legends spoke of a time vastly different from the present, when countless formidable beings roamed the earth, some even rivaling the celestial giants of the immortal realm. Yet, as time flowed on, those beings gradually faded into oblivion. With the transformation of the heavens and the earth, such beings can no longer be born. However, here, chirp. At that moment, a deafening sound reverberated, revealing a colossal firebird, towering to a height of 10,000 zhong, appearing above his head. The giant bird was terrifying, its dreadful aura seemingly capable of incinerating the entire world into ashes. The ancient true phoenix, Yi Ming exclaimed in astonishment. The ancient true phoenix is a legendary supreme existence. And even the phoenix, one of the four great beasts of the demon clan, is its descendant. It is said that during its prime, the ancient true phoenix feasted on immortals. Yet, within the vast world, such beings had long since vanished. Roar! Just as he was engulfed in shock, an earth-shattering dragon's roar erupted, and a nine-clawed dragon, resembling an ancient divine mountain, manifested in the sky. The nine-clawed true dragon. This creature, too, is an ancient supreme being. The five-clawed divine dragon, revered as the foremost among the four great beasts of the demon clan, is a descendant of this lineage. What manner of place is this? Yi Ming murmured, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The ancient true phoenix and the nine-clawed true dragon, such legendary entities, appearing here. The two beings moved with astonishing speed, disappearing from Yi Ming's sight in the blink of an eye. Although he wished to pursue them and ascertain the situation, he refrained. There was no way. Such creatures possessed unimaginable power. Even a strong cultivator at the Ascension realm would be unable to stir a ripple before them, let alone himself in his current state. System, check in. Yi Ming hastily commanded in his heart. The rewards for checking in more terrifying locations are invariably superior, and he certainly would not miss such an opportunity. Ding. Check-in successful. You have received one ancient Qilin egg. An ancient Qilin egg? Yi Ming was astounded and swiftly opened the system panel, finding an egg radiating a golden glow, quietly resting in the item inventory. Is this the ancient Qilin egg? The ancient Qilin exists on the same level as the ancient true phoenix and the nine-clawed true dragon. If he were to possess one, he could traverse the entire continent with ease. However, how does one incubate such a thing? Ding. System upgrade. The host is the chosen one and requires no incubation. Simply retrieving it from the system space will complete the process. The system's voice resounded once more, bringing immense joy to Yi Ming's countenance. Can it truly be so? But then again, what is the system? It is the ultimate golden finger, and hatching a Qilin egg is undoubtedly no challenge at all. As for whether the Qilin is indeed a creature born from an egg, Yi Ming paid it no mind. After all, this world is entirely different from the earth he once knew, and in his previous life, no one had ever witnessed a true Qilin, rendering the rumors uncertain in their veracity. With unwavering resolve, Yi Ming waved his hand, and the Qilin egg materialized in his grasp. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds resonated through the air. The golden egg developed a fissure, which rapidly multiplied, revealing a creature that bore the features of a dragon's head. Deer antlers, lion's eyes, a tiger's back, a bear's waist, snake scales, horse hooves, and a pig's tail. The creature curiously peeked out, its adorably innocent demeanor evoking a sense of affection. However, upon noticing Yi Ming, it swiftly darted forth, landing gracefully upon his shoulder. Its pink tongue playfully licked Yi Ming's face, as if it regarded him as a parental figure. Yi Ming could only marvel at the system's prowess. Realizing there was no need for a gradual bonding process, the creature instinctively gravitated toward him. This sensation was exhilarating. With another wave of his hand, a vial of spiritual liquid appeared, one he had previously discovered within the storage rings of those he had vanquished in Zhongzhou. Here, little one, you must be hungry. Go ahead, eat up. Chapter 151, The Domain of the Fallen Gods. With a plaintive cry, the little Qilin swiftly soared into the air, darting towards Yi Ming's outstretched palm. In no time, the spirit liquid was entirely consumed by it. Having finished, it gazed longingly at Yi Ming, prompting a gentle smile from him. Fear not. Today you shall indulge to your heart's content. With a flourish of his hand, Yi Ming summoned dozens of bottles of spirit liquid, which were promptly devoured by the little creature. After consuming several dozen bottles, the Qilin finally felt satiated. It returned to perch quietly on Yi Ming's shoulder, succumbing to slumber. Is this truly a Qilin? Observing the little creature, Yi Ming felt a twinge of doubt. Wasn't it supposed to be a majestic divine beast? Why did it resemble a mere puppy? Yet, These thoughts were but fleeting whispers in his mind. He harbored no doubts about the Qilint's true nature. From now on, you shall be called Little Bai, he mused with a faint smile, before propelling himself forward. As he ventured deeper, Yi Ming's expression grew increasingly awestruck. The expanse before him was vast. After flying for 2 whole hours, the end was nowhere in sight. To put this into perspective, with his current speed utilizing the Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps, he could traverse half of Eastern Continent in that time. This secret realm was indeed larger than half of Eastern Continent, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that it surpassed the entirety of Eastern Continent. How astonishing! What manner of place is this? However, thus far, aside from the glimpses of the ancient phoenix and the 9-clawed divine dragon, no other beings had been encountered. Continuing onward, after another 2 hours, Yi Ming finally beheld a colossal structure. It resembled a tower, soaring skyward, its pinnacle obscured from view. From this small tower emanated an aura of profound antiquity, suggesting its existence spanned an unfathomable duration. Suddenly, as Yi Ming prepared to investigate the nature of this tower, a sound reverberated through the air. The grand entrance swung open, revealing a figure that towered thousands of feet high. Could this be an ancient giant? Yi Ming was taken aback. Legend spoke of humans from primal times being remarkably tall. At that moment, the ancient giant's gaze fell upon him. With a resounding stomp of its right foot, the void erupted, unleashing a wave of destructive force as the giant appeared before Yi Ming in an instant. What immense strength! Yi Ming murmured inwardly, recognizing that the previous display of power was merely the brute force of the giantess' physical form. Such terrifying might, relying solely on physical prowess, was beyond his own capabilities. In a moment, the two beings appraised one another. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the giant let out a deafening roar, causing the ground to tremble and the trees, flowers, and grasses within 1,000 miles to shatter into a cloud of dust. Yet, Yi Ming was undaunted, for he sensed no hostility emanating from this colossal being. "Greetings, I am Yi Ming," he proclaimed with a respectful clasp of his fists. The giant transformed before him and spoke, but Yi Ming could not comprehend the utterance, leaving him momentarily speechless. A language barrier? This is quite perplexing. At that moment, the giant seemed to perceive the confusion, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Yi Ming then heard a voice resonate in his mind. "Who are you? And how did you come to be here?" Soul communication. Yi Ming's heart leapt with joy. This unique form of dialogue required merely the alignment of their soul frequencies, allowing for seamless interaction regardless of species or language. "I am Yi Ming, fortuitously arriving here. Might I inquire where this place is?" He quickly responded. "Yi Ming?" The giant furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Yi Ming before relaying again. "Are you a human from the fallen god domain?" The fallen god domain. Yi Ming was filled with bewilderment, uncertain of its meaning. "What is this fallen god domain? It seems you are unaware. Do you know which galaxy or star domain your world resides in?" Yi Ming shook his head. He had no knowledge of this. Since ancient times, few had ventured beyond the continent, only knowing that upon attaining ascension, one could reach the celestial realm. The concepts of galaxies and star domains were entirely foreign to him. Even to Ji Wudi, it was likely he too remained ignorant. "I see." The giant nodded, then continued. "I am the guardian of the 10th planet in the Golden Horse star domain, Cab. Cab, it appeared that your world has lost all connection to the outside. The universe is vast beyond measure, teeming with innumerable star domains and beings, and the Golden Horse star domain is but one of them." The universe and star domains? Yi Ming nodded. As a traveler from another world, he understood the implications. However, the severe isolation of this world left them with little knowledge of the outside realm. "What then is this fallen god domain you speak of?" The fallen god domain refers to those star domains devoid of divine beings. Without the birth of deities, they are fated to become colonies of other star domains. Presumably, your world has already been occupied by other entities. This revelation struck Yi Ming with profound shock. According to Ji Wudi's information, the celestial realm had indeed been taken over by other beings. If Cab's assertion held true, it meant that the world he currently inhabited, lacking divine birth, had been seized by other races, leading to the so-called eternal deception of the celestial realm. In all honesty, this news left Yi Ming utterly astonished. Previously, he had never contemplated such matters, but now it seemed. "I see you possess considerable talent. Why not remain here?" Cab reiterated at that moment. "Stay here?" Yiming shook his head. If there were no other pressing matters, this would indeed be a splendid place. However, that is not feasible at present. The people of Dongzhou are awaiting my return, and Mu Qingxue is also waiting for me. Thus, it is impossible for me to linger here. I appreciate your kindness, but I have other obligations. Is that so? Cab nodded thoughtfully before continuing. Then it is entirely up to you. However, be warned that in your world, where divine beings do not emerge, should those creatures refine the heart of the world, your realm too shall face annihilation. Therefore, I advise you to prepare in advance. Our encounter is a matter of fate, and I can offer my assistance. The heart of the world? Yiming inquired. Indeed, each star domain possesses a life of its own. The heart of the world functions like the human heart. Once it falls into the hands of another, all beings within that star domain will be under their control. The matter of life and death will rest solely upon their whims. Chapter 152. Confucius? What? Yiming exclaimed, realizing that life and death hung by a mere thought from others. Did that imply that if those beings could refine the heart of the world, they could annihilate all life on the continent with just a single notion? What recourse was there? There were only two solutions. First, a new deity must emerge from your world, merging with the heart of the world, thus harnessing the power of the entire realm to repel those invaders. Though it would be a formidable challenge. The second option was to flee, yet departing was not a simple task. Upon each being's birth, a soul mark was inscribed upon their essence. Only through supreme divine abilities could these marks be eradicated to escape completely. Otherwise, no matter where one might be, as long as one was within the grasp of the heart of the world, annihilation could be wrought at will. This, Yiming's countenance darkened. He grasped Kabu's implication. However, just then, Kabu suddenly gasped softly. What is it? Yiming inquired. The soul mark upon you shows no signs of weakness. This indicates that the world of your birth has birthed deities. You are not from the land of the fallen gods. Upon hearing this, Yiming's expression stiffened. Deities have been born? How is that possible? According to what Kabu had said earlier, the celestial realm he currently inhabited had been overtaken, and they would surely not spare the heart of the world. Why was he? Could it be? At that moment, Yiming suddenly recalled something. As a traveler from another world, his soul originated from Earth. He bore no true connection to this realm. Thus, when Kabu spoke of the birth of deities, it meant that in the star domain of Earth, deities had indeed emerged. In other words, even if the heart of the world he now resided in was under someone else's control, he would not be in any peril. I see. You must not be a native of this world, Kabu remarked. Indeed. Yiming nodded, not denying it. Although he had never disclosed his identity as a traveler to anyone, he sensed a trustworthy aura emanating from Kabu. Then, you need not worry. As long as the deities endure, you shall face no danger. Yes, Yiming nodded. Yet his complexion remained grim. Although he was unscathed, Mu Qingxuang was in grave danger, a reality he wished to avert. Kabu, may I request your assistance? Oh, what is it? I have some friends who are currently in peril, and I wish to find them a safe haven. You see, this secret realm is vast, significantly larger than the eastern continent, and with few creatures within. With Kabu's aid, he would have no cause for concern. So, you mean to invite them here? Well, according to the rules, the planet I guard does not permit beings from other worlds to enter. However, since we are fated to meet, very well. There is a rather barren area in the southeast region where you can arrange for them to reside. But you must inform them not to venture beyond the southeastern area. Otherwise, should any unforeseen incidents arise, I cannot guarantee their safety. I appreciate it immensely. Yiming nodded with delight. For them, having a place as a fallback was sufficient. Whether it was barren or not mattered little. Moreover, if fortune favored them, perhaps they would not even require it. Yet he preferred to be thoroughly prepared. Well then, let us proceed. I shall take you to see it. With a sweeping gesture, Kabu leapt into the void, soaring towards the southeastern region. With each step, the very fabric of the void began to fracture. Yet fortunately, the space of this world remained remarkably stable and quickly restored itself. Yiming, without a hint of hesitation, executed the heavenly dragon's 9 steps and followed suit. Their pace was swift. Within the span of merely an hour, they arrived at the southeastern region. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Yiming was taken aback. Before his eyes lay a grand river, flowing relentlessly like a colossal dragon, traversing the entire expanse. Flanking the river were countless trees standing tall, their blossoms exuding delightful fragrances. The ground was a tapestry of rare and exquisite treasures, seldom seen in daily life, coupled with an incredibly rich spiritual essence. It was akin to stepping into a realm of immortals. Is this the so-called barren place you mentioned? Yi Ming inquired. Kabu scratched his head, then awkwardly nodded. It is indeed somewhat desolate, but for now, this is all I can offer. In the future, when the opportunity arises, I shall find you a more suitable location. Yi Ming was speechless, yet he understood. The world from which this person hailed was entirely different from this one, so, no need. This place is quite satisfactory. I appreciate your efforts. It's nothing. We are friends, are we not? I recall once encountering someone in the starry sky who shared a saying with me. Oh, what was it? He mentioned that in their world, there is an old adage that states, when friends visit from afar, is it not a joy? Yi Ming was astonished. Wasn't that a saying from Earth? He quickly inquired. Who was the person that spoke these words to you? I believe his name was Confucius. Confucius? Yi Ming was utterly shocked. Could it truly be Confucius? Had he not already? Yes, he was an extraordinarily formidable figure. Even I, in my current state, cannot compare to him. Kabu sighed. Indeed. Yi Ming nodded, acknowledging that Confucius was a supreme sage, beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals. Yet, he too was enveloped in profound astonishment. Since Confucius still lives, might the other legendary sages also exist? Will I encounter them in the future? For the first time, he felt a yearning for the vast cosmos. Do you know him? Cab asked, puzzled. In a sense, yes, Yi Ming replied with a slight smile. He then clasped his fist in a gesture of greeting and soared into the distance. Watching his departing figure, Cab couldn't help but smile. You must also hail from that world. Yi Ming moved with remarkable speed, and within a few minutes, he arrived at a colossal peak. He intended to inscribe a spatial array here. When the time came, activating the teleportation array in the Great Chu Imperial City would allow him to arrive directly at this location, alleviating any concerns of unforeseen incidents. Having learned from his previous experience, he swiftly engraved the teleportation array, completing it in approximately 10 minutes. Without the slightest hesitation, he departed from Planet 10. Upon returning to the entrance of the secret realm, he activated the spatial teleportation array once more, directing his course toward the Great Chu Dynasty. Chapter 153, Slaying the Moon Demon. In the grand capital of Dechu, Yi Ming emerged from the void, but his expression swiftly darkened. Above the imperial city, a striking woman clad in black hovered gracefully in the air. Below, countless subjects of the Dechu dynasty lay pale and prostrate upon the ground, with even Mu Qingshue's lips stained with a trace of blood. Yi Ming, so you have finally chosen to show yourself, the moon demon remarked with a disdainful huff. Her intent was clear. She had come to eliminate Yi Ming, to demonstrate to the revered underworld sovereign that the formidable Yi Ming was nothing more than an ant, easily extinguished at her whim. I presume you are the moon demon, Yi Ming replied, his tone frigid. He recognized her instantly, having heard her description from Jiang Mingxue. Yet he did not anticipate her presence here, nor the injury inflicted upon Mu Qingxue. You possess some discernment, but alas, you shall meet your demise here today. Is that so? Yi Ming coldly scoffed, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupting from him. Anyone who dared to harm Mu Qingxue would face death. With a thunderous stomp of his right foot, the air quaked, and a divine, monstrous energy surged forth from him, enveloping the heavens and the earth. The moon demon furrowed her brow, sensing the formidable presence emanating from Yi Ming. She realized she had underestimated him. She had not anticipated such strength. Yet, unperturbed, she waved her hand, summoning a colossal demonic figure, towering 1,000 feet behind her. Yi Ming, I must admit, you have indeed surprised me, but regardless, you must die. A thunderous roar erupted from the demonic figure as it lunged toward Yi Ming, its enormous foot descending with terrifying force. It was as if an ancient deity had awakened. The entire world trembled, and deep chasms erupted across the ground like a spider's web, shattering the earth. What terrifying power! Is this the prowess of a great Ascension realm expert? It's utterly daunting. Can Yi Ming withstand this? The onlookers' faces were etched with anxiety as they beheld the impending catastrophe. Yi Ming, prepare to perish. Is that so? Yi Ming retorted with a chilling snort, clenching his right fist and launching a counterattack against the descending foot. A resounding explosion reverberated, shaking the very fabric of reality. To everyone's astonishment, the immense demonic figure was obliterated by his singular blow. The cataclysmic force sent the moon demon reeling backward, forcing her to stumble several dozen steps before regaining her footing, a mouthful of blood erupting from her lips. What? How could you? The moon demon's expression shifted dramatically. She had never anticipated that Yi Ming would actually contemplate killing me. It appears you are still unworthy. Thunderous roars erupted as Yi Ming struck his right hand, and a colossal silhouette of the Buddha materialized in the sky. Majestic mantras resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The palm of the Tathagata. No, it cannot be. It is impossible. You are merely a being of the divine concealment realm, while I am a formidable entity of the Mahayana realm. How could you possibly? Bang! Before the moon demon could finish his words, he was engulfed by the palm of the Tathagata. Amidst a chorus of anguished screams, he was reduced to mere fragments. Utterly beyond salvation. Victory, we have triumphed. Yi Ming is extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Goodness, you terrified me. I thought I was doomed this time. Witnessing Yi Ming's victory, everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief. There was little they could do against the terror of a Mahayana realm expert. Fortunately, Yi Ming had appeared. Yi Ming, are you all right? At this moment, Mu Qingxue and Mu Kuang approached. I'm fine, Yi Ming replied, shaking his head. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of Mu Qingxue's mouth, apologizing. I'm sorry for getting you hurt again. Before he could finish, Mu Qingxue placed her hand over his mouth, saying, I don't want to hear that. Although she had sustained some injuries, her heart brimmed with happiness. For it was only through such struggles that she could aid Yi Ming. She would rather endure pain alongside him than stand idly by, helplessly watching him fight alone. Sigh. Looking at Mu Qingxue before him, Yi Ming let out a deep sigh. He understood her intentions, yet as a man, he wished to shield his beloved from any harm. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own inadequacies. Especially after encountering Kabu and learning about the heart of the world, this realization weighed heavily upon him. Thus, for Mu Qingxue's sake, he must hasten his quest for strength, lest. Subsequently, everyone returned to the conference room. All eyes were anxiously fixed on Yi Ming, eager to discern the outcome of his expedition. There are two pieces of news regarding the secret realm. Yi Ming, aware of their curiosity, decided to forego any suspense. Two pieces of news? What news? A middle-aged man inquired. First, it is not a secret realm at all, but a vast world, considerably larger than the entirety of the eastern continent, inhabited by numerous terrifying creatures. Even I would not stand a chance against them. What? At this revelation, the crowd was utterly astonished. Larger than the eastern continent? Creatures that even Yi Ming could not contend with? This. In an instant, their expressions darkened. At that moment, Yi Ming spoke again, urging everyone not to rush. He had already made arrangements regarding their evacuation. He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired within the secret realm, yet he refrained from mentioning details about the heart of the world, the domain of divine fall. Or Confucius. Yi Ming, are you truly serious? Is it really? Mu Kuang's face was alight with excitement. Indeed, I have already established a teleportation array there. We merely need to transport ourselves, and with Kabu's presence, safety is assured. Even if the demonic beings were to discover the location, it would pose no threat. Although he was uncertain of Kabu's true power, he had an instinctive feeling that even Ji Wudi might not be his equal. After all, his realm was one where deities were birthed, far surpassing the capabilities of those from this world. That is splendid news. If that is the case, we have no further concerns, the crowd expressed with delight. Yi Ming, please direct us on what to do next. We are all in your hands, whatever you decide. We shall follow, they insisted. Indeed, Yi Ming, issue your command. Anyone who dares to oppose you shall face my wrath first, they declared, their hearts brimming with joy at Yi Ming's assurance. Chapter 154, The Hidden Valley of Soldiers. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not be overly sentimental. There are two paramount matters at hand. First, with the demise of the moon demon, the demonic realm will undoubtedly seek revenge, launching another assault upon us. Hence, we must swiftly establish defensive formations. Second, as a precaution, I have resolved to relocate those without combat capabilities, women, children, and the elderly, into that realm. Yi Ming spoke decisively. As the saying goes, one must stabilize the rear before embarking on a campaign. Only by ensuring the safety of these individuals can the warriors on the front lines fight without concern. Let it be done. I will arrange for this immediately. Mu Kuang nodded vigorously, echoing Yi Ming's sentiments. He recognized that this war was far beyond his control. The royal family of the Great Chu Empire had numerous members. While he understood that Yi Ming would protect Mu Qingxue at all costs, what about the others? To be frank, he had contemplated abandoning them before. But now that a solution had emerged, it was indeed fortuitous. Without hesitation, Yi Ming and the others proceeded to a vast plaza. With a grand gesture, Yi Ming summoned an array of materials that appeared in abundance around him. This time, he intended to fortify the teleportation array completely, ensuring that it could facilitate successful transfers at any time. With hands deftly weaving through the air, he completed the array's setup in approximately 2 hours. Is this truly a teleportation array? The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the dark, swirling vortex before them. They had only heard tales of such a phenomenon, and this was their first encounter. After all, such contrivances did not exist in the Eastern continent. Under Yi Ming's guidance, they stepped into the teleportation array and arrived in the southeastern region of the small world. Gazing at the ground strewn with extraordinary treasures, the towering trees that scraped the heavens, and the rich spiritual energy permeating the air, the group was utterly astonished. Is this the realm of immortals? Remember, our operational area is confined to this southeastern region. Do not venture beyond these boundaries, for danger lurks outside. In such a case, even I would be unable to assist you. Do you understand? Yi Ming's expression was grave. Yes. The subsequent arrangements were considerably simpler. Under Mu Kuang's direction, individuals were transported from the Great Chu. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Mu Qingxue returned to the royal palace of Great Chu. Initially, Yi Ming intended to have Mu Qingxue remain in the small world, given its unparalleled safety and abundant spiritual energy, which would aid her in swiftly enhancing her cultivation, considering her 9 sacred body. However, Mu Qingxue did not agree, leaving him with no alternative. Yi Ming, trouble has arisen. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed through the halls. Jiang Mingxue rushed in, her face pale and tears glistening in her eyes. What has happened? Master, master. Jiang Mingxue gazed at Yi Ming with tearful eyes. Has there been news of Senior Jikong? I just received word that Master is trapped in the Xian Domain's Songbing Valley, surrounded by the forces of the demon clan and the bloodthirsty pavilion. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her master had raised her since childhood, and now, in the depths of crisis, she felt helpless. Do not panic. Is this news reliable? Yi Ming inquired hastily. Jikong had shown him kindness, and he could not remain indifferent. However, it was imperative to ascertain the truth of the news first. If it were a trap set by the demon clan, it would spell trouble. It came from the people of the Wujigong. It should be accurate. Is that so? Yi Ming nodded. Although the Wujigong had been destroyed, many disciples had escaped, and their intelligence should be trustworthy. In that case, I shall set off immediately. Rest assured, I will rescue Senior Ji. I will go as well. Both Jiang Mingxue and Mu Qingxue declared simultaneously. No, this is too perilous. You must stay here. But, have faith. You are unaware of my strength, but I assure you I will be fine. Moreover, the demon clan might seize this opportunity to invade. You are well aware of others' capabilities. We will need your assistance. Yi Ming smiled reassuringly. Very well. The two women nodded, understanding his intent. However, Yi Ming was correct. The situation here was of utmost importance. If the demon clan attacked, and they were all absent, stay here and await my return. With that, Yi Ming vanished in an instant. In the eastern continent, Xian Domain, Songbing Valley. This was once a site where the Cangjian Pavilion forged spiritual swords. However, following the pavilion's demise, it had become desolate. At present, the valley was strewn with dilapidated long swords. Withered leaves fluttered in the gentle breeze, swirling through the air. The cawing of crows pierced the sky, echoing throughout the valley. Upon a massive stone in the valley, two elderly men, their faces pale, gazed skyward. They were Ji Kong and the elder previously seen in the Wujigong. Their expressions were filled with desolation. Their bodies were stained with blood, and their breaths were weak and labored. Have we truly reached our limit? Ji Kong sighed bitterly. He was not only grievously injured, but also afflicted by a potent poison. Each movement of his fingers sent piercing pain coursing through him. Fighting was out of the question. Indeed, the elder beside him replied with a bitter smile. His condition was scarcely any better. The two had reached the end of their strength. Even a powerful being at the fusion realm could easily dispatch them at this moment. Little did I expect that I, Ji Kong, after a lifetime of battles, would ultimately achieve nothing. I feel deep remorse towards my ancestors. Alas, a sigh escaped the lips of both. Death does not instill fear in them, having lived for so many years. They have always been prepared to meet their end in battle. Yet, to perish in such a manner, the human race of the Eastern continent is powerless, pale, and unwilling. But what can be done? It is said that Yi Ming has returned and slain the Azure Demon. I hope he can turn the tides and carve a path of blood for our people. Yi Ming, you say? Ji Kong nodded. For now, all hope rests on him. However, he harbored little expectation. This was not due to a lack of talent on Yi Ming's part. In fact, he considered Yi Ming to possess the greatest gift he had ever witnessed. It was simply that time was too short. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a series of whooshing sounds, and in the sky above, warships appeared, standing majestically. Beside the vessels, thousands of figures clad in black hovered in the air. Above the warships, the formidable beings of the underworld demon clan, along with the K-Ing and other demon factions, emerged in full force. Chapter 155 Farewell to the Nether Demon Lord. Is it time for an end? Gazing at the figures in the sky, Ji Kong sighed deeply within. Given his current predicament, he was utterly no match for these formidable demon clan warriors. The notion that they might show him mercy and allow him to leave was far from his mind. In truth, he had long since steeled himself for what was to come, though he felt a twinge of reluctance for Jiang Mingxue. Though she was merely his disciple over the years, he had come to regard her as his own daughter. Mingxue, farewell. In contrast to Ji Kong, another elder remained silent. However, the despair evident in his eyes betrayed his acceptance of fate. Ha ha! Ji Kong, did you ever imagine such a day would come? At that moment, an elder descended from a warship. It was Kong Ming. He was exultant, for Ji Kong's previous upheaval at the bloodthirsty pavilion, instigated by Yi Ming, had caused him considerable loss of face. Therefore, this time, Kong Ming, betraying humanity to serve as a hound for the demon clan. You shall meet a grim fate one day. Ji Kong scoffed. Those who recognize the times are wise, Ji Kong. You will never comprehend the might of the demon clan. It won't be long before the entire continent trembles beneath their feet. Who, then, could possibly slay me? A hound, if you wish to kill. Then do so. There's no need for such superfluous words. Heck, kill you? Do you truly believe that in your current state, you are worthy of my effort? You. At this juncture, I am unafraid to disclose that the reason you have lingered on thus far is not due to your clever evasion, nor out of fear. It is because... Bang! Before Kong Ming could finish, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. Poor Kong Ming, caught unawares, was swiftly crushed into the ground. Following this, a figure emerged from the void. It was Yi Ming. This is for me, isn't it? Yi Ming's voice was chillingly cold. He had long suspected that this entire affair might be a demon clan conspiracy, and now he was certain. Nevertheless, he had chosen to appear, not for any other reason than to aid Ji Kong, who had once assisted him. An eye for an eye, a favor for a favor. No matter the peril, he had to step forward. Yi Ming. Upon witnessing his arrival, both Ji Kong and the elder were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated his presence here. Recalling Kong Ming's earlier words, their expressions shifted dramatically. Yi Ming, flee. Flee. To where? A cold snort echoed as a man flew out from the warship. This man was none other than the Nether Demon Lord. Today, I have come for Yi Ming. There is no way I shall allow him to escape so easily. You are the Nether Demon Lord? Yi Ming gazed at him in astonishment. Though this man's physique and appearance were entirely different from the Nether Demon Lord he had encountered previously, the aura that enveloped him unmistakably identified him as such. To his surprise, the Lord now possessed a corporeal form. Yi Ming, it has been an eternity since we last met. Indeed, it has been quite a while. I never anticipated such a grand display in my honor. You truly hold me in high regard. Ha ha ha, as I have professed, the day will inevitably come when your body shall belong to me. For you, what is this triviality? Oh, is that so? However, acquiring my body is not a task to be taken lightly. With a swift motion, Yi Ming summoned the doomsday spear into his grasp, a surge of unbridled martial spirit erupting forth. At this juncture, any further discourse would be futile. Only a battle remains. Yi Ming has never shied away from a fight. Yi Ming, I do not wish to slay you. The nether demon sovereign chuckled softly. In his eyes, there was no escape for Yi Ming today, and thus he remained unhurried. Alas, your foolishness is your undoing. Collaboration with me is your sole option. With a wave of his hand, countless figures descended from the heavens, converging upon Yi Ming with ferocious intent, their terrifying might threatening to shatter the very fabric of existence. Yi Ming, be cautious, Ji Kong shouted in alarm. Concern etched upon his face. The prowess of these foes was overwhelmingly formidable. Even in his prime, he would have been no match. Thus, Yi Ming merely nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze, and an extraordinary luminescence erupted from his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant, explosions reverberated through the air, reminiscent of fireworks, dazzling in their brilliance. Mental assault? The Nether Sovereign frowned slightly. He recognized that Yi Ming was employing psychic strikes to vanquish his adversaries. Yet, he paid it no mind. After all, the fate of these individuals bore no significance to him. As long as he could eliminate Yi Ming, the demise of all others would be inconsequential. Kill. The battle cries echoed, permeating the atmosphere with a palpable sense of slaughter. Terrifying attacks surged toward Yi Ming. Humph. Witnessing this, Yi Ming scoffed, gripping the doomsday spear and charging forward. Crack. With a flourish of his blood spear, he pierced through 3 figures, their crimson lifeblood staining the ground, rendering the doomsday spear even more fearsome. Come forth. Yi Ming bellowed, the blood spear dancing in his hands. His strength was nothing short of overwhelming. With each swing, multiple foes were obliterated. In mere minutes, the ground was littered with corpses, forming a small mountain. However, the demise of his enemies instilled no fear in the others. Rather, they became even more ferocious. Yi Ming, too, remained undaunted. Kill, kill, kill. The atmosphere was saturated with carnage, madness, and bloodshed. The blood spear whirled, and the battle raged on. In this moment, one man with a spear transformed into the unparalleled god of war, charging towards the throng. Blood spilled forth, the earth trembled, and the void itself became chaotic. How powerful! On the ground, the expressions of Ji Kong and his companion were filled with profound shock. They had not anticipated that Yi Ming would suddenly exhibit such terrifying power. This was simply, even the face of the Nether Demon Lord had turned grim. Although he had held Yi Ming in high regard, he now realized that he had still underestimated him. Is this truly the extent of his strength? It seems that today, it will not be enough to claim my life. Boom. With a step into the void, Yi Ming unleashed a violent aura. In an instant, all enemies within 1,000 miles were reduced to dust. Then, wielding the blood spear, he charged directly toward the Nether Sovereign. These adversaries were no longer worthy of concern. Yi Ming, witnessing this scene, the Nether Sovereign let out a furious roar, and with a swift motion of his hands, a colossal demonic figure materialized behind him. Roar. The demonic apparition shook the heavens, its ferocious aura causing the very fabric of the void to begin to fracture. One could not deny that the Nether Demon Lord, at this moment, was vastly more powerful than when he was in his soul form, even surpassing the strength of the previous Moon Demon. However, Yi Ming's expression was one of exhilaration. The stronger the enemy, the greater his own combat prowess became. In that instant, every cell in his body began to surge with fervor. Kill. Chapter 156. The Demon Lord of the Netherworld, Death. Boom, boom, boom. As the fierce battle between Yi Ming and the Netherworld Demon Clan erupted in the skies above, a cacophony of terrifying roars resonated. In an instant, the entire valley began to collapse. Mountains crumbled, and the sun and moon were shrouded in darkness. Wielding the Doomsday Spear, Yi Ming relentlessly unleashed his attacks. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Within mere minutes, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Incredible! Yi Ming has astonishingly reached such a level. Ji Kong was utterly astonished. Yet his heart swelled with excitement. Initially devoid of any hope of survival, he now felt a glimmer of optimism. Ha! Excellent, excellent! Another elder exclaimed repeatedly. His concern was not for his own survival, but for the future of the Eastern continent. Yi Ming's prowess now ignited a spark of hope within him. In stark contrast, the expression of the Netherworld Demon Lord darkened. He was equally taken aback by Yi Ming's strength. Yi Ming, I intended to spare your life, but since you fail to recognize my mercy, prepare to perish. With a resounding crash, a colossal figure, towering thousands of feet, emerged behind him. This apparition was immense, resembling an ancient demon, obscuring even the sun in the sky. Indeed, if you could slay me, would you not have done so by now? Yiming gazed at him with disdain. This man had previously shown no mercy, let alone the intention to spare his life. You shall die? No, you are the one who shall perish. Buzz. As Yiming's words fell, a towering Buddha materialized behind him, followed by the resonant chants of sacred hymns echoing through the heavens. One figure was black, the other gold. The two colossal silhouettes locked eyes, their overwhelming might causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Kill! Both roared in unison, and the two immense figures charged toward each other. Thud! 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 The intensity of their battle was so formidable that it resembled a clash of deities, shaking the entire eastern continent. Countless demons, humans, and other powerful beings turned their gazes skyward. Is this a divine manifestation? Such a terrifying battle. I feel that if I were to engage, I wouldn't even withstand a second. Who are these combatants? In the Great Shu Palace, Mu Qingxue and Jiang Mingxue also looked up at the sky, their faces etched with deep concern. Yiming, Master, devour the world. Above the Songbing Valley, the netherworld demon lord bellowed, and his enormous demonic visage suddenly opened wide, drawing in a breath aimed at Yiming. Instantly, a dreadful force of suction erupted, causing the entire valley to collapse completely. Countless colossal stones and trees were drawn into the abyss, and Ji Kong, along with another elder, found themselves helplessly pulled into the void. Humph! At that moment, Yiming let out a cold snort. With his hands clasped together, the immense figure of Buddha suddenly extended its left hand, grasping the two men and pulling them back. Then, with a mighty slap of its right hand, a thunderous boom echoed. The gigantic palm descended like a celestial hand aimed directly at the shadow of darkness. In that instant, the very fabric of space began to fracture, swirling black vortices materializing around them. Thud, thud, thud. As this hand struck down, the massive shadow was forced back several steps, and the terrifying suction diminished along with it. The countenance of the infernal demon lord darkened with fury, anxiety gnawing at his heart. His current body had only recently merged and could barely sustain prolonged combat, which is why he had resorted to such tactics. Yet, this had inflicted no harm upon Yiming. The sensation was overwhelming. You are far too weak. Yiming shook his head, having long been testing the strength of the infernal demon lord. Now, he could finally ascertain that this being did not pose a threat to him. Arrogance. Even though my current strength is but a fraction of my former peak, Is that so? The infernal demon lord's words were abruptly cut off as Yiming clapped his hands, and beside the towering figure of Buddha, two more colossal shadows emerged. One was as dark as ink, while the other resembled a divine entity. Unite. Buzz. As Yiming's command resonated, the three gigantic forms astonishingly fused together, resulting in a single immense silhouette radiating three distinct colors. With this manifestation, Yiming's aura surged dramatically, escalating several levels. God, Buddha, demon, a triune entity. How could this be? The infernal demon lord was thrown into disarray. He was aware of Yiming's cultivation in both Buddhist and demonic arts, but he never anticipated the inclusion of Taoist practices and their seamless integration. To be honest, you've left me somewhat disappointed. Your strength is vastly inferior compared to the infernal demon lord, Yiming remarked, shaking his head. Demon lord? Have you encountered him? Where is he? He has already descended into hell. Fear not, you shall meet him soon. Buzz. With those words, Yiming grasped the air, and immediately, the colossal figure extended its right hand towards the infernal demon lord. The giant palm was terrifying, and as it reached out, the laws of the universe manifested, resembling the hand of a deity, powerful beyond measure. No, it's impossible. How could you possibly kill him? It's inconceivable. The dark demon sovereign let out a furious roar, contemplating an escape as he realized that the current power of Yiming was insurmountable. After the fusion of the Trinity, he understood that he could never hope to rival Yiming. However, at that moment, he discovered that his entire being was ensnared by an array of binding laws. The surrounding void felt as unyielding as steel, rendering him immobile. Despairing cries escaped the dark demon sovereign, but Yiming paid no heed, striking down with a forceful hand. A resounding crash echoed throughout the eastern continent. In an instant, the body of the dark demon sovereign was obliterated. Yet he did not perish. A spectral form emerged from his remains, fleeing into the distance. Truly, he was a being of the demon sovereign caliber. Yi Ming murmured to himself, unperturbed. With a swift motion of his right hand, a translucent rope materialized before him, the binding rope of immortals. Go, he commanded. In a flash, the binding rope transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly reaching the fleeing soul of the dark demon sovereign and binding him with ease. The binding rope could ensnare not only the corporeal form, but also the very essence of the soul. With a mere gesture, Yi Ming summoned the dark demon sovereign closer. What is this? Do you realize the gravest mistake you have made? You should never have laid a hand upon my woman. With a decisive strike, his palm descended, shattering the soul of the dark demon sovereign and marking the definitive fall of a formidable demon lineage. Chapter 157. The counterattack begins. Death has come. Witnessing the utter obliteration of the nether demon lord, Ji Kong and his companion were overcome with astonishment. The formidable fiends that had descended upon them were nearly vanquished, signifying their newfound safety. This was truly, no, it cannot be, it cannot be. At that moment, an incredulous voice pierced through the air. It was Kong Ming, who had earlier been forcefully thrust into the ground by Yi Ming. His visage was one of utter dismay. With the demise of the nether demon lord, what fate awaited him? Just as he contemplated fleeing, the binding immortal rope stirred once more, ensnaring him completely. Poor Kong Ming, despite having attained the 9th tier of the divine concealment realm, stood no chance against the binding immortal rope, which could restrain even celestial beings. Please, do not kill me. I am also of the human race. You cannot slay me. Slap. Yi Ming delivered a resounding blow, causing Kong Ming's face to swell instantly. Human race? You dare claim that? Though anger surged within him, Kong Ming dared not utter a word in defiance, his expression pleading as he stammered, "It is the demon race. They force my hand. I have wronged everyone. I beg you, spare me, and I shall." Bang! Before he could finish his plea, Yi Ming obliterated him with a single strike. With his current prowess, he faced no rivals within the divine concealment realm, and even those at the great ascension level could contend with him. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Ji Kong remarked with a sense of satisfaction. The primary reason he had aided Yi Ming was due to his destruction of the demon race's resources and his rescue of Jiang Mingxue. But now, Elder, are you unharmed? Yi Ming approached and inquired. We are well, and we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, these two old men would likely. It is nothing, merely my duty. Let us depart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several figures pierced through the air, their descent marked by a rush of wind. The men, though not swift, bore expressions of disquiet and bore visible wounds. Elder Ji, it truly is you. An elderly man with a white beard exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. It is indeed you. Ji Kong nodded, then turned to Yi Ming and introduced. This is Lu Qian, the leader of the Tianya Pavilion in the Xin domain. Indeed, Yi Ming acknowledged with a subtle nod. He was well aware that Tianya Pavilion was the foremost power in the Xin domain. Though it paled in comparison to the Endless Palace, it still held considerable esteem. Elder Ji, I beseech you to aid my Xin domain. Lu Qian suddenly knelt, his pallor betraying his distress. Sighing, Ji Kong understood the gravity of the situation. The demon race had invaded, colluding with the bloodthirsty pavilion, leaving the entirety of the eastern continent in peril, with the Xian domain no exception. Please rise. How is the situation in the Xian domain now? At this moment, Yi Ming spoke up. Who might this be? Lu Qian inquired, puzzled. He had initially believed that the one who had engaged in an earth-shattering battle here was Ji Kong, which is why he had dared to come and take a look. However, now, Yi Ming, it was he who previously vanquished the powerful beings of the demon clan. Ji Kong said with a smile. Yi Ming, you are indeed Yi Ming. Lu Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Naturally, he was aware of Yi Ming's name, as he had single-handedly annihilated the bloodthirsty pavilion of the Dao sect. Such news was impossible to overlook. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yi Ming would be so young, and judging by Ji Kong's words, it seemed that this person was involved in the earlier conflict. Youngster Yi Ming, it is a pleasure to meet you, senior. Please, no? Lu Qian hastily waved his hands. Although he was uncertain of Yi Ming's true strength, the previous battle had clearly demonstrated that he was extraordinary, far beyond his own capabilities. Did he not notice how even Ji Kong held him in such high regard? I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, senior, and have always wished to seek an opportunity to pay my respects. It is merely that I have not had the chance until now. All right. We are all on the same side. No need for such formality. Ji Kong smiled faintly, expressing his satisfaction with Yi Ming. A formidable power, exceptional talent, yet devoid of the arrogance characteristic of other strong individuals. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Lu Lao. Very well. Subsequently, Lu Qian recounted the circumstances in the Xian domain, which cast a pall over everyone's faces. The Xian domain had effectively fallen, with only a few of them struggling to resist. However, given their strength, they could do little. If no unforeseen events occurred, annihilation was merely a matter of time. The demon clan and the bloodthirsty pavilion. Yi Ming's expression turned icy, for they were the ones who had plunged the entire eastern continent into such dire straits. It seemed the time had come to initiate a counteroffensive. Yi Ming, speak your mind. What should we do? Ji Kong inquired, having decided to place Yi Ming at the helm. After all, in this world, strength commanded respect, and Yi Ming's prowess warranted such a position. Now that the Nether Demon Lord has been vanquished and the demon clan's power has diminished, I intend to seize this opportunity to launch a counterattack, Yi Ming declared. This was a plan he had conceived earlier. With contingencies already prepared, even in the event of failure, there would be room for retreat. He was not a gambler, unwilling to go all in without any preparation. Of course, he had previously had no choice in the central continent, but now the circumstances were different. A counterattack? The crowd's faces were filled with astonishment. Were they not equally eager for such a course? Lu Lao, this is my thought. Upon my return, I will unite with the people of Daozhou to encircle the remnants of the demon clan. At that time, we will establish the Dao sect as our foundation, collaborating with others from various domains to conduct a thorough cleansing, though this will require cooperation from others. Rest assured, this task is in capable hands. I have been in contact with others during this time, and once you take action, we shall offer our utmost support. It could not be better. Yi Ming nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely what he desired. Although he possessed formidable strength and feared no one, the vast expanse of Dongzhou presented a challenge. His subordinates lacked any formidable warriors, making it rather arduous to rely solely on himself. Thus, cooperation with individuals from other domains would undoubtedly be ideal. After a brief discussion among the group, Yi Ming departed with Ji Ming. His pace was swift, and within half an hour, they returned to the Grand Palace of Dechu. Upon their arrival, Mu Qingxue and Jiang Mingxue hurriedly approached. Master, Jiang Mingxue exclaimed, leaping into Ji Ming's embrace. Ji Ming regarded her as a daughter, and she, in turn, viewed him as a father. Her previous worries for his safety had been significant, and now. Mu Qingxue, meanwhile, approached Yi Ming, scrutinizing him with concern, fearful of any potential injuries. In response, Yi Ming merely offered a gentle smile. The bond between the two had transcended the need for excessive words. Sometimes, a mere glance or a smile sufficed to convey their thoughts. Chapter 158. Stand with me against the demon clan. Daozong, Fengming Mountain. This place was originally the headquarters of the fire sect, where the legendary fire true man once resided. However, during the attempt to seize Mu Qingxue, he was slain by Yi Ming. At this moment, the fire sect had fallen into the hands of the demon clan. Tall and imposing demon warriors were brazenly tormenting the women of the fire sect. Though the men felt a surge of anger within, they dared not voice their outrage. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted in the sky. 5 colossal warships appeared, cutting through the air. On board, Yi Ming gazed calmly into the distance. Beside him, Mu Qingxue and her companions wore expressions of unrestrained fury. Who dares? A furious roar echoed as a demon man, sporting a pair of bat-like wings, soared forth from the ships. Bang! Without uttering a single word, Yi Ming raised his hand and struck down. The hapless demon was obliterated before he could even emit a cry. With a swift motion, Yi Ming summoned the Doomsday Spear and, with a decisive step, descended upon the ground to engage in battle. Seeing Yi Ming take action, the others wasted no time, drawing their weapons and charging forward. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Whoosh! With the sound of an alarm, thousands of demon warriors surged forth from within. In an instant, battle erupted. Yet, the mightiest among them barely reached the level of divine concealment. They were no match for Yi Ming. Within 10 minutes, every last demon warrior was vanquished. The crimson blood stained the entire fire sect, turning it into a scene of horror. Why, Yi Ming, is that you? An elderly man in red stared in shock at Yi Ming, his heart racing with trepidation. After all, the fire-true man had once sought the Nine sacred body and had attacked the Great Shu. He could not ascertain whether Yi Ming would seek vengeance. Are you the leader of the fire sect? Yi Ming inquired. I am. You now have two options. First, join me in resisting the demon clan, and we shall erase the past. Second, I will annihilate your entire sect. The elderly man's face turned ashen. After a moment of bitter contemplation, he sighed, I am willing. He was not foolish. Yi Ming could easily obliterate the demon warriors, and he had deep-seated enmity with them as well. Very well. I grant you 10 minutes to gather all the soul-merging experts to stand with me against the demon clan. Yes, it must be said, the elderly man's capabilities were commendable. In just 8 minutes, he summoned thousands of powerful warriors. Under Yi Ming's leadership, they soared toward their next destination. Boom. On this day, the entire Dao prefecture was engulfed in the flames of war. Every empire, every sect, was liberated one by one under Yi Ming's formidable assault. Now, the formidable army behind Yi Ming has swelled to several 100,000. At the border of the Dao sect, atop a towering peak, Yi Ming stands suspended in the air, with his vast forces arrayed neatly below. My lord, the remnants of the demonic faction in the Dao sect have been nearly eradicated. Ahead lies the Qian domain. Should we depart now? A middle-aged man, bearing a long sword on his back, kneels before him. His countenance radiates excitement, and his heart swells with immense admiration for Yi Ming. This man, Zhang Zhan, is a general of the Daiyu Empire. Just moments ago, under Yi Ming's leadership, they liberated Daiyu. Hence he did not hesitate to pledge his allegiance to Yi Ming in the battle against the demons. Wait a moment. Yi Ming gestures with his hand. To clear the entire Dao province in a single day does not fully satisfy him. Originally, his plan was to accomplish this in 8 hours. But due to the overwhelming presence of demon warriors, most of whom are not particularly strong, he had to take extra time to minimize losses. However, there was little he could do about it. Understood. Zhang Zhan nods respectfully. Although he is unaware of what Yi Ming is waiting for, he dares not express any dissatisfaction with his command. Thus, they await for about an hour. Suddenly, several figures descend from the sky, led by an elder clad in white. Ho Yuan of the Qian domain's Broken Blade sect pays his respects to you, my lord. Upon arrival, the elder bows deeply to Yi Ming, aware that Yi Ming has come to assist the Qian domain. What is the current situation in the Qian domain? Yi Ming inquires, having awaited this individual's arrival. The Qian domain is unlike the Dao province, and he is not well acquainted with it. A hasty advance could allow the demon warriors to receive news and escape amidst the chaos. The Qian domain has largely fallen, with most of the demon warriors concentrated in the Daiyan Empire, while others are scattered throughout. The elder does not hesitate, providing a thorough account of the Qian domain's situation, information he had diligently gathered in anticipation of Yi Ming's arrival. The Daiyan Empire, you say? Yi Ming nods, familiar with this empire from his previous encounters during the 100 Nations Alliance. Let us depart. Upon receiving the news, Yi Ming shows no hesitation, sweeping his arm dramatically as the Grand Army surges forth towards the Daiyan Empire. Within the Grand Hall of the Daiyan Empire's palace, several demon warriors sit with haughty expressions, each accompanied by several human women. In the center of the hall stands a stout man with a grim visage, Tian Bai, the ancestral figure of the Daiyan Empire. At this moment, he feels an overwhelming sense of frustration. A dignified patriarch of a nation now reduced to gauging the moods of others, even compelled to offer up his own women. Old fool, how goes the task I assigned to you? A towering figure, a demon man standing a full 3 meters tall, suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, causing Tian Bai to tremble uncontrollably. And master, it has been arranged. The 3,000-meter beauty is en route and will arrive tonight. Bang! Before Tian Bai could finish his words, the demon kicked him over. In an instant, he appeared before him, placing a foot upon his face. You seem rather displeased. Please, spare me, my lord. I harbor no discontent, I beg of you. Humph, I doubt you possess such courage. The demon let out a cold snort, before returning to his seat with a hearty laugh, inciting the other demon warriors to join in uproarious laughter. Humans are but mere insects, a collection of refuse. It is a privilege for you that we even take notice of you. The entirety of the Eastern continent is now within the grasp of my holy clan. Those who know their place should diligently carry out their tasks, lest humiliation and resentment coursed through Tianjun's heart, overwhelming him with anguish. Truth be told, he yearned to confront these beings. Yet, he understood all too well that with his meager strength, he stood no chance. And any reckless action on his part could lead to the downfall of the entire empire. Endure. For now, he could only endure. Chapter 159. Assault on the Bloodthirsty Pavilion. Useless. The human race is nothing but a collection of weaklings. A demon man sneered, then reached out his large hand towards the chest of a nearby beautiful woman. Though her face turned pale with fear, she dared not resist. However, just as his hand drew within 3 inches of her, a sudden flash of light appeared. In an instant, that massive hand severed from his arm, crimson blood splattering across the ground. The unexpected scene sent the woman beside him into a panic. Screaming in terror, the demon man's face twisted with rage. Who dares to harm me? Seek death, do you? Bang! Before he could finish his words, a colossal foot descended from above, driving him into the ground. A strikingly handsome figure emerged into view. Yi Ming. You take pleasure in trampling others, do you? How audacious to harm Lord Tianjun. Bang, bang, bang. As other demon men rose to retaliate, Yi Ming cast a cold glance. Immediately, those demon warriors exploded like firecrackers, reduced to mere fragments. Shock. An unprecedented shock washed over everyone in the hall as they gazed at Yi Ming in disbelief. What kind of power is this? Just a mere glance. Are you Tian Bui? Yi Ming asked calmly. Why yes, I am indeed Tian Bui. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yi Ming. Why Yi Ming? You are Yi Ming? Tian Bui was utterly astounded. He knew the name well, but never imagined Yi Ming would suddenly appear here, and with such strength. The other women, too, looked at Yi Ming with frantic expressions. Sighing at the sight of their pale faces, Yi Ming lamented, in any world, women are always the most pitiful in times of chaos. This is an immutable truth. Do you wish to join me in resisting the demon race? Yi Ming inquired of Tian Bui. A person's lack of strength is not frightening. What terrifies is a lack of courage. If one cannot even summon the bravery to confront their enemies, then no amount of strength is of any use. Or resist the demon race. Tian Bui was profoundly shaken. He was well aware of the demon's formidable power. The entire eastern continent had fallen to them in a mere blink of an eye. He never expected that Yi Ming would. Recalling his recent experiences, he gritted his teeth and replied, I am willing. Excellent. You have 1 hour to gather all the Soul Fusion Realm warriors. We shall depart together. With that, Yi Ming turned to leave. And master, at that moment, Tian Bui suddenly called out. Is there something you need? Outside. Numerous formidable demons are present. Fear not, they shall soon meet their demise. With Yi Ming's declaration, a cacophony of explosions erupted outside the palace, followed swiftly by the anguished cries of the demon clan. Upon hearing these sounds, Tian Bui's expression transformed into one of elation, for he knew this was undoubtedly the doing of Yi Ming. He then rose and addressed the women. Please, withdraw for now. With that, he followed Yi Ming outside. Upon exiting the grand hall, his countenance was instantly alight with excitement. Above, throngs of human cultivators relentlessly assaulted the demons, while the ground outside the palace was already heaped with the fallen bodies of the demon warriors. Has the long-awaited day finally arrived? Tian Bui mused, having dreamt of this moment for days on end. All citizens of the Tian Empire, heed my command. All cultivators who have reached the Soul Fusion Realm are to assemble at the royal palace. Those who defy this order shall face death without mercy. With that, he soared into the sky, charging towards the demon forces. The air was filled with the sounds of battle, thunderous booms, and frenzied roars. Under Yi Ming's leadership, countless demons fell to the ground, and no one felt pity for the corpses. Such is the nature of a racial war. It is either your demise or mine. In merely an hour, the conflict drew to a close, and the forces of the Tian Empire convened, numbering over 500,000. Alongside those previously gathered, Yi Ming now commanded an army nearing 1 million. They would serve as the vanguard in the eradication of the demon clan. Forward! Yi Ming commanded without hesitation, waving his hand as the colossal army marched forth, sweeping across the lands of the Qian domain. As their numbers grew, the pace of their conquest quickened. Within 8 hours, the entirety of the demon presence in the Qian domain was obliterated. Subsequently, in the Tianfeng domain and the Xin domain. The demon warriors were methodically dispatched under Yi Ming's formidable leadership. This battle marked the resurgence of the human race in the eastern continent and heralded Yi Ming's rise to fame. In that moment, his name echoed throughout the entirety of the eastern continent. 3 days elapsed swiftly. At the banks of the Huangyu River, the largest river in the eastern continent, Yi Ming stood suspended in midair, flanked by the likes of Ji Kong, Mu Qingxue, Tian Bai, Jiang Mingxue, and other esteemed warriors, arrayed in order. Behind them loomed thousands of colossal warships, while below, hundreds of thousands of human cultivators stood in disciplined formation. After 3 days of relentless warfare, nearly all demons in the eastern continent had been vanquished, with only the bloodthirsty pavilion remaining. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in dark robes shot towards them from the distance. "Reporting to you, my lord, the situation has been thoroughly investigated. The remaining powerful entities of the demon race have congregated at the bottom of the worry-free river. However what?" Ji Kong inquired. This individual was an undercover agent he had placed within the bloodthirsty pavilion, thus possessing intricate knowledge of its affairs. Recently, an exceedingly terrifying aura erupted from the headquarters of the bloodthirsty pavilion, seemingly indicating the presence of a formidable demon. A demon of such strength? Ji Kong's brow furrowed slightly. He was well aware of this person's capabilities, and if Ji Kong himself deemed them a powerhouse, their strength must be considerable. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Ming. "Are there any other human beings present?" Yi Ming asked. He harbored no fear of the demon race's might. Rather, his concern lay in the possibility of innocent humans being caught in the fray. If a conflict were to arise, it could lead to tragic misunderstandings. "There are none," he declared. "Relay the orders. Launch a full-scale assault. Today, we shall obliterate them completely." "Understood." Hum hum hum. As Yi Ming's words echoed, the thousands of warships behind him erupted with a blazing brilliance. Subsequently, a series of terrifying assaults rained down upon the depths of the worry-free river. These were formations inscribed upon the warships earlier, perfectly suited for such a scenario. Chapter 160, The Sovereign of Demons, starred Demon Sea. With a resounding roar, the atmosphere of the Forgetting Worries River became tumultuous as a barrage of attacks descended. The boundless waters were evaporated, and countless creatures from the riverbed were obliterated, revealing a grand palace, the bloodthirsty pavilion. Gazing upon the both familiar and foreign bloodthirsty pavilion, Yi Ming was filled with profound emotions. In his previous life, he had once been a member of the bloodthirsty pavilion, yet back then, he was blissfully unaware of the myriad hidden secrets within. But now, suddenly, a ripple in the void emerged. Above the bloodthirsty pavilion, a colossal demonic figure, towering 10,000 feet high, materialized. Following this, a man clad in black armor, wielding a massive axe, stepped forth. Unlike the grotesque appearances of other demon kin, this man bore a striking resemblance to the human race, possessing an extraordinary handsomeness. However, an aura of unspeakable terror emanated from him. A being of the great ascension realm. Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly. This individual's power surpassed even that of the moon demon and the nether demon sovereigns. He had not anticipated that such a formidable being lay concealed within the bloodthirsty pavilion. "Yi Ming, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." The demonic man sneered, his eyes brimming with malevolence. In an instant, as his voice echoed, a swarm of demon warriors surged forth from within the bloodthirsty pavilion. A conservative estimate placed their numbers at over 300,000, which darkened the countenances of those present. "Who are you?" Yi Ming inquired. "I am the sovereign of 10,000 demons." "The sovereign of 10,000 demons?" "Another sovereign," Yi Ming murmured in astonishment. Those who bore the title of sovereign possessed terrifying strength, akin to the earlier nether demon sovereign and the phantom demon sovereign. To encounter yet another was unexpected. It was unfathomable that a dignified sovereign would cower here like a turtle. One could only wonder how the nether demon would react if he were still alive. The nether demon? Merely a worthless fool, the sovereign of 10,000 demons scoffed, fixing his gaze upon Yi Ming. "I never anticipated that such a figure would arise from the eastern continent. It truly exceeds my expectations." "Is that so? When you descend to meet the nether demon, you will understand that it is quite normal." Suddenly, the sovereign of 10,000 demons erupted into a maniacal laugh, his voice echoing like that of a madman. "Yi Ming, do you think I am akin to that worthless nether demon? Do you believe these mere ants could ever hope to slay me?" With his words, the immense demonic figure behind him let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a pressure reminiscent of a demon god. In that moment, cultivators below the transformation realm felt as though their heads might explode, collapsing to the ground in utter discomfort. Those who transcended the realm of transformation, though they remained standing, wore the pallor of their faces, revealing their considerable distress. A soul attack? Yi Ming murmured to himself, his expression far from pleasant. This individual wielded formidable power and specialized in soul attacks. If a solution were not found, the forthcoming battle would prove exceedingly arduous. Despite the numerical superiority on his side, they were vastly outmatched in terms of strength compared to the demon clan. Suddenly, Yi Ming's gaze sharpened, and a peculiar energy emanated from his eyes, causing the demon warriors to plummet from the skies, clutching their heads in agony and crying out. "Ah, so you too can wield soul attacks," remarked one MO with a hint of surprise. Yi Ming offered no reply, instead silently conveying a message to Ji Kong. "I shall relocate him. The ensuing battle is entrusted to you." Relocate? Ji Kong furrowed his brow. Indeed, this individual's might is too great. Engaging him in combat would inadvertently harm many. The demon clan may disregard their weaker kin, but he could not. "Yi Ming, submit to me willingly. The strength of my holy race surpasses your imagination. Yielding to me is your only option." Yi Ming scoffed disdainfully before retorting. "Have you ever heard an ancient saying from my human race?" Ancient saying? The celestial demon sovereign's expression turned perplexed, uncertain of Yi Ming's intent. "When friends arrive, we offer fine wine. When enemies approach, we greet them with bricks." With that, Yi Ming surged forward, charging at the celestial demon sovereign. Arrogant. The celestial demon sovereign bellowed, preparing to retaliate, but in that instant, Yi Ming's hand seized the demon's form. He then activated the void transmission array. "Come with me." In an instant, the two vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers astounded, never anticipating Yi Ming would attack. "Annihilate them," Ji Kong shouted, leading the charge. Thus, the cataclysmic battle erupted. Warships unleashed their full firepower as countless human warriors fearlessly surged forth. The demon clan, of course, would not remain passive. Terrifying figures rushed into the fray. At that moment, the entire Wangchuan River transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Here, there was no mercy, no weeping. Only the relentless carnage of the invincible. Soon, the river ran red with blood. On the eastern border, in the Star Demon Sea, this region serves as a nexus connecting the eastern continent to other territories, an endless and terrifying ocean, where tumultuous waves crashed with the wind as colossal deep-sea beasts leaped within the waters. At this moment, a swirling vortex of void materialized above the Star Demon Sea, from which emerged two figures, Yi Ming and the heavenly demon sovereign. "Is this truly the Star Demon Sea?" Yi Ming murmured, gazing at the scene beneath him. This time, he had pushed the teleportation array to its utmost limits, aiming to prevent the heavenly demon sovereign from inflicting harm upon others. Although there was a possibility of being transported to another empire, it was a necessary risk. Little did he expect to arrive at the Star Demon Sea. Spatial laws? No, that cannot be. You have inscribed the teleportation array within yourself. The heavenly demon sovereign's face was a portrait of astonishment. Previously, he had been utterly taken aback, assuming Yi Ming possessed mastery over spatial laws. However, upon realizing something amiss, he felt a measure of relief. Roar. Suddenly, from the depths of the sea, a thunderous roar resounded, and a colossal shark, measuring 1,000 feet in length, burst forth from the water, lunging toward the heavenly demon sovereign with a ferocious bite. "You wretched beast, how dare you be so audacious?" With a furious roar, the heavenly demon sovereign clenched his right fist and unleashed a devastating blow toward the shark. The unfortunate creature stood no chance against such a fearsome strike, disintegrating into fragments, its crimson blood staining the entire surface of the sea. "Yi Ming, do you believe that by bringing me here, you can evade the clutches of death? Fate?" Yi Ming shook his head and replied, "I have merely provided you with a splendid grave." Chapter 161, Blood Battle. Arrogance. The heavenly demon sovereign roared, and then, stepping into the void, he unleashed a fist towards Yi Ming. The power of this punch was terrifying. At that moment, the entire Star Demon Sea trembled violently, unleashing towering waves. The void itself quaked beneath the might of his strike. Yet, Yi Ming stood undaunted, his feet dancing through the air. With the reverse dragon's 7 steps, he took 6 strides forward, a primordial aura reminiscent of ancient deities erupting from his being. Fight! Boom, boom, boom. As his voice resounded, the battle between the two commenced in earnest. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. They both engaged in a brutal clash of physical strength, altering the very fabric of heaven and earth. Thunderous booms echoed across the sky, and within 1,000 miles, countless creatures of the star demon sea were shattered by the ferocity of their conflict. In an instant, the waters turned a blood-red hue, an unfathomable horror. Come forth. Bang. The two collided in midair, producing another resounding crash. Following this, Yi Ming's fists descended like a torrential rain, relentless in their assault. The melee was utterly frenzied, each strike resounding with palpable force, sending tremors through the myriad beings of the star demon sea. Great Demon Fist, Buddha's palm. As their battle intensified, it transcended mere physical confrontation, unleashing a plethora of terrifying martial techniques. Ha ha ha, is this truly all the strength you possess? It appears you lack the power to slay me today. Yi Ming laughed heartily, fingers weaving intricate seals. Instantly, 6 golden characters materialized around him, the 6-character mantra of the Buddha. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 golden characters, akin to 6 nuclear bombs, surged towards the heavenly demon sovereign. The void began to shatter under their might. As Yi Ming's cultivation advanced, the potency of the 6-character mantra grew increasingly formidable. Even the countenance of the heavenly demon sovereign turned grave in response. The teachings of the Buddha naturally countered the powers of the demon race, and this supreme technique was no exception. Break for me. Roar. With a thunderous bellow from the heavenly demon sovereign, a colossal demonic shadow manifested in the void. The shadow roared as well, unleashing torrents of spatial storms. Instantly, the sea within 1,000 miles trembled violently, with much of the water evaporating, revealing a massive reef. Humph. Yi Ming likewise scoffed coldly. With a simultaneous flourish of his hands, 2 enormous palm imprints fell from the sky. One radiated with the brilliance of Buddha light, while the other appeared ancient, desolate, and time-worn. Buddha's palm, great wilderness handprint. The palms descended, aimed directly at the demonic shadow, and a cataclysmic roar erupted. As countless laws crumbled, heralding an apocalypse-like spectacle, utterly terrifying. With a thunderous crash, both individuals were violently propelled backward by the sheer force of the impact. Yi Ming, come forth. Their reactions were instantaneous, and in the blink of an eye, they resumed their fierce battle. As their confrontation escalated, the spectacle of combat grew increasingly terrifying. 7th step of the reverse dragon. After half an hour of relentless fighting, Yi Ming finally executed the 7th step, his aura elevating to a higher echelon. In that moment, he transformed into an ancient deity of chaos, each strike of his hand resonating with the collapse of the laws of heaven and earth. Demon Ray. A resonant hum echoed as a pitch-black beam of light shot forth from the demon's eyes, an overwhelming radiance so fearsome that even Yi Ming felt as if he were under the gaze of an ancient behemoth. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce skirmish at Worry-Free River, the battle was equally intense. The river's surface was littered with countless corpses, both human and demonic, painting the sky and land in hues of crimson. However, as Ji Kong and his comrades unleashed their all-consuming fury, the tide of battle gradually began to shift in favor of the human race. This day would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of Eastern continent history. Time passed imperceptibly. Unbeknownst to them, a full day had slipped by. Above the star demon sea, Yi Ming and the demon sovereign continued their fierce clash, yet both were significantly drained from the prolonged struggle. Yi Ming, your prowess indeed surpasses my expectations. However, ultimate victory shall still be mine. At that moment, the demon sovereign let out a thunderous roar. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a colossal axe materialized in his grip. With the appearance of the axe, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. Then, chilling wails echoed, reminiscent of the tormented cries of countless spirits, reverberating in the air, causing even Yi Ming's heart to tremble. Is this an unparalleled demonic artifact? Such artifacts are uniquely terrifying weapons of the demon race, their power comparable to that of celestial artifacts. Given the peculiar methods of their crafting, their might often exceeds that of heavenly weapons. Yet, these demonic artifacts are exceedingly rare. Even the former infernal sovereign and the shadow sovereign lacked such a weapon. It was surprising that the demon sovereign possessed one. This is the sky-high battle axe, forged from the blood of 1 billion humans, and today, I shall use your blood to commemorate my ascendance. With a resounding thud, the axe struck down, rending the very heavens asunder, creating a chasm 1,000 feet wide. An endless torrent of fierce winds surged forth from the fissure, unleashing towering waves across the star demon sea. A demonic artifact? What of it? Ming scoffed. And with a flourish of his hand, the binding immortal rope appeared in his grasp. In an instant, a blinding light erupted forth, piercing the heavens. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under Ming's control, the binding immortal rope transformed into myriad forms, weaving a vast net in the air that directly enveloped the towering battle axe. Zing! The axe sliced through, creating ripples in the void. As it struck the binding immortal rope, it sparked a shower of flames. However, it failed to sever the rope. Instead, it became ensnared by it. How could this be? What is this? The countenance of the celestial demon sovereign darkened considerably. He had not anticipated Ming wielding such a weapon. It appears your axe is inadequate. Ming laughed heartily, then once more performed a hand seal, causing the binding immortal rope to transform again, morphing into countless long spears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears filled the sky, descending like a torrential storm, indiscriminately bombarding the celestial demon sovereign. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding crash, the entire void erupted. Roars of fury escaped the lips of the celestial demon sovereign. However, due to the fierce battle prior, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering his defenses strenuous and leaving him incapable of counterattack. Kill. Seizing the opportunity to strike while he was weak, Ming, resolute in his intent, brandished the doomsday halberd and charged forth once more. Chapter 162, The Blood Curse Seal. Heart of the Stars. Fury, roars, and howls. At this moment, the heavenly demon sovereign felt as though his lungs might explode with rage. He had initially believed that his prowess would easily crush Ming, yet he found himself in this predicament instead. This sensation, however, Ming paid no heed to his wrath. Above in the sky, the endless spears, conjured from the binding celestial ropes, continued their relentless descent. Meanwhile, he persistently wielded the doomsday spear, launching an all-out assault. With the passage of time, after 10 minutes, a sound resembling the tearing of flesh echoed, as the heavenly demon sovereign, unable to evade, was pierced through the arm by a spear. The excruciating pain elicited a furious roar from him. Ming, is this all the strength you possess? You may die now. Kill. Boom. As Ming's onslaught intensified, the wounds upon the heavenly demon sovereign grew increasingly severe. Within a mere 3 minutes, he was pierced countless times. Vivid crimson blood had thoroughly stained him in a hue of red. As the blood continued to flow, his aura waned further and further. Impossible, impossible. How could I, the esteemed demon sovereign, be? Is the demon sovereign truly formidable? Bang. Another palm struck down, obliterating the heavenly demon sovereign into fragments. A dark, ethereal soul fled without a backward glance. Yet, alas, Ming would never allow him to escape. With a wave of his hand, the binding celestial ropes instantly reverted to their original form. In a swift motion, they pursued the soul of the heavenly demon sovereign, binding him once more. Do you have anything to say now? Ming inquired. Humph. Ming, do not revel in your triumph. The power of my holy clan far exceeds your imagination. The entire continent will inevitably belong to my kin. Is that so? Unfortunately, you will not witness that day. Perhaps not. Buzz. At that moment, the heavenly demon sovereign suddenly bore a peculiar smile. His eyes narrowed, and an unusual rune flew forth from his forehead. The rune was distinctive, resembling a skull. In an instant, it approached Ming's chest with an almost imperceptible speed and directly entered his body. The speed was astonishing. Even Ming did not have time to react. What have you done? Ming's expression darkened. Ha! You have been marked by the blood curse seal of my clan. From now on, no matter where you are, the powerful members of my clan will be aware of your location. Prepare to face our relentless pursuit. The blood curse seal. Ming cast a cold glance at him, the killing intent within him surging forth. He recognized this blood curse seal from his time on the imperial path, when he had utilized the soul-searching technique to probe the soul of a powerful demon. It was a mark of location. Those marked by the insignia, regardless of their location, can be tracked effortlessly. However, Acquiring such a mark is no simple feat. It requires a considerable depletion of one's soul power, a toll that most individuals cannot bear. Ha ha ha. Yi Ming, prepare to embrace death. I shall await you below. Boom. As the words of the demon's sovereign echoed, a tremendous explosion erupted from his being, causing his soul form to shatter and vanish into the void. Has it finally come to an end? Looking at the ruins that were once the star demon's sea, Yi Ming sighed in reflection. This battle had been arduous, yet he emerged victorious in the end. System. Sign in. Yi Ming murmured to himself. Since it was his first arrival at the star demon's sea, he intended to sign in and see if he might acquire something of value. Ding. Sign in successful. You have obtained the Heart of the Stars. Heart of the Stars? Yi Ming paused, intrigued by the name. He had never encountered such a thing before. He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Yi Ming. Cultivation level, peak of the divine concealment realm. Martial techniques, Buddha's divine palm, annihilation slash, primordial great seal. Items, celestial binding rope, doomsday spear, chain of stars. Heart of the Stars, celestial grade material, capable of elevating a spiritual weapon by 3 levels. Elevate by 3 levels? Yi Ming's breath quickened at this revelation. This was indeed a divine artifact. It is worth noting that his celestial binding rope was already a celestial grade weapon, if it were to be elevated 3 levels. However, he soon realized he had overestimated it. The upgrade applied solely to spiritual energy. Celestial weapons were not included, leaving him momentarily speechless. He then proceeded to fuse the Heart of the Stars with the Doomsday Spear to initiate the upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. You have acquired a superior demonic weapon. Superior demonic weapon. Yi Ming's expression brightened with joy. Demonic weapons were on par with celestial weapons, and this was of superior quality. This was a significant upgrade from the celestial binding rope, which was merely a mid-tier celestial weapon. Boom. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red spear materialized. The Doomsday Spear. However, its current form was far more terrifying than before, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient demon god's descent. Thud. As Yi Ming exerted a gentle tremor, the star demon sea began to collapse, revealing unfathomable chasms. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, countless marine creatures were obliterated by the shockwave. So powerful. Yi Ming gasped in awe. He felt confident that with the Doomsday Spear, he could effortlessly annihilate any cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. As for those at the Ascension stage, he remained uncertain, having never truly engaged in combat with one. Ha ha. Yi Ming laughed heartily towards the heavens, then stored the Doomsday Spear back into the system space, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Half an hour later, Yi Ming returned to the River of Forgetfulness. By that time, the battle here had concluded. The human race emerged victorious. However, the faces of the crowd were devoid of joy, for the conflict had been devastating, claiming the lives of no fewer than 500,000 warriors. Yi Ming, you have returned. Upon seeing Yi Ming, Ji Kong revealed a faint smile. Soon after, Mu Qingxue, Jiang Mingxue, and others hastened to join him. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, a heavy feeling weighing upon his heart. Yet, he understood that such outcomes were unavoidable. War inevitably entails sacrifice. It is an inescapable reality, for he is but a mortal, not a deity. As he pondered this, Yi Ming was suddenly reminded of Kabu's earlier words. Without the birth of a divine being, this world shall forever remain devoid of hope. A god? One day, I shall become one, he mused. For the sake of Mu Qingxue and the entirety of the human race across the continent, he must ascend to divinity, and swiftly. Otherwise, should those foreign beings refine the heart of the world, the entire continent, and indeed the human race throughout the star domain, would face utter annihilation. This was a fate he could not bear to witness. Chapter 163, The Starry Pavilion. Time flows like sand, slipping away unnoticed, and before one realizes, 3 days have passed. With the fall of the bloodthirsty sect, the entire eastern continent has achieved a state of stability. In just 3 short days, the remnants of the demonic race have been vanquished. In the Tianyun Mountains of the eastern continent, within the grand assembly hall of the Wujigong Palace, Yi Ming sits at the head of the table, flanked by Ji Ming, Mu Qingxue, Jiang Mingxue, and others. Joy radiates from their faces. The triumph over the demonic race and the salvation of the eastern continent were once mere dreams, but now they have been realized, all thanks to one individual, Yi Ming. He has bestowed hope upon them. At that moment, Ji Kong suddenly cleared his throat, and an immediate hush fell over the hall. Though we have achieved victory, we must remain vigilant, for the forces of the demonic race could return at any moment. This experience has revealed our greatest weakness, our lack of unity, Ji Kong stated. In truth, had the people of the Eastern continent united, even the formidable strength of the demonic race could not have conquered the entire region in such a brief span. The crux of the issue lies in the disarray of hearts and minds. Each individual harbors their own ambitions, making collective action nearly impossible. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. None present were foolish, and they understood this truth. Thus, I believe we should seize this opportunity to alter our circumstances, Ji Kong continued, casting a glance at Yi Ming. Elder Ji, please share your thoughts on how we should proceed. We all trust your judgment, a burly man spoke up. Indeed, our survival and return to life rest entirely on you and Taoist Yi. Whatever you propose, I shall be the first to support it. Yes, we stand firmly behind you, echoed the voices of the assembly, with no dissent to be found. Very well, in that case, I propose we establish a new force in the Eastern continent, one that he will lead to resist the demonic race and safeguard our land. The suggestion of forming a new force left the assembly in astonishment. They had anticipated a proposal for an alliance, but instead, they were confronted with the notion of creating an entirely new entity. While both concepts aim to consolidate strength, an alliance allows for the preservation of individual powers, whereas establishing a new force entails a transformation into something altogether different. Elder Ji, how do you envision this formation? A graceful woman inquired. My vision is this. Each faction should select individuals of exceptional talent to join this new force for training, providing them with the finest resources to accelerate their advancement, and this practice should continue henceforth. Is that so? The assembly nodded, comprehending Ji Kong's intent. To put it succinctly, the focus is on cultivating geniuses, a strategy that undeniably enhances the overall strength of the Eastern continent. However, one must ponder, if all the talented disciples join this new faction, what becomes of our original power? Rest assured, joining the new faction is entirely voluntary, without coercion. Moreover, should those disciples achieve success in their cultivation and wish to return to their former faction, we will not hinder their return. They may do so at any time, provided they lend assistance when the Eastern continent faces peril. Ji Kong spoke again. Upon hearing his words, smiles spread across the faces of the crowd. The assurance of being able to return alleviated their concerns. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Agreed. Since we are establishing a new faction, it is imperative to appoint a new leader. Who shall this leader be? Without question, it shall be Elder Ji. I believe Yi Ming is a suitable candidate. His prowess is indeed deserving of such a role. Voices echoed in agreement. Yi Ming, being the most powerful and having contributed significantly, was undoubtedly fit to assume the position of leader. Ji Kong, renowned throughout the Eastern continent and possessing a demeanor that commands respect, also holds merit in this matter. Yi Ming played an indispensable role in our victory over the demon race. Thus, it is only fitting that he takes on this mantle. Ji Kong remarked with a slight smile. His proposal was indeed made with Yi Ming in mind. That young man is still too inexperienced. There are many aspects he has yet to grasp. I believe Elder Ji is the most appropriate choice, Yi Ming interjected hastily. He had numerous responsibilities and lacked the time to manage a sect, having never undertaken such a role before. Yi Ming, had it not been for you, I would have perished long ago. Thus, do not decline this responsibility. Furthermore, you need not worry. You will merely be a figurehead, while we, the older generation, will handle the matters at hand. Indeed, Yi Ming, the entire Eastern continent will rely on you henceforth. Yes. Very well. Under the expectant gazes of the assembly, Yi Ming nodded. If it merely entailed being a figurehead, he had no objections. Excellent. Let it be decided then. However, our new faction requires a name, Yi Ming. You shall be the one to bestow it, Ji Kong stated once more. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. A new name, indeed? Yi Ming murmured to himself. Truth be told, he was not adept at naming, but given the consensus, it would be impolite to refuse. Let us call it the Starry Pavilion. The Starry Pavilion. Excellent. The Eastern continent is too small. In order to combat the demon race, it is far from sufficient. Our future will be one that reaches for the stars and the vast oceans beyond. The stars and the ocean? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions were filled with fervor. Having grown up in the eastern continent, their experiences extended only to a few neighboring regions, and they had never even ventured to the central continent, let alone the realms beyond. Very well, let it be known as the Starry Pavilion. I firmly believe that we shall one day transcend this continent and step into the realm of stars and oceans. Ji Kong laughed heartily, expressing his satisfaction with the name. The others nodded in agreement. The vastness of the starry sea. Observing the joyous faces around him, Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance. In the past, his sole focus had been on protecting Mu Qingxue. However, after all he had experienced, he had come to understand the boundless universe. Thus, his perspective had broadened significantly. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, why not live it splendidly? Subsequently, the group discussed the details of establishing the Star Pavilion before parting ways. In the following days, everyone began to build the Star Pavilion, while Yi Ming embarked on his journey to Tianming Temple. To date, he had received no news from his master or the others at the Bodhi Institute, prompting him to investigate. In fact, during his previous confrontation with the demon clan, he had dispatched someone to gather information. Yet, the news he received was disheartening. Tianming Temple had vanished. Not only had its inhabitants disappeared, but the very structures themselves had seemingly ceased to exist, as if they had never been there at all. Chapter 164. Bodhi in the Eastern Continent, on Xiun Mountain, lies an extraordinarily enigmatic range. According to legends from ancient times, a celestial being descended from the heavenly realm and discovered the unique nature of this place, subsequently establishing the Tianming Temple here. Over the years, due to the temple's extensive promotion, many devout Buddhists have regarded it as a sacred site. In a previous life, Yi Ming was one such believer. In his quest to resurrect Mu Qingxue, he had knelt here for decades. However, at this moment, Xiun Mountain was enveloped in an eerie silence. Not a single soul was present, nor could one hear even the faintest chirping of creatures. Suddenly, a rush of air signaled the arrival of a young man hurtling through the distance. It was Yi Ming. As he gazed upon the desolate mountainside, his brow furrowed slightly. He recalled how vibrant this place had been during his last visit, teeming with countless devotees. A sigh escaped his lips as he reminisced about his past experiences. He had once held unwavering faith in this site, believing it to be a hallowed ground of enlightenment where sincere devotion would lead to salvation. Yet, the outcome was far from what he had hoped. Why did the Buddha save me, but not her? This was a lament he had uttered upon departing Tianming Temple, a moment that marked his transformation into a malevolent figure. With a swift motion, Yi Ming descended towards the ground. The oppressive silence enveloped him, akin to a realm of utter desolation. A weighty sensation surged from within his heart. Scanning the barren expanse, he noted the absence of any structures. It was as if he had wandered into a void. Were it not for his prior visit, he might have believed he had taken a wrong turn. What had transpired here? Yi Ming pondered. As he continued onward, the silence deepened. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. Time trickled by, and with each passing moment, a sense of unease began to settle in his heart. He felt as though he had entered a vast array, endlessly circling without purpose. Logically, at his current speed, traversing the entirety of Tianming Temple should take no more than half an hour. Yet now, he could not discern the nature of this array, nor could he recall how he had entered it. What on earth was happening? Damn it, you fool. Hurry up. Don't let Luban escape. A familiar voice erupted from behind him, causing his expression to harden. Turning around, he was startled to see a room materialize out of thin air, inside which stood a young man, strikingly similar to him, holding a phone and speaking provocatively. This individual was none other than the Yi Ming from Earth. Who dares to show themselves? Yi Ming bellowed in fury. Previously, he harbored some doubts, but now he could ascertain that he had fallen into someone's intricate scheme. However, no one responded to him. The scene abruptly shifted. Within a small temple, a young monk bore a sorrowful expression as he cradled a beautiful maiden who lay quietly with her eyes closed. Above, the heavens wept, showering rain upon the earth. Indeed, this individual was Yi Ming from a previous life. The maiden in his arms was none other than Mu Qingxue. Boom. Witnessing this sight, Yi Ming's countenance darkened with fury, an overwhelming killing intent erupting from him, engulfing the entire world. This scene had long been one he wished to forget, yet now, still, no one appeared. And the image shifted once more. This time, The backdrop was the cliff of heartlessness. Yi Ming found himself pursued by countless formidable foes, embroiled in a battle that raged for 3 days and nights, ultimately drowning in a river of his own blood. Yet, at that moment, something peculiar unfolded. In the scene, Yi Ming collapsed amidst the crimson pool, devoid of the rebirth he had experienced in his past life at the moment of his demise. I am dead. Yi Ming's expression grew grave. In the vision, he was indeed deceased, yet in reality, he had been reborn. Buzz. At that instant, a figure materialized beside Yi Ming's lifeless body. It was a benevolent old monk. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Amipa. After uttering these words, the elder waved his hand. A wondrous energy surged forth from him. Suddenly, the entire cliff of heartlessness erupted in a brilliant golden light, and golden scriptures began to materialize. What is this? The purification mantra? Yi Ming was utterly astonished. The purification mantra was a unique incantation from the Buddhist tradition, intended to guide the souls of the departed. Buzz. As the purification mantra radiated, the corpses in the vision transformed into beams of light, vanishing into the cosmos, including Yi Ming's own remains. I am dead. Yi Ming's face was a mask of confusion. Indeed, you are dead. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in his ear, and the old monk from the vision emerged from the void. Who are you? My name has long been forgotten. The world knows me as Bodhi. Bodhi? Yi Ming shook his head in bewilderment. He had never heard this name before, and from this man, he sensed an aura unlike any he had ever encountered. This sensation was peculiar, yet undeniably real. What is happening? Yi Ming inquired. That is a question I should pose to you. The previous scene was divined through my supernatural abilities. By all accounts, you should be dead. Why do you still draw breath? Bodhi questioned, equally perplexed. What does this mean? From the moment of birth, every individual is entwined in the web of cause and effect. Today's actions sow the seeds for tomorrow's consequences. Yet, in your presence, I perceive none of this. From whence do you originate? A profound shock enveloped Yi Ming. Could it be that he is aware of his status as a traveler between realms? However, reflecting upon the initial scene, was it not merely his own likeness on Earth? But then, what has become of Ming Temple? Yi Ming harbored no desire to delve into personal matters with others. His foremost curiosity lay in uncovering the truth about Ming Temple and the events that transpired there. Ming Temple? Such a place has never existed. What? Yi Ming was utterly astounded. How could this be? Whether in his past life or this current existence, he had encountered individuals from Ming Temple. And was it not Fa Zheng who emerged from there? Now, this person claims it has never existed? The cycles of cause and effect. The reincarnation of fate. How can you be absent from such a continuum? It is inconceivable, utterly implausible. At that moment, Bodhi's countenance shifted to one of grave concern, as he muttered incomprehensible phrases that left Yi Ming bewildered. No cause, no cycle of rebirth. Why is this? Why? Chapter 165. The Cataclysm of Central Continent. I understand now. I see indeed. The old sage, Bodhi, suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, his countenance turning wild with exhilaration. Yet, in an instant, he collapsed to the ground, cradling his head, and wept uncontrollably. The oscillation between laughter and sorrow left Yi Ming utterly bewildered. Are you all right? The Tao of heaven is flawed, anomalies arise. How could I have failed to grasp this truth despite years of cultivation? Cause and effect, indeed, how enlightening. The elderly man burst into laughter once more. However, in that moment, his visage grew significantly older, reminiscent of a withering tree. Soon after, a series of bizarre images began to materialize around him. Figures of children, elders, men, and women, each life unfolding within those scenes. Countless images, akin to myriad worlds. Since the Tao of heaven is flawed, what significance does my cultivation hold? With a resounding crash, as his words echoed, the multitude of images suddenly began to collapse. Ultimately, tranquility reigned once more, and the old sage vanished from Yi Ming's sight. Anomalies arise, the 3 realms descend into chaos, the Tao of heaven crumbles, the ages extinguish, a cataclysm approaches. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's expression grew grave. The sage was shrouded in mystery, although he felt no discernible cultivation from him. An intuitive sense suggested that this individual surpassed even the ancient ancestors of the imperial clans in Central Continent, perhaps having transcended the Ascension realm, reaching an entirely different echelon. Sighing softly, Yi Ming resolved not to dwell on the matter of booty any longer, believing that clarity would eventually come. His foremost concern now lay in the whereabouts of his master and companions. He pressed onward. Without Booty's interference this time, he soon arrived at the original site of Ming Temple. The location bore resemblance to the previous areas, barren and desolate. The stones exuded an aura of antiquity, suggesting that this place had been abandoned for a considerable duration. Wait. At that moment, Yi Ming suddenly perceived something amiss. He crouched down, gently rubbing the stones with his right hand. Could it be? His brow furrowed deeply as he gazed into the void. Then he struck out with his palm. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and a rift in the void appeared, from which a middle-aged monk tumbled forth. Yi Ming, how could you possibly? The old monk exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's brow knitted tightly as he seized the monk by the throat. Do you know me? I. The monk suddenly realized he had let something slip, and hurriedly exclaimed, I do not know you. I do not know. Yi Ming was at a loss for words. This individual emanated a formidable aura, yet one would not have expected such a lack of intellect. Who would believe such a statement? He demanded, what on earth is going on? Where are the people from Ming Temple? And why are you here? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged monk's complexion turned ashen. Do you not wish to speak? Crack! Yi Ming scoffed coldly, and with a sudden exertion of his right hand, the middle-aged monk felt as though his very neck might be crushed. I will speak, I will speak. At the brink of life and death, the monk finally capitulated. He recounted the events that had transpired a month prior. A man named Ubbi had arrived at Ming Temple, possessing overwhelming strength. With a single hand, he subdued all the formidable figures of the temple. He then spoke of matters concerning the Western Paradise and the Buddha. Shortly thereafter, Ming Temple issued a message, summoning all individuals from the Eastern Continent's Buddhist community, who subsequently vanished without a trace. As for the specific details, he was unaware. He remained here at the behest of the temple's abbot, who wished for him to lie in wait for Yi Ming's arrival in order to exact vengeance for his disciple. Yet it had not gone as planned. The Western Paradise, Ubbi? Yi Ming furrowed his brow from the monk's words. It was evident that this Ubbi was no ordinary individual. He could very well be akin to that person named Bodhi from before, likely not of this world. But why would he undertake such actions? And why erase all traces from this place? It was all exceedingly bizarre. Where have they gone? Yi Ming inquired. I do not know. I have only heard that they were to journey to the Western Paradise, but its location is beyond my knowledge, the middle-aged man said in terror. Could it be in the Western continent, or perhaps beyond the realm? Yi Ming pondered. Such feats could not be achieved by just anyone. Even he, in his current state, found it impossible. It seemed he would need to seize an opportunity to venture to the Western continent. Regardless, the safety of his master must be ensured. As for information regarding Buddhism, only the Western continent held such knowledge. Truth be told, had it not been for these events, he would have preferred to avoid dealings with the monks altogether. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to proceed. With another surge of strength in his right hand, the middle-aged monk was swiftly dispatched, his crimson blood staining the ground. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Yi Ming led a life of leisure. He practiced during the day and enjoyed a world of intimacy with Mu Qingxue at night. On the other side, under the guidance of Ji Kong, the construction of the Star Pavilion was nearing completion. All the factions of the Eastern continent had selected their talented disciples, eagerly awaiting the moment when everything would be ready for their integration. However, while the Eastern continent enjoyed a semblance of peace, the Central continent was engulfed in endless warfare. Within the Li imperial clan, Li Xingqian and several powerful members of the Li family gazed anxiously at the sky. There, a multitude of colossal star battleships filled the firmament, a palpable aura of slaughter pervading the atmosphere. The Li clan had colluded with the demonic figure Yi Ming, perpetrating atrocities against humanity. Today, the entire Li clan faced utter annihilation. An elder with white hair spoke, the very ancestor of the Chu imperial clan. Previously, Yi Ming had inflicted severe losses upon the Chu clan, and such a grudge could not go unavenged. Chu Xiong, he chided. Do you not feel ashamed to utter such words? Li Xingqian scoffed, retorting, to conspire with the demon race and willingly become their lackey. What audacity do you possess? He continued, Yi Ming has slain my kin. If he is not punished, where lies the honor of the Chu clan? Regardless of your proclamations today, the Li clan shall meet its complete demise. Annihilate them. With Chu Xiong's command, the battleships above erupted in a stunning display of brilliance, all hurtling towards the position of the Li clan. Chapter 166. The establishment of the Starry Pavilion. A cacophony of battle cries echoed across the heavens, transforming this place into a veritable hell of carnage. Corpses plummeted from the sky, and the ground was soaked in crimson. Father, we shall fight them to the end. Witnessing the demise of his kin, Li Xingyun's visage was etched with fury. Yet, just as he was poised to charge into the fray, he was restrained by Li Xingchen. Father, sighed Li Xingchen, his expression resolute as he turned to Li Xingyun. You must remember my words with unwavering conviction. The Chu clan has allied with the demon tribe. We stand no chance against them. This is an inevitable catastrophe for our Li clan. However, our clan can be avenged. But you must survive. Do you understand? No. Even if it means death, I refuse to retreat. Li Xingyun vehemently shook his head. He comprehended the dire situation. The combined might of the Chu and demon tribes was beyond their capacity to withstand. The annihilation of the Li clan was merely a matter of time. Yet, he could not bear the thought of abandoning them. Xingyun, do you wish for our sacrifices to be in vain? You must go to the eastern continent and seek out Yi Ming. He alone can aid us in our vengeance. I have arranged for the evacuation of the other members of the Li clan. From this moment forth, you are the patriarch of the Li clan. Its future rests solely upon your shoulders. Father, my child, remember this. Until you possess absolute strength, do not return, nor seek vengeance on my behalf. Having you as my son has made my life worthwhile. With that, Li Xingchen struck the air with his hand, conjuring a massive vortex in the sky. Go now. With a thunderous roar, Li Xingchen waved his hand, summoning 18 razor-sharp swords that surged toward the demons. Humph, seeking death. Kill, kill. The battle raged on. But under the combined onslaught of the demon tribe and the Chu imperial clan, the Li clan faced relentless defeat. Even Li Xingchen found himself thwarted by a formidable demon warrior, forced to retreat repeatedly. Father, ancestors, no. Li Xingyun's face burned with indignation at the sight. Yet he refrained from rushing into battle. He understood that even a reckless charge would not alter their fate. For his father, for the Li imperial clan, for all of humanity, he must escape. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xingyun knelt upon the ground, prostrating himself before the sky, paying homage to the Li clan's spirits. Father, ancestors, esteemed elders, I, Li Xingyun, vow to avenge you in this lifetime. With that, he propelled himself into the swirling void. A similar scene unfolded across other imperial clans. The invasion of the demon tribe had not only impacted the Chu imperial clan, but also the Ji and Shi clans, leaving devastation in its wake. Even the formidable powers have not been spared. In an instant, the entire eastern continent is engulfed in turmoil, and the heavens weep. According to accounts from later generations, during this period, the skies over the central plains experienced an incessant deluge lasting an entire month. Unbeknownst to Yi Ming, he and Mu Qingxue had already arrived above the Wanyu River in the eastern continent. At that moment, the Wanyu River was crystal clear, with playful little fish frolicking in its depths. Nearby, towering structures ascended into the clouds. This was the newly established Starry Pavilion. The reason for situating the Starry Pavilion here was due to a void fissure beneath Wanyu River, through which the formidable demon clan once emerged. Thus, to safeguard this location, Yi Ming resolved to establish the headquarters here. Starry Pavilion. As he gazed at the three resplendent golden characters, Yi Ming felt a surge of excitement within. This was his own faction. Although it could not compare to the great powers of the Central Plains, he firmly believed that given time, the Starry Pavilion would rise to prominence, rivaling the esteemed Western Emperor clan of the Central Plains. It was merely a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Yi Ming, you have arrived. Upon seeing Yi Ming's arrival, Ji Kong joyfully soared over, followed by others who came in droves. Each face radiated with joyous smiles. Ah, my apologies, Elder Ji. Yi Ming nodded. He held great respect for Ji Kong, not only for his dedicated efforts in the construction of the Starry Pavilion, but also for his unwavering devotion to the human race. Ah, this is merely my duty. We old fellows can only manage this much. The future of the Eastern continent rests upon your youthful shoulders, Ji Kong humbly replied. Enough of this talk. The others have already gathered. We cannot afford to be lax during the inauguration ceremony, Yi Ming stated. Subsequently, The group soared inside. As they passed, everyone bowed in reverence. At this moment, Yi Ming could be regarded as the most esteemed individual in the entire Eastern continent, naturally. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers in the sky felt immense joy. Among them, particularly Mu Kuang, whose smile had not waned since the beginning. He could not help but feel a sense of elation. Compared to these individuals, he was but the elder of a small nation. In the past, he would not have even had the privilege to meet these figures. Yet now, they respectfully addressed him as Elder Mu, filling him with unparalleled happiness. All of this was thanks to Yi Ming. He now realized how astute his choice of Mu Qingxue had been, had he chosen differently. He feared he might not be in this position now. The subsequent time was dedicated to the inauguration ceremony of the Starry Pavilion. Notable figures from the Eastern continent made their appearances, and seizing this opportunity, Yi Ming also announced several appointments. Yi Ming, the first pavilion master of the Starry Pavilion. Ji Kong, the deputy pavilion master. Yao Guangyun, the former elder of the Wuji Palace, now serves as the vice pavilion master. Mu Qingxue and Jiang Mingxue are both elders. A series of appointments have led to the official establishment of the Starry Pavilion. The grand ceremony lasted for 3 days and nights, during which everyone reveled in the joyous occasion. After this festive period, the chosen prodigies from various factions formally joined the Starry Pavilion. Yi Ming entrusted Jiang Mingxue with leading them into the small world for cultivation. Although the small world was not utilized this time, Yi Ming chose not to return it to Cab. After all, the demon clan could potentially return at any moment. Retaining the small world serves as a safeguard. Moreover, its abundant spiritual energy and resources make it an excellent choice for nurturing disciples. Everything has been progressing smoothly. Unbeknownst to them, another month has slipped by. During this time, Yi Ming delegated all matters to Ji Kong and others while he devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. Finally, on the last day, he achieved a breakthrough to the Great Ascension realm. Chapter 167, The Tribulation. In a vast valley within a miniature world, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. Lightning flickered in the sky, and an overwhelming sense of dread pervaded the entire valley. In the center of this valley stood Yi Ming, his expression remarkably calm. A tribulation, you say? Yi Ming murmured, taken aback that his breakthrough had summoned such a formidable heavenly trial. The intensity was beyond ordinary. Boom. As the thunder roared and the lightning intensified, a cacophony echoed for miles around, sending ripples through the very fabric of the cosmos. A heavenly tribulation, indeed. On the lofty tower at the heart of the miniature world, Kabu gazed upward, a faint smile gracing his lips. Clang. Finally, after 10 minutes, an earth-shattering sound resonated from the sky. Above the valley, a colossal golden lightning bolt, several dozen feet tall, gathered in the air. In that moment, all beings within the miniature world felt an aura of devastation, terror, and suffocation. How could a mere human from the divine destruction domain evoke such a tribulation? A massive deity atop a towering mountain exclaimed in astonishment. Could he possibly be the fated child of that world? On another peak, a titanic flame phoenix shared the same sentiment. What an imposing heavenly trial, Yi Ming murmured, yet his countenance remained untroubled. The tribulation was formidable, but he possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. You may be powerful, but I am even stronger. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the tension as a chubby little creature emerged from his sleeve. It was the little Qilin he had obtained during his previous visit. Xiaobai, you're awake? Yi Ming smiled. Since he had fed it some spiritual liquid, it had been in slumber until now. Xiaobai blinked its tiny eyes, then hopped onto Yi Ming's shoulder, waving its small paw at the raging thunder above, as if to declare, I am not afraid of you, little one. The tribulation is aimed at me. You should go play for now. Yi Ming gently set it down. Though this creature was an ancient Qilin, it was still too small, and the tribulation could not be mitigated by others. He had to face it alone. The little creature hesitated but obediently complied, fiercely waving its paw as if to say, if you dare harm him, I will not let you go. Ha! Yi Ming laughed heartily, then waved his hand, summoning a blood-red spear, the Doomsday Spear, into his grasp. Boom! The spear soared through the air, unleashing an incredibly violent aura that erupted from him. In that instant, Yi Ming resembled an ancient demon god. Come forth. Boom! The heavenly tribulation seemed to comprehend his words, descending directly from the skies. Its might was so formidable that it appeared poised to obliterate the entire world. At that moment, the entire valley crumbled with a deafening roar, deep chasms opening up beneath. Kill! Yi Ming bellowed, wielding the doomsday spear and unleashing a shot towards the heavenly thunder. In the wake of a cataclysmic explosion, the surrounding landscape within 1,000 miles was reduced to ruins. Clattering, the terrifying force compelled Yi Ming to stagger back several steps before he could regain his footing, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he paid it no heed. After wiping the blood away, he soared into the sky once more, this time intent on striking first. Boom! In that instant, the heavenly tribulation seemed enraged. The second wave of tribulation crashed down, radiating a fierce red glow. The moment it descended, fissures tore through the void, and the temperature of the valley surged to an unfathomable extreme. It was the nine heavens thunderfire tribulation. A truly fearsome trial even amidst the vast cosmos, Kabu exclaimed in astonishment. Boom, boom, boom. With the spears swinging and thunder rumbling, Yi Ming fought with reckless abandon. After an arduous half-hour, he finally ceased his onslaught. At this juncture, he appeared utterly disheveled. His hair was nearly singed away, and his garments were riddled with gaping holes. Even his flesh bore the marks of charring. To withstand this second wave of tribulation had taken a considerable toll. However, Yi Ming did not falter. With a sweeping gesture, a vial of holy water materialized, and he gulped it down in one swift motion. Instantly, a surge of pure energy erupted from within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward once more. Roar! Just as he ascended into the air, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens. A colossal tiger, crackling with lightning, manifested before him. Its immense form blotted out the sky, emanating an aura reminiscent of a demonic deity. A beast, the beast form tribulation. He has actually provoked the beast form tribulation? Kabu's countenance reflected sheer astonishment. The beast form tribulation was an exceedingly terrifying ordeal, and those capable of invoking such a trial were rare across the celestial realms. Each was a prodigy of unparalleled talent, renowned throughout existence. To think that an individual from the God-fallen domain could. Yet, recalling Yi Ming's origins, Kabu found clarity. Yi Ming hailed from that world. How could someone from there be ordinary? The beast form tribulation, is it? Yi Ming murmured, his fighting spirit intensifying. With a hum, as the space trembled, a towering figure emerged from the void behind him. Roar! The figure let out a resonant howl towards the heavens, instantly unleashing an overwhelming aura that crushed all in its path. Kill! Boom, boom, boom. As the battle between man and beast raged on, the entire microcosm began to tremble violently. All beings beneath the great ascension realm, whether human or otherwise, cowered in terror upon the ground. It was utterly terrifying. Such a conflict, to them, was akin to a battle of deities. Frenzied roars echoed, accompanied by destruction and shock waves. Terrifying energies erupted in the sky, and at that moment, the garments adorning Yi Ming's torso were completely obliterated, revealing a body marred by a multitude of wounds. Vivid crimson blood drenched his entire form, a sight most horrifying. Yet, as the battle persisted, his fighting spirit intensified. After an arduous hour of fierce combat, a heart-rending roar pierced the air, and the thunderous giant tiger was finally vanquished by Yi Ming. Indeed, possessing such formidable strength would allow him to carve out a name for himself even upon entering the vast cosmos. Cab smiled faintly, preparing to depart. However, at that very instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from the skies above. Shortly thereafter, a figure radiating with thunderous energy emerged from the dark clouds. What is this? A humanoid heavenly tribulation? Chapter 168, Farewell. With the emergence of the human celestial tribulation, the entire void erupted like a series of firecrackers, resounding with incessant explosions. Above the sky, the human celestial tribulation appeared before Yi Ming, resembling a deity. It did not strike immediately, but regarded Yi Ming with an indifferent gaze. The human celestial tribulation? Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly, having heard of such tribulations before. However, they had always existed merely as legends, with no accounts of anyone ever encountering one. Not even the formidable Ji Wudi had experienced it. The human celestial tribulation signified that Yi Ming's talent had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, and if he were to overcome it, achieving divinity in the future would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Cab remarked, his expression one of astonishment. In the vast cosmos, there existed a legend that those who could invoke the human celestial tribulation had the opportunity to attain the status of a deity. Although this legend lacked substantial evidence, it sufficed to illustrate the terror of this tribulation. After all, a god is the pinnacle of existence in the universe. Come forth, Ming declared a few minutes later. Since evasion was not an option, he would confront it head-on. Moreover, he yearned to discover the limits of his own capabilities. Boom. As his words resonated, the human celestial tribulation sprang into action. In an instant, it moved as if teleporting, appearing directly before Ming. Then, with a sudden whoosh, Ming felt a searing sensation on his right cheek. Upon touching it, he discovered blood. So swift, Ming marveled, taken aback by the speed that had caught even him unprepared. Yet, he harbored no fear and prepared to counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. As Ming retaliated, a fierce battle ensued between him and the celestial tribulation. At that moment, the entire world began to tremble. Countless towering mountains crumbled amidst the chaos, and rivers ran dry. The battle was frantic and unyielding. As time passed, Ming's fight grew increasingly frenzied, and ultimately, he discarded his defenses to unleash a full-scale assault. Terrifying martial techniques erupted from his hands. The human celestial tribulation, living up to its title as the strongest tribulation, adeptly evaded Ming's attacks while occasionally striking back. In a mere 10 minutes, Ming was left battered and bruised. However, despite his disheveled state, his combat spirit intensified, and through this 10-minute struggle, he finally discerned the combat style of the human celestial tribulation. Come forth, Ming bellowed once more, charging ahead again. The spear soared through the air, and the binding rope of immortality guarded the skies. An aura reminiscent of deities erupted forth, and as Ming's battle experience grew increasingly refined, he ultimately struck the human celestial tribulation after an hour. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Ming was in high spirits, and despite his injuries, he charged forward again. Bang, bang, bang. Gradually, Ming seized the initiative in battle. With each relentless attack, his momentum grew stronger, until he eventually overpowered the heavenly tribulation. Submit to defeat. After another hour, with a resounding shout from Ming, the heavenly tribulation was finally obliterated by a single punch. As this adversary crumbled, the ominous clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Ah, is it finally over? Ming exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. Although victorious, the battle had taken a considerable toll on him. To be candid, had the heavenly tribulation persisted for just 2 more minutes, he would have been the one to succumb. However, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky, and streams of extraordinary energy surged into Ming's body. This energy was remarkably pure. As it continued to flow into him, Ming's injuries healed at a visible pace. He also noticed his cultivation level steadily rising. First layer of the Great Ascension. Second layer of the Great Ascension. Fourth layer of the Great Ascension. It was only when he reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer that the energy finally dissipated, and at that moment, Ming had fully recovered. 4th layer of the Great Ascension? Feeling the power coursing through him, Ming was elated. He had waited a long time for this day, and now he had finally achieved it. He felt confident that with his current strength, he could contend with cultivators at the 1st or 2nd layers of the Ascension realm. Just then, a whoosh echoed through the air, and Cab flew over with a beaming smile. Ming, congratulations. Thank you. Ming nodded, aware that his remarkable gains were intertwined with this world. Had he been in the Eastern continent, such an achievement would have been impossible. All of this is your own doing. I played no part in it. Yet, you have exceeded my expectations by overcoming the heavenly tribulation, proving that you now possess the qualifications to ascend to godhood. Ascend to godhood? Ming murmured, his eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance. Regardless, he was determined to achieve this. Ming, besides congratulating you, I am here to bid you farewell. Farewell? Indeed, I have guarded this 10th planet for several millennia, and it is time for me to return. Cab sighed. For divine beings, several millennia is but a fleeting moment, yet for him. Is that so? Ming nodded, having long recognized that Cab was no ordinary being, and living for thousands of years was quite normal for someone of his nature. Are you returning to the Golden Horse Star Domain? It is time to return, but rest assured, there remains nearly a millennium until the next guardian arrives. I have faith that by then, you will have grown to an extraordinary level. To be frank, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. A millennium, you say? Yi Ming murmured, filled with confidence. Given 1,000 years, he was certain he could reach a level comparable to that of Kabu. If I were to seek you out in the future, would it be in the Golden Horse Star Domain? Yi Ming inquired. Kabu appeared to be a commendable individual, and he was eager to form a friendship, as he too intended to venture into the depths of the cosmos. To reunite would be most splendid. Indeed, the Golden Horse Star Domain, the Imperial Star. I shall likely remain there. When you arrive, you will find me. The Golden Horse Star Domain, the Imperial Star. Yi Ming committed the name to memory and declared, I shall. I too believe that we shall meet again. However, as a friend, I wish to impart a word of caution. Oh, Yi Ming, your talent is extraordinarily formidable, even amidst the vastness of the cosmos. You possess a bright future ahead. If your current world becomes insurmountable, do not act recklessly. I understand. Yi Ming nodded, comprehending Kabu's meaning, yet he held his own aspirations. Very well, I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Chapter 169, Journey to the West Continent. Cab arrived, and Yi Ming emerged from the small world. As he stepped out, he sensed a peculiar shift in this realm, akin to returning to the simplicity of rural life after being accustomed to the splendor of a bustling metropolis. It seemed that the level of this world was rather low. Yi Ming sighed, and, in the blink of an eye, soared towards the location of the Starry Pavilion. With remarkable speed, he returned to the Starry Pavilion in approximately half an hour. However, he encountered a familiar face there, Li Xingyun. Brotherly, what brings you here? Yi Ming exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. He had always held the Li family's kindness in high regard and had intended to visit the central continent after things stabilized, hoping to partake in the prestigious talent ranking competition. Little did he expect. Brother Yi. Li Xingyun nodded slightly, though his pallor was strikingly ashen. What troubles you? What has transpired? Yi Ming inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. My Li clan has been annihilated. What? Yi Ming's expression shifted dramatically. The Li clan was one of the 8 great imperial clans. How could their foundation have crumbled so swiftly? Was it the Chu clan and the Ji clan? Indeed. But they are not alone. There is also the Demon clan. Demon clan. Upon hearing these words, Yi Ming's countenance darkened with fury, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. He silently vowed that one day, he would eradicate the entire Demon clan. Without their destruction, the human race would never know peace. Brotherly, I am truly sorry. This is not your fault. The Chu clan, Ji clan, and Shi clan have allied with the Demon clan. The remaining 5 clans among the 8 great imperial clans have all suffered catastrophic blows. Li Xingyun's heart seethed with indignation. Yet he felt utterly powerless. The might of the Demon clan was overwhelming. Even his father and the clan's ancestors were no match for them. The 5 great clans have all been besieged. Yi Ming's expression grew even more somber as he pressed on. And what of the Zhou clan? They have already fled. But the entirety of the central continent is nearly under the control of the Demon clan. If this continues, Yi Ming nodded, well aware of the Demon clan's ruthless methods. Once they made their move, they would spare no cost. If nothing unforeseen occurred, their annihilation was merely a matter of time. Brother Yi, before my father passed, he instructed me to seek you out. What shall we do now? Li Xingyun's expression was resolute. He believed wholeheartedly that Yi Ming was destined for greatness, especially after hearing of his deeds in the Eastern continent. Thus, he had resolved to follow Yi Ming faithfully from this point forward. Brotherly, do you trust me? Yi Ming asked. I do. Very well. Grant me a week's time, and after that, we shall return to the Central Plains. A week, you say? Li Xingyun nodded. Though he was uncertain of Yi Ming's intentions, he harbored no objections to his words. Very well. During this week, make sure to rest well here. Having said that, Yi Ming approached Mu Qingxue. Qingxue, whatever you wish to do, pursue it without hesitation. I shall support you. Mu Qingxue had always been perceptive. She understood that Yi Ming's words indicated he would be venturing somewhere. She realized she could not leave at this moment. The only thing she could do was to trust Yi Ming and guard this place for him, allowing him to proceed without any concerns. Thank you. Yi Ming nodded with satisfaction and then embraced her. With such a spouse, what more could a husband desire? After a full half hour, Yi Ming tore through the fabric of space and vanished from the sight of the crowd. Once he departed, the entire Star Pavilion, indeed the whole Eastern continent, began preparations for battle under Ji Kong's leadership. At the border of the eastern continent, above the star demon sea, a vortex appeared in the void, and Yi Ming emerged from within. This time, he intended to journey to the western continent. With the disappearance of Ming Temple and no word from his master or the monks of Bodhi Courtyard, he was deeply concerned. Additionally, he sought to investigate the monk named Bodhi he had encountered previously. However, this time, he did not plan to traverse the Imperial Road, but rather to cross the Star Demon Sea directly. Given his current level of cultivation, he felt ample confidence in his abilities. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ming stepped forward, his figure shooting off like a bolt of lightning into the distance. Time passed gradually. After a full 5 hours, Yi Ming reached the depths of the Star Demon Sea. He was unsure whether it was due to his previous battle with the Demon Sovereign or some other reason. But the journey had been remarkably smooth, with not a single sea beast encountered. Western Continent, here I come. With that declaration, Yi Ming pinpointed his location and soared upward, launching himself once more into the sky. This time, however, the journey was not as effortless. Within 10 minutes, he finally encountered his first sea beast, a colossal whale. The whale was immense, measuring thousands of zhang, its enormous maw emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. It lunged towards Yi Ming with a fierce bite. Yet, unfortunately for the creature, Yi Ming was no longer the same as before. After breaking through to the Great Ascension realm, his strength had increased immeasurably. With a swift motion, he summoned the armament of Apocalypse into his hand. Boom! The blood spear was hurled with tremendous force, causing the void to shatter. The unfortunate whale, caught unawares, was pierced through in an instant. Its massive form disintegrated, scattering flesh and blood across the sky. In that moment, the entire surface of the sea transformed into a vivid crimson. As the scent of blood permeated the air, the once tranquil surface of the sea erupted into chaos. Terrifying sea beasts surged towards him with ferocity. Let me see if the infamous Star Demon Sea can confine me here. Buzz! A blood spear soared through the air, and deities appeared behind him. An overwhelming aura, crushing all living beings, swept across the entire ocean. Kill! With a thunderous roar, the heavens and earth trembled. A horrific massacre ensued. After a full hour, the surface of the sea returned to calm. However, upon the waters, the carcasses of sea creatures had accumulated into a small island. Yet, above in the sky, Yi Ming remained unchanged. So feeble. Observing the multitude of corpses, Yi Ming shook his head. These creatures posed a significant threat to others, but for him at this moment, they were utterly inconsequential. Having said that, he moved forward, soaring ahead once more. As he advanced, the battles intensified. Yet, under Yi Ming's formidable assault, none could impede his progress. However, just as Yi Ming was a few thousand miles from the western continent, a figure emerged within his line of sight. Chapter 170. The Innate Divine Buddha Body. What is this? Yi Ming's face was filled with astonishment, for before him stood a young man clad in white, suspended in midair. Surrounding him was a colossal phantom of a Buddha, resonating with melodious chants throughout the cosmos. The young man appeared immaculate and sanctified, reminiscent of an ancient Buddha, evoking an overwhelming desire to kneel in reverence. The innate divine Buddha body, Yi Ming murmured softly. This body is an extraordinarily formidable constitution, rivaling even the Nine Saint body and the primordial emperor body. In fact, due to its uniqueness, it could be argued that it surpasses them. However, this constitution was only said to exist in legends, and he never expected to witness it here. Buzz! At that moment, the young man opened his eyes, and a golden lotus flower materialized before him, coalescing into a magnificent golden pathway. The heavenly demon body. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, then rose to confront Yi Ming. The heavenly demon body and the innate divine Buddha body are inherently opposing natures. One represents the sanctity of Buddhism, while the other embodies the destruction of the demonic tribe. When these two bodies meet, a terrifying battle is destined to erupt. No, it's not just the heavenly demon body. It also seems to incorporate other essences, perhaps even a trace of the Buddha's aura. How is this possible? The young man was taken aback. From Yi Ming, he could distinctly sense the presence of the Buddha. He had encountered those who cultivated both Buddha and demon, but this was the first time he had seen someone seamlessly merge the two distinct natures. Who are you? The young man initiated the conversation. Yi Ming from the eastern continent. Yi Ming? The young man eyed him with confusion. He had never heard of this name before. What brings you to the Western continent? I am searching for someone. Searching for someone? Who? A person of great importance to me, Yi Ming replied. Despite the young man's formidable constitution, Yi Ming remained unfazed. For he was even stronger. With the heavenly demon body, the glazed golden body, and the purification of the Tao Te Ching, his constitution had far surpassed that of the heavenly demon body. Are you not aware that in the Western continent, practitioners of the demonic arts are forbidden entry? And if I insist on entering, then you shall die. Though I do not know how you have fused the Buddha and demon bodies. As long as you possess a demonic aura, you cannot enter. You have only two choices, death or departure. Is that so? Yi Ming scoffed. Although he did not wish to engage in conflict with this individual, he was determined to enter the Western continent. No one could obstruct him. I believe there is a third option. What do you mean? I will subdue you and then proceed inside. Arrogant. The young man bellowed, bringing his hands together, causing 6 golden characters to materialize around him. The 6-character true words of Buddhism. The 6 characters shone like miniature suns, radiating unparalleled brilliance. 6-character true words? You are not the only one capable of this. Yi Ming retorted with a dismissive snort. Subsequently, as both hands came together, 6 golden characters materialized before him. Unmistakably the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism. Observing this scene, the man's brows knitted tightly. He had not anticipated that Yi Ming would possess such knowledge. It seems you are courting death? Courting death? You are not nearly enough for that. Arrogance. With a thunderous shout, the man stepped forward, charging along the golden lotus path towards Yi Ming. Thunderous roars echoed. It must be said that this individual's strength was extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of the previously encountered G.D. Tian. His violent aura seemed capable of shattering the very heavens and earth. Yet, regrettably for him, he was up against Yi Ming. Previously, Yi Ming had decisively subdued G.D. Tian, and now he had ascended to the great ascension realm. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 6-syllable mantras collided in the air, creating ripples of void energy. However, in the next moment, the expression of the man in green shifted drastically, for his 6-syllable mantra had inexplicably crumbled. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. Yi Ming shook his head, then with a powerful stomp, sent the man in green plummeting to the seabed. Now you have 2 choices. First, answer my questions. Second, die. The man in white was infuriated, fully aware of his own status. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Ming's foot came crashing down, and the man in white spat a mouthful of blood. You have 5 seconds to respond, or you will perish. Faced with Yi Ming's resolute demeanor, the man felt a profound sense of despair, yet in this life or death moment, he had no alternative. I choose the first option. Excellent. Yi Ming nodded in satisfaction, then seized him and soared into the sky. Soon, they emerged from the depths of the sea, standing amidst the void. First, divulge your information. I advise you, do not attempt to deceive me, or the torment of soul-searching is something you may not endure. The man seethed with rage. From birth until now, everyone had shown him utmost respect. He had never encountered such a situation. However, when under the eaves, one must bow their head. Despite his fury, he succinctly relayed his tale. It turned out he was the holy son of the foremost power in the Western continent, known as Little Western Heaven, with the Dharma named Tao Cheng. He had come here to cultivate Buddhist teachings, and little did he expect to encounter Yi Ming right at the beginning, a rather unfortunate turn of events. Little Western Heaven? Tao Cheng. Yi Ming nodded, then inquired once more. Have you encountered anyone from Tianming Temple? Tianming Temple? Upon hearing those 3 words, the man's expression hardened. Are you here for them? Upon hearing these words, Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback. Judging by the expression on this person's face, he seemed rather disinterested in Tianming Temple. Reveal everything you know to me. I do possess knowledge, yet you must first disclose whether you belong to Tianming Temple. Why? If you are indeed affiliated with Tianming Temple, even if you were to kill me, I would never divulge anything. Do not entertain the thought of using soul-searching techniques. I am fully capable of self-detonating my soul before you can execute that. The man's tone was unwaveringly resolute, which only deepened Yi Ming's confusion. I am not a member of Tianming Temple. The reason I seek them is that they have taken some of my relatives. Is that truly the case? I have no reason to deceive you. The man scoffed before continuing. They have indeed visited Shizhou, but they are not currently here. Then where are they? It appears you genuinely are not associated with Ming Temple. Otherwise, you would be aware of such matters. What do you mean? Because they are the chosen ones. Chapter 171. The Chosen One. What does it mean to be the Chosen One? Ming inquired, his expression a canvas of confusion. He was utterly perplexed by the man's words. Is Ming Temple the Chosen One? Are you aware of the Buddhist realm? The Buddhist realm? Ming's brow furrowed slightly. He was indeed familiar with the Buddhist realm. It is a grand world, renowned alongside the realms of immortals and demons, rumored to be inhabited by living Buddhas. Of course, such tales are mere legends, and he could not ascertain their truth, for no one has genuinely ventured there. To his astonishment, this matter was somehow entangled with the Buddhist realm. Indeed, not long ago, formidable beings from the Buddhist realm descended to seek someone to return with them. And Ming Temple was their selection. Are you implying that they have already gone to the Buddhist realm? Ming's countenance grew grave. If they remained in this world, he had confidence in retrieving his master and the people from Bodhi Institute. However, if they had ventured to the Buddhist realm, then, indeed, should I discover that you are deceiving me, your demise will be most brutal. Ming scoffed coldly. Then, with a swift motion, he soared towards the direction of the Western continent. Although he believed the man would not deceive him, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth. He could not bear the uncertainty. Who is he truly? As he advanced, Ming's speed was remarkable, and within merely 2 hours, he arrived at the Western continent. There, he sensed an overwhelming concentration of Buddhist energy. Truly, this is the most prosperous locale for Buddhism in the entire world. The power here far surpasses that of any other place, Ming mused. Subsequently, he cloaked all other energies emanating from him, leaving only the essence of Buddhism exposed. Despite his current prowess being among the pinnacle of the continent, the depths of Buddhism were unfathomable, and he sought to avoid any unnecessary complications. After all, his purpose for being here was to gather information, not to engage in combat. Finding a suitable place to land, Ming proceeded forward. He intended to first locate someone to inquire about the whereabouts of Little Western Heaven, then make his way there. As the foremost power in the Western continent, they should possess some intelligence. Why has the Buddha forsaken me? At that moment, an enraged voice resonated. Not far ahead, a pale young man approached. The man appeared quite ordinary, the type that could easily be lost in a crowd. However, from him, Ming sensed a strangely familiar aura. Ming furrowed his brow. The energy surrounding this individual was reminiscent, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. He then approached the young man. "Good sir, I am in a foul mood. Do not provoke me." The man shouted angrily, before striding past. Quite intriguing. Yi Tian offered a faint smile, then swiftly moved to stand before him, obstructing his path. "Are you seeking death?" The man bellowed, launching a punch at Ming. Yet, how could his strength possibly rival that of Ming? Within moments, he was subdued. I harbor no ill will. I merely seek directions." "Directions?" The man gazed at Ming in astonishment, then inquired, "What do you wish to ask? Where is Little Western Heaven?" "Little Western Heaven?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted to one of palpable fear, and he stammered, I do not know. "Oh, is that so? Are you genuinely unaware? Or simply unwilling to disclose?" A surge of violent energy erupted from Ming, causing the man to feel as though his very body were on the verge of being crushed into oblivion, an unbearable sensation. "I shall grant you one more chance. Tell me where Little Western Heaven is, or face death." I. The man's complexion turned ghastly. Yet in the face of life and death, he nodded reluctantly. "Then follow me." At this pronouncement, Ming's expression deepened in surprise. This man was evidently terrified of Little Western Heaven. What could possibly be the reason? He then proceeded to follow. The two weaved through the terrain, walking for over half an hour before finally halting. They found themselves in a dilapidated temple. Within, Ming beheld a woman radiating an aura of deathly stillness. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her gaze was resolute. From her, Ming discerned a shadow of Mu Qingxue. He recalled that in his past life, Mu Qingxue had similarly perished in his embrace. Ming began to inquire. "She is my wife, but alas, she is nearing her end," the man said, his face ashen. He approached the woman, a look of deep remorse crossing his features. "Xiaoning, forgive me." Before he could finish, the woman trembled and raised a finger to his lips. "I shall not permit you to speak thus. In this life, Being with you brings me great contentment. If there is a next life, I shall certainly marry you again. Boom. At these words, Yi Ming's heart quivered. This was a sentiment echoed by Mu Qingxue in his past life. After uttering those words, she closed her eyes. Now, he comprehended why he sensed such a familiar aura from this man. Was it not a reflection of his own past self? For the woman he cherished. He had relentlessly sought assistance from others, yet none heeded him. This feeling was incomprehensible to those who had never experienced it. What do you intend to do? The man, sensing Yi Ming's aura, spoke with palpable tension. Nothing at all. Yi Ming shook his head, then collected his breath and swiftly approached the woman. I can save her. What did you say? The man's face was filled with intense agitation, his eyes fixated on Yi Ming. I said I can save her, Yi Ming reiterated. He understood the pain of losing a beloved, and thus, why, you're serious? The man inquired again, disbelief etched across his features. He had sought help from countless people for the sake of this woman, exhausting all his efforts, even turning to the deity he had always revered. Yet, each attempt had ended in failure, pushing him to the brink of despair. Now, someone claimed they could save her. The sensation was indescribable. Indeed, however, if you wish for my assistance, you must divulge everything about the Little Western Heaven. Yes. If you can save Xiaoning, I vow to comply with any request you make, even if it costs me my life. The man exclaimed, tightly embracing the woman as tears streamed down his face like a broken dam. Who said men do not cry? They merely have not reached the depths of their sorrow. Sighing at the sight, Yi Ming waved his hand, conjuring a vial of holy water into his palm. Let her drink this. Chapter 172, News from the Little Western Heaven. The 10,000 Buddha Conference. Observing the life water in Yi Ming's hand, the man hesitated. Although he was aware that he held no merit worthy of betrayal, he was still concerned for the safety of his beloved. Do you not trust me? Yi Ming inquired with a smile. The man understood the expression on his face. He would likely feel the same if their positions were reversed. The desire to protect one's cherished companion from even the slightest danger was a powerful motivator. Brother Yang, I believe in him. At that moment, the young girl spoke up. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the man nodded resolutely and allowed her to drink the holy water. In the next instant, a startling phenomenon occurred. The girl was enveloped by swirling clouds of dark mist. As the mist dissipated, her complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Her injuries healed at a remarkable pace, and soon, she was completely restored, her skin now radiantly fair, her presence significantly stronger than before. I'm fine now, the girl exclaimed, exhilarated by the transformation within her body. After years filled with hope, anticipation, and dreams, each culminating in disappointment, she was astonished that this time it truly worked. Xiaoning, witnessing this, the man's heart swelled with emotion as he embraced the young girl tightly, both reveling in their reunion, tears streaming down their faces. Understanding the significance of this moment, Yi Ming quietly stepped outside, allowing them their time together. Outside, Yi Ming gazed up at the sky, memories from his previous life echoing in his mind. Qing Shui, rest assured, I shall ascend to divinity. Those who dare harm you will not escape unscathed. As time passed, an hour slipped by. Finally, the two emerged, the young girl having changed into a fresh set of garments. It was undeniable that she possessed a striking appearance, particularly now, imbued with an ethereal beauty that had previously gone unnoticed. I cannot thank you enough for this. Earlier, as they approached Yi Ming, the pair knelt in gratitude, but he promptly halted them. My assistance comes with conditions. Thus, there is no need for thanks. Xiaoning is a good girl, and you must care for her well in the future, understood? Yes, I will. The man nodded earnestly, inhaling deeply as a serious expression settled upon his face. I do not possess much information regarding the Little Western Heaven, but I will share everything I know. Oh, the man then recounted the situation surrounding the Little Western Heaven. It was revealed that it served as a sacred belief for all the people of the Western continent, with everyone yearning to enter and cultivate there. However, not long ago the small Western paradise, forbids entry to those whose cultivation is below the integration stage. And those who are above that threshold have entered only to vanish without a trace, as if they had disappeared entirely. As the number of missing persons grew, so too did the rumors. Now, in the eyes of the public, the small Western paradise has become a den of demons, a place from which one should not expect to return once they have entered. Just a few days ago, News emerged from the small Western paradise announcing a gathering known as the 10,000 Buddha Conference, summoning all practitioners of Buddhism to attend. This is why, upon hearing the name of the small Western paradise, the man's countenance darkened. The 10,000 Buddha Conference? At this revelation, Ming furrowed his brow slightly. It was clear that this individual possessed limited knowledge, and extracting specific information proved to be somewhat unrealistic. However, fortunate for Ming, this person was aware of the route to the small Western paradise, which brought him a measure of relief. His time in the Western continent was limited. He must swiftly gather intelligence and depart, for the central continent was of utmost importance. After bidding farewell to the two, Ming soared directly toward the location of the small Western paradise. His speed was remarkable, and soon he arrived at the site. Here, he encountered a multitude of monks, all gathered from various temples across the Western continent to partake in the so-called 10,000 Buddha Conference. In this place, Ming also sensed an unusual aura, something distinctly peculiar that he could not quite identify. It seemed that the depths of this place were profound indeed. Ming sighed, then blended into the crowd, following the throng into the small Western paradise. Upon entering, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Towering Buddha statues loomed around him, the rich scent of incense wafting through the air, accompanied by harmonious chants. In that moment, he felt as if he had truly arrived in the Western Pure Land. Is this truly the small Western paradise? He murmured inwardly as he surveyed his surroundings. In stark contrast to his contemplative demeanor, the others around him were filled with uncontainable excitement. Many even fell to their knees in reverence before the colossal statues. Yet, despite the fervor surrounding him, an unsettling feeling stirred within Ming. What was amiss? He could not comprehend. Amitabha. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed, and an elderly man emerged from within. The elder bore a kind expression, radiant light emanating from behind him, resembling a living Buddha. Master. The crowd spoke in respectful unison upon seeing him. The compassion of the Buddha is boundless. Your presence here today is indeed a blessing, the elder proclaimed. A blessing? What do you mean by that, Master? Inquired a middle-aged monk. This 10,000 Buddha conference will witness the arrival of great beings from the Buddhist realm who will impart the teachings of the Dharma. Any who attain enlightenment may accompany these great beings to the Buddhist realm and enter the Pure Land. What? At this revelation, the crowd's faces lit up with exhilaration. Great beings from the Buddhist realm? Is there an opportunity to venture into the realm of enlightenment and enter the paradise of bliss? Is this not the ultimate aspiration of those who practice Buddhism? Unexpectedly, in that moment, a wave of elation swept over the crowd. Though a few individuals sensed an underlying disquiet, yet lacking any substantial evidence, they chose to remain silent. The grand assembly of 1,000 Buddhas is set to commence in 2 days. Hence, for the next 2 days, you shall immerse yourselves in the study of Buddhist teachings. With that, the elder took his leave, but just as he turned away, a peculiar smile played at the corners of his mouth, expertly concealed from the gaze of others. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed, gravitating towards the colossal Buddha statues to delve into their studies. System check-in. Ming approached a magnificent Buddha statue, murmuring softly to himself. Ding. Check-in successful, acquiring the doctrine of faith. The doctrine of faith? Ming paused momentarily, then hastily accessed the system panel. Doctrine of faith, the supreme secret of Buddhism, capable of absorbing the power of belief to enhance one's cultivation. Remarkably, it is indeed the highest secret of Buddhism. Chapter 173, The Power of Faith. The supreme secret of Buddhism? Ming's countenance was filled with immense excitement. He was acutely aware that the secret technique he had previously learned, the reverse dragon 7 steps, was indeed a secret art. With each step taken, his combat prowess doubled. Now, he had acquired yet another secret technique, the method of faith, which enabled him to absorb the power of belief. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming clicked to learn. Instantly, the scenery before his eyes transformed, revealing wisps of white smoke materializing in the void. These wisps emanated from the individuals present, and Ming discerned that the more frenzied a person appeared, the denser their faith power became. Is this the power of faith? Ming pondered as he extended his right hand to grasp it. However, he found it impossible to seize the faith power, and he soon realized that all of it was converging towards a particular location deep within the lesser Western heaven. Were they brought here to collect the power of faith? Ming contemplated. He then sought out a concealed spot, where he was alone, absorbing. Ming sat cross-legged, and the method of faith erupted within him. In an instant, the faith power in the sky seemed to be drawn towards him, continuously converging. As the faith power amassed, Ming noticed his cultivation was gradually advancing. What a terrifying secret art! He was astounded. The progress he made in just a few minutes was greater than a day's arduous training. This speed was simply astonishing. Without further hesitation, he devoted himself to absorbing the faith power from the heavens. It must be said, this secret technique was truly formidable. As he unleashed his full potential, the vast ocean of faith power surged into his being. In that moment, his cultivation soared as if he were on an airplane. Exhilarating. Ming laughed heartily, continuing to absorb more. Thus, an entire day passed. In the deepest chamber of the lesser western heaven, an elderly figure cloaked in darkness abruptly opened his eyes. His expression grim. Who dares to seize my power of faith? Boom. At his utterance, the heavens and earth erupted in a cacophony, causing those outside to kneel in terror, believing the wrath of the divine had descended upon them. Has he finally been discovered? Ming chuckled softly, unperturbed, as he continued to absorb the power of faith. Bang! At that moment, a voice resonated within him, and his aura began to surge violently. Suddenly, he broke through. Ming's heart leaped with joy. In just one day, he had ascended a level, reaching the 5th layer of the great vehicle. Though he rejoiced, the elder in the depths was consumed with unbridled fury. Who is it truly? Who could it be? Just then, several piercing sounds sliced through the air, and a group of elderly monks soared into view, including one whom Ming had encountered previously. My lord, what has transpired? One of them exclaimed. Someone has seized my fortune and power. Investigate thoroughly. We must uncover this thief. Those who dare to take what is mine shall face certain death. What? Upon hearing this, the others were utterly astonished. The power of faith is an extraordinarily rare phenomenon, one that the average person cannot even perceive, let alone steal. Yet now, it has evidently occurred. My lord, how shall we proceed with the investigation? Queried the elder. To absorb the power of faith, one must remain undisturbed in a single location. Such an event has only transpired today, which clearly indicates that the culprit must be among those who have arrived in the past 2 days. We need only identify anyone who has entered within this time frame and has been engaged in meditation without paying homage to the Buddha. Understood. They nodded in agreement and began to make their way outside. However, at that moment, the elder in black interjected, once you locate him, do not raise any alarms. We must avoid causing panic. Relay his information to me, and I shall handle the matter personally. Yes. Daring to steal my opportunity, they are courting death. As time passed, the number of visitors to the little western heaven increased. These newcomers, upon witnessing the multitude of Buddhist statues and the surrounding ambience, were filled with excitement and continually paid their respects. The power of faith that they generated was, of course, seized by Ming. Unbeknownst to him, nightfall descended. At this juncture, Ming awakened from his meditation, his brow slightly furrowed. He realized that with each increment of faith he absorbed, he unwittingly gained mastery over some peculiar abilities. It seemed he could manipulate those who contributed their faith power at will. This sensation was strange, yet his instincts confirmed its authenticity. He then ceased his meditation and approached a young monk who had entered alongside him. This individual had been fervently worshipping the Buddha for the past 2 days, his countenance growing increasingly devout. Kneel, Ming commanded inwardly, and instantly, the young man's gaze became vacant, causing him to submit to the ground. However, he soon regained his composure and resumed his worship, seemingly devoid of any recollection of having knelt. Witnessing this scene, Ming was profoundly astonished. It truly worked. Could this entire Buddha conference be orchestrated for such a purpose? To be honest, a sense of dread enveloped him. Had he not possessed the system that granted him the method of faith, and were he not a reincarnated soul with awareness of Buddhism, he might very well have succumbed to manipulation like these other individuals. How terrifying Buddhism is. In an imperceptible manner, one is ensnared when suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, revealing several venerable monks soaring towards this direction. It is imperative that he does not escape. With a swift rustling sound, the group dispersed in all directions. Have they discovered him? Ming let out a cold chuckle, and in a fleeting moment, his figure flickered as he darted deeper into the small western heaven. This was precisely the opportunity he had awaited. As these individuals came to search for him, the internal defenses would undoubtedly be alarmingly feeble, presenting the perfect moment for him to infiltrate. Ming moved with remarkable swiftness, soon arriving at a resplendent hall adorned in gold. Here, he sensed the presence of the individual who had previously absorbed the power of belief. This must be the location. With that thought, he stepped forward, striding inside. Following the aura, Ming twisted and turned, ultimately arriving at an underground chamber. Within, he beheld an elderly man clad in a black robe. "But have you uncovered any news about that individual?" a voice inquired. "Indeed," Ming nodded, a glint of icy ferocity flickering in his eyes, and he proceeded directly within. Chapter 174, A Clone? "No. Who are you and how did you arrive here?" An angry shout erupted from the black-clad elder, who rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Ming. "Have you not been searching for me all this time?" Ming chuckled lightly, then, in a mere instant, appeared before the elder. "You. It is indeed you. How audacious to seize my power of faith and still dare to come here. What is there to fear?" Boom. With that declaration, Ming struck down with his palm. Instantly, the entire hall was obliterated by his force, sending the elder flying backward. "You." The elder's face turned crimson with rage. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, Ming muttered softly to himself. He had previously harbored doubts if the one absorbing the power of faith hailed from the Buddhist realm or possessed immense strength. There would be no need to lure these individuals to the lesser Western paradise. With supreme authority, he could have directly transformed them, absorbing their faith effortlessly. Thus, only two possibilities remained. He was either not from the Buddhist realm, or, for some reason, his strength necessitated the absorption of faith to recover. Regardless of either scenario, this presented a splendid opportunity for Ming. "Speak. What do you intend to accomplish?" "Humph. Do you think I will divulge that to you?" "Oh, is that so? Then I shall compel you to speak through force." Ming sneered, his right hand forming a fist as he launched another assault on the elder. "You dare? Why would I not?" Boom, boom, boom. With each successive strike from Ming, the elder sustained increasingly severe injuries, his expression growing ever more grim. "This is intolerable." At that moment, the elder suddenly roared, then clasped his hands together, unleashing an extraordinary aura that erupted from him. In that instant, Ming noticed the power of faith gathering in the heavens, pulsating in an unusual manner. "Faith bestowed upon me, perish." Bang! As the elder's words resonated, the power of faith began to boil like water. Simultaneously, everyone in the lesser Western paradise felt a violent drain on their spiritual energy, with some of the weaker cultivators collapsing to the ground, struggling in agony. Meanwhile, the elder's aura surged at an alarming rate. "What have you done?" Ming bellowed. "Humph. What could a mere native comprehend of my methods?" The elder scoffed, then threw a punch at Ming. Boom. With a resounding crash, Ming was knocked back several steps. What kind of secret technique is this? Ming's face was filled with astonishment. Even the reverse dragon 7 steps could not produce such a terrifying amplitude. Previously, the aura emanating from the old man was merely at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. However, he has now seemingly ascended to the realm of transcendence. A staggering leap of 2 levels. Such a transformation is utterly astonishing. "Perish, you insignificant insect," he scoffed. "Yet even so, do you think it would be so easy to take my life?" Ming let out a cold snort and immediately unleashed the reverse dragon 7 steps. With each of the 7 strides, his aura surged dramatically. Kill. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle between the two intensified, the entire lesser Western heaven began to tremble violently. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel the spiritual energy within me spiraling out of control? Ah, the pain. My body feels as if it is being torn apart. No, my consciousness. How can my consciousness? A cacophony of furious roars erupted, and at that moment, the lesser Western heaven descended into chaos. Countless individuals fled in all directions, with many attempting to escape the confines of this realm. Regrettably, as they reached the exit, a terrifying killing formation suddenly erupted, reducing those desperate to escape into mere shards. We have been deceived. This lesser Western heaven is not a sanctuary of Buddhism, but rather a ravenous den of demons. They intend to keep us all here. Kill, break free, slay. As the crowd launched their assault, the battle within the grand hall between Ming and the cloaked elder reached its zenith. Both combatants continuously unleashed their formidable techniques. Strangely, however, as time progressed, the elder's strength appeared to rapidly dissipate. It seems the after-effects of such secretive arts are quite severe, Ming mused. Secret techniques typically involve exhausting one's body to unleash a surge of power. The reverse dragon 7 steps is no exception. Yet, as Ming's physical form grew increasingly robust, the consumption of the technique could be swiftly replenished. The elder, however, was clearly in a different predicament. You shall pay for this, the elder bellowed once more, relentlessly charging towards Ming, his expression growing anxious. I presume the toll for your sudden surge of power is considerable, Ming retorted with a cold chuckle. He then shifted to a defensive posture, preparing for a protracted duel. Even so, what does it matter? The elder scoffed, disregarding the backlash to his body as he crazily attacked Ming. Yet, it was futile, for Ming would not afford him any opportunity. The glazed golden body was summoned, rendering him akin to an immovable deity, impervious to the elder's relentless onslaught. In contrast, the elder's aura diminished ever more rapidly due to his incessant attacks. Speak. What is it you truly intend to do? Otherwise, you may well meet your demise here today, Ming coldly asserted. Die? The elder abruptly halted, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. He then clasped his hands together, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy once more. You are squandering your life. Do you wish for death? Death. Insect, I can only say that your understanding is profoundly limited. This is merely one among my myriad incarnations. Even in death, what consequence would it bear? An incarnation? Ming's face was etched with astonishment. How could this person merely be an incarnation? How could this be possible? Insect, brace yourself for my wrath. Buzz. As the elder's words fell, a blood-red Buddha materialized in the sky. The Buddha was shrouded in darkness, emanating an intensely frigid aura. Rather than a Buddha, it would be more fitting to describe it as a demonic sovereign. Perish. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated through the heavens and the earth, unleashing an aura capable of obliterating the cosmos. In that moment, Ming's crystalline golden body began to shatter. Ha ha ha. Insect, you stand no chance against my assault. To dare seize my power of faith is to invite certain death. Is that so? Then that horror shall surely disappoint you. Buzz. At that moment, a more ferocious aura erupted from Ming. Behind him appeared a colossal silhouette radiating with 3 hues of gold, azure, and black. What? You are simultaneously cultivating 3 different techniques? How can this be possible? Chapter 175, Returning to the Eastern Continent. Nothing is impossible. You must be feeling quite incapable now, aren't you? Ming scoffed coldly. To be honest, he felt a twinge of astonishment within. Had it not been for his formidable combat prowess, another might have faltered here. It seems he had underestimated the world, and, particularly, the formidable beings from beyond the realms. None of them are to be trifled with. Yet, well, you certainly exceeded my expectations, but do you truly believe this will suffice to subdue me? The cloaked elder snorted coldly. With a swift motion, he formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a peculiar aura that erupted from his being. Suddenly, the entire little western heaven began to tremble violently. Above in the sky, countless figures surged forth, as if possessed, all converging upon the great hall. Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful you are, how many can you truly slay? I have merely lost a fragment of myself. Boom. As the elder's voice echoed, a tremendous sound resounded, and the elder's form instantaneously disintegrated. His life force vanished. This left Ming's expression incredibly grim. He had intended to extract some information from this individual, only to be taken aback by his decisive actions. Moreover, he sensed that the multitude outside was rapidly converging upon him. Without a doubt, this was the elder's doing. Although Ming held no fear of these individuals, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. To escape this predicament, he would need to eliminate them. However, he was not one who reveled in slaughter. These people bore him no grudge and were, in fact, victims. What should he do? Ming murmured to himself, at a loss for solutions. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Faith. At that moment, Ming recalled something. Though he was uncertain of how the elder had controlled those individuals, one thing was evident. It was undoubtedly linked to the power of faith. Therefore, he too could employ a similar method of control. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming sat cross-legged upon the ground. The method of faith surged forth in its entirety this time. Instantly, Streams of faith energy descended from the sky and began to infiltrate his being. In no time, Yi Ming's cultivation began to soar, and as he absorbed more and more of the faith energy, he found himself gradually able to exert influence over those individuals. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted as an elderly monk charged forth, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying presence. Yet, Yi Ming felt no fear. He bellowed, "Kneel!" Thud! At the sound of his command, the old monk dropped to his knees, the murderous intent in his eyes transforming into piety in an instant, as if he beheld his master. Sigh. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ming let out a sigh and then shouted once more to the crowd outside, "All of you, kneel before me." With a resounding thud, figures descended from the heavens, all kneeling in unison, akin to marionettes under the influence of an unseen force. The power of faith is indeed formidable, Yi Ming mused, and with a sweeping gesture, he dismissed the others, leaving only the old monk behind. "Master, share with me all that you know." "Yes." The elder then divulged everything he was aware of. Upon concluding his narration, Yi Ming's expression grew intricate. From the elder's account, he gleaned two critical pieces of information. Firstly, the individuals from Tianming Temple had indeed departed for the Buddhist realm, but not to any paradise. Rather, they had been taken by the enigmatic figure clad in black. Secondly, the entire Western continent had fallen under the sway of this elder. Even he found himself powerless against such control. Although the power of faith could manipulate these individuals, it could not liberate them from the elder's grasp. This implied that should the elder send forth another avatar, he could easily reassert his dominion over them. A sigh escaped Yi Ming's lips once more. As it stood, his master and the people of the Bodhi Institute should still be safe. However, the duration of this so-called safety remained uncertain. Moreover, having offended the elder, it was clear that he would not let this transgression go unpunished. Should he seek to depart from this realm in the future, the threat of pursuit loomed ominously. Yet, at this moment, there were more pressing matters at hand. The demonic invasion posed an imminent threat, and the situation in Central Continent was dire. The responsibilities entrusted to him by Ji Wudi and the vendetta for the annihilation of the Li clan weighed heavily on his conscience. For the first time, he felt the burden upon him was immense, nearly suffocating. Nonetheless, yielding was not in his nature. For the safety of Mu Qingxue and this world, he must bear the weight. It was time to depart. With a final sigh, Yi Ming vanished from his location. A day later, he exited the Western continent, soaring towards the Eastern continent. While the plight of the human race in the West was indeed perilous, he found himself powerless to assist. He could only hope to discover a means to aid them in the future. Yi Ming's speed was remarkable, and within a day, he returned to the Star Pavilion of the Eastern continent. However, upon entering the Grand Hall, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. What transpired? What has happened? Yi Ming. Mu Qingxue approached him, her countenance grave. "We previously dispatched scouts to investigate the situation in Central Continent, and now, what is the state of Central Continent?" Most of Central Continent has succumbed. The 8 great imperial clans, save for the Ji, Chu, and Shi clans, have all perished. The demonic forces are relentlessly pursuing those who manage to escape. What? At this revelation, Yi Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Central Continent was the heart of the entire land, renowned as the sacred ground of martial arts. How could it have fallen so swiftly? This greatly exceeded his expectations. He had thought that, no matter the circumstances, they would be able to hold out for at least a month. Yi Ming, the strength of the demons dispatched this time is formidable. Should we still proceed to Zhongzhou? Ji Kong spoke with a pale countenance. To be honest, he had lost confidence. Previously, the annihilation of the Li clan had been due to a surprise attack by the demons, and he believed that once their reinforcements arrived to join forces with other human warriors, they would stand a fighting chance. But now, we must go. Yi Ming nodded, acknowledging that regardless of the situation, they had to advance swiftly. Otherwise, once the demons fully seized control of Zhongzhou, any attempt to intervene would become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he was not entirely unprepared for this endeavor. He then addressed the gathered individuals. "Relay my command. All warriors above the integration realm are to assemble. This time, we shall fight the demons to the bitter end." To the bitter end. Upon hearing these words, the spirit of the crowd was ignited. No one wished to see Zhongzhou fall into the hands of the demons. As members of the human race, they felt compelled to contribute their strength. Furthermore, they understood the truth that in a collapsing nest, no egg remains intact. Chapter 176. The Expedition. In the eastern continent, amidst the star demon sea, a formidable fleet of thousands of warships loomed over the horizon. Each vessel was manned by hundreds of thousands of figures, all poised to embark towards the central continent for the imminent battle of humanity. Despite their relatively low cultivation levels, not a single soul among them displayed any sign of fear. For the noble cause of humanity, none would falter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of breaking air resonated, and three figures soared through the sky: Yi Ming, Li Xingyun, and Ji Kong. Master, everyone is prepared and ready to depart, Jiang Mingxue announced. Having honed her skills in the small world, she had now reached the 7th layer of divine concealment. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded, surveying the crowd before him. The demon clan has slaughtered our kin and ravaged our world. As members of the human race, what must we do? Kill. Annihilate them all. The cries of vengeance surged, the collective spirit reaching its zenith. Yes, eradicate every invader. Let them understand that humanity cannot be trifled with. Those who dare to oppress us shall find only death as their ultimate fate. Yi Ming's voice boomed, and he continued, this mission will be fraught with peril. If anyone feels fear, now is the time to step forward. There is no shame in it. War is eternally brutal, especially in this battle of races. And the outcome is uncertain. Upon hearing his words, the crowd exchanged glances, yet no one stepped forward, though fear lingered in their hearts. There exists a terror far greater than death in this world, that of cowardice. To live in a state of mere existence is less desirable than a glorious demise. Very well, if this is the case, we shall fight to the bitter end. To the bitter end. To the bitter end. The fervent voices echoed, resonating through the heavens and earth. Yi Ming was not particularly skilled in pre-war mobilization, but he merely wished to express his thoughts. Let us depart. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Ming signaled the fleet to ascend, and the warships surged into the sky, racing towards the star demon sea. Along their path, every sea beast encountered was swiftly vanquished by his overwhelming strength. Following his previous journey to the western region, his cultivation had ascended to the 7th layer of the Great Ascension. Coupled with various formidable physiques, martial arts, and secret techniques, he was now capable of contending even with those at the Ascension realm. At this moment, Yi Ming stood at the pinnacle of this world. The group moved swiftly, and after approximately 2 days, they finally beheld the location of the central continent. Yet, the once resplendent and beautiful central continent had now become a landscape of devastation. Countless corpses of humanity floated upon the surface of the star demon sea. Even the once celebrated city of stars, Yangfeng, now lay transformed into countless small islands. Crack. Witnessing this scene, the crowd clenched their fists tightly. They had all borne witness to the brutality of the demon race, and now, among them, Li Xingyun felt this more acutely than others. With his family annihilated and his parents deceased, his hatred for the demons surged like an unbridled tide. Brotherly, Yi Ming called out, I understand. I shall not act recklessly. It's just that seeing this sight makes me. Rest assured, one day we shall exact our vengeance. Li Xingyun nodded, placing his faith in Yi Ming. As long as he was by his side, they would ultimately obliterate the demon race. Sigh. Gazing at the ruins ahead, Yi Ming let out a heavy breath before addressing the group. What lies ahead is Zhongzhou. We will soon encounter various dangers, so everyone must remain vigilant. As they drew closer to Zhongzhou, the number of corpses on the sea increased, and the stench of blood in the air grew more pronounced. That was the blood of the human race. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, and a pale young woman was seen fleeing towards them from the eastern direction. She appeared utterly wretched, drenched in blood, with a grievous wound on her waist that exposed her bones. Behind her, 3 demon entities with 5 eyes approached with mocking expressions. It's her. Upon recognizing the figure, Yi Ming's expression shifted, for he knew her. She was one of the trio encountered at the sacred Yaoqi during their journey. If memory served correctly, her name was Li Yan. However, she was supposed to be in the sacred Yaoqi. How could she be here, pursued by powerful demons? Was the sacred Yaoqi also? Swish. In an instant, Yi Ming vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Ji Ming shouted to the others, everyone, assume battle readiness. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice echoed, the group swiftly drew their weapons. Ha ha ha. Mere ants of the human race, you cannot escape. Submit to us, and if we are in a good mood, We might spare your life, one demon warrior cackled. He had long had the opportunity to slay Li Yan, but preferred this tormenting approach instead. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's complexion darkened further. She understood that surviving this day was an unrealistic hope. Falling into the hands of the demons would be far more terrifying than death itself. Recalling the fates of her fellow disciples, she, "Ha, can you run?" Another demon warrior suddenly flickered, his speed doubling as he appeared before her in an instant. "Human, kneel and submit." Boom. The demon man reached out with a powerful grasp, and in an instant, Lu Yin felt her body rendered immobile. This rendered her complexion even paler. "Enough of this game. Capture her. We shall indulge ourselves. I have heard that the taste of a human girl is quite delightful." One of the demons proclaimed with enthusiasm. "Indeed, let me take the lead." Another chimed in with a laugh, as the grotesque hand moved menacingly towards Lu Yan's chest. "No, please, no." Despair washed over Lu Yan, for she knew her strength was far inferior to theirs, and now, immobilized, she was bereft even of the chance to end her own life. The thought of falling into the clutches of the demon clan filled her with dread. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. In that instant, the hand that reached for Lu Yan was severed from its body. "Who dares to ambush me? Are you seeking death?" A chilling voice echoed, and from the void, a figure emerged slowly. It was none other than Ming. His expression was icy, and the murderous intent in his eyes surged forth unabashedly. At that moment, the three demon warriors felt as if they were being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Who are you?" they stammered. "The one who will end your lives."